Something was happening in the atmosphere. Luxurious family batiks rustled, a golden cloud passed by, someone's soul descended below. Suddenly the boy heard his grandfather, the head of the family, shout that Chu Xuan was a disgrace to the family, and was henceforth banished from his ancestral home. The doors of the luxurious mansion slammed shut. The stunned guy looked ahead and couldn't figure out what was happening to him. How is this possible? Is this really his new destiny? He will live as an outcast and a pariah. Maybe it's because he was successful before. Just 3 days ago, he was helping people achieve incredible success, filling huge halls, and was a very cool and rich guy. But 2 days ago, he died suddenly, and was reborn as the 13th youngest member of the Chu family, one of the 3 great families of Qin. And now he has just been expelled from his ancestral home simply because he sneezed at a banquet. The reason for such a punishment is simply ridiculous. The boy was exiled to one of the family's abandoned houses on the very edge of the city. There was nothing there, not even furniture. Zhuan was in despair. Suddenly, the young man heard someone approach the door of the house and try to open it. The exile's heart began to beat faster, wondering who was behind the door. Chu asked through tears who was there. He couldn't imagine what anyone could need in this abandoned, empty house. In the light of the bright sun, the surprised Xuan saw a strange figure without a face. The guy wondered in confusion if it was really God himself in front of him. But then he heard the familiar voice of his uncle the butler. He was begging the young master to help him. Otherwise, the blanket had fallen on him, and he couldn't see anything. The butler set the table and said that the servants would soon deliver the furniture here, and Chu needed to eat. Xuan sincerely thanked his uncle for still being with him. The old servant sighed. He didn't have time to warn Xuan that the master had been angry with him for a long time. The guy needed to come up with a plan to gain his trust. The young man chewed the meat with gusto and thoughtfully asked the butler why his grandfather hated Xuan so much, since he was no worse than the others. The gray-haired uncle lowered his head and sighed. It all started with Father Xuan. He was a very promising young man. Xuan's father was the 3rd eldest in the family and was incredibly talented. Not only the Chu family knew about his talent, but also the Qin family. He was supposed to become the next head of the family, but love spoiled his plans. He married a girl of humble origin, and problems began. Soon after the birth of baby Xuan, Mr. and Mrs. left the Chu family home, and to this day, there has been no news from them. The young man sighed heavily. He felt that this whole heart-rending story smelled of blood and drama. What else awaited him ahead? The butler politely told the young master that he would return soon. Other servants had arrived, and he needed to give them instructions on what to do. Xuan thanked his uncle heartily. How good it was that the butler remembered the good that the boy had once done for him. The old servant, leaving the gate, sighed heavily, and when this boy was older, he seemed to have already grown up, but he still behaved like a child. Soon the whole house was buzzing with activity, brooms and rags were being used, cleaning was being done, furniture was being placed in the rooms, and everything was made cozy. When the work was finished, one of the servants reported to the master that the cleaning was finished. The furniture was also arranged. Xuan praised the boys. The servants hurried back to the main house. The young master accompanied them to the gate and thanked them once again for their help in setting up the house. Xu Xuan was delighted. Now the house looked completely different, and the yard just sparkled after cleaning. The guy smiled. Everything wasn't so bad. Suddenly Xuan heard a message that on his first day at home he had obtained the invincible power of martial arts. The young man asked in fear who was speaking. The guy was horrified. Why the system again? It turned out that during his stay at home, the system increases the reward for the accumulated hours. When Chu leaves the reward zone, the hours will start counting again. The guy asked where the tasks, quests, and control panel are. But the system ignored the question. Today's rewards have been paid out. Xuan must stay at home to receive the next ones. Xuan called Nani in his sleep and asked what time it was. Why was the sun so bright? He had had a very strange dream. The guy moved his hand and discovered some kind of book next to him. It was strange. He clearly remembered that there were no books here. Having finally woken up, Chu loudly asked who had left the book here. Perhaps the servants from their family's main house had come again. Opening the book, Xuan realized that the dream was not a dream. This book was an invincible martial art, the highest technique for protecting the mortal realm. The mortal realm is the basic level of cultivation, consisting of 3 stages: cleansing the body, opening the channels, and collecting qi. Above the mortal realm are the Zuan realm, the spirit realm, the emptiness realm, the harmony realm, the true realm, and the emperor realm. The guy decided that he was still weak, but since he had to sit at home anyway, he would become a cultivator, and he immersed himself in studying the acquired technique. Concentrating, Xuan soon felt the qi sinking into the dantian, its energy flowing, entering, and exiting the body. While studying the technique, the young man thought how good it was that he had read the cultivators and knew about the meridians. Otherwise, he would not have understood anything. Immersed in the process of cultivation, the guy didn't even notice how the day passed. The stars were falling in the sky, and he was still cultivating. Now the sun was shining in the sky again, a new day had arrived, and Juan was still sitting, surrounded by streams of strong, renewing energy. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a whole day of practice, he didn't feel tired. It seemed that cultivation really strengthened the body. But you still need to combine work and rest. It's time for bonus points. The guy reached for the fruit box. It's time for a snack. First, he did the practice of the body, then the spirit and ki. What will the system suggest he do next? It is silent today. As if in response, the system congratulated the guy. He received a ghostly dagger as a gift. Xuan grimaced. You couldn't even cut an apple with this knife. The next day, the system gave him the aura of a crouching dragon and the strike of a hidden snake. The guy was delighted. These are cool gifts. Xuan suddenly felt that he was very tired, but now he had one defensive technique and one attack technique. If this continued, he would be invincible. But he still had to master the general history textbook. The guy really didn't want to embarrass himself again by sneezing inappropriately in front of someone. The previous dynasty was overthrown by the four great families of Qin, Chu, He, and Zhao. The Qin family became the ruling family, and the others became its assistants. Suddenly, the young man heard someone calling his 13th brother. He wondered who had come to visit him. Judging by the voice, it was Chu Yun. It really was her. The young beauty brought her brother a treat and asked how he was doing here. He was probably very bored. Xuan smiled and slyly asked why she didn't send a gift with the servants. Did she really decide to pamper her brother with her eyes? The girl said that she had wanted to come for a long time, but after Xuan's expulsion, a lot of work appeared, and the young man hastened to offer Yun a chair. The little sister said that her grandfather was still angry with him, but assured him that she would ask him to pardon her brother as soon as she had the chance. Xuan asked her not to worry. He was having fun here, although the food tasted much better in the company of his pretty sister. Yun thought, her kind brother doesn't like to argue and get angry. He is one of the few who has not lost his humanity in a cruel and rude world. Saying goodbye to her exiled brother, Yun once again asked him to be patient for just a little while longer. She would ask her grandfather for mercy for him. The guy understood, it seems. His sister thought that he was saying all this out of politeness. What a silly little girl. The next day, Xuan's cultivation increased by a year. He felt the power penetrating into him. He reached a new level of chi penetration. Xuan plunged into cultivation with renewed vigor, and all the nearby objects in the house were carried away by the flow of his raging energy. The young man became noticeably stronger and practiced constantly, trying to break through to a higher level. In his practices, he forgot about everything. After a long and intense cultivation, the guy's body soared upward. The flow of energy carried him higher and higher. He was glad. Here it is. But suddenly, he seemed to hit something and quickly returned to his room on the cultivation mat. Xuan cursed mentally. Why the hell he couldn't overcome the kingdom for the 4th time? After all, he was the main character. Despite this, the guy felt his aura developing, like a closed door getting closer. He felt something approaching. Shu sighed sadly, and thought that he shouldn't rush. After all, it had only been a few days since he appeared in this world. And then the system congratulated Xuan on his 5th day at home and gave him a super valuable reward, the secret book of the mind. The new technique turned out to be for a higher level of development. Xuan now won't even be able to properly develop this technique. And yet the guy mastered the technique that the system gave him. Now it was time to practice to see what he could do. But there is no one else in the house except Chu Xuan, so he can't practice mind control on the people nearby. But you can try another option. Xuan began searching for the aura. Although there is no one here, there should be many living beings around. He must sense all living things with the help of this technique. The guy concentrated and began searching for the auras of living beings, and finally he found it. That's it? Xuan was surprised. He really feels everything that is within his aura, even far from home. It's amazing. At first, the boy felt the flowers blooming near the estate, which spread a wonderful fragrance and peace around. Then his aura sensed a songbird very close by, in the thick foliage of the trees, admiring the flowering plants and looking for food. In the pond, the young man felt the gentle movement of the water and the cool aura of small, beautiful fish and insects sitting nearby. Xuan's aura spread further, and finally it reached the sky. The boy felt the movement of a large flock of migratory birds in the distance. Suddenly the young man felt an explosion of passion. It turned out that a pair of monkeys in love were sitting in one of the trees in the midst of mating season. Chu felt how primates make love with all the animal passion. This guy felt sick. He did not expect such sensations. Realizing that the technique was working, and even too well, he decided to call it a day. Sometimes you shouldn't push yourself further than you have to. Chu Xuan heard someone enter the gate and asked the 13th gentleman how about lunch. The guy was surprised. The guests were early today. The young man was puzzled. Servants usually come to him in pairs, but he felt the aura of only one person. This is strange. Something is wrong. The man who entered was smiling broadly. He called out to the 13th gentleman again and politely offered him some refreshments. Xuan thanked the guest, but suddenly became wary. The rice brought by the unusually early visitor caused the guy obvious apprehension. He paid very close attention to the basket of rice in the servant's hands. The man continued to smile deliberately and broadly in a welcoming manner. The young master's aura covered the bowl of rice brought to him. There was clearly something else in it, and the young man carefully scanned the treat. There was no poison in this food. At first glance, it was ordinary rice, which is eaten here in huge quantities every day in every home. But Xuan noticed strange black spots in the rice, and his feelings were not deceiving him. This rice turned out to have a very dangerous surprise inside. Almost all the rice brought to the guy for lunch was infected with terrible larvae that can silently kill a person from the inside. Dark cultivators also use such parasites, planting them in the bodies of people whose minds they wanted to control. Chu frowned. This smiling villain brought the eggs of a dangerous parasite to his house and really wanted to feed them to the young master. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought, this scoundrel asked for it himself. Now he will give himself to Chu, and the new cultivator will play with the mind of this servant. So, Chu Xuan's first experiment in secretly influencing another person's mind began. The boy's spiritual hand reached out to the victim. Xuan imperiously asked the servant who sent him here with this contaminated rice if the scoundrel wanted to live. He had to answer. The man, blinking his eyes in confusion, replied to the 13th gentleman that the butler had sent him. He always sent food to Xuan. The guy angrily said that the villain had a chance to confess voluntarily. Now Xuan himself will get the truth directly from the villain's head. Chu immediately used a secret mind control technique on the strange servant, which he had only just managed to master the day before. Feeling that his brain was captured, Guest Chu's face immediately changed. It was distorted with a grimace of anger. The man clenched his fists. Xuan repeated his question. He wanted to know who had sent this worm to him. The servant fell to his knees, dropping the basket. He stubbornly remained silent. Finally, the servant replied that he was a minion of darkness, that he had no masters, and that he saw an opportunity to take possession of the boy, and through him, the Chu family. The guy was horrified because in front of him was a sectarian, a minion of the evil court. Evil not only exists in this world, but the sectarians have their own lands. They are located on the southern continent, an autonomous region called Mordor, where the minions of the dark forces gather. There are constant wars and minor skirmishes there, so there are not many people in those lands, but they are all very powerful. The minions of the evil court will stop at nothing to increase their power and advance further along the path of cultivation. Despite the disunity of the minions of the evil court, they still have their own king. He is stronger than all. One can only guess at his strength. Outside the king's court, evil cults are scattered throughout southern China, difficult to spot and difficult to kill. There is only one villain, and he cannot harm the Chu family, but the fact that he belongs to the court of the evil king is already alarming. If the Chu family was under threat, it would also affect Zhuan. The young man sternly asked the servant if he was really alone, and he obediently but reluctantly confirmed. The villain explained that if he could control Zhuan, he would be able to control the entire family. He had been waiting for this opportunity for many years. Chu knew that a sectarian couldn't lie under the influence of technology. He would have to warn his grandfather, but how? The old man didn't even want to see him. Suddenly, Xuan felt the villain break free from the influence of his mind control technique, closing himself off from the impact. The guy was amazed. This man is able to resist. How strong is this minion of the evil court? Xuan caught the servant's thought that if he broke the mind control, he would be able to harm himself. Chu thought that the villain had gone crazy. Suddenly, the guy saw combat blades flashing in the hands of his strange guest. He activated the Wolverine claw weapon. The evil court's minion rushed at the young man. Xuan cursed mentally. This bastard didn't intend to harm himself. He wanted to kill Chu. Xuan assumed that if he had a dragon's aura, the villain wouldn't be able to harm him with Wolverine claws, but he didn't want to test it. The guy was tormented by the question of how he could tell his family that one of their servants was a sectarian. This freak clearly wanted to kill him to keep him silent. A snake fist would knock this man out in one go, but when they saw the corpse, they would immediately understand that Zhuan was hiding his powers and would return him to his ancestral home. In this case, the system and secrets will no longer be accessible. Meanwhile, the villain rushed at Chu and screamed for him to finally die. Chu Xuan put up a defense. He couldn't solve the dilemma. If he left the villain, he would kill Chu. If he killed him, he would expose himself. The guy snorted in displeasure. Why should he even think about this? What kind of people are they? They can't even leave in exile alone. And then Zhuan heard the voice of the servants from his grandfather's house. They shouted to the master that they had brought food. The guy sighed. How timely they were. The servants who approached the gates heard the cry of the sectarian. He was shouting, "Long live Mordor." For the king, they realized that there was a servant of evil there. The servants immediately shouted that they would now protect the young master, and hurried to enter the gate of the house where the exile lived. Meanwhile, Xuan deflected the villain's attacks, and the servants ran to help the 13th young master of the Chu family. That's great. The servants will spread the word within the family, and the news will reach grandfather. That was the second part of Xuan's plan. The evil minion lunged, shouting, "Death to the enemies of the evil king." The guy chuckled to himself. It was time to play a little. The servants grumbled, "These damned sectarians, but now they will help the young master deal with this damned evil spirit." Suddenly, tears gushed from Xuan's eyes, and he ran away from the sectarian as fast as he could, who ran after him with a growl. The servants' faces lengthened. What a loser. They even lost the desire to save him. If they didn't have to bring him food, they would always pass by. Meanwhile, Xuan was running around the courtyard, feigning panic, and the evil courtyard's minion was running after him, threatening to kill the guy right then and there. The 13th young gentleman screamed for help and called for his mother. The sectarian ran after the young man with a growl. The servants restrained the growling scoundrel and told the 13th master that he was already safe, and they would take this one to the master. At this time, Chu demonstratively crashed into the wall of a brick fence, feigning terrible fear in front of the servants who came to him. Having hit the wall, the guy stretched out next to him and whispered in confusion where the wall came from, pretending that he had lost consciousness. The servants looked at the young master in surprise. Had he lost consciousness? What a talentless guy, a disgrace to the Chu family. The boys decided that they couldn't deal with the evil minion on their own. They needed to take him to the master and call a doctor for the young fool. Xuan opened one eye. Great. The servants will spread rumors and everyone will think he is a complete loser. That's what he needs. But just in case, he needed to be on the safe side. The guy understood that he couldn't let the unexpected guest go alive. He knew too much. While the servants and the captive were within the range of his aura, Xuan activated his secret mind control technique. The boy mentally apologized to the little villain for this, the cultivator's ghostly hand already reaching for the evil cultist's head. The fact that the sectarian attacked Xuan was not a reason to kill him, but the guy was afraid that this was not all the evil that this scoundrel had done here. Mind control failed to destroy the villain. It was time to kill his flesh. Chu plunged the ghostly crowbar into the aggressive guest's brain. It was all over, Xuan thought. This way the boy would keep the secrets of the sectarian's mind, and he would keep the secrets of young Chu. The system gave the guy another reward, a box of Great Xuan Dan, an elixir that would help him break through the Xuan realm. Chu realized that if the system told him to do this, and even helped him, his struggle to break through to the next level would be over. Soon, 2 servants returned to the master's house and told about the unusual incident that they saw in the exile's estate. The grandfather who led the Chu family was in an indescribable rage. He shouted that all this was nonsense and some kind of delirium. This simply could not happen. Chu Tianming exclaimed. His son Chu Luo was incredibly strong. How could he give birth to such a spineless slug that couldn't even deal with a single sect member? The old man sighed. It was good that their family was full of talents. One of them was young master Chu Qing, a promising young man. In the courtyard of the house where Xuan lived, Yun's voice was heard ringing. She called out to the 13th brother, saying that she had come to visit. The satisfied guy turned around at the sound of his sister's voice. He was glad that he could finally talk to someone, gossip and laugh. Yun reproachfully said that since Xuan did not want to return to his ancestral home, she had to come to him from time to time. The girl said that the weak younger brother should be careful, because he can't take care of himself at all, poor thing. The young man, munching on the treat, objected, Yun is too worried about him. It's not worth it. That guy from yesterday was just a little shit. The sister sadly reminded Xuan that he had hit the wall with fear, and what would have happened to him if the servants hadn't arrived. The guy choked in surprise, and some of the food came back out. He didn't expect that Yun would also find out about his performance. The guy sighed, almost blurted it out. Lucky he choked, otherwise he would have said something else. Then his reputation as a loser would have been over. Yun told her brother that Grandpa Tianming was going to hold a family tournament. The boy was surprised, but Grandpa reacted quickly. According to the sister, the old man suddenly called everyone together and announced a tournament. Although it was not planned so quickly, no one understood anything. Absolutely anyone can participate in the tournament. There are no restrictions, from family members to servants and artisans. Chu realized the catch. Xuan invited his sister to follow him. The girl was very surprised. She asked her brother what was the matter. Where was he taking her? Junior Chu handed his sister a box of elixirs to prepare for the tournament, and the girl asked in surprise what it was. The guy explained that he got the elixir from his father. There was a whole treasure trove of elixirs and potions here. Yun was delighted, a worthy inheritance. Saying goodbye to the 13th brother, Yun once again thanked him for the elixirs, promising to use them wisely before the tournament. Xuan realized that the purpose of the tournament was probably to remove the masks and expose the sectarians entrenched among the servants of the great house. If you find a cockroach in your house, it doesn't mean there's only one. You need to find the nest and get rid of all the other evil pests. Soon a family tournament was held, and Yun, among other fighters, took part in it, showing an amazing result. The judge raised his hand, declaring that the winner had been determined, the battle was over, and the winner of the 13th fight was Chu Yun. Old Tianming was pleased. He laughed and shouted to his granddaughter Yun, "Bravo, she prepared well. The Chu family has many talents." Turning to her grandfather, Yun bowed and politely thanked the old and renowned master who had raised her. The judge addressed the spectators and the fighters, saying, "Let the 14th fight begin, and let the participants get ready and go out onto the battlefield." One of the participants in this fight was the Chu family's gardener, Ding Xiuqian, a fighter armed with 2 broad knives who entered the field. His opponent was the young master Chu Qing, a talented fighter who was greatly loved by the head of the family, the old man Chu Tianming. The judge informed the young master that Gardener Ding had chosen a weapon, and it was now his turn, but Qing replied that he could handle it with his bare hands. The gardener gritted his teeth. What luck! No matter if he exposed himself, if he killed the Chu family's rising talent, the king would give him unheard of treasures. Releasing a vicious aura of death, Gardener Ding shouted at the young master to die and go to hell. The head of the Chu family shouted that Gardener Ding was a villain, he was an undercover sectarian, and Junior Qing was in danger. But despite the old master's worries, Chu Qing stopped one of the blades of the fake gardener Ding Xiuqiang with 2 fingers. With his other hand, Qing grabbed another blade from the villain attacking him, thus blocking the evil minion's attack. Qing asked Mr. Ding who taught him this art, what school it was. With such skills he shouldn't have become a gardener. The evil court's henchman was horrified to think why this young Chu Qing was so strong. Ding Xiuqian hoped to kill him instantly. The armed servants of the Chu house rushed towards the sectarian, trying to quickly capture the villain and protect the young master from danger. But Chu Qing ordered everything to stop. The tournament is not over yet. No one is allowed to be on the battlefield until the battle is over. The young gentleman knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands with deft, precise movements, and Gardener Dean cried out in pain. Then Chu Qing knocked out his family's enemy with a powerful blow to the chest, and he gasped helplessly and flew back several meters. Ding Xiuqian fell on his back, hitting himself hard. The villain gritted his teeth, he made a mistake, and did not kill the young master, and exposed himself. Immediately, armed guards from the Chu house appeared, holding swords to the villain's throat, and ordered him to lie down and behave well. Meanwhile, the referee announced that the fight was over. The winner was determined. It was Chu Qing, and Ding Xiuqian was leaving the tournament. Yun worriedly asked her brother if he was okay. She didn't think there would be more sectarians in their house. Poor Xuan was alone last time. Qing replied that he was fine. Xuan was of course weak during the attack, but if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have known about the evil in their home. Chu Qing decided that after the tournament, he would have to visit his younger brother, who had been banished to a distant old abandoned house. Meanwhile, Xuan returned to his room again. The guy whined helplessly. He again failed to break through to the level. He knew, of course, that breaking through was indeed not an easy thing, like trying to squeeze through a narrow crack while having a rather massive body. And then the system announced a new reward for another day of seclusion. The guy received a copy of the book The Art of Dasta. Now he can hide his breath and merge with the world around him. It seems useless. What is the point of hiding in his own home where he is alone? Still, the guy decided that he wouldn't need such a skill anyway. He wouldn't be able to break into the new kingdom anytime soon. The whole night flew by unnoticed in his persistent studies. Xuan only came to his senses in the morning and lay down to rest a little from his studies. But as soon as the sun rose, the young man was awakened by Yun's ringing voice, and he irritably wondered where people were coming from at such an early hour. Sleepy Xuan opened the door and greeted his sister sullenly. Yun said that she came to say goodbye to her little brother. This message instantly drove the guy out of sleep. His jaw dropped in surprise. That is, how to say goodbye, what happened. Over tea, Yun said that she had broken through to the Zhuan kingdom, and according to the rules of her ancestors, she could now go to the mountains for training. Yun smiled. It was all thanks to Zhuan's help. His pills and elixirs helped a lot, and also elder brother Qing said that he would come see Zhuan after the tournament. The girl said goodbye to her younger brother. She was going to the mountains. The guy understood that this was very great. He was once for Yun. Waving his hand at her, the guy wished her luck on the path of cultivation. Her little sister is a wonderful person, worthy of success. Having closed the gate, Zhuan sighed. Well, who was he supposed to have lunch with now? They don't even have TVs here, let alone the internet. It's just boring. Saying goodbye to a good and close person always brings sadness. Chushuan sighed every now and then all day long, remembering Yun. In the evening, the system announced a new reward. The Thunder Finger allows you to change the energy of the air, creating lightning at the tip of your finger. This skill can become stronger depending on the kingdom Zhuan is in. The gift seemed very useful to the guy. After parting with Yun, Xuan couldn't even sleep, so he decided to practice with the new skill he received from the system. According to the instructions received, You must first collect qi at the junction of the chakras and direct this energy into your index finger. At this time, a gang of robbers appeared in the thicket nearby. One of them, gritting his teeth, said that the ancestral lands of Chu were ahead. Approaching the estate where Zhuan lived, one of the bandits said, "This family's lands begin here. This estate belongs to Chu." After looking at the map, the guy said that Chu Xuan lives here. The second one laughed. Great, it wasn't easy for them to get here. Having jumped over the fence, the villains cheerfully shouted that it was time to begin their long-planned operation against the Chu family. Soon the night visitors found themselves in the courtyard of the old house. The house was very close, and that was where they were heading. Xuan thought irritably, who was making noise outside again? At this time, all normal people were already asleep, and someone had come to see him. I shouldn't have started the breakthrough after I studied the Thunderfinger. Now I can't stop, otherwise it will lead to dire consequences. Maybe it was Sister Yun who came back. No, it was too late. Even the servants couldn't come at this hour. It doesn't matter. I need to concentrate. One of the robbers ordered the second to install a spiritual network over the estate, but be careful, you never know what might be there. The squad leader noticed that the light was still on in one of the windows. Maybe this Chu Shan wasn't asleep yet, then he might make a noise. The bandit carefully approached the glowing window. He heard rapid breathing, but the man stood still. Perhaps he was preparing to make a breakthrough. This seemed very strange to the guy. Wasn't Chu Luo's son a loser? Then how could he have reached the breakthrough point? Something was wrong here. At that moment, the second bandit approached the elder and reported that everything was ready. Now, no one would hear any noise from the estate. The elder one shared his observation that it looked like the owner of the house was overcoming the barrier into a new kingdom. The second guy couldn't believe it. The robber grinned evilly and said, "Let's see what he will do when a poisonous shuriken hits him." But the elder stopped his companion. This should not be done under any circumstances. They needed to wait and see what would happen next, and then act. If Xuan is attacked during the breakthrough, he will go crazy or die, and he is their main hostage. They cannot kill him yet. The second one agreed with regret, and then the energy in the estate began to stir. The trees began to rustle their leaves restlessly. The uninvited guests became worried. It was simply unbelievable. According to their information, a weakling expelled from his family was supposed to live here. The second bandit frowned. Did that guy really make a breakthrough? And what should they do now? It's not easy to capture a cultivator. The elder replied in bewilderment that he could not feel not only Xuan's movements, but also his breathing, as if no one was there. The second bandit shouted, "Stop pretending," and kicked open the doors of the house. The elder asked his companion if he had really gone crazy. Li Fan stood at the threshold of the house and demanded that the scum Xuan come out and greet his senior guests. In response to the insolent speech, a powerful bolt of lightning flew out from the depths of the house and hit the brazenly intruder straight. The intruder swayed, took a step back, and began to fall, with severe electrical burn marks visible on his neck and face. The elder rushed to Li Feng, asking what was wrong with him, but he only moaned, unable to utter a word. The impudent bandit was dying. Xu Xuan's dissatisfied voice came from the depths of the house. The boy reproachfully said that the uninvited guests were very noisy and disturbing him. The elder angrily asked who it was there and demanded that the enemy come out and fight with dignity and not kill from behind the curtain of darkness. Xuan cursed. What a creature. He even asks who is there. Naturally, the owner of this house is here, who was disturbed. Coming out of the shadows, Xuan reminded the bandit that he had burst into his domain at night without an invitation, and now he still dared to be so insolent. Frowning, the guy asked the robber who had come to his estate if he had gone completely crazy and was going to scold the owner. The elder bandit asked Xuan in a trembling voice who he was, a human or a ghost, why he didn't feel anything from him. Chu grinned, pretending to be a typical villain. He was going to kill them anyway. He had no one to talk to. Okay, he would tell. The guy told the bandit that he used the Dasta technique. Whether the bandit had heard of it or not, it turned out to be a very useful thing. The bandit asked again. Dasta, it's like dust, Xuan explained. Others can't feel either his aura or his breath. And since the robbers themselves took care of the spiritual canopy, no one from the outside will be able to spot them and see what is happening in the estate. This meant that Xuan could calmly show the bandit his renewed, powerful aura of a successful cultivator. The owner of the estate said menacingly that his house would become their grave, and even if they ran away, no one would ever believe them. The elder bandit gritted his teeth. Chu has really entered the Xuan realm. He may even be at the top level. Xuan decided to end the conversation for now. He had already answered many questions, and the bandits would have something to think about in the underworld. The boy struck the robber with a snake, instantly knocking him down and killing him before the intruders even had time to make a sound. A powerful explosion of energy occurred in the courtyard of the Chu family's old house, but due to the protection of the bandits, no one heard or saw anything. And then the guy realized with horror that he had gone too far, even though the bandits had gone to the next world. But what should Xuan himself do now? The powerful blows have left guts and blood scattered all over his yard, and he can't wait until the morning for the servants to clean up. The guy didn't want to bury the corpses himself. He was disgusted to touch them, but how could he sleep with these corpses under his window? Suddenly, the system announced a reward for defeating the villains. As an additional gift, the young man received a living flower. The young man noticed that the stones of his yard had cracked and a green sprout had broken through them. This was his magical flower. The gift grew with astonishing speed, scattering its predatory shoots in all directions, and now a devouring bud has appeared. Within minutes, the flower had grown to an incredible size, and soon a toothy carnivorous flower was blooming at the very top of the plant. The predatory bud looked around, saw two bloody corpses, leaned over to one of them, and sank its teeth into it. Soon, only the legs of the impudent Li Fan were sticking out of the flower's mouth. The plant had almost completely chewed up and swallowed the bandit. The second bud took on the gang leader, and after a few minutes, the only reminder of the fight was a pool of blood on the stone floor of the courtyard. Xuan shuddered. It was awful. It was clean here now, of course, but he was a bit afraid of something. Fortunately, this thing would recognize its owner. The well-fed flower sighed contentedly. Streams of blood from the people it had just devoured ran down its petals. It looked terrifying. The guy knew that by devouring people, the flower was able to preserve the memories of the dead person for some time, which meant Chu could read them. Zhuan called the good carnivorous boy to him and placed his hand on the flower's head to find out what the bandits knew. He called upon the great force of Qi and asked it to reveal the thoughts and secrets of the recently deceased minds of his sworn enemies. Chu heard the elder tell Li Fan, a member of the family was captured. Another dozen people from the sect are now rotting in the Chu family prison, even brother Ding. The elder gave Li Fan a small ball. He asked what it was. It turned out to be poisonous smoke. The guys were planning to use it. The leader said that he had learned that there was almost no security in one of the Chu family's houses, and that a young master lived there, so they would sneak in there. Here, Zhuan saw how two sectarians approached his estate. After checking the map, the elder said, "They are here. It's time to start." Chu whispered, "Idiots. The toxic smoke is like radiation. This place wouldn't be able to recover from the damage for another 100 years. The boy praised the flower. The good boy had done him a great service. Chu treated him to divine pills and told him to go to bed. Xuan thought, a dozen sectarians. It seems the tournament was very fruitful, but events forced the enemies to act more actively. Perhaps this was not the first assassination attempt. Zhuan survived only thanks to luck. He overcame the barrier, feeling the danger growing outside the walls of the house. Time flew by. More than a month had passed since Zhuan lived in exile. The system rewarded him with a large number of pills, elixirs, and tablets. The guy already had several different types of weapons in his arsenal, but this was still not his most important achievement. The main thing is that Chu Xuan was able to discover in himself an amazing, extremely rare and useful talent, inner vision. It all happened soon after his breakthrough. At first, it was just darkness. Zhuan didn't even realize that it was his inner vision. Little by little, a glimmer of light began to appear in the darkness, and over time it grew brighter and brighter, flaring up with renewed vigor. Finally, the light filled Chu Xuan's entire inner mental space. This was the first stage of gaining vision. Then something incomprehensible began to appear inside the space of his mind's eye. At first, the guy discerned a blurry spot in the distance. Over time, this spot turned into a tiny grain of sand, but the grain of sand continued to grow, becoming larger and larger. The reward for the day was the book The Art of Kisan, which is a technique for external protection and internal spiritual preparation. Xuan had the impression that the system was selecting rewards specifically for his level of learning, knowing all his pros and cons. But this technique seems to work at all levels of development. With it, Chu can protect himself from the damned cultists who do not allow him to sit peacefully at home. A messenger knocked on the gate of the large main estate of the Chu family, shouting to the old master that a message had arrived from the mountain. After reading the letter, Chu Tianming was surprised. Could it be that their old butler was also in cahoots with those evil sectarians? The head of the family ordered that the spy family be provided with resources, and a messenger reported that about a dozen more members of the Chu family were injured. The old man cursed, "They need to unite with the three great families against this scourge. Then we'll see how long these sectarians can continue to run amok." Meanwhile, Chu Xuan continued to cultivate, immersing himself in practices every day, tirelessly raising his level. Suddenly he heard the ringing voice of his little sister Yun. She, as always, entered and called out to her 13th brother with a smile. The guy was very surprised. Had Sister Yun already returned? He didn't expect her to finish her training so quickly. The girl smiled and said that she really wanted to visit him and brought him excellent tea from the mountains. His brother should try it. But Xuan said that he did not want to drink, and asked Sister Yun to tell him what she had seen when she came down from the mountain recently. The sister shouted angrily that if the tea gets cold, it will become tasteless, and that the brother should drink it right away and not spit it out. With these words, the girl began pouring freshly brewed tea from a pot-bellied teapot onto her confused and protesting brother. The boy woke up in bed, still screaming at Sister Yun to stop, while something was actually pouring on him. Juan jumped up and gasped in surprise, his eyes widening, some strange yellowish liquid dripping from his face and hair. The young man sighed. What a nightmare. It was just a dream. But wasn't he training? Chu didn't even remember when he managed to fall asleep. Running his hand over his face, he wondered why his face was wet and why it smelled so disgustingly bad. Suddenly, a white, smiling cat's face appeared right in front of Xuan's face, and the animal greeted its owner with a meow. The guy realized that cat urine was dripping down his face, and he yelled angrily at the animal, asking what this brainless cat had done. The system then informed him that Xuan was depressed and needed stress relief, so he was kindly rewarded with a relaxation cat. The guy was puzzled. This animal urinated on his face. He needs to train the kitten to use the litter box so that it doesn't wake him up like that every day. The kitten meowed pleasantly. Xuan thought that he was actually very cute and was worried that the guy would die of depression. After several days of training, Chu saw a whole piece of land. It was no longer a grain of sand, but real fertile soil. But still, this piece of land remains empty in the endless starry space of the vast and mysterious cosmos. Suddenly the guy saw something very strange. He just said that there was nothing there. But what is this? What kind of UFO is there? It turned out to be a kitten's paw, so that's what it is. External objects can affect internal vision. I didn't get to stare at the little green men. Xuan scooped up the kitten and sternly warned it for the 1000th time that it shouldn't bother him during training just because it was so cute. But the cat made a dissatisfied face and pointed his clawed paw at the empty bowl, meowing expressively. The guy frowned. It seemed he forgot to feed the pet. Xuan immediately apologized to the cat, saying that no one is perfect. In response, the little animal released its claws from its soft paw and ran them across the cheek of its hapless owner, meowing indignantly. Xuan poured some treats into the kitten's bowl, and it began to eat, smacking its lips with relish, no longer paying attention to Chu. The guy taped up his scratched cheek and thought resentfully, this rascal didn't even say meow, so feed him after that. And then the young man heard someone knocking loudly at the gate of the estate. He wondered who it was. Servants usually didn't knock. Chu asked them to come in right away. They had already gotten used to leaving food in the yard if Xuan was not visible. His sister had not returned yet, and the sectarians were definitely not so polite. The guy decided that if a person was knocking, then everything wasn't so bad, so he headed to the gate to let the polite guest in. Xuan's elder brother Chu Qing stood at the threshold of the estate. After greeting him, he asked his 13th brother how he was. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Xuan's mouth dropped open in surprise. The most promising young master of the Chu family had come to him, an amazing honor. The young man invited his elder brother to the table and offered them some tea. Qing politely thanked the exile and sat down at the table. And then Xuan remembered, that's right, his sister had said that Qing wanted to visit him, but he didn't think that the elder would come so soon. Qing replied, despite his business, he had to do it. If it weren't for Xuan, their family would still not know that there were rats among them. The young man laughed cheerfully and replied carelessly that Qing was exaggerating his merits, since he had done nothing wrong. Suddenly the elder brother said seriously that he wanted Xuan to come down from the mountain with him and help him deal with this misfortune. The younger one was taken aback. He didn't expect that Qing would say such a thing. How could he go down? He definitely wasn't going to do that yet. The usually serious Qing smiled. Yes, come straight down from the mountain. They want to unite with the major families in the fight against evil. The elder brother explained that Xuan would gain experience, and at the same time, they would overthrow the evil. When he did this, the grandfather would be happy to return the boy to the family. Xuan stuttered as he replied that he couldn't come down the mountain yet, because then he wouldn't be able to continue working with the system. Qing thought that his younger brother did not want to run away without his grandfather's knowledge, and suggested asking his permission for Xuan. The young man replied that he understood Qin's good intentions, but he did not like this. He would only be able to wash the shame from his name when he truly deserved it. Qing was shocked by the 13th brother's answer, so that's it. He clearly underestimated his little brother. He turned out to be not so insignificant. The elder admitted that he was wrong. He never thought that Xuan's spirit would be so strong, and he had already come up with all sorts of schemes here. As he left, Qing told the younger man that it might be months before they met again, and asked him to take care of himself and beware of the sectarians. The guy also added that the grandfather was angry with Xuan, but he did not feel any hostility towards him, and asked him not to hold a grudge against the old man. After seeing Qing off to the gate, Xuan wished him good luck, promised to carry out all his orders and not to be offended by the head of the Chu family. The young man closed the gate behind his older brother, and, oddly enough, this visit greatly moved him. His family has not forgotten him. Xuan leaned against the closed gate and sighed with relief. It was finally over. He was so nervous. A secret spy was watching Xuan's elder brother from the bushes and was surprised to see Chu Qing near the estate. The spy thought, so that's it. The elder one came to visit his brother. The villain promised to come for Qing when he dealt with the brat. As soon as Qing disappeared into the distance, a sectarian spy quickly flew out of the bushes and headed towards the estate where the younger Chu lived. It was the deputy leader of the local sects, Lu Qian, who wanted to take advantage of the weak and unsuccessful son of Chu Luo. If Chu Luo returned home and found out that his son had been exiled from his family and then killed by the sectarians, he would be incredibly angry at old man Tianming. The villain was sure that if he could control this brat, the whole family would be under his control, and Xuan would return to the ancestral home with poisonous smoke. Even if the boy wasn't allowed back, the smoke from here could still conquer the entire Chu family, which was a great opportunity. Lu Qian jumped over the fence of the estate and quietly entered the outer courtyard of Chu Xuan's house, whom he considered a weakling. The sectarian even felt a bit shameful fighting with Xuan. Qian was confident that he had no equal in secret work and was impossible to detect. But Lu Qian was too self-confident, and his presence in the younger Chu's estate was discovered by the kitten the system had given the boy. Walking around the courtyard, Lu Qian saw that there weren't even any guards in this house, so why were they hiding at all? Junior Chu was no match for him. The deputy leader of the secret cult laughed. It was time to act. He activated the talent Great Breath, Rope Key. Opening the gate to the inner courtyard, the cultist launched his ghostly rope of Qi into it in search of his victim. Soon, indignant shouts and swearing were heard from behind the gate. The guy asked in bewilderment what the hell was going on. On the stone slabs of the courtyard, the youngest master of the Chu family was writhing, bound with a ghostly rope, shedding tears. Lu Qian laughed contemptuously. He advised the boy not to even try to escape. He would not be able to get rid of these bonds. Suddenly, the cultist noticed with surprise that his captive's body was getting smaller, but he couldn't possibly possess such techniques. Suddenly, the guy's body exploded. Lu Qian covered himself with his hand in confusion. The sect member cursed. He didn't understand what was happening here. Xian was confused about what kind of ability this was. It couldn't be key transformation. It was too strong for such a brat. At this moment, Chu Xuan's white kitten suddenly jumped onto the unexpected guest's shoulder, and the sectarian shuddered, wondering what this new misfortune was. The animal instantly released its blade-like claws and began to hit Lu Qian in the face with a force that was unexpected for it. The master of disguise of the secret cult lost consciousness from the blows, and the kitten became very cute again and called for its owner with a meow. After leaving the house, the guy told the pet that he had real death paws. He praised the kitten. He thinks surprisingly quickly. Xuan smiled. Next time he wouldn't have to scold the cat for pestering him during class. He was not only cute, but also helpful. Chu leaned over Lu Qian. He was the deputy of the local sectarians. Letting him go wasn't the best idea, nor was giving him to his family. And then he remembered about the flower. Xuan told the flower that there was work for him, and immediately a green, powerful sprout appeared from the ground. A few minutes later, a carnivorous, toothy flower bloomed in the courtyard of the estate, which could instill terror in anyone. The satisfied plant immediately grabbed the lifeless sectarian at its owner's command and greedily sucked him inside. The guy decided to see what was going through Lu Qian's head when he came here, and why these sectarians were constantly pestering Xuan. Here one of Chu's servants reports that after 3 months the family did not realize that he was a sectarian. Lu Qian praised him and ordered him to continue. Here, the deputy leader of the cultists hands one of the agents some poisonous smoke, warning the servant to use it with caution. After the tournament, the sectarians were perplexed as to what had happened to the Chu family and why there had been no news from there for a long time. Xuan understood, so it was the same group as last time. And again there was smoke. Then the system announced that the guy received a reward for killing a cultist. The lands in Xuan's inner eye had grown noticeably, but were still bare. It seemed the training had borne fruit after all. And yet it seemed to the boy that the land of his inner vision was empty. Would anything else appear if he continued training? But in any case, Xuan clearly felt that his spiritual power had increased, but he had not yet been able to test the 2 new techniques he had received. Soul Seal and Sword Technique are imperial techniques. It is said that there are no people in this region who can use them. This means he needs to quickly break through to the next level, even though it's a long road. But Xuan still has nothing else to do. One of the sectarians asked what had happened to Lu Qian, why there was no news from him. Had Chu really discovered him and eliminated him? One of the supporters of the secret cult doubted this, since there were no messages from anyone from the lands of Chu about this fact. But what happened then? Lu Qian didn't do anything he planned. Did he really betray them? He knows what happens when you betray. Perhaps Lu Qian is waiting for an opportunity to release poisonous smoke into the heart of the Chu clan, which is why he has not sent word to the sect. A local sect council member exclaimed, "Chu is too arrogant. We need to report this to the higher-ups and send someone strong to them." The girl asked if they disturbed the higher-ups. Would they get into trouble in the future, and would the royal court still value them? The local sect leader said, "The Chu family is really bullying them. There is no need to wait for a chance. They must act now." The pride of this generation, Chu Qing, leads the operation against their cult. Old man Qian Ming uses the sect to train his young masters. But the old man doesn't know what will happen if Chu Qing dies. The leader ordered to find this brat. He himself will sprinkle his hands with his blood. Having bowed respectfully to the leader, the strongest local supporters of the secret cult scattered in different directions. The old sect member knew they wouldn't be able to find Lu Qian unless he contacted them himself. But what should they do? How could they find the deputy leader? All that remains is to use the pearl. With its help, it will be possible to find out whether Lu Qian is alive at all or has already been killed by enemies. The old man crushed the pearl in his fist and sent a mental message to Brother Lu to respond as soon as he received the message. Another sunny day arrived. Xuan was in a great mood, his level was rising, and the sectarians no longer showed up. Seeing a servant on the threshold of the estate, the boy exclaimed joyfully. As soon as he thought about food, the messenger immediately appeared. Xuan asked, "Apparently something happened in the big house. Today the food is tastier than usual," the servant confirmed. "There is great joy there." The young master led the clan to fight the villains, and it was a great success. The master was so happy that a feast was held. Xu Xuan was surprised. Qing defeated the sectarians so quickly, among whom there were many strong masters. It looked very strange. The members of the local council of the secret cult gathered again in the cave. The mood of the sectarians was depressed, and they remained silent. Finally, the old man told his comrades that Lu Qian was most likely dead. He sent him a message through the pearl, but there was no answer. The seasoned warrior chuckled. Well, at least he didn't betray them. The old man cut him off. That's not the point at all. Who could have killed him? The girl reminded them that they still hadn't heard of any battles on the Chu lands, so how could such a warrior simply disappear? The leader roared. This joint attack of the clans had dealt them a huge wound. They had lost the stronghold and 4 elders of the Void Realm. Half of these losses were caused by the Chu clan. It seems their strength cannot be underestimated. The sect will not act against the Chu clan for now. They would report the Chu family's actions to the king, let the demon court take care of them, and the sect would direct its forces to other clans for now. Xuan almost choked on his food when he heard the servant's story, which brought the recluse fresh news from the outside world. The guy was amazed that after such a thorough cleaning, there were still sectarians in the house, and how strongly they had occupied the clans. The servant sighed. The land of the Huo family's ancestors was torn apart by poisonous smoke and fire. A third of the land was damaged. The grass in the fields was ruined by the devils. Hundreds of Ho's men were killed and wounded. Who would have thought that the cultists would begin to take revenge so quickly? Everyone relaxed after the victory. The servant reported to the head of Chu Tianming that the masters in the vicinity of the family lands had returned, and the rest were halfway home. The old man sighed. That's good. We must not forget to strengthen patrols and security. They must not repeat the mistakes of the Ho family. The servant bowed and informed his master that 15 new posts had been added to the ancestral territory, and patrols had also been strengthened. Tianming praised him and asked where Chu Qing was. It turned out that the guy had led the cleanup operation and was returning to Bohui County. It is far from the ancestral home, but the clan elders are with the young master, and he will return safe and sound. Old man Tianming was tormented by one question. After all, it was their family that started the campaign against the sectarians, so why did they start taking revenge on Huo? Perhaps this was a diversionary tactic to lull the Chu family's vigilance, and the cultists were already very close. Chu Xuan thought the same thing. He was sure that the sectarians would not let this go and would soon attack the Chu family again. The servant assured Zhuan that most of the enemies had retreated, and they had strengthened their guards. Not a fly would enter the Chu lands without permission. The Chu warriors destroyed more than half of the cultists. It was only a matter of time before the rest were found. A guard post was also set up near Xuan's house. The guy laughed. Now his skin was safe. It seemed that from now on, Xuan would live peacefully under the watchful protection of his family. It had been 6 months since Zhuan had settled in his Chu family's secluded manor, and his level had risen significantly. The young man heard a frightened bird fly off the branch, shedding tears, and was almost caught by Zhuan's gluttonous cat. The angry kitten cursed, missed again. The tasty tender lunch flew away. Now this bird can no longer be caught. Zhuan said with a laugh that Blackie had screwed up again. Now the boy could perfectly understand animals and feel everything around him. The offended animal frowned and answered the owner that he had released the bird on purpose and that he had no need of it at all. The guy asked if Blackie really didn't understand. He had already reached the kingdom of emptiness, although his inner eye hadn't opened completely. Xuan has learned to perceive a distance of more than 100 kilometers around with his aura, so there is no point in lying to his master. Suddenly, a strange wave of emotions washed over the young man. He clenched his teeth, not far from his estate. Someone's emotions were overflowing. The furious waves poured out almost from the very gates of the house. The sensitive Zhuan could not help but feel this emotional explosion. He decided to check what was going on there and mentally followed the bright stream of energy that literally pierced his aura. The stream came from a nearby small forest, which began right behind the gates of the estate and tightly surrounded the dwelling. Plump lips appeared before Juan, yearning for a kiss. The guy said, "Darling, if love is poison, then she is its antidote." An ardent lover told his girlfriend that without her he would have already died, and she, affectionately fighting back for appearances, called him a liar. The suitor pulled the beauty, who was blushing with embarrassment, towards him and whispered that he was a lonely iceberg, and she was making him melt. The gentleman passionately exclaimed that he was a wild beast, and the beauty tamed him. She laughed merrily and called her friend a little animal. Xuan gritted his teeth and frowned, mentally calling the passionate gentleman a dog's brat. This Casanova Chu was already getting on his nerves. The lover circled around the beauty and exclaimed that the girl was a rag and he was dirty water, and begged her to wipe him off to absorb him. He whispered that if something was destined to happen, then why resist? His girlfriend pushed him away and told him to stop. Juan could hear the passionate sighs and gasps of the young people in love. It seemed the girl was almost ready to surrender to her boyfriend. Juan angrily exclaimed that they should not dare to do this on his territory. The seventh brother knows that he is alone here, as if in a cell. The elder brother deliberately does this right under Xuan's nose, and the angry boy decides to be merciless with the seventh. Xu Xuan sent his aura towards the lovers who were secluded in the woods and loudly told them to quickly get out of there. But the lovers didn't pay any attention to the shout. Then the younger Chu realized that he needed to use physical force. After breaking the tree branch, Xuan's aura painfully slapped the Chu family's seventh son on the butt, causing the suitor to flinch. The amorous young gentleman clenched his teeth in pain. The girl giggled, calling him a little devil. He was already very close to success. Having received a blow from a branch on his soft spot, the seventh son turned his head around in fear, asking if there was really someone there. After making sure that they were alone, Xuan's elder brother approached his girlfriend again, whispering that it was because of his love for her that he was in so much pain. He persistently offered the beauty to give herself up to sweet love. The girl blushed with embarrassment, and the suitor pressed his lips to hers. Xuan's insides were boiling. He screamed, "What a nightmare! The seventh can't do this here. Xuan can't, and the seventh can't." Meanwhile, Brother Chu pulled at his beloved's clothes, asking for permission to merge with her into one whole. The girl moaned passionately. Xuan shouted angrily, "It's time to end this. Enough of this bullying. Just a little more and they will make love here." Clenching his ghostly fist, the 13th son exclaimed that the 7th brother was to blame himself. He had driven the young man to this point with his groans and sighs. The guy, inflamed by the fire of love, suddenly felt that his clothes were being torn to pieces. His dress and pants were in tatters. The quiet forest around Juan's estate suddenly echoed with the frightened cries of the failed lover, and the 7th one ran away. Having abandoned the girl, the guy ran and called for help, shouting, "There are ghosts here. These are the ghosts of the sectarians. The House of the Black Moon betrayed them." In response, the angry Juan made an obscene gesture and sent his elder relative away from his home. Having made sure that it was all over, the guy fell into a chair, thinking that he would kick the bucket if they really got to that point. Blackie approached his owner and meowed that he was too sensitive. "You never know what happens in the area. It's part of life and nothing to worry about." The guy didn't understand whose side Blackie was on. After all, it wasn't easy for Juan to go through this, since he couldn't find a girlfriend. Juan thought. The 7th talked about the Black Moon House when he ran. The guy seemed to have read about them. Why did the 7th remember them? For his long period of seclusion, the system rewarded the boy with the Heavenly Sword Sutra, and Juan hoped that things would get more fun from here on out. The guy was immersed in studying the technology the system had given him and didn't notice how night had fallen outside. It was time to go to bed. In the morning, sad news came. Xuan could not believe that Elder Yue Qing had fallen. He was a master of the Void Realm, one of the best in the Chu family. How could this be? The servant who told about this sighed and said that it all happened because the Black Moon House leaked the information. Xuan became wary. Now the servant had mentioned them. He must take the chance and find out more about this Black Moon House. The guy asked the saddened servant what kind of house this Black Moon was. Were they cultists or what? He had heard something about them, but didn't understand. The servant was surprised. Did the young 13th master really not know? They had always been informants for the Chu clan, and now they had betrayed them. Everyone knows that the Black Moon has its heart turned to the darkness, but it is mysterious and powerful. Its influence has spread throughout the region, but no one knows where its headquarters is. No clan would dare to destroy the Black Moon Tower. Xuan asked what the Chu family did in response to the betrayal. The family recalled all direct descendants to the ancestral home to prevent them from being killed by the sect. The Qin and Chu families made a deal with the Black Moon. For a huge price, Black Moon will no longer accept orders from the sect, and the Chu family will once again be the first to receive information about the villains. The guy smiled. If Qin has a plan, then he shouldn't worry about the sectarians, and he will sit at home and study the techniques for now. During his 7 months of seclusion, the system gifted Zhuan a small 5-element formation and a formation plate. The young man knew very well that anyone who could create a formation in the southern region had great strength, and he could master this technique. The whole problem is that the lower the master's cultivation level, the weaker his formation and the weaker the disc. After carefully studying the book with the theory of the technique, Chu Xuan still decided to try it. It was not for nothing that the system gave him this technique. The guy was satisfied. This formation was strong enough to trap or even kill those who belonged to the kingdoms below. If now an uninvited visitor of no higher than the 4th level of his kingdom shows up at the guy's estate, then there is nothing to fear. Soon it will be a year since Xuan has lived here. The reward for a year will surely be higher than the emperor's scripture, in the worst case, at the level of the heavenly scripture. There was a scream in the Chu main house. Qing was attacked by 3 sect elders, and he was seriously injured. It must be someone close to Chu Qing, a spy of the sectarians. One of the brothers asked permission to go and kick their asses. Xuan studied the book and thought how loud and angry they all were. It seems like they are forcing Chu Tianming to take action. Maybe this is a trick to lead the tiger away from the mountain, the guy sighed. The sectarians might try to attack him again. Xuan decided to use the formation every night so that his sweet sleep would not be disturbed. The 8th month of Xuan's seclusion had passed, and this time the system rewarded the boy with spiritual silk fetters. This is a binding and sealing imperial weapon. Xuan's imagination immediately drew a picture of a bound beauty. With the shackles and formations, even if Xuan was attacked by a 7th level fighter, it would be enough to make him suffer. Just at this time, the sectarians were approaching Chu Xuan's estate. His premonition had not deceived him. They did not give up their attempts to attack. A female cultist who was part of the local sect council asked her companion if Chu Luo's son lived here, and he confirmed it. The sect member smiled predatorily and said that she had an idea. With this little boy, she needed to act not by force, but by cunning. The beauty's companion advised her to forget about Luo's son. They needed to deal with more serious matters. Who needed this outcast of the Chu family? The girl laughed. What if she gives Chu Luo a grandson, and that old bastard Chu Tianming a great-grandson? That's so funny. The beauty's companion shuddered. He thought how disgusting she was, and how such a thing could have occurred to her. And the sect member laughed, wondering if the Chu family would kill her if this happened, or if they would kill Chu Luo's son, or maybe his grandson. If the hapless grandfather returns home one day, what will be the expression on his face when he finds out who his daughter-in-law is? That's funny. The follower of the secret cult grinned wryly and thought that in his place he would have been very angry and would have definitely killed this bitch. The sectarian guy didn't like this idea at all and sadly asked his high-ranking companion, but his refusal was not accepted. The beauty snorted, telling her companion that he didn't understand, because they would make this brat their meek hostage. The guy asked if the Black Moon House would sell their actions to the Chu family as information, since they had made a deal with them again. The girl laughed. How could such honest people do such a thing? If the Chu family had suffered, they would have sold the information for more. Jumping over the fence of Xuan's estate, the sect member said that the Black Moon House was sowing discord in order to maximize profits. Xuan was resting peacefully in the courtyard. He felt that the followers of the secret cult had come for his soul again. How annoying they were. The guy didn't understand why they were interested in him. The 2 strongest in the Void Realm, it seemed like elite fighters were used. The owner of the house silently looked at the sectarians who burst in. The girl playfully told Xuan that he was so handsome. The young man was stunned by what she was saying. It seemed that this cute doll had had all her brains eaten away by dark cultivation. She had stopped thinking. Puffing out her chest, the cultist called the handsome man to her, saying that she really wanted to give birth to a sweet boy like him. The guy's face lengthened. The woman had really lost her mind. She had no brains left at all. She was throwing strange proposals at people. Xuan, not allowing the sect member to get closer to him, shot at the beauty, shouting for the old witch to be cursed. Looking at the dead beauty lying there, the guy sighed and said that he was sick to death of them always pestering him. The girl's companion looked at her body with horror. He didn't understand why Xuan had said that, how old he was, and why he was so strong. The sectarian was overcome by a fit of panic, and his head was pounding with the thought that he had to run away from here immediately while he was still alive. If the boy had killed that bitch with one blow, then there wouldn't be a wet spot left of him. Oh, he felt that this was a very bad idea. Suddenly, the fugitive ran into a barrier, but asked in confusion where the formation came from and whether the boy's father had really returned. Falling to his knees in the middle of the courtyard, the cultist realized that he was trapped, which meant he had to use the poisonous smoke while he was still alive. But he didn't have time to do this either. His body was bound by spiritual silken bonds, not allowing him to move. The sectarian was terrified. The flower was already finishing eating the cultist. Xuan asked how she tasted. The guy assumed that it was terrible, so he apologized to the flower. Chu Xuan exclaimed, how tired he was of these minions of the dark secret cult. How much longer would they continue to interfere here? And then an interesting idea came to his mind. He decided to try out the high-level imperial technique of soul seal. The captured sectarian felt a seal on his forehead, and he thought with horror what it was, what this monster was going to do to him. Suddenly, the prisoner's expression changed dramatically, and his thoughts too. Previously, he wanted to kill Zhuan, but now there was only peace in his heart. Smiling, Zhuan collected the bonds and explained that this was a soul seal. It changed his sensations. He could give the captive a piece of his soul. I wonder if it would be a violation of the system's requirements if the spirit left the courtyard, or if it was better not to take the risk. After all, Zhuan had made great progress. The boy asked the prisoner why they came, and he replied that the sect asked him to bring a stream of magic smoke to harm the Chu family. This smoke will drive weak people crazy. If the Chu family servants are seriously harmed, it will be a great loss for the clan. Xuan chuckled. This time the sect is really ruthless. They brought magic smoke, and it is very difficult to make. The boy ordered the prisoner to return to the cult's lair, release smoke, attack the strongest cultists, kill as many of them as possible, and not reveal anything about the Chu family. The elders of the local sect were outraged. They were moving for the third time already. What was the point? Is this really how villains should act? They were told that if they were discovered, the House of the Black Moon would immediately report their coordinates, and then their wolf heads could be cut open. The leader was shocked by these market squabbles of the high-ranking minions of the Court of Evil. They behaved like children. Jumping up, the leader yelled at those gathered to stop chattering in front of him about all sorts of trivialities, irritating him with their stupidity. Everyone suddenly fell silent and looked at the new leader in surprise, who raged that this Chu family was already getting on everyone's nerves. The gatekeeper announced that the second patriarch of Qin had arrived, and the judge of the Purple Moon Kingdom's sect was also here. The leader of the local sect kindly exclaimed, "What kind of people? What brought them here?" Qin sarcastically replied, "They came to celebrate a happy housewarming." The local sectarians were puzzled as to what Master Qin and Judge Wang Tu were doing here. After all, they were very big shots, so why did they show up? The sect elders were waiting for news from Zhu Qiang and Zhu Yun, who had recently secretly gone to the Chu family with the magic smoke. The leader dismissed the chatterboxes, showing that they were talking too much, especially in front of such serious guests, and everyone obediently fell silent. Qin grimaced. "The people here talk too much." Wang Tu smirked. "They can just kill them to shut them up." The leader of the local sectarians kindly apologized to the patriarch for his people. They were simply very worried about the latest failures. Qin asked if there was really no information from Zhu. The leader replied that it hadn't been long enough, there was no need to worry so much. The local leader was more concerned about why the Purple Moon Judge had personally come here. He replied that they had suffered heavy losses, and they did not like this situation. Because of that old devil Chu Tianming, they lost an entire branch of followers. The head of the sect was Qin's brother. He was also killed. The country is ruled by 4 families, after the latest incident with Chu, Qin, and other families gathered together to strike at the sect. The patriarch suggested that Wang Tu join forces and kill Chu Tianming, but the judge refused, saying they did not have a strong enough man. The local leader smiled. "A young master from the Qin family is cooperating with them. No one from the outside world knows about it." The patriarch growled, "Next time he will go to Chu himself. He has magic smoke. Even if he dies, he will still remain the winner." The leader noticed that the situation was getting tense, and he conciliatorily suggested that they first wait for a response from the Zhu siblings. And then the gatekeeper informed those gathered that Elder Zhu Qiang, whom everyone had been eagerly awaiting, had finally returned. The leader asked Qiang in bewilderment why he was the only one who returned. Where was Zhu Yan? The patriarch strictly demanded that Zhu report. Qiang replied, "They found important information." He returned to report. "Yan is still hiding in Chu territory." The leader sighed. Could Yan really be hiding? And her face was so beautiful. Part of Qiang tried to warn the master not to listen to him. Qian secretly hoped that the master would realize that he was out of his mind and figure out what was wrong with Zhu, since the leader was so smart and attentive. The patriarch asked Zhu Qiang what else. It seemed to him that the guy was not telling him something. Everything inside Qiang jumped with joy, right? Qin drew the attention of the local leader to the fact that something was wrong with the guy. He seemed to be unwell. His whole face was red. Maybe he was sick. But Qiang had placed his hopes on the wisest patriarch in vain. He agreed that they needed to gather a little more information and return to Chu. Suddenly, Zhu Qiang smiled strangely and said that no one would leave here again. This cave would become their common grave. A magical smoke flowed from the sect elder's hand, and he released it right among the local sect leadership and guests. The leader shied away from Zhu Qiang. The head of the district sectarians realized that this was the end. They would not get out of the cave. The dam would kill everyone. The master did not understand what kind of fly had bitten one of the most loyal followers of the cult, the sect elder Zhu Qiang. The judge of the Purple Moon Clan Kingdom exclaimed that Zhu Qiang was a traitor. They had all been waiting for him and hoping for his success. But the sect elder didn't pay attention to anyone. Gritting his teeth, he walked forward like a wound-up mechanical doll. Zhu Qing, with poisonous magic smoke, rushed towards the judge who accused him and shouted that he was ready to die for his master. The sect elder's fist was already rushing towards the judge when he shouted for the guy to stop. He also had magic smoke. Wang Tu opened his mouth and blew out a stream of black smoke. It was different from Zhu Chang's smoke. The guy laughed loudly. Sheng shouted, "Whatever the cult, such is the protector. Resistance is no stronger than one hand." Tu cursed. "Da Zhu has gone crazy. The Chu family will be destroyed." One of the pillars of the local sect continued to laugh, but they, a bunch of weaklings, would never be able to cope with the Chu family. The guy showed the cultists an obscene gesture and said with a laugh that no one in the whole of Qin could defeat him, that's for sure. The judge shouted that Zhu Qiang had gone crazy and that he needed to be killed as quickly as possible before he killed everyone present. The commander of the high-ranking sex guards firmly said that the guards must not panic. These are all the 8 evils of the damned Chu family. Chiang's teacher reminded him that he had raised him from a young age and did not expect that he would repay his kindness in this way by becoming a traitor. The sect council member reprimanded the teacher. "The old man is at it again. Zhu Qiang has already been sentenced to death. There is no point in wasting eloquence." Suddenly, a ray of light flashed on the tip of Zhu Qiang's finger. Everyone gasped. The guy definitely didn't have such talent before. A powerful stream of energy struck the teacher, who had taught the boy from childhood to deceive commoners and cause harm to everyone. Zhu Qiang, whose body was now controlled by Chu Xuan, mercilessly killed the old sectarian who was cultivating evil in young children. The guy chuckled. What nonsense. Fighting back alone, the owner of the body began to be a little amused by Zhuan's calmness. Zhu Qiang's mentor and one of the sect elders suddenly felt someone gently touch his shoulder. This smiling Zhu Qiang asked the teacher, "So what is he talking about? Is the death penalty inevitable? How is that possible?" The mentor, with a trembling voice, asked the others not to leave him, but the sectarians replied that they did not want to go to the next world with him. The sect elder scolded Zhu Qian, saying, "What's going on? Old bastard Tian Ming hasn't reached the level where he can control someone else's body." The boy grabbed the mentor by the hand and, with a smile, suggested that he try to carry out the sect council's sentence. Zhu Qiang smiled. He didn't expect that in the end only the mentor would remain. He cursed and asked for permission to talk to the others. The Purple Moon Cult Kingdom's judge called out to the mentor and asked why he didn't pull him out of there first. Tears gushed from Chiang's eyes. In this dangerous time, the mentor decided to accompany him until the very end. How touching. Sobbing, the guy said, "Who would have thought they were not born on the same day, but the promise to die on the same day is very serious." Judge Wang Tu reminded himself again, "Why doesn't Zhu Qiang pull him out first? He doesn't need him. He belongs to another cult." Chu Shen smiled and said through Zhu Qiang's mouth that the time had come. He would die, but he would take all the other sectarians with him. Zhu Qiang's consciousness was horrified. He realized what Chu Shen was going to do. Gathering energy inside his body, he turned him into a bomb. There was a deafening explosion, and by that time the leader of the local sect had managed to escape from the cave, but everyone else died. As he walked away from the site of the horrific explosion, the leader thought with a grin that it seemed like it was time for the sect to move again. The system praised the guy. He destroyed the cult without leaving his home, for which he received a reward of 10 years of training. Getting out of bed, Chu Xuan stretched sweetly. He had slept well after being able to blow up the sectarian's lair. The guy smiled contentedly. It was really cool. He really managed to completely control Zhu Qiang. But still, after overcoming the limit, it seems that the growth of strength immediately slowed down noticeably, although the progress is simply amazing. If this continues, within a year he will already be very strong, but this will not be enough to cope with the skill of the villain court. Although Zhuan still has little strength, he has pills given to him by the system as a reward. By taking these spiritual steroids, he will become the strongest man in the Qin state. The guy swallowed a few pills. Suddenly, Chu Shen felt a strange rumbling in his stomach. These pills had some strange effect on him. Maybe the guy took too many of them at once, but he felt visibly ill, as if he had swallowed spoiled food. Swaying slightly, Xuan walked up to the wall and then vomited, everything he had eaten immediately flying out, staining the floor. Having recovered from a strong and painful attack of vomiting, the guy sighed heavily, wondering why he was being punished like this. But that wasn't all, Xuan cursed, feeling his stomach turning. Was there really another round? The young man felt like he could barely stand on his feet. He quietly said that he needed to finish his exercises for today and go to sleep. And then the guy's attention was drawn to a small bird that was chirping loudly and cheerfully on a tree near the house. Xuan instinctively waved his hand towards the tree, thinking about the small songbird that Blackie was trying to catch. At that very moment, the frightened bird appeared in Xuan's hand, and he was amazed that he had really moved forward so quickly. It seems that this is all thanks to the new kingdom. Here his powers increase many times more. It's simply amazing. Apparently, old man Chu Tianming should be at the same level now, the guy smiled. He is one of the best in the Qin territory. Xuan chuckled. He was even lucky that he was from the Chu family. They feed him for free. He has a house. Even the servants sometimes clean for him. Having covered the estate with magical protection, Chu Xuan began to snore peacefully. Now the guy was quite satisfied with his life in this world. An honored guest arrived to see the head of the Chu Tianming family. A representative of the Black Moon House respectfully greeted the master. The old man chuckled. Wang Cheng himself came out of his hiding place to greet him. What made the spy do this? Tianming shouted that Chang was guilty of attacking his family. He was ready to tear the spy's head off for this. Wang tried to calm Chu down. The head of the family shouted and reminded Wang Cheng that he had sent a message saying that he had important information about the Chu family. Tianming frowned and suggested that the spy get straight to the point without further ado. Master Chu was not particularly patient. The old man poured himself some tea and prepared to listen to the message from the representative of the powerful Black Moon House, Wang Chan. But the spy said that this information was worth 1 million spiritual stones, and old Tianming almost choked on his tea. Chu flared up, and since Wang didn't want to receive 1 million pieces of shit, the spy suggested that the old man listen to half of his information first. And then the boss can pay if he thinks it's worth it. Mr. Chu knows what magic smoke is. Tianming placed a bag containing 500,000 crystals on the table and demanded that Wang Chang speak. The spy reported that he heard that a cult judge from the Purple Moon sect had come to the local sectarians because of the Chu family. There was a tense pause. The old master became wary. The sectarians alone were not enough for them. Would more join them? Frowning, Chu asked the spy if he would continue speaking, and Wang smiled and suggested that the old man continue paying. Now 1 million lay before Wang. Chu ordered the traitor to speak. He reported, the judge brought magic smoke to take revenge on Chu. The old man frowned. Was that all? Such information wasn't worth 1 million. The spy said he wasn't finished yet, but he didn't have to continue. Wang added that the Chu family was well guarded, so along with the smoke, the cult received 2 pieces of underground void fabric. Tianming asked if Chan was sure of this information. He smiled. He is a businessman. How can he sell unverified information? If the information turned out to be incorrect, Wang Chang promised not only to return the stones, but also to pay 3 times the amount in compensation. In addition, Wang has a magic weapon to deal with the magic smoke, but the head of the Chu family coldly thanked Chang. The old master's eyes flashed. If he found out that Wang had sold this void cloth, then the spy would never be able to pay back the 3. Turning his back to the guest, Tianming said that he had business and casually said goodbye to the representative of the Black Moon House. The head of the Chu family cursed. This scoundrel Wang sold him essentially the same information, only at twice the price. Tianming gritted his teeth. It was too late to turn back now, but when he was freer, he would destroy the Black Moon House. Yun came to visit the 13th brother again. She reported that a powerful cultist had arrived in their lands to sow chaos. Xuan replied, "That's interesting. That's probably why he's been noticing Void Realm cultivators around his house lately." The girl added that she had heard that the sect had also acquired a magical weapon that could conceal their movements. Junior Chu asked in surprise if this was true, and thought that he would have to be more careful with his aura now, as it might be noticed. The guy thought, the head of the family patrol on the outskirts of the territory should use the sphere of emptiness and the camouflage device. Yun brought him out of his reverie. She asked her brother to return with her to the ancestral home. She would persistently beg her grandfather for mercy. But Xuan said that he was fine here, in his bed, and he had no intention of going back and seeing old man Chu Tianming's face. The girl's eyes grew sad. She said that their clan was now in great danger. The guy asked in surprise why this was. Yun explained that the cult wanted to act, and Xuan was so far from home. The representative of the Black Moon House himself told grandfather about it. The guy was surprised how they could act. The local headquarters of the sectarians was destroyed. What else could they do? It was strange. Yun heard that a great man from the sect came to the land of Chu with a magical smoke that was so poisonous that even just touching it would kill you. Xuan asked his sister when it was. She replied, "Master Wang of the Black Moon said that this person arrived today." It is not surprising then that the servants are on patrol. It seems the head of the family has tried to protect his possessions from the cult as much as possible. If it weren't for Zhu Qian's timely attack on the main local sectarians, the Chu clan would have long since been engulfed in hellfire. The girl asked her brother not to be angry with his grandfather, to go home right now, to say something good, and he would not leave Xuan alone. But the guy was categorically against it. Yun answered well, and sat down on Xuan's lounger. He asked in surprise what she was doing. The little sister cheerfully replied that she would stay here with her 13th brother, and would not return home until he changed his mind. This came as a surprise to the young man, and he bewilderedly asked Yun to be smart and come back. The 13th brother would be fine. The girl asked, what if the cultists came, and there was no one near Xuan? They could kill his little brother. The boy replied that it didn't matter. He could take care of himself, but his older sister's stubbornness was starting to irritate Xuan. Yun smiled cheerfully. She sincerely loved her little brother, and due to her character, she could not be serious for long. She got up from Zhuan's favorite lounger and approached her brother again, still hoping to persuade him to go with her. The girl was surprised that her brother was so optimistic, while their entire family was in a state of serious anxiety and even panic. She hoped that if something happened, Zhuan would stay in a safe place and not do anything rash. Zhuan modestly replied that he would never dare to do anything. He was not good enough to fight the cult master. The guy assured Yun that he would take care of himself and asked if she would now leave, but the girl replied with a smile that she was staying here. Xuan's older sister stretched out on his bed and said, "It's nice here," the guy laughed. "Yun is too willful." The girl's gaze fell on Blackie. She whispered, "What a cute little cat. Did his brother really find him here?" Xuan grabbed his head. The leader gathered the elders of the Chu clan. Before the cult attacked, they had time to prepare. They entrusted the guard to the masters of the Void Realm. But they still need to be more vigilant. They need to lure the enemy deeper into the clan. Then they will kill all these freaks. One of the elders reminded the master that the youngest, the 13th son, lived on the edge of the clan and could be attacked. Tianming replied that he asked Chu Yun to talk to Xuan. If he did not return to the big house, then he just needed to keep an eye on him. If Chu Shen were to die at the hands of the dark cultists, it would tarnish the impeccable reputation of his very powerful father, Chu Luo. The next morning, going out into the yard, Xuan saw Yun smiling. She wished her brother good morning. He was surprised. She got up so early. The girl explained that she hadn't seen anyone from the sect yet, but she still had to train a lot. The guy understood that it was no wonder the old man loved her so much. While walking around the estate, Yun accidentally saw one of Xuan's technique books, given to the guy by the system as a reward for his seclusion. The girl was amazed. This was a very rare technique. She asked the 13th brother why he needed such an amazing book. He doesn't seem to practice at all. Where did these techniques come from? Xuan reminded whose yard this was. After all, his father lived here. The guy modestly said that he simply decided to look at his practices that remained here, and Yun was satisfied with this explanation. With Zhuan's permission, the girl immersed herself in studying the practice and continued to diligently study according to her program. Relatives were worried about Tianming. He had been walking back and forth in the yard for 3 days already. All this time he had not drunk or eaten, pacing the yard. The interlocutors admired the old man, as befits the master of the house. Even in such conditions he was cheerful, and it was interesting to know what was troubling him. Enraged, Tianming approached his interlocutors and asked if he couldn't speak more quietly, or if he thought the old man was deaf. Cursing, the head of the family barked at them to either tell the news or get lost and not irritate him with empty chatter. The old man was burning with impatience. For 3 days there had been no news. No matter how shameful the cult was, these vile creatures could not fight him one-on-one. Tianming demanded that the elders of the Void Realm come out and find out what this evil cursed sect was planning. Chu Xuan, who heard his grandfather's screams with his aura, patted his ear and irritably noticed how loud Tianming was. A spy from the sect came to Wang Tu and reported that the local cult had been destroyed and that he could not attack the Chu family now. Van was surprised how this happened. The guy replied that there was internal unrest in the sect. Their gathering place was completely destroyed. It is said that Zhucheng exploded like a firework, painting the rooms blood red, and the cult judge went crazy from the sight. The guy noticed that after these events, Wang Cheng now owed the Chu family, and he was sincerely surprised at why he owed them. Winking at the boy, Van cheerfully asked if he didn't want to make some more money, and he asked in confusion if Chan hadn't promised them. The representative of the Black Moon House frowned. The boy was making fun of him. He was going to deprive him of his bonus for talking like that. Wang Cheng said that problems were brewing in the Black Moon House. The young man asked the master what to do. He replied that it was up to the boy to decide. Even though they screwed up, they can use the new information to their advantage, and then their house's reputation will not be in any danger. Placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, Wang Cheng said that the cult was dangerous, but he still needed the young man to go there again as soon as possible. Chushen knew very well that old man Tianming would soon find out about the cult, and the boy was afraid that the Black Moon would start to act. The guy smiled. He was already 1 level higher. Chu Yun would soon also overcome a new threshold. The enemies of the Chu family would have a hard time. If Xuan could take over the Black Moon House, everything would be under control, but unfortunately, he doesn't have that opportunity now. A servant from the big house came in with a large basket in his hands and told the young master that he had brought him and Yun today's food. The boy thanked him and ordered that the food be left there and that he simply leave. The servant respectfully replied, "As the master wishes." Suddenly, Zhuan stopped the servant and asked who else besides the sect could be plotting against the Chu family. Maybe he knew. One of the guards ran up to old Chu Tianming and excitedly but respectfully called out to the old master, who was respected by everyone. The old man turned around abruptly. He asked what had happened. The sect had already attacked them. Well, why was the messenger hesitating? The head of the family frowned. But the messenger replied that he had good news. No one had attacked or would attack. Tianming was stunned. Did they learn anything concrete? The boy answered the teacher. The branch of the sect in their area was completely destroyed. The old man could not believe it, but how could this happen? The messenger confirmed that their meeting place was destroyed. The walls were covered in blood, the yard was full of corpses, and the head of the family asked them not to lie to him. The elders of the Chu family found not only traces of the magical smoke, but also traces of the judge and the elders of the sect. Tianming was perplexed as to who could have done such a thing, especially in the very heart of the sect. This person must be very strong, so the Chu family will no longer have to worry about the magic smoke. Chu Tianming's face twisted into a smile as he recalled Wang Cheng's guarantee and his promise to pay compensation in case of inaccuracy. The old man laughed loudly, the famous Black Moon House and the greedy Wang Cheng. How Tianming wanted to look at his face now. Turning to the messenger, the old master ordered him to go with him to the Black Moon House so that Wang Cheng could not escape the news. Chu Tianming was very eager to see how this supposedly all-powerful spy would pay him triple the compensation. Xuan was walking in the courtyard of the estate. His older sister had been living here with him for several days. The guy felt that both he and Xuan were on the verge of a breakthrough, a little more, and they would need to break through to a new level. Yun, stretching, told her brother that his courtyard was magnificent, here she could devote herself to study and practice, and she already felt success. Xuan advised her to go to the ancestral home to make a breakthrough under protection. The girl smiled. Did he really feel that she would soon make a breakthrough? The young man insisted that she practice at home and also asked that the old man not see the techniques he gave her. The sister promised not to show anything to her grandfather, since Xuan asked so. The guy sighed with relief. That's great. Suddenly Xuan felt that someone was approaching the estate. This person was very strong, and besides, he was not coming here alone. The boy realized with surprise that grandfather Tianming himself was coming towards them. He was the last person Xuan expected to see here. The young man asked in surprise what this old man was doing here. Tianming objected. He was more concerned about why Xuan was still here. The boy replied that he had disgraced the family and therefore remained in exile. But the old man ordered him to quickly return to the home of his ancestors. Unexpectedly, Yun asked her grandfather to stay here too. She would soon make a breakthrough, and her brother was taking good care of her here. Tianming admired how wonderful Yun was. If he did go to his ancestors, the family would have to rely on her. Yun smiled sweetly in response. She has older brothers. All of them are worthy masters, so she definitely won't be alone. The old man chuckled. If all her relatives were like the 13th brother, then the family would come to an end. They would be crushed by others. Tianming looked at his grandson with disdain and said that if Chulo knew what Xuan was like now, he would regret becoming his father. For a second, the boy lost control and angrily asked his grandfather what he was saying. At that moment, his aura flared brightly. Surprised, Tianming asked what kind of power flashed by. Xuan cursed mentally. Yun was surprised. What kind of power? Finally, the old man decided that it was just his imagination. In fact, Xuan's aura was very weak, weaker than all the other young masters. Tianming repeated that it was just his imagination. Xuan could not have become a master of the realm of harmony. He had not seen such a one for many years. Still, the old man began to have suspicions. But this was not something that needed to be discussed in front of his subordinates. Everything needed to be clarified later. The head of the family told his grandchildren that he had business at the Black Moon House, so it was time for him to go. Yun cheerfully wished her grandfather good luck. Tianming told Xuan that he would be punished with 50 lashes of the cane, then return to his ancestral home. The guy refused, saying that he was fine here and there was no need to worry. The old man snorted with displeasure as he left. Soon, the head of the Chu family, accompanied by a subordinate, arrived at the local Black Moon House to meet with Wang Cheng. For the first time in his life, the information received from the Black Moon turned out to be wrong. Wang objected. The information was not wrong, it was just an accident with the cult. Van didn't like this conversation. How could the information be wrong? What else were those idiots from the sect planning? The old man remembered that this swindler had robbed him of his entire fortune. Now Van owed him 3 times as much. Let's see how he would try to get out of it. Chu Tianming told Wang, Black Moon has always been reliable, but this time they really made a mistake. It is confirmed. Wang Cheng understood that the compensation was small, but the loss of Black Moon's reputation would be a more serious problem, and he would be punished for it. He told Chu that there was important information about the sect. It could be exchanged for 1,000,000 stones. The old man asked if the sect was worth it. The spy smiled kindly, and assured that if Mortar's court wanted to enter the lands of Chu or Qin, Tianming would be the first to know about it. The old man sternly told Wang to tell him everything he knew at once and not test Chu's patience when he had already screwed up so badly. Wang Cheng replied with a smile, absolutely not. The Black Moon House had always been respected and kept its promises. The spy said that the first vice-patriarch and 2 sect guardians had already arrived in Chu County. That was worth 1,000,000, wasn't it? Tianming clarified that the main one of those who arrived was at the peak of the 8th realm of emptiness, and the guardians were at the 7th realm of emptiness. The head of Chu asked if Wang knew the location of the visitors. The spy smiled. This is another piece of information, the old man snorted. This information is not worth $1 million. Their family would have received a report that intruders had arrived during the day anyway. Wang Chang pushed a piece of paper towards the old man, saying that this was the current refuge of the sectarians, and that high-ranking guests of the cult were also taking refuge there. Taking the paper, Chu Tianming thanked Brother Wang and said that he would now go about his business and wished the spy good luck. Now that the cultists' new secret hideout was known, the old man sought to catch the villains off guard and kill them. In fact, there were already messengers from the evil court at the remote estate, called upon to deal with what was happening in the area. Vice Patriarch Zhang Kui listened to the report that Zhu Qiang had suddenly gone crazy. No one knew why it happened. Master Dong Qian guessed that Zhu Qiang was connected to the Purple Moon, but no one understood how he could cross over to the other side. The Vice Patriarch asked what happened to Zhu Yan, whether she was alive or dead, and if she was dead, then who killed her. No one in the area knew. Dong said that the cult did not suffer serious damage this time, but the Chu family was responsible for the loss of 1/5 of the Qin cult's entire strength. Zhang Kui inquired how the Chu family knew where the hideout was. Master Dong believed that the Black Moon House told them. But the Vice Patriarch doubted it. They were not omnipotent, and besides, it was not their style. They never sold information in the name of the common good. Zhang Kui ordered Qian to get ready. They would be heading to Chu tonight. Dong warned that there were many strong masters in the Chu clan, but Zhang wanted to find out what was going on there, and who was so strong. Since they were against the sect, they should be confident that they would win. The Vice Patriarch had already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Realm, and he threw a ball to Dong, saying that he would go with him today. Dong Qian recognized the ball. It was an escape weapon, a pearl of the void of invisibility, a very rare item. There are no such things in the area. Zhang confirmed that it was true. If Dong was attacked by the Chu clan elders, if he was not killed instantly, he would be able to escape. And when the Chu family warriors realized that they couldn't even wound Dong Qian, they would definitely be afraid of such power of the local master. Night fell on the Chu district, and the sectarians, embittered by their failures, secretly went to the lands of the clan they hated. Xuan was in the courtyard of the house studying the latest technique presented to him by the system. Despite the late hour, the guy was not yet asleep. Fluffy Blackie, having climbed onto his favorite roof, was peacefully snoring not far from his strong but secretive owner. The Vice Patriarch of the evil sect, accompanied by the local master, secretly approached the mansion where Chu Xuan lived. Zhang Kui said that their goal was to infiltrate the Chu family's ancestral home, not to enter it, but to infiltrate it, to become a part of it, unnoticed. Dong guessed that there should be many masters there. Kui felt that the elders of the Chu family were somewhere very close. Dong Qian was surprised that the sectarians were not afraid to go against those whose power was almost as great as theirs, if not greater. After looking at the estate, the Vice Patriarch asked the local master if Chu Luo's son lived here, and Dong Qian confirmed that it was so. Even though the boy is useless in some ways, he is still his cheese, and the sect will benefit from taking him in. There are two options. They can help him break into the kingdom and put him at the head of the family, or send him to the king to learn the dark arts. Zhang Kui laughed and asked if the proud and great Chu family could handle Chu Luo's son going down the evil path and becoming a sectarian. Someday Luo will return home and see his son after a long separation. Let's see if he can kill his own child. Dong Qian cautiously asked, what if Chu Luo went crazy and destroyed the cult for plunging his son into the abyss of sin and evil? Kuai asked his companion what he was afraid of. If anything, they could always run away, just like Luo could kill his own son and relatives. The Vice Patriarch headed towards the manor. It was time to go after Chu Luo's son. They might just kill him, and then old man Chu Tianming. Xuan listened attentively to the speeches of his uninvited guests, and said with a grin, what a pity, are all the sectarians really such idiots? The young man sighed in disappointment. Why is it that before doing something, they don't think at all about the possible consequences? Xuan doesn't even have to leave home to defeat them, but these people are to blame for bringing about their own deaths. The guy smiled. The power of the 9th level of the Void Realm is nothing against him. He must try not to kill them, but to use the Soul Seal. Seeing a dark figure in the courtyard of the house, Dong Qian told his companion that this was the one the Vice Patriarch was looking for. The delighted Zhang Kui exclaimed that they must do what they had planned, and hurried to the son of the hated Chu Luo. But suddenly the Vice Patriarch of the sect felt that he could not move from the spot. He had fallen into the trap prepared by Zhuan. Zhang Kui's face stretched out in surprise. This was impossible. Who could have created a seal so powerful that it bound him? There were no such people here. The sect's envoy tried to free himself, but to no avail, and he realized with horror that he could not activate the Void Pearl. He realized with horror that this pressure was coming from a person from the realm of harmony, but how did Chu end up with such a master? Why did no one know about it? The Vice Patriarch saw Xuan in front of him. His aura was blazing. Zhang stuttered and asked if he really belonged to the Kingdom of Harmony. Dongqian also couldn't move. He asked the master in confusion what to do. He couldn't activate the escape weapon. Blackie, awakened by the noise, took charge of the local sectarian and rushed towards Dongqian with a furious cat cry. Flying up to the guy, Blackie hit him with his clawed paw, knocking out the follower of the evil king's dark court with one blow. Approaching his immobilized and stunned captives, Xuan said that they, the sectarians, were all sick in the head. The guy asked why they kept coming into his estate. Did they really attack him because his father was Chu Chu Luo? Old Chu Tianming came to the Black Moon House again, knocking on the door angrily and asking if anyone was there. Chu didn't understand what was happening to Wang Chang, another intelligence error. This time they should definitely return the stones to him. The head of the Chu clan was furious. He grumbled that this swindler Wang would get it from him. He slipped him fake information. Wang Chang exclaimed, "This is impossible. They couldn't have been mistaken. Chu should understand. Zhang Kui is a living person. He could have left from there. Sooner or later he will return to the shelter. Van cannot communicate anything in an instant, just as people do not act," heeding his words. Tianming growled. Wang had told Zhang that he wanted to kill him. The spy objected. He couldn't do it so quickly. The spy told the head of the Chu family. Zhang Kui suddenly left. He is not far from the clanlands. Nothing else is known. Tianming frowned. Could he go to Chu territory? If the information was wrong again, Wang would have to give an explanation. Wang said quietly, how could his information be wrong? It was always true and reliable. He was never wrong. Never. Chu Shen paced the courtyard, wondering what he should do with these two sect scoundrels who had broken into his home. Looking at Zhang Kui, the guy thoughtfully said, "That's interesting. That means this one is at the 9th level of the Void Realm. Not bad at all." The young man thought that if he killed this one now, the cultists would send an even stronger person here, and that could be a problem. The vice-patriarch glanced sideways at his lifeless companion. Even if this guy's cat was very strong, who would he be afraid of anyway? Zhang Kui bowed politely to Xuan and introduced himself. "He is the first deputy of the cult in Qin," the young man grinned. "And he is not bad. If Xuan can control him, he will interfere with the cult, and he will find out their plans," he said with a smile that he does not intend to kill him. But Zhang Kui didn't believe it. Chu Cholo once said something similar, and in the blink of an eye, he dealt with dozens of cultists. Dongxian woke up. He didn't want to see the death of the worthy vice-patriarch of the sect. It would be better if this guy killed him. Rising to his feet, the local sectarian shouted at Xuan that he too had value, offering his life in exchange for Zhang Kui's. Xu Shen and Zhang Kui turned to look at the guy silently. His unexpected heroism surprised everyone. It was quite funny. But Xuan had already decided everything. He told the captives in a conciliatory manner that the two of them should not argue, and soul seals appeared in front of them. The guy ordered Zhang to stop bothering Chu. He replied that he would restore order in the sect. If anyone disobeyed him, they would die. Xuan ordered Zhang to work hard to become the Qin master. The best way to deal with the sect is to control them. The guy asked about the Black Moon. Zhang replied that even they can't hide their operations from them. Apparently they have a spy tool. Moreover, it is said that the most powerful person in Qin is connected to her. The sectarians believe that this is somehow connected to the House of the Black Moon. Zhuan noticed that this was quite interesting information. The guy felt that Chu Tianming had been informed of Zhang Kui's arrival. The guy told Zhang that he should go. He knew what to do. If he needed anything, he could contact Xuan. Zhuan gave Zhang a plate that would hide them from detection. The boy wanted to check if the Black Moon House could really find out everything. After respectfully thanking the master, the two sectarians under Xuan's control jumped over the fence of his estate and disappeared into the darkness. The young man sighed with relief. Now he could simply rest for a while again. The system congratulated him on conquering the cultist. As a reward, Xuan received the ability to see through illusions, discern the laws of heaven and earth, and with the help of golden pupils, see through the eyes of other people. Xuan's mouth opened in surprise and delight. He was already at the 8th level of the realm of harmony. How incredibly cool that was. The guy smiled. If any more cultists came to him, he would show them what he was capable of. Maybe then they would forget the way here. Junior Chu decided that he must continue training. It is the key to stable growth of strength, and strength brings security. An enraged Chen Ming headed back to the local office of the Black Moon House, seething with rage. Wang Chang shuddered. He was sure that old Master Chu would definitely return to him with new claims. Tian Ming growled. Wang apparently takes him for a fool, or thinks that Chu will not be able to lower the reputation of the Black Moon House. Wang Chang's face fell, and he asked in surprise what Master Chu meant. The reputation of the Black Moon House is as unshakable as a rock. The old man reminded that Wang had taken 1,000,000 stones from him, and the 2 pieces of information that the spy had given him turned out to be empty. Zhang had never appeared on their territory. Wang didn't believe it. It couldn't be. His information was always reliable. He couldn't be wrong again. Zhang was definitely there. Tian Ming sternly asked where Zhang Kui was. He was not at the place Wang had indicated, nor was he in the Chu clan's territory. The old man barked that he had personally inspected everything. Wang Chan's information had turned out to be incorrect, and it was time to return the crystals. The spy frowned and asked the angry Mr. Chu to wait a minute. Wang Chang should check everything himself first. Wang didn't understand what happened to Zhang Kui. Didn't he intend to infiltrate the Chu clan? Did he just give up? It was pointless. Wang Chang asked his secret agent in the sect where Zhang Kui was now. The guy replied that he did not know. He had disappeared. The spy was angry. He didn't know how it was. Soon the guy would have to take responsibility for his mistakes. The guy said that Zhang Kui was on his way to the Chu family last night. They haven't found him yet. It's like he disappeared into thin air. Wang Chang ordered that all people be used to find out as quickly as possible where the vice-patriarch of this damned sect was. Chang didn't understand why that freak Zhang Kui didn't go to the Chu clan. He needed to calm Tianming down, otherwise he, Wang Chang, might lose face. The spy approached the head of the Chu family and said there was no need to be angry. He had already given the order to find Zhang Kui, but Tianming was not satisfied with this. He told Wang that Zhang Kui was a cunning man, and the Black Moon House had already made 2 mistakes, which was why Chu could not get rid of him. Wang reassured the head of Chu, assuring him that Zhang Kui would be dead, and since that was the case, they would help their family get rid of this scoundrel. The old man was doubtful. Zhang Kui was strong and had the Void Pearl, so it wouldn't be easy to kill him. He could always escape. Wang objected. If the pearl was blocked, it would not be difficult to kill him. Tianming smiled, then he would wait for news. The system rewarded Zhuan with the spiritual and true speech technique for being able to cause damage to the Black Moon House without leaving home. The guy wondered if this damage to the Black Moon House could be related to Zhang Kui. Most likely, this is the case. A Xuan thought that these spies would be able to identify him too. It seemed that the Black Moon House was not as powerful as they said. Spiritual speech is a powerful secret art that can mend a broken soul and restore a person's strength. The technique of true speech allows one to force a person to speak the truth. It is also a secret technique related to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Xuan laughed. He received 2 secret arts from the system at once. So many interesting and fun things can be done at home. For his good mood, the system gave the guy another gift, 7-colored divine light. The young man smiled. What a nice day. The young man admired the 7-flower flower. It can help block not only physical but also spiritual attacks. It is beautiful and useful. Zhuan smiled. With this beautiful item he would be safer and could continue practicing without fear. Having received no news from the Black Moon House, Chu Tianming himself came to Wang Chang and angrily asked where Zhang Kui was. The spy was at a loss and honestly told the old man that he didn't know. Tianming asked Wang if he was making fun of him. Wang Chang assured the angry old man that whether Zhang Kui was alive or dead, they would definitely get information about him. It was a matter of honor. The spy didn't understand what was wrong with that idiot Zhang Kui, whether he really just disappeared, but Wang still had to find out about him. Chu didn't calm down. 3 days had already passed, but there was no news. He doubted the information from the House of the Black Moon or Wang's powers. Wang Chang assured Chu that the information from the Black Moon Tower was unique, and his strength was sufficient to find the sect's vice-patriarch. In that case, Chu Tianming agreed to wait another day. Wang Chang kindly walked the old man to the door and said goodbye. Wang Zhang yelled at the agent, "And where is this Zhang Kui? Is he alive or dead?" The guy assumed that the vice-patriarch of the sect was most likely dead. The spy asked the agent if he was sure of this, and he replied, 80%, but Van was worried that he might still be alive. The guy lowered his head and promised to check again all possible places where Zhang Kui appeared and report back immediately. Meanwhile, Xuan studied the received treatises, including a description of the tragic life of the Dark King. In his youth, he castrated himself and began developing powerful techniques, but then learned that the enemy had stronger techniques. Moreover, the enemy married his beloved girl. Then chaos settled in the king's heart. He went mad and changed beyond recognition. The king then decided to sacrifice the blood of 1,000,000 people to get his organ back, the demonic blood technique he created. With the help of this terrible technique, he regained his organ, took revenge on his enemies, and subjugated the girl he once loved. But the beauty only coldly said that the Dark King was simply a weakling compared to her husband, and she would never love a villain. And then the Dark King finally became possessed and soon died. Xuan was surprised. He really had a tragic life. At this time, a servant from the big house entered the gate and informed the 13th master that the leader had ordered him to return home. Xuan grimaced. What was wrong with this grandfather Chu Tianming? Why did he suddenly want to bring him home, when he himself sent him into exile? The guy told the servant that he refused. He was living well here. If he returned now, then all this time would have been wasted. The servant conveyed the leader's words that all their disagreements were in the past, and he could return home, but Xuan repeated that he would not return. The saddened servant went back, saying that nothing could be done. He would convey the words of the 13th master to the head of the family. For refusing to return home, the system rewarded the young man with the tea of understanding the truth. Xuan was delighted, another reward from the system. The true limit is the realization of the true meaning. Tea will help you realize the truth of this world and make a breakthrough to the true limit. Juan smiled. He could only dream of the true limit, but tea would help him realize the truth of this world and make a breakthrough much faster. The guy decided to brew the tea he was given right away to try its effect, wondering what he would feel. The young man raised the mug to his mouth with a trembling hand and took a sip. The tea tasted wonderful and aromatic. Xuan closed his eyes and listened to his inner feelings, as if he was waking up and beginning to see and understand everything differently. Suddenly he realized that he had immediately broken through to the 9th level of the Kingdom of Harmony, and now the true kingdom was just around the corner. Hearing the 13th young master's answer from the servant, the chief flared up, asking what it meant that this boy did not want to return home. Tianming quickly pulled himself together and calmly said, "Okay, if he wants to stay there, let him do it his own way." At the appointed time, the head of the Chu family returned to the Black Moon house again to find out where the sect's vice-patriarch was. Wang Chang told the old man that, according to the information he had received, Zhang Kui was dead and that he was indeed nowhere in this district. Tianming asked if Wang was sure of this and who killed him. The spy assured that there could be no mistake. Most likely he was killed by people not from the Qing country. Wang thought, even if Zhang Kui survived, the Black Moon House would deal with him in an instant, but their information must definitely be correct. As for buying information, Wang is willing to accept Chu's assignment as compensation for previous inaccuracies. Well, since Wang is confident, Tianming will not investigate further, but he wants to ask to find out where his son Luo is. Wang Chang assured the old man that he had personally asked the Black Moon House to take on this matter, and that he would immediately inform him as soon as there was any news. Xu Tianming was satisfied, and politely thanked Brother Wang for the good news and for his promise to help find his missing son. The 10th month passed, and as a reward, Xuan received the mysterious fire bell, an imperial weapon of incomparable power. The guy was delighted. Again, an imperial weapon. This thing even contained technology. Consider that he was already 1 foot in the true kingdom. After drinking a couple more cups of tea, Xuan will be able to break through to the next realm almost immediately. It's incredible. At this moment, Sister Yun entered the room. The girl had been constantly studying and diligently practicing in the silence of the estate. She informed the 13th brother that she had broken through to the 3rd level, all thanks to the instructions of the 3rd uncle. The girl said that the 13th brother should work hard in cultivation and not slack off, otherwise he would disgrace the 3rd uncle. While pouring the tea of understanding the truth, Xuan said, "Yun doesn't understand. He has a good and calm life, but cultivation is nothing but boredom." Handing his little sister a cup, he offered her some tea since she had come so timely. The girl thanked Xuan. Tired from constant studies, Yun happily drank the aromatic, life-giving drink brewed by her younger brother. Suddenly her eyes opened wide and she felt strange changes inside, but these changes were very good. The girl exclaimed how delicious it was, as if this tea had some special effect. Yun felt her body filling with energy. Xuan explained that, of course, this was far from ordinary tea. His father had also left it for the boy, so he could drink it without any problem. The older sister smiled broadly, which meant it was a gift from the 3rd uncle, and then it was clear why the tea had such a magical effect. The guy thought that if he brewed this tea for Yun every day, she would easily break through to the true realm. Yun asked the 13th brother if she thought he never left this place. Xuan replied that he was practicing. The girl was very surprised. She had never seen him cultivate, and he clearly hadn't become any stronger. Xuan said that she misunderstood. He was cultivating his heart. The higher the level of the heart, the higher the physical level. Yun was taken aback. Oh, so the 13th brother is so weak because his heart level is very low. Strange. The guy said that his father told him in secret about this practice. If a person is weak, he needs to see clearly, and then he will instantly raise his level. This practice is not suitable for everyone. That is why Xuan does not return home, but lives here. Yun must understand him. The girl smiled. Then she would no longer ask him to come back and would stop sending for him so that he would not be disturbed. Wang Chang's agent in the sect informed his boss that Zhang Kui was alive, although no one knew where he was or what he was doing. Wang asked how this was possible. The guy said that the vice-patriarch appeared for a moment, but they failed to kill him. He escaped. The spy smiled. It was good that no one knew that Zhang Kui was alive yet. Wang only told Chu Tianming. The representative of the Black Moon House ordered that information about him be continued. It was unlikely that he would simply disappear. Yun had been living in Xuan's estate for quite a long time. One morning she went to see the 13th brother. She needed to talk to him. The girl said that very soon she would be able to break through to the 4th level of the realm, so it was time for her to return. Wan wished her luck and asked her to be careful on the way. Yun cheerfully said goodbye to her brother and went to the ancestral home. The boy hoped that once Yun made a breakthrough, Old Man Tianming would forget about trying to marry her off into the Qing family. After seeing his sister off, Xuan returned to the technicians, sorting through the books. He thought about what useful thing he could read today. Suddenly he felt a familiar feeling inside. He had been through this many times before, now he would be able to make the long-awaited breakthrough. Xuan settled himself comfortably and withdrew into himself, his aura flaring, streams of energy rushing throughout the entire space. After some time, the young man opened his eyes. He was again in his room, the energy flows calmed, he made a breakthrough. He extended his hand and a small rabbit appeared from the clot of energy. Xuan was able to transform the object into reality. This is the distinctive feature of the true kingdom. People below this kingdom cannot know this. It is something created by spiritual forces. For achieving the true kingdom, the system gave Xuan another pet, the golden bird Peng, which shook the heavens. The golden bird Peng is an ancient beast with high speed. It can split the 9 heavenly realms and the 9 underworlds. In terms of strength, this bird is already at the first rank of the true realm, only it is still small, but Xuan did not know when they grow up. Seeing another pet in the owner's house, Blackie meowed indignantly. He did not understand why this bunch of feathers appeared there. The golden bird, Peng, chirped angrily in response. She also did not understand why the owner needed this tailed, clawed monster. The Peng bird spread its wings, and its golden aura flared with fire. It was about to pounce. Blackie the kitten also released his strong blue aura. He was not going to back down and give up the lead to some pathetic bird. Xuan took the pets in his arms and demanded that they stop quarreling. It would be better if they all went for a walk in the courtyard together. After breaking through to the true realm, the guy doesn't need to worry about the sect and enemies. Perhaps after a year of seclusion, he can break through to the Emperor's realm. And when this happens, nothing in Nunzhou Xuan will be scary for him. Oh, how good it is to be a hermit. When he went out into the yard, the guy noticed that one plant needed trimming as it had grown too much and become untidy. Xuan sighed. The only thing missing from such pleasant days was a beautiful and skilled young maid in the house. The system gave the guy another gift. He received a cannon of 10,000 souls and a book of recipes for many different pills. The Canon of 10,000 Souls contains information about all the souls of this world and about places with a wide variety of natural resources. By becoming familiar with the canon, one can know everything that contains the soul, as well as learn about places with riches, even if they were long lost. The Book of Recipes for Many Pills is a collection that contains a huge number of recipes, including ancient ones, as well as methods for cultivating them. Xuan was delighted. The thick books would give him something to do, and he could share the recipes with Yun so she could learn. The boy began looking for a couple of pages that could be given to his elder sister Yun to study magical recipes. After she trains, she will be able to surpass even Chu Qing. When Tianming finds out about this, he will definitely want to keep Yun in the family. Wan Chong stated that Yu Hufa died in Chu County of the Qing state, and the Chu family had a direct connection to this. His interlocutor asked whether he had not died during an internal dispute among a follower of one of the teachings, and what did the Chu family have to do with it. Yen frowned. Even if that was the case, who knows about it? Besides, even if it wasn't the Chu family's doing, how could things turn out like this? Because of them, more than 10 people from the Purple Moon died. Even the leader was injured, all because the Chu family went to war against them. Wenchong demanded that all the elders be summoned. The Chu family must answer for everything. For how long can they get away with it? A new beautiful sunny day arrived. Chu Xuan was enjoying his hermitage and studying the books that had been given to him. The gates opened and the boy heard his sister's ringing voice. Yun informed her brother that she was now at the 4th level of the kingdom. He praised the girl, a quick breakthrough. Thanks to Zhuan's techniques and the magic tea, Yun made excellent progress. The boy said he was looking through a book and found a description of the art of making pills left by his father, and offered Yun to read it. The girl was amazed. Having a method for making the void pill, Grandpa should definitely break through to the realm of harmony. Yun was perplexed, so the third uncle knew this recipe and did not reveal it to anyone. Could this art really be so special? Sister Zhuan wondered if she should find out more about this art, and whether it would bring trouble to the entire Chu family. Xuan was perplexed as to why Yun was so withdrawn now, and whether she really doubted the source of this recipe. He told his sister that he had known about this recipe for a long time. His father always told him to study, but Xuan pretended to be tired, so he achieved little. Yun knew that pill recipes were highly prized, and caution was a must. If the information leaked, the Chu family would be destroyed. It would be especially sad if cultists targeted the recipes. It would be better for her to study them secretly and then practice in a secluded place. If no one finds out, then there won't be any problems. Zhuan agreed with his sensible sister. He needed to be more careful. The guy handed Yun a jade amulet that he had inherited from his father. Zhuan wouldn't need it, but his sister would need it for training. It is necessary to contact Zhang Kui through the soul seal, so that he can discreetly keep an eye on Yun. Because of the seal, he will not be able to disobey. With him, the Chu territory will become calmer, and after all preparations are completed, one can continue to live as a hermit in peace. In a secret hideout among the rocks, the elders of the Purple Moon cult gathered at Yuan Chang's command. The master expressed his grief to those gathered over the death of their brothers in the country of Qing. due to the fault of the cursed aggressive Chu clan. Yuan asked who was willing to make the enemies pay in blood for the losses of the Purple Moon cult followers. One of the elders warned that the Chu family's strength was not as great as theirs, but they still couldn't be called weak, and besides, this was someone else's territory. Wencheng asked, but how could the cult let them get away with everything? They destroyed what Purple Moon had built for many years. Master heard that Chuluo's son had been exiled, and now would be the easiest time to catch the boy, which would at least help him let off some steam. The elder asked why the Purple Moon cult needed him since he had been expelled from his family. The master called his interlocutor a fool. He's still Chuluo's son, not some low-born dog. Even if the guy himself is trash, he's still valuable because of his father. The elder agreed that if Chuluo returned, his son would be held hostage and would be a trump card, so they could definitely lure him into a trap. Since this was the case, all the elders agreed with cult master Yuanchong's proposal, although they were not eager to carry it out. The master offered to leave everything to the one who had mastered the art of disguise best, the cult elder Lu Yuan. Yuan sat in the yard, basking in the sun and enjoying his tea. Very soon it would be a year since he had lived here. The cultists haven't been doing anything lately, so it could be taken as a sign that they've finally decided to behave decently. Perhaps the young man will even be able to calmly study the practices, gain strength, and wait until the year of his seclusion comes. But as if to mock him, Xuan received a notification from the barrier he had erected that a strong fighter had been detected. The guy cursed. It's true what they say. You only have to mention the devil, and he will immediately appear, which is what the sectarians needed again. Xuan determined that the person who had come to him was a third-level Void Realm guy. It must be an elder. Why didn't Zhang Kui report it? The guy was lamenting, and why do they all always go straight to him? Are there no other houses in the clan, or do they consider this one the main one? Xuan's eyes flashed angrily. Well, this guy came to him himself, so now he can blame himself. No one invited him here. The Purple Moon cult's envoy walked confidently to the estate's gates, unmet or stopped. The guy was happy. There was no security nearby who could match his strength. It was very convenient. No interference. Upon seeing Xuan, the sect elder asked if he was Chu Chulo's son, and the young man sighed and confirmed that it was indeed him. Xuan was already pretty fed up with this. Could it really be because of his father again, and why were they all picking on him? After all, he was not the father. Lu Yuan exclaimed, "This is great!" and rushed forward, intending to quickly grab the boy and bring him to the cult's territory. Suddenly, the sectarian felt a giant ghostly beast behind him. The guy cursed. Did he really fall into a trap? The huge spiritual snake struck the intruder, knocking him away from Chu Xuan. The cult envoy frantically thought about what to do. Lying flat on the stone floor, Lu Yuan frowned and asked, so the boy was just a decoy. Xuan asked the elder which sect he was from, and who knew that he was his father's son. A spiritual beast was hissing next to the young man. Lu Yuan thought next to the boy was a demonic beast of the Void Realm. Did Chu Chulo really leave it for his son? There's no one around, it can't be an ambush. Everyone knows that this guy is very weak, so we need to somehow grab him. Xuan replied sadly, "Okay, the sectarian doesn't even need to speak. He already knows that they all hate and fear his father." At the boy's sign, a huge snake rushed at the elder who had come to the estate. Lu Yuan had already decided that the end had come for him. But suddenly the snake disappeared, just as unexpectedly as it had appeared, and the bright sun was shining again over the courtyard of Xuan's house. Lu Yuan exhaled. The Purple Moon cult envoy thought, this is a truly high-level technique. Where did such a master come from in this hole? Lu Yuan stuttered. So it was Chu Chulo himself in front of him. So the rumors about his disappearance were all lies to hide his presence. The sectarian was sure that Lo had staged his disappearance so that he and his power would not be disturbed. He had even changed his appearance so that he would not be recognized. The young man said with a laugh that his name was Chu Xuan. He was just Chu Chulo's son. The boy didn't have to be afraid. He wasn't going to kill him. Xuan asked the guy again what sect he was from. Lu Yuan introduced himself, saying that he was the leader of one of the Purple Moon cult groups. The guy was very surprised. The leader of the group showed up in person to pick him up at the estate, which meant they were taking him seriously. Lu Yuan explained that the elders at the council thought it would be a good idea to take Chu Chulo's son as a hostage. So that's what happened. The last operation was so successful that they became even more angry at the Chu family because the Purple Moon judge died that time. Chu Xuan told the cult envoy that since they had come to him, he would have to take retaliatory measures. It was their own fault. The guy explained that he would put a soul seal on Lu and inject spiritual power. This would help ensure that Yuan would not turn away from him. Lu Yuan obediently said that he would cause a rebellion in the cult and try to seize power, take advantage of the confusion, and destroy the Purple Moon. Xuan decided that if Lu became powerful, he would be able to deal a strong blow to the cult. Then they would have no time for the Chu family. Watching the elder he controlled, Chu thought that if he could break into the emperor's realm, he would have no need to fear anyone. After letting go of the Purple Moon cult elder, Xuan was lost in thought about what his father had done to make them so angry. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan returned to the secret hideout, where the elders of the most powerful cult in existence were waiting for him. The gray-haired Purple Moon Patriarch asked in surprise why Lu Yuan had returned alone, had nothing worked out. Lu Yuan declared that the elders had no right to ask him for anything. Their king was a nobody, so he, Lu, would take the throne. The elders looked at their brother in surprise. Lu Yuan seemed to have gone crazy. The old man asked him why he was so bold. Lu Yuan exclaimed that he had the opportunity to break through to the new kingdom. Was there anyone who was against him taking the throne? The elders began to chatter. Some asked if Lu was worthy. Some supported him. The old man shouted, "Nonsense. This will lead the cult to death." One of those present chuckled as they say, "They are all brothers, but some jokes are better not said out loud." Lu Yuan jumped up to the mocker and sternly told him that he, Zheng Tu, was a loser and should not dare to insult him. The offended Zheng Tu yelled back at Lu Yuan to stop. He himself was no better than a dog, a secret spy running errands for the master. Lu Yuan looked at everyone with a menacing gaze and asked who was against and who was for. He would kill every one of his opponents with his own hands. Zheng Tu smiled. None of them would dare to say such a thing, but how Lu Yuan was better than everyone else. One of the elders said that he was against it. Xuan Lu, under his control, frowned and rushed at the enemy who dared to speak out against his reign. Seeing the cold gleam of the weapon, everyone jumped to the sides. The elders realized that their brother was not joking. He had gone mad. Yuan swung his sword and cut off Zheng Tu's right arm. The elder howled in surprise and pain, and everyone was dumbfounded. Seeing Lu Yuan smiling under the mask, another member of the cult assembly shouted at him, saying what he was doing, he was killing his own people. Attacking the opponent of his ascension to the throne, Lu replied that this man had disobeyed his word. He warned that he would kill everyone. The elder who dared to speak out against Lu Yuan cursed. The guy was strong and intended to kill him. Most of the sectarians were at a loss, and the old man demanded that Lu Yuan stop, otherwise they would all have to fight. But Lu Yuan shouted menacingly at the old man to shut up, saying that whoever obeyed him would live, and whoever opposed him would die at his hand. The old man frowned and took a step towards the guy. He asked Lu Yuan if he was crazy, if he really thought he was a king. Bleeding, Zheng Tu, with his last strength, called for Lu Yuan to be killed. He went mad and began to kill the cult elders. Turning to the wounded Zheng Tu, Lu Yuan shouted that he would die first and swung his sword, attacking the enemy. The sword's deadly energy rushed towards Zheng Tu, who was writhing in pain, and everyone's mouths opened in surprise. Could Lu really kill his own? The wounded elder fell down dead. Everyone gasped. It seems Lu Yuan has become much stronger than before. What happened? The old man said this seriously. This is no longer a joke. He is really serious. He has already completely lost his mind. Turning to the Purple Moon elders gathered in the cave, the old man called on everyone to come together and stop the maddened brother Lu. Suddenly, Lu Yuan knelt down and flashes of energy of different colors danced around him. He concentrated and froze. Then he jumped up and yelled for all his opponents to die at once and go straight to hell. The old man understood everything. He shouted for everyone to save themselves. Lu Yuan is gathering energy to blow up this place and kill everyone. A deafening explosion was heard over the dense forest in the mountainous area, and the secret meeting place of the cult elders was destroyed. At this time, the master of the Purple Moon cult approached the shelter. He saw the explosion with horror and hurried to the entrance of the secret shelter. Rock fragments and corpses were scattered around the entrance, and the master asked in surprise if the Purple Moon cult had really been attacked. He walked around the ruins of the shelter, but there was not a single living elder. All around were only the bodies of cultists, mangled by the explosion. Finally, the master saw the old man. He was alive. The leader asked who did this. Where were the rest of the elders of their cult? The injured elder muttered, "It was Master Lu Yuan." He turned his body into a bomb and blew himself up along with the others. The master couldn't believe how his loyal Lu Yuan could do such a thing, and why he did it. It was just some kind of nonsense. The leader asked the weakened old man where the other elders were. He replied that they were all dead, only he was left. The master was shocked, but this is almost 70% of the elders. With such losses, they will not be able to resist other cults. The old man muttered that the master should not stand still, but help him immediately, otherwise he could die from his wounds. The master came to his senses and took out a bottle of potion. Handing it to the old man, he told him to get healed quickly and tell him everything. The system congratulated Xuan on defeating the enemy thousands of miles away and gifted him 10 years of cultivation and a chest of heavenly flashes. This will help him quickly get to the third level of the true kingdom, because the higher the kingdom, the slower the accumulation of strength. Sky Flash is a one-time explosive weapon that contains the power of lightning and has an effect on cultivation. If activated, the explosive force will be enough to seriously injure an opponent in the first level of the true realm. Xuan hoped that after the destruction of the Purple Moon cult, no one would come to him anymore, and he would be able to live in peace. Suddenly the guy felt that the soul seal began to move. Could it be that another strong opponent had come to him? Indeed, a very powerful cult master was approaching the gates of Chu Xuan's estate, hurrying to the guy with an urgent message. Jiang Kui came to Xuan. He respectfully greeted Master Chu and politely bowed to his secret master. Xuan asked the vice patriarch what he wanted, and he said that the vice leader of the Purple Moon sect and the leader of Qin had secretly conspired. This was done with the aim of attacking the Chu lands and destroying the powerful family. Xuan did not understand why the Chu family was the target. The guy thought that if their plan worked, Chu would suffer serious losses. Chu Qing and Chu Yun could also come under attack. Xuan sighed heavily. If problems started in the family, it could have a very bad impact on his beautiful hermitage. He told Jiang Kui to find a way to inform Chu about this and inform him of the planned time of the attack so that the family could prepare. Zhang's mission is primarily to protect Chu Yun, the vice patriarch said with a bow that he understood his task. You also need to secretly pass elixirs and valuables to Chu Yun so that she appears to have accidentally found or received them. Having given the elixirs to his sister, the boy promised that if Jiang Kui came up with a reliable method, he would receive spiritual medicine himself. The vessel contains 2 boa constrictors that possess true 5th-level strength. Although their strength is short-lived, it will make Zhang one of the invincible ones in Qin. The boy ordered the vice patriarch of 1 boa constrictor to hand it over to his elder sister Chu Yun in case of danger to protect the girl. The second boa constrictor will help Zhang save his life if something unexpected happens. Kui respectfully thanked his master. Throwing a magic pill to Jiang Kui, Xuan smiled and told him to always strive to break through to the next realm. The vice patriarch of the sect gratefully accepted the pill from Xuan's hands, saying that he was ready to obey his master in everything. Xuan knew that Chu Tianming already had 1 foot in the realm of harmony. He could cross over into it by taking just 1 Xuan pill. However, Xuan had no intention of giving his grandfather this pill. He had to wait until Yun created them herself. His old man had always hated him. The old man does not have any outstanding talent, otherwise why was his son able to move to the kingdom of harmony and then to the true kingdom, unlike him? Perhaps Chulo's cultivation techniques were stronger. If he really possessed them, wouldn't father want to pass them on to the Chu family? Judging by the scrolls, in order to break into the realm of harmony and then into the true realm, one must certainly possess abilities. 11 months of Xuan's seclusion passed, and the system rewarded him with an improved spiritual exercise map. The young man was very happy. It just so happened that the effect of the previous card was weaker. It had already become practically useless. Xuan's spiritual consciousness was no longer weaker than that of a 5th-level true realm warrior, but the inner vision only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. And with this new improved map, he will be able to successfully improve and finally reach the Emperor's kingdom. However, by that time a new card will be needed again. This one is still low level. We need to think about how to use it correctly. Chu Qing had already recovered from the injuries inflicted by the cultists and was studying in his ancestral home. He was incredibly angry at the cult. Last time, when he was attacked by the cultists, if it weren't for the disappearance pill, this cult still needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. But the Black Moon is cruel, and the price for information is too high. One should rely only on one's own family's intelligence agents. Everything in this district is under Chu's control. They have enough of their own sentries, but internal intelligence alone is clearly not enough to fight the cult. It is necessary to know the key positions of the enemy cult. The servant entered and reported to the young master that a messenger had arrived with an intelligence report. The scout said that they had been given information, but the sender was unknown. He was not from the Chu family or the Black Moon House. Ting read Jiang Kui's message about the impending attack on their lands and family by the powerful Purple Moon cult. The young master ordered his servant to call his 4th uncle to him. The boy wanted to consult with the senior for information. Soon the footsteps of one of Tianming's sons were heard. The servant did not tell him why the young master wanted to see him. Chu Qiuhai, the 4th son of Chu Tianming and a master of the 1st level of the Void Realm, entered Qing's room and asked what was the matter. Qing handed his uncle the note and asked him who he thought might have sent it and whether the information should be taken seriously. After reading it, Chu Hai said that it was interesting. He wanted to believe this letter, but he should be careful with it. You never know what might happen. Moreover, the matter concerns not only the Chu family. Hai hastened to immediately go to the Hui domain and warn. In one of the abandoned forest caves, Yun set up a secret laboratory for herself and practiced creating pills. Having loaded all the necessary ingredients into the cauldron, the girl began cultivation. She needed to process the pills with her energy. Having completed the ritual, Chu Yun commanded the magical pills to rise, leaving only the final, decisive stage of creation. Glowing golden balls flew out of the cauldron and began to swirl around the ceiling of the cave. These were the magic pills that had been created. Yun's alchemical cauldron glowed with magical energy as it transformed the processed ingredients into pills. After looking at the results, the girl sighed. 4 pills went into the trash. 5 turned out to be ordinary. Only 3 remained. In Yun's palm, 3 blue Zhuan pills shimmered in all shades. They were made correctly. It was immediately obvious. She poured the pills into a bag. She was making obvious progress. The girl was sure that next time she would definitely do better. Out of 10 attempts, only 3 were more or less successful. Even though the pills were of average quality, she began to succeed. Yun was confident that she could make high-quality pills, but she had used up her last elixir and needed to get more. The girl decided that after she learned how to create Zhuan pills, she should try making spiritual ones. Zhang was watching her closely. Seeing the girl emerge from her magic laboratory, the vice-patriarch sent the boa constrictor Xuan had given her towards her. Before Yun had time to gasp, the boa constrictor entered her body. The girl was confused about what it was and where this snake came from. This power was unfamiliar to Chu Yun. It was like a boa constrictor, but what was it? Was it just luck, and how could she use this power? Suddenly, on the straight path, the girl saw a bag with materials. Strangely, she did not feel anyone else's presence. After opening the find, Yun was surprised. There were so many pills in there, and the bag was also filled with spiritual stones, a real treasure. Yun was perplexed. If this bag was for her, then who left it? Maybe her grandfather. Hardly. He had no need to do it secretly. The girl felt an unknown power inside her. Maybe one of her elders found out what she was doing and decided to help her in this way. But since she had the ingredients, Yun decided to return to making pills. Zhang Kui and Dong Qian watched her from the thicket. The vice-patriarch ordered Dong Qian to stay here and keep an eye on the girl so that no one would dare attack her. And Zhang Kui himself must come up with a plan to keep Brother Chu safe and so that no cult will bother him in the future. Leaving Dong Qian to look after the girl, the vice-patriarch of the sect hurried to Chu Xuan to report what he had been able to do. He reported to the master that his sister Yun had an obvious talent for creating pills. She had only been practicing for a short time, but had already achieved success. In a short period of time, she had already become capable of creating Wan pills, and in a little while, she would be able to create spiritual pills. Xuan ordered to continue to supply her with the necessary materials. Not killing Zhang was the right choice. He became a real faithful dog. The boy handed Zhang Kui a bottle of potion, saying that it would help him become stronger and complete assignments better. Even though Zhang is trying more for himself, he will never betray because of the soul seal, so let him gain strength. The Chu and He families joined forces and were the first to attack the cult, and victory was assured. The battle was said to be fierce. It is said that even the head of Qin, Lu Wang, invested money from the treasury, but it did not help. Lu Wang was seriously wounded and fled with his tail between his legs. The remaining cult centers were also almost completely destroyed. Xuan mentally praised Zhang Kui for his successful plan. The servant spoke excitedly. The elders also surrendered, and their equipment was destroyed. The Purple Moon cult was on the verge of extinction. Xuan was pleased. Great. Now there was a high probability that the cult would not be able to function fully for some time. For developing a strategy and defeating the enemy cult, the system rewarded Xu Xuan with a secret surveillance technique. The resulting technique allows one to explore the secrets of others, peer into the minds of others, and learn about their past, even peer into past lives. Xuan was delighted. Mastering this technique meant that no one would be able to hide their true identity from him now. The guy looked at his pet Blackie, who meowed affably to his owner. It turns out that this is not just a cute animal. A spirit cat, a magical beast of heaven and earth, possessing great strength and a will of steel, ran around Xuan's estate. The guy even felt sick while examining the spirit cat. Its origin is very unusual. It is an amazing creature. Xuan needs to explore the sources of his power. It will be difficult to subjugate the cat's will because he possesses the power of the true kingdom. These animals are amazing creatures. They are too strong. Judging by what Xuan can discern, their strength is equal to his or slightly lower. The Chu family has won. The cult will not be able to cause problems for a while, and we can finally calmly wait for the arrival of the Year of Solitude. But Xuan was not destined to enjoy peace for long. Soon another guest from the large house of his ancestors came to visit him. Xu Yuan, the third young master, came to the estate to visit his youngest brother, who had been exiled. Seeing Xuan lying on the couch, Yuan reproachfully said to the 13th brother, "Was he worthy of being the son of the third uncle?" The young man thought bitterly that this grumbler had already returned from his practice in the mountains. The last thing he needed was a lecture. Yuan didn't lag behind. Third uncle and aunt were missing. Doesn't Xuan want to become stronger so he can quickly go and look for them? Xuan silently rolled over onto his other side. Yun angrily exclaimed that he was hopeless, and yet his father was the strongest of all. Yuan admired his father, studied with him from childhood, and one could say that it was he who taught him everything he knows and can do. Rushing to his 13th brother, Yuan shouted at him to get up quickly. He couldn't just lie around on the bed. Xuan turned to his elder brother and suddenly asked him if he was trying so hard because he wanted to become Chu Chulo's heir. Yuan was confused. Did Xuan really think that he wanted to get his hands on his inheritance? But the young man did not want to be disturbed. Xuan told his brother that everyone lives differently, he chose this lifestyle, he is fine, and everything suits him. There is no need to interfere with him. Moreover, when Xuan's father was around, he did not take care of his little son, and when he left the child at his grandfather's house. Xu Yuan's face fell. There was nothing to say to this. Everyone in the family knew that Xuan's parents really did leave him when he was very young. The third young gentleman sighed heavily. After all, everyone has the right to behave as they see fit. Yan sat down next to his brother. Xuan realized that this guy had already guessed that something was wrong. Among his peers, Chu Yuan was the most talented and strong. His strength is equal to the first level of the spiritual realm. Although Chu Tianming was optimistic about Qing, he is behind Yuan. But Chu Yuan doesn't cultivate the Chu family's techniques. He found them outside the clan's territory. Or maybe Chu Luo told him about them. Xu Yan told the 13th brother that he wanted a calm and peaceful life. Perhaps this really was a good choice. Xuan thought it sounded like a farewell speech, but he was really worried about him. If there was an opportunity, he would need to help him. The young man turned out to be right. The third brother came to say goodbye to him because he was soon going to leave the home of his ancestors. He said that in a few days he would have to set off on a journey, and it was unknown when he would return, or whether he would be able to return at all. Yuan promised that he would keep an eye on the news about third uncle, and if anything came up, he would definitely pass on the message to Xuan. The guy took out a book from his bosom. In order to continue living as a hermit, Xuan still needed to properly cultivate his powers. He advised Xuan to read this and then talk to his grandfather, then his position in the family would improve significantly. As he left, Yuan told the young man to quickly move from the mortal realm to others, higher and more interesting ones. Xuan looked at the back of his brother as he left and couldn't understand what was on his mind. Had he really lost his beloved? That was probably the case. This animal skin material is often used to record cultivation techniques and writings. Not only does it preserve the text longer, but it also leaves a spiritual mark. The guy gasped. This is an imperial scripture, although not a complete collection, but somewhere around half. Nevertheless, it is a very valuable thing. Relying on this book, the Chu family could have established itself in Qin for thousands of years. It would not have been possible to break into the emperor's realm, but it would have been easy to break into the true realm. According to ancient records, the reason why there is no one with the power of an emperor in Nanzhou is because of the great war that engulfed the place. However, while the scriptures are useless for Xuan, and the pills are of little use, using these techniques to attract Grandpa's attention is not a bad idea. It seems that Yuan wants to remain in the shadows. Maybe he has made enemies for himself and wants to lie low. The main thing is to notice in time that he is in trouble in order to have time to save him. The next morning, a loud scandal erupted in the Chu family's large house, and Chu Tianming's screams echoed throughout the area. Xuan opened his eyes and sighed, which meant he hadn't dreamed it. His grandfather was really throwing thunder and lightning. The guy knew very well that it was really hard to earn Tianming's good word, but getting a scolding for some misbehavior was easy. I wonder what's going on in that big house. Why is there such a commotion so early in the morning? Blackie meowed philosophically in response. Xuan smiled. He could hear those screams even from here. He wasn't going to kill Chu Yuan. The old man wasn't that cruel. The cat moved to the roof of a large house. Grandfather asked how Yuan breaks off the engagement. His bride is Princess Qin Keiyun herself. The third son, Chu Qiu Luo, broke off his marriage with Qin Keiyun's mother, and now Yuan wants to call off the engagement. Tianming cannot allow this. Grandfather shouted, he doesn't care who Yuan loves. He is forbidden to interfere with this marriage in any way. They must get engaged immediately. Yuan's father grumbled. The third brother shouldn't have been mentoring his son at all, and this is what the boy learned from him. The head of the family asked if Yuan and Qin Keiyun weren't on good terms. It seemed like everything was going well between them. What was the matter? If Qin finds out what will happen to Chu's reputation, first the third son broke off the engagement, and now the third grandson, and all from the Chu family. Wen said that he had already notified the Qin family about everything and personally told Qin Keiyun. For him, she is now like a younger sister. Chu Tianming almost choked with anger. He growled, unable to find the words to respond to his impudent grandson who dared to contradict everyone. The boy told his grandfather and father that he came to say goodbye. He was going to leave the family. Chu Feng roared that his son was saying such a thing. Chu Qiuzhang noticed that the Chu family had always had a strong relationship, but after what happened to the third brother, the wind had changed. The head of the Chu family yelled at his grandson that he forbade him to leave. He would immediately notify the Qin family that the engagement was still valid. The servant reported to the master that a representative of the Qin family had arrived. Chu Tianming asked anxiously who had come. The elderly butler said that a mother and daughter, Qin Pingxia and Qin Keiyun, were waiting to meet with Mr. Chu Tianming. The head of the Chu family was stunned when the wife of the ruler of the Qin country herself arrived at his house with her rejected daughter. Xuan smiled. Well, that was to be expected from a man who revered his father so much. He even had the fortitude to break off the engagement with Qin. If Chu Tianming wasn't a cultivator, his veins would probably burst with anger, and what would he do? Lock Yuan up. Or he will force him to marry a girl from the Qin family. But does the girl herself want to get married? Is this marriage voluntary? The guy laughed. Oh, these dynastic tricks. Here everything is decided not by feelings and desires, but by agreements between the heads of great clans. But Chu Yuan certainly understood that he would face the consequences of his heroic yet willful act. By Chu Tianming's order, the servants invited the distinguished guests of the Chu family's main house into the great hall with all due honors. The tiny feet of the wife of the head of state Qin confidently walked up the stairs. The woman was burning with indignation. The guest immediately turned to the head of the family and asked if the Chus really wanted to break off the engagement again. This was already becoming a bad tradition. Chu Tenming smiled broadly at Qian and exclaimed, they never even thought of such a thing. He just wanted to inform them that the engagement was still valid. Wien stated that the Chu family's affairs were the Chu family's affairs, but he personally would do as he saw fit, and the grandfather barked at the boy to shut up. But the boy told his grandfather that he couldn't be forced to like someone. He had to ask Mrs. Kayan first if she liked him. Unexpectedly, the girl, blushing slightly, replied that she really liked Yuan, and she dreamed of marrying him. Yan was taken aback by what she was saying, and his grandfather threatened that if the boy dared to upset Kaiyun, he would break his legs. Tianming could not allow the engagement to be broken again. Otherwise, the peaceful coexistence of the four families would begin to crumble at the seams. Yuan asked, so Kaiyun wants to tie the knot with a stranger. They only met a couple of times. How can she like him? The young princess of the Qian family shyly replied that she fell in love with Chu Yuan at first sight. He was such a handsome man. But the guy didn't believe it. He said that he already had a girlfriend, and nothing could happen between him and Kaiyun. Qian Pingxia, Kaiyun's mother shouted loudly. Enough of these stupid arguments and assumptions. That's not why she came here. Turning to Chu Tianming, she asked if he thought the daughter of the Qian ruling family was not good enough for Chu. The head of the Chu family asked the lady to calm down. He assured that the situation from the past would never happen again. The wedding would take place. Tianming ordered Chu Yun to be locked up so that he would think carefully about what he was doing and would not contradict the head of the family in the future. Wen turned to his grandfather and father. Although he was not as talented and strong as his third uncle, he would never give in to the battle for his love. The guy said that none of them could force him to marry a stranger and give up his beloved. Xu Qiufeng yelled. So this is what his third uncle taught him. Breaking off engagements, he ordered his son to be seized and locked up to let him come to his senses. Yuan told Kaiyun that she was truly a wonderful person. He believed that she would find a worthy husband, and he said goodbye to everyone. The boy used the void pearl and disappeared from the great hall of the ancestral home in the blink of an eye. Chu Tianming cursed loudly. The head of the Chu clan ordered to urgently find the fugitive and return him to his father's house. One strong warrior from their family had already left. That was enough. Qin Pingxi said disdainfully, there is nothing worthwhile about Chu's third son. She heard that his son was expelled from the ancestral home. Chu Tenming confirmed with a smile that Madame Pingxi's information was absolutely correct. Xuan was currently living in his father's house. Suddenly, she turned around and headed towards the exit, saying that we must see what Chu Chuluo's son is like. Tianming ordered his two sons to follow and make sure she didn't go crazy when she saw Chu Xuan. Soon, the Qin mother and daughter, accompanied by the eldest sons of Chu, approached the gate of the estate where Chu Xuan was living as a hermit. Entering the courtyard of the house, Pinsea frowned. This house brought back sad and humiliating memories of when she was rejected. Seeing the young man reading, the woman asked if he was Chu Chulo Chu Xuan's son, as he didn't look much like his father. The guy looks up from his book and asks in surprise, who is this auntie? He actually wasn't expecting anyone to visit today and didn't invite anyone. An indignant Pansia asked what the guy called her, what kind of aunt she was to him. She looked great. How dare he insult her like that? Xuan was genuinely surprised by her indignation. She was the same age as his father. How else could he address her? Sister or something. The woman turned to her eldest sons and asked if the Chu family really wanted to break off the engagement and if they had thought about the consequences. Chu Qiuchang said with a sigh, of course the family is wrong, but they saw him escape. But even if they lock him up, it won't do any good. Pingsea said that Chu Chulo had wronged her in the past, so let his son take responsibility and correct his mistake. Xuan asked his aunt how old she was. He had, of course, heard that there were old cows who wanted to eat fresh grass. It was good that his father hadn't gotten involved with her. Enraged, Qin Pingsea shouted, "What an impudent fellow!" and swung her sword at the impudent youth, intending to attack the sharp-tongued boy. Xu Qiucheng, sensing the danger of the situation, rushed between Qin Pingxi and his nephew to stop the conflict. Having shielded the young man from Pinxi's blow, the eldest uncle quietly asked Xuan if he even thought about what he was saying or if he was trying to cause a quarrel between the families. Suddenly, Madame Qin said that since Chu Wen didn't want to, Chu Xuan simply had to marry her daughter, Qin Keiyun. Everyone present was simply speechless from surprise. Even the sharp-tongued Chu Xuan couldn't immediately find a response to this. Finally, the young man asked Pinsia in surprise what his aunt had thought of. Why should he suddenly marry this girl? Chu Kyochang asked the woman in confusion, what about Keyun's feelings, since the bride's opinion should also be taken into account. The girl blushed slightly and quietly said that she didn't mind. This young man was handsome. He would probably be a good husband. The elder sons of Chu opened their mouths in surprise. This girl changed her mind so quickly. She said that she loved Yuan. And then Juan intervened in the conversation. The guy decisively stated that he did not agree. He was not going to marry someone unknown. Qin Pingsea indignantly asked the young man what right he had to refuse such a beneficial marriage for his clan. Xuan smiled slyly and asked the angry woman, but he was a weakling and worthless person. Wouldn't her daughter's marriage to him ruin her? The mother and daughter fell silent in confusion. Indeed, Mrs. Qin did not want to marry the girl off to an obvious weakling. The woman asked sarcastically, why is it that he suddenly declares so abruptly that he is a worthless person? This remains unknown. Xuan asked, after marrying him, whether her daughter would be able to look people in the eye, whether Pinsia really didn't value her reputation at all. Everyone would think that her daughter Qin Keyun was only fit to marry a worthless trash and nothing more. The guy told his aunt that there was nothing wrong with his father abandoning her, but her daughter's reputation as a cur was much worse. Qin Pingzi was shaking with rage. She blushed with anger and hissed, clenching her teeth. After such words, it was humiliating to insist. Frowning, she said that there was no one worthy in the Chu family, so their engagement agreement was cancelled. The eldest sons of Chu realized that this high-born bitch was angry, which meant they needed to get out of Xuan's estate as soon as possible. Pinsa growled, the boy said everything correctly. A worthless guy like him is not needed by her daughter. They are leaving here. The system praised the guy for refusing a high-born woman, for which he received a heavenly fire heart as a reward. The guy watched the departing guests. Pinsia was burning with anger, and her daughter Keyun secretly glanced back at the handsome young man. Zhuan thought, this Qin Keyun looks like a decent girl, but for some reason there is a feeling that something is wrong with her. Through heavenly vision, he learned that Keyun had the soul of a fox demon and a reincarnated emperor, beautiful on the outside, but a true cunning fox on the inside. Chu thought, the soul of the fox demon and the reincarnated emperor, how much power was in it. No wonder she liked him. We need to take precautions against this girl, in case she wants to harm Yuan for the broken engagement. Xuan decided to warn his brother of the danger with the help of his pet heavenly bird Peng, who tears the skies. Having told the bird the situation, the boy sent a light-winged messenger to look for his older brother, who had run away from his engagement. Now you can see the reward from the system. This time he received a heavenly fire heart, a heart burner, and a furious fire. The heavenly fiery heart, like the flame of anger, makes a person literally flare up. His body is fried in the fire of rage until he dies. A raging fire is fed by a person's anger. If there is even a little anger in the heart, it immediately becomes fuel for the fire. Xuan admired, this is power, and it is almost impossible to resist. Who among us has not experienced anger, a method of secret murder? It seems that this time Chu Yuan's case will not make much noise. There have always been big and small disagreements between Chu and Qin. With the restoration of the emperor's soul to Keyun, her strength will grow by leaps and bounds, and the Chu family will regret not having accepted her into the family through marriage. The reason why there is no emperor's power here is not so simple. Could Keyun be involved in this? There is too little information about Nanzhou. If her soul is a fox demon, where would reincarnation come from? And why was her mother so eager to marry her off to a member of the Chu family? It seems there is some kind of conspiracy here. We must be adamant. As long as the strength increases, Xuan is not afraid of any conspiracy. The guy saw a peng bird fly into the window. He was surprised how quickly it returned, apparently having already conveyed the information to Yuan. Xuan immersed himself in studying the books. He didn't know how Chu Yuan could cope. He needed to think of something, although he couldn't do much. The leader of the defeated Purple Moon cult, Hu Quan, went to a remote cave to see the old sectarian Quan Wu. Quan said the old man's time was coming to an end, but if he did the deed, Hu would give him a spirit blood pill that would prolong his life. The toothless, half-blind sectarian asked the cultivator if he really had a spiritual blood pill. Maybe he was lying to the old man. Hu Quan showed the pill. He explained that his cult was destroyed, and the Chu family was to blame for everything. He couldn't just leave it like that. Quan Wu was surprised that the cultist would really give him a spiritual blood pill, just for killing a couple of elders of the Chu family. The cult leader explained that the main target was Chu Chu Luo's son. The boy needed to be captured and delivered to Hu Quan. As long as he had it in his hands, he would have leverage over the Chu family, meaning he could take revenge on them for destroying the cult. Moreover, he is the son of Chu Luo himself, so in order to revive his cult, Hu Quan needs to witness the Chu family killing themselves. Quan Wu calmly listened to the excited speech of the head of the recently very powerful and influential Purple Moon cult. Finally, the old man replied that he agreed to sort this matter out, but he had very little strength. He was already with one foot in the grave. The cultist threw Quanwu a treasured pill that could revive his decrepit body and prolong his dying life. Hu Quen said that half of the pill would be enough for him to complete the job, and once he finished, he would receive the other half. The old man extended his decrepit hand towards the life-giving magical remedy, and as soon as the pill touched him, he began to come to life. Quanwu has stepped outside the gate. He has been at the very top of the Void Realm for too long, but his life is coming to an end. This is his chance. As long as he isn't attacked by people above the Void Realm, he can always escape. All he needs is a boy and a few elders to kill. By the time the strong family members arrive to help, he would already have returned to Purple Moon territory and obtained the spiritual blood pill. Xuan was busy cultivating. It would soon be a year since he settled here in his father's house. Time flies so quickly. The guy learned so many new things, broke through from the mortal realm to the true one. Who would have thought? It's been just 7 days, and it'll be exactly 1 year since Xuan has been sitting here like a real hermit, although someone is constantly pestering him. It is necessary to stay at home at all costs and do everything so that no one interferes with him living peacefully these 7 days before the year. Xuan sighed heavily. Some old stump, another supporter of the evil king's court, had come to see him again. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with the sectarians, why they immediately went to him as soon as they entered the Chu clan's territory. The old man asked the young man gloomily if he was Chu Qiulo's son. Quanwu looked at the young man with his half-blind old eyes. Xuan replied that he was his son, but he couldn't understand why all the cults were coming to him. Did his father cause them so much trouble? The old man's toothless mouth stretched into a nasty smile. He laughed and said that he was not a member of the cult. He was just their mercenary. The old sectarian shouted at the boy to behave quietly and obediently. He must go with him immediately and not resist. The boy calmly watched the old man approaching him, pretending to be a formidable mercenary warrior. Xu Xuan commanded the old man to kneel down and freeze. Stop waving his hooked fingers around here. Surprised, Quanwu fell to his knees and froze on the stone slabs of the courtyard. He felt that he couldn't even escape from here. The old man broke out in a cold sweat. Was this kid really that strong? Why didn't the head of the Purple Moon cult warn him? The guy told the old cultist to stay on his knees and not even think about running away. He wouldn't be able to anyway. Quanwu was puzzled by this power. It was similar to the Emperor's realm. Could it really be Chu Qiulo's son? The Chu family was terrifying. Xuan demanded that the old man tell him about the purpose of his visit to him. As far as the boy remembered, he did not invite him to visit, so who was he? Quanwu looked at the young man silently. He didn't want to talk about the Purple Moon cult, afraid of losing the spiritual blood pill. The old man was surprised how this boy at such a young age could possess such incredible strength, what his secret was. Looking at the old man, Xuan thought, the cultists have gone completely crazy. They are already practically destroyed. Isn't it time for them to stop? He wondered if these villains had completely lost their minds while cultivating dark techniques and had now sent the old man away. This old man is stuck at the top of the Void Realm and can't seem to break through, which just shows how bad his skills are. While his techniques are not bad, after such a long cultivation it is impossible to break into the realm of harmony. He really is trash. Besides, his days were running out. He was about to die, Xuan thought. Can he help him break through, or is it a waste of resources? Still, the guy put some strength into the old man and made him a controllable weapon, punishing the sectarians who had become tiresome to him. After receiving the soul seal, Quanwu felt a completely new sensation, and his face reflected surprise and confusion. Xu Shen told him with a smile to go away from here, to live out his last days and finally do something worthwhile. Quanwu left the estate. He failed to complete the job. What would happen if he went straight to the head of the Dark Kingdom? This guy, Chu Qiulo's son, also gave Quanwu something as a last gift, but the old man doesn't know how to use it. Xuan told the sectarian that if he met people equal in strength to the Kingdom of Harmony, then in order to win, he would have to throw this in their faces. The elderly sectarian cursed, who knew that in his old age he would go to the main villain to cause trouble, to do amazing things. After some time, Quanwu came to the palace of the head of the Dark Kingdom. The most evil king. Armed guards stood at the entrance. Seeing the old man, the guard ordered him to stop, but Quanwu continued to walk forward, despite the menacing shouts of the fighters. The old man understood that he could not resist the influence, so he would do something truly serious so that his name would remain in history. He said that today he, Quanwu, came to the sacred place of cultivation of dark forces to destroy its greatness. The guard asked the decrepit old man with a smile what he was saying. He was probably out of his mind and could barely move his legs. Another asked Quanwu if he was crazy, if dark techniques had driven him crazy, or if he was just joking. Taking out his weapon, the old man said that they should take note of his name, Quanwu, and in his old age he will create light and go down in history. Let all dark cultivators forever remember the follower of the dark forces, Quanwu, who fearlessly attacked the palace of the Dark Lord. After killing the guards, The old man said that even if he died, his name would go down in Nanzhou's history, so he had nothing to regret. Entering the palace, which seemed completely deserted, the old sectarian ordered the guards to show themselves to him. The palace guards demanded that the old man surrender. They were surprised who dared to attack the palace of the most powerful ruler. But Quan Wu was not going to give up. All this began to amuse him. The squad leader shouted for the crazy old man to die. In response, the sect member threw the guard the same strange thing that Chu Xuan had given him as a last gift for protection. The squad leader didn't immediately understand what kind of object the crazed cultivator had thrown at him, and when he did, it was already too late. A deafening explosion thundered. The entire guard detachment perished. Part of the Dark Lord's palace was destroyed, and chaos began. The old man laughed. He was going to die as a great and powerful dark cultivator of Quan Wu, because no one would dare to break into the palace. The Dark King, hearing the noise, called the head of the palace security and asked what had happened there, whether someone had attacked them. The guard replied, "It was the old cultivator at the top of the void, who had not much time left, who suddenly burst into the palace, killed the guards and seriously wounded 2 elders. And then there was an explosion in the palace, but before he blew himself up, he shouted, 'Remember my name is Quan Wu.'" The Dark Lord's eyes flashed angrily. He frowned. Such a curious incident had happened in his palace for the first time. The king yelled, what a bastard this was. How could he be a supporter of his court all his life, and then attack him in his old age? The ruler demanded that his subjects bring the entire family of this old idiot to him, and he would deal with them personally. But the head of security said that this Quan Wu is so ancient that he most likely doesn't even have any living relatives left. Everywhere the sectarians were actively discussing the latest events, they were asking each other if they had heard what had happened. An old man from the Void Realm, a dark cultivator, invaded one of the palaces of the dark sovereign Shou Yuan and cut off the heads of several from the Harmony Realm. Such an old brazen fellow will definitely be remembered for a long time. Many were delighted when they heard about this. Maybe Shou Yuan will want to resign. Hu Quan, hearing this news, was stunned. He did not understand what had bitten old man Quan Wu that he had decided to take such a step. Quan thought, Quan Wu, a sick old man, what came over him? He hired him, so why the hell did he attack the palace of the Dark Lord? What happened that made him have to run to the palace? Was he suffering from senile dementia, or was this the work of the Chu family? If anyone finds out that it was who ordered him to go to Chu territory and that he ended up breaking into the palace, then Quan is a dead man. The head of the cult was afraid that the Black Moon would find out about this, but only the 2 of them knew about it. No one else was in the know. The cultist decided that this had nothing to do with him at all. He had never even met this Quan Wu. He didn't know him. Hu felt that there was something wrong with the Chu family. Every accident was somehow connected to them. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't be in this situation. The Purple Moon cult is practically exterminated. Would Hu be considered incompetent in the court of the Dark Lord if this became known? The cultist clenched his teeth in anger. This Chu family must pay for everything one day. How many sectarians have already died at their hands? Hu was thirsty for blood. The head of the cult returned to his house, and on a special stand lay a scarlet sphere, which was to become the instrument of his revenge. While in the Zhuan kingdom, Hu Quan accidentally discovered this blood bead among the ancient relics and brought it home. Inside is the blood of an evil spirit. If the bead is broken, the spirit will take possession of everyone below the true kingdom, and they will become its slaves forever. Evil spirits are the main enemies of humanity. No matter whether light or dark cults obey them, they must be destroyed. Hu Quan decided to be cautious and wait until things calmed down after the previous uproar with old man Quan Wu's attack. Zhuan chuckled, disturbing the Dark Lord's court and shocking the evil cultivators, and old man Quan Wu did a great job. The system gave Chu the ability to create his own secret kingdom, secret territories where he could leave artifacts for posterity. If Chu Xuan wanted, he could control the successor's cultivation and decide whether he lived or died. The guy smiled. The successor will not be able to betray his master. If he decides to disobey, then his cultivation will be cancelled. Without leaving home, Zhuan can spread information to people all over the world and be a secret cultivator. It's interesting. If the successor deceives the master, he will instantly return to the mortal realm. Chu can even reward the successors with cultivation techniques. But Xuanya doesn't have enough strength for that yet, so there's no point in creating a secret kingdom now. We need to wait until the year is up. There were only 2 days left, and the guy wondered what reward he would receive from the system for his patience in not leaving the house. And finally, the cherished day arrived. The system rewarded Xuan with the immortal scripture Yu Shu and 100 years of cultivation. Chu was dumbfounded. In addition to the scriptures and techniques, and also 100 years of cultivation to boot, then the reign of the emperor is just around the corner. The boy felt his strength begin to increase. He was receiving the 100-year cultivation gifted by the system. Now he broke through to the 4th stage of the true realm, then to the 5th stage. Chu Xuan's energy changed noticeably. The youth's aura flared as he soared upward, breaking through from one level to another with astonishing speed. Xuan couldn't believe that this wasn't a dream. He was already at the 8th stage of the true realm, a little more, and he would move on to the next realm. His faithful pet, the spiritual cat Blackie, lay calmly on the roof of the house, his level also growing along with the level of his master. Xuan sat comfortably in his room and concentrated on breaking through, the energy of his powerful aura dancing around him. And now the breakthrough has been made. Now he has passed into the realm of the Emperor and can form a divine soul. The main sign of breaking through to the Imperial realm is the transformation of spiritual energy and the formation of the divine soul. Even if the physical body suffers, it is possible to be reborn if the spiritual is alive. The power of the soul is omnipotent. It can communicate with the world and merge into it. Shen felt like the world was revolving around him, and everything was subject to his will. He was the ruler of this small world. The guy assumed that there was no emperor because the laws of Nanju had been violated many times. Maybe someone had a spiritual body, but he did not follow the rules. It is impossible to build your own little world. It can only be seen as half your own and half ordinary. Chu created his spiritual body to follow the rules of Nanju. Creating one world within another requires clear rules. Suddenly, Zhuan's attention was drawn to one place. He was surprised. It seemed to be the forbidden area of the Chu ancestral home. There are a few elders here. They are just a little short of the kingdom of harmony. But shouldn't this place be guarded by the strongest? Xuan didn't understand whether their cultivation techniques were preventing them from breaking through to the realm of harmony, or whether they themselves were weak. At the very least, none of these elders are inferior in strength to Chu Tianming. This is the ace in the whole of the Chu family. This is their power. The construction of the small world is complete. Within a radius of 12 miles are the Xuan domains, which exactly encompass the lands of the Chu family. Cultivators believe that in the Emperor's realm, the ruler has no laws. This is the true power of the Emperor's realm. In the secret place of the Chu clan, everything was as calm as always. The strongest elders guarded this place and the family artifact. The two elderly cultivators of the family hovered calmly in the air, engaging in spiritual practice and guarding the sacred place. Suddenly, one of the elders interrupted his meditation and became alert. He felt a powerful surge of energy very close by. The old man asked the second elder. It seemed like someone had made a sharp breakthrough. The second one confirmed. It seemed that way to him too. However, none of them felt the energy of the master who made the breakthrough, so it seems they can continue to stay there. Xuan was surprised. Those elders actually broke through so abruptly. It must be all the influence of the divine soul. Since Xuan's forces now cover the entire Chu territory, it seems that he accidentally influenced them and helped them break through. The boy knew that in the very center of the Chu clan residence, there should be an artifact that absorbs the breath of elders. This artifact works as a conductor, receiving the breath of a strong cultivator in the environment. It transmits it to a specific location. There is no one in the Chu family who is equal in strength to the harmony realm. It seems that this thing suppresses advancement or forces those who break through to leave this place. However, Xuan is a hermit, so this does not concern him. The young man decided to first turn off the artifact's breath collection function. For reaching the Emperor's realm, the system rewarded the boy with the great immortal scriptures of Luo and the great techniques of Luo. These writings turned out to be a continuation of the writings left to the young man by Yuan, and the boy felt that he had risen to the second level of the Emperor's kingdom. Xuan sighed. So 100 years of cultivation has ended, but now he has enough confidence in his strength. Now he is the only one who has reached the Imperial realm in Nanzhou. Even if there is someone equal in strength outside, the guy here has nothing to fear. And there's no point in worrying about the evil overlord's court for now. Let the cult members kill each other, and then you can kill the rest. Satisfied, Blackie rubbed himself against his owner with a purr. Zhuan asked the kitten, and he too moved forward, already in the realm of harmony. The young man told him to quickly move to the true kingdom. With his abilities, he would quickly reach the Emperor's kingdom. Xuan told his pets that once they reached all the Emperor's realms, he would be completely calm and confident in his abilities. Their common goal is to break into the heavenly kingdom. The Emperor's kingdom has only 2 steps. That's nothing. Then comes the kingdom of honor and the heavenly kingdom. And considering that the system gives him several years of cultivation at a time, this won't be a big problem. They can handle it. Shen was planning to use the secret realm and restore the heavenly rules in Nanju, but Keiyun's appearance would hinder the balance of power. But if the boy gains strength, then there is nothing to worry about. If he is equal in strength to the kingdom of honor, and the Emperor will bow his head. This means that while Chu Xuan is confident in his abilities and his life will be comfortable, at least he can protect himself. Having looked around, the young man asked if there were enough servants or just a woman's hand. Beautiful girls attract more attention than servants. Should he put the gate of the secret kingdom in a prominent place, maybe it will attract cultivators and girls. After all, there had to be someone nearby who could carry out orders and do things for Zhuan personally. Dark cultivators didn't count. While touring his newly established imperial domain, Chu Xuan was choosing a location to install the gate to the secret realm. Finally, he found a suitable entry point. He decided to leave the gate there. Even without activation, it would attract people. After touring his newly created secret kingdom, Chu Xuan found himself back at home, in the manor where his father Chu Chulo had once lived. For staying at home for 1 year and 1 day, the system rewarded him with imperial realm cultivation pills. A satisfied Zhuan said how well he lives. His family and servants take care of him. The system develops him and gives him gifts. By the way, Zhang Kui hasn't shown up for a long time. The young man used his soul seal to summon the vice-patriarch of the sect under his control. Soon, Zhang's footsteps were heard in the courtyard of the estate. He unquestioningly answered the call of his powerful master. Xuan asked how his older sister Chu Yun was doing, whether she was making progress, and whether Zhang was providing her with everything she needed. Zhang reported that in such a short period of time, the lady was already cultivating the creation of pills with all her might, but the progress was still small. The guy said, "Great," and ordered him to secretly give her the imperial pill and several copies and writings on the topic that would help her. Shen noticed that Zhang Kui himself had broken through to the realm of harmony, and he confirmed that it was all thanks to the master's pills. However, among evil cultivators, there is an unbreakable rule. Anyone who breaks through to the realm of harmony must report to the court of the evil overlord. They cannot disobey orders or leave its territory. All this is done with the aim of gathering the strongest to counter threats. Xuan gave his servant an item that would seal his aura, so if he didn't go to court, he wouldn't be detected anyway. Zhang Kui sincerely thanked his master, whom he was glad to serve faithfully and truly, albeit with the seal of his soul. Another cultivator approached the Dark Lord's palace, secretly watching the guards from the bushes and pondering what to do. After Quan Wu's invasion of the palace, an investigation was conducted, but no secret plots were discovered. The guards thought that the old man had completely lost his mind in his later years and that he wanted to make a splash before his death, so he showed up at the palace. Now Quan Wu has become famous not only among the evil cultivators, but also among all the cultivators of Nanju. Everyone has heard of this madman who was not afraid to make a fuss at the evil rulers, and now Quan Wu has his first follower. The old cultivator Fan Kai suddenly attacked the unsuspecting guards of the Dark Sovereign's royal palace. The security detachment didn't even have time to put up any resistance to the strange, long-haired old man before they were all instantly killed. Old Fan Kai said, "Well then, it's time for us to go to the holy land of evil cultivators to take a look at the palace." The commander of the security detachment, seeing his dead comrades, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Just madness." Fan Kai said with a laugh that he would be the second evil cultivator who was able to attack the palace in this millennium and would die without regrets afterward. The commander of the security detachment shouted to the old man that the old geezer, out of his madness, had killed innocent guards. But Fan Kai laughed, asking which evil cultivator would not want to attack the Dark Sovereign's palace. He will be as rebellious and uncontrollable as old man Quan Wu, and will give his life for the triumph of madness. Soon, another deafening explosion was heard in the palace of the Dark Lord, killing the guards and several elders. The Dark Lord Shou Yuan walked around with a gloomy expression, worried by this unusual tendency of his subjects attacking him. Frowning, he asked if it was another one. What kind of madness had taken hold of the evil cultivators? Why were they attacking their lord? Following Fan Kai, 3 friends from the Evil Spirit Mountain arrived at the palace with the intention of attacking the palace before their death. The friends were having fun, saying that no one can disturb the evil lord because he is the ruler of evil cultivators, and they will make noise today. The guards did not understand why their friends were trying to attack the palace. Apparently, their death was already near, and there was no other chance to single them out. The squad leader asked the cultivators what kind of arrogance they were showing. Did they really think that the evil overlord's guardian could be defeated so easily? The palace guard attacked the evil cultivators, shouting for the old men to quickly die and go straight to hell. Another explosion thundered, even louder than the previous one, and the friends from the Mountain of Evil Spirits joyfully went to the other world together with the guards. As he lay dying, the guard of the Dark Lord's palace thought with horror that this old man had blown himself up so quickly it was enough to drive him crazy. At the entrance to the palace of the Dark Lord, dust swirled from another explosion, and leaves torn from the branches quietly fell. The head of security reported to the Lord that over the past 2 weeks, more and more evil cultivators have been launching attacks on the palace. Xu Wen growled through his teeth that they would immediately go to the palace gates together and find out what was going on there. There was already a whole group at the gate. The cultivator told the guard that he did not know who he was talking to. The one who was able to break into the palace was his brother. Some guy smugly told the guards to stand and watch while he walked straight into the palace, and no one would stop him. The evil cultivator resolutely walked towards the porch leading to the palace, clearly intending to immortalize his name like the others. He said with a smile that they should remember his name as the one who was able to invade the Lord's palace. His name, And then a huge shadow loomed over the guy. A menacing voice commandingly shouted for him to die, and the hero's face lengthened. The huge shadow of the hand, hanging over the intruder into the ruler's palace, burst into scarlet flames, and the gates became unbearably hot. Shu Yuan angrily shouted for this impudent man to die right now on the threshold of his palace so that others would not dare to come. Everyone scattered, hurrying to escape as quickly as possible. The evil cultivators realized that the evil lord himself had come out to the gate. One of the cultivators said that he was not afraid to say that the one who was personally trampled by the evil overlord was his brother. After all, only a true brave man can force the darkest lord to intervene, and this is a great honor for anyone. A shadow fell across Shu Yuan's face. He couldn't understand when it had become an honor to attack his dark master's palace. He asked if evil cultivators really did become mentally ill after practicing, and where did so many madmen come from? It's all that idiot Quan Wu's fault. He was the first to attack the palace and became famous, becoming an incredibly popular old man. Xuan was perplexed. It had already been 2 months since he left the entrance to the secret kingdom, but no one had come. It was so strange. Are there really no lucky people in Nanzhou who would suit him, or are they so far away that it would take them a very long time to get to his kingdom? For causing chaos among the dark cultivators, Xuan was rewarded by the system with the magic mirror of 1,000 heavens. The guy didn't even realize what a mess he had created among the cultivators with the power of his mind. It was probably connected to old man Quan Wu. He still didn't understand what exactly Quan Wu had done, but then why all the fuss? The young man sighed. Even the system has its flaws. The mirror of 1,000 heavens can show any location and teleport objects. Each location is displayed randomly. However, it is not yet possible to move animals, but if you reach the highest level of the heavenly kingdom, then it will be possible to move animals. You can use the mirror only 3 times a day to find an item or place. After improving your abilities, there will be no restrictions. The spiritual trace moves with the soul, which means its location will also change. It needs to be tested. Shushin saw in the mirror space a dense forested area, somewhat similar to the domain of his native clan. One of the guys worriedly asked his wounded friend how he was. He was sitting near a tree, a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. Suddenly, a knife flashed in the hand of the wounded youth, and he mercilessly inflicted several fatal wounds on the one who considered him a friend. As he was dying, the boy asked Ma Kun in surprise why he had done this, why he had killed him, since he hadn't done anything bad to him. Ma Kun was surprised, and his friend even asked him if he had always wanted to get rid of him, and now such a convenient opportunity had presented itself. The guy killed his friend because he was the sole owner of the treasure. Although he had great potential, Ma Kun did not want to put up with this. Taking the dead friend's travel bag, the guy said that he would probably take his bag too, as there was a lot of valuable and useful stuff in it. Turning around at the noise, Ma Kun cursed. A heavenly tiger was heading straight towards him, a monster that was clearly beyond the boy's strength. The guy doesn't even reach the 9th level of the Zhuan realm, but the tiger's strength surpasses the 7th level of the spirit realm. Suddenly the killer saw Chu Xuan's figure. His dark silhouette was golden in the rays of the sun. Ma Kun did not understand who it was in front of him. He prayed for the strongest to save him from the monster that was inexorably approaching him and could easily destroy him. Zhuan didn't think that his first experience using the mirror would involve betrayal and killing a friend for the sake of treasure. He told Ma Kun not to be afraid. He would show him how to break through further and defeat this heavenly evil tiger. The boy happily thanked the strongest, hoping that he would be able to take advantage of the protection and survive, keeping the stolen treasure. Zhuan said that when the tiger pounced, Kun should take the knife with both hands and bend down to get underneath it, then stab it into its stomach. The stomach is one of the most vulnerable places of any monster, the guy asked the strongest one. Maybe he himself would do it. Chu reassured the guy that if he caught the enemy by surprise, he would kill him in an instant. He was looking after him. Nothing would happen. Ma Kun frowned. Apparently the strongest patron was testing his abilities. That's right, he needed to follow his advice and win. The evil, saber-toothed sky tiger was approaching in the meantime. Just one leap and the boy would find himself in its huge paws. The tiger roared and rushed at the traitorous man. Ma Kun frantically recalled what Chu Xuan told him to do. The shaking guy calmed himself down. As long as the strongest one was here, he had nothing to worry about, so he took his bloody knife in his hands. Ma Kun thought that this was his chance to show himself. He couldn't panic and lose face. He rushed at the tiger with a knife. But in a panic, the boy did everything differently than Zhuan told him to, and as a result, he received a hefty slap from the tiger's clawed paw. He stretched out in a clearing not far from the beast and begged the strongest to save him from the clutches of the enraged sky tiger. Xuan said, Ma Kun couldn't do it. His hand was shaking, the blow was weak, and over time he miscalculated. The guy begged for help. Chu replied that it was already late. He was too far from Ma Kun and would hardly be able to get there that quickly, but all was not lost. Zhuan promised to tell the boy the sure way to escape, and he was ready to do anything to survive the fight with the beast. Shu told the boy to bow before the tiger and call him father. He would not touch his child so the boy could survive. Xuan doubted that the beast would eat Ma Kun if he called him that. The guy was very surprised, and it would definitely work. Strong people have suffered humiliation since time immemorial while they were weak. Once upon a time there lived such a man, and he endured bullying, accumulating strength. So now this is Ma Kun's only chance for salvation. He must believe that the strongest knows a lot about tigers. Following Xuan's advice, the boy fell to his knees before the heavenly tiger, and calling him father, said that he was his son. The beast stopped and stared at the guy in surprise. He, noticing the reaction, was delighted. It was working. The strongest had not deceived him. Smiling slyly, the boy turned to the heavenly evil tiger again, saying that he was his child, little Ma Hu. Ma Kun closed his eyes, he thought with horror. This tiger is not completely stupid. If he calls him daddy, he will understand, and will not touch him. The sky tiger extended its paw towards the boy's head, its claws frozen right above the top of his head. Ma Kun was shaking and sweating from fear. But then the tiger removed his paw, turned around and quietly walked away, leaving the guy behind. Ma Kun carefully raised his head. This trick had worked. Streams of tears flowed from the eyes of the frightened traitor. What a blessing that he still survived, even though he was on the brink of death. The delighted boy waved his hand to the tiger and wished his daddy a good journey. His son would pray for his health. The sky tiger turned its head towards the impudent fellow, frowned and growled menacingly. The beast realized that this pathetic little man was mocking it. He lashed Ma Kun across the face with his powerful tail so hard that the boy's teeth snapped, and now there was no need to think about saving himself. The tiger struck the man, frozen with fear, several times with its powerful paws, turning him into a bloody mess. The beast growled and continued to tear apart the weakling who dared to laugh at him, a mighty heavenly tiger on his own territory. Suddenly the tiger raised its head and stared in surprise at the strange man hanging in the air surrounded by a golden glow. The beast took a few steps towards Chu Xuan, who asked the heavenly tiger where he was, what kind of place this was. The tiger obediently growled in response to the question. He is now in the deep mountain forests in the northern part of the country, in the Beizhou region. The golden mirror space began to close. The young man realized that this time he was shown Beizhou. Well, not bad. Xuan snapped his fingers and closed the portal. He said tiredly, "That's enough for now." He had already spent a lot of energy on the journey. The boy is not yet strong enough to use the mirror constantly, even though he has already reached the emperor's kingdom. Taking one of the recently obtained pills, Xuan threw it into his mouth, deciding to use it to increase his spiritual strength. The young man immersed himself in cultivation, and with the help of the pills and potions provided by the system, the process went easier and faster. Now it was possible to continue the experiments. Xuan commanded the mirror to open a portal and show him the sea. The guy was disappointed. Was there really no fish at all? He had wanted to try to move a couple of fresh fish to his estate. He indignantly shouted, "What the hell is this? The next portal? Maybe there is something worthwhile there," but he still didn't find the fish. At least he has this toy to pass the time. He can look at whatever he wants. It's really cool. Suddenly, Xuan saw a very strange place in the mirror portal. He did not understand what it was and why they were showing him this place. To begin with, the guy decided to use a spiritual herb. He sent a small branch of the magical plant through the portal. Having passed through the golden mirror space, the branch turned into a shoot, but the plant died almost instantly. Xian wondered why this place was so lifeless. Maybe it was a secret kingdom or some kind of cemetery. Suddenly, the guy noticed that there was someone there. There was a living person in this lifeless place. But who was there? Maybe a prisoner. There was a heavy wooden door in the large windowless stone building, and behind that door, Chu Xuan sensed a person. A skinny, half-naked cultivator sat on the stone floor, a heavy, evil energy flowing around him. This man was already old. Taking a closer look, the guy noticed that the old man was almost blind, bald, and had lost his teeth. How long had he been here? Seeing the young man in the portal, the old man asked who he was and what he needed here. No one had come here for a long time. Chu Shen said that he is a deity who explores worlds and kingdoms, and that he accidentally wandered here, and who is he and what is he doing? The old man was surprised. What other heavens and worlds? What kind of thing is this anyway? Even though he is a cultivator himself, this is the first time he has heard such a thing. The guy was very surprised. Didn't he know about the division of heavens and worlds? It was very strange to hear such speeches from a cultivator. The old man said that he had never heard of such a thing. He only knew of 9 dominions and 50 kingdoms. Xuan understood. 9 and 50 apparently. This is the division of this world. Which of the 9 Nanju? He does not know that either. The young man told the cultivator that what he was saying was nothing, just a small corner of the heavens and worlds. In fact, the world was much larger. The old cultivator frowned, thinking, I wonder how powerful and rich the land of heaven and world is. The man, bathed in divine light, seemed dangerous and powerful to the old man. In all the places he had been, everyone was afraid to encounter a representative of the heavenly kingdom. Xuan felt that this old man was extremely strong and dangerous. However, perhaps he was stuck here and couldn't get out. The prisoner asked the young man how to get into these heavens and worlds of his. Xuan replied that he was too weak to know. The old cultivator's jaw dropped. But that can't be true. If he is weak, then who is strong? He said that although the young man could not know, he had long been stuck at the top of the heavenly kingdom. He was the strongest among the 9 realms. Chu was amazed. The pinnacle of the heavenly realm. How insidious the traps here are, that even a person of such a level cannot escape. It would be nice to make him his servant, but Xuan can only voluntarily put a soul seal on him. He needs to be deceived. The guy said that the top of the heavenly kingdom is nothing. The heavenly kingdom he mentioned is just the tip of the iceberg. Now the guy will tell him in which kingdom the old man actually resides in the world of heaven and the worlds of Xuan. The old man's heavenly realm was no better than the harmony realm in terms of skill and strength. The old cultivator was shocked. How could this be? He wondered how big this young man's world was, so it was no wonder that his world was only a remote piece of land. Xuan asked how long it took the old man to cultivate to reach this level of strength. The prisoner replied with a sigh, he spent 10,000 years. Now it's even a pity that it took 10,000 years. Xuan said that in the heavens and worlds, some people only need 100 years to reach the same level, so he has ordinary abilities. In fact, the pride of heaven is those who reach the heavenly kingdom in 10 years, they are truly talented. The cultivator muttered, but how could this be? It's impossible. Only 10 years. What kind of talents do you need to have? The old man was considered a great and gifted talent since childhood, but all this time he was just a weakling, an ordinary cultivator. The young man chuckled. The old man was like a pathetic frog at the bottom of a well. He didn't even know how big the real world was. The old cultivator prayed, asking the young sage to teach him how to become stronger. This had always been his life's goal. Xuan smiled. The first step had been taken. The young man had made the prisoner believe in his deception. Good, he needed to consolidate the result. The boy shrugged. What could he tell the old man? The gap in their abilities was too great, but the old man continued to plead. He said that this was very important to him. His happiness and fate were in the hands of the sage. If he entrusted him with this secret, the old man would definitely become stronger. He has been locked here for over 100,000 years and has never been able to become stronger. Instead, death has been nipping at his heels. He probably doesn't have much time left. Xuan noticed that it sounded dangerous. Why did the old man go here, and what kind of place is this anyway? He replied that this is a barren ancient domain, Luotian Cave. Many strong cultivators have gone here, but none have returned alive. They were too overconfident and ended up trapped here. Shu said that apparently their meeting was fate. He would give a couple of tips. Dead energy is not lifeless. His anger can also become energy. By walking towards death, the old man will be able to enter the great path and escape from the troubles and traps of Luotian Cave. The cultivator asked if the sage was talking about reincarnation. Chu replied that the old man might not listen to him. After all, everyone has their own path. And there is no need to be impatient. You need to hold your breath. He has been locked here for so long already. What else can he do, if not breathing practices? The young man added that he saw that the old man would be fine for another 1,000 years, so there was no need for him to rush. The cultivator agreed with him. The old man thought, really, why rush? If he himself does not understand the structure of this world, who will do it for him? The old cultivator respectfully thanked the sage for the hint, and he was inspired to see a clear path ahead. Heeding the young man's advice, the old man once again immersed himself in cultivation, his powerful aura blazing within the cave. The young man thought that the first step had been taken successfully. Now he needed to solve the problem with his trap, and then he himself would want to become his servant or disciple. Chushan was very pleased. He didn't think that he would be able to recruit the old cultivator as his disciple so easily. It was important to leave the soul seal on him without pressure, because with his strength, nothing would have worked out for the guy otherwise. Xuan told his student to study, and he should move on. The young man hoped that at the next meeting, he would be wiser. The boy waved his hand and sent the soul mark through the mirror space to the old cultivator in Luotian Cave. The cultivator wished his new mysterious teacher a happy journey and returned to diligent practice. Now, on the back of this truly strong man, Chu Xuan's soul seal was emblazoned, and he had fallen under control. The young man snapped his fingers and ordered the mirror portal to close, and the golden window instantly closed. Xuan chuckled. This mirror is an excellent thing. Even a heavenly realm level cultivator can't detect it. An excellent attribute. The system congratulated the young man for deceiving Ren Changhe, and as a reward he received a very useful collection of yin-yang harmony. By looking at the path of yin and yang, you will see the cycle of life and death, transforming the energy of death into life energy, and vice versa. If Ren Changhe practices this technique, he will not only escape from the trap, but also be able to break through the shackles. But first, Xuan himself had to master this technique. He immersed himself in studying the received collection of yin-yang harmony. concentrating, the guy literally absorbed the information from the book, instantly grasping all the theoretical subtleties of the technique. Finally read it. The great path of yin and yang is hard to comprehend. It changes life and death. After successful cultivation, the power becomes incredible. At first, Chu thought about dissolving the dead energy, but with this technique, it would not be a problem to change Ren Chang'e's life. Zhuan wanted the old man to submit to him himself. As long as he had the soul seal on him, he would not be able to do anything even if he suspected something. Today, he won't be able to use the mirror anymore, and it's unlikely that it will be able to find Ren Chang'e again so soon. He needs to give it time. While there was still time, the young man decided to take up the cultivation of the technique of the mysterious path of yin and yang obtained from the system. The flower and the golden bird pan watched the owner in surprise. Blackie was happy. The owner decided to die. Finally, the yard would be his. Having immersed himself in the practice, Chu said that turning death into life, and life into death, is a cycle of infinite energy. And so, the black energy of death that was swirling around Xuan turned into the bright energy of life, flaring up like sunlight. A few days later, the guy started swearing again, saying, "What's going on? There's not even a normal person here. He's looked through so much and still can't find it." Chu closed the portal. The same thing for several days. Mountains of yellow sand, a raging sea, wildlife, and an uninhabited island. Another beautiful sunny day arrived in Nanzhou. Life went on as usual, but not everyone noticed this beauty. The Purple Moon cult's territory was almost deserted. Most of the powerful elders had died, and the rest had gone silent. Hu Quan cursed and angrily pounded his fist on the floor. Not only was his cult almost destroyed, but this Quan Wu, the head of the cult, asked why the palace was so damaged, and whether it should not be restored first. And now, Hu Quan is constantly being called in for interrogations, and tears of anger flowed from the sectarian's eyes from the awareness of his own powerlessness. He fell onto the stone floor and clenched his fists. He needed to do something urgently. He couldn't let this situation slide. It's all that crazy old man Quan Wu's fault. Who shouldn't have hired him? If the Lord starts an investigation, Quan Wu shouldn't be involved in any way. The cult leader took the blood bead with the evil spirit in his hands. He needs to act first. The damned Chu clan is to blame for all of this. The bell rang in the tower of the House of the Black Moon, announcing the arrival of a new order for the renowned spies. Wang Cheng opened the box with the scroll, wondering who else needed what, even though everyone in the house used the services of spies. Having glanced over the contents of the message, the spy was surprised. An order had been received from the Purple Moon cult, which meant they were still alive. Hu Qian offered Black Moon exorbitant sums of money to commission him to thoroughly explore the Chu family's holdings from top to bottom. Wang Cheng was shocked. Even the leader of the Jin cult didn't pay such a price for the Chu family. It seemed that Hu Quan harbored a serious grudge against them. But none of this matters. The most important thing now is the reputation of the House of the Black Moon, so they will complete the task and restore their glory. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan continued his travels, using the mirror to search for his potential disciples and servants. The young man was overjoyed. He finally saw a strong cultivator, the strong guy Du Yuan from Shizhou in the Realm of Honor. After speaking with Xuan, who appeared in a golden glow, Du Yuan thanked the wise man, saying that he had shown him a lot. At the boy's command, the mirror could put a mark on this place so that Xuan could find Du Yuan at any convenient time. He and Du Yuan are not that far from each other. This guy does not have a large pedigree. Only one family obeys him. The mirror can only place one mark, so you need to use it wisely. If you place it on a friend, the mirror will remove the previous one. But while Xuan can't remove these beacons from either Ren Changhe or Du Yuan, both of these cultivators are of interest to the guy. And then Xuan felt that someone had invaded Chu's territory again. He was definitely not from the sect, only the second level of the spiritual realm. He uses invisibility armor, hides his breath, and is filled with weapons, and even those are so expensive that even the Chu family can't afford them. Having compared all the factors, the guy came to the conclusion that a scout from the House of the Black Moon had arrived on the clan's territory. Xuan smiled. It was a pity that he didn't have a spy in the sect to destroy the Black Moon, but since this guy came himself, the guy wouldn't stand on ceremony. Junior Chu focused. The spy is on the cult's mission to investigate the family's territory. Why are they continuing to dig under the Chu family? The Black Moon House's envoy carefully examined the clan's territories, recording all the features and details of the layout. The spy was confident that as soon as he completed this mission, he would receive a promotion and become an elite intelligence officer, and then he could get married. But one must still be careful. The agent must not reveal his identity, otherwise he will be killed by his own colleagues from the Black Moon. Looking around, the spy frowned. Could this really be the residence of the powerful Chu clan? What a strange layout. A large, lonely thing on a hill in plain sight, and even one stupid and weak-looking guard. Is this really their protection? Oh, they even dug a ditch. What nonsense. The spy shook his head to make sure that everything around was not the result of some kind of influence. Looking up, he asked in surprise if there had always been such a high mountain here. He didn't remember it. How strange it all was. The agent remembered very well that he had not seen any mountain along the way. According to the information, the area of Chu's lands was 12 leagues. But what the Black Moon Sect scout now saw did not at all correspond to the information he had initially received. Juan drank aromatic tea and openly amused himself with the sect spy who had come to the territory of his secret kingdom. The young man smiled. Excellent. This guest was able to discover the deceptions of the Imperial Kingdom, so much the better. Let him wander. To begin with, Juan decided to lock the spy here. Since the Black Moon values trust, the agent's reputation is over as soon as he loses it. If the House of the Black Moon loses contact with one of its scouts, they will send stronger guys to search for him. And so Xuan will catch a bigger fish on his hook, and then it will be possible to see what to do with them, maybe to convert them. There was growing unrest in the local Black Moon house. 3 days had already passed, and there was no news from the scout from the Chu lands. Wang Chang was nervous about what had happened to the guy, or whether the situation was so complicated that he needed more time to investigate. The task must be completed as quickly as possible so as not to tarnish the reputation of the House of the Black Moon, which has already suffered. Wang frowned. Something was wrong here. Even if he hadn't completed the task, he should have returned by now and reported on the work done. What cards does the Chu family have up its sleeve to detain Xiao Hu, even though he is not an elite intelligence officer, but a reliable worker? After some thought, Wang Chang ordered an elite scout to be sent to check out the situation and find out what happened to Xiao Hu. Soon, a generous customer appeared in the tower of the Black Moon House, the head of the Purple Moon cult, which was almost destroyed here. Hu Quan greeted Brother Wang politely and reminded him that it had been a long time since he had given them the task. The client was surprised that there were still no results, but Wang Chang reassured him, promising that everything would be done in the best possible way. The spy asked Hu Quan to give them 2 more days to clarify some very important details that would be very useful to him. Hu asked, "There won't be any problems. The Black Moon is always trusted, because they always do their job well." Wang assured that Black Moon valued Hu Quan's trust immensely, so they would try their best to do everything in the best possible way. The head of the Purple Moon cult muttered that he expected the results in 2 days, turned around, and quickly left the spy tower. Wang Chang knew that if they screwed up, their reputation would be irreparably damaged, and he himself might suffer because of it. But there is nothing to worry about, because Wang is supposed to be promoted soon. The main thing is to complete this task from the head of the Purple Moon on time. Another day passed and night fell, and there was no communication from the second, now elite scout. He had disappeared. No longer trusting the others, Wang Chang himself went to the Chu clan's territory to find out what was going on there. The spy grumbled, "Damn the Chu family. 2 of his scouts were missing. How was that even possible? Where were they?" Now the head of the local house decided to find out what was wrong with the Chu family, what secrets they were hiding, and what was happening on their land. Wang Chang was confident that the information he had obtained would be more than enough to report on the completed task and receive all the money. He has been waiting for such an opportunity for 30 years. He must not miss this reward. Today even heaven itself cannot stop him. Easily jumping over the fence of the clan's territory, Wang exclaimed that it would be so. He would still show everyone what he was capable of. The Black Moon House elite scout, completely beaten, muttered that he had told everything and begged them to stop beating him. Xuan sternly asked, "Is it true that the Black Moon leader arrived in the Chu clan's territory?" The scout confirmed that it was true. The boy menacingly demanded to know who ordered the Black Moon scouts to infiltrate their family's territory and why. The beaten spy replied that the order came from Hu Quan, who spent a lot of money to get a detailed map of the Chu family's territory. Xuan was surprised. The customer was Hu Quan, the leader of the Purple Moon cult. What did their family do that made such a person so angry? The guy asked if there was any news about the cult. Wang Chang replied that recently a man named Quan Wu caused a lot of trouble. Because of his antics, a group of madmen attacked the sect, and they were proud of the fact that they had broken into the palace of the evil ruler and exploded. Xu Xuan cursed, trying to break into the palace of the Dark Lord. This is truly crazy. The Lord is clearly not happy about this. The young man also demanded that Wang Chang tell him about the Black Moon House, what was happening there now, and its structure. It turned out that the spy cult has many levels. Wang is an ordinary landowner with a bronze medal. His boss is an important landowner. The prisoner didn't know who the head of the cult was. They don't communicate directly with higher-ups, only through their superiors. This means that when Wang is promoted, he will be responsible for the state of Qin, and the spy explained the conditions for this. "You need to work hard, have outstanding skills or great strength," Xuan chuckled. "Quite harsh conditions." Chu offered Van to take the tincture. It would help him break through to the realm of harmony. The spy thanked the master with tears in his eyes. But Juan knew that with the soul seal, Wang was now his. The young man ordered that if he found out anything important, he should definitely tell him. Wang Chang asked the master what to do with Hu Quan, whether he should find someone to punish him, but Chu forbade him to do this for now. He ordered not to interfere with him. to give him a map and all the necessary information. It is necessary to find out what this cultist was planning, and for this they must pretend that they do not suspect anything. Wang laughed. His master is so wise, so be it. After receiving detailed instructions and a magical tincture from Xuan, Wang Chang headed back to the Black Moon Tower. Immediately after he left, the guy heard a familiar sound. The system praised him for introducing a spy into the Black Moon sect. As a reward, Xuan received an incredibly useful magical item from the system, a talisman for communication between fathers and children. Thanks to the communication talisman, not only relatives but also mentors and students can exchange information with each other. All messages from the derivative talismans are transmitted to the main one, who can control the communication and movement of each derivative talisman. The main talisman can make hundreds of derivatives. The higher the level, the more derivative talismans can be created. Chu smiled. Not bad. It can be used to exchange information about the Black Moon. He has the main talisman. He can receive all the information. Shan heard that the Black Moon House's spies still use demonic birds as a means of communication. To begin with, the guy decided to create derivative talismans and test them. The young man's aura flared with golden light. Creating derivatives is not a problem, but it is a hassle to do a lot at once. If only he had an assistant to make his work easier. Once the talismans begin to work properly, Xuan will be able to stay at home, cultivate, and learn all the secrets of the sects. It's surprising that the Secret Kingdom hasn't attracted anyone for so long. Xuan is already noticeably short of manpower. After finishing creating the derivative talismans, Chu Xuan called the Black Moon Scout, Xiao Hu, whom he had captured, to the estate. The spy bowed to Xuan and asked if the master was looking for him. He was ready to carry out any of his tasks, not sparing his life. The derivative talismans appeared in front of Xuan and Xiao Hu. Chu told the guy to take them with him to the Black Moon House. Xiao Hu smiled. These were excellent talismans for transmitting information. He had already seen such ones in their sect. This means that the Black Moon's top leadership knows about such talismans. They will certainly attract attention, so one must be careful. But few people know how to use these things. The Black Moon is in turmoil now, but Xuan has nothing to worry about. Having driven all the Black Moon spies out of the house, the guy decided to return to the mirror. Now he needed to talk to Du Yuan. Young Chu thought with a grin, he should enjoy his superiority. This boy considered him almost a deity. Du Yuan told the wise man that he was tormented by a question to which he could find the answer, so he wanted to turn to him for advice. There is a family living in Shizhou. Among the younger generation there is a genius, but 3 years ago his abilities suddenly disappeared and the engagement with him was broken. Xuan thought, it seems like this is the beginning of a sad story about one hero, and what happened to him. Apparently, he became the object of ridicule. His father went to get medicine for his wounds and disappeared, and his relatives began to mock him, but 3 days ago, the boy suddenly changed. He had suffered for a long time, ignored his pride, and was afraid to leave his family, but his clan declared a hunt for him and even appointed a generous reward for the murder. The Du family was heartbroken and went looking for him, but Yuan himself does not know what to do, whether to join his family. Xuan thought, this genius is not so simple. Maybe he has a secret patron. The main characters do not die so easily. Chu told the boy that it would be better for him not to interfere in this matter, otherwise he would not be able to avoid serious and even disastrous consequences. Du Yuan asked the wisest man why he thought so. Xuan replied that the minds of geniuses are sometimes incomprehensible. He will see it himself. Chu said that most likely this genius will either destroy himself or take someone's life. He is sure that everything will be exactly like that. Du Yuan, after a pause, said that he would listen to the words of the wisest and would not participate in this, and would dissuade others. Xuan thought, the next gate of the Secret Kingdom should open in Beizhou. Apparently this genius will appear there soon. Half a month passed. Xuan's life was surprisingly calm. He cultivated, raising his level. No one bothered him anymore. The boy wondered why the Purple Moon cult was still inactive, even though they had received information about the Chu family's lands. And then he remembered that he hadn't spoken to Du Yuan for several days. He needed to find out how he was doing. Chu waved his finger and opened a portal. Yuan was very happy about the appearance of the wisest one. He said that thanks to Chu's advice, his family did not participate in the siege. That genius destroyed every enemy in his path. Almost all of Tianjiao fell. The great sage did not expect a lesser due from the great sage. Yuan told the wisest one that he had recently decided to go to the land of the living dead and draw it on a map. Chu asked what this strange place was. Du explained that this land in Nanzhou would be opened within a few decades. Xuan realized that Du Yuan was fighting for the opportunity to reach the secret realm. Apparently he really wanted to win his trust and rise further. The 13th young master Chu repeated thoughtfully, the land in Nanzhou. He knew the ancient history of this place very well. In ancient times, humans and monsters fought a brutal battle here, leaving Nanzhou in ruins. But in modern times, life is returning here, and soon the lands of the living dead, left over from the war, will once again appear in the world. That's why Du Yuan wants to go to Nanzhou early, so that he can be ready when the gate to the land of the living dead opens. Chu didn't like this idea, going there. No, not now. Until Xuan has a lot of combat power, he can't let Du go. Xuan said that Yuan's time had not yet come. If he wanted to prove himself in Nanzhou, he first needed to become stronger. The guy answered the wisest one, but those lands are in complete ruin. It's unlikely that anyone there will reach the emperor's kingdom. Xuan was surprised by this naivety. Du knew almost nothing about those parts. He asked why Nanzhou was now in complete ruins. Yuan confidently replied, "Of course, because of the bloody war," Chu confirmed. "Exactly, so no one will act recklessly. So, it's impossible to rush there headlong." Du Yuan frowned. After thinking, he asked, "What about those who are above the heavenly kingdom?" Xuan said, although Du is stupid, he understood this, since he realizes that only strong cultivators will go there. Is this his final decision? The boy bowed. The wisest one opened his eyes. Without him, he would have certainly died there, Chu said. Fate itself brought them together. He is obliged to help him. Chu wished Yuan to become stronger quickly. The boy obediently agreed. Xuan giggled, fooling the boy like a complete fool. The young man thought, even though he had forbidden Du to go to Nanzhou, he was not the only one who had heard about this place. Chu also needed to become stronger quickly. It's still nice to have people around you. Today, Xuan can use the mirror again. We need to see how Changhe is doing. As soon as the mirror portal opened, Xuan almost screamed in surprise at what this was. What had happened to Ren Changhe? Chu angrily called the old man a blockhead. The cultivator lay half dead on the stone slabs of the cave, incredibly emaciated. Hearing Xuan, the cultivator prayed for the wisest one to save him. He was stupid, could not understand his advice, and lost 200 years of life. The guy thought with horror that this old man looked as if he had escaped from a movie that he wanted to watch in a past life. Xuan sighed, "Okay, it seems that this is fate. If Ren Changhe wants, he can accept him as a disciple. Does the old man agree to this?" The unfortunate cultivator fell to his knees and exclaimed, "Of course, he really wants to become the disciple of the wisest young deity." Chu said, although he calls Changhe a disciple, he is still weak, but the cultivator has well-developed basic skills. This is good. Xuan will make an exception for Changhe. With the help of the Soul Seal, new opportunities will open up for him, but only if his intentions are pure. A scarlet imperial seal lit up the golden mirror portal, and the old cultivator stared at the seal with wide eyes. He watched as the seal approached his head and lightly settled on his forehead, the old man not daring to utter a single sound the entire time. When Xuan's soul seal lit up on his head, he quietly said that he understood the teacher and would not dare to abuse the science. Chu smiled. He didn't think it would be so easy. The old man not only didn't die, he almost reached the heavenly realm, and Xuan led him. For gaining a disciple, Xuan was rewarded by the system with 100 years of cultivation and the second part of the 100-year cultivation book. Chu was pleased. Great. Now he could break through to the realm of honor, and this book would help him strengthen his fighting spirit. However, first we need to resolve the issue with Ren Changhe. He has had enough of sitting in this terrifying cave and wasting away like a skeleton. Xuan told the student that he would share the yin and yang technique with him. If he could cultivate it correctly, life and death would become his control. The old man respectfully thanked the teacher for his great favor, and Xuan sternly told the cultivator to try harder. Through the soul seal, Chu sent Ren Changhe the contents of the treatise, transmitting all the contents of the great yin and yang technique. Accepting the technique, the old cultivator thought that the teacher was truly a god. He gave him the most important and necessary knowledge. Xuan asked the student how much he had learned from the stream of great mysterious technique theory he had just received. The cultivator asked the teacher not to be angry. Changhe was quite stupid and had only learned about 1/10 of the amount he had given him. Chu was surprised. 1/10. But there are so many pages in this teaching, and this old man is not bad. He learns new things so quickly. The young man glanced sideways at the treatise he had just handed to his student, wondering if this technique was really more complicated than he thought. Ren Changhe was puzzled as to why the wisest one was silent. Did he really no longer want the old cultivator to be his disciple? Xuan told the student that he would first explain to him how to transform death energy into life energy. This would help him. The satisfied cultivator thanked the teacher. This technique would save the old man from certain death in the cave's trap. The guy started to explain the cultivation technique and stumbled. Explaining it thoroughly turned out to be a very difficult task. He thought, being a teacher is not easy. The guy added that cultivation is very important. Changhe should not forget about training. Having listened attentively to the instructions on technique, the old man respectfully thanked the teacher for his wise advice. Changhe smiled. Before he was too arrogant and thought he was strong, but now he would not let anyone defeat him and would not let the teacher down. Following Xuan's instructions, the old man immersed himself in cultivation, mastering the technique of transforming death energy into life energy. Having completed his first lesson, Chu closed the golden portal. Now it was time to use the system reward and level up. The young man settled himself comfortably and began to break through, and now he reached the third level of the Emperor's kingdom, then the fourth and fifth. The higher his realm, the longer it takes to become stronger. It took a whole 100 years of cultivation to break through 3 levels. In the second part of the descriptions of the cultivation of the Emperor's realm, in contrast to the first, more attention is paid to the defense and attack of the soul. There is also a special weapon, the Soul Spear, which wounds your soul, not your physical body, and is impossible to dodge. After reading the book, the young man realized that the map from the previous reward was now useless. When would the system give him a new training map? How are his spies in the Black Moon doing? Let's try to contact them. Zhuan approached the talisman and told Wang Chang to listen to him. Chu ordered to collect information about the land of the living dead, whether any powerful cultivators were going to Nanzhou. Currently, only the weak members of the Black Moon have connections with Xuan, so they need to expand their influence in this spy sect. If he takes control of the powerful lords and officials at the level of the Qin state, that's when the real fun will begin. The satisfied young man exclaimed that soon the entire house of the Black Moon would be under his control, and then he would learn all the secrets of the country. While the boy was lost in his dreams, the talisman vibrated. Wang Chang hurried to report on the completion of the task to his master. Wang apologized, but with his current powers, he would not be able to obtain the information the master needed. Xuan thought so. He ordered Wang to quickly advance in his career, and Xuan would also give him a soul seal, which he must place on a sect member with a bronze token. Fortunately, there is still time. Strong cultivators are not yet visible on the horizon, but Chu has the opportunity to expand its influence. Well, there's no point in wasting time. Now we need to distribute tasks to the others and talk to the stronger members of the Black Moon. A high-ranking spy on whom Wang was able to place a soul seal obediently came to the gate of Chu Xuan's estate. Yao Xiong, the holder of the Black Moon House's bronze token, obediently asked Xuan what the Lord wished to know from him. Xiong cursed because of the soul seal that was placed on him. He could not resist. The sectarian mentally promised to remind Wang of this. Xuan asked him what he knew about the land of the living dead in Nanzhou. Yao Xiong apologized. Unfortunately, he didn't know anything. Even one of the deputies is not aware of this situation. Apparently the matter is more complicated than Chu thought, but as soon as something becomes known, they will tell him. Xuan gave Yao a soul seal and ordered him to place it on one of the people with a silver token of the sect, but not stronger than the Emperor's realm. Despite his inner resistance, Yao Xiong obeyed, but he felt that the Black Moon House would soon fall into disarray. Soon, Fan Chao, the holder of the Black Moon House's silver token, stood in front of Xuan and mentally cursed Yao with all his might. Despite his high position, Fang Chao also couldn't tell Chu Xuan anything about the land of the living dead. Chao's anger was blazing inside him. He couldn't believe that Yao Xiong could set him up like that and turn him into a puppet in the hands of young Chu. Xuan was disappointed. This is unbelievable. Even he doesn't know anything about this place. What's wrong with this famous Black Moon House? Chao explained that the sect consists of an owner, logistics and maintenance teams, and they provide alchemical components and artifacts. There is also a military detachment that provides security. This detachment is the main one in the sect. It supports its existence. There are only 7 people with silver tokens in Nanzhou. Chu gave Fang a soul seal and ordered him to place it on the owner of a gold token. Fan Chao's entire being resisted this order, but the seal did not allow him to disobey, and he thought with horror what would happen. After some time, Bao Hongyan appeared at Xuan's estate with a golden Black Moon token and asked Chu how she could help him. Xuan was stunned. Could this girl really be a spy? Such a stunning beauty, and what a powerful aura she has. She is very strong. Overcoming his embarrassment, the boy asked Bao Hongyan how many people in Nanzhou had the Black Moon House gold token. The girl obediently replied that there were 3 of them here. Mentally, she scolded Fang Chao, promising him that this idiot was already dead. Taking a closer look at Xuan, she realized that this boy was quite strong, which meant that it was unlikely that anyone would notice that they were under his control. Who knew that the Chu family had such a cultivator? How creepy. And who would have thought that there could be a spy in the Black Moon sect? Xuan asked the girl if there were any Black Moon sect members at the Emperor realm level or higher in Nanzhou. Bao heard that there was one, the star of their sect, who was 1 step away from the Imperial realm, but had not yet reached it. So we can forget about him. If he is as strong as Bao says, it will be difficult to control him, and all efforts will go down the drain. The guy asked Yan if she knew about the land of the living dead, and the girl admitted that she knew very little about it. They say that in ancient times, powerful demons walked this land, dreaming of destroying or enslaving the human race. The land of the living dead is a territory in Nanzhou that in ancient times was a battlefield for the strongest people against demons. In that battle, rivers of blood were shed, and Nanzhou was destroyed, so now there is not a single person of the level of the Emperor realm there. The forces were unequal, and the battlefield disappeared from the face of the earth, becoming the land of the living dead, turning into legend. It is said that when Nanju returns to its former state and the balance of power is restored, the land of the living dead will reappear, and along with it, a lot of treasures will appear. So everyone wants to get there, although it is unknown what will be on that land. Of course, it was not a fact that this land would appear so soon. Bao believed that she would have to wait another 20 or 30 years, or even more. Xuan didn't expect that there were so many, but there was still time to become stronger, and he couldn't forget that strong cultivators would come to Nanju earlier. Chu ordered Yan to inform him as soon as someone of the Imperial Realm level or higher appeared in Nanju, the girl promised. The young man handed the beautiful spy a talisman, explaining that it was for communication with him, and explained how the item worked. Bao meekly accepted the talisman and thanked the master for the trust he had placed in her. Now she was in constant contact. 2 months passed. No events occurred in the Chu clan's territory. To Xuan's surprise, all the sectarians became silent. Junior Chu continued to cultivate while sitting at home and receiving gifts from the system. He had nothing else to do. One day he was lying on his lounger and lamenting how boring it was, how big the world was. Where was his great love wandering? Suddenly Xuan felt that someone had appeared near his estate. It didn't seem like an enemy, and he hadn't invited guests. Just in case, the young man closed the golden mirror portal. Strangers shouldn't know what he does here in his free time. Xuan concentrated. It seems like this is a person who is carefully hiding himself. This is always suspicious. You have to be careful. Who is this? A guy dressed as a girl or not? It's some kind of nonsense. She's definitely going to Xuan's estate and, it seems, is bringing him food from home. We need to look at her soul. So her name is Su Xian. She is 16 years old, the daughter of a concubine from the Su family of Zhongzhou. She escaped from a forced marriage and accidentally wandered here, disguised herself, and hid in the Chu family's territory. Xuan's heart began to pound. Such a beautiful and strong girl came to him. It was fate. She must stay with him. Seeing Xuan, the girl thought that it was he, the 13th young master of the Chu family, to whom she was carrying a basket of food. Xian'er mentally scolded her relatives and weak-willed father. She needed to train to reach the realm of the emperor. The simplest job in the Chu family is bringing food to the young master, and she can devote the rest of her time to cultivation. The girl looked up and was stunned, cursing. She asked what kind of power this was. She was told that the young gentleman was weak. Dropping the basket, the frightened Su Xian'er screamed out what it was, covered herself with her hands, and begged the man not to come closer. Xuan smiled at the girl and said that he needed a maid for the estate. Would she like to become one and stay and live in this house? Xian'er was at a loss. She looked at the young man in bewilderment and tried to understand who it was in front of her, whether it was the young master. She knew for sure that only direct descendants of the Chu clan lived in this estate. So who was he then? There shouldn't be any strangers here. Xuan told the girl that this was a great opportunity for her. She had the potential for great yin power, but she was using the wrong techniques. However, under his guidance, she quickly reached the heavenly realm. Chu's aura flared, almost knocking the girl off her feet. Su looked closely at the guy, she thought. This man is very strong, but how does he know so much about her? She is disguised. The girl thought about whether to refuse or agree, and what it meant to be his servant, and if she refused, would he use force against her? Then it dawned on her. He said that she had the makings of a great yin force. Did she really have a chance to become strong? Xuan said she came here to start a new life, and was lucky to meet him. Or she thinks Chu was captivated by her beauty. Or does she think that it is shameful for her, a girl from the Su family, to serve him? Xian'er replied with embarrassment. That is not the case. Coming to her senses, the girl firmly answered, not at all. She was ready to be a servant and apprentice to such an amazingly strong master. Su Xian'er knelt down and said, This is my bow to the wisest one. He can dispose of her. She is waiting for his instructions. Xuan smiled. Excellent. He ordered that from now on the girl should address him as sir. From now on she is his servant. Xian'er winked cheerfully and replied, Yes, sir. Her fear had already passed, and she looked at the owner of the estate with curiosity. The girl noted that this young man was handsome, but if he were her fiancé, would she have run away from the altar or stayed? Shu told Su to get up from her knees. She obediently stood up and again called Xuan her master. Xian'er arrived a few days ago, but has already become someone's servant. Well, at least he is not an old man. How old is he? About 25 years old, probably. The system immediately congratulated the guy on the appearance of the maid and rewarded him with a book of secrets of the great power of yin and the expansion of the secret kingdom. These scriptures will greatly help Su Xian'er in her cultivation, and she will be able to fully realize her rich potential. Xuan told the girl to come to him. She was a little confused. Could it really be that fast? What kind of impatient gentleman is he? She timidly replied that she was obeying the master. A shadow of fear fell on her beautiful face, but she did not dare to refuse. Xian'er thought, she's finished. It's all over. What will happen to her now? The young master can do anything. The girl's embarrassment amused Chu a little. He told her that since she now served him, he would share some techniques with her. He touched Xianer's head with his finger and handed her the yin technique he had just received as a gift from the system. The young beauty looked with all her eyes at the amazing gentleman. She felt that changes were taking place inside her. Unexpectedly for herself, Su made a breakthrough and instantly found herself at the third stage of the true realm. Xianer was amazed at this technique. She felt stronger, so perhaps the heavenly kingdom really was just around the corner. She thanked the gentleman with all her heart for helping her gain new strength. She did not expect such generosity. Shushan himself was pleased. He gave the new servant an elixir and a talisman for communication with the House of the Black Moon so that she would keep an eye on him. He told her to train hard. She would do small housework. First she needed to help him sort everything out here. The girl did not expect that the gentleman would assign her to do minor housework. She expected that other services would be required of her. Su was surprised, so she wasn't for anything else. Although the gentleman was so handsome, she, in principle, wasn't against it at all. Xuan, leaving, told her that he would later teach her breathing techniques so that she could reach the kingdom of honor more easily. Chu was pleased. She was a perfect fit. She had a cute face. She was capable, and she was willing to carry out small tasks. Then he could hand over the responsibility of taking care of the Black Moon. True, she is still too weak, but no matter. With her innate talents and the writings about the power of yin, she will rise higher very soon. While sorting through Xuan's papers, Xian came across a record of information about the Black Moon. The girl's eyes widened in horror. She asked the master if he was one of the top ranks in the Black Moon. Chu replied no, he was just trying to join the ranks of the sect members. The girl fearfully asked Xuan if the Su family had really commissioned the Black Moon sect to find her and bring her back home. Young Chu reassured her that she didn't have to worry. As long as she was here, no one would find her or be able to find out anything about her. The young man suggested that she stay in this clothes. It looked cute. Chu thought that as long as she helped him, he could not worry. Su Xianer calmed down and smiled. Now she was obliged to carry out all his orders. But for some reason this did not bother her at all. After some time, the beautiful Bao Hong Yan came to Chu Xuan's estate with an important message on matters of interest to him. Xianer, her mouth open in surprise, asked the master in surprise who she was, this strong and very beautiful girl. Xuan explained that this was one of the holders of the gold token in the Black Moon sect. Her name was Bao Hong Yan. Hearing that the guest had a gold token, the maid dropped the teapot and screamed in panic that this girl should not see her. The guy snorted in displeasure, spilled tea dripping from his hair and clothes. He asked Xian what she was doing and why she was so worried. Having handed the talisman to the maid, he declared that she was now responsible for communication with Hun Yan, so she needed to pull herself together. Su should listen to all the information from Bao and convey the most important to Xuan. The rest can be written down just in case. The girl looked at the talisman in surprise. The master entrusts her with such a responsible role, but why did he choose her? While wiping his soaked hair with a towel, Xuan explained that Xianer was quite suitable for this role, so go ahead. Chu added that sooner or later he would take control of the entire Black Moon sect, and Xian receiving reports from her, would be able to monitor the actions of his family. In this case, both Xuan and Xian would be in an advantageous position. The girl took the talisman and thanked Chu in confusion. As time went by, Xian had fully settled into the estate, diligently engaged in cultivation, and became an indispensable assistant to Chu. 2 years passed so quickly. This time was quite calm. Xuan instructed students and improved his level. The system congratulated the guy on his latest achievement. Chu Xuan was surprised. Time flies so quickly that you don't have time to look back. In front of him stood a box filled with excellent pills. 2 years had passed since his sister Yun began to practice. The quality of her pills is much better than those of the Tianding mountain masters, who knew that this girl would be so capable. Then Xian approached Xuan and reported to the master that something seemed to be happening to the Qin family. The guy asked what happened. He immediately remembered meeting that girl, Qin Keiyun. Xuan was sure that the strange events were definitely related to her. Chu said that the head of the Qin family has abdicated the throne. It is said that he was forced to do so. The new head has not yet been determined. Looking up at his assistant, he asked if everything was correct, that he had not missed anything significant, and that nothing more was known. Xianer said that the Black Moon sect is still investigating what happened, but for now the ruling families of Chuzhou and He are not aware of this situation. Everything is about to change in Qin, and most likely this will affect all of Nanzhou. Apparently the fox demon will soon be reborn, but will she remain in human form? A crowd of people gathered near the royal palace of the rulers of the Qin state, expecting the announcement of a new leader. Qin Keiyun loudly declared that from today on she would be the head of the Qin dynasty and their empress. Is there anyone who is against this? The girl exclaimed, the land of the living dead will reveal itself to the world. For Qin this is an excellent opportunity to increase its influence. As long as people are on her side, they will be able to advance in their careers and will also be in good standing with the entire Qin state. Everyone was silent. Keyun's eyes flashed. Since everyone supported her, it meant that from now on the Qin family's final word was hers, and the head of the Qin family was also hers. After this, the girl ordered that an altar be built, and everyone should donate a drop of blood to it. Everyone was shocked by this. With astonishing speed, an altar was erected in front of the palace of the country's rulers, and the first drop of blood was donated by Qin Pingsea. The new empress's mother looked commandingly at her subjects, silently calling on everyone to follow her example. Frightened people rushed to the altar, hurrying to carry out the orders of the young heiress and the new head of state. Drop after drop of blood trickled down, and soon the eerie bowl on the newly built altar was almost filled to the brim with blood. Qin Keiyun held the sacrificial bowl over her and began the summoning ritual, and everyone around froze, holding their breath in surprise and horror. The new empress of the Qin country directed a stream of blood at a pillar that resembled the blood bead of the evil spirit, Hu Quan. The pillar flared with bloody energy. Everyone around closed their eyes and covered themselves with their hands. No one understood what Keiyun was doing. Suddenly, a giant figure appeared near the bloody pillar, radiating incredible power, and people fell silent. Qin Keiyun knelt down and respectfully greeted her ancestor, thanking him for coming to her call. The giant leaned towards the girl and graciously said that she had finally come to him. He had been waiting for her for so long. Now everything would be as it should be. The people in the square were in shock. They whispered to each other, "So the ancestors really do exist. According to legends, their power is like the power of the sky." Keiyun told her ancestor that the Qin family was now in decline, and she was afraid that she alone would not be able to resurrect their state from the ashes. The giant placed his ghostly hand on the kneeling girl's head and transferred some of his power to her. He exclaimed, "So be it," and an unstoppable energy flowed into her fragile body, filling the ruler of the Qin country with strength. Keiyun's aura flared up, becoming larger, denser, and brighter, and people silently watched this extraordinary scene. Suddenly, a bright flash and a deafening explosion occurred. The great ancestor of the Qin family returned to his ghostly world again. Where the altar with the sacrificial bowl had just stood, there was a huge pit gaping, and only Qin Keiyuna was still kneeling. Finally, the new empress stood up to her full height. After meeting with the ancestor Keiyun, she had changed greatly. She ordered everyone to stand up. The subjects, with their mouths open in surprise, looked at the young heiress of Qin. The girl had become twice as tall as an ordinary person. She declared that she had received the inheritance of her ancestors to restore Qin to its former glory, so they too should work hard. Pointing to Qin Pingxi, Keiyun said that she would teach her mother everything necessary, and then she would pass on the techniques to the others. The girl added happily that although the Chu, Daqian, Zhao, and Su families had previously been vassals of Qin, now Qin would not rule over them. Qin Pingxia leaned towards her daughter and quietly said that she was afraid that the other families would not allow them to restore their former power. But Keiyun calmly replied, they simply wouldn't have a choice once she awakened her full power. They wouldn't be able to resist her. 2 hours later, Qin's mother and daughter arrived at a secret ancient shrine that almost no one here knew about, except the family. Keiyun walked down into the dungeon with confident steps. This girl became stronger and more confident, as if someone was leading her. The girl stopped near the stone cache and pulled out a special technique for reviving the demon soul that was dormant within her. The new head of the Qin state settled comfortably in the cave and prepared to cultivate the awakening of the fox demon soul. The demon's secret sanctuary was filled with death energy. The insidious fox was reborn, giving Keiyun his strengths and weaknesses. She understood that the balance in Nanzhou had been disrupted, and until it was restored, the land of the living dead would not return to this world. Keiyun saw only one way to become stronger and break through to the Emperor's realm, and that was to rely on the demon fox's powers. As events rapidly unfolded, Chu Xuan received reports from his secret agents in the Black Moon House. He couldn't understand what the Qin family had planned. Daqian wouldn't allow it. They were one of the strongest in Nanzhou. If the families unite, they will be a serious opponent, but Qin is challenging them so openly, it will be a spectacular show. The system reported that Chu's maid had broken through to the realm of harmony thanks to his instructions, and for this, he received 10 years of cultivation. Xuan thought about it. He taught Changhe the technique and received cultivation as a reward. The maid broke through to the realm of harmony, and the reward was also cultivation. The guy laughed, which means that the student's achievements are the shortest path to their own successful and rapid cultivation. A satisfied Xianer looked in on Chu, hurrying to report her achievement, and he said with a smile that she had done a great job. Xuan added that today was a wonderful day. She had reached the realm of harmony, but she needed to remember that there was still a long and difficult path ahead. The girl was stunned, but how did he know that she had broken through to the realm of harmony? Was he really so strong that he could see right through everyone? Keyun, having acquired the powers of a fox demon, attacked the families that were previously friendly to Qin, seeking to subjugate them all. After a brief fight, the young heiress of the Qin family grabbed her exhausted opponent by the neck and laughed. She asked what was going on. Was the fighter giving up already? Or was there someone else here who wanted to fight her, the young fox? The head of another family, defeated by the treacherous Qin heiress, asked in bewilderment what had happened to the head of Da Qian. In response, the fox demoness only laughed cheerfully. She had finally become herself and could enjoy her own power. Xu Wen watched what was happening near the gates of his palace. He chuckled. There was a real crowd of people here today. Keyun asked the evil lord, he is here to commit robbery while there is an opportunity. The enemy of her enemy is her friend. They can destroy people together. The ruler answered the young girl. She is talking about him, the most evil ruler. For him there is nothing better than a big catch. Qin Keyun chuckled. The man gave the wrong answer. He seemed to not understand who he was dealing with. She was not just a girl to him. Xu Wen angrily shouted at the little one. It was not for her to judge his answers. He could instantly turn her into a wet spot, or ashes. In response, Keyun attacked the Dark Lord with a powerful bolt of lightning. Xu Yuan's favorite attack was not scary for the young fox. The dumbfounded evil lord stuttered and asked how she could do this and where the girl got such terrifying power from. Keyun exclaimed, "Everyone listen. Now the Qin family is breaking the agreements with other families. From now on, they are not a single state. Today, she, Qin Keyun, proclaims herself empress, and anyone who goes against the new ruler will be killed immediately." Xuan couldn't believe what Xian said. Qin Keyun proclaimed herself empress. That couldn't be true. The girl confirmed that this was exactly the case. Moreover, she recalled all the Qin masters from the three families, as was written in the report. Chu himself took the report. Keyun single-handedly dealt with 10 Daqian masters, and even wounded the evil overlord Shou Yuan. The young man realized that this meant that a demon fox had truly been reborn in her body. Her strength was increasing too quickly, and she could become invincible. Pushing the report aside, Zhuan said thoughtfully, "It seems that the time of peace and union of the four families will soon come to an end." A satisfied Shan said cheerfully, "Empress Qin is so powerful, so cool, she can almost defeat everyone with one finger." The girl vividly depicted how the empress was fighting. Chu asked the maid in surprise if she really wanted to become empress. Xianer winked cheerfully at young Chu and replied, "No, she wants to always be by her wise and strong master's side." Suen said, "Su must remember, whether it is emperor or empress, these are just false titles. The most important thing is strength. What kind of Empress Qin is she if she can be crushed with one hand?" Xian laughed cheerfully. "The master is always right." However, this time Qin Keyun really went too far. It is unknown where her antics will lead, definitely not to anything good. And then Xuan felt that someone was approaching his estate. He told the maid that someone had come to them. The young man immediately scanned the space with his aura. It was not a cultist, but a luxuriously dressed girl approaching the estate. Xuan was very surprised. The new Empress Qin herself, who had recently caused so much noise, stood at the threshold of his estate. The guy asked Qin Keyun why she came here. They had only seen each other once, and Chu hoped not to see her again. Keyun replied to him that today, as was known, she had become the great empress of the state of Qin and was very eager to marry him. Su Xianer was dumbfounded. Wow, the great empress herself was asking to marry her master. It was crazy. The young man shuddered at such a ridiculous proposal and muttered, "Marry her? What nonsense, he's already refused." The girl flushed. Now she was an empress. She needed guys for her harem. She allowed Zhuan to show her such a favor. Seeing Keyun reaching out to him greedily, the guy shouted, "Hands off, he's not going to marry a girl with weirdos." She cooed, "His third brother is not here now, so he will be first in line. How can he do this? Then there may not be such an opportunity." Zhuan pushed away the overly intrusive empress bride, telling her to finally leave him alone. He would not marry her. Keyun sighed. She didn't think he would kick. Let's see if he can escape from her fox-like grip. But to her surprise, the Empress was unable to attack the young man. She was struck by such a powerful aura that she had never seen in her life. A powerful stream of energy almost knocked the uninvited guest off her feet. She was amazed. How could this be, after all? They said that he was weak. Shu Sen commanded Empress Qin to kneel down, and the maid looked at her master in surprise. Qin Keyun obediently fell to her knees on the stone slabs of the courtyard of the estate, as if she was paralyzed, deprived of will and strength. The mighty great empress was at a loss. This guy suppressed her power with just one phrase. What is going on here? Xuan sternly asked the great Empress Qin who gave her the right to show such impudence in front of him and force him to marry. Keyun lowered her head and quietly said that she was mistaken. She had no idea that the 13th master of the Chu family was so strong. Having broken the pride of the newly made empress, Zhuan allowed her to stand up and even sat her down at the table. After all, she was a guest. The boy ordered the maid to first pour Qin Keyun some tea to make up for the inhospitable start of her visit. Zhuan asked Kaiyun what she knew about the land of the living dead, the appearance of which many in these lands are expecting in the near future. The girl replied that she knew little, although she retained memories of past lives related to this. The guy said it didn't matter that she knew little, let her tell him what she had. He wanted to put the different pieces of information together into one whole. Qin Kaiyun began the story. In her past life, she was the fox demon of the great and powerful Emperor Qinzong. Although she was just a pet, her cultivation power reached the Emperor realm, and her master was even stronger. Emperor Qin adored her. They were never apart for a moment, until that very bloody war began. Even before the war began, the Emperor hid it along with artifacts and writings, and after some time bad news arrived. After all, it was then that a great war between humans and demons broke out in Nanzhou, and nothing was heard from the Emperor. Soon the land of Qin was also captured by demons, and they, along with several elders, rushed to take the people away. She, as Emperor Zun's faithful pet, helped the elders in everything, but their enemies were too strong, and there were many of them. In the end, the fox demon died in a fierce battle with a powerful demon, as did most of Emperor Qin's generals. Fortunately, the Emperor left her a shard with spiritual power that allowed her to be reborn again in a new body. Her current reincarnation is her daughter Qin Pingse, and her parents did not suspect anything until very recently. The Empress lowered her head. Xuan himself knows the rest. She grew and became stronger until the time came to lead the family. The young man realized that she was not lying. This information coincided with what he had learned himself, but she did not say anything new. He needed to dig further. He asked Kaiyun whether Emperor Zun had placed any notes along with the treasure before leaving for battle. The girl answered, no. When he left, he was very angry, by the way. He said something about traitors specifically among people. Chu was surprised. Could there really be a rebellion among the people? This war is completely shrouded in mystery, and there is only one figure who can shed light on it, that is Emperor Qinzong. After giving Qin Kaiyun some tea, he suggested that she return to her domain and not tell anyone about their conversation today. The saddened great Empress Qin left Zhuan's estate, agreeing not to tell anyone about their meeting today. Junior Chu felt that he had no time to hesitate. Surely many cultivators would want to go to the land of the living dead. Once Kaiyun was far enough away from home, Zhuan summoned the amulet to contact his agents in the Black Moon sect. Bao Hongyan, the owner of the gold token, immediately responded, respectfully saying that she was listening to her master's instructions. Chu Shen explained to the spy that he needed all the information about Emperor Qinzong, who died during the war with the monsters. The girl bowed and replied that she would immediately begin searching for information about this emperor and would report the results immediately. The young man hissed irritably. He must not miss the opportunity of the land of the living dead, but everything there seemed to be very complicated. 3 days later, Xuan received Bao Yan's first report on the results of her search. There was very little information about this emperor. The great Emperor Qinzong was the only one in history who managed to unite Nanzhou. Apparently, his power was at least in the heavenly kingdom. Suen wondered, wasn't the war between humans and demons directed against Qin? The human traitor was someone from Qin. Apparently, there is more to this than it seemed. Since Qinzong himself fell in battle, Xuan must reach the heavenly kingdom before the land of the living dead opens up. At this time, the young man heard the voice of a servant from the big house. He informed the 13th young master that it was time for dinner. A pleased Xuan went out into the yard and asked with a smile what delicious food they would eat today, thanks to the kindness of their relatives. But the servant who came was sad. Su Xian'er told the master that something was wrong and asked the servant to tell the latest news himself. The servant told Xuan that just today, the great Empress Qin Kaiyun had arrived directly at the main house of the Chu clan leader. The young man was taken aback by what Qin Kaiyun had in mind. He had thought that after their conversation she would return to her palace, so why did she go to Chu? But after thinking for a bit, Xuan decided that maybe it wasn't so bad. Negotiations between the strongest families would bring about order. The upset servant did not share Xuan's optimism and reminded his master that Empress Qin had treated them with disdain. The young man was having dinner and listening to the messenger's story. He said that Qianming was furious and now regretted the failed marriage. At this time, the old head of the Chu family, cursing, demanded that the runaway third grandson of Chu Yuan be brought to him immediately. Qianming shouted, "Not a grandson, but a punishment. What will happen to the Chu family now? They need to get him back quickly. They cannot fall under the Empress's wrath. If this continues, the He and Zhao families will soon be ridiculed by Chu, and if the enemy attacks, they will be left without allies." Old Qianming once again remembered the ubiquitous spies of the House of the Black Moon. Despairing of finding his grandson on his own, he turned to them. A scroll with another order fell onto Wang Cheng's desk. This time it was from the head of the Chu Tianming clan. The task was very urgent. Wang was very surprised. Did the Chu family really want to seize their own grandson Chu Yuan? I really wonder what is going on there. The elders reported to the leader that the influence of the He and Zhao families had grown significantly recently, but the Chu lands were within the borders of Qin. At this time, a messenger came in and conveyed a message from the Qin family. They would not worry about the problems at the border, the Chu family would kindly take care of it themselves. Tian Ming's eyes flashed. It means they will have to defend the borders for themselves and the ruling Qin family, but they don't have enough strength for it. The old man realized that the empress was probably still angry at the Chu family for failing to marry his third grandson, damn him. Xuan felt the waves of his grandfather's furious anger. Apparently the old man was more angry than usual today. Qin Keiyun really offended him. The Black Moon agents sent another report. Xuan picked up the paper and glanced at it. This was already getting interesting. In the current situation, the Qin situation is unsettled. Many are rebelling on the border. Many Qin family soldiers have been injured or killed. The previously friendly families have fallen out, and their warriors are now fighting each other, with the subjects of the Qin family getting the worst of it. However, the unrest did not last long. Soon most of the rebels were killed by the masters of the Nine Swords Mountain. Upon seeing the elders of Nine Swords Mountain, especially Hong Fei, the dissatisfied ones scattered in all directions, not wanting to die at the hands of a powerful master. Qin Keiyun, with the help of the Fox Demon's power, had almost reached the Emperor's realm, but if it weren't for the deep past connections between the families, she would have been overthrown long ago. There is also a strong master of the True Realm, Hong Fei. He is Qin Keiyun's father. He came down from the mountain to help his daughter. However, at Hong Fei's age, Qin Pingsei's father was already rich and powerful. Could this really be the true power of love? But it doesn't seem like it would be like that for Pingsei. It was as if this whole situation around Qin Keiyun was deliberately orchestrated, and was it somehow connected with the great Emperor Qinzong. Moreover, the Nine Swords Mountain was on this land even before the great war between humans and demons, and the masters of this mountain were Qinzong's comrades. Xuan smiled. With each report everything becomes more mysterious and interesting. Events begin to unfold with astonishing speed. Du Yuan and Changhe must come to Nanju. No matter how murky the situation here is, they must act carefully and prudently. Xuan laughed softly, wanting to show everyone how he could take control of this complicated game by staying at home. And then, having completed the task, he will also receive a system reward for it. Yes, it really is a lot of fun, sitting in his own estate. By the way, it's time to explore the hidden space beneath the Chu family estate, the one that is constantly guarded by the clan's most powerful elders. The guy immersed himself in practice. He tuned in to the secret place of the clan, as he assumed most of the family's heritage is located there. The power of some magical items exceeds the third level of the Kingdom of Harmony, and some are about to reach the true kingdom. According to the scriptures, the Chu family estate is part of the historical heritage. The family settled there because it was an ancient, powerful place. Xuan decided not to pry into the secret place for now. He had to wait until Chu Yun could increase her strength, then she would reveal all the secrets to him. Late in the evening, one of the elders of the Qin Pingshan clan came to the great Empress Qin Keiyun to report on the past day. He reported that there were constant secret attacks by cults on the border, but the situation was gradually improving. Keiyun demanded that the elders speak more to the point, what the current situation was on the battlefield, who was attacking, what the losses were. Pingshan replied that after the head-on collision, they had achieved complete victory. The cults were unable to organize an attack yet. They had become silent. The Empress ordered that attention be paid not only to cults, but also to preserving the wealth of the ruling Qin family and their state. Keiyun understood that her strength was growing too quickly. She needed to attack the enemies with all her might as soon as the opportunity arose. The girl frowned. She had to seriously prepare for the discovery of the land of the living dead, and all the weaklings had to die. Pingshan approached the lady with a message about the Chu family. A member of his family is related by marriage to this clan at the present time. But the Empress interrupted him and ordered him not to mention the Chu family in the future and to maintain a neutral status, letting the Chu take care of their own affairs. Qin Keiyun added that she forbids Pingshan from disturbing the Chu family himself, and the ruling family will remain neutral. The elder thought, judging from the madam's indifference towards the Chu family and her attitude, she was still angry at them because of the broken engagement. Now no one dares to disobey her will. Anyone who disagrees will either lose their head or become crippled. Pingshan mentally wished the Chu family good luck. Keiyun said quietly, "That idiot Qin Pingshan doesn't know anything about the situation in the Chu clan. They are not as weak as he thinks. Everything is not as it seems." The Empress remembered her recent meeting with Chu Xuan. This young man is stronger than anyone she knows. An angry Keiyun said that in her great Qin Empire, everyone must follow the rules. General Li bowed respectfully and said that he meant no harm. Keiyun barked at Li to shut his mouth. She showed him the scroll. He was secretly collaborating with the enemy. She ordered the guards to take him away and execute him. The captured general begged the Empress to spare him, but she was deaf to his pleas, and the guards dragged the traitor out of the hall. Keiyun said, "Now is the heyday of the Qin Empire. No matter who they were in the past, the sons of officials or nobles, she will not tolerate betrayal from anyone. Each of them swore their allegiance to her, but when General Li betrayed the Qin Empire, she reminded the others that they must follow her orders. Meanwhile, in the main Chu estate, the elders were training fighters and cultivators, forcing them to practice family techniques. The servants discussed the Qin attack on the Zhao and He families, and that the Chu family they worked for had not supported their former allies. The servants found this behavior shameful and decided to resign, deciding that it would be better to sweep the courtyards of other clans. The cleaners dropped their brushes and ran out of the main estate. Chu Tenming was furious at how dare the workers treat his family like that. Xuan chuckled, until the old man came to the estate to nag him with or without reason. The young man can do his own thing. To begin with, Zhuan took hold of the mirror to see what was happening, and he instructively told Du Yuan to eat more and improve his skills. After watching Du Yuan practice, Xuan gave him some advice and suggested how he should do it better, and the boy was delighted. The young man glanced at his pets having fun on the roof. These kids will also soon reach the Emperor's kingdom. That's great. Xuan sighed. He had been here for almost 3 years, and he still couldn't meet any worthy disciple right on the spot. Suddenly, a sob and a cry of failure were heard from the street, and the younger Chu looked in the direction of the noise in surprise. A frustrated swordsman walked along a forest path, exclaiming that he was a lazybones, a loser, and a complete disappointment to everyone. He exclaimed, "Is such a pathetic man worthy of such a beautiful girl? He is the most hopeless man in the whole wide world." Looking at the unexpected guest sipping wine, Xuan said, "What luck, a loser who can be turned into something worthwhile." Appearing in front of the drunken boy in the golden glow of the portal, Su Xian'er asked him where this strange boy came from. The girl asked the gentleman for permission to look at the guest, but Chu Xuan stopped her with a prohibiting sign. He would take care of him himself. The sobbing youth asked Xuan if he had any alcohol. Xian'er gasped, so he was also a drunkard, but Xuan sent her to cultivate his powers. The maid was surprised why the master didn't throw the drunkard out the door. Was he really worth it? She didn't see anything special in him. The unfortunate loser, intoxicated by alcohol, told Xuan that he had not a penny in his pocket and offered to exchange his sword for a drink. Chu replied, "This sword of the Xuan kingdom, it is useless for him," the guy exclaimed. "Well, he is a loser. What else can you expect from him? He has no use for this sword at all." The drunken guest's face was distorted by a grimace of grief. He sobbed and began to wail. Does the host know who is the most hopeless? Of course he is. It's immediately obvious. Xuan answered the drunken guest. Well, since he says so, it seems he really is no good for anything. He looked at him with his inner vision. Oh, he's not just a loser, he's a loser who was dumped by his girlfriend. Xuan even knows that the drunk guy was dumped by his first love. Moreover, the new lover of his first love beat the guy right in front of her, making him cry like a baby. He really is a loser. The guest blushed deeply and looked up at Xuan with surprised eyes. He asked in shock how he knew this and who he even was. Xuan exclaimed that he was a guiding star for the lost, the main savior of everyone, and meeting him was the guy's main luck. The young swordsman looked at the owner of the estate with wide eyes, and finally he asked if the master would help him. Xuan said with a smile, "That's right." Drunk Ding Yue couldn't believe that he really had a chance to become better, that he could really change his life. This gentleman seems to be strong. Such a powerful person would not deceive him, a simple poor guy. And then Yue heard the order to kneel before his future teacher. Hope flashed in the boy's eyes. He whispered, "Yes." The drunken guest fell to his knees before Chu Xuan and exclaimed that from now on he, Ding Yue, his disciple, would obey the teacher in everything. He bowed respectfully and reverently greeted the powerful teacher who had shown him great favor. Xuan said, "Fine, as long as Ding Yue respects him and follows the rules, Chu will protect him and do everything to help him become great." The new student assured Xuan that he would always listen to his teacher and strive to become stronger and wiser as best he could. Chu saw that Ding Yue was expelled from the warriors of Nine Sword Mountain. He has talent in martial arts and cultivation, but his meridians are weak. Because Xuan took in a promising disciple from Nanzhou, the system rewarded him with the heavenly sword art technique. Still not believing his luck, Yue asked the master if he could really make him stronger. Xuan advised him not to doubt him. Chu snorted. A savior literally fell from the sky on Ding, and he still doubted that even though the guy was worthless, Xuan could make a nugget out of him. Yue sobbed since he was a failure. Wouldn't it be better to die? Xuan sternly told the disciple not to talk nonsense, but to concentrate on cultivation. The student obediently agreed, although he did not believe in the success of his studies since they had not previously yielded any results. Xuan extended his hand to Ding Yue and solemnly told him that today was the day of the dawn of his power. He must be ready to accept it. Chu lightly touched the silent youth's forehead and, using a special technique, asked him to open Ding Yue's soul to him. At that very moment, some of the techniques known to Xuan moved into the head of his new student, filling him with understandable knowledge. The stunned young man instantly sobered up. He felt his body being filled with the strength and warm solar energy of the teacher. Yui's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that he had already reached the first stage of the spirit realm. The teacher was incredibly cool. Now Dean understood techniques that he had never known about before. The boy was sure that sword skills would come easily to him. Shusen told the student that he had passed on some sword techniques to him, and now he needed to practice them conscientiously. Su Xianer walked out into the courtyard and was surprised that this was still the same pathetic and worthless guy, but now his aura had become stronger. The girl had never even heard of such power before. What kind of kingdom did her master have if he was able to transform a person like that? For the new disciple's achievement, the system rewarded Xuan with 100 years of cultivation, and now he could finally break through to the realm of honor. When Xuan reached the realm of honor, his inner world finally took on a new form, and a tree and other objects appeared on the earth. When someone from the Emperor's realm meets an opponent from a weaker realm, he can trample the villain in the blink of an eye. But the power of the Kingdom of Honor allows one to change the physical structure of the world around one. Therefore, the Kingdom of Honor stands above the Emperor. It is capable of trampling all the kingdoms below with its power. Having broken through into the new realm, Xuan quietly said, "Well, I need to see what his strength is now, in the realm of honor." Young Chu soared into the sky. He could move easily like a light-winged bird. The boy was delighted with his new powers. The power obtained is simply astounding. Xuan's soul can move freely within a radius of 50 li, and no one can detect it. Chu clenched his fists joyfully. Now he was the strongest person in Nanzhou and could change the world as he pleased. How cool was that? Now Xuan's inner vision and inner world surpasses everything in the area. The Kingdom of Honor is not invincible, but now few are afraid of him. Powerful techniques, a strong soul, various sutras. All this is collected in Xuan. The guy grinned. He is worthy of keeping Nanzhou under his control. The system congratulated the boy on reaching the Kingdom of Honor, for which he received as a reward the halo of a saint and the sutra of the god's regret. The guy was stunned. Why did he need a saint's halo? The system explained that a halo allows people to cultivate and increase their strength. Xuan was delighted. This is what is needed. He will help his students become stronger and reach new levels and realms. Now he needed to take a look at the Sutra of God's Regret that he had just received. The guy hoped that it was something worthwhile. And so it turned out. The Sutra of God's Regret is a powerful technique that can increase strength and grant the owner techniques. After all, the system had never given him a useless reward. Each one made him stronger and moved him up a level. Having absorbed the technique, Xuan exclaimed with delight, "This sutra is so powerful, simply miraculous." The young man felt like a giant. He said with a smile how good it was that no one felt his power. Otherwise, everyone would be terrified and would shy away from him. But now Xuan was confident that with such skills he could overcome any enemy, and yet he couldn't stop. He needed to grow further. The boy began to think that if he combined the Sutra of the God's Regret with others, it could literally become a doomsday weapon. Xu Xuan laughed cheerfully. He needed old Ren Chenghe to try out all his new skills and ideas. Having opened the mirror portal, Xuan asked Ren how he was. He replied that under the guidance of the teacher, he was able to strengthen his body, and he would be able to get out of here any minute. Xu praised his student for making great progress and asked if there was anything else. Chenghe said that there was still a lot he didn't understand. Xuan reassured him that he shouldn't be upset. As a teacher, he would fill in the gaps in his student's knowledge. Changhe thanked him. Changhe sighed. The teacher was truly a genius. Compared to him, Ren was as dumb as a tree. Only thanks to the teacher, he wouldn't die prematurely in the cave. Xuan told Chang'e not to despair and to listen carefully. In order to become stronger, one must open one's mind and return to one's roots. The old man was so moved by the power and wisdom of his teacher that he burst into tears from the overwhelming feeling of gratitude and respect. Xuan was delighted. What a wonderful day. He gets everything he wants, just a couple more students so that he can become stronger with them. However, students are not vegetables. They won't grow in a garden or appear out of thin air. They still need to be found somewhere in the big world. Although you can use the wonderful all-seeing golden mirror to wander here and there and look for suitable people. Looking in the mirror, Xuan saw that the soldiers had attacked his disciple Du Yuan, who claimed that there had been a misunderstanding and that he had nothing to do with Xiaoliang's escape. Young Chu wondered which Xiaoliang he was talking about, whether he was the abandoned and persecuted genius, the son of the Shizhou family. Xuan knew that Du Yuan couldn't lie, so he was accidentally involved in this, but judging by the excitement, the young man was really in trouble. The fighters growled at the guy. How dare he interfere in the affairs of the Xiao family? They will arrest him, and if this is really a misunderstanding, then after the investigation they will release him. But Du Yuan knew that if he went with them, he would definitely die. Fighting with these warriors was also not an option. He needed to find a way to escape from them. Xu wondered why his disciple was so worried. Since his strength was higher than those two, how could they intimidate him like that? And then Xuan realized, so that's what it was. The weapons of these warriors are much stronger. Du Yuan alone really can't handle it. The young man asked why he was so angry. He knew very well that the Cao family was the main one in Shizhou. The warriors replied that they did not want a pathetic cultivator to cause them trouble. Despite Du Yuan's assurances, his pursuers were certain that this cunning boy was definitely connected to Xiao Liang's escape, and he must die. Xuan decided it was time to act. He appeared in a mirror portal sparkling with golden light and called out to his student. The soldiers of the Xiao family were at a loss. What kind of giant was this? Where did he come from, and what kind of unknown and powerful power did he possess? Du Wen recognized Chu's voice and exclaimed, "This is the teacher. Has he really come to save his weak disciple?" The young man bowed to Xuan with tears in his eyes, telling the wise man that he was in danger and asking him to lend him a helping hand. Xuan asked in surprise, "Could these two bugs really threaten his disciple? Could such a thing be possible?" The warriors of the Xiao family were shaking. They were finished. The boy turned out to be familiar with this strong man, and now they had become bugs, damn it. Du Yan looked back at his pursuers in embarrassment. But if he couldn't defeat these bugs, then what kind of weakling was he? Chu Shen, surrounded by a golden glow, asked menacingly why those two bugs were chasing his disciple Du Yuan. The trembling warriors fell to their knees and bowed to the wisest one, telling him that they were mistaken and that they did not wish Du Yuan any harm. Xuan's huge figure's eyes flashed as he sternly asked the Xiao family fighters whether they were telling him the truth or whether they were lying. The frightened warriors began to vie with each other to convince the giant that they would never dare to lie to such a great master. Shu told the shaking fighters that he hoped they were telling the truth. Turning to his disciple, he asked if their words were true. The cautious young man was afraid of revenge from the Xiao family, so he told the wise man that there must have been a misunderstanding. Yuan chuckled to himself. If the soldiers let Du Yuan go, they would then tell the Xiao family about Chu, so everything was going according to plan. Chu said casually that crushing two bugs would be a waste of effort, and they nodded in agreement that it was not worth getting their hands dirty. Xuan found all this funny. Now the arrogant warriors recognized themselves as bugs, and the soft-hearted Chu didn't even want to touch them. Du Yin sighed sadly. He was still too weak. If Master hadn't intervened today, he would have definitely died at the hands of Xiao's soldiers. Zhuan asked the student what he should do with these bugs. The young man asked him to spare them, because they realized their mistake. But the young man added that he only needed a small compensation from these bugs for the moral damage caused by the harassment and threats. The Xiao family's envoys thought that this boy only looked kind, but in reality, he was a real sly one and wouldn't let them go so easily. Xuan said with a smile, "Let them give Du all their things as compensation." The warriors unanimously agreed and asked if they could leave. Chu waved his hand, indicating that the fighters could go their separate ways. They were free for now. The warriors ran away as fast as they could, thanking the master. They were scared to death. None of them understood who it was. No one could be that strong. Having run to a safe distance, they stopped. They needed to quickly report everything that had happened to the head of the Xiao family. Falling to his knees, Du Yuan thanked the teacher for saving him from trouble. The young man was still too weak, just like a pitiful bug. The disciple exclaimed, in order to repay for the rescue, he was ready to do anything for the master, to be his slave and servant forever. Xuan knew that Du Yuan was sincere and capable, and he would be useful to him. Chu reassured the young man, saying that their meeting was destined. Disappearing into the golden mirror portal, Xuan told his student that they would see each other again, but the confused youth continued to kneel. Because Xuan from home protected his disciple, the system rewarded him with the purple flame technique and the flame spirit treatise. Xuan lamented that there were too few people he needed. If only they could all gather together in one place. That would be great. He could use the mirror one more time today, so he decided to try his luck and look for potential students. And then Xuan saw a young man in the cave. He was diligently cultivating, his powerful aura blazing around him, giving off strength. This guy has reached the third stage of the harmonious realm at such a young age. His skills are excellent, and his talent is definitely higher than Sujian Air's. Xuan frowned. For some reason, this young man in the cave seemed so painfully familiar to him, but he couldn't remember who it was. And then Chu realized, it seemed that this was the same Xiaoliang, the escaped genius from the main family of Shizhou, an interesting find. Suddenly, the small, elegant amulet on Xiaoliang's chest began to move. The young man stopped what he was doing and froze, concentrating on the amulet. A glowing spirit appeared in the cave. A beautiful girl, with a tremendous power in her, who sank down in front of Xiaoliang. Xuan was surprised. What kind of spirit is this? Close to the heavenly kingdom. Could she really be his personal assistant? This guy is lucky. The young man bowed respectfully to the lady, and she said kindly that with some effort, Liang would finally be able to leave Shizhou. Xiaoliang obediently replied that he would do as the lady said, and if necessary, he could leave Shizhou as soon as possible. A shadow fell across the young man's sad face, and he solemnly promised the Xiao family that one day he would definitely achieve justice. The lady encouraged Liang to cultivate his power. Once he reached the heavenly realm, the Xiao family would have no choice but to respect him. The young man assured the master that in 1,000 years he would be able to reach the heavenly kingdom and help her change her body. Xu Xuan was surprised that the boy was going to achieve this in 1,000 years. He was crazy. Even with his skills, it was impossible. The teacher asked how Liang would manage in just 1,000 years. 100 years were needed for the reign of the emperor, 1,000 years for the reign of honor. The girl sighed. To reach the heavenly kingdom, another 10,000 years are needed. That is the minimum order of things. Many arrogant, impudent people are stuck in front of the heavenly kingdom for tens of thousands of years because of their ambitions. Xiaolang asked his mentor in surprise if the heavenly kingdom was really so difficult to reach that many people got stuck there. The girl reassured the student that he shouldn't be upset. With her help and hard work, the young man would definitely cope with this. In her lifetime, there was a master who reached the heavenly realm in 10,000 years, becoming invincible. He killed 3 demons, but now he has probably already died. The young man asked his beautiful mentor who the invincible man was, and how he managed to do it. The girl replied that, of course, it was the greatest Ren Changhe, whose exploits had spread across all continents. Zhuan was stunned. Could she really be talking about old man Changhe? So this ghostly girl was of the same generation as his old disciple. At this time, Ren Changhe was sneezing convulsively in his cave. The old man was surprised who he was remembering, maybe his teacher. Xiaoliang clenched his fists and promised the beautiful lady that he would definitely become like Ren Changhe and become famous throughout the world. Xuan smiled. This guy is so naive. But Changhe himself is now sitting in a cave and now considers himself a worthless piece of trash. Meanwhile, the old man kept sneezing. Tears were already streaming from his eyes. He was asking who was remembering him. The guy decided to talk some sense into the boy and help him, since he had no idea how the real world worked. Shen thought about maybe using the mirror to communicate with Xiaoliang tomorrow, but whatever, that's not important now. The girl told Liang that as his master, she believed in him and ordered him to quickly leave Shizhu and go to Nanju, where there were few worthy cultivators. Besides, the land of the living dead will open soon, which means all the masters will want to go there. The Xiao family will definitely not be able to find him. And then the giant figure of Xuan appeared in the cave. Xiao Liang and his mentor were confused and silently looked at the unexpected guest. The young man, having come to his senses, grabbed his sword. He decided that the soldiers of the Xiao family had come to seize him again and bring him home. But the teacher felt that this person's energy was too powerful. Could it really be one of the ancient ancestors of the Xiao family? Lin objected. This can't be. There is no point for the ancestors of the Xiao family to chase after him. He is their talented grandson. And the young man didn't remember that the Xiao family had such a strong ancestor. None of the cave's inhabitants could understand who he was. Zhuan laughed to himself. He was deceiving simpletons again, just like when he deceived an old man stronger than him. Ren Changhe sobbed in his dead cave. He could no longer sneeze, but everyone continued to remember him in the big world. Zhuan told the young man and his mentor not to panic. He was just a deity exploring the worlds. If they were not villains, then they had nothing to fear. The teacher introduced herself as Liu Piao Piao. The girl was surprised that this unknown person was so strong that he could move between worlds. Xiao Liang also introduced himself and respectfully greeted the gentleman who had honored them with his visit. Xuan said good-naturedly that their caution was appropriate. He could see that they looked tired, and the guy was also injured. Liu Piao thanked the guest for his understanding. Liang had never met such a strong master in his entire short life. Liu asked to tell what worlds the master was exploring, but Zhuan replied that they were too weak to understand his purpose. Xu said that the heavens and worlds are all-encompassing. Perhaps they would be better able to tell him about their land. Liu explained that there were 5 lands belonging to humans, 1 land of demons, another land of monsters, and a land of mixed races. Almost all lands have been developed, and only the land of demons remains unexplored and deserted to this day. Few people have ever been there. It is said that there is an ancient desert of vast area. Many cultivators perished on the border of that land. Even the great heavenly realms were unable to explore this place, as only a god realm cultivator could enter that place. Piao added sadly, but for some reason, even the cultivators of the god realm did not leave the desolate land. Zhuan was surprised. A deserted land, it turns out there is also such an ancient place. So this is where Ren Changhe is now locked up. Chu chuckled. Since this place is shrouded in mystery, he should first strengthen his skills and body and then go there. Huan told Piao that she must understand that their meeting was destined by fate and asked permission to give her some advice. Their world is just a drop in the ocean of his universe. Those they call God Realm cultivators are nothing more than pathetic weaklings. The young man and his mentor were shocked. Could the kingdom of God really be so insignificant, and their world just a small drop in a vast sea? Lu wondered how powerful that world was, and how dare she even think about cultivating her power when it was worthless. Xiao Liang thought in shock. He used to think that Chang'e was his idol, but now it was no longer so. Now the young man realized that he was just a grain of sand. The cunning Xuan was pleased with the result. He had deceived Changhe and tricked them in exactly the same way. How naive they were. Xiaoliang and Liu Piao bowed respectfully to Xuan and thanked the sage for his explanations and knowledge. Chu Xuan told them that if they wanted to enter his world, they would first need to enter this ancient desert land of theirs. Piao frowned, so the desert land was a direct path to the great universe. That's why, according to rumors, no one ever returned from it. Xiaoliang stubbornly thought he must, no matter what, reach the God realm as soon as possible and go to the desert land. Xiaoliang's mentor thanked the wise one for opening their eyes today, showing them the greatest mercy. Xuan smiled. What a polite girl. Although she is weak, she understands what it means to respect others. He likes such people. Piao was confused. Maybe this strong and wise man wanted to help her change her body so that she could move on. Chu, leaning towards the girl, said mysteriously, answering her thoughts. Although her body is weak, he will not deprive her of opportunities. Piao asked the wisest one to apologize to her for her insolence, but she does not understand at all what he wants to tell her by this. Xuan smiled. It was not necessary, because the most important thing was that Liu wanted to continue cultivating his strength further. Now Piao Piao is just a floating soul, separated from her flesh, but the soul is the most important thing on the path to becoming strong. If Piao uses her soul to cultivate, it will be filled with energy, and Liu herself will gain unprecedented power. The girl replied that she understood the wisest gentleman, but did not know how to strengthen her soul cultivation. Xuan explained that not everything comes easy. The realization of power comes with time because energy permeates everything from flowers to minerals. Xu told Liu Piao Piao that he would help her since fate had brought them together, and under his guidance the girl would be able to become stronger. The guy thought that Xiao Liang and Liu Piao wanted to get to Nanzhou, so it was high time to install a soul seal on them. He told Liu that even a drop would help restore the stability of her soul, but she couldn't take too much. She wouldn't be able to bear the strain. Having thanked the wisest one, the girl opened the bottle with the potion and dropped one drop onto her hand to put into her mouth. At that very moment, a soul seal shone on her hand, and the powerful female cultivator was under Chu Xuan's influence. After swallowing a drop of the potion, Liu Piao suddenly felt her body changing. The system rewarded Chu for tricking him into placing a soul seal on a strong cultivator. Xiaoling bowed and told the master that he was an incomparable master, the most powerful in the whole world, respected by everyone. Xuan didn't understand the purpose of this fiery speech. Was the young man trying to curry favor with him or something? An unexpected turn of events. The young man continued. He told the gentleman his story and said that now they were hunting him with all their might, with the aim of killing him. Du Yan said, he understands that the master can help him, but it is unthinkable to ask the master to protect him always. The boy thought that after receiving a couple of instructions from the master, he would be able to independently resolve his difficulties and become useful to the master. Xuan chuckled. What a sly one. Liang will become a powerful weapon in his hands if he becomes stronger and is loyal to his master. Chu teleported one of the books to Liang. He said that these writings with breathing techniques, although their level is weak, are just right for the young man. The young man sincerely thanked his great mentor and benefactor for the mercy shown in strengthening his strength. Huan laughed to himself. If he had known that the boy would fall for it so easily, he would have told him more and more lies. Liu Piao also thanked the gentleman for his help and said with embarrassment that they still didn't know his title, but he would tell them. Chu was at a loss. Ah, the title. Well, yes, he had fooled them. It was time to say his name and title, but what would be a nicer name for him? Proudly puffing out his chest, Zhuan said that he was immortal, powerful, incredible, peerless, graceful saint of virtue. Xiaoliang and Liu Piao Piao were delighted. How lucky they were today. They were visited by such a great and powerful being. They fell on their knees and with all their hearts thanked the great immortal saint of virtue for the honor bestowed upon them. Having enjoyed this picture, Zhuan graciously told them that it was time for him to go, and if there was a chance, they would certainly meet again. The young man and his mentor joyfully wished the powerful lord a happy journey in exploring various worlds. Zuen took the soul-strengthening technique given to him by the system. Now it's time for him to look at this new cultivation technique. By relying on one's own strength, a person strengthens the power of his soul. One can divide the soul into sectors and redistribute the power. The soul cannot die or dissolve. Under the Chu kingdom, it will not be so easy for him to die. Thanks to soul techniques, he can become even more powerful. Zuen laughed contentedly. What a gift this was from the system. How great it was to be a know-it-all. Chu shouted to his disciple Ding Yue that his master was in a good mood today, so he decided to give the young man a sword. Ding Yue was amazed and stared at his master's gift. This sword seemed incredible to him. He had never seen such a weapon. This sword seems to contain a warrior spirit. It is sharp, and its power literally flows over the edge. It is so unusual. Su Xian'er snorted. This is a spiritual weapon. It's just that this fool Yue doesn't understand anything, but he's still singing and dancing with joy. The girl was indignant. It was so unfair. Why did this talentless boy receive such a powerful weapon, but she didn't? Hearing Xian'er's words, the young man was stunned. Could it really be that he had a spiritual weapon in his hands? He had never even dared to dream of such a thing. Falling to his knees before the master, Ding Yue burst into tears of joy. The master valued him so much, he was so kind. The young man promised to never forget it. Suen kindly replied to his faithful assistant that she should not be offended. Of course, she would also receive her gift. He told Xian'er that he was giving her this whip, and that after training with it, she would be able to improve her skills and become much stronger. The satisfied students unanimously thanked their master and lord for such generous and unprecedentedly expensive spiritual gifts. Xuan looked thoughtfully at the moon. It was almost 3 years since he had been here. It was time to meet the head of the Black Moon sect. The next day, Xuan used the communication talisman and told the agent that he wanted to meet with the head of the Black Moon sect. Bao Hongyan replied to the master that it was not so easy to meet with the head of their sect unless it was an extremely urgent matter. Xuan passed her the Emperor Realm Pill through the portal, telling her to offer it to the sect leader in exchange for a meeting. Under Xuan Yu's control, Bao obediently replied to her master that she would do exactly as he ordered her. Half an hour later, a messenger arrived at the head of the Black Moon sect, informing the gentleman that a very strong man wished to meet him. And a satisfied Xuan thought, it's good that he got rid of this stupid pill. Its expiration date was almost over anyway. But this time too, Xuan failed to reach the head of the sect. Only the leader Bao Hongyan, the elder of the sect, came to him. He told Chu that people of his status could not know such details as the location of the main palace or the name of the leader. However, he knows for sure that the Black Moon sect holds many secrets that most people are not aware of. His immediate superior is a third-level cultivator of the Emperor realm, and he cannot communicate with higher ranks. The elder of the Black Moon sect, kneeling in front of Xuan's door, said that he had recently discovered a strange record in the archives. Most likely, the great all-powerful lord would not have considered such a trifle important, but he still paid attention to it. Recently, an elder discovered a strange recording in one of their sect's residences. He doesn't know whether he should pay attention. The lord must have heard of the great battle between demons and humans. The sect's archives indicate that Nanju wasn't the only one to participate in that battle. The main target of this battle was the Qin Empire, but it was never possible to find out exactly who was the instigator of the war. After listening, Xuan sighed. Even though this old man is weak, he wants to take him under his wing. He is reasonable and can still be useful. Shu told the elder to leave here, but was nearby. He would call him to him again. The old man respectfully thanked the master. Xuan's disciples, inspired by the spiritual weapons given to them, continued to diligently cultivate their strength. The heavenly pets Blackie the cat and Pan the bird grew stronger with their owner, but still competed with each other. Xuan dozed off in his chair when the system announced that it had already been 3 years since he had stayed at home and was getting stronger. As a reward, the boy received a cape of power, imbued with energy, which becomes an indestructible shield for its owner. The second reward from the Soul Pursuit bow system is capable of reaching the enemy's soul, regardless of distance or obstacles. After trying on the cloak, Xuan exclaimed that he loved the system. He was constantly filled with energy. This artifact was simply a godsend. And this is also the perfect weapon, the bow of Soul Pursuit. There are simply no words to express the delight. It was worth staying at home for this. Now with this weapon, Xuan can kill his enemies from thousands of li away without moving. It's just fantastic. The bow's power is directly related to Xuan's own strength. As he becomes stronger, he will be able to imbue the weapon with immense power. Su Qian'er shouted to the master that it was time for lunch, time to eat, but Xuan replied that he did not have time. He was busy training. Xu Yun was wandering around the area around her laboratory and saw a cave. The girl said it looked like an ancient forgotten place. Now she can create Harmony Realm pills. She still needs to work hard to help the younger 13th brother. Coming closer, Yun saw that in front of her was a cave of blessing. With such possibilities, she was bound to become stronger. The girl constantly thought about her weak younger brother. She did everything possible to help him get stronger. Entering the cave, Yun was surprised by these miracles. All kinds of rare magical plants were shining around her. Leaning over, the girl exclaimed, "This is a white spiritual mushroom. It's needed to strengthen bones. It's extremely rare." Yun turned to the other side and opened her mouth in surprise. Thousand-leaved snow lotus. It removes toxins and prolongs life. Having carefully collected the magical plants, the delighted girl whispered that she would bring all of this to her 13th brother. Forgetting everything, Yun ran around the glowing clearing and collected rare plants for magical potions and miraculous pills. Suddenly she smelled a wonderful scent. It was a little familiar to her, but this one was much stronger and brighter, and it had just appeared. Turning around, she saw a wonderful plant emitting this scent, and at that time a dark figure was secretly watching the girl. Taking a closer look at the fragrant plant, Yun exclaimed, "No, it can't be. This is the same flower." There was no doubt this was the legendary Zhuan herb that improves a cultivator's innate abilities. She had found it. Quietly picking the rare grass, Yun danced with joy. This was a real salvation for her younger 13th brother. And then Yun heard an evil laugh behind her. Someone said to her, "Wasn't the naive girl told that stealing is bad?" The girl turned around in confusion. A male figure stood in the shadow of the stone wall. The stranger was clearly not in a peaceful mood. Yun asked the stranger where he came from. Anyone worthy could find this place, so why was he taking the herbs for himself? The guy laughed. And who told the girl that? His family's medicinal herbs grow here because this place belongs to them. The stranger's mouth twisted angrily, and he exclaimed, which meant that the beauty who had come here now belonged to him too. He walked towards the stunned Yun, smiling obscenely. This guy did not expect that the young, fragile girl would resist. The guy's eyes were shining with delight. He hadn't seen such a beauty here for a long time. He was looking forward to having a great time today. But suddenly Yun dealt him a powerful blow and shouted at the pervert, "Hands off, she is not such an easy prey." The stranger was delighted. Yes, this cute little girl is not one to be timid. How wonderful. Today is definitely a very lucky day. Seeing that the scoundrel was not going to retreat, Yun dealt him many hard blows, shouting that the shameless one should get what he deserved. The lover of lustful entertainment flew aside. The girl turned out to be surprisingly strong for her age. Having moved away to a safe distance, the guy said, "Oh, how good she is, young devil. He will finally get to her." Yun snorted contemptuously at the guy. Ugh, impudent and shameless. No decent girl would fall into the hands of such a person. The face of the lover of maiden beauty spread into a smile. He blushed. This impudent girl appealed to him more and more. Yun had already collected all the magical and medicinal herbs she needed and headed towards the exit of the magical cave of blessing. But then, right in front of her, as if from underground, a powerful figure of a large man appeared. It seemed he had come to the boy's aid. A tall man blocked the path of the fragile Yun. The girl stared in surprise at another stranger. How many of them were there? The guy happily told the strong man to stop this beauty before she ran away from here, along with the magical herbs. Yun frowned and sternly ordered the man to get out of the way, or he would get no less than that little scoundrel. But the second stranger didn't even deign to answer the girl. He silently looked at this cocky young cultivator. Without waiting for an answer, Yun clenched her fists and exclaimed that she had warned him. Now he shouldn't complain that it hurt. The girl attacked the stranger, trying to break through to the exit of the cave, but the man blocked Yun's attack with just one finger. Sister Xuanya gasped in surprise. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Some unknown force picked her up and lifted her up. A grinning face of a guy floated before the girl's face, looking greedily at the confused, impudent beauty. The silent stranger used a technique unknown to the girl. He immobilized the girl, depriving her of the opportunity to escape. The air in the blessing cave seemed to become liquid and viscous as the cultivator created a protective barrier around Chu Yun. The girl found herself trapped in a magical ball from which she could not escape, and this ball was controlled by a silent man. The guy licked his lips lustfully, watching Yun's attempts to escape. He asked the beauty where she was going. Did she really want to run away? Yun was terrified. How could she escape from here? This silent man turned out to be incredibly strong. She definitely couldn't cope with him on her own. The guy demanded that she give him everything she had collected. Then so be it. He would be kind to Yun, although everyone dreams of being next to him. The girl brazenly replied that the bastard shouldn't even dream about it. She wouldn't give anything back, and his disgusting face made her sick. The guy grimaced with displeasure. It couldn't be that she hadn't heard of him. He was the young master from the Nine Swords Mountain. Shu Yun exclaimed that this was nonsense. She didn't believe him. A noble swordsman couldn't possibly be such a vile person. The stranger barked. The beauty, of course, can swear for now, but later there is no need to beg him for mercy towards her. Seeing Yun's constant attempts to escape, the impatient young master from Nine Swords Mountain shouted at his companion to hold her. Yun warned that if the guy dared to touch her, she would kill him on the spot. He could finish her off, but he wouldn't get what he wanted. A wave of lust washed over the young swordsman, Yun's words further fueling his interest in her, and he moved towards the girl. Suddenly Yun noticed that another person had appeared in the cave. She silently looked at the mysterious master, her eyes sparkling. The young master from the Nine Swords Mountain extended his hand towards Yun, who was trapped in magical captivity, and the girl jumped to the side. But at that moment, the mysterious master dealt the young master a crushing blow, sending him flying far away. The guy indignantly asked the stranger who he was, and how he dared to enter his lands, and even raise his hand against his master. The masked master remained silent. The boy raged, shouting that the Mountain of Nine Swords was no joke to him, and that the impudent fellow would be in trouble. Yun smiled happily. It was the master in the mask. He came here to save her from those terrible young people. Last time, it was this master who helped the girl escape from a wild boar that was chasing her in the mountains near the cave. Then this master appeared literally out of nowhere and killed the monster without even touching it. Yun was saved. The huge fanged monster only grunted and fell right at the feet of the girl, who was scared half to death and bathed in tears. It was then in the forest that she first saw her secret guardian, who, remaining unnoticed, protected her peace and safety. Xu Yun then sincerely thanked the strong master for his help. She was so happy that the stranger saved her from death. But the master only bowed to the girl and replied, "No need for thanks. It was his duty to protect Lady Chu Yun." And this time, Sister Zhuan bowed again and thanked the mysterious stranger, her enigmatic, faithful savior. Zhang Kui, hidden behind a mask, replied to the girl that he was glad to help Lady Chu Yun to save her from unworthy men. He told the girl that first he had to help her solve her problems and free her from this magical captivity. He extended his hand and destroyed the technique of the young master's silent servant. The boy stared at the strong master with all his eyes. The cultivator from Nine Swords Mountain was shocked. One move from this master destroyed his technique. He is incredibly strong. Yun was free again and could move freely, and she informed her masked savior that she was okay. The girl was perplexed. This master in a mask was so terrifyingly strong. Who did he obey, and who assigned him to keep an eye on her? The guy turned to Zhang Kui and asked what other tricks he would show them, who he was to appear on their lands. The young master clenched his teeth and growled, "How dare this impudent fellow attack him, the young master of these places?" Zhang Kui replied that if they met again, the boy and his entire family would be punished, but for now they could get out of here. The boy bowed and said that he hoped that they would never see each other again, but he would definitely tell the master about them. An impatient Zhang Kui shouted at the men who had attacked Yun to get lost and never show their face to him again. Su Xianer called the master to look at her progress, but he asked her to wait. He had not yet finished reading Zhang Kui's report today. This is how the little sister had adventures. Given the size and strength of the Nine Swords Mountain, Chu Yun's identity will be revealed very soon. Xuan found this story funny and laughed heartily. It would be interesting to see what the swordsmen would do when they found out everything. Ding Yu approached his master and said that the more he cultivated his strength, the more he wanted to prove himself in action. Xuan reassured his student, assuring him that he would still have plenty of opportunities to prove himself and show his strength. Chu said that he understood the young man perfectly, but before he went out into the world, Ding Yue needed to become even stronger. The guy was stunned. Could he really become even stronger? But he was already strong enough. Thanks to the master, his level had increased greatly. Xuan sternly asked the student whether he still thought about his unhappy love, and whether that was why he was so eager to prove himself. An angry Chu advanced on the confused youth and angrily asked his student if he had already decided to leave his master. Frowning, Xuan asked menacingly if Yilding Yue had ever thought about the responsibility he bore for his swordsmanship. The young man blinked his eyes in confusion. The master had correctly grasped the train of his thoughts. He was indeed haunted by thoughts of his beloved. Xuan asked his silent and frightened student if he knew why there were so few true swordmasters in the world. Sweat streamed down Ding Yue's face from excitement. He silently looked at the teacher. This was the first time he had seen his master so stern and formidable. As Xuan continued to advance on the youth, he asked if Yue knew why many swordmasters had wasted their lives. The young man asked the teacher with a trembling voice if this was probably because they had no aptitude for the sword. Chu exclaimed sharply, "No, that's not the right answer. There were many talented people among the fighters. However, they did not become masters. Since ancient times, many talented cultivators have been born in the world, some of them much stronger than Ding Yue. But all of them at a certain stage of cultivating strength suffer defeat, and all because they do not understand the most important thing. They do not understand the true meaning of being a swordmaster. They do not understand the great responsibility that lies upon them." Ding Yue asked the master to forgive him for his recklessness, and begged the teacher to tell him about the true meaning of being a swordmaster, to open the mysterious veil. Xuan said that this was a skill that could only be mastered by going through a path of unbearable suffering. Was Ding Yue sure that he was ready for this? The young man assured the teacher that even if he had to go through hellish torment, he was ready. He really wanted to become a swordmaster. Chu agreed to tell the student about the 3 main obstacles he would face on his difficult path. Xuan's face became serious, even solemn. He looked at Ding Yue, so he talks about the 3 main commandments. The naive young man, holding his breath, repeated after the master, "Swordsmanship, 3 commandments." He is ready to listen to the first commandment. Xuan sternly told his student that firstly, in order to become a true swordmaster, Ding Yue must forget his love forever. The young man's face lengthened. Genuine pain was visible on it. He asked in confusion, was he really supposed to forget love? How could this be? Xuan explained in a moralistic and firm manner that there should be no other people in Yue's heart. Only feelings for the sword should remain there. Dean almost cried. Maybe there was a way to avoid this. Could they really not get along together in his heart? Chu asked the swordsman seriously, meaning that swordsmanship was not that important to him. Yue sighed heavily and sadly lowered his head. Zhuan asked the sobbing youth if he would think about his skill when his beloved suddenly got into trouble. Chu continued sternly, asking what would happen to Yue if his beloved wanted to trample him. What would his power turn into then? Or maybe the girl's parents want to finish off Yue for some reason, in which case his student will be busy. Xuan asked the young man if he would consider cultivating true swordsmanship in situations like these. Tears streamed down Ding Yue's eyes. He sobbed, unable to speak. The master's words deeply touched him, stirring up memories. Before his mind's eye, pictures of bright days appeared, when he and his beloved girl were serenely happy. Then Yue remembered their quarrel, how his beloved left him, calling him a worthless loser. He remembered how crushed he was then. And finally, the scene of terrible humiliation came to mind when his beloved's new friend beat Yue right in front of her. The tears in the young man's eyes dried up. His gaze became a little distant. He once again experienced the storm of emotions that almost destroyed him. Ding Yue exclaimed that he understood the master's words and the meaning of this first commandment of the true path of a true sword master. Chu Xuan smiled. This is good. It means the student has taken the first step towards a deep understanding of his complex and thorny path. He told Ding Yue that he would then tell him about the second commandment: a young man should not be distracted by beautiful girls. The young man's naive face lengthened again, and his large eyes became even sadder. How could he not look at beauties? It was impossible. Using his aura, Zhuan created two ghostly girls in the courtyard of the estate and invited the student to look at them. One was a fat, pockmarked ugly woman, the other a slender beauty. Zhuan asked the student which of the two he noticed first. Ding Yue replied, "Of course, he immediately noticed the beauty. She is slim, cute, well-dressed, and even smiling." Chu asked Yue if he had to fight her, but the beauty would use her charm to cloud his mind about how it would end. Xuan smiled. The young man, despite his skill, would lose to this beauty in that very second. That's what's dangerous about beauties. Ding Yue asked the master, if he were a woman, he probably wouldn't have to think about such sad things. Xuan indignantly asked if Yue really wanted to say that there were no handsome men in the world that women liked. Frowning, Chu said, "He, for example, is quite a handsome man." The young man apologized embarrassedly. He somehow didn't think about it. Ding Yue somehow understood the first two commandments, but the last commandment, the most difficult to fulfill, remained. Chu became strict again. It was because of this third commandment that many cultivators gave up and were unable to experience the life of a master swordsman. Ding Yue tensed up. If the first two commandments were so difficult to follow, it was hard to imagine what the third commandment would be like. Xuan seriously told his student that if he followed this commandment, then there would be no one in the whole world equal to him in strength. The young man opened his mouth, afraid to miss even one word from his great and wise master, who possessed enormous power. Chu said solemnly, "Yue must firmly remember that if there is no girl in his heart, then by drawing his sword, he can kill even a god." The touched young man fell to his knees before his teacher, tears streaming from his eyes, and he thanked the master for his kindness and wisdom. Yui asked the master to help him honor these commandments. He definitely couldn't do it alone, and then he wouldn't be able to learn true swordsmanship. Xian sighed. He was so tired while he was trying to fool this young man so that he would finally forget about his nasty ex-lover. Ding Yue was training hard, repeating out loud that he should forget about love. Chu irritably asked if he could train silently. Xuan was terrified. He had been suffering for 3 days already. His head was spinning from Yue. He needed to see how the old man was doing, at least to change the scenery. Chu's huge figure appeared in the cave. He asked Ren how his affairs were going. He answered the master. After his instructions, everything became much better. Changhe noticed that the master looked stronger today, which meant that Ren himself had no limit to his strength. It was simply amazing. Chu told the disciple to continue in the same spirit and not waste time in vain. The old man bowed respectfully to the great master. Xuan asked the cultivator if it was true that there were 1,000-year-old heavenly realm people in the area where Chang'e came from. And noticeably younger Ren Chang'e answered the gentleman that indeed, there were such people in his homeland, but there were very few of them. Chu was very surprised. He thought Xiao Liang and his mentor were pulling the wool over his eyes, but it turned out to be true. How interesting. Ren said that some old cultivators are reborn through secret energy accumulation techniques, although even after 1,000 years, it is not easy for them to reach the heavenly realm. Xuan thought, that's how it is. However, this method has one drawback. It takes time to strengthen the body. These powers are accumulated by cultivators through their past lives, otherwise it will not be easy to break through the realms. Chu understood. This is how Qin Kayun arrived at the border of the Emperor's realm so quickly. Were there others who were reincarnated due to the Great War? Chang'e added that this was rare in their world, and not every person could master such a cultivation technique. The old man heard that there was a special cultivation environment in the secret domain, but only the strongest of people could enter it. Zhuan asked the student, so this is apparently the very secret realm where only a cultivator of the god realm can step. Changhe was stunned, as expected, what seems to him to be the main mystery of all life, for the master is just an empty sound. Suddenly, Xuan felt that he had guests. He quickly said goodbye to the student, telling him to practice diligently. At this time, Chu Yun's clear voice was heard in the manor. She shouted to the 13th brother that she had returned to him. Xuan exclaimed cheerfully, "His sister is back. She is probably hungry," and invited Yun to quickly enter the courtyard. The girl literally glowed with happiness. She asked her brother not to rush. First, she would show him the real treasure. She handed the treasured herb to her younger brother, saying that it was a wonderful Zuan herb and that she had specially brought it to him. Yun definitely doesn't need it. She brought it to Xuan on purpose so that he could become stronger. She asked her brother to take it, otherwise she would be offended. The boy answered his sister with a smile that he had no need for her, so she could use this valuable plant for herself. The girl stubbornly said, "No way, today my brother must take this herb. She tried so hard to make him stronger. If little brother can't break through to the next realms, he won't live longer than a common man, and in 100 years, Yun won't be able to speak to him." Yun couldn't allow this to happen. She handed Juan the herb and commandingly told him to take it right away. Then the girl noticed that her brother was hiding his hands behind his back, and she cheerfully asked what the guy had behind his back. Yun advanced on her younger brother, handing him the magical herb, insisting that he eat it. In response, Xuan smiled slyly. Suddenly Yun felt that her hand holding the grass stopped obeying her. The girl tensed, trying to regain control. Her hand treacherously pulled the grass into her own mouth. Yun desperately screamed, "No, not that," but her hand did not obey its owner. Xuan moved his finger, and the stunned older sister stuffed the grass she had wanted to feed her brother into her own mouth. Yun didn't understand how this could have happened, why she herself ate the treasured bush of the magical plant. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, her lips trembled. All her wonderful mood evaporated. She couldn't help her brother. Shuan burst into tears, tears flowing like a river. Why was she such a loser? She couldn't even help her beloved younger brother. Zhuan reassured her. He knew how much she cared for him, and that she had gone through a lot for this herb, but he didn't need such things at all. Yun's whole face was wet with tears. Sobbing, she looked at her little brother. He was so kind, the best of all the young Chu. Xuan looked at his sister affectionately. This silly girl so sincerely considered him weak and defenseless, and cared about him so much. He cheerfully told his little sister that he didn't need anything except this courtyard. There was no need to worry so much. He wasn't wasting his time. Having stopped crying, Yun shouted, "Oh, my brother is suffering from boredom here," and attacked him with her fists, but he fought back cheerfully. There was joy in the big Chu house. The family was being reborn. Chu Yun's elixirs and pills could bring in a lot of money. The head promised to punish everyone for illegal sales. Xuan chuckled. It seems that Grandpa Tianming finally acknowledged his little sister. Maybe now she won't be forced into marriage. The guy decided that now that she had returned to her ancestral home, it was time to reveal the secrets of the Chu clan's ancestral estate. Suddenly, in broad daylight, an explosion of unprecedented power thundered in the main estate of the Chu family, and thick white smoke filled the area. At the site of the explosion, a huge crater formed, leading into the estate's dungeon, and the explosion caused panic among relatives. One of the servants rushed to the head of the clan as fast as he could and reported that an explosion had occurred in Madame Chu Yun's house and that the lady herself had disappeared. Old Tian Ming roared, "What an explosion!" He ordered that no information be leaked outside the estate. Everyone is forbidden to leave the Chu territory. The head of the family ordered the messenger to call all the elders of Chu. They should go to Chu Yun's house and wait there for him, Tian Ming. The 4 strongest elders must go with the leader. The rest will patrol the perimeter, grabbing anyone suspicious. If strangers are discovered on the estate's territory, they will all be thrown into prison. The head will deal with them personally. Hovering over the site of the explosion, the formidable Tian Ming gave orders to the elders that they must find his granddaughter Chu Yun at any cost. The elders, led by Tian Ming, dived into the dungeon. The old man ordered that everything be examined carefully, not missing a single corner. Suddenly, the head of the Chu clan saw a strange light ahead. He slowed down and asked his fellow travelers if they knew what was there. Taking a closer look, Tian Ming gasped. This light was coming from his granddaughter. Yun was floating in the air surrounded by a bright green glow. The delighted old man laughed. Chu Yun is fine. She is safe. It seems like his granddaughter is getting stronger and stronger. One of the elders asked the master what she had there, pointing to an ancient dagger hovering right in front of the girl. Chu Tianming paused for a moment and thoughtfully replied to the elder, "This means that the emperor's soldiers recognize their master." The ancient spiritual weapon hung right in front of Yun. The girl seemed to be in a trance and did not see anything or anyone around her. Suddenly, the dagger disappeared, as if it had dissolved into Chu Yun's body, endowing the young lady with ancient strength and imperial power. At that very moment, Yun's eyes opened wide, now green, and the ancient power she had received from the weapon glowed in them. Tian Ming and the strongest elders of the Chu clan who accompanied him gasped at the power that was now emanating from the small and fragile Yun. Old Tian Ming shouted to his granddaughter that it was he, her grandfather, who had come for her and that they needed to go back up to their ancestral home. The girl looked at her grandfather in surprise. She looked around in confusion, not understanding what had happened to her. Yun timidly asked where she was and what those flying things were. She was at home. Tian Ming realized she didn't remember anything at all. He gently asked Chu Yun if she really didn't remember anything about what happened to her recently, at least anything. The girl answered, she was in her chambers, then she heard a voice that told her to come here. The voice was very kind. The head of the family frowned. He couldn't believe such luck. Was it really the call of the ancestors? But why did they choose Yun? One of the elders told the master that these floating balls of light are the power of the ancestors, which means that the ancestors want to give them power. Tianming confirmed that yes, these were the ancestors of the Chu family. The leader ordered everyone to remain silent about what happened today, otherwise they would be severely punished. The elders present here can accept the power of the ancestors now. After the breakthrough, they can inform the other elders. The old man turned to his granddaughter. He said with a sigh that Chu Yun had scared him to death. He was so happy that she was safe and sound. The girl told her grandfather that she was fine. She was completely fine, so there was no need to worry about her so much. Shu burst into tears. Of course she was fine, because the imperial warriors recognized her as their master. The head of the clan was touched. It finally happened. Now their family will become truly influential. He had been waiting for this for so long. Tianming called out to his ancestors, thanking them for their help and exclaiming that he had indeed finally done it. Zhuan, listening to this, sarcastically asked why his little sister made their stern and formidable grandfather cry so much. And then the guy heard a quiet rustling of leaves behind him. Someone appeared in the courtyard of the estate. Xuan became wary. But the next second, the 13th young Master Chu smiled. He recognized the invisible guest. He had finally appeared. Empress Qin Keyun was informed of the latest news about the Chu family, as they had recently been involved in conflicts. Then, Keyun picked up the report. An interesting situation. The Nine-Sword Mountain and the Chu family. How will this funny conflict end? The speaker asked the lady if perhaps the Qin imperial family should intervene and try to resolve this misunderstanding. But Keyun frowned and sharply replied that she would decide what to do, and he could go. The subject bowed low to the Empress. Having summoned a messenger, Keyun ordered him to inform the Nine Swords Mountain that if Song Yiming died, then nothing should change when the head was replaced. At the Nine Sword Mountain Manor, the leader and his son were discussing the recent event. Song Yiming asked his son if he was sure that the girl was an alchemist. The guy replied that his father could believe him. He felt her energy. She was definitely a first-class talented alchemist. Song Yiming clenched his fist. Great, their Nine-Sword Mountain sect is just short of alchemists. He must do everything for this marriage. There was a lively excitement in the Chu family's main house. The Nine-Sword sect sent out a matchmaking letter. Chu Tinming asked if there was any news about that girl, the Empress, and the family elders replied that there was nothing new. The old man wondered if Qin Keyun's resentment could be somehow related to the Nine Swords Mountain, since she had become very angry back then. After what happened to his granddaughter, a couple of days later this sect came with an invitation to matchmaking. It all seems strange. Rumor has it that the young master of the sect is a real freak, so what can he do? Chu decided that if anything happens, he will help Yun escape from there. Soon the head of the Nine Sword sect, Song Yiming, and his lustful son appeared. The boy shouted to the beautiful Yun that he was already here. The girl turned to her grandfather in surprise and asked who these were, what was going on, why was the boss hiding something from her. Tian Ming sternly told Chu Yun that he had told her to wait inside, but the girl grumbled. Well, she was wondering what all the fuss was about. The old clan leader angrily asked his granddaughter if she really wanted to die. She shouldn't be so disobedient. Yun winked cheerfully. The son of the Nine Sword sect's leader smiled and pointed to Chu Yun to his father, saying that this girl was here, and then she recognized the young guest. Song Yiming looked closely at the young lady of the Chu family. The girl was indeed strong and talented, and also beautiful. The head of the swordsman sect turned to the head of the Chu family. He said that they surely understood the purpose of their visit today. Chu Tianming remained silent. He didn't like it. Yiming continued. Despite their past misunderstandings, he would like Chu Yun. Suddenly, Song Yiming froze mid-sentence. The sect leader felt that something terrible and incredibly strong was approaching him. The old swordsman raised his head and was stunned. The words froze on his lips. Everyone looked at Song Yiming in surprise, not understanding what was wrong with him. The head of the swordsman sect couldn't take his eyes off the giant demonic beast looming over him. It was a huge wolf. The swordsman screamed in horror. He saw that the red-eyed giant was heading straight towards him. The old man decided that the beast would kill him. But instead, the beast placed a soul seal on Song Yiming's forehead, and now Chu Xuan could easily control the head of the swordsman sect. The boy was puzzled as to why his father's aura had changed so abruptly, and Chu Tianming and Chu Yun couldn't understand anything either. Seeing that his father had fallen silent, the young master of the sect stepped forward and told Yun not to be afraid. He just wanted. Song Yiming didn't let his son finish speaking, giving him a resounding slap, and the would-be groom flew helplessly to the side. The swordsman exclaimed that he would kill the shameless freak. He was not even worthy of looking at Lady Chu Yun, the pathetic scum. A stunned Yun asked her grandfather what was going on here. She didn't understand anything. Tian Ming replied that he himself was in shock. Song Yiming continued to beat the boy, and he shouted for his father to stop for the sake of their clan and in the name of their ancestors, but the swordsman was furious. Gritting his teeth, the old man growled at his son. How dare he mention his ancestors? He is a disgrace to the family, and will soon meet his ancestors in heaven. The face of the head of the Nine Swords sect turned gloomy. Despite the pitiful cries of his son, he prepared to take the boy's life. Yun couldn't believe her eyes. This old man was going to beat his own son to death, and right here in their estate. Shu Yun approached Song Yiming and asked if he would rather not stain their family's courtyard with blood and leave here with his son. The head of the Nine Swords sect bowed to the girl and replied that she was absolutely right. He would finish punishing the scoundrel at home. Lifting the barely alive guy by the collar, the old man demanded that the rascal pay homage to the lady and forced him to bow to Yun. Qin Keiyun was informed that Song Yiming had returned home with his son, but for some reason the young master had been beaten to death. The empress smiled cheerfully and thought what an elegant punishment for insulting her sister. She understood whose doing this was. Keiyun's face flushed as she remembered meeting the handsome and strong Chu Xuan. Yes, this guy was no slouch. Tianming was puzzled by the reason for Song Yiming's sudden madness, and what exactly had happened to him needed to be found out in more detail. Shu Tianming's longtime ally asked him, so he said that this empress cannot be restrained in any way, but what is so unique about her? Tianming replied, she is too strong. Even if they unite, it is still questionable whether they can withstand her madness. Moreover, Qin's relationship with the Nine-Sword Mountain is too strong, and the Chu family alone cannot break their alliance. Tianming's guest said, who knows, the situation is too complicated, because they have never seen the power of this empress in person. The Chu clan chief asked what her weakness was. Did she still harbor feelings for Chu Yuan? It seemed like her love had not yet faded. The old man clenched his fist tightly, remembering how his third grandson had ruined the engagement with the future empress. Tianming grumbled, idiot Yuan. Yun watched her grandfather. The third brother had long since left home, but even when he returned, the atmosphere here would be tense. The cultists were discussing the news. The new leader of the Purple Moon attacked the elders and attacked the previous leader right in his chambers. One of the sectarians said that he was there. The old leader was removed for incompetence. He was unworthy of being at the court of the evil ruler. Another Purple Moon cultist confirmed that yes, he was kicked out immediately after that, the worst leader of them all. The gates of the evil lord's palace slammed shut behind Hu Quan, and he left his apartments in the Purple Moon sect's palace. The exiled leader was angry. If it weren't for the Chu family, he wouldn't have been thrown out into the street. It was all because of them, the damned clan. Hu was confident that he had always been the one and only leader of the Purple Moon cult. He was the best leader. The sect member exclaimed that he must take revenge and clear his name in Nanzhou, and the bead containing the blood of the evil demon would help him in this. After releasing the demon from the realm, Hu Quan wanted to attack the Chu family. The sectarian was confident that no one would act in front of the demonic creature. The former cult leader dreamed that the Chu family would be destroyed by his demon, and that he, Hu Quan, would once again rise to the top where he deserved to be. Hu Quan coughed painfully. He had been feeling weak and had been having constant attacks of debilitating coughing lately. He grumbled. It seemed like he didn't have long to live. But even if he died soon, he would drag the Chu family down with him into a damp grave. The former head of the Purple Moon cult frowned and said solemnly, it seems this is his last important mission. The elder ordered the servants to patrol well. While the elders of the Chu family were in the ancestral home, there should be no mistakes. Swaying from weakness, Hu Quan approached the main house of the Chu clan. The delighted sectarian addressed the hated family. The sectarian said joyfully that in 15 minutes the demon's blood would be shed, and they would all drown in the abyss of bitter despair. Suddenly, Hu Quan moved to the courtyard of Xuan's estate. The sect member asked in confusion how he ended up here. What happened? The cultist had been standing aside for so long after receiving the fake map of Chu territory that Xuan had almost forgotten about him and hadn't expected him to show up so suddenly. Xuan sensed the demon energy. Is this demon blood condensed into a sphere? This is definitely not ordinary demon blood. This guy wants to harm the Chu family. Hu Quan said that it was too late. The sphere had been activated, no one could stop it, and now the Chu family would definitely be finished. Suen summoned his blood flower and ordered it to eat that harmful deposed head of the Purple Moon cult. The flower obediently swallowed Hu Quan, and soon only part of the clothes was visible from the toothed bud, but the bead managed to pop out. The activation time ended, and the soul of the evil demon that had been imprisoned in this bead long ago emerged from the scarlet sphere. Juan frowned. The soul of a powerful demon had burst out of the sphere. He needed to be quickly confined back before he gained strength. Chu Xuan's disciples opened their mouths in surprise. Su Xian quietly said, "It's a demon. It's been a long time since they've seen them here." The demon laughed. He was back in this world, and demanded that the pathetic humans kneel before him. He would allow them to live as long as they served him. Xian was scared. This demon was too strong. Such a powerful aura. Would their master be able to deal with it? Seeing the cute Juan, the demon shouted that this little one had such smooth and beautiful skin, he would probably take it for himself. But Juan calmly chuckled and answered the demon that he could, of course, take the risk if he was so brave or just stupid. Shu looked at the freed demon soul and thought, if he was from the heavenly kingdom, then what did he have to fear from this demon soul? Xuan exclaimed, "Forbidden law." The demon was confused. What was happening? He was losing control of his power, and his consciousness was leaving. As the demon was being taken captive by the capsule, he shouted, "How is this possible? Who is this anyway? And why is he so strong? Isn't this Nanzhou?" A cry came from the capsule that the demon would not accept this. He had survived great battles. He could not die so easily. Xian was delighted. Just by raising his hand, the master was able to suppress the demon soul. The master's strength was simply beyond imagination. The demon soul has a connection with the demon race that fought in the land of the living dead, and it seems he is not one of the weakest demons. This soul is definitely from a strong clan that fought in Nanzhou back then. He should know all the secrets of those times, especially about the traitors among the people. Shu looked at the prisoner. Such a strong demon. It's a pity to just kill him. But for interrogation, his strong will must be suppressed. For suppressing the will of the demon of the heavenly kingdom, the system rewarded Shu with 3 generations of Buddhist scriptures and a glass pagoda of the pure world. Juan was puzzled. The system recognized the power of this demonic soul, which meant he definitely needed this strong demon. The 3 generations of Buddhist scriptures are divided into the Sutra of the Past Burning Lamp, the Sutra of the Present Tathagata, and the Sutra of the Future Maitreya. These 3 works contain many Buddhist stories and practices, and Xuan first decided to study 3 generations of Buddhist scriptures. The student watched the master study the scriptures, she whispered. This golden light seems to contain some kind of power. The glass pagoda of pure world is the highest treasure of Buddhism. It has the ability to purify spiritual energy and suppress the evil energy of demons. Xuan decided it was time to begin. He threw the demon's soul into the pagoda. After cleansing the demon, Chu would have another loyal servant. If Xuan can spread Buddhism, it will be easier to contain the demons, but they are crazy and will always resist. The guy smiled happily. Staying at home, he will be able to spread Buddhism. The system does not give rewards for nothing. Seeing the students' fear, Xuan told them not to fuss. It was just a small demonic soul, nothing to worry about. Xian asked the master how he could suppress even such a powerful demonic soul so easily. This was unheard of. Dingyu sighed, their master is really strong. He needs to work hard and cultivate his strength to quickly become a swordmaster. Yu added that he would soon be able to completely let go of his love, get rid of his suffering, and focus on the art of swordsmanship. Xuan's pet sky cat Blackie calmly watched everything happening from the roof of the house. It seemed as if he was sleeping in the sun. The demon, captured and imprisoned in a Buddhist pagoda, cursed like crazy, demanding that these vile freaks let him out. The prisoner was incredibly angry. He is a demonic soul of the heavenly realm. How could this kid even suppress his power? When such a strong cultivator appeared among the people, the demon felt that if this continued, he would completely lose his will. The demon screamed for the pathetic humans to let him out, or they wanted war. Once the war started, the demon race would grind them into dust. The pagoda purified the demon, and he became worse and worse. He already called Xuan his master, and was ready to become his servant. Xu Xuan smiled, feeling very good knowing that he was turning the powerful demon Mo Tuo into the first Buddhist in this world. What would happen if Xuan converted the entire demon race like this? This thought was running through Chu's mind, because then there would be no demons left in the world. After Mo Tuo's transformation, his entire race needs to be analyzed and the next step planned, and Mo Tuo will now be the first Buddha. The heavenly golden bird Peng watched with curiosity as its owner re-educated the evil demon that was screaming throughout the yard. Moto begged Xuan to spare him. The demon could not withstand the cleansing effect of the Buddhist pagoda on his energy. The guy chuckled. It seemed that acceptance into Buddhism was achieved through constant grumbling, which gradually cleansed the demon's soul. The demon imprisoned in the pagoda grew weaker and weaker. He was no longer able to scream. Tears were rolling down his face. He was muttering something. The minions of the evil king's court arrived at the palace of the local leader with a report on the work done and with news. The Dark Lord Shou Yuan was furious. He angrily asked who allowed them to act arbitrarily. Why didn't they carry out the order? The hot-tempered ruler glared at his guilty subject who, shaking, prepared for imminent death. Everyone knew that Shou Wen was quick to punish, and his deadly beam of energy instantly pierced the guilty sectarian. His companion thought with horror that if this continued, tomorrow would be the end for him, just as it had been for his commander today. Looking at the Dark Lord, the boy wondered if anyone would ever be able to defeat him, or if there were no such warriors here. The Lord asked his subject if it was true that the Chu family was no longer under the protection of Qin. The boy confirmed that it was the pure truth. Xu Yan knew that Chu was in a good position to spy on Qin internally, and if he could control them, he could join the party with Kei Qin. The Lord asked the boy how strong he was compared to Song Yiming, and he replied that the difference in strength between them was small. Shou Wen thought about it. Chu refused the Empress's offer. They must have strong people, so he decided to go there in person. He was perplexed. Chu had not given any explanation for their refusal, but he had not seen any people there who were stronger than the Empress could have put at stake. In this case, you first need to use the courtyard of the main Chu estate as a stronghold and observation point. The Dark Lord entered one of the clan's courtyards and looked around cautiously, deciding that this place would suit him perfectly. Meanwhile, the guy stretched sweetly. After an eventful day, he was already thinking about going to bed. But suddenly Zhuan felt the aura of a powerful villain with the Emperor's realm on the family's territory. Who had come here? Chu smiled cheerfully. This was just what was needed for the evening. To end this wonderful day, he moved the uninvited guest to himself. The stunned Shou Yuan instantly found himself in Xuan's manor and stared wide-eyed at the guy who had transported him. The Dark Lord's jaw dropped in surprise. He couldn't understand what had happened to him, where he had ended up, and who this guy was. Xuan sternly asked Shou Yuan if he was the Dark Emperor and why he had come here, and in person at that. The Dark Lord was horrified at how this boy dared to speak to him so brazenly, and most importantly, how he was able to move him here. Zhuan rudely asked Xu Wan if he was deaf and didn't hear the question. Was he the Dark Emperor or something? What was he doing here? The Lord fell to his knees and confirmed that yes, it was he. He deserved to die, and was completely speechless upon seeing the respected gentleman. The guy barked that he wanted to hear the truth about why the villain had entered the Chu clan's territory, and that there was no point in evading it. Frightened and depressed, Lord Shou Yuan confessed that he wanted to stab the Qin Empire in the back through the Chu family. Zhuan warned the Dark Emperor not to lie to him anymore, otherwise a very painful death could await him here. Shou Wen bowed, and replied to the elder that the younger understood everything and would not dare to say another word other than the truth. The guy asked if Shou Yuan knew Emperor Qin Zong, what he knew about this ruler, what he was famous for, and how he died. Xiao replied, the great emperor once unified Nanzhou, and founded the largest country in the northern territory, the Great Qin Empire. The second thing that interested Xuan was what the Lord knew about demons. He replied that they said they came in the midst of a war on their own lands. Rumor has it that the land of the living dead will reopen when the strongest one capable of ending the war appears in the human world. The guy was very surprised. It seemed that even the Dark Emperor himself knew little about the past. He had not yet told Xuan anything new. Xuan asked the Dark Lord if there were any strong people at his court. He replied that of course his uncle was very strong, but he was a recluse. Chu's eyes flashed. Old man, that's what we need. We need to use the soul seal on him. Speaking of which, it's time to use this technique. He told Shou Wen that he was satisfied with his answers and would not kill him and would let him go. Moreover, he would leave him a small gift. The soul seal glittered before the stunned Dark Emperor. Zhuan added that Yuan should not forget to give his uncle a gift. The Lord felt the seal touch him. He looked questioningly ahead, trying to understand what had happened. After letting go of the confused Shou Yuan, Chu blessed his new powerful subservient, the Darkest Lord. The Dark Lord, who had been changed by the soul seal, went home in a great mood, exclaiming what a wonderful evening it was. The Lord was very kind to him. Shou Yuan still felt the care for him. The Lord smiled blissfully. The evil emperor was sure that he had to continue in the same spirit, so as not to disgrace his strong and wise master. Xu Wan's aura sparkled, and inspired by his new mission, the formidable Dark Lord rushed towards his home. Stopping not far from the palace, the evil emperor looked in surprise into the courtyard of his vast and luxurious house. Frowning, he asked what had happened to his house while he was gone. Who had dared to make a mess here again? What kind of crowd was this? And indeed, a whole procession of followers of the evil court walked through the courtyard of the imperial palace. Everyone wanted to see the ruler. The palace guards tried to stop the guests, persuading the head of Li to calm down, but he asked where the king was. He needed to see him. The head of the guard said that the Lord was invited by Empress Qin. Li sighed. He hoped that he could get his approval. Li explained that his brother fought alongside the evil king. Now his house is full of banners, and he has become a model for cultivating evil. Li wants that too. The head guard chuckled. So brother Li just needs a package with gifts from their all-powerful ruler. That can be arranged. Li jumped in surprise. So there are such parcels. The guard reached into his pocket to show Brother Li the list of options. Liang handed the list to the sect member, saying that this was the Evil King's sales package, and Brother Li could choose whatever he liked best. It was so unexpected that Li doubted whether it would suit him. He hoped to prove himself, show his strength, and gain favor. The guard pointed out to Li the A package, a half-day trip to the Evil King's palace with free snacks and 2,000 spirit crystals. For 8,000, Li can go to the palace for the whole day, receive the status of close associate of the king, and plus new lands. Li was very pleased and was ready to pay. The head of security said there was one more package, but this was a serious matter. Li exclaimed, "If A and B are so cool, he is ready to hear about package C," the guard said. The third package costs 500,000 crystals. The brother will be able to watch the king wash his feet, and as a gift he will receive a chopstick that the evil king used. Li was delighted with the third package. He exclaimed, "This is definitely for him. He takes it." The satisfied security chief laughed. The guard and the potential client discussed the details of the deal, agreeing on when he would arrive with the money and enter the palace. Suddenly, the ground beneath the feet of the palace visitors shook. Some lost their footing and fell, and everyone became wary. And then everyone felt the powerful aura of the Dark Lord, and both the guests and the guards, knowing Shou Wen's character, were terrified. An explosion was heard in the middle of the palace square. The evil king announced his appearance, and his frightened subjects recoiled. As soon as the clouds of smoke cleared, everyone saw the ruler himself flying towards the palace, surrounded by the light of a powerful aura. The guards realized that the evil king had returned home, and it was unknown what to expect. Everything depended on the ruler's current mood. Soon everyone saw a powerful ruler, surrounded by radiance, standing on a pile of stones and looking at his subjects. Shou Wen frowned and shouted, "How dare they, worms and ignorant rats, sabotage here. He will show them who he is." The king clenched his fists. The energy of anger and death flared around him. It seemed that the ruler was incredibly angry at the whole world. The evil king slammed his fist on the ground and shouted for all the uninvited guests and his foolish enemies to die immediately. Obeying the Dark Lord's command, razor-sharp thorns rose from the ground and hunted everyone in the square. Enormous magical spikes killed everyone, both guests and palace guards. Streams of blood flooded the palace square, and soon everything became quiet. One of the guards was wounded but survived. He was horrified by what their king was doing. Something like this had never happened before. The stunned guard looked at the carnage and muttered that the ruler was destroying his own people and even his servants. The palace guard has disappeared unnoticed. He must hurry to Xuanli to report that their evil king has gone mad. Upon arrival, the guard bowed and informed His Highness that there was trouble in the king's palace and that many of their cultivators had fallen. The prince listened to the report and thoughtfully replied that if they did not stop this, their evil masters would be unhappy with the situation. The chief of security rushed for help to the former evil overlord, the uncle of the current king, who had become a reclusive cultivator. The guards shouted to the master that the evil king had gone mad, and if he did nothing, they would be left without a single person at court. The envoy begged the old master to do something. Uncle Shou Yuan grumbled angrily. Things are getting worse and worse. The old king thought irritably. He knew that he had been wrong to hand over the throne to his nephew, and now he would have to deal with the consequences. The doors of the old cultivator's cave swung open. The recluse stepped out into the world, and the guard felt the powerful aura of the former king. The evil master's eyes flashed angrily. He was unhappy that he was disturbed while cultivating a powerful evil force. He cried out so that everyone could see how quickly he would pacify this crazy boy, and the former evil ruler burst out laughing. Xu Wan's old uncle, like a whirlwind, flew out of his hermit cave and rushed forward to meet his crazy nephew. He shouted to the guards who had come to him to quickly follow him straight to the palace of the Dark Lord. The recluse instantly moved to his former royal palace and hovered over the square strewn with corpses. His nephew, the king, was strangling another palace guard. Dozens of dead palace servants were already lying around the square. The old man shouted to his nephew to stop and look at what he had done. He had killed half of his own palace guards. Throwing away the half-dead guard, Shou Yuan answered his uncle that he was cleaning the courtyard. As the master said, the old man was taken aback. What master? The evil king smiled and told his stunned uncle that he had a gift from his master. He would show it to him now, on his forehead. The old man stared in surprise at his distraught successor. He couldn't understand what he was saying. Was he really under control? That's right. Shou Yuan smiled, and his uncle saw Chushuan's soul seal burning on his forehead. The sovereign's will was being controlled. Suddenly, the former king felt an incredible pressure from the soul seal. Covering himself with his hands, the old man asked what it was. Carrying out Xuan's instructions, Shou Yuan installed the Chu soul seal on his reclusive uncle, and now the uncle and nephew thought alike. Smiling, the evil ruler asked his uncle if he now understood what he was doing. The former king exclaimed that he understood everything. Shuman told the old man that he wanted to change the place beyond recognition, and the uncle responded by blessing his nephew to do so. The palace guards, their mouths open in surprise, watched this scene in shock. The old man did not intercede, which meant they were finished. Zhuan watched his new protege through his aura. He did everything his new master told him to do, even putting a seal on the old man. The guy was disappointed. He thought that after the trial of the evil king something interesting would begin, but instead there was a banal bloody massacre. Xuan's heavenly beasts watched their master cheerfully, while he, having nothing better to do, lay on the lounger and picked his nose. But Xiao Liang was making great progress. He was already at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Chu Xuan was very pleased with the young man. These 2 of his pets also raised their level of strength cultivation, and most importantly, they finally became friends and stopped fighting. The boy took up his golden magic mirror, and his other students also gradually improved and became stronger. Xuan sighed. It seemed like he needed to find someone again who could become his disciple and learn his cultivation skills. The system announced that Chu stayed at home for 5 years. For this, he gets a mini-world. The guy smiled. The system knows what he is missing. The mini-world is an additional spiritual space in which there are many resources for cultivation. You can even adjust the time difference between the mini-world and the present. The satisfied guy laughed. Very nice. I need to see what kind of world this is and how similar it is to the other, real world. Shen looked into the mini-world given to him. It turned out to be beautiful, like the untouched planet Earth, only in miniature. The boy's eyes were shining. He was holding his little world in his hands and exclaiming, "The system is really magnificent. What a wonderful gift." A happy Chushuan decided that he should show this wonderful miniature world to his talented students. In the morning, Shen was transported to a mini-world along with his students and pets. The children asked the teacher where they were. It was so beautiful here. Ding Yue said with admiration, "This is what their master is capable of. It is truly amazing." The girl completely agreed. Xuan pointed to a huge tree in the distance and asked his admiring companions if they knew what it was. Everyone looked at the giant tree that grew alone on the top of a high mountain. No one knew what kind of plant it was. The disciples guessed that it was a holy tree. Xianer was so excited that she didn't even notice it at first, although it was so tall and beautiful. Ding Yue and Su Xian asked the teacher to tell them about this wonderful tree. Perhaps it had magical powers hidden in it. Chu smiled. Although this tree does not emit spiritual energy, it is indeed the most valuable treasure in the mini-world. It cannot be destroyed. Now this tree is still a small sapling, but when it really grows up, its branches will touch the sky. If you take the wood of this tree and make a weapon out of it, no Taoist weapon of any level will be able to destroy it. Shenner was delighted. Xuan added, "And yet a tree is just a tree, a mini-world. That's what's really important. This world has more spiritual energy than the southern territories, the lands are self-sufficient, and heavenly materials are everywhere." Ding Yue thought, "This is, according to rumors, the secret kingdom of time, Xian." Or was perplexed. The master is so cool. What kingdom is he from? Yue decided that he should practice the supreme Tao of creation here. Then he would go to the 9 Swords Mountain and repay them for all the humiliation. After the breakthrough, Xianer planned to find the scum from the Su family who forced her to run away from home and make sure to settle the score with them. Xu Xuan told his disciples that their souls were not pure, and that before cultivating strength, they needed to purify their thoughts. Confused, Ding Yue muttered that the master had found out his secret thoughts, but he had suffered a lot of humiliation in the sect. Su Xian blinked her eyes in surprise and made confused excuses. The master guessed her thoughts about revenge on her offenders. Zuan told the boys that they must understand that it is good to be motivated, but they cannot be obsessed only with revenge. They, like this tree, had only grown a little, but they still had a long way to go, and then Yue noticed that the little ones seemed to have disappeared. Xianer looked around in surprise, wondering where they had disappeared to, since they had just been there, sitting on their heads and looking around the new world. Suen smiled. The little rascals probably went down to play. They got bored with people. They need to look for them in the clearing. Meanwhile, Xuan's pets rushed to hunt the unsuspecting, peaceful little creatures of the mini-world. The little animals played and frolicked in the clearing, not expecting any aggression. This world was still young and completely calm. The ping bird took aim at a small snake that was wriggling between the beautiful flowering bushes and was not causing harm to anyone. And Blackie, his eyes flashing, rushed after the frightened mouse, who, seeing the mustachioed monster, tried to escape. Zhan and his students saw what their usually quiet and obedient little pets were doing in the clearing. Swan's eyes flashed with anger, and he loudly barked at the 2 of them to stop causing trouble in his new world. The boy shouted to the pets that he told them to go play here and not to bully others, and what kind of mess they had made here. Grabbing his pets by the scruff of the neck, Chu gave them a good beating, but they made excuses that they were just fooling around and weren't bothering anyone. Zhuan told the kids that they should be friendly. The local animals are peaceful and not at all suitable for fighting. Shu told his pets that they were strong and, on the contrary, should protect the local kids, because this was his world. Hearing the boys' giggles, Juan ordered them to stop gloating and get to training, and the students unanimously responded, "Yes, master." But before they practice, they must eat their fill. The sheep here are quite fat, and the fish in the river is also very good. The students rushed to get food, and Juan hurried them. He was already very hungry and eager to enjoy a delicious lunch. After some time, all three were lying in the clearing, and, like boa constrictors, digesting the delicious food prepared in the mini-world. The system cheerfully told Chu that he could now enjoy time spent not only indoors, but also outdoors. Chu Xian tensed up. Come on, it should work. He was practicing a new secret technique that he had recently received as a gift from the system. And then a huge snow tiger appeared in the courtyard of the estate. The guy tensed up and shouted for it to become even bigger. The little bird Peng rushed towards the monster, growing to gigantic proportions, its entire body ablaze with golden flames. Xuan conducted this training, making the pets fight the demonic beasts and defeat them. The boy strained his strength and shouted to his pets to rush into battle. They needed to train so that they wouldn't get confused in a real fight. The training was in full swing, but the kids were already tired. Blackie helplessly stretched out on the yard tiles, pretending to be dead. Xuan was amazed. The illusion was truly amazing. She alone was able to seriously exhaust his two little ones in a short time. But this requires too much strength. If Xuan had reached the heavenly realm, it would have been much easier for him. Su Xian called the master for lunch, but the guy did not want to be distracted. He told the maid that he was currently busy training. The creation of illusions is the art of the great Tao of time. It is no different from a real person or animal. But the advantage of creating illusions is that this technique is secret. Few masters know about its existence. Currently, Xuan's cultivation level is still too low for him to fully utilize the capabilities of this technique. The guy smiled. If he had enough strength, he would create his own eternal illusion of time. That would be really cool. Shu Wen continued to improve her skill in creating potions and pills, but she needed magical ingredients again. She had heard that Yan County was rich in medicinal herbs, but she hadn't found anything, so she'd have to start with something simpler. Suddenly she heard someone calling her. A young man appeared out of nowhere and asked the girl where she was going. The guy told Yoon not to be afraid of him. He only wanted to be friends with her and had no plans to harm her. The young man's companion sarcastically remarked that even he didn't believe it, but he suggested that Yoon ignore this idiot. But the girl was no longer afraid of anything. She felt herself under the constant protection of a mysterious and powerful warrior. Yun chuckled to herself. What an idiot. He couldn't wait for her to be afraid. The masked master could always protect her. She walked forward boldly and brazenly demanded that the strangers quickly let her pass. She was not afraid of them at all. The young man who had spoken to Yun politely let the girl pass, who snorted, coldly thanked him, and walked further into the forest. The guy followed Yun with an admiring gaze, noticing what a daring girl she was. He really liked such beauties. The young man's companion thought with regret. Junior Xiaowang is known for his cruelty. What a pity for this beautiful girl. But this was the first time he had seen Xiaowang behave so politely. Usually he dealt brutally with his victims almost immediately. One can only hope that this is not another trick to have fun with a young and defenseless pretty girl. After letting Chu Yun go ahead, Xiaowang asked the girl to stop. He didn't want to let this beauty go just like that. Approaching Yun, the young man introduced himself. His name was Xiaowang, but he still didn't know the name of such a beautiful and strict girl. Yun replied that she had no desire to chat here in vain, so it would be better for the guys to leave her alone. Wang apologized. He didn't mean to seem so rude. The girl frowned and explained that she came here for herbs, on business. Wasn't that clear? She had no time to chat. The young man smiled. Oh, so the alchemist is beautiful. Very interesting. In that case, he likes her even more than before. Yun immediately warned that she would not create anything for Van. He smiled. He didn't need it. He only asked for permission to protect her. It's dangerous for such a beauty to be alone in the forest, and Van can also help her find what she's looking for here. It's not that easy. But Xuan's sister firmly assured the admirer that she would not get lost in the forest, and that Xiaowang could be more trouble than he was worth. But the guy insisted. She was all alone here. The forest was dangerous, but Chu Yun answered again that she didn't need his protection. Xiaowang told his companion that he would go and see the girl off, and he was surprised. It seemed that the gentleman really wanted to appear good. Or maybe this brutal killer really fell in love. Maybe it was love at first sight, an unhappy, unrequited love. There was a poor alchemist standing near the gate of the Chu clan's main house. He had heard that the Chu family was on the outskirts of the empire and was looking for talent. The young man was sure that this was where his ascent to the heights of power and glory would begin, and this was where he would find strength. The guard, seeing the stranger, asked who was coming. Not everyone could enter the estate, especially at such a time. The young man introduced himself. He was Wang Luo, an alchemist. He had come to join the great and powerful Chu family. The guards were surprised. So this poorly dressed guy is an alchemist, and how can he prove it? Wang Lo suggested that the soldiers look at the pills. He had 2 pills that he had made before coming here, especially to present to Chu, spinning in his hands. The guards opened the doors of the estate and invited the boy to enter the courtyard, sending a messenger to the head with a report. Wang Lo politely thanked the masters for the warm welcome and the opportunity to show their art to the head of an influential family. The soldiers were discussing whether the Chu family would hire this newcomer. One of the guards was sure that the guy would be rejected. He looked like a loser. Walking out onto the porch, Chu Tianming asked the guy if he was Wang Luo, the alchemist who wanted to join their family. The young man confirmed that he had heard that their clan was looking for new talents, so he decided to take a risk and offer his services as an alchemist to the clan. Old Chu Tianming asked if he could take a look at the pills Wang had made, and the young man readily agreed. The guy showed the clan leader his pill, saying that this was one of them. The success rate of its creation was only 1.5%. Wang Lo came from a poor village called Dandao, where he would not have been able to fully realize his innate potential. Tianming thought, they have enough pills of this kind, the family alchemists can easily handle its creation, so the guy is useless to them. The old man decided to give the young man some crystals for the journey and send him away. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo was shocked. How could this be? Why wouldn't they take him? But Chu Tianming coldly cut off the young alchemist, saying that this was all he could do for him. They didn't need experts of that level. The guy exclaimed, so they decided to look down on him. He will not leave it like that. He will prove to all of them that he is very talented. In response, a bag of spiritual crystals, given to him by old man Tianming for his return journey home, fell in front of Wang Luo. The young man cried out in despair to be allowed to show what he was capable of, as the Chu family was his last hope. His magical pill-making cauldron appeared in front of Wang Luo, and the young man immediately began heating up his instrument. Golden flames danced around the young alchemist as he began to create a rare, unique magic pill. The cauldron heated up, and one after another, medicinal herbs and magic mushrooms flew into its golden womb as the basis for the pill. Having thrown in all the ingredients, the young man began the ritual of processing the contents and creating the magic pill itself. Wang Lo closed his eyes and concentrated. This time he definitely had to do it. The head of the Chu family himself was looking at him now. The craftsmen gathered in the courtyard were talking among themselves, wondering if this weakling really wanted to join them. He had gone completely crazy and looked terrible. Wang Lo thought, let's see how you talk when you see the special pill he created. Even the strain won't bother him. The young man's body was burning. He was experiencing hellish pain. Because of the disease, he could not create complex pills and became a disgrace to his family. But today he had to overcome the physical pain and do it. Wang Lo knew that concentration was the main strength of an alchemist. The young man's whole body was shaking, but he was still confident that he could make the pill. Observers noticed that the guy was getting sick. Voices were heard that the young man was already red as a lobster. He had spent so much energy for one pill, he could die right here. People around him said that he was a disgrace to the Wang family, a weakling. He must have been expelled. Such trash is not needed here either. Blood gushed from Wang Lo's mouth from the strain. He could barely stand on his feet, but he tried to complete the ritual to the very end. But then the young alchemist's strength left him, and he sank down helplessly onto the stone slabs of the courtyard of the Chu family's main estate. The magic cauldron shattered into pieces, its contents spilling out, blood pouring from the young man's mouth, and there was already a scarlet puddle in front of him. The observers exclaimed indignantly, "This guy even had a broken stove. He's a liar who came for free food and water." Soon everyone left, deciding that there was nothing more to see here. This Wang Lo was just trash. He needed to learn this lesson. The shamed alchemist left the main estate, leaving behind only a scarlet pool of his blood on the courtyard floor. Sitting in a comfortable chair in the courtyard of the estate, Xuan felt that his second local disciple had come to him. Wonderful. Wang Lo from the northern state, the son of the Wang family, born with the power to create Dan pills, was poisoned during a fight as a child. And why do children with talents always suffer humiliation? Most likely, his family was unable to properly guide him to reveal his power. If the Wang family had known about Wang Lo's natural Tao, they would have done everything possible to help him, but this did not happen. Some small failure decided his whole future life. Lo thought that the first thing he needed to do was get to the south. Seeing the gate of Xuan's estate, the young man thought, such a small courtyard, I wonder if they will let him stay here. Suddenly Lo heard a voice, an unknown person asking, it seems that the young man feels lost. He wants to get back on his feet and take revenge. Opening his mouth in surprise, the young man loudly asked who was talking to him and how he knew his secret innermost thoughts. Jian replied that he was the light of lost souls, the savior of losers, and that he would give Luo what would allow him to rise to the top of the world. Luo replied that he was unable to do so due to his physical condition, but Xuan countered that with the help of the great master, the boy could do anything. Van rushed to the gate of the small estate as fast as he could, exclaiming, could this really be true? This was such incredible luck. The young man introduced himself to Xuan. He, Wang Luo, was paying his respects to the elder. Chu demanded that he kneel down. The delighted alchemist looked at the amazing master with eyes wide with surprise and did not stop expressing respect. Obeying Xuan's order, the young man fell to his knees before him and, in addition, hit his forehead on the floor as a sign of complete obedience. The system, as always, did not stand aside and added a new necessary technique, Heavenly Flame of the Void, to Chu Xuan. The owner of the estate allowed Wang Luo to stand up and solemnly said that from today on, he would name him his second disciple. Pointing to Ding Yue, Xuan said that this was his senior disciple and that he would assist the young man in every way in cultivating his strength. Su Xian cheerfully told the newcomer that although he was only in the Xuan realm, with a master, he would quickly develop his talent. Xuan told Luo that he was born with the power to create pills, but due to an injury, he can no longer fully use it. Wang Luo confirmed that, unfortunately, this was true. Xuan explained that he had a technique that could restore the flow of qi in Luo's veins. Xuan could have done it himself, but it wouldn't have revealed Luo in the future. His talents were too rare to be extinguished by such manipulations. Listening to his new master, Wang Luo gritted his teeth, which meant he really could have achieved everything, but it was all ruined by that damn poisoning. Chu said he has the heavenly flame of emptiness. Luo is waiting for 40 days of agony. If he can't withstand it, he will die. If he can withstand it, he will recover. The young man quietly replied that he was ready. Xuan suggested that he think carefully, because he could die without achieving anything. Wang Luo told the teacher that he would either become a bird or a worm, but he was not prepared to live among the despicable little cockroaches. Ding Yu exclaimed, "This is an excellent decision. He is all for the new brave disciple of their all-powerful master." Suddenly, Xuan said that since his new disciple was ready, they would begin right away, and flames danced around the stunned Wang Luo. The young man was very surprised. This fire was too powerful. What kind of technique was this? But he would not run away, but would take advantage of this chance. Handing the flame to the disciple, Chu explained that if Luo was strong, he would be able to refine the flame, but he must not forget why he needed it. Shenner said, "One breath of heavenly void flame could burn away all spiritual powers." Wang Luo was too weak to use it on his own. But the young man replied that he had already made his choice, and if he ran away, he would never be able to prove to anyone that he was worth anything. Xuan instructed his student to use the flame. He could do anything. The main thing was to concentrate and not forget why he was doing it. Before handing over the flame to the young man, Xuan warned him not to make a mistake. Wang Luo replied that he would do his best. Xu Shen extended his hand, but it was filled with dancing heavenly flames of emptiness and directed a stream of fire towards his new disciple. Wang Luo screamed as he was engulfed in flames, feeling terrible pain, but this feeling was very familiar to him. The alchemist thought that he would make those who once laughed at him, insulted and despised him, stand behind him, below, and beg for mercy. Xuan hoped that the child of fate would overcome all adversity, perfect the flame, his strength would increase, and Chu would receive a bonus from the system. Chu transferred Wang Luo to a mini-world, and he himself watched him from the real world. Days passed by. The young man coped well. The guy saw that the power of Qi Luo was growing. The flow of energy was being restored. As expected, he was able to conquer the flame of emptiness. Not only did the young alchemist recover, he also broke through to the next realms. This young man is definitely very talented. For the disciple's wise guidance, the system rewarded Chu with 100 years of cultivation, allowing him to break through to the 6th level of the realm. He also received a powerful technique of the divine soul of 100 threads. With its help, one can weave carpets of eternity and live forever. Now he will be able to resurrect, restore his physical body, return to the peak of his strength. This is a combination of attack and defense, a very subtle art of the soul. Although Xuan is only at the 6th level of the realm, his soul power is no weaker than that of a 9th level practitioner. Wang Luo's recovery was complete, and Xuan brought his new, transformed disciple back from the miniature world to the real one. The young man bowed respectfully to the master and thanked him for his kindness. Xuan smiled. He was glad that he was not mistaken about Luo. But now Lo is in danger. People will hunt for such power, especially cruel seductresses. It is necessary to give him advice. Chu said that the path of an alchemist is full of endless sensations, passion, flattery, and the temptation of exotic treasures, among which beauty is the most difficult to overcome. Lo must remember that if there is a girl in his heart, then the path of the incomparable alchemist is closed to him. If his heart is driven by beauty, his mind is not focused on the path of creation. Wang Luo smiled and promised to remember this instruction. His heart would be closed to the beauty of the female body. Xu explained that Luo had to concentrate on the flames of emptiness. Only then would he be able to create fine pills and be invincible. Xuan's disciple must not be weak. For merging with the heavenly flame of emptiness, Chu gave Luo a great furnace and a fan as a reward. Wang Luo thanked the master. These are real divine relics, unlike what he was given in the Wang family. Xu Xuan handed the book to the disciple and said, "This is the scripture of 10,000 pills and the canon of 10,000 spirits. He must study it." Lo was shocked. Such a small book, but so much was written in it. The path of strength is also the correct use of resources. Chu also taught the young man several breathing techniques, which he will benefit from, much more than he thinks. Zhuan told the disciple, "Today, he is going to teach them the great art of the soul. They must cultivate it well." Su Xian readily exclaimed that they were ready to obey their great master in everything and follow in his footsteps. Chu picked up his favorite golden mirror to find a suitable place for his disciples to cultivate the new soul technique. But suddenly the mirror showed Zhuan a very beautiful girl walking through the forest. Chu looked at it in surprise. This girl was incredibly beautiful, and the thought flashed through his mind that maybe the mirror had found him a new talented student. But after scanning the girl, Xuan was stunned. She was at the 3rd level of the Emperor's realm. How so? She only looked about 20 years old, no more. Except for some special abilities, no one can break into the Emperor's realm at this age, so who is she? She is the pride of the Luo family, the ruler of the Central Eastern region, the reincarnation of the great Emperor Qinzong. Xuan was surprised. She is the reincarnation of the great Emperor Qin, so the Emperor is a woman. This can't be. Something is wrong here. He must continue to keep an eye on this princess. He cannot let her interfere with his plans. She will certainly head to Nanju. The problem is that she comes from a family of rulers of an entire region. Moreover, these are not just people. Thanks to them, the human race is now on the rise. Zhuan placed the final seal of his golden mirror of 10,000 heavens on this amazing girl so as not to lose sight of her. Chu didn't expect to find a connection with Qinzong, an important figure in the ancient wars. Since she was from the Luo family, it would be possible to try to put Wang in charge. Xuan summoned his agent Bao Hun Yan and ordered Keiyun to be summoned to him to find out whether Emperor Qinzong was a woman. In the palace of Empress Qin, another report was taking place. A subject was informing Keiyun what messages she had received during the day. The Empress listened calmly. Suddenly, she perked up. The next letter came to her from the mistress of the famous Bao House. Keiyun was very surprised and wary of what the Black Moon sect member, the renowned spy Bao Hongyan, wanted from her. The Empress immediately demanded this very letter. She knew very well that the Black Moon spy sect was no joke. It turned out that it was Su Xuan who was calling her to him. Such a handsome man, but dangerous. Why was he looking for a meeting with her, and even on his territory? The Empress gritted her teeth and frowned. Bao Hongyan wrote that if Keiyun refused to go, he would come to her palace himself. Qin Keiyun took off her imperial attire, put on a simple dress, and went to meet Zhuan unnoticed. Soon she again approached the familiar gates. The owner of this house had twice refused to marry her, and even humiliated her. And yet she entered the courtyard. Zhuan met the guest. Today she no longer looked like that arrogant, all-powerful empress. The guy didn't beat around the bush, but simply asked Keiyun if Emperor Qinzong was a man or a woman. This question seemed strange to the girl. She looked questioningly at Xuan. How could it have occurred to him that Zun was a woman? Keiyun exclaimed, "Of course, Zun was a man. The emperor was a great man who was able to unite all the lands of Nanju." Xuan was shocked. So Qinzong is a man who was reborn as a girl. What a twist. I wonder how he feels. What will happen when Qinzong discovers the land of the living dead? The great warriors will discover that their elder brother has turned into a beautiful woman. Xu Xuan reminded the formidable Empress Qin that she must be honest with him. This was very important, and a lot depended on it. Chu asked Keiyun. She is now the leader of Qinzong's empire. If he reincarnates, will she side with him or fight him? The girl thought, but really, if her soul was reborn, then Emperor Zun could also be reborn. Zhuan asked the guest if she was no longer afraid of him. Keiyun clenched her fists and exclaimed that she would not betray the emperor. Chu laughed. Yes, Keiyun is a real future pet, the girl objected. She is not a pet. She will be a loyal advisor and protector. Zhuan learned everything he wanted and stopped the empress's speech with a sign. He said that this was enough. She could return. The guy laughed mentally. The great emperor became a woman. It was becoming more and more interesting what would happen next. Chu looked into the golden mirror again, curious to know what the reborn great emperor Qinzong was doing now. The beautiful Luo, whose body contained Zun's soul, cultivated her power on top of a high cliff amidst the cool clouds. And then a guy flew onto the cliff, another cultivator, clearly in love with the young and surprisingly strong, slender beauty. Zhuan determined that this guy was 200 years old, a 9th-level emperor realm, an extremely gifted and proud man. The guy told his cousin with a smile that he had found for her the fiery pulp that she had been looking for so long. The girl sullenly replied, "Okay." Chu laughed quietly. Yes, this beauty seems to have her own dog, ready to fulfill any of her wishes and lick her heels. The boy asked his cousin to smile. It would be his best reward, because he fought hundreds of battles to get the fiery pulp. The girl flared up and shouted at Zhu Wenbai to get out of here, leave her alone and not interfere with her cultivation of power. But the guy looked at his beautiful cousin with loving eyes and babbled that she was so incredibly beautiful when she was angry. A shadow fell across the beauty's face, and the soul of the all-powerful Emperor Zun was furious from this endless courtship of him. Whirlwinds of energy swirled around the girl, but her cousin was not afraid of anything. He could not take his eyes off his fiercely beloved little sister. Grabbing the spear, the girl angrily shouted at Zhu Yuanbai to go to hell. She was sick and tired of his endless courtship. The beautiful Lo flew over the cliff, and warlike waved her battle spear, trying to scare her cousin, who was in love with her. The guy couldn't take his eyes off his beautiful relative, how strong she was, but at the same time so graceful, a real warrior. The girl struck the top of the cliff with her spear. A deafening explosion was heard, and Yuan Bai was thrown slightly to the side. The guy enthusiastically applauded the girl. He exclaimed, "The cousin is so charming when she is angry that it is impossible to describe." The fire of anger flashed in the warrior's eyes again. She swung her spear. It seemed that Emperor Zun was ready to destroy everything around. Another explosion rang out. Rocks from the cliff flew in all directions. The Emperor's soul released its furious anger. Clenching her fists, the beautiful girl angrily exclaimed that he was a 2-meter tall man, not a small woman. When would everyone learn that? One day, the soul of the great emperor discovered that the great Zun had been reborn in the 18-year-old body of a beautiful girl. Emperor Qinzong was very pleased. His plan finally worked. He was able to survive and be reborn again in a new body. But suddenly he discovered with horror that this new body was female. He was shocked. It was somehow wrong. After all, he was a man. Zun was indignant at why he had breasts, how he, the great and fearless Emperor Qin, suddenly became a woman in his new life. But there was no choice, and Zun began to train the tender female body, breaking through to new realms and increasing strength. The body of the young Princess Ying became stronger and stronger, but the emperor lamented that this body still could not compare to the previous one. The Luo warrior family is the most influential in the eastern region, and at such a young age, Ying has already broken through to the 3rd level of the emperor's realm. Ice Mountain Beauty. Luo Ying became famous throughout the region, but her family was not very happy with her constant training. The warriors of the Luo family greeted the 3rd young lady with unanimous approval. The girl was not only strong, but also amazingly beautiful. Many felt the habit of domination in the gaze of the young beauty. The great Emperor Qinzong was becoming more and more apparent. On Luo Ying's fragile hand, a magical object gleamed, one of the treasures of an influential and powerful family in the eastern region. Suen, who was watching her, guessed that the problem was most likely related to the king's Taoist soldiers that the bracelet summoned. Lo Ying was met by her mother, who told her daughter that she was already number 1 among her peers, and asked her not to ruin her body with training. What kind of girl is she who trains according to the law of yin and will be in power anyway? The woman asked her daughter not to train her body anymore. The girl angrily exclaimed that she couldn't not train, she had to become as strong as possible. Otherwise, why did she need this weak body? The mother was surprised why this was so important to Ying. Cultivation was killing girls, what she had done to her skin, to her tender body. Emperor Zunu wanted to scream that he didn't want this soft white skin and thin waist. He wanted to be a fierce man. But instead, the beautiful Luo Ying asked her mother, who was worried about her training, if there was a way to turn a girl into a guy. The woman was scared. How could Ying think about this? She was a beautiful girl. What need did she have to become a guy? Mrs. Lo exclaimed that her daughter had gone crazy. This was the end. The woman urgently called someone close to her. The 2 masters immediately knelt before the lady. The woman ordered that the great master be called immediately. Perhaps Ying had gone crazy. The stunned girl exclaimed that she was in her right mind. The reborn emperor was indignant at how complicated everything turned out to be. The Grand Master ordered the other masters not to tell anyone about the 3rd lady's wishes. It must remain a secret. Zhuan asked why not just have a sex change operation, but cultivation is the path of yin and yang. They are determined by heaven. Going against it is a curse. Chu closed the portal. He had been watching Qinzong for so long that he had no energy left. He needed to take a couple of energy pills. Xuan was so fascinated by the life of the former emperor that he spent the rest of the day doing it. Chu smiled. It was like a great TV series. Meanwhile, Luo Ying went to the Luo family workshop. In this tower, all sorts of treatises and artifacts were collected. After rummaging through the library, the reborn emperor found a couple of necessary techniques for further cultivating the power in this body. The reincarnated Qin emperor needed to understand what was happening in the world and the current state of his empire. After leaving the workshop, the girl headed to her chambers. In the courtyard, she again ran into her cousin, who was in love with her. Zhu Wenbai smiled happily and told the girl that he had brought her some special ice cream for her skin. Zun was furious and yelled at the guy to leave him alone, but the guy kept saying that Luo Ying was so charming when she was angry. Suddenly he asked his cousin if she would marry him. He dreams of marrying her. They will have a baby, beautiful and strong, like In. This was beyond Qinzong's strength. He drew his spear and shouted that the guy be damned. He must die for his words. Seeing the beauty's anger, Yuanbai ran away and Zun thought, they are both men. How dare this bastard talk about this? Xuan turned off the portal of the golden mirror of 1,000 heavens. All this seemed incredibly funny to him. A new home entertainment. The guy said that they should train too. They should show Ding Yue and Wang Luo how they can train their bodies. Xuan invited the young men and told them that today he would impart to them a technique for refining the body for more successful cultivation of powers. Su Xian'er asked the master, what about her? She also needed to cultivate her powers and become stronger. Chu smiled. She doesn't need it. She has a good flow of qi. Besides, this technique changes the body. Does Xian'er really want muscles for herself? The girl imagined herself with huge muscles and said with a smile, no, she definitely doesn't need that. Her body is quite happy. Zhuan imparted the heavenly sword curved body technique to Ding Yue, and now the youth's body was like a huge creative force. He gave the alchemist Wang Luo's second disciple the technique of the body of 9 changes, so that every attack would only make him stronger. The young men respectfully thanked their master for the priceless gifts, and now they must go off to train new techniques. Lying in the fresh air, Xuan was thinking about whether he could pass on the body purification technique to Luo Ying so that she would become like a man. Chu imagined with horror the beautiful girl with the muscles of a bodybuilder, or maybe he should just not interfere for now and continue to observe. But what Xuan definitely needs to know is what really happened in the land of the living dead, why it suddenly disappeared. The demon Mo Tuo has almost been completely purified and will soon be ready to be interrogated to see if Qinzong can tell Xuan more. Yuanbai asked Ying to beg him and stop hitting him. He was wrong. If his cousin wanted, he would find a body purification technique for her. The boy exclaimed that he would immediately go in search of something that would suit his beloved cousin and would not return empty-handed. Luo Ying frowned and replied to her brother that he had persuaded her, then she would wait for his return. Yuanbai smiled. Great, she would be happy. The great emperor. Qinzong thought, this is the end, a shame. He uses the beauty of the female body, not strength, to threaten people. He didn't want to go back home. It was better to find a place to practice. He was still too weak to fight demons. Suddenly, the revived emperor saw 2 secret assassins flying towards him. They clearly wanted to kill the young daughter of the Luo family. Where did these bandits come from, and how dare they attack the young lady from the ruling family? Did someone hire them? Emperor Zun in Luo Ying's body frowned. He wasn't afraid of an ambush. It was unlikely that these slackers were that strong, but someone was hunting Ying. The 2 assassins put up their shields. It seemed they knew that this beauty would not be so easy to kill, and they got ready. The assassins rushed to attack, trying to catch the girl off guard with a lightning-fast attack. Luo Ying calmly looked at the bandits. A combat spear flashed in the girl's hands. She repelled the assassin's attack with a precise blow and prepared for a counterattack. Zun reasoned that the attackers knew exactly which family Ying was from, but no one knew about his reincarnation yet, which meant that the Luo family had enemies. The battle in the forest continued. 2 swordsmen attacked Luo Ying, who skillfully repelled all attacks, wielding a huge combat spear. Zhuan admired. Luo Ying's skills are far above the realm of the emperor. It is obvious to the naked eye, the body purification technique will suit her perfectly. She can split the aura, directing one part to defense and the other to attack, abilities that are beyond the reach of the emperor's realm. In just a couple of seconds, she was able to suppress 2 attackers, and the enemies were not the weakest in strength, but Ying dealt with it quickly. Qinzun was puzzled. Where were the strong guardians of this family? Why weren't they protecting the young lady? This had to be put an end to. The girl with the spear flew above the forest, her aura blazing. The bandits looked in confusion at the fragile daughter of a wealthy family. The spear swung, and a blast of murderous, lethal energy from the battle spear flew towards the bandits who had attacked Luo Ying. The mercenaries put up a shield and prepared to repel a powerful attack from the beauty and warrior famous throughout the area. The soldiers were sweating with fear. They never expected that this 20-year-old girl was capable of fighting so bravely. Emperor Zun let out a battle cry, preparing to attack the enemies. It was very strange to hear from the lips of a fragile girl. The killers stared intently at the formidable warrior approaching them, looking more like a seasoned warrior. The mercenaries' magic shield shattered under the impact of Luo Ying's spear, and they suffered significant damage from third young Miss Luo's attack. Emperor Qinzong looked at the wounded enemies and thought that now he would finish them off and the battle would be over. They could not be left alive. Suddenly, Zun noticed a flash of light very close. The emperor cursed. This is not a good sign. It seems more enemies have appeared. The warrior's experienced eye immediately noticed a secret attack. It seemed that these 2 were sent as a decoy, and more fighters were waiting in ambush. The blade flying at his back was instantly blocked by the fragile but strong fist of the warlike girl, Luo Ying. The emperor looked around. Several blades were flying towards him at once. It would be difficult for the girl to fight off such an attack. An imperial aura flared across the forest clearing. The nearby enemy weapons were destroyed, but the mercenaries' attack continued. One of the blades flew towards the tender body of young Luo Ying, and the emperor did not immediately notice the enemy's weapon right next to him. Blood gushed out. The third young mistress of the Luo family was injured. Her exquisite dress was torn and stained with the scarlet color of blood. Xinzong shuddered. This body was so fragile and reacted so painfully to injuries. In his previous body, he would not have even noticed this scratch. Zun decided to use the mad tyrant technique, but he caught himself in time because now he is just the daughter of the Luo family. He needs to take care of his clothes so that no one notices the traces of the battles, and if he uses the technique of the mad tyrant, he can be left without clothes at all. The girl was surrounded by assassins in a forest clearing. Zunu wouldn't have been afraid of them if she hadn't had to maintain her status as a princess. The wounded bandits hurried to escape while the rest prepared to attack the fragile beauty with a huge spear. The emperor realized that these were assassins. They had mastered the techniques of secret assassinations to perfection. Maybe Yuan Bai had set it all up. And in the end, the hero will come to save the beauty. If this is so, then sooner or later Qinzong will cut this lover into pieces. Suddenly, the emperor noticed that his enemies had used the technique of invisibility to attack the warlike beauty secretly. One by one, the mercenaries became translucent and then completely disappeared from sight, as if melting in the warm air. Zun waved his sharp spear and the assassins stepped back. It seemed that this strange girl could see them even in transparent form. Qinzong shouted angrily, "The idiots decided to use invisibility. Anyone can do that, but it definitely won't help them in battle." The emperor rushed into the attack with fury, cutting through the veil of invisibility with his spear, energy and stones swirling around the warrior. When the clouds of dust settled, Luo Ying's body also became invisible. Emperor Zun had mastered this technique to perfection. Now all the participants in the battle became invisible. Xuan noted that this was a little unfair, but how could he follow the progress of the battle? But no matter how well Zun or the assassins mastered stealth, nothing would escape Xuan's eye. The assassins were puzzled as to whether Luo Ying had decided not to hide but to use a secret technique, or whether the assassination plan had failed. Having become invisible, Emperor Qinzong rushed towards the confused assassins with a spear, the sharp, wide blade approaching them. Now a deadly spear pierced one of the mercenaries. The rest recoiled in fear. The attack was unexpected. Luo Ying, having become invisible, dealt blow after blow, each of which was fatal. The secret assassins were terrified. Several souls flew to their forefathers, and now none of the mercenaries thought about a new attack on the beauty of the ice mountain. The two assassins escaped. Chu chuckled. Even such monsters value their lives. The technique of the beauty Luo Ying is merciless. Although at first glance it seemed that the two assassins had escaped, Qinzong had already obtained their souls using a secret technique. Then Yuan Bai appeared in the forest clearing and exclaimed that whoever dared to kill his sister would definitely be destroyed. A war broke out between the powers that be on the Dongyu Plain, and the ruler of the people executed one of the ringleaders, but the identity of the second remained unknown and could not be captured. The ruler of the people is very powerful. Although Chu is at the threshold of the 6th stage of the honorable realm, he is still too weak. After a month of practicing in the mini-world, Wang Lo broke through to the true realm, and Ding Yue had already reached the 9th level in this realm. Su Xian'er's powers have also reached their peak, and she is preparing to break through to the next realm stage. The mini-world of Chu was no longer enough, but if we created a special Qiankun space, we could avoid some of the conventions of cultivation. This space is ideal for cultivation, allowing one to quickly break through to the next realms. Xuan received another report from his secret agents, and surprising news about Mount Baisheng reached the Black Moon Tower. Mount Baisheng was once the most powerful sect, but after being defeated in an ancient battle, it ceased to exist. After reading the report from his spies from the Black Moon, Xuan exclaimed, meaning that the relics of Mount Baisheng would soon be revealed. The mountain was once ruled by a powerful cultivator of the heavenly realm, but the sect fell after the war with the demons. There is definitely something worthwhile there. The 3 kingdoms and 3 sects of Nanzhou sent their strongest warriors to the last battlefield of the ancient battle near Mount Baisheng. Xuan said thoughtfully, "It seems like the waters of Nanzhou have boiled. The cultivators are ready to grapple with each other for the treasures." Chu decided it was time for him to step in and get a systemic reward for solving the problem. The boy called his student Ding Yue from the mini-world and asked him to do something for his teacher. The young man immediately responded. Wei emerged from the portal and respectfully asked the master how he could help him. Xuan explained that he had his first task. The ancient relics of Mount Baisheng will soon be revealed. Xuan wants the young man to go there and bring back some valuable items. The young man happily agreed. Chu added that this time the 9 Swords Mountain would also send its people there. Wasn't Yue afraid? The student firmly replied that he was not at all afraid of encountering this sect. On the contrary, he believed that it was even for the best. Xuan said, "Yue must put an end to everything that happened in the past, become famous or be killed. Now it all depends on him." Dingyue bowed and replied to the teacher that he would definitely prove himself and would not disgrace the name of his great wise master. Treasure hunters from all over Nanzhou gathered around the famous Baisheng Mountain, where the strongest cultivators were located. One of them noticed that Mount Baisheng was currently surrounded by several large forces, the weakest of which were at the true realm level. The Piahua Pavilion has not yet arrived. Although it is all women, it is one of the strongest sects in Nanzhou. This is recognized by everyone. So, all the strongest are standing at the top of the mountain. Only the people from Piahua were not there, but there is a place for them at the top. The game has already begun. Almost unnoticed by those present, the surroundings of Mount Baisheng began to move. Steam rose, and stones fell here and there. Among the 3 kingdoms and 3 sects, there is one whose title does not correspond to reality. They do not even have a single 9th stage true realm cultivator. One of the people present asked Liu Pingfeng in surprise if he didn't worship his mistress Qin Keiyun. Pingfeng was puzzled. There was another kingdom in the region now, and couldn't they do something about all this? Dark Lord Shouyuan replied to the renowned swordsman that their sect despised bullying the minority. It was unworthy. Those gathered indignantly wondered how he could still keep up appearances, or whether he was trying to humiliate them, a handsome man without brains. One of the Qin elders was confused, wondering if he was seriously planning to accuse anyone. And then the confused elder heard a greeting. A very strong cultivator shouted to her how many years and winters. She sighed with relief. Great. Finally, the reinforcements of the Mountain of 9 Swords are here. Otherwise, there were too many people. The evil emperor looked at the new arrivals. Yes, it was Ying Jiankong from the 9 Swords Mountain, the strongest swordsman of Nanzhou. Liu Pingfeng frowned. So it means that Mrs. Qin Keiyun is now relying on the support and strength of the 9 Sword Mountain. Reckless. A murmur ran through the ranks of those gathered. Ying Jiankong himself was here. At 50 years old, he was already at the pinnacle of the realm of truth, a true swordsman. The arrivals greeted Liu Pifeng, the elder of Qin, who suggested that they drop the ceremony and sit down nearby. The girl watched Zhang Kong leave. He finally arrived, she said with a sigh that the relics of Mount Baisheng would definitely go to him. Her grandfather replied that perhaps that would be the case, and after they finished with the relics, they should marry Ying Jiankong. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy, her cheeks flushed, and she quietly said that she completely relied on her grandfather for this. Grandfather heard that Jiankun was close with his girlfriend from the 9 Swords Mountain. His granddaughter replied that she knew. He didn't hide it, that's true. His girlfriend will become a concubine. He is a handsome man, and it is logical that girls will throw themselves at him, but only she will be his only one. The grandfather admired his granddaughter. Despite her beauty, she grew up with such a big and kind heart. Suddenly, everyone heard a roar. The entire area around Baisheng Mountain trembled, and a thick, dense fog covered the entire area. The girl excitedly asked her grandfather what this was, and whether the discovery of the ancient sect's relics had already begun. Experienced cultivators understood that these vibrations were so strong that it seemed that the discovery of the ancient treasures of Mount Baisheng would soon begin. Ying Jiankong leaned forward impatiently, eagerly waiting for Mount Baisheng to open, with the sect members and Qin elders standing behind him. The Dark Emperor, sitting on the throne, asked when the women from the Piahua Pavilion would arrive. Everyone else was already there. Shu Wan said with a grin, "Let's all admit that these girls need guys. They definitely can't handle it on their own." Everyone was stunned. The Dark Lord really said that it seems the rumors that he has problems with his head are true. A special place was left on the mountain for these women. If the Piahua heard this statement, a real war would begin. One of those present grumbled, "Everyone has been waiting for them for so long, and they still haven't arrived. Maybe they won't come for the relics at all." And then everyone was stunned. In the place left for the Piahua sect, among the flowering trees, a young man was sitting calmly. Everyone started making noise, asking who he was that he dared to take the place of the strongest. If the boy wasn't so stupid, he would quickly get out of there. The old man exclaimed, "The boy doesn't know how high the sky is and how huge the earth is. Now he will teach this piece of shit a lesson." The cultivator rushed at Ding Yue, shouting that he dared to step into the place of beauties, which meant he would immediately accept death. The old man attacked the youth, whispering for him to see his 3rd-level true realm strength, but Ding Yue did not move. The boy looked at the old man and wondered why these old cultivators were so self-confident despite their weakness. Ding Yue swung his sword, and in that same second, the noisy old man was defeated. A stream of scarlet blood gushed out, and everyone recoiled in horror. The cultivator who had attacked the young man lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around him, his body cut in half. The evil king frowned and asked in confusion what had happened. Why had this powerful cultivator been killed instantly? Lu Lingfeng asked if anyone knew who this young man was, what kingdom or sect he was from, and why he was so strong. The girl couldn't believe it. This boy instantly killed one of the strongest fighters. How was that possible? The cultivators asked each other how this happened, and whether this young man was really human, and why no one here knew him. But Ying Jiankong recognized his former disciple and chuckled, wondering if this was Ding Yue, the same loser who had been expelled from their sect. Nine Sword Sect Elder. Take note, this is interesting. Apparently the kid has become stronger, but trash will always remain trash. Ding Yue looked at Ying Jiankong and asked if this was the old man who, after 50 years, had not been able to break through beyond the true realm. Everyone started making an indignant noise. How dare he talk to Ying Jiankong like that? It seems like this impudent guy wants to die here today. The Nine-Sword Mountain cultivator's face twisted in anger. How dare this weakling and loser speak to him so impudently? The young man chuckled. Did Ying Jiankong really think that he, Ding Yue, was not worthy of even talking to him? And who did he think of himself? The head of the swordsman sect stood in front of the impudent youth, who asked if Jiankong really thought he was the most special one here. Ding Yue shouted that he came here to let everyone know about him. He promised the teacher that he would complete the task and not disgrace his name. And then the young man's attention was drawn to the appearance of a new character not far from him. The words on his lips involuntarily froze. The young swordsman fell silent and stared into the thicket of flowering trees, where, among the flowers, a beautiful girl appeared. Slender legs and elegant shoes stepped carefully along the green forest path. It seemed as if even the birds had frozen around her. The light silk short tunic emphasized the beauty of the girl's elastic body, and the golden belt drew attention to the figure. A seductive slit slightly revealed her ample bosom. Long braids, and a bright short coat with a fur trim completed the look. The beauty walked leisurely among the blossoming sakura trees, looking like a delicate, beautiful flower. The cultivators froze at the sight of her. They whispered, "This is the maiden from Piaohua, Han Yingmeng. She is an angel, so beautiful, is this not a dream?" Everyone immediately fell in love with this beauty. Ying Jiankong knew this girl. He thought with admiration that she had the aura of a celestial being. She was able to instantly cloud one's mind. Inman was pleased. According to the teacher's plan, they would disorient everyone and then take advantage when the relics were revealed. But suddenly Ding Yue shouted at the beauty from the Piaohua sect to get away from him and stop making eyes at her. The young man told the stunned beauty not to even think about confusing him. In his heart there was only a battle sword. Seeing the surprised face of the beautiful Han Yingming, the guy explained that he couldn't put her in his heart as well. She had to accept it. Meanwhile, the vibration on Mount Baisheng stopped. Steam began to hiss from somewhere below, and everyone turned their gaze to the mountain. And in the cherry blossom grove, a scandal broke out. The offended Han Yingmeng yelled at the impudent young man that he was incredibly annoying her. Firstly, he scared the girl to death, and he even dares to be rude to her. How can he even talk to her so terribly? She, the incomparable beauty Han Yingmeng, had never met such rude people before. The young man should apologize right now. But Ding Yue calmly replied that he was not going to apologize, and in general, it was time for the girl to shut up. She was irritating him. The enraged beauty screamed that this guy was a real monster. He was the first one who hadn't fallen under her spell, and he was also being rude to her. The young man calmly told the beauty that she would not be able to seduce him and make him turn away from the path of the sword. It was useless. Han Yingmeng gritted her teeth and muttered, she wouldn't kill him today just because they had more important things to do, but next time he would be finished. Ying Jiankong, offended by the young man's remarks, flew over to continue the unpleasant conversation alone with the impudent man. He asked Dian Yue. Apparently this was his way of taking revenge for his expulsion from the Nine-Sword Mountain sect, but insulting him would not help him become stronger. The head of the swordsman sect asked Maiden Han not to be angry. He, Ying Jiankong, would drive away this impudent boy in her stead. The young man chuckled. So this is the path of Ying Jiankong's sword, running after every skirt and making eyes at every beauty. Ding Yue laughed, a renowned swordsman chasing after a woman he just met, truly a true cultivator. Suddenly the youth became serious and said with disdain that Jiankong's cultivation was nothing but despicable trash. Han Yingmeng was angry. Why was this boy clinging to her? No, she took back her words. This young, impudent one must die today. Ying Jiankong, hearing the young man's words, lost his composure and angrily shouted at Ding Yue to stop his madness. Grabbing his sword, the head of the sect hissed that without a drop of pity he would now show the boy why he, an ignoramus, was expelled from the mountain. The swordsman demanded that the young man draw his sword and defend his honor, but Ding Yue stood calmly in front of Jiankong. The cultivators were surprised. Ying Jiankong was angry. Who would have thought that he would be angered by the words of a boy, especially in the presence of Maiden Han? But the audience was even more amazed by the young man's reaction. Ding Yue was not at all afraid of the threats. Moreover, he smiled calmly. Ying Jiankong frowned. This little trash was trying to embarrass him in front of everyone, but Yue wouldn't be able to do it. The head of the Nine-Sword Mountain sect angrily clenched his weapon in his hand. For some reason, this little guy made him very angry, driving him to the point of fury. The renowned swordsman grimaced and shouted contemptuously at the boy that he was about to receive a good lesson in politeness. Rushing to attack the young man, Jiankun shouted that now this impudent fellow would devour the earth and beg him for mercy. The spectators held their breath. Ding Yue didn't even draw his sword. He calmly dodged the fierce attack of the mountain's main swordsman. No matter how hard Jiankong tried, he couldn't even scratch the young man he so contemptuously called a weakling and a piece of trash. After retreating, Ying Jiankong told his opponent that even if he knew a couple of techniques, it still didn't mean he understood the way of the sword. Ding Yue's calm angered Jiankong even more than his harsh words, and he rushed at the youth with his sword again. Flying up to Ding Yue, the head of the Nine Swords Mountain, asked the enemy if he was stupid enough to not even draw his sword. The young man casually replied to Ying Jiankong, who was jumping up and down in anger, that it wasn't worth it until he saw the point in taking up the sword. The sect leader frowned. The young man was acting more and more defiantly, and at the same time confidently. Jiankong advised Yue not to overestimate himself. Ying Jiankong exclaimed that it was time to end this fight. It was time to finally show who was the strongest swordsman here, his aura blazing. The sect's chief swordsman attacked the youth, sending a stream of furious energy towards him, and Jiankun's aura flashed across the clearing. But despite the danger, Ding Yue was completely calm. He had finally gotten to fight the one who had once taken his beloved away from him. A smile played on Ding Yue's face. There was no fear or excitement in him. He felt the fight with every cell of his strong body. Suddenly, the young man drew his sword with lightning speed. No one could even see it. The movement was so fast. With a swift strike, Ding Yue cut through the enemy's attacking energy, and Ying Jiankong's attack again did not harm him. Nothing was visible in the clearing due to the raging streams of energy from the battle cultivators. The spectators fell silent and waited for the outcome. Suddenly, Ying Jiankong felt that he was injured. It was unbelievable. A talentless youth who was expelled from the sect had injured him. The head of the Nine Sword Mountain sect grabbed the blade that had injured him, a shadow on his face. He hadn't experienced such shame for a long time. There was no malice or excitement on the face of Ding Yue, who had wounded him. The young man was surprisingly calm and restrained in his emotions. All the cultivators on the mountain gasped in amazement. This daring boy was able to defeat the best local swordsman. Kneeling down, the wounded Jiankun asked in confusion how this could have happened. He hadn't even had time to understand anything. Yue asked what was impossible, that he had to accept defeat with dignity, but Jiankun didn't believe it. He couldn't lose. Something was wrong here. The sect leader suggested that the young man had used some kind of artifact. Yue chuckled, so Jiankun couldn't accept defeat. Ying Jiankong frowned and demanded to fight again. He couldn't believe that this talentless boy was able to defeat him. But the same thing happened the second time. The renowned swordsman didn't even have time to blink before Yue's blade was near his neck. Jiankong was puzzled as to what had happened when this scum had managed to draw his sword. He hadn't noticed it at all. What was the matter? The head of the Nine Swords Mountain guessed that he had been inattentive, and Yue had injured him, and now he had not been able to notice when he had drawn his sword. The humiliated Ying Jiankong tried to threaten the young man again, but at that moment, he heard the worried voice of his beloved. Ding Yu's ex-girlfriend ran to them and demanded that the young man immediately stop torturing her lover. Yue realized that what the teacher said was true. How can one become stronger when there is a person in one's heart? A lover is a hindrance. The young man asked Ying Jiankong if he knew why he lost the fight. In fact, everything is very simple. He should understand it himself. The swordsman, considered invincible in Nanzhou, stared wide-eyed at the boy who had once been expelled for his weakness and incompetence. The girl who had abandoned this young man for another, stronger one, now looked at her former friend with surprise. Unexpectedly for everyone, Ding Yue pointed his finger at the girl and said that Ying Jiankong lost the fight because of her. The girl was stunned. The young man explained that the problem with the sect leader is that there is a woman in his heart, and she is preventing him from becoming truly strong. Ying Jiankong was shocked. Could it really be because of the girl? But how could she stop him from being an invincible swordsman? Jiankong's lover exclaimed, "What nonsense is Ding Yue talking about? He's just taking revenge on her for leaving him in the past." But the young man didn't pay any attention to her. He explained that a woman influences the speed with which you draw your sword from its sheath. If there is a woman in your heart, you hesitate, which means you react longer. If you react longer, it means you will lose. Ying Jiankong wondered if this arrogant boy was right, and he lost because his heart was in disarray. The leader of Nine Swords Mountain lowered his head. In any case, he could not lose to the boy. It would ruin his glorious reputation. Turning to the worried girl, Jiankun told her that she should move away from him. Their fight with Ding Yue was not over yet. The young man smiled cheerfully and exclaimed that this was excellent. He would give the enemy some time to recover from his injury. An hour later, the opponents met again, and everyone present on the mountain watched this amazing duel with curiosity. Taking up his sword, Ying Jiankong told the young man that this time he would be more careful and would not give him a chance to win again. The sect leader exclaimed that he would never lose again, otherwise it would leave an indelible stain of shame on his reputation. Everyone saw that Jian Kong was about to use his strongest move, and only Han Yingmeng was confident that Ding Yue would not be harmed. Jian Kong shouted at Ding Yue to watch carefully. This was the unique sword style of the Nine Swords Mountain and his death technique. The sword in the sect leader's hands was burning, his eyes were bloodshot. He exclaimed that this time he would definitely not lose. But the young man smiled calmly. He was not at all afraid of the signature move of the Nine Swords sect, because he had a different technique. Ying Jiankong exclaimed, with a unique sword style, he activated the deadly technique of the renowned warrior sect. The sect leader's sword grew enormous and was aimed at a small, impudent boy standing in a clearing among the cherry blossoms. Ding Yue felt the attack and exclaimed, "This is great!" Ying Jiankong asked for it himself. He shouldn't be so confident in his victory. The leader of the Nine Swords Mountain pushed off the ground and launched a deadly attack on his young and wayward opponent. And Ding Yue was already flying towards the sword attacking him. No one understood what technique the young man was using and why he was so calm. The guy flew over Mount Baisheng, covering everything around him with his blazing scarlet aura. Everyone silently watched him. Suddenly, Ding Yue's body burst into flames. The energy became surprisingly dense and sparkling, and the young man seemed to have turned into a flame. The cultivators, their mouths open in surprise, watched the youth's transformation and could not understand what had happened to him. Confused, Ying Jiankong asked where Ding Yue was, where he had gone, how he had managed to avoid his unique sword-style attack. Raising his head towards him, the head of the Nine Swords Mountain said in surprise, "Did the guy really decide to use a strong technique too?" And then Ying Jiankong heard the voice of his opponent. Ding Yue shouted to him that this time the swordsman had lost completely. A huge ball of fire fell on the spot where the head of the sect had just stood, causing an explosion and scattering stones in all directions. Ding Yue looked with regret at the head of the Nine Swords Mountain, who had been defeated in yet another duel. The young man felt a little sorry for him. Ying Jiankong was wounded and covered in bruises, but his pride suffered even more than his body, and he lost the fight again. The defeated swordsman tiredly told Yue that if he wanted to kill him, let him kill him. There was no need to waste time. But the young man contemptuously replied to the sect leader that he had no intention of killing him because Jiankong was not worthy of dying during a duel. Although Ying Jiankong leads the swordsman sect, he is a man who does not understand the way of the sword, and therefore he will not die by the sword. As he left, the young man concluded pompously, "Hey, Ding Yue was a man capable of killing a god, and Jiankun was just a grain of sand under his feet." Turning slightly, the young man asked if his opponent understood. Perhaps he would still draw conclusions and learn the true path of the sword. The Dark Lord's mouth opened in surprise. Could this boy really be capable of killing a god, and where did he get so much power? Lu Pingfeng was sure that this child had simply gone crazy, but in any case, he had to tell Empress Qin Keiyun about him. The girl wondered if this Ding Yue was really so strong that he would throw around such words, but he defeated Ying Jiankong. The old man grumbled, "Where would this brat have gotten such abilities from? Everyone knows he's trash. He probably managed to cheat." But the old man's granddaughter saw that the fight was fair, which meant the boy was very strong. Even she would not have dared to challenge the head of the sect. And only the beloved girl of the head of the Nine Swords Mountain sect thought about her lover, about his humiliation, about how bad he was feeling now. Indeed, the renowned swordsman had never experienced such public humiliation before. He continued to sit on the battlefield. All the cultivators present on Mount Baisheng were overwhelmed by the results of the battle and Yue's display of superiority. Xuan didn't expect that Ding Yue would intimidate them all so much. Even the cultivators of the heavenly realm stood there and didn't dare to contradict him. The young man certainly looked like a conceited man, but with his strength, it was no wonder he didn't lose in the duel with Ying Jiankong. For the student's victory, the system gave Chu a heavenly mirror, with which he could spy on anyone, regardless of time or distance. Xuan was delighted with the new gift. It was an improved mirror. You can follow someone, peek, and no one will notice. By the way, I need to see how Yue is doing. Judging by the vibrations, the relics of Mount Baisheng should have opened by now, but they're still fighting there. On the mountain, everyone's attention was still focused on the two opponents, Ding Yue and Ying Jiankong. The young man told Jiankong that he didn't need to admit defeat. After all, Yue was only interested in Mount Baisheng now. The evil king noted with regret, but this thorn in Jiankong's side was not a dark cultivator. Such a fighter was very useful to them. The cultivators looked at the evil king with indignation, asking why he was always interfering. The last thing they needed was for him to lure the young man away. After recovering a little, the head of the Nine Sword Mountain sect told Yue that he was just an arrogant child who knew nothing about life. One of the elders of the Nine Swords Mountain sect intervened in the conversation and shouted at Yue, asking if he really thought he could defeat them. The young man asked, "What? This devil doesn't agree with Ying Jiankong's defeat. Apparently he also wants to try to fight." The old man let out a stream of curses. His students tried to calm their grandfather down. He was already many years old. His heart wasn't made of iron. Ding Yaka demanded that everyone shut up and leave him alone. He wanted to rest a bit before opening the relics of Mount Baisheng. Yu's ex-lover shouted at him that he had crossed the line. The young man was surprised where he had crossed it. He had not taken the life of her man, so he had even shown mercy. Sitting down next to her wounded and humiliated beloved man, the girl suggested to her brother Jiankun that they leave here. She asked him not to despair. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, he would be able to overcome this arrogant and self-absorbed boy. Ding Yue shouted after the retreating Ying Jiankong that the woman had already destroyed him, so he would never catch up. The cultivators gathered on the mountain continued to be amazed by the young man, but the sympathies of the majority were on Jiankong's side. In the grove of cherry blossoms, the beautiful maiden Han of the Piaohua sect once again turned to the strong Lord Ding with a smile. The young man wearily told the woman to move away from him. He would not give in to her skillful temptation and would not turn from the path of the sword. The girl laughed cheerfully, but anger flashed across her beautiful face, in which case she wished the young man to die quickly. Xu Yuan was delighted with the boy's behavior. The Dark Lord exclaimed that Ding Yue was simply handsome. He answered perfectly. You can't just bow your head to women and love them. It's a waste of time. The right way is to follow the way of the sword. The beauty from Piahua gritted her teeth. This evil old man was talking nonsense, but he supported this foolish, strange young man. Yue's ex-girlfriend's eyes were full of tears. She was sure that as soon as brother Jiankong got the opportunity, he would kill the impudent man. Many powerful cultivators were certain that Ding Yue would one day pay for his words and disrespectful behavior. The evil king shouted to the young man that they really needed such people. Why didn't he join the minions of the Dark Court? The lonely cultivators began to make noise. It seemed that now they would fight for Ding Yue because strength and courage have always been valuable. Liu Pingfeng also turned to the young man and suggested that he not listen to the nonsense that this dark cultivator of evil forces was spouting. The elder turned to Ding Yue, explaining that he was from the Da Qian Empire and that he was thinking of joining them. The little lady of the Da Qian Empire has just reached marriageable age. She is very beautiful and can even compete with Han Yingmeng. In addition, there is another wonderful girl at the imperial court. She is quite beautiful and very smart. The cunning Liu Pingfeng was confident that after seeing these beautiful maidens, young Ding Yue would not be able to refuse service in their empire. In addition, the elder promised Yue to provide him with the necessary pills and artifacts. They are ready to fulfill any of his conditions. The people from the other empire were surprised. Liu Pingfeng, this old fox, he can even sell his daughters to get Yue. Han Yingmeng thought that if Ding Yue joined Liu Pingfeng now, her sect would be in serious danger. The young man knew that Liu Pingfeng was cunning and was going to use beauties to lead him astray from the true path of the sword. But Yue remembered the teacher's instructions. It was in vain that he practiced the sword style and mastery of Qi. He would become so strong that he would crush the gods. Ding Yue frowned. Anyone who dared to hinder him from ascending to the pinnacle of strength would be mercilessly crushed. Outraged by Elder Pingfeng's flattery and cunning, the young man shouted for the old treacherous robber to die immediately. But Liu Pingfeng bowed politely and apologized to brother Yue for being reckless in asking him to join. The enraged Pingfeng decided that this boy didn't know what was right and what was wrong, and once Baisheng opened up, he would definitely be able to kill Yue. Han Yingmeng silently watched Ding Yue. This guy seemed to be truly true to his beliefs, but was he right to give up on love? Suddenly, Inman heard the worried voice of her mentor, the head of the sect, asking the girl what had happened to her. They had been here for a long time, but Inman didn't even notice. She was just staring at that guy. Had the girl really forgotten about the task she had received? The sect leader pointed at Yue and angrily asked who this child was and why he dared to stand here, on the site of the Piahua Pavilion. Maiden Han briefly told the teacher what had happened here, how this impudent youth had defeated Ying Jiankong. All the girls were shocked by what they heard, and the head of the sect ordered Inman to sacrifice her beauty for the sake of the teacher and the sect. The evil king exclaimed with laughter, "It seems that the beauty of Piahua no longer works." Everyone understood that with the arrival of the beauties, the discussion of the opening of Mount Baisheng will begin. All the single cultivators looked at Ding Yue with hope, because he didn't like women, which meant he wouldn't be limited by their beauty. Everyone immediately rushed towards the young man, hoping to become his companions in the fight for the ancient relics of the Baisheng mountain sect. The first daredevil introduced himself to Ding as a lone cultivator and would like to, but Yue barked at him to get lost. The next one tried to flatter the young man for his firmness, but Ding Yue also asked him whether he was looking for death and why he had come to him. The cultivators walked one after another. The young man shouted that they should stop bothering him, otherwise he would kill everyone who came near him again. Zhuan, who was watching this, laughed. It seems that his diligent disciple Ding Yue received a little respect from the people. This is great. Besides, the game for the ancient relics of the Baisheng mountain sect has just begun. It's interesting to see what will happen next and what Yue will return to him with. A huge scandal erupted in the Chu family's main estate, and the head of the Qianming family was furious. Zhuan became wary of what had happened again. Why was his grandfather making such a noise that his ears were ringing from his indignant cries? It turned out that Chu Yuan, who ran away several years ago, returned home with his son. Doesn't this sound like the plot of some drama? The enraged Qianming asked, so Yuan was brave, and as soon as the problems began, he immediately returned to his home. The guy noticed that his brother's strength was already at the first level of the Kingdom of Harmony. He was a great talent. It would probably come to him soon. And indeed, soon the third brother, together with his little son, stood at the gate of the small estate where Xuan lived. Xu Yan asked the 13th brother if he could ask him for something. He placed his hand on his little son's shoulder. Xuan sighed. What kind of person is this? He used to be so cheerful, and now he's so depressed, and just because of love, a woman is no friend to a cultivator. He smiled at his brother and asked what he wanted Zhuan to do for him. He would definitely help, remembering his kindness. Yuan said that this was his son, Chu Pingfan, and he wanted Xuan to help raise him so that the boy could live a simple life. The child, at his father's command, obediently greeted his 13th uncle. Xuan was surprised. The boy was so obedient, strong, silent, and slow, with a stupid face, seemingly untalented. That is why he was called Pingfan, simple and ordinary. Xu Yuan sighed heavily. His exhausted face was very sad. It was incredibly hard for him to part with his child. He told his younger brother that the boy's mother was from a famous family. They fell in love, and she gave birth to a child, Chu Pingfan. But no matter how they hid, the girl's family eventually found them, and the head ordered that the runaway heiress be taken to her home. Yin's wife's relatives wanted to kill him, but his beloved cried and begged her father so much that the boy was spared and released. The third brother's eyes flashed, and he said that he was going to go to Dongzhou and tell them that he, Chu Yuan, was not some weakling. Xuan told his brother not to worry about Pingfan. He would raise him with dignity. Yuan would not be ashamed of his boy. The boy decided to give his brother a save card. As long as he didn't encounter a heavenly realm cultivator, he would be safe. The boy asked his father if he was leaving him. Yuan told his son that he was going to look for his mother, and Pingfan should obey his uncle. The saddened child shook his head sullenly in agreement. It seemed there had not been much joy in his little life. Waving goodbye, Yuan told the 13th brother that he was leaving. Xuan wished the third to take care of himself. The saddened boy did not let go of the small dagger. He sighed heavily and looked after his father, who disappeared behind the gate. Yun approached her nephew and asked Pingfan if he missed his aunt. Tears streamed from the boy's eyes. He sobbed and replied, yes. The girl sighed. How could the third brother do this? Xuan objected. Every person has his own path, and Yuan chose his. The little sister asked, but what about Pingfan's talents? It seems they are not very bright, not at all like his gifted father. Xun said that he would try to find the ingredients and prepare an elixir to increase strength, because talent is not everything. The boy asked his little nephew if Pingfan liked daggers. The boy nodded happily. Yes, he really liked them. Chu asked the boy with a smile why he liked them. Pingfan exclaimed because they were cool. He liked cool things. Xuan asked the child if he liked swords. Pingfan shook his head. No, he didn't like swords at all. Yun, seeing that her younger uncle and nephew had found common ground, informed her 13th brother that she was going to train. She also took useful things from a bad guy in the forest. He also had several rather valuable elixirs, and she brought them. The pleased little sister handed her beloved brother a bottle of the elixir of strength, saying that it was a gift for him and that it would come in handy. Xuan smiled sweetly and answered Yun that he didn't need elixirs. He thought, what a clingy person she was. She should do something else. Approaching the gate, Yun shouted to the owner of the estate that she had definitely left now. Xuan grumbled after his sister to go already. Several days passed. The boy got used to the estate of the 13th uncle. Xuan watched the child closely. Pingfan was inquisitive, but Chu couldn't let him enter the mini-world yet. It was too dangerous, and he was still just a child. Xuan called out to Pingfan, who was playing in the courtyard, asking him to come to him, and the boy obediently approached the 13th uncle. The boy offered to show his nephew how to properly use a dagger. The child was delighted and thanked his uncle. Seeing the boy's talent, Xuan gave him a dagger created from the materials of the mini-world. It was already a real victorious weapon. After teaching his nephew a lesson in weapon handling, Xuan handed him a new dagger, saying that it was made especially for him. People may think that Pingfan is stupid and lacks ability, but who knows, he might even prove himself to be an outstanding talent. Only if you have feelings can you comprehend the Tao. Chu Pingfan loves knives, which means he can master them perfectly. Although the boy is currently going through a difficult time, he still tries his best to prove that he is worthy of his parents. Chu decided that the scripture about the heavenly sword would be perfect for him. There are no specific steps in this method. Everything depends on the student. Pingfan's results will be no worse than those of Ding Yue or Wang Luo. The boy is only 6. If he starts training now, then under Xuan's guidance, breaking into the emperor's realm before he's 20 won't be a problem. A 20-year-old Emperor Realm cultivator is extremely rare. If Pingfan becomes that strong with Zhuan's help, a reward from the system is guaranteed. Calling his nephew, Xuan told Pingfan that he had brought him a manual for mastering the dagger, and the child thanked his uncle. After looking at the book, Pingfan said that he really liked these techniques and would work very hard to master them. Xuan warned his nephew that in addition to training, he must also rest and study the Tao, and not overdo it or go to extremes. The boy replied that he understood everything. He would definitely train well and have a good time. Xuan smiled. Then from that day on, he would teach him. Education is the first stage in leadership, as well as in the comprehension of the Tao. After its completion, the student becomes an order of magnitude stronger. Xuan asked Pingfan which level he would ascend to after the first stage, the realm of harmony or even the realm of truth. The uncle told his nephew to harden his body, opening a portal to a mini-world. He pulled out the necessary healing herb from there. Handing the plant to the boy, Xuan ordered Wang Luo to make special medicine for Pingfan to strengthen his body. By taking them, the boy will strengthen his body, Xuan added with a smile that even the emperor's son does not have such resources. Wang Luo was surprised. Couldn't a teacher directly improve a child's body? Shanner shrugged. She didn't understand it either. The alchemist said that he would make pills for Pingfan. When he saw the boy, he remembered the Wang family and their attitude towards him. Several days passed. The boy trained diligently under the guidance of his 13th uncle in a small estate. One day, Wang Luo called Pingfan to come to him. The child smiled happily. He liked Uncle Wang very much. The alchemist handed the boy a large pill and told him to eat it. He had prepared the medicine for him as instructed by the teacher. Xuan added that Pingfan should eat boldly. This pill has a sweet taste and will benefit him, helping him master the techniques. Chu knew full well that the improved pills were useless for the child, but their taste had become much better. Pingfan happily ate the pill the alchemist had created for him. It tasted excellent, and the boy smiled. Wang Luo was puzzled why there was no change. There shouldn't be any problem. He made the pill himself. He asked the teacher why nothing had changed. Xuan explained that he and Luo had different paths of cultivation, and that Pingfan's cultivation system was also somewhat different from others. Wang Luo asked what the difference was. Xuan smiled cheerfully and replied that the alchemist would find out everything later. It was a secret for now. The young man looked questioningly at the master, wondering how much he still needed to learn to achieve perfection. Xuan kept an eye on what was happening to Ding Yue. It was clear that in another 3 or 4 days, Mount Baisheng would open. It wasn't without reason that these old men decided to kill Ding Yue later. However, for him it's not a problem. With his strength he can stand up for himself. Suddenly the entire courtyard was illuminated with golden light. Xuan turned to the Buddhist pagoda. The light came from it. She finished the work. This meant that the demon's purification was complete. Now Mo Tuo had become enlightened, and Xuan would be able to ask him about the war. Looking into the pagoda, the guy saw that not only the energy, but also the appearance of the former demon had changed beyond recognition. But just in case, Xuan decided to install a soul seal on him. You never know how even an enlightened demon would behave. Having put the seal, the guy released the prisoner from the pagoda. The first thing Mo Tuo did was call on everyone to be compassionate. He bowed obediently to Xuan and greeted his master. He was ready to carry out any order of the ruler. A pleased Chu Xuan ordered the renewed demon Mo Tuo to rise, and the system rewarded the youth for enlightening the first Buddha. As expected, the reward for enlightening the first Buddha was very rich, but all of it would go to the first Buddhist of this world. The boy told the former demon that now that he had entered his Buddhist gate, Chu would give him the golden body of the Buddha, the staff, and the robe of the 7 treasures. The first Buddhist fell prostrate before the generous master and thanked him for the incredibly valuable reward of his servant. Chu reminded the servant that his real name was Mo Tuo, but since he had taken refuge, his karma had been purified, so Xuan bestowed upon him the name Namo Buddha. The initiate again thanked his generous master for his new name, saying that the master's kindness knew no bounds. Now Namo must strengthen his body and practice dharmas. For this Xuan moved his new servant to a mini-world. Wang Luo, who was training in the mini-world, felt a flash of extremely strong golden energy near him. Looking closely, the alchemist saw a strange but strong man in unusual clothes. He was calm and friendly. Luo was surprised who it was. Unusual clothes, a magic staff in his hands. Most likely all these were magical artifacts. Namo Buddha respectfully greeted the unfamiliar youth and said Amitabha, which means boundless light and wisdom. After greeting Wang Luo, Namo Buddha flew away to practice and strengthen his body as instructed by his master. The young man asked the teacher who it was. He was from the heavenly kingdom. His power was strange but powerful. Wang Luo had never seen such a thing before. Xuan explained to the student that this was Namo Buddha. He was a high-ranking Buddhist. He had recently become the first Buddhist in this world. The young man asked, "Then this man was Shichiang, the senior disciple of the Lord and great master Chu Xuan and their comrade." Xuan smiled and answered the young man, Yes and no. They both study under him, but their paths are very different from each other. Once Namo has strengthened his body, he will need to be asked first about the Nanju demon invasion, and then about the Great Battle of Antiquity. The guy was very pleased with the result. He received 100 years of cultivation as a reward, and reached the 8th level of the Honorable Realm. By the way, Mount Baisheng is about to open. We need to see what's going on there. Xuan looked into his new mirror. And indeed, the skies above the mountain lit up, and the ancient seal that had been closing the secret entrance to the sect began to open. Ding Yue, like all the other cultivators, stood on the mountain and calmly waited for the passage to the ancient powerful sect to open. And finally, the passage opened completely, and the gates of the sect destroyed in ancient times appeared among the clouds. One of the elders of Nine Swords Mountain exclaimed that the passage had opened. They could go and explore the relics of Baisheng Mountain. Everyone, as if on command, jumped up from their seats and flew towards the narrow passage, hurrying to find the precious relics of the ancient cultivators. The first to rush into the sect were the cultivators of the Nine Swords Mountain, planning to try to kill the impudent Ding Yue in the confusion. The followers of the evil king's dark court did not lag behind the swordsmen. A group of villains immediately slipped into the open passage. Following them quickly but elegantly were the beauties from the Piaohua pavilion, but because of Ding Yue, the beauties' plans were thwarted. Han Yingmi fell a little behind her master and her friends, and, as if by accident, flew up to the impudent young man who had angered everyone. She warned him to be careful. The Nine Sword Mountain and other sects were going to kill him, although she didn't understand why she was warning this idiot. The young man's cheeks flushed, wondering if this woman had good intentions, or if she wanted to lull his vigilance with a good attitude and get closer to him. Ding Yue shook his head. He would not deviate from his path. The young man grinned. Well, let them try to kill him. It's not easy. He flew into the passage last, so as not to push with elbows. The young man was confident in his strength. He would definitely obtain the mountain's relics. Having flown into the sect's territory, the young man found himself in front of a giant stone statue. Ding Yue looked at it with curiosity. He read the inscription. It was a statue of the founder of the Mount Baisheng sect. Although it was partially destroyed, it was still majestic. The sect was named after its founder. In front of the young cultivator sat a stone giant, the once all-powerful Baisheng. He is still the most famous cultivator in Nanzhou history. No one expected his sect to be destroyed. While the young man stood near the statue, several cultivators flew towards him, eager to take revenge for Ying Jiankong's humiliation. Ding Yue looked back. There were 4 powerful cultivators from various sects standing around him, ready to engage him in battle. Spectators gathered at the gates of the ancient sect. Everyone saw that 4 cultivators who had almost reached the emperor's realm came out against the young man. Headmistress Piahua asked Han if she was involved in this, but she replied that she was not, saying they didn't hate each other that much. The evil king said with disdain how disgusting the cultivators were, mocking those who clearly did not deserve it. One of the Avengers approached Shou Yuan, saying that since he was standing up for the boy, he might want to help him in the fight against them. Ding Yue asked the opponents, "They have almost reached the emperor's realm. That is, they are just scum who cannot advance further." The elderly cultivator, offended by the youth's careless remark, angrily shouted that he was a crazy brat who deserved to die. The young man drew his sword from its sheath and replied with a smile that only his techniques were crazy, but his mind was completely fine. Ding Yue said to the opponent who was jumping up and down in anger, "This level of cultivation is difficult for just anyone to achieve, but he is still so stupid." The elder shouted in rage at the young rascal not to go crazy. He had already insulted worthy and respected people. The young man frowned. If the old man was looking for death, then he, Ding Yue, would kill him, even though they had not met before and had not quarreled. The angry old man gritted his teeth. The boy's calm was terrifying, but couldn't 4 cultivators kill him? The old man understood that Yue was at the 9th stage of the Truth Realm, and he had almost reached the Emperor Realm, and besides, there were 4 of them. The young man asked why Mount Tianding was here. He was just curious about how he could have offended them. They had never encountered anything like that before. One of the elders surrounding Ding Yue explained that Ying Jiankong was this old man's son-in-law and had come to avenge his relative. The guy laughed. Now it was clear why Ying Jiankong was so useless. All his thoughts were occupied with women and not cultivation. The enraged old man, having completely lost his patience due to the insults, yelled at the young man to make this idiot die quickly. The elderly cultivator's hand began to glow, and he frowned, intending to finish off the young impudent fellow once and for all. A stream of icy deadly fire flew towards Ding Yue. Everyone froze, watching to see if the guy could handle this technique. But the young man was surprisingly calm. Moreover, all these attempts at murder seemed to genuinely amuse and entertain the young warrior. Ding Yue lunged and blocked the attack, telling the old man that his fire was even worse than the small, talkative Mushu dragon. Now it was Yue's turn to attack his opponents. Fiery swords, copies of his victorious weapon, swirled around the youth. Activating the attack, the guy exclaimed that he wanted to comprehend all the secrets of the Tao. Did this bunch of scum really think they could kill him? The young man skillfully controlled his swords and said that today he, Ding Yue, would kill them since they dared to attack him in such a cowardly manner. The old man who attacked Yue was wounded. Blood gushed from his severed shoulder. The elderly cultivator gritted his teeth. The boy is strong. The youth's aura was blazing as he rushed into battle. Ying Jiankong's father-in-law shouted to the other cultivators to stop the youth. The three warriors prepared to engage the insolent warrior, while their comrade went around to attack the enemy from the rear. The nine-sword mountain elder attacked first. Yue dodged, saying that he would kill them anyway. No one could stop him. The guy flew up and used the sword technique that reaches the edge of the world. This blow was aimed at the initiator of this vile ambush. Ying Jiankong's father-in-law was horrified. Such a powerful killing technique. How could this boy know it? The young man raised his sword over his opponent to deliver the finishing blow. He knew that this technique was unstoppable. At the same time, Yue was attacked by the other three cultivators. The elder of the Nine Swords Mountain sect rushed towards the youth from behind. The old man lunged and wounded the boy, piercing his chest with his sword, while Yue himself pursued the frightened son-in-law Ying Jiankong. But despite the wound he received, the young man dealt the decisive blow to the one who had planned to kill him and had incited the other fighters to do so. Yue swayed slightly and clutched the wound on his chest. This was his first serious battle wound, and he needed to take some pills immediately. Everyone looked at Ying Jiankong's murdered son-in-law in horror, Yue's powerful blow practically cutting the strong cultivator in half. The wounded youth smiled, which meant they had almost reached the emperor's kingdom, but he would still kill them. They shouldn't underestimate him. Liu Pingfeng thought that he had to kill this boy now while he was injured, otherwise he would cause serious trouble for everyone. Ding Yue suddenly became serious and asked the old men, so which of them was next going to die by his invincible sword? The Nine-Sword Mountain sect elder told the other two to try to restrain this overly nimble young man. Pingfeng and his companion began to advance on the youth, while the elder of Nine Swords Mountain prepared to attack the enemy. The old men smiled. Stopping Yue was not a difficult task. Even one person who had almost reached the emperor's realm was stronger than Ying Jiankong. In response, the young man burst out laughing. How self-confident these old men were, and valuable healing pills flashed in Yue's hands. The boy threw them into his mouth and swallowed them immediately to heal the wound he received in battle and replenish his fighting energy. The opponents were shocked. Everything was very bad. This bastard turns out to have the emperor's kingdom pills. But where did he get them from? The old man exclaimed, "Even in the Dacian Empire there are not many imperial pills. It is very difficult to create them." But Ding Yue easily swallowed two. Yu replied, "The old man is exaggerating. This is not an imperial pill. It doesn't even have value. His shitty made it for him." The old cultivator was stunned. "This is an imperial pill of average quality, but even so, it is very rare." Yue chuckled. "They really are trash for such a small thing to make such a fuss. But where is the old man from Nine Swords Mountain?" Pingfeng thought. Ding Yue ate the pill. His injuries healed. There was no need to interfere with this. Since the pill was made by his shidi, then how strong was their teacher? But the Nine Sword Mountain sect elder was confident that all they could do was kill Ding Yue. If he was so strong now, what would happen next? Suddenly, everyone heard a loud, ringing laugh, and the Piaohua beauties took advantage of the noise to explore the treasures of Mount Baisheng. Han Yingmi told her friends to hurry up and explore everything here while the men watched the battle closely. Ding Yue smiled. What nimble girls, taking advantage of the situation, but how could he let them take all the treasures of the mountain? The young man immediately took off and headed towards the ruins, shouting to his opponents that he had no time to play with these old dogs. The elders opened their mouths in surprise. This boy ran away. It's too bad. When else will there be an opportunity to kill such a strong, insolent man? At this time, in the ruins of Baisheng, the evil king killed one of his high-class imperial soldiers who was accompanying the emperor. Shouwen snatched his sword and laughed loudly. Xuan, who was watching him, was puzzled as to what was happening to the Dark Lord. The soul seal shouldn't affect intelligence, but it seems like Shou Yuan is a little out of his mind. Could dark cultivation really cause this? Based on the information received, Mount Baisheng is good for body training, and there should be many different treasures there. Even if something was destroyed, weapons or something suitable for their creation and improvement, elixirs, pills, and much more. Meanwhile, Ding Yue found a field of medicinal herbs, covered by a protective magical dome from the greedy eyes of people. The young man's sword destroyed the magical protection, and Yue saw many valuable plants needed for potions and pills. The guy decided to take some supplies for his shidi Wang Luo, let him do alchemy. Yue knew his friend would be happy with such a gift. The young man stood in the middle of the field, sorting through his supplies, choosing what he wanted to take with him as trophies from Mount Baisheng. And then the bushes rustled. A girl was running towards him. Yue clenched his teeth. He recognized Han Yingmei, the famous beauty of the Piaohua Pavilion. Ding Yue waved his sword and declared that this was his field, and if Yingmei dared to approach, he shouldn't accuse him of being rude later. The girl objected that this wasn't Yue's house, and that whoever saw what would take it, and that the territory of this sect didn't belong to anyone now. Instead of answering, the guy ordered his sword to split. He was ready to strike the uninvited guest with his sharp sword. At that very moment, numerous copies of the Ding Yue sword flashed in the air, ready to strike the beauty from the powerful sect. The young man threateningly extended his sword forward. The copies were ready to pierce Han if she moved forward. The girl took a step back. The Piaohua Pavilion maiden frowned and tried to neutralize Ding Yue's attack. A rose flew towards his weapon. But it was not possible to destroy the copies of the young man's sword. Piaohua's combat flowers bounced off the blade without causing him any harm. Han Yingmi was shocked. She was unable to break the young man's sword. Here it is, Ding Yue's strength. It turns out she cannot defeat him. The guy warned the beauty that if she continued her tricks, he would be forced to kill her, so it was better for her to leave. Han told Yue that she just wanted a flower that would give her eternal beauty. Did he really not find her attractive at all? A magic flower appeared in the young man's hand. He asked Inmi. Apparently she was looking for this flower. Many women are ready to give their souls for it. Han Yingmei handed Yue a pill, offering it for exchange. This pill is considered very rare. It can increase strength. The young man grinned and asked if she really thought he needed it. He showed the girl his pills, saying that she could throw away hers. Inmi was shocked. There were imperial pills of average quality shimmering on Yue's hand, several of them at once. It was such a rarity. She sighed sadly. This guy has everything. What could she offer him in exchange for this incredibly necessary flower? Dingyuk wondered if there was a shortage of herbs in the Piaohua Pavilion. He handed her a flower, saying that if he liked something, they would exchange. The young man was sure that he would not lose anything anyway. Han Yingmei was beside herself with happiness. Yue was so kind that he gave her the flower. After taking everything he needed, Ding Yue walked on, and as he left, he casually said that they, the Piaohua Pavilion, were really poor things. Meanwhile, in the mini-world, Namo was practicing diligently. Suddenly he lit up like the sun. The creation of the golden body of Buddha was completed. Having completed the practice of creating the golden body, the first Buddhist of this world returned from the mini-world and greeted his master. Zhuan asked Namo what he thought of the magical Buddhist relics of the first Buddha he had received as a gift. Namo replied that they were helping him in cultivation, and now he was strong enough to do good and serve his master. Former Mo Tuo informed Xuan that several powerful demons had discovered him, but they would no longer be able to cause him much harm. Demons is a general name, but there are many types. Mo Tuo is an elder of one of them, a cultivator of the 8th stage of the heavenly realm. One day, a strong man entered the demon kingdom to help them conquer the northern territories, and the demons agreed. Later, the demons discovered a conspiracy. It was not only against the people of the north, but also against the demons. Chu asked what the conspiracy was. Namo explained to his master that there was no ruler in the north, and that man dreamed of deceiving everyone and becoming the ruler of the entire north. Shushan was surprised. Wasn't there a ruler there? And what about Qinzong? As far as was known, it was he who ruled the northern empire at that time. Namo objected. Qinzong owned only part of the vast northern territory. Xuan asked who owned the other part. The first Buddha replied that he was a powerful cultivator of the divine realm, and he had plotted against all races. The boy wondered if Qinzun was also that strong if his opponent was a divine realm cultivator. Namo confirmed that at the time of the war, Qinzong was at the peak of the heavenly realm, almost reaching the divine realm, but he was a little short of strength. That strong man told the demons to invade northern Nanzhou and quickly destroy all the people living there. His goal was to endanger the people of the north and later appear to save them and become king, and after the divine kingdom, rise even higher. Qinzong discovered his plan and took measures to prevent this by allying with the powerful cultivators of the north to defeat the enemies. Together they destroyed that man's plan. The war between demons and humans ended, but as a result, both races fell on the battlefield. Chu said that in the demon country in the north there are 5 treasures. Does Namo plan to find them? Because whoever gets at least one can become the king of the northern territories. Namo said that the demons have a plan. After the defeat, the elder was reincarnated. He is going to enter the game for the lands. This message puzzled Zhuan. Why did the demon leader want this land, since there were other powerful cultivators besides him? The first Buddha bowed and explained that those below the emperor's realm would not be able to participate and obtain the demon's treasure. It seems like the battle for the treasure will begin between the Sons of Fortune like Ding Yue, and 3 of them are already connected to Chu Xuan. Chu realized that he needed to control this confrontation. The king had to be his man, but even the divine realm wouldn't be enough here. He gave Namo a collection of Buddhist practices. He was already at the level of the divine realm. When the passage of demons was opened, he would be able to control the situation better. After sending Namo to practice, Xuan decided to keep an eye on Du Yuan just in case. The young man respectfully greeted the master. Chu teleported a communication talisman to his disciple through the portal and told him to go to Nanzhu and wait for a convenient moment. Yuan obeyed. The boy took advantage of the saint's halo given to him by the system, and his glowing figure became gigantic and terrifying. With the help of his golden mirror of 1,000 heavens, Xuan found Luo Ying, in whose body the soul of the great emperor Qinzong was reborn. Zun paused his practice and looked in surprise at the giant figure of a man that appeared out of nowhere right next to him. Xuan, who appeared among the clouds, looked more like a ghost than a living person. He looked at Luo Ying with interest. The girl bowed respectfully and greeted the great ancestor who had come to her and asked how she could be of service. The guy asked the girl bowing before him in a thunderous voice who she really was, Luo Ying or Qinzun. An alarmed Zun asked Xuan who he was, and the boy calmed the child down, telling her not to be nervous. The deity sees everything. The girl asked if Prince Luo had come to her. Xuan replied that he had met Prince Luo many years ago. He was a deity, and meeting a deity was a rare opportunity. Zun couldn't understand what kind of creature was in front of him. Maybe he thought that he was a child from his family. He asked again who was in front of him. Xuan replied that he was a deity and had many names, and Qinzong, despite his wisdom, was unable to comprehend him. Zun opened his mouth in surprise, which meant this creature knew about his reincarnation. But why did he come? Was he a friend or an enemy of the emperor? Proudly puffing out his chest, Xuan loudly declared that he was immortal, eternal, incomparable, the supreme first Taoist in the world. The reborn emperor Qinzong fell to his knees and greeted the one and only elder. Xiao said that the deity had just awakened from sleep, and since Zun welcomed him, he accepted him as his named disciple. Zun was stunned. His talent was enormous. The blood of a king flowed through him, and this creature accepted him only as a named disciple. Xuan noticed that he felt offended by the reborn great emperor, who hastened to assure him that this was not the case. Touching his forehead to the stone, Qinzong exclaimed that he humbly and obediently greeted his great immortal teacher. Xuan asked if his student had any requests. Zun replied that he lacked spiritual and physical practices. The guy asked if there was really nothing else, for example for his upcoming fight with demons and people for the northern lands. Qinzong was stunned. His new teacher was so scary he even knew about it, but he, Zong, had never relied on others in his entire life. All his achievements are his alone, so he himself will take back what is rightfully his and take revenge for all the evil done. Xuan replied, Zun is very courageous even in a woman's body. Chu will protect him, but whether he wins or loses depends on him. The girl needs body training practices. He has many practices, but they are too strong for Luo Ying, even if she is now in the emperor's realm. Shun said there are 3 more or less suitable ones. They are weak, but Luo Ying will do. Buddha body training, demon body, and dragon warrior body. The disciple must choose one of these 3 practices. Luo Ying exclaimed that she wanted to obtain the dragon warrior body practice. The guy passed on the practice to the student and explained that after training, her strength and defense would become like a dragon's, but this strength was considered average. Xuan added that his disciple should understand that the 9 regions were only a small part of the universe, and the king of the north was nothing. She must train hard to get to heaven. Her journey will only begin when she steps into heaven. As he disappeared, Xuan said that if she could step into heaven, then he would accept her as one of his official disciples. Qinzong clenched his fist and swore. He would step into heaven and become the teacher's disciple. He would become the first king of the northern human race. And then Luo Ying realized that she had forgotten to ask the teacher if there was a way to turn a female body back into a male one without being rejected by the Tao. Everything went well. The future king should be Xuan's disciple. Shen is near the emperor's realm. Next is Ding Yue, and then Wang Lo. We need to send Chu Yun to the mini-world to train. It's time for someone from the emperor's realm to appear in the Chu family. Then Xuan noticed that his talisman for contacting secret agents from the Black Moon sect was vibrating. Something had happened. Bao Hongyan reported to the master that a bloody battle was taking place on Mount Baisheng, and the soul of the ancient emperor would soon awaken. Xuan wondered who it could be, whether it was the remnant of the soul of the founder of the Baishan sect himself, or someone else. An awakened soul circled over the ruins of the newly opened sect. Many cultivators had already been killed by this evil spirit. The Dark Lord Shouyuan attempted to stop the evil spirit with the help of the most powerful technique, Soul and Blood Devourer. Streams of blood flowed around the evil king, like snakes coiling around the awakened soul in the ruins of the sect. The bloody chains bound the soul of the ancient cultivator. The Dark Lord told the others to hold the captive while he purified his soul. All the cultivators concentrated their efforts to restrain the ancient martial soul and help Shouyuan. The king said that he had always been on the side of justice, and they, the scoundrels, were attacking him as if he were the main villain here. Suddenly the ancient soul threw off the bloody shackles of the Dark Lord and cried out in anger for all his enemies to die instantly. Shou Wen screamed in horror how bad it was. Not only his shackles, but also the techniques of the other cultivators were unable to contain this spirit. The evil king looked around. Dozens of cultivators were lying in pools of their own blood. Most of them were dead. The spirit, enraged by the resistance, killed everyone who did not manage to hide from his terrifying revenge, and streams of scarlet blood gushed out. Having had his fill of revenge, the spirit burst out laughing and shouted, "What a disaster! Almost everyone is dead." The most powerful cultivators silently looked at the villain. Suddenly, an explosion occurred above the ruins of the Mount Baisheng sect, and several streams of energy rushed towards the people standing in the square. The spirit burst into laughter and rushed away, leaving the stunned people to look around and wonder what had happened. The elders finally realized that the evil war spirit had created an illusion of its body being torn apart and was trying to escape. Seeing Ding Yue approaching, the spirit rushed towards him and shouted that he liked the young man's body and that it would now belong to him. Han Yingmi shouted at Yue to run away quickly, otherwise the ancient martial spirit would take over his body and his soul would die. The girl put up her defenses to stop the evil soul that was trying to enter the young body of the guy she liked. Ding Yue gritted his teeth and said, "Don't interfere in something that's none of your business. I don't need her help to deal with the spirit." To the surprise of everyone present, the guy calmly allowed the spirit to enter his body. Han froze in fear not far from Yue. The girl cried out in horror, "This is the end. Now the spirit will get the strong body of the young man and kill the remaining surviving cultivators." But Ding Yue didn't pay attention to anyone. Now the struggle continued between his soul and the evil invader. The spirit that had burst into the young man's body suddenly saw that around Yue's soul, many blades, subject only to him, were blazing. The spirit of the ancient cultivator was very surprised. How was this possible? The technique used by the boy was incredibly complex, even for elders. And Ding Yue, motionless as a mountain, smiled as he pointed all his blades towards the stranger, using the technique of 100 years of soul training. The spiritual weapon the young man received from his teacher, magnified tenfold, flew in the direction of the alien soul that had invaded his body. The spirit strained his strength and slowed the attack, but the blades were too strong, and the aggressor realized that he would not be able to hold them back for long. The old man realized with horror that he needed to run away immediately. Otherwise, his soul, which had survived so many centuries, would perish in the body of this boy. The evil spirit quickly left Ding Yue's body, trying to fly away from this dangerous youth as quickly as possible. The young man smiled and took out his sword. He asked the spirit if he really wanted to escape from him, and he was sure that he could do it. The spiritual blades continued to pursue the soul of the ancient cultivator beyond the youth's body, surrounding him from all sides. The old men were shocked. What kind of technique could be so powerful? Yue was only at the 9th stage of the true realm, but it could crush the soul of the emperor's realm. Ding Yue launched a powerful blow with a spiritual weapon that could destroy even a very strong soul, and a scarlet aura strike flashed. The warlike spirit froze and began to quietly disintegrate into two halves, which in turn began to collapse. There was a powerful explosion, and the young man kept a weapon close to the spirit, just in case it was another trick. After confirming that the hostile spirit had been destroyed, Ding Yue once again summoned his soul weapon, the blades turning into streams of aura. The youth's energy was blazing. He was restoring and calming his soul. All the surviving cultivators looked at him, frozen. This guy had mastered the secret technique of 100-year soul training to perfection and could control not only ordinary weapons. Ding Yue turned to the quiet old men and asked if they still wanted to get hit. If so, they could come forward. The Nine-Sword Mountain sect elder realized that they seemed to have a problem. Yue's strength had not only recovered, but had become even stronger. The old men looked around, seeking allies in a new attempt to kill the boy before he became all-powerful. The Dark Lord shook his head and said that he would not help them crush the boy with numbers. It was disgusting. The young man looked at the silent elders and said that if that was all, then he would go and continue exploring the ruins of Mount Baisheng. The elders exchanged glances. They no longer dared to attack this overly daring but clearly strong boy. Xuan watched the student. His will grew stronger. He had almost reached the threshold of the true kingdom and would soon enter the realm of the emperor. And then Xuan noticed that someone was flying towards Yue. The guy was surprised. Could there really still be people on Mount Baisheng? How was this possible? An unknown person appeared from nowhere and dealt a powerful blow to the Dark Lord, knocking Shou Yuan aside. The wounded evil king exclaimed in surprise, "Are there really still people here? This Baisheng mountain is full of the most unpleasant surprises." Everyone looked in surprise at the newcomer who flew over the ruins of the mysterious ancient sect of Mount Baisheng. The evil king carefully landed near his retinue, who were ready to fight with anyone to save their ruler. A young man sat down on the stone slabs of the sect's square and calmly walked forward, examining everyone present. Seeing one of the cultivators breaking open the stones of the square with a huge spear, the young man threateningly clenched his fist. A deafening explosion occurred where the warrior with the spear had just stood, and the newcomer struck him with a powerful aura. Everyone prepared for a fight, but a young man appeared out of nowhere and shouted commandingly for them to lower their weapons. A girl approached the young man and said respectfully, "His Majesty has given an order. The young master should hurry." He asked if it was something serious. The girl confirmed it and asked Mr. Bai to forgive her for causing him trouble. The young master glanced casually at the assembled cultivators, muttering contemptuously, "These bugs are bothering me." Suddenly Mr. Bai frowned. He felt that someone else had arrived. A rather strong young man came out into the square. He looked around as if he owned the place, took a few steps forward, and his aura didn't deceive him. Another person had appeared here. Looking up, Bai saw a young man with a sword entering the gate. It was Ding Yue, who had been researching the relics of Mount Baisheng. Bai realized that the young man was in the sect's courtyard, and anger flared within him. How dare he enter the courtyard? Young Master Bai frowned and shouted menacingly at the calm Yue to stop immediately. Burning with anger, he instantly moved to where Ding Yue had appeared in the square, standing right in front of the surprised youth. Yue calmly asked the stranger what was the matter, what he wanted from him. It seemed like they had never met before, or he also wanted to kill him. Lord Bai commanded the young man to hand over the treasure of his Mount Baisheng sect, otherwise he would die. Ding Yue chuckled contemptuously and suggested that the young man try to take from him what rightfully belonged to Yue. The young master of Mount Baisheng sect frowned without further warning and immediately attacked the youth. Ding Yue didn't expect such a swift attack, and this young Master Bai was surprisingly a strong cultivator. The young man thought, what an arrogant bastard, he really attacked. Where did he come from? It seems he wasn't there when the mountain was opened. Yue concentrated his strength and instantly drew his sword from its sheath to repel the attack of this newly minted master of the ancient sect. Young Master Bai growled that the boy was a crazy, ignorant scoundrel. It seemed like he wanted to test his strength on himself. Two blazing auras clashed in a fierce duel, Bai's white-blue ice aura and Ding Yue's scarlet fire energy. The young master of Mount Baisheng frowned. The boy was indeed strong. He was still resisting. The strike of young Baisheng's fist and the strike of Ding Yue's invincible sword met, shaking the surrounding area, neither of them giving in. Xuan's disciple gritted his teeth. This opponent seemed to be too much for him. He couldn't deal with him as easily as the others. The battle caused violent vortexes of energy to swirl around Mount Baisheng, as if there was a powerful thunderstorm. One of the elders tried to understand what was going on there. He was perplexed whether those two were already dead or still fighting. Liu Pingfeng thought with horror. Judging by this fight, the boy had not fought at full strength before. It was good that he retreated in time. The elder of the Nine Sword sect watched the duel in surprise. He couldn't believe that the young man had such a powerful blow. One of the Qin elders watched the fight with a smile and thought with admiration that there were still such strong people here. The Dark Sovereign, shielding himself from the energy flow, thought that this time the impudent brother Ding Yue seemed to be truly in trouble. But Yue was delighted. He realized that Bai was the one who would give him a boost in development. A fight with him would help the young man make a breakthrough on the path of the sword. He decided to provoke his opponent to use all his power. He shouted to Bai Yu that his blows were like slapping a virgin. The young master of Mount Baisheng sect burst out laughing in response and shouted that he had just started. Let's see what Yue would say next. Lightning energy danced around the young Baisheng with renewed vigor. He gritted his teeth and prepared for another powerful attack. Seeing the opponent's reaction, the young man thought, great, every blow from Bai will make Yue stronger and stronger, moving forward. The impatient young Baisheng rushed to attack his young and daring opponent, seeking to destroy the impudent man. And so they met again in a duel. Blow after blow rained down, the fists of young Baisheng flashed, and the sword of young Ding Yue sparkled. A decisive blow, Baisheng's fist and Ding's sword, two auras, two energies, one power against the other. Everyone froze in anticipation. Yue gritted his teeth and frowned. His opponent was indeed incredibly strong. Anger and a sense of righteousness gave Bai even more strength. The youth felt his blade tremble as the pressure from the young master of Mount Baisheng grew stronger. After hitting the guy, Bai shouted at him to die, because he was a cancer on the cultivation system and a disgrace to all swordsmen. Ding Yue, having received a powerful blow, flew to the side, no longer able to resist the enraged young Baisheng. Young Bai's blow was so powerful that he tore a huge trench through the lands of the Baisheng mountain sect. Ding Yue fell among the cracked earth. Everyone was absolutely sure that the impudent and sharp-tongued young man was dead. The young man lay on the ground in a thick curtain of dust, still clutching his sword in his hand. No one knew whether he had survived or not. But young Baisheng casually told his opponent not to pretend to be dead. This attack wouldn't even kill a fly. In response, Ding Yue mockingly replied that he just wanted to take a little rest. What was so special about it? Can't he even rest for a couple of minutes? After all, he's been on his feet since the morning, and this fight is far from his first. The young man vigorously kicked his legs to get up. He was indeed alive and not even injured by the blow he had received. Yu jumped to his feet, exclaiming that he had rested and was ready to resume the fight with the young master of Mount Baisheng. Shaking his head, the young man said that it would be a good idea to warm up and stretch first, as his neck was a bit stiff from all the rest. Young Baisheng asked the boy if he had finished warming up. Yue replied with a smile, basically yes, they could continue playing. Bai chuckled, it is true what they say, you can't take away the courage of fools, they cannot understand who they are fighting against. Yui's sword blazed as he responded to the arrogant Baisheng. Let's see what kind of fool he would be when he saw Ding's sharp stick. Bai looked questioningly at his opponent's powerful weapon. His sword was indeed strong and seemed to be getting stronger. The youth launched an attack towards Baisheng and shouted for the arrogant idiot to get what he was after. A furious sword attack flew towards the young master of the ancient sect, cutting through everything in its path and leaving a deep rut. Bai tensed up. The bragging of this stubborn youth had already angered him quite a bit, but the boy was strong. That couldn't be taken away from him. Young Baisheng blocked the sword attack, destroying it with a punch. He asked Yue, and that's all? Yes, it's not a stick, but a pencil. A gigantic stream of scarlet sword energy flew at Bai. It was difficult to block such power, but Baisheng stood firm. An explosion of terrifying force was heard. The cultivators on the mountain fell silent and did not dare to even approach their opponents. Ding Yue was stunned. How could the young master of Mount Baisheng be able to destroy such a powerful attack? It was simply amazing. Bai chuckled. He sarcastically remarked that the boy was very weak, and it was not fun to fight with him at all. He had hoped for more. The young man, offended by the caustic arrogance of the owner of this mountain, boldly replied that he too expected greater strength from the heir of the sect. Accelerating his energy to the maximum, young Master Baisheng proposed to put all his strength into the next blow. Ding Yu supported his opponent. The fiery energy of his victorious sword condensed around him. He pushed off and rushed to attack. Bai clenched his flaming fist. His body tensed to the limit and roared for the impudent boy to finally die. Ding Yue shouted almost the same thing. The young fighter was tense. He understood perfectly well that he was facing an incredibly strong opponent. Here they were again, one-on-one, fist against sword, flame against ice, the entire space around the fighters ablaze with energy. Both warriors were losing patience. Both were extremely tense. Everyone understood that the battle had to end with the victory of one of them. But neither Bai nor Ding were going to give in. They glared at each other with hateful eyes until neither of them could win. The release of energy was so incredible that it turned into a giant tornado, which picked up the fighters and lifted them up, and Mount Baisheng shook as if a volcano had erupted there. The Elder of Nine Swords Mountain was shocked. In his incredibly long life, he had never seen such a fight. The second old man couldn't close his mouth in surprise. No one could even suspect the exiled swordsman of such incredible power. Liu Pingfeng was puzzled as to how it was that the strongest people here were the young people, and not the clan elders. Empress Qin Qiyun's courtier was horrified that Lord Bai had gotten into a fight instead of heading to the palace. And finally, the giant tornado began to weaken, and everyone waited with bated breath to see the result of this battle. The Dark Lord frowned. He too was curious about who had won this amazing battle and whether the fight was over. Everyone was asking each other if Ding Yue had died. The mountain almost stopped shaking, and soon the clouds of dust almost died down. Everyone saw that the young man was still alive. He was clearly wounded. His suit was in tatters, but he was still standing on his feet. True, his victorious sword, given to him by the master, was broken, which meant that the young daring swordsman was left without a weapon. The young master of Mount Baisheng looked at his fist in surprise. There was a deep scratch on it. Bai was shocked. For the first time in his life, the enemy was able to inflict physical damage on him. His body was hardened by many different secret techniques. Bai grinned. The boy left a scratch on him. He asked Yue who the hell he was that he dared to fight him. Looking closely at his opponent, young Baisheng noticed that the youth was not whole either. They had both been injured in the battle. Closing his eyes, the heir of the ancient sect of Mount Baisheng concentrated on the mysterious youth standing before him. A little earlier, the opponents fought fiercely, destroying everything in the immediate vicinity. Their blows crumbled the mountain and sent stones flying. Seeing the young man's broken sword, Bai laughed, called the boy an ignoramus, and asked if that was all he could do. The young master of Mount Baisheng declared that he wanted to continue. He was ready to continue the fight with the daring opponent. In response, Ding Yue slashed the broken lump of the sword at Baisheng's outstretched hand. The arrogant gentleman frowned. This was unexpected. And then Bai saw how the young man's aura began to change. Not only did he not die from his wounds, but he also became much stronger. Young Baisheng realized that thanks to this fight, the boy would break through to the next realm. But was that even possible? Ding Yue is too terrifying. It's unclear how he can make a breakthrough in such a battle. This young man has a very rare talent. The heir of the ancient sect clenched his fists again. No matter how talented this boy was, he was a hindrance to him, and therefore he must die. Yue could no longer fight with a broken sword. Bai, confident that he would kill the young man when he struck, wished his opponent a good journey. Having received a powerful blow to the face, the young man staggered, took a few steps back, and began to quietly fall to the ground. Suddenly Bai noticed that Yue began to dissolve and disappear. This cunning man deceived the heir of the sect and decided to run away from him. Bai was shocked. This was a divine-level technique. The ghost of the setting moon. When did this young man manage to master it? The enraged Bai Sheng shouted after Ding Yue not to dare run away. He must return and continue their duel. The young man laughed. What a fool. There's no need to be so angry. After all, Yue only needed a breakthrough, and Bai helped him a lot in this. Ding Yue really wanted to fight Bai again, but he was really strong, perhaps the strongest person in Nanzhou after his master. Thanks to the strike from the young master of Mount Baixing, Wei was able to initiate a breakthrough. Bai brought the situation to the brink of life and death. We understood why the teacher sent him here. If you want to become stronger, you need to fight the strong. Only then can you make a breakthrough in strength. The satisfied young man exclaimed. He had made a breakthrough. Now it was time to go home. He had to quickly tell the teacher the good news. Landing near the mountain, Yue noticed a flash in the thick fog, wondering if someone was following him, but he didn't feel anyone. The young man frowned. Someone had clearly come here. Perhaps those old men had secretly followed him to try to kill him again. And then Ding Yue saw that it was the great Empress Qin Keiyun herself flying. She was also clearly surprised by this meeting. We wondered what this woman was doing here. Did she really come because of the mess she and Bai had made on the mountain? Qin Keiyun looked at the young man in surprise. Wasn't this Ding Yue, one of the disciples of her old friend, the handsome Chu Xuan? Ding Yue rushed forward, saying that he needed to go home as quickly as possible. That was it. No more troubles. That was enough for today. The Empress didn't understand what was wrong with the young man. But okay, now it's more important to find young Master Bai and urgently return him to the palace. Chang Fan tried to calm young Master Bai by reminding him of Her Majesty's order, but he rushed to catch up with Ding Yue. Empress Qin asked Chang Fan what was going on here, and the girl quietly told Bai that Her Majesty had flown here herself. The Grand Empress approached young Master Bai and kindly told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Keiyun asked Bai Sheng what was wrong with him. Wasn't he happy to see her? Bai replied, if it weren't for that crazy Ding Yue, he would have. Chang Fan replied that she had just seen Ding Yue, but she still didn't understand what had happened, whether she and Bai had some kind of disagreement. Bai Sheng gritted his teeth and frowned. He thoughtfully replied that it was more. He asked to tell where Ding Yue went. He would kill him. Baiya was overcome with anger and exclaimed that the boy had stolen his treasures, deceived him, humiliated him, and that he would break him in half and grind him into dust. But Qin Keiyun cooled Mr. Bai's ardor, saying that they could not afford to offend the person who stood behind Ding Yue. Young Bai Sheng was amazed at how this was possible. Why couldn't they afford it? What was Her Majesty Qin Keiyun saying? The great Empress sighed and spread her hands. They absolutely cannot do this. No one can. She recalled Chu Xuan's incredible strength and repeated that no one in this world could do this. Bai Sheng must understand this and calm down. In the courtyard of Xuan's estate, his sister's clear voice rang out again. Yun loudly called out to her 13th brother from outside the gate. The guy asked in surprise what Yun was doing there, and she, very pleased, offered to look at her very carefully. Zhuan sarcastically remarked that the girl was so happy it was as if her breasts had grown 3 sizes, but somehow it wasn't noticeable. Yun was offended and called her little brother a fool. He had to ruin such a wonderful mood with his remark. But the girl could not remain angry for long. She smiled again and exclaimed that she had reached the 9th step of the kingdom of truth. Xuan praised his little sister. She was so good. She was the pride of Grandpa Tianming. The guy yawned and said that he was very tired. Now it was Yun's turn to be sarcastic. She suggested that if her brother was tired of lying on his right side, then he could roll over to his left. The owner of the estate indignantly exclaimed that this impudent girl had absolutely no respect for her elders. Xuan immediately smiled and approached Yun. He said that he was very happy for her. He was just joking. His sister replied that she knew it and was also joking. Xu Yun told the 13th brother that on the way to his place, she ran into Xia Wang and he seemed very strange to her. Zhuan frowned and replied that this guy seemed normal, but he knew very well that he was the prince of the Dark Kingdom. Yun spoke thoughtfully. Even despite this, for some reason it seemed to her that this guy was, well, how to put it, a little off. The girl made a sad face. It was certainly not nice to say that, but it seemed to her that he was mentally ill. The constant companion of the young prince of the evil empire saw the gentleman talking with Tai, a regular at brothels and cheerful women. Ever since young master Xiaowan saw that girl Chu Yun, he had become completely abnormal, a complete headache. The prince said that he wanted to ask Tai for some love advice, and his interlocutor smiled. Apparently the lady of his heart was treating Van too coldly. Xiao Wang smiled bitterly. That's right. Mr. Tai understands everything. The Dark Prince can't attract the attention of a beautiful girl. Tai told His Highness that since he had not found an effective method, then he would try to help him with his experience. First of all, sweet nicknames like Darling, My Heart and Dear are already outdated. Now it is fashionable to call girls Treasure. Xiao Wang readily repeated. Tai remarked that it was good that the prince understood this, but that was not enough. There was something else he needed to know. Tai leaned towards the enamored prince and said mysteriously that the main thing is how you talk about love, because the result depends on it. The Dark Prince's mouth dropped open in surprise. Oh my god, I still have to talk about how many complications there are in love. Tai squeezed his knees to hold back a smile, and in a serious tone he continued to teach his interlocutor the art of love. Pointing his finger at the surface of the water, Tai asked His Highness if he saw any fish in the pond. Xiao Wang looked at the water in confusion. The boy asked the prince what he thought of when he looked at this fish. Xiao Wang replied that he imagined the fish stewed, steamed, or fried. The prince's interlocutor shook his head negatively. This was a completely wrong answer, as he would not be able to conquer anyone that way. Tai smiled and slyly asked if His Highness knew why he liked to eat fish. Xiao Wang asked in surprise. And why? In response, Tai's eyes sparkled with moisture, and placing his hand on the prince's head, he said tenderly, because he loves him, Xiao Wang. The touched heir of the evil kingdom sobbed, tears welling up in his eyes. He muttered, it's so sweet of Tai. And then Xiao Wang exclaimed that he understood everything, and the Dark Prince's eyes began to shed tears that were so uncharacteristic of him. The heir's companion, who had been observing the conversation, scratched his lush hair in confusion. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling about this. At this moment, the crows that had been spying for the Dark Prince flew up to him and reported that Chu Yun had appeared in Ziyue County. The enamored Xiao Wang exclaimed, Chu Yun treasure, he will come to his beloved right now. The prince's eyes sparkled and his cheeks flushed. Tai and the prince's faithful companion opened their mouths in surprise and unexpectedness, while the heir teleported away. Yun walked along the familiar path that led from the Chu family's main estate to the small manor where her 13th brother lived. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky, and Xiao Wang appeared right in front of the girl. He knelt down and called Yun his treasure. The heated prince exclaimed that Yun's lips looked lonely. Could he introduce them to his lips? Shu Yun was stunned by such unexpected pressure. Wang, seeing her confusion, joyfully asked if she was really touched by his speech. Instead of answering, the girl flashed her admirer a glance at his smiling face, and the blow made everything swim before the prince's eyes. Listening to this funny story, Zhuan laughed until he cried. His jaws hurt, and his stomach churned from uncontrollable laughter. Enraged, Yun demanded that the 13th brother stop laughing at her, and he, sobbing, replied that she had made him laugh to death. To stop this stream of laughter, the angry girl hit Xuan, who was overly amused, with all her might. The 13th brother was still laughing at his older sister's adventures, while she was snorting angrily and regretting having told him about it. Finally, she said angrily, that's it, it's time to go home to Grandpa. Xuan supported her, let her go and bring him a treat. Xuan reminded Yun that she had trained so hard that she had now become the backbone of the Chu family, so she couldn't relax. The girl smiled. She had no intention of relaxing, but still, the 13th brother was overdoing it with his irrepressible joy. Chu Shen smiled at his diligent older sister. Despite his sarcastic remarks, he loved her very much. An angry Yun went to her grandfather's big house. Night fell, and Zhuan sighed. He was incredibly bored. He took a mirror and decided that before going to bed he should watch someone. Suddenly, he would see something interesting for himself. The guy's gaze stopped on a strong cultivator sitting near a giant tree. Chu thought, it seems he found someone. But apparently, this cultivator is not a human, but a demon. Although it is not immediately obvious, the boy is surprisingly similar to a human. Zhuan guessed that he looked so much like a human because he was a heavenly demon, the strongest of the race. According to all the legends known to Chu, among all types of demons, only the celestial ones can break through to the divine realm. Maybe Zhuan found another treasure. He needs to take a closer look at it using the all-seeing eye technique. Mo Luantian was bullied because of his human blood, and one day he couldn't take it anymore and left home, with a huge power dormant in his body. Xuan saw that Luantian's power was about to awaken. The demon gritted his teeth and cursed. He exclaimed that he wanted everything or nothing. The young demon concentrated and stuck his right hand into the cauldron with golden flammable liquid. He decided to perform a demonic ritual. The liquid in the cauldron began to bubble, and Mo's arm began to become covered in wounds, causing Luantian's body unbearable hellish pain. He clenched his teeth and frowned to keep from screaming. This terrible ritual is called a demonic bite. It awakens the power of a demon. The demon's hand, lowered into the cauldron, burst into flames. The sleeve immediately turned into shreds, and bloody fiery wounds crawled across the body. The young demon could not bear it and screamed piercingly. Almost his entire body was engulfed in demonic fire and covered in wounds. Chushin stared at Yu Luantian's torment with wide eyes and said in shock that this demonic ritual was so terrifying. Mo Luantian's aura became fiery. Xuan read that the success of this ritual depended entirely on the demon and his will. The boy saw through the mirror that although the wounds on the demon's body were already disappearing, he continued to suffer unbearably from the demonic fire. The pain began to subside, Mo Luantian thought in confusion. Did it really work? Did he go through the ritual and become a real demon? Xuan, who was watching the young demon, saw that he had gotten to his feet. It seemed that he had succeeded. He had endured the pain. Mo clenched his fist and told the Heavenly Demon Clan that he would definitely return, for he, Mo Luantian, was the strongest of all the demons. The young demon's fist glowed with the purple energy of death, and after completing the ritual, he became noticeably stronger than before. Xuan thought, Mo is still too young. He doesn't understand that even strong demons can die if he is directed to the path of light. Xuan's gigantic figure appeared in front of the dumbfounded demon in golden light, and the youth greeted him with a wish for light. Mo Luantian was confused. He did not understand who he was, what he wanted, what he was going to do, and why he had appeared to him. The young demon looked in surprise at the strange creature that appeared to him in the demonic forest immediately after the ritual. Xuan kindly told the young man that the demonic path had no future, but Buddhism did, and invited him to join his sect. The demon did not understand what was being discussed. He had never heard of Buddhism before, and could not understand what kind of Buddhism this was. But Luantian noticed that this man looked very strong, although he didn't know who he was. But perhaps Buddhism was something interesting. Shen decided that this guy had too many questions. He needed to be brainwashed so that unnecessary things wouldn't come to his mind. He told Mo that their meeting was destined. Chu sees considerable potential in the guy, so he wants to make him his disciple. The 9 realms are just a small part of the world. The Mo clan demons are far below. How can they compare to a deity? Buddhism is the right path, and it will also reveal talent. Mo was very surprised. The demons are so ancient. Are they really so far from the goal? He asked how big the world was, Chu explained. It was insanely big. The divine realm was nothing more than the ability to reach the heavens. Chu said that Buddhism is righteous and goes far beyond the demon realm. If he is a Buddha, he becomes the founder of the 9 domains of Buddhism, and not just a descendant of the demon clan. Mo thought it made sense. No matter how strong you are just a descendant. But what if you are the founder? The young demon asked the giant in the golden glow. He says that Buddhism is limitless, and how strong it is, what can it be compared to? Xuan replied, the foundations of Buddhism in Mo's body are currently weaker than the cultivation of demonic powers, but they will become stronger later. Luantian generated a clot of purple demonic energy on his hand and threw it into the space next to him. Xuan released a golden stream of his energy towards him, which instantly neutralized Mo's demonic power. He thought, so that means there is another power inside the body, one that little is known about. One that can be used against enemies. Mo decided that Buddhism could be very powerful and provide enormous opportunities, so he fell on his knees and greeted his new teacher. A pleased Xuan said that this was excellent. He was very glad to see Mo Luantian among his disciples. May the light be with him. Once Luantian enters his abode, he will have to accept all the laws and vows. The young demon agreed with the teacher. The second Buddha of this world instantly changed. Xuan told him that as for the other rules, he would understand them later himself. Luantian had just started training, so his level was low. Chu gave him a robe, a magic staff, and a cup to help him. Xuan told the newly converted Buddha that he had now become a soldier of the heavenly kingdom and could not let his teacher down. Chu created the weapon himself for the first time and was quite satisfied. It also had other properties that instantly improved his heavenly soldier. Xuan passed on the necessary knowledge to his new student through the portal, and a golden stream poured onto the humble Mo. Having mastered the knowledge and techniques, Luantian enthusiastically praised his Buddha and felt much better and stronger. The teacher solemnly told the former demon to stand up. Xuan was very pleased. He was able to brainwash Mo. Chu didn't know why, but there was a strange feeling about this guy, something magical. He could only hope that nothing would happen. For Xuan's initial efforts to establish a Buddhist sect, the system rewarded him with new Buddhist scriptures. Xuan passed on Buddhist scriptures to Luantian in the hope that he would spread Buddhism to the world, and the disciple obediently replied that he followed the path of Buddhism. As he closed the portal, Chu bid his disciple and the second Buddha farewell to train hard and become as strong as possible. The system informed Chu that he had found the Son of Fortune from the demon realm, and as a reward, he received the test of the secret realm. By experiencing the secret kingdom, one can challenge oneself, find one's shortcomings and real limits, such as the path of the strongest. Now that there is such a place, all the techniques can be tested a large number of times without there being any real injuries or deaths. Zhuan went to his secret kingdom. He was in a hurry to experience the new opportunities given to him by the generous system. He chose a one-on-one fight. The strength is the same as his, the 9th level of the honor realm. I wonder if Chu can win. To Chu's surprise, he almost instantly defeated a strong opponent who was at the same cultivation level as him. It turns out that he is indeed stronger than the people in the same realm, which means he is the strongest of the 9th level of the honor realm. Now we need to try to fight with a fighter of the 1st level of the heavenly realm to see if he can defeat an opponent in a higher realm. This fight was not as easy as the previous one. The enemy gave Zhuan a good beating, and at the end there was a deafening explosion. Chu wiped his face. Both of them were about to die. The gap in strength was too great. It seemed like he needed to expose his own shortcomings to break through. An unperturbed Blackie calmly watched his master's training from the roof and, as befits a pet, kept quiet. Xuan continued to fight battle after battle, gradually increasing the strength of his opponent and improving his own fighting skills. He said that within 10 days, he should be the only being who can kill an opponent with a superior realm. The guy decided to try something different. For better training, he needed to increase the variety of attacks and combat conditions. The cat jumped into the yard and stared at his owner in surprise. He had become significantly stronger in just half a day. It seemed incredible. For staying at home, Chu went through many dangers and accumulated rich combat experience. The system rewarded the guy again. He received the memories of thousands of battles. It is a special spiritual technique that makes you feel as if you were born to participate in battles. Now Chu Xuan is the best in fighting, he smiled smugly. Let anyone try to defeat him in battle. He opened a secret kingdom for his disciples to train, gain experience, and make breakthroughs in strength. Xian'er was surprised that the master could open the secret kingdom to people. She asked if he could force someone to accept a duel. Zhuan asked his assistant what she was planning. The girl clenched her fists and exclaimed that she wanted to kill the scoundrel Ding Yue. She set up a wooden dummy for training, and every time she opened her eyes, she looked at it with the desire to kill. Chu smiled. Okay, since Xian'er wants it, he will make the young man fight. Xuan mentally apologized to Yue for another lie. He called the young man, who obediently responded to the master's call. Xuan asked Yue how his sword technique was developing, what his successes were. The student answered modestly. He feels that he has already broken through to the 2nd level of the kingdom and is in the process of consolidation. Yu hoped to soon reach the level where no woman could penetrate his heart and he could kill gods. Zhuan said with a smile that the young man did not understand something. Ding Yue obediently asked the teacher to explain what mistake he had made. Chu explained that Yue avoids women. It is a mental barrier. He is afraid that a woman will hinder his self-improvement. This is wrong. You look at a woman and see a woman. You look at a woman and don't see a woman. She may be nearby, but not in the heart. This is the true path. Zhuan pointed to Su Xian'er, standing not far from him, and asked the young man what he saw, whether it was a woman or not. Ding Yue looked at the master's assistant and his fellow disciple with a smile. He replied to the teacher that there was a woman standing in front of him. Xu Xuan asked the disciple to look at Xian'er again to see if she was really a woman and how confident he was in his answer. Then Zhuan pointed towards the mountains and asked the young man to look there and see if he could see any mountains there. Yue confirmed. The teacher told the student to look again to see if these were really mountains. Yue turned to the mountains in confusion. He was a little confused. Xu said, you look at the mountains and see mountains. You look again and don't see them. The 3rd time you see mountains again, these are the 3 states in which he is. The young man repeated in confusion, you also look at a woman and see a woman. You look and don't see. The 3rd time means you see again. And then it dawned on Din Yue. He shouted to the teacher that he understood everything. Now he realized his mistake in perceiving pretty women. Turning to Xian'er, he said that she was not a woman. She was a mannequin, and the mannequin was her, although she was a woman, but not for him. The naive young man bowed and asked his master if he had understood his lesson correctly. Zhuan glanced sideways at Xian'er, who was furious. Xian'er's eyes flashed with malice, exclaiming that this was an excellent answer, and demanded that Ding Yue come to her immediately. The girl took out the whip the master had given her for practice and struck it loudly against the stone slabs of the courtyard floor. Wrapping the whip around the young man, Xian'er dragged him into the gates of the secret kingdom, growling angrily. So who was she in the opinion of that bastard Yue? Xuan heard her asking Yue who she was, and he replied that in his eyes she was not a woman, although she was a woman, but in his eyes she was just a mannequin. The beaten Yue begged his sister not to hit him. Nothing would change if she hit him again. He already understood everything. When you look at a woman, you should not see a woman. The young man added that he was sure that in the teacher's eyes, Xian'er was also just a dummy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become so strong. Zhuan's enraged assistant gave Yue a painful kick to the jaw, screaming for the bastard to finally die. Tired of being beaten by the stronger Xian'er, Yue begged the teacher to help him. Sister Su has gone crazy and wants to kill him. Xuan realized that he couldn't just deceive them anymore. Ding Yue could easily be deceived, but Wang Luo was far from being such a naive guy. From the secret realm, Xuan's disciples moved to a mini-world to continue practicing cultivating their powers. An offended Xianer asked the teacher if he was taking her for a dummy. Xuan advised her not to listen to Yue's nonsense. But the girl still persistently asked the teacher if she understood correctly that he did not consider her a mannequin, as Ding Yue said. Xuan laughed. He asked the assistant, Ding Yue is a fool, but is she really following in his footsteps? He didn't expect this from her. Su Xianer sighed. Her eyes were indescribably sad. She sadly said that she understood everything. She just hated this bastard. Later, Ding Yue and Wang Luo trained almost constantly in the secret realm, and Su Xianer was also there every day. But besides training, Su Xianer still stood by Chu Xuan's side every day, cooking delicious food and playing with Chu Pingfan. The girl was still extremely angry at Ding Yue, and would occasionally beat him brutally to let off the pent-up steam. Chu Pingfan was learning how to use knives, but he still had a stupid face and didn't look like a smart child. Namo Buddha, the first Buddhist of this world, learned the techniques of Buddhism with amazing speed, but was kind and humble. Having handed him another technique, Chu sent Namo to a secret kingdom to train there in order to develop his abilities and Buddhist techniques. The former demon thanked his master for his immeasurable mercy and generous gift, and he would immediately take advantage of the opportunity. Obeying his master's command, Namo moved to the secret realm where the rest of Chu Xuan's disciples were training. Namo greeted the boys warmly, wishing them wisdom and light, as Buddhists usually greet each other. He said, "Oh, Amitabha." He had already mastered a new Buddhist technique and immediately decided to practice against a very strong demon opponent. The boys were amazed at how quickly and calmly Namo dealt with the strongest enemy. The demon only had time to scream and was killed. Su said, the training material of the 8th level Heavenly Realm demon was destroyed in an instant. Yue added, Namo is strong. Xuan decided that after the end of the demonic war, Namo should return, become a supporter of Moluantian, and spread Buddhism throughout the land. After half a year, Ding Yue's cultivation had reached its peak. Enough spiritual power had been accumulated, and it was time to break through to the Emperor's realm. At the same time, Su Xianer was able to break through to the 2nd level of the same realm. For the student's success, the system rewarded Xuan with 100 years of cultivation. Chu was satisfied. His strength had leaped forward. The heavenly realm was getting closer, but as expected, it was not enough to break through. After Ding Yue made a breakthrough, Wang Luo also gained enough spiritual power to break through to the Emperor's realm. Because Wang Luo was able to make a breakthrough so quickly under Xuan's guidance, the system gave Chu another 100 years of cultivation. Xuan was one step closer to the heavenly realm, but without a breakthrough, would it be necessary to wait another 10 years for Pingfan to reach the Emperor's realm? Maybe Moluantian will summon the system reward faster now that his strength has reached the 6th level of the Truth Realm. From time to time, Xuan checked on him and passed on the scriptures, but did not mention the commandments. Although everything was going well, Chu felt that one day, everything would go wrong. During one of the conversations, Moluantian suddenly asked the teacher if the student could exchange his staff for a bladed weapon. Xuan was very surprised why the student wanted to change the magic staff that helps him cultivate his power. Mo explained to the teacher that he was very grateful to him, but people were cruel and treacherous, so he would like to forge a weapon with the commandments. Xuan replied to the student that he had an understanding of Buddhism. He was very talented in practices. The teacher was happy, so he gave him a sword. A battle sword created by Chu Xuan from the materials of his mini-world was transported to Moluantian through the golden portal. Having received the magical weapon as a gift, the former demon knelt down and thanked the teacher for this magnificent gift. Xuan wondered what else he could do to make the system reward him and bring him closer to breaking through to the heavenly realm. He understood perfectly well that it was still too early to send Moluantian to the secret realm for training. His level was too low. Chu didn't know who had to enter the secret realm to trigger the system reward and what else Xuan had to do. And then an interesting thought came to Chu's mind. He smiled broadly. Something needs to be added to the Taoist canon. He picked up a book and a writing brush, smiled cheerfully once again, and went to look for a comfortable place to work. A smile played across Xuan's face, and as he opened the treatise, he added that to practice the scriptures, one must carry out castration, completely, down to the root. Chu was absolutely sure that no one would run and wield a knife over their own body before finishing the book. A little further, he added that one can practice without this, how one can work on oneself without isolating oneself from the bustle of the world. A few pages later, Xuan wrote that if you remain childless, you will be a coward and a fool, but if not, you will be healthy in all respects. In the end, Xuan added that he bowed deeply to such cultivators, even bowing 3 times as a sign of respect. Carefully closing the treatise, Xuan asked himself, no one would castrate themselves after this. Of course not. Xuan decided to create a unique weapon that would be capable of inflicting damage on the enemy's spiritual nature. Each needle will pull a thin thread. There are 9,000 of them in total. The higher the level, the more needles can be used. In addition to the set of heavenly level needles, Zhuan also created 2 sharp daggers that could injure on both the physical and spiritual levels. The next step is elixirs and the like. Wang Luo made many different kinds of imperial pills, including those that heal mental trauma. And the final act is the protective field that Chu Xuan decided to establish on the borders of his home region of Nanzhou. The protective field generated by Chu took off from his small estate and rushed over the mountainous and forested areas. An energy, invisible to most people, like an invisible wall, surrounded the entire Nanzhou region where war was brewing. The blast sent by Zhuan struck the very center of the region and rose up in the form of an invisible protective magical dome. Now Xuan was sure that whoever approached the borders of Nanzhou would immediately find out about it, be it a human or a demon. The borders of the native land were now reliably protected from a possible invasion, which was expected in the near future. The demonic wolf, seeing the magical dome that appeared, snapped its teeth angrily, meaning that people were expecting an attack from demons. Xuan Yu was still very close to the heavenly realm. He continued to train and sometimes gave advice to Mo Luantian. The second Buddhist had many questions about both techniques and teachings, and conversations with the master helped him understand everything. Chu often noticed that Luantian seemed too self-confident. Maybe he should explain everything again. Ding Yue created statues of women and endlessly repeated, "You look at a woman, and she is not a woman. You look again, and she is still a woman." Looking at the young man, Xuan sighed heavily, but it seemed useless to explain anything to him. He was stuck on the same thing. Yui told the teacher that Brother Wang Luo gave him a pill to clear his mind and break through to the 3rd level of the sword path. But after swallowing the pill made by the alchemist, Ding Yue saw before him a sensual beauty who was in love with him. The young man was terrified. He had seen a woman, which meant he was still not strong enough to resist a woman's charms. Wang Luo, under Yue's influence, also ate a pill that created hallucinations, which strengthened one's spiritual strength by testing one's mind with various fears. One of Wang Luo's fears was that he would stop making potions and pills, but he was able to overcome this fear. Xuan cursed, "These 2 zealous freaks are putting themselves into a state of hallucination just to get rid of the influence of women. This will not happen until they lose their intercrural sticks." After some time, Ding Yue and Wang Luo came to the master with questions, and the puzzled young men said that they had doubts. Xuan asked what other doubts there were, he thought with displeasure. Well, what have these 2 idiots come up with again? Probably about women. Ding Yue told the teacher that every time he entered a different state, he saw women, but how to overcome these illusions. Wang Luo added that it was the same with him. Xuan said that they have psychological barriers. They are too fixated on one topic. Xu said, "The truth is false and the lie is true. It's all because they are obsessed with the truth, but how can they then concentrate on cultivation?" The disciples pondered the profound wisdom expressed by the master, and their eyes lit up as if divine light had been poured upon them. Finally, Ding Yue exclaimed that he understood everything and respectfully thanked the teacher for the greatest science of cultivating strength. Wang Luo smiled and, thanking the master for the lesson, said that he also understood everything. How good it was that they came to the teacher with this question. Xuan sighed heavily. What could these disabled people even understand? Being attracted to girls at their age is a natural thing. Yun came several times. She was halfway to breaking into the emperor's realm. The girl was very pleased with her success. Mo Luantian had reached the 9th level of the truth realm, and had already begun to walk through the demon realm without fear of his kin. For some reason, there was no news from Du Yuan. But he should not have entered Nanzhou yet, but he could be called through the mirror. Chu Pingfan is 8 years old now. His realm is already at the 3rd level. The boy has reached the limit of the current level and is about to break through. The boy's aura was strong and indomitable. Chu could clearly feel it, especially the wooden knife, the aura of which seemed to merge with Pingfan's aura. The knife made from the materials of the mini-world, given by Zhuan to his nephew, was named the Common Blade, in honor of its little owner. Ding Yue once used the imperial sword against this blade, but the knife was not damaged, not even the slightest crack. Yu then asked the teacher if he could also have the same wooden blade as little Chu Pingfan. Xuan replied, such a wooden sword Yue would not do, as long as only little Pingfan could use such a weapon. 3 years have passed since Chu Yuan's departure. The strength in his body is not chaotic, which means he is not in danger and is still alive. Perhaps the situation is not very good. The boy remembered how her mother's father had shouted that they were so worthless, that his heiress had given birth to such trash. Grandfather shouted at Pingfan that he had never seen such a useless person. It was a disgrace to their famous family. These painful memories brought tears to the child's eyes. He clenched his teeth and instinctively pulled his head into his shoulders. Zhuan commandingly told his nephew to calm down. He would succeed. He would be able to become strong and save his parents. The boy obediently focused on cultivation, his aura blazing. The blade he never parted with was right there. And then Chu Pingfan began to break through. A dense light energy of unprecedented strength lifted the boy and his weapon up. So he passed through the ordinary kingdom and went into the amazing kingdom, and then broke through into the magical kingdom that followed. Along with the boy, his weapon also changed. During this time, the blade's growth was completed, and now the change began. Chu Xuan's disciples, observing the child's breakthroughs, were surprised at what kind of abilities these were and what kind of cultivation methods these were. Under his uncle's guidance, the boy made amazing progress. In just 3 years of cultivation, he broke through to the true realm. The boys whispered that if Pingfan succeeded, 9 regions would be conquered, since this child was only 9 years old. Under Xuan's guidance, Pingfan became the 9th cultivator in the history of the world to reach the true realm at the age of less than 10 years. For such amazing successes of the little disciple, the system gave Xuan 300 years of cultivation and the Northern Lights technique. With this technique, you can transform into the Northern Lights while being thousands of miles away, ignoring space, prohibitions, and barriers. A satisfied Chu Pingfan came to his 13th uncle and reported that he had broken through, and the boy said that he felt much stronger. Xuan praised his nephew very well and told him to try to break into the emperor's kingdom before he was 20 years old. But you need to combine training and rest. It's not good to work all the time, and you don't need to put all your energy into training exclusively. The boy smiled and answered the 13th uncle that he understood everything and would try to follow all his instructions as accurately as possible. If a boy wants to go out and play outside, he can go out and even fly on a very large pingbird. Pingfan's eyes sparkled. He was very fond of his 13th uncle's magical pets, the celestial cat Blackie and the bird Ping. The power of the magical animals grew very quickly. The heavenly cat was already at the 1st level of the honor realm, and the Peng bird at the 3rd. Zhen knew that with these 2 animals, nothing dangerous would happen to Chu Pingfan and Nanju. They would protect the child. Zhuan used the 300 years of cultivation he had acquired. His soul and body had changed, and he was on the threshold of the heavenly realm. The rules in the heavenly kingdom are more precise. Like a mini-world in which the word Chu is the law, he is the sky there. This is the heavenly kingdom. But due to some laws of Qi that can destroy cultivation, before moving to the heavenly realm, Xuan must pass a test. He lay in the courtyard of the estate on his favorite lounger and wondered what he should do now. His cultivation path was too unusual. Previously, when moving to new realms, because of the system, he did not pass the Qi tests, but now, it's just a disaster. Suddenly, Xuan felt that the time for a test had come. His aura sparkled and he plunged into a previously unknown space. Amidst the raging elements, Xuan used the secret technique of being still as a mountain, creating an impenetrable protective sphere. To protect himself from penetration into his body, he used another secret method, the 100-soul training technique. Xu was surprised that he had successfully passed all the tests, using the techniques that the generous system constantly supplied him with. After completing the test, Xuan finally broke through to the heavenly realm. Everything changed, both his soul and of course his body. The satisfied Xuan said, "It is so wonderful to live. Not even 10 years have passed, and he has already reached the heavenly kingdom. Isn't it amazing?" Xu became the youngest person in history to break through to the heavenly realm, and for this, the system granted him a mini-world upgrade and the radiance of the Tao. To begin with, Xuan decided to improve his miniature world. Thanks to the system's gift, it significantly increased in size. The students who were inside the world at that time were very frightened, deciding that some terrible catastrophe had begun in the mini-world. Looking into the portal, Xuan reassured them, telling them not to panic. It was just an extension of his miniature world. Namo philosophically noted that the power of Buddhism is limitless. The Lord is able to create worlds and change their sizes at his will. After the upgrade, the mini-world expanded to the size of the northern region. The world's riches became countless, and time became endless. The primordial Tao radiance. Crystal can absorb and produce Tao, and also improve the world, and also help in long-distance communication. Suen decided to use it in the mini-world. This crystal can help those inside perceive the Tao from the outside world. The primordial Tao crystal sparkled above the mini-world's main tree, enhancing the already beautiful cultivation site. Xuan's next target was the Tao realm. He didn't know if there was even one cultivator in the Tao realm in all 9 regions. It will take a long time to break through the divine realm, but for now, he will receive rewards for his disciples' breakthroughs. Once Chu allows Moluantian to enter the mini-world, he needs to develop into the Emperor realm as quickly as possible, and he needs disciples. Over the next few days, Xuan used the mirror to look at various random places, hoping to find suitable candidate disciples. He also tried to move through the mirror portal, but it turned out that it could only move creatures of a lower level. As the decade of seclusion approached, Chu Xuan added to his entertainment, such as asking Suxian Air to dance. He also took out an ancient kin and asked the girl to play something, and so the days and evenings in the estate became more and more cozy. Dingyue and Wang Luo spent most of their time in the improved mini-world, exploring it and practicing new techniques and moves. Chu Pingfan completed the preparatory training stage and officially began training with his favorite weapon, the blade. The boy's daily life was filled with hard training, games, and his new passion for wood carving. Chu Shen passed on the Northern Lights technique to his little nephew, even though it was high level and a bit difficult for a child. But the baby quickly began to master it, although Yue and Wang Luo encountered some difficulties while training this technique. Xuan's decade of seclusion was approaching. He couldn't wait for it to arrive, wondering what the system would give him. Thanks to the help, Luo Ying succeeded in training the body of a dragon warrior. The girl was already at the 5th stage of the Emperor's realm. Thanks to his tireless training in the improved mini-world, Namo Buddha was already at the 9th level of the Heavenly Kingdom. The 10-year period is getting closer. I wonder what the reward will be. Maybe it will be possible to break through to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Kingdom. Xuan was in a pleasant anticipation. He threw a sweet pill into his mouth to improve his mood and tuned into thinking. Suddenly, the system reported that thanks to Buddhism, Xuan's disciple Mo Luantian had broken through to the Emperor's realm. Chu received a reward. Xuan jumped in surprise at what had happened. How could Luantian, thanks to Buddhism, have so quickly broken through to the Emperor's realm? He immediately looked into his mirror to see his disciple. Mo was in the high desert mountains of the demon realm. In one of the deep caves, Mo Luantian was located. The space was illuminated only by the light emanating from the second Buddhist of this world. The former demon was immersed in meditation, practicing the techniques he received from his teacher and giving thanks to the great and powerful Buddhism. Suddenly, Xuan saw that a heavenly eye had opened on his disciple's forehead, and a golden radiance began to emanate from his body, like from the golden body of a Buddha. Chu gasped, "Wow, it seems Mo Luantian and Buddhism are linked by fate. He has talent, a special understanding of all the laws of Buddhism." Xuan's talented disciple stood up, his aura blazing with golden flames, revealing that he had acquired the power of an ancient dragon. Seeing such unprecedented power, Xuan's mouth opened in surprise. He didn't immediately understand what it was. He definitely didn't give him such a technique. So, this is Mo's inner strength, but when Chu deceived him, he just said the first thing that came to mind, and it turns out that this is true. Now, thanks to Buddhist practices, Mo Luantian not only broke through to the Emperor's realm, but also released the power of his soul. Coming out of meditation, the second Buddhist of this world humbly said, "O Amitabha," thanking the teacher for guiding him on this path. Enlightened Luantian stood up with a smile and walked towards the exit of the prayer cave, his entire body glowing with golden light. Xuan closed the mirror portal. His disciple Mo Luantian's breakthrough brought him, as a teacher, rewards from the caring system. This time, Chu received the Tao Search Mirror. It can help one find one's true path, Taoists, and also remember the Qi of cultivators. Xuan was delighted. It turns out that you can not only search for your own path, but also for strong cultivators. This is simply a wonderful thing. He decided to immediately try to use the system gift and look for strong cultivators located in the Tao realm. But just a few minutes later, Chu Xuan felt weak. This new gift seemed to be sucking the strength and energy out of him. The guy stopped searching. This thing consumes a lot of energy. It was the first gift that was so energy intensive. Xuan looked at the direction the arrow stopped. He should better prepare to work with this magical item. To restore his strength, Xuan threw an energy restoration pill into his mouth. Fortunately, Wang Luo had made a lot of them. Xuan decided that there was no need to worry. If he searched a little every day, he would definitely find someone very strong. Once the Taoists are found, their QI can be memorized and absorbed using the crystal. The enemy can transfer the QI into the crystal himself. Having decided thus, Xuan began to use the mirror daily, searching for cultivators in the Tao realm, but his search yielded no results. Is it possible that in all 9 regions there is not a single cultivator of the Tao realm? Since such a realm exists, then where are they all? Are they really in the heavens? Su Xian'er approached Xuan and timidly asked whether she should dance for the master to improve his mood or for variety. Chu, engrossed in studying the mirror, replied that he didn't want to. It was boring. The girl was a little offended. After all, she was a good dancer. Xian'er approached little Pingfan and asked if he wanted his aunt to dance, as the boy was just going to practice with his blade. He shook his head and hands, telling Aunt Su that he was very busy training now and had no time to watch her dance. Xuan's assistant frowned. No one was paying attention to her. No one was interested in her. Everyone was so busy with their training. The head of the Chu Tianming family ordered his 13th grandson, Chu Xuan, to return home and sent one of the elders to him. The messenger went to the small estate where the 13th young master Chu Xuan had lived alone for many years. Xuan said that he did not want to return. The messenger said that the master ordered it. Did the young master really want to disobey the master? The 13th young master said that he liked living here too, and he asked the elder to tell the chief to leave him alone. The elder tried to convince the young master to follow him, but all attempts were in vain. The boy flatly refused to go home. Xuan threatened that if grandfather did not stop trying to persuade him, he would persuade his sister Yun to leave the Chu family home. Hearing this threat, old Chenming let out a stream of curses, shouted loudly, and the leader waved his hand. Well, let him live there forever. Tomorrow the 10-year period will end. It's crazy. A whole decade. I wonder what the rewards from the system will be for this. Unexpectedly, Xuan told Jianer to dance something cheerful for him, since today was such a beautiful day. The girl thought, so unexpectedly, the gentleman wants to watch her dance again. Maybe next time they will share a bed. Su Xian whirled around the gentleman in a dance, emitting fluids of love passion. Xuan asked the girl in surprise what was wrong with her. Realizing that the assistant was trying to seduce him in this way, Xuan hit the girl on the head, and she burst into tears from pain and resentment. Chu exclaimed indignantly that Qian could dance for him, but nothing more. She was still just a child, and what was she thinking about? Xuan invited the offended girl to drink his unique Dao Yun tea, which means the flow of qi, each sip of which washes the body and soul. This tea is a real treasure, but it can only be drunk once a month. It won't help anymore. He suggested Qian to try it. The girl replied that she understood everything, and took a sip of the precious drink. The tea that the gentleman was drinking could definitely not be ordinary. And now it has been 10 years since Xuan has lived in the house, and as a reward, he received from the system the immortal body of chaos and the bell of chaos. The immortal body of chaos is an eternal, invincible, and invulnerable immortal body born from chaos that cannot be destroyed. A bell born in chaos can absorb or suppress the Tao. The ringing of a bell can be heard through the centuries. It has the best protection. To begin with, Xuan decided to use the immortal chaos body to transform his body and make it invulnerable and immortal. Streams of eternal chaos began to flow around Chu, gradually concentrating in one place and enveloping his mortal body. Soon, energy began to flow into the cocoon that had formed around Xuan, and it began to change everything in his current body beyond recognition. Having completed the transformation of Xuan's body, the streams of eternal chaos began to gradually disperse, releasing a renewed and strengthened Chu. The transformation is greater than breaking into the heavenly realm. The body is so powerful that it seems nothing can resist it. And the body constantly absorbs qi, can absorb all the powers of this world, and the speed of cultivation has increased 100-fold. Xuan felt that he had broken through to the second stage of the heavenly realm, but a warrior of the same level would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. But you can't use the bell. Using these two techniques together will destroy Chu's body. You need to test your strength in the secret realm. At first, Namo will be his opponent. He has already reached the 9th stage of the heavenly kingdom, so he should be strong enough. Following his master's instructions, Namo Buddha attacked him to test whether Xuan could withstand a blow of that level. But with his second stage cultivation, Xuan defeated Namo at the 9th stage, meaning Chu is invincible in the heavenly realm. After receiving the immortal chaos body, the pills stopped working on Xuan, but he received a new reward from the system. He received a book of Tao techniques from the myriad universes, which described various ways to purify the body and spirit in all realms. Xuan decided to create 2 heavenly realm training puppets from the chaos to practice his new Tao techniques. The courtyard was filled with the pieces of future knights, which Chu had created more for the sake of practicing his new abilities. In front of Chu stood 2 soldiers of the 5th stage of the heavenly realm. With the help of the crystal, they could be promoted to the divine realm. Xuan sighed. He didn't have a genius student who could handle the processing, and he was too lazy to do it himself. The system gave Chu a codex of 10,000 positions, and he thought that perhaps the system wanted to fill in some of its gaps. Having gathered the students, Xuan said that today he would tell them about the limitations and positions that depend solely on them. Chu asked Pingfan if he understood. The boy replied, "The blade is the way of fighting, and fighting is the blade, but the blade is just a blade." Xuan praised his nephew, asking what he didn't understand. The child replied that there was something. Chu asked him to tell him everything. For Xuan staying at home for 10 years and 3 days, the system gave him a whole box of heavenly elixirs for training. After his body changed, Chu continued to train and consumed a lot of elixir, going through 1 bottle per training session. Xuan's disciples tried to understand the meaning of formation and limitation in the mini-world, each having their own understanding of it. Wang Lo created special pills using not ordinary materials, but processed ones. For him, the elixir was a formation. Ding Yik took the art of the sword as a basis. The young man began to create the position of swords with the help of techniques. This was his formation. But Su Xianer had a completely different understanding of how to use formations from everyone else. Pingfan practices blade control. He uses stances during training, and although they are not perfect, he already has the basics. 3 months passed like this. Xuan's strength was constantly increasing. He was already close to the 3rd stage of the heavenly realm. At this time, outside of Chu County, in the deserted mountains, in the forest, a young man was languishing. The poor fellow was tormented by a strange congenital disease. The boy plopped down into a puddle to extinguish the fire that was tormenting him, which arose involuntarily and engulfed his entire body. He rose from the muddy mud, black smoke rising from his tattered clothes and flakes of ash from his body swirling above his head. There was inexplicable torment in the young man's eyes. As long as he could remember, he had suffered, and no one could cure his illness. The fire finally went out, and one could breathe a sigh of relief. Numerous burns, abrasions, and dirt were visible on the sufferer's face. Suddenly his body was engulfed in flames again. He screamed piercingly. Another attack, and each of them was probably worse than death itself. But the fiery attack ended. The young man calmed down a little and hid in the shade of a tree to rest a little. He cursed. After the fire he felt this weakness again. He didn't know if he could stand it, if he could walk in this state. The guy sighed heavily. After all, if he died, it would be a kind of relief. His endless suffering would end. He had previously thought that he could avoid a premature death from a strange weakness in his body, but it seemed that his fate had decided otherwise. The young man's whole body shook, and he began to fall to the ground. He managed to get here in the hope of finding a magical healing artifact. Weakness washed over the boy, preventing him from getting up, and he had run out of medicine. Was he really going to die like this? However, now all that the young man has left is a small hammer, kept in his dantian, which constantly hammers. He turned to his inner, very noisy little hammer, talking to it as if it were his only old friend. Overcoming a fit of weakness, the young man thanked the hammer for accompanying its unfortunate owner to the very end. He is just the son of a craftsman's younger wife, and also has some strange illness. Everyone has bullied him since early childhood. His greatest achievement would be to forge a weapon linked to his heart and mind, and he thought that hunting for the relic would fix everything. But nothing worked. What can he do now? Being here, in the dense forest, the young man looked at his burning hand. Overwhelmed by the pain of the fire, weakness, and despair, the young man again turned to the hammer, desperately pounding in his tortured chest. The young man's eyes filled with tears, and he mentally said goodbye to the hammer, saying that it seemed its owner was really dying. A burning tear rolled down the martyr's cheek and flew onto his palm, which was about to burst into flames, like his entire body. The guy looked at his hand. In fact, he didn't want to die. He wanted to be cured and become a great weapons master. But he was again engulfed in a furious and excruciating flame, causing unbearable pain to his entire body. He fell backwards and lost consciousness. Several minutes passed, the flame died down, but the young man was still unconscious and urgently needed special medication. At this time, Chu Yun, who had gone into the forest to pick herbs, came across him and was surprised at what kind of person was sleeping here in broad daylight. Taking a closer look, the girl realized that it looked like this young man was not sleeping. He was dying. Maybe someone had wounded him. Approaching the unfortunate man, the kind-hearted Yun said that the guy needed to be saved. It was truly fate that she found him here. Luckily, the girl recently invented a resurrection pill, so the young man will try it completely free of charge to save his life. Yun made this pill for 7 days and 7 nights. It is made from first-class herbs. No matter what illness he has, this medicine will help him. Leaning over the motionless boy, the girl sent a magic pill into his body, but there was no change. Shu Wen was shocked. How could it be that it didn't work? This simply couldn't be. He should have come back to life from this medicine. The young man opened his eyes. What kind of medicine was this? The pain in his body subsided. He regained consciousness, but he still couldn't open his mouth. Sister Zhuan looked at the patient with curiosity. Although she had not given this medicine to anyone yet, the effect should be different. The guy mentally begged the beauty to give him more medicine, and then he would have more strength. No need to think that he was dead. Yun decided to check if this man was still alive and what was happening to him, why her resurrection pill did not revive him. She carefully touched his exhausted body, and he mentally asked her not to beat him, but to give him another pill. The girl gasped. This man definitely died. How could this have happened? No, something is wrong here, and we need to sort it out. Yun loaded the young man into her travel bag and decided that she would take him home and show him to one of her relatives. Zuan's sister quickly headed towards her clan's lands, wondering who would be best to ask about this matter. The half-dead youth sat in Yun's backpack and thought that for some reason he had some strange feeling that he had found what he was looking for. Shu Yun approached the border of the ancestral lands. Now she had to decide where to go next. After thinking for a bit, she headed towards Zhuan. Entering the estate gate, the girl loudly shouted to her 13th brother that she had returned and that she really needed his help in one matter. Coming out to his little sister, Zhuan asked in surprise why Yun was in such a hurry. Usually she was so peaceful and leisurely. Yun replied with a smile, because she really wanted to see her beloved 13th brother, and she also brought something. Looking around, the girl asked in surprise why there were so many people here, who they were, and what they were doing here. Xuan explained to his sister that these were his students and maid. They had been living here for a long time, but Yun had never met them before. He announced to the students that Chu Yun was their Shishu, co-teacher and sister of the master, and demanded that everyone introduce themselves to the girl. The first to greet the Shishu was Yun Wang Luo. He introduced himself and said that he was an alchemist and was familiar with various pills and elixirs. The next to introduce himself was Chu Yunding Yue. The young man told his Shishu that he was a swordsman, and with the help of a master he was learning the way of the sword. Bowing to Sister Yun, Su Xianer said with a smile that she was Master Chu's servant and assistant in all his affairs. Yun asked her brother in confusion. So it turns out he took on disciples, Xuan confirmed. Yes, he teaches them and guides them on the path. Xuan asked his sister what kind of help she needed and what big things she had in her backpack. Had she really caught something? Oh, that's right. Yun got carried away talking with the 13th brother and completely forgot to tell him about her rather unusual find in the mountains. She carefully lowered her bag and said that she had found this man in the deserted mountains, where she had gone for ingredients. The girl blushed a little and admitted that she was looking for her brother precisely because of this, not knowing which other relative to turn to. She said that she gave him a life-giving pill, but for some reason there was no reaction. By all indications, this young man was dead. Chu realized that this guy had a special body structure that caused his bones to ignite, and the pain was so severe that it could kill him. The boys sympathized with the young man. They felt so sorry for him. It seemed he was the same age as them, and he already had to endure such inhuman torment. Xu Shen noticed that such a body could only be possessed by a very strong and incredibly capable cultivator. It was not just a coincidence. Ding Yue was surprised. Xianer understood. It seems that the master wants to take on a disciple again, but why are all the master's disciples such weirdos? Meanwhile, Wang Lo noticed that this newcomer with a special physique seemed to be about to die. He was very weak from the pain. The flaming youth was perplexed as to who this 13th brother was. He seemed to see right through him. If only he could speak. The young man mentally asked Xuan, "Didn't he save him? Stop discussing his illness for the 100th time. Something needs to be done." Xuan ordered the disciples to move away from the guy and let him look at him. They needed to think about whether this poor guy could be helped now. Everyone moved away so that the teacher could figure out how to save the young talented cultivator from a painful fiery death. The young man thought that if the wisest 13th brother could help him and save him from endless suffering, he would kneel down. After examining the sufferer, Xuan quickly gave orders to Wang Luo, and he ran to the pill warehouse to bring what was needed. A pill glowed on Xuan's hand. He said that it could not cure the guy, but it would pull him out of this painful state. He carefully directed the medicine towards the young man, who could not wait for his suffering to finally end. And suddenly he felt that he felt better. The feeling of fire in his body disappeared. Could it really have been that same 13th gentleman who did this? The body gradually began to return to normal. The unknown gentleman really did bring the suffering boy back to life. The young man opened his eyes and looked around. It was amazing, but he again felt that he was alive. He could move and even speak. Shu Yun and Xuan's disciples exclaimed with a smile that the new guy had finally woken up. The teacher had actually brought him back to life. The young man, having come to his senses, fell to his knees before the owner of the estate, thanking the wise man for his miraculous salvation and deliverance from pain. He exclaimed, "This insignificant one is alive," and heard his words. He really wants to thank the 13th master for saving him. Xu Xian said that there was no need to bow like that. He introduced himself and allowed them to call him sir, and also asked the young man's name. He replied that his name was Xiang Xing, and from now on, he would serve his master faithfully and truly to repay him for saving him. Xuan chuckled. So he found a new student? The guy turned out to be from the southern part of Dongzhou, and he ended up in Nanzhou by accident. The owner of the estate was pleased. This young man was clearly talented, which meant Xuan would definitely receive a good reward from the system. He asked Xiang Xing to tell him about himself, and the boy briefly told the gentleman the sad story of his painful life. Sin asked if such a special physique was really a sign of ability, and if so, why was it in so much pain? Shu replied that he would first remove the danger of such a physique, then Xiang Xing would get rid of the pain, be reborn, and enter the path of the Tao. The young man was amazed. The master not only saved him, but also helps him become stronger. How can Sin repay him for such kindness? Xuan warned the guy that this process could be painful. He must show patience and perseverance, then he will win. He told a slightly confused Yun that he would borrow the medicine she had recently invented to treat this young man. The girl looked at her pocket in surprise. At the behest of her 13th brother, her pills were heading straight to him. Yun quietly said that for some reason her medicine was flying away from her to Xuan. It turns out her little brother is not so weak. Xuan laughed cheerfully and repeated that he would borrow them from his sister and later reward her for her kindness. The girl laughed in response. Okay, she agrees to help the 13th brother. If it's not enough, she has more pills. After collecting some of his sister's medicinal pills, Xuan began to transform them, which would help alleviate Xiang Xing's pain. Soon, several pills turned into one glowing ball. Chu Yun's medicine was mixed with Chu Xuan's powerful energy. He launched the ball into the boy's body, saying that this mixture would help him change, but that going through this change would be very difficult. Shangxing cried out in surprise. The sensation was completely new and unusual. His body actually began to change. The boy felt that the medicinal pill and the energy of the 13th master were mixing in his body, forming a strange vortex inside. Xu Xuan warned Shangxing that it was now up to him whether he would become stronger or return to a miserable existence. Sin screamed. It seemed like this spiritual force was tearing his body and soul apart, but he had endured pain and suffering all his life, and he would not give up now. Suddenly, a bright flash of light blinded everyone. Xiang Xing, flying into the sky, shouted that his reincarnation would happen today. Xu Yun, shielding herself from the flash, asked her brother in bewilderment if this was really the power of the fiery bones. She had never heard of such a thing. Xuan's disciples exclaimed in unison that the new youth was indeed strong, and his abilities were certainly not inferior to any of them. Xiangxing descended into the courtyard of the estate again. He asked the master if it was all over. He confirmed that it was true. The young man had succeeded. The guy smiled. Could it really be true that he would be able to develop and not suffer from constant bouts of terrible pain and weakness? Xuan laughed. That's right. Shangxing shouldn't doubt himself and his abilities, but they need to be developed, and that's not easy. The young man fell on his knees before the master and asked to be accepted as an apprentice. He was ready to work day and night just to develop his gift. Xuan agreed and ordered the young man to stand up. The system immediately rewarded Chu for a new student, giving him the technique of fiery heavens. Shangxing stood up and bowed to his teacher, promising that he, his student, would never let him down and would be diligent and obedient. Xu gave Shangxing the fire heaven technique. Once he understood how to use his body, Xuan would teach him how to improve weapons. The touched new student burst into tears. No one in his life had ever been so kind and attentive to him as his new teacher. Chu knows Xing's origins, but only by becoming strong will he get what he deserves, and all his plans and goals will come true. Sin was surprised at what plans he could have. Chu replied that he would find out everything when the time came. The main thing was that he now had a teacher. Xuan sent the newcomer to train in the mini-world. If he needed anything, he could tell the senior disciples about it. Falling to his knees again, the young man obediently replied to the teacher that he understood everything and would immediately begin training with the Shixians. Xuan thought that the whole process of Xing's transformation would take longer, but the boy had a strong motive in the form of pain. Moreover, Shangxing's willpower is much stronger than that of Ding Yue and Wang Luo, even though they also went through hardships in their childhood and youth. Several days passed. Xuan's new disciple showed amazing diligence in his training and practices of the fire heavens. One morning, Xuan went out into the courtyard and met Xing, who replied that the teacher had gotten up early. Chu replied that Xing had also gotten up early. Xuan praised the guy. He trains hard and has already conquered the fire bones. He needs to continue. Xing promised not to let the teacher down. Xu has already transferred the techniques and exercises into Xing's mind. He needs to develop. He shouldn't think that he can relax because of his talent. Xiangxing bowed to the teacher and said that he understood everything perfectly. The master had done a lot for him, and he would not disappoint the teacher. Xuan promised that as soon as Xing recovered a little, he would teach him how to establish a mother-child bond. The student bowed deeply. The young man smiled. The teacher had so much faith in him, he must not let him down. He must follow all the master's instructions perfectly. Xuan asked Xiangxing with a smile, "What is that hammer in his chest? It is quite interesting and very useful." The young man was a little taken aback, as expected from the teacher. He even knows about this. It seems he knows absolutely everything, even Sin's thoughts. He told the teacher that he made this hammer when he was little. Now he is intelligent. Although it is not valuable, it is important to him. Xiangxing carefully handed over to the master a small, fiery hammer that had lived in the boy's chest for almost his entire life. Xuan replied that he understood the importance of the hammer for Xing, but the guy had not yet revealed its true powers, and it could do a lot. The young man looked at his hammer in confusion. Xing could not understand what kind of Xing powers the hammer master was talking about. The master directed his energy to the student's inner instrument. He explained that as a child, Xing made it for a reason. Suddenly, the young man saw that under the influence of the teacher's energy, the hammer dear to his heart was cracking and falling apart into pieces. Xuan asked the student not to panic. The soul of this hammer is a special treasure, but Xing made it rather crudely. It needs some refinement. Shangxing's beloved hammer shattered into tiny pieces, leaving almost nothing left. Even the handle fell apart. The guy's face lengthened. How could this be? What would he do now without his old friend who had grown up in his chest with him? But Xuan reassured the young man, saying that he would not harm his hammer. He just wanted to help it develop and become stronger. Xuan laughed, and before him, a small ball cleared of debris shimmered in different colors. Shining, it was the soul of the hammer. He directed streams of his energy at the hammer, filling the hammer's soul with power. The ball glowed even brighter and began to grow. Xiangxing stared at the amazing ball with wide eyes. It changed color slightly, began to shine, and became noticeably larger in size. The young man smiled and asked the teacher, "So his hammer can also develop? It's so surprising and unexpected." The soul of the hammer continued to grow and change, absorbing streams of energy. Xin did not take his eyes off the ball. And now, in Xuan's hand, a renewed Xiangxing hammer appeared. It had the same soul, but now it looked completely different. Handing the completed hammer to the student, Xuan confirmed that, yes, this instrument was capable of evolving with him. The young man was amazed. His hammer had changed so much, and yet it was he, with the help of the master, it had become an amazing tool. Chu said that after turning into a heavenly weapon, it would still develop, so Xing had to grow it inside his chest. But bringing the hammer to the end point is not so simple. Xing was stunned, which means that the heavenly weapon is not the end point of development. Xiangxing thanked the teacher for his hammer. Xuan told him to return to the mini-world and continue to train hard. After 3 months of practice and constant training, Chu Xuan was finally able to break through to the third stage of the heavenly realm. Just now, in his mind, he simulated a battle with Namo Buddha and was able to defeat the first Buddhist of this world in just 1 minute. As he replayed the battle, Xuan thought that perhaps if he increased his pressure, he could win in just a few seconds. The system reported that his disciple Mo Luantian had spread Buddhism and defeated 1,000 demons, and as a reward, Xuan received a grimoire. But judging by the system's message, Mo Luantian is looking less and less like a decent monk. He doesn't let go of his weapon. Xuan picked up the mirror. He needed to see what Mo Luantian was doing. Maybe he needed to adjust it. Looking into the mirror, Xuan saw a huge fortress wall, near which stood his disciple and former demon, Mo Luantian. Around Luantian lay dozens of demons he had killed. The monk with a sword in his hand turned to the guard on the high fortress wall. He said to the guard, "O Amitabha," thus wishing him goodness and light. The man looked at his strange interlocutor in confusion. Finally, the guard stuttered and asked Luantian who he was, and why he had come here, and what he was telling him that was so incomprehensible. Taking a closer look at the bald Luantian, the guard said, "Well, he's a demon, so he can't come in here. It's better for him to leave." Xuan's disciple cried out to the guard to immediately put down his sword and convert to Buddhism, then his soul would be immediately purified. But the soldier wasn't about to lower his sword, because this strange bald weirdo had just killed several powerful demons near the wall. Mo Luantian explained that this was kindness. He, a good monk, was only saving their souls so that they could turn to Buddhism. The guard's eyes widened in surprise. He said that the monk had clearly gone too far with the rescue. It seemed like he was just a crazy psycho. Xuan thought that this man had lost his mind. He was clearly looking for death. How could he talk like that to a powerful demon? Luantian replied to the guard that he was possessed by evil forces that did not allow him to turn to the light and wise forces. The monk said that it seemed he needed to cleanse the guard's dirty soul and turn it to the infinite light and wisdom of Buddhism. The soldier on the wall asked in confusion what all this meant, what kind of nonsense this bald weirdo was talking, and what kind of Buddhism was this. Mo Luantian frowned and looked at his opponent, saying again, "Oh, Amitabha," activating one of the Buddhist techniques. The monk's palm, surrounded by the fiery energy of the dragon's power, flew straight towards the armed guard at the fortress wall. The guard was dumbfounded, he thought with horror. What is this? He had never seen such military equipment before. The former demon dealt a powerful blow to the man, killing him instantly. The guard didn't even have time to understand what had happened to him. True, the guard began to feel somehow very unusual, as if he had suddenly become much lighter than usual and could fly. The soldier thought that he seemed to be okay. It seemed that this bald guy was not as strong as he had first thought, even though he had killed the demons. And yet the guard couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with him, that something had changed, but he just couldn't figure out what exactly. Suddenly he looked down and exclaimed, how could he lie there on the stone floor? Could it really be that bald man who killed him after all? The guard screamed in horror. There was no doubt. His lifeless body lay down there. This could mean only one thing. He was dead. Mo Luantian raised his hand and, like a magnet, began to attract the soul of the fortress wall guard he had just killed. The soldier was horrified. It seemed like the bald weirdo was bringing his soul down to earth, but why was he doing this? Wasn't it enough that he killed him? With a wave of his hand, Luantian instantly brought down the high and thick fortress wall, which had previously seemed indestructible. The guard, seeing this, was stunned. Could the bald man really be so strong? Then no one in the city would be able to escape from him. Soon everyone would be killed. The monk explained to the soldier that he had deliberately left his soul behind, and that he must jump into the golden bowl and guide the soul onto the path of Buddhism. The guard was horrified. This bald man is so cruel. He wants his soul to climb into this cup. And what will he do with it? The golden cup that Mo Luantian Xuan had given him was like a powerful magnet, attracting the soul of the soldier who had just died. The guard tried to resist, but it was useless. He was pulled into the bowl with enormous force. He screamed desperately and flew down. Soon the soldier's soul found itself in a bowl, now held captive by the zealous Mo Luantian, who sought to spread Buddhism. He took the golden cup in his hands and again said, "O Amitabha." Now he had to cleanse the soul of the wicked soldier from dirt. The guard shouted at the bald man from the bowl that he had played unfairly. How could he be considered a hero after that? It was a complete deception. He demanded that the monk release him from this captivity and return his body to him, and offered to fight honestly with swords without any tricks. The soldier admitted that he had been careless and too harsh in his words. This battle did not count. They needed to fight at least one more time. But Mo Luantian remained silent. The guard desperately shouted for the bald man to tell him at least something. The monk's silence frightened him. Meanwhile, Luantian began the procedure of purifying the lost soul. He exclaimed, "O Amitabha, kindness and kindness." Hearing Luantian's muttering, the guard turned to the bald man again, asking why he had imprisoned him and what he had done to him. The monk asked the soldier what he thought, whether people could be satisfied with thousands of treasures and then not want more. Mo Luantian quoted Subhuti, who said, "No, people will always want more than they currently have." The guard begged the bald man to stop reading the sutras, saying that his ears were already hurting from his constant moralizing. The prisoner asked his tormentor if he really didn't want to take a sip of water. His throat wasn't made of iron. It was probably dry already. Leaning towards the cup, the former demon tried to enlighten the indignant soldier, saying that nothing is separate from emptiness. The guard begged. He begged Luantian to let him out. He was not at all interested in his endless boring sermons. Mo Luantian sighed. It seemed that the guard still didn't understand the essence of Buddhism. It was a pity, but he could still purify his soul. The former demon said that he had not previously understood the essence of Buddhism either, but the appearance of the teacher changed him and his outlook on life. Chu shuddered. He still had the conscience to mention him. He had to find time to teach this child a lesson, otherwise he would lose his way. The monk added that if the guard could comprehend the Buddhism created by his teacher, then everything done today would not have been in vain. He bowed prayerfully over the cup and again said, "O Amitabha," addressing once again the soul of the dead guard. This enraged the soldier's soul. He shouted that he was ready to become a saint, but to study with this bald freak or his teacher was unacceptable. Luantian's eyes flashed with anger. He shouted, "How dare such a lowly, insolent person talk about his teacher like that? He will die for his words." Taking the cup with the captured soul of the guard in his hands, the monk began to read the Heart Sutra, and golden streams of wisdom flowed around him. The guard screamed in horror. He felt his soul burning. These golden streams seemed to dissolve it, turning it into nothing. He cried out from a golden bowl, begging the monk to kill him immediately. He was in great pain. The streams of wisdom were causing him suffering. And then the guard cried out one last time and fell silent, his immortal soul disintegrating into pieces and disappearing into the flow of the sutra. Now the soldier's soul had to be reborn anew and begin its spiritual path from the very beginning, born as a simpleton. Mo Luantian looked into the golden cup. It was empty. The Heart Sutra had done its job, destroying the soul of the unfortunate wicked man. The monk said the prayer again, thanking Buddhism, and at the end, as always, he said, "O Amitabha, kindness, kindness, light, and wisdom." Chu Shen was horrified by what he saw. If Buddhism was spread like this, people would fear him rather than love and follow him. And Mo Luantian is just a barbarian. The way he dealt with the guard, even destroyed his soul and sent it for recycling. A nightmare. However, he had already reached the second stage of the Emperor realm. Chu didn't expect that he would be able to advance so much without a miniature world. There is a huge difference between Ding Yue and Wang Luo, who trained in the mini-world, and Mo Luantian, who broke through in the real world. It seems they all still have some growing to do, and it's time for homeschoolers to go out into the world and develop through external stimulation. Seeing the young men, Xuan called Yue and Luo, saying that he had a very important task for them. They must go out into the world. The boys readily approached the master. They loved the teacher so much that they were ready to follow his instructions to the ends of the earth. Shu said that they had only practiced in the mini-world. This was not enough for development. Now they had to go out to the outside world. He knows what happened to them in the past and that they have grievances, but the most important thing is a breakthrough. They must make a splash. The boys unanimously told the teacher not to worry. They would not disgrace his name. Both of them had long wanted to go to the big world. Suen reminded them not to worry if they encountered any problems, because he, their master, was behind them. Ding Yue bowed to his teacher once again, and assured him that his disciple Ding Yue would not let him down, and that he would continue the path of the sword and make a breakthrough. Wang Lo also bowed to the master and assured him that he would not disappoint his teacher, and that soon he would be spoken of in all 9 regions. Zhuan gave them 2 marks. If something goes wrong, they must leave this mark on the enemy and teach him to kill him at any distance. The students once again thanked the teacher for the assignment and for caring about their lives. They were eager to show themselves to those who had once humiliated them. While giving the boys a parting word, the teacher reminded them not to forget to return before the discovery of the land of the living dead, and the students promised. As soon as Ding Yue and Wang Luo walked out of the gate, Su Xian'er approached her master, her face flushed with indignation. She said that she also wanted to return to her native Zhongzhou and take revenge on that monster for harassment and forced marriage. Xuan asked if she left, who would serve him? Where was she rushing to? Let her wait for the heavenly kingdom and then go for revenge. The girl agreed with a sigh. She thought that the heavenly kingdom was really close if she trained in the mini-world. Pingfan knew that only if he was strong could he go and look for his parents. He wanted justice. He was not trash or garbage. Recently, processing equipment had improved, so Xuan decided that it was time to prepare for his plan. If you combine the main talisman and the Dao crystal, you can get a huge flow of information, the complexity of the Dao level. To make the main talisman, Xuan decided to take wood from the main tree of his own miniature world. Xuan called it a heavenly talisman, meaning that it would be the heavenly Dao that governs all flows of information. He invited his student Xiangxing, saying that he could watch from the sidelines as the teacher refined the talisman. Having prepared all the necessary ingredients, Chu Xuan began to improve the communication talisman he already had. And so the energy flows dissipated, and the master and his student saw that the improvement of the talisman was complete. It had been successfully changed. Xiangxing proposed to introduce classification, low-level processing method, high-level method, and also purification. The young man explained to the master that purification was a secret method of processing, intended only for select people. Xuan was pleased. His new student Xiangxing turned out to be a very talented and thoughtful young man, and also very serious. He told the student that the rest would be left to him to study. Chu wanted to train Xing to be in charge of the talismans. Now it didn't matter who or with what authority used the talisman, Zhuan would be able to hear any message sent. After the Daoshuan kingdom, he will definitely be able to do this, and then the heavenly Dao will quietly spread to all 9 regions. The system praised Xuan for starting to implement the plan of the heavenly Dao, for which he received the heavenly technique of soul absorption. The owner of the estate received a system reward, and felt that he had immediately made a breakthrough to the 4th stage of the heavenly realm. Chu smiled happily. Thanks to the technique, he could clearly sense the flow of the Dao, and could nourish himself, as if his spirit was the Dao. Xuan exclaimed that at this rate, he and the system would actually be able to break through to the divine level quite quickly. But he needed to see what his students were doing in the outside world, so first Xuan decided to look at what was happening with Ding Yue. Chu looked into the mirror and was stunned. He saw Han Yingming next to the disciple. Did Ding Yue really go to the Piaohua pavilion? But why? Maiden Han asked the young man with confusion why he had come here. Yue replied that he wanted to ask Yingming to help him with one matter. The beauty smiled. Ding Yue is asking for help. That's great. She answered him that she is ready to do everything in her power. The swordsman's answer stunned Yingming. Yue asked her to try hanging on him, that is, to hug him very tightly. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and looked questioningly at the young man. He was definitely the most unusual person of them all. She asked in confusion, but why should she hang on him? Yue evasively answered that she seemed to have agreed to help him. But if Han Yingming doesn't want to do this for some reason, that's okay, then he'll find someone else to help. The girl quickly replied that she would help. She thought that in all of Nanzhou there was no one who would ask for such a thing. The young man concentrated internally and said that this was great. Then she could come as close to him as possible and hug him. Han Yingmeng's face flushed. She really liked this guy, but he was such a surprisingly strange weirdo. She walked up and hugged Ding Yue tightly. His gaze fell on her lush, seductive chest, and the young man's head began to spin wildly. Yingmeng's slender leg slid along Yue's leg. He trembled all over. With the last of his strength, he muttered, "The girl is there, but not in his heart." The young man exclaimed, turning to the teacher, that he was still so weak he could not, but he must work hard to break through. Hearing this muttering, Han Yingming was stunned and looked at the guy questioningly, so that's why he came to her. Xuan sighed. Hopeless. Chu cursed. He taught Ding Yue a lot, but for some reason he only firmly remembered this phrase. Chu grabbed his head. What the hell is this bastard doing? With his attitude, he's simply doomed to eternal, dreary loneliness. Meanwhile, Ding Yue had a hard time coming to his senses. He didn't expect that Han Yingmeng's influence would have such a strong effect on him. But he firmly pushed the beautiful, enraged Han away from him and said that he had to reach the highest level of the sword path. After that, he pushed off the ground and was gone. Han Yingmeng almost jumped with anger. How could this bastard do such a thing? Frowning, the beautiful Piaohua screamed loudly. She was inexpressibly angry at Ding Yue, who used her as a training device. Clenching her fists, she loudly cursed the young man with the last words and shouted that she was not finished with him yet. He had to come back. Xuan sighed. Ding Yue is hopeless. There is such a beautiful and strong girl right in front of him, and I wonder what Wang Lo is doing. The alchemist hid his power and put on a mask. He knows well how to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. He deliberately behaves stupidly. In every alchemy competition, the Wang family has been in the top 3 in Beizhou, and this time they are one of the organizers of the competition. Luo wanted to crush the geniuses of the Wang family, trample them into the dirt, let them regret that they rejected him, and let his ex-fiancée repent. Xuan decided that this was boring. He needed to wait a little until the events came to a final conclusion, and Wang Lo defeated everyone. Now Chu decided to use the golden mirror of 1,000 heavens to communicate with his other talented disciples. Luo Ying is already at the 5th stage of the Emperor's realm and will soon break through to the 6th. Emperor Qinzong is training her body well. Ren Zhanghai's spiritual power has changed slightly. His aura has become golden. Like Namo's, he is already close to the divine realm. Great, now he can use the search mirror. Maybe he'll get lucky and be able to find strong Dao realm cultivators. Zhuan launched the search arrow. Nothing again. There should be at least one such cultivator in the 9 regions. Suddenly the arrow stopped and pointed to a point. Chu jumped with joy. He finally found a Dao realm cultivator. The cultivator's soul power amazed Zhuan. He decided to first collect some Dao energy into a crystal for him to remember. Chu replenished his spent strength with the pill. He still needed to think about how to deceive this strong cultivator. The powerful cultivator Zhuan found with the help of the searching mirror was meditating in one of the caves in the desert mountains. He instantly felt someone else's interference and opened one eye. It was the first time in his life that someone was establishing a connection with him. The disciple looked at the master with interest. He realized that one of the cultivator brothers seemed to be spying on his old man. The cultivator felt that something seemed to be used to memorize his qi energy. He would like to know who this person was. Perhaps his cultivation could be challenged or even destroyed. Nightmare. The opponent's strength is superior to his. The recluse asked the brother cultivator if he might have some business with him. If he was looking for a connection with him, he was ready to talk. The old man understood that, fortunately or not, he had to communicate with this man. He again loudly asked his brother cultivator to answer. Chu decided not to show himself. He replied that his dear friend should not rush in. Now that there is a chance to enter, it is fate and opportunity. The surprised cultivator asked what the honorary title of his radiant interlocutor was. Zhuan mentally chuckled at this. He is the immortal, eternal, unrivaled great virtue, the supreme heavenly ruler of the 10,000 worlds, the first Daozong. The old man was amazed. Why had he never heard of such a strong cultivator? Zhuan stated, sooner or later everyone finds him. The cultivator wondered whether he should tell his friends about this and take action, or if it was all a scam. He decided to conduct a test. Chu was pleased. He could finally research the cultivator in the Dao realm, which meant they still existed. He just needed to know where to look for them. The search mirror does not show the distance to the cultivator. It can be very far away, or even in an independent space. Unfortunately, it is impossible to maintain a Dao crystal unless the other party agrees to share the flow of Dao energy. Xuan smiled with some effort. One can contact other cultivators in the Dao realm, resulting in a whole group. Encouraged by this idea, Chu Xuan spent several days persistently searching everywhere for other cultivators in the Dao realm. A month of searching passed, but there was still only one cultivator found in the Dao realm. Xuan was puzzled by the result. One day he decided that he needed to go and talk to this old man to see how he was doing. Maybe he could tell him something interesting. Chu asked how his cultivator friend was doing, and he told the elder that he had recently mastered something and wanted to consult with him. Xuan chuckled. The realm of the Dao is somehow not impressive. Is his understanding of the Dao really so low that he needs a consultation? All the methods that Chu practiced were given to him by the system, and he reached a high level. They differed only in the level of cultivation. In order not to appear foolish, Zhuan simply pointed out Ying Kun's shortcomings so that he would not continue to ask more questions. Ying Kung developed great respect for Xuan, thanked his brother for his teachings, and accepted a talisman from him for further communication. Chu wished him to train well. The path of the Tao is endless. One must constantly forge one's body and methods. That way one can reach heights. Ying Kun asked the elder how one could forge the methods of the Tao. Chu replied, very simply, by constantly absorbing the Tao and preserving it. This way you can improve your perception of the Tao. It's like forging a weapon. Only continuity will help you forge a good blade. Ying Kun said that he understood everything. Only training will help improve all aspects of mastery of the Tao. A truly wise elder. Zhuan added that absorbing Dao during combat is not the best strategy. Dispersal and compression are the most correct path leading to victory. The cultivator thanked the elder for the teaching and began to absorb and disperse the Dao with his entire body, instantly absorbing a third. The Dao crystal, having memorized Ying Kun's qi, began to shine with streams of his energy, and now the cultivator was feeding Chu Xuan's mini-world with his qi. The owner of the estate was pleased. In the end, he was able to successfully deceive such a strong cultivator as Ying Kun perfectly. Soon, thanks to Yingkun's Dao, the mini-world can be improved. Dao cultivators are great, but one is not enough. More is needed. Yingkun was surprised. Having dissipated, the Dao instantly disappears. It is felt so weakly, it seems to return to the original Dao. The cultivator ordered the Dao to return to him. The bottleneck that he had been unable to overcome for a long time seemed to have widened slightly. Xuan was surprised. Yingkun was so diligent, constantly busy training with the Dao flows, just like an ideal cultivator of strength. The Dao crystal gradually completes the collection process. After some time, the mini-world will undergo improvements. Xuan allowed Namo Buddha to cultivate near the crystal so that he could break through to the divine realm even earlier. The system reported that his disciple Ding Yue had wandered into the ancient kingdom, and Xuan received 500 years of cultivation as a reward. Chu grumbled, "Of course, these children need to be kept under close watch, but 500 years of cultivation is a great gift from the system." Xuan felt that he had reached the 5th level of the heavenly realm. He was getting closer and closer to the divine realm. He decided to look at his student, who brought him such a good system reward. Where else had he wandered off to? Yue was among the swords, and right in front of him was a pitch-black sword with a ferocious appearance. It was the divine sword of the ancient lands. Ding Yue is already at the 4th stage of the Emperor realm. This sword looks strong, but Yue is lucky. He will be able to resist its influence. Zhen looked at his second disciple, who he had sent out into the big world to practice and break through. His level had also risen. When Wang Lo left, he was at the 1st stage of the Emperor's realm. He was a breakthrough during his participation. Now he is at the 3rd. Half a year has passed since Xiang Xing began to accumulate energy to break through to the Emperor's realm. Su Jian is already at the 5th stage of the realm. Nanzhou's recovery speed suddenly increased, perhaps due to Ding Yue's entry into the ancient lands. One day, the clear voice of his little sister Chu Yun was heard again in the courtyard of Xuan's estate. The girl had not visited him for a long time. She told the 13th brother with a smile that she had returned to him. The girl had trained a lot to grow as much as possible. Due to the laws of Nanzhou, it is currently impossible to break into the Emperor's realm, so Xuan suggested that she enter his Changkun space. There she will be able to break through. Yun smiled. She was right. The 13th brother is really strong. He just hides it. After another 6 months, Chuyun broke through to the Emperor's realm by practicing in the Qiankun space specially created by Zhuan. A month later, Shengxing was able to break through as well. He was also helped by the Changkun space and practices in the miniature world. Xiangxing's first task after the breakthrough was to improve the communication amulet called the Boundless Heavenly Amulet. The young man also had to improve the puppet dolls that would mass-produce amulets as per Chu Xuan's instructions. Once production was established, Xuan invited Bao Hongyan and ordered Black Moon to start selling these amulets. Nanzhou is recovering faster and faster, and the lands of the living dead will soon open up. It's time to implement the plan of the Heavenly Dao. Black Moon started selling the communication amulets produced by Zhuan, and the people of Nanzhou immediately started buying them up quickly. The Black Moon sect was so powerful that sales were happening at breakneck speed, with cultivators buying several at a time. A few months after the start of sales, Zhuan learned a lot that even the Black Moon spies did not know. Qin Keiyun, taking advantage of Emperor Qinzong's absence, restored the cultivation of the Emperor's realm in her empire. Bai Shaokun, the young master of Baisheng Mountain, secretly left Nanzhou and entered Beizhou Nine-Sword Mountain to cultivate. Chu learned that the power and supporter of the Daqian Empire is the palace in Zhongzhou. They say there is someone in the divine realm there. Perhaps this is the same person who initiated the war between humans and demons. In other words, this palace was created by him. Some don't trust the amulets, so Chu will implement a processing method. They will do everything themselves, but Zhuan will find out all the secrets. A month later, a famous person came to Nanzhou because of the communication amulets. Bao Hongyan introduced him to Chu Xuan. He was a cultivator of the 6th stage of the Emperor's realm, and he came specifically to study the processing method. Realizing that he had been controlled, the cultivator cursed and angrily shouted that Bao Hongyan had deceived him and set him up. Half a year had already passed since the plan was put into effect, and all this time Zhuan continued to communicate with Yingkun, who was making great progress. Yingkun is an ascetic, and while cultivating, he slightly changed the Tao crystal, which means the mini-world is not far from its changes. The Tao permeates the mini-world. Everything becomes more harmonious, and because of this, Namo Buddha is half a step away from breaking through to the divine realm. The Nine Swords Mountain sect also acquired communication amulets, and Zhuan learned that their strong fighters were preparing to return to Nanzhou. With the help of the amulet, Zhuan contacted Du Yuan, who told him to infiltrate the Black Moon, become a guard, and wait for a signal from him. Ding Yue never left the ancient lands. Zhuan periodically watches him. The young man successfully practices his favorite sword technique. The alchemy competition is about to end. Wang Luo has attracted a lot of attention. At first glance, he is an ordinary alchemist. The Wang family wants to marry him to the eldest daughter. When Wang Luo's identity is revealed, the Wang family will be disgraced. Chu was worried about him. Suddenly, the system reported that Mo Luantian's blood had changed. The heart of a Buddha had been born, and Chu had received the path of the spiritual Tao as a reward. Looking into the mirror, Xuan saw a field littered with the corpses of the demons Luantian had killed, but the battle was not over yet. Luantian was fighting a powerful heavenly demon who was at the 7th stage of the Emperor realm, while Mo was only at the 3rd stage. His cultivation was the power of a Buddha. He lacked the elixir to replenish his strength. Now Luantian was at a disadvantage. The demon screamed for Luantian to die because he killed his brother. What kind of Buddhism is this, and how can Mo leave here alive? Unexpectedly for the demon, Mo Luantian screamed, and a heavenly eye opened on his forehead. Xuan's disciple glowed with golden light. He summoned the body of a dragon, the inner power of his enlightened soul, and at that very moment, a huge golden dragon appeared next to him. The stunned demon jumped back from the strange three-eyed monk with a sword and a golden cup in his hands, but the dragon rushed after him. The mighty ancient beast growled menacingly at the dumbfounded demon. He did not know how to defeat this huge golden monster. Xuan smiled. Luantian had finally broken through to the next level and learned to control his dragon's inner power. The young monk shouted that from now on he was the demonic Buddha Mo Luantian, and he would spread Buddhism to the demon lands. Luantian's opponent suddenly felt himself being sucked into the golden bowl, and he screamed in confusion and horror. But the demonic Buddha was relentless. Despite the resistance of the strong demon, he was drawn into the Buddhist bowl. Just a few seconds of resistance, and the monk's opponent found himself in a golden trap for cleansing polluted souls. Mo Luantian does have an inclination towards Buddhism, but not the usual kind, but the demonic kind, and it suits him. In the battle, he discovered his shortcomings. They need to be replenished, the elixir of restoration, and other stages, and give him the status of a Buddhist. A golden portal lit up, and Xuan appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Luantian fell to the ground and humbly greeted his great teacher. Xuan told him to get up. He said that Mo Luantian had fully realized Buddhism, so he would grant him the status of a Buddhist. The former young demon thanked the teacher for the great mercy shown to him. Buddhism gave him an incredible amount of strength and wisdom. Xuan added that since Luantian had mastered the dragon's body and power, he would grant him new Buddhist martial techniques. Mo Luantian smiled broadly, and in his hands were new treatises and wonderful Buddhist prayer beads. Having made the demonic Buddha happy, Chu Xuan closed the mirror portal, and it seemed he had dealt with all of his disciples. Now we need to see what system rewards Xuan has received for the latest achievements of his talented students. The path of the spiritual Tao allows one to walk along the flows of Tao, but not for more than a day. Chu smiled. The system is amazing. The Tao is limitless. Now he will be able to walk along the streams of the great Tao, enter right into its middle, and then break through to the divine realm. Xuan was eager to accept the reward and experience the path of the spiritual Tao. He imagined it would be amazing. And so his soul left his body lying on the couch and soared upwards. He could travel like this before, but he could not reach the Tao. He found himself in an amazing space, a huge number of forks, streams, and thoughts. Apparently, this is that very great Tao. Chu Xuan saw that he had entered an invisible area, a truly inexhaustible, endless, and boundless eternal Tao. The Tao is absorbed into the crystal, it emits a misty light, and the Tao itself is perfected within. It was the right decision to take the crystal. When you return, you will need to improve the mini-world. The Tao crystal in your hand, the bell of chaos in your soul. Thoughts are overwhelming, but there is nothing to fear. Suddenly Xuan discovered that there was someone else here. Those who were able to get here, unique people. Chu was also here, but he was just bluffing. You need to force this person to use QI and incorporate it into the crystal, and then you can simply communicate with this cultivator. Xuan felt that in the space of the Tao, his thoughts became one, as if his body and soul had merged and turned into one whole. The man Chu Xuan saw here is straining himself to move along the path of the Tao flow. It is not easy. Xuan didn't know if he could deceive this strong cultivator. At worst, he could just discuss something. Hong Yuanchu, whom Xuan met, gradually comes to an understanding of the Tao and carefully explores new areas of knowledge. The cultivator also noticed Dao Xuan walking along the streams. He stopped and looked in surprise at the unexpectedly encountered Chu. Yuanchu was amazed at how leisurely Xuan walked towards his goal. He decided that this man was much stronger than him. Meanwhile, Chu Xuan calmly approached Hong Yuanchu, intending to get to know and communicate with the powerful cultivator. Hong Yuanchu bowed politely and greeted his brother cultivator, remarking that it was surprising to meet someone here. Xuan also bowed, introduced himself, and said that he was also very glad to meet you. You never know where the flow of the Tao will lead you. Yuanchu asked his new acquaintance how far he was from the path of Tao. Xuan was surprised, so this guy was really very strong. This means that Hong Yuanchu is already in that realm where the light comes from the path of the Tao. It is also called the open path, which means that there are such people. Having got his bearings, Xuan thoughtfully replied that he no longer remembered. He eats and sleeps, and lives, so he doesn't even know for sure. Yuanchu thought that perhaps this was one of the hermits who had recently come out of seclusion. That was why he answered like that. Xuan, in turn, asked Yuanchu how far he was from the path of the Tao. The guy answered that he was almost twice as far. Hong has passed through the realm of Tao and is already on the open path, and now he is already twice as far. The great Tao is difficult, but the open path is even more difficult. Xu Shen said, finding your way or discovering it is quite fun. The road under your feet is the Tao, and wherever you go, it is everywhere. Hong Yuanchu's mouth dropped open in surprise. He didn't understand whether searching for a path or discovering it was fun, so he asked his brother to teach him. Xu told Hong that he had a treasure. All he needed was qi, and regardless of time and space, they would be able to communicate with him. Xuan asked Brother Hong if he could leave some qi for communication, and if he had any comrades, they could be brought in as well. Hong was amazed at what kind of treasure this was. It was as if he was looking at the embodiment of the Tao and communicating with him. This guy was definitely stronger than him. Yuanchu agreed and directed some of his energy into the Tao crystal in Xuan's hands. The crystal memorized the cultivator's qi. Xu suggested Hong to attract comrades from the kingdom of Tao. After years of hermitage, he wants to live and communicate. This is also Tao. Xuan was happy. The Tao crystal was finally developing. People like Hong were not against giving energy and chatting a little. That was great. Hong asked his brother where he was going. Chu said he was just going for a walk. He should observe more, then an epiphany might come. Hong sighed. He was too busy learning the open path. The 36 steps of the Tao realm were like high mountains. Xuan was puzzled, so the Tao realm is divided into 36 steps. Wow, how huge it turns out to be. Hong continued. Each stage of the Tao kingdom is more difficult than the other, and the open path is 100 times more difficult. The path is endless, but one must work. Xu Xuan sighed. That was true, but in reality he didn't feel anything special, because he was being helped by a wonderful system. It took less than 10 years for Chu to go from being an ordinary mortal to being a heavenly realm cultivator, all while sitting at home. Xuan bowed politely to his interlocutor, saying that he was then saying goodbye, and was glad to meet his strong brother cultivator. Yuanchu watched Xuan go by and thought, he was much stronger to be able to move around here so easily. He couldn't stand still any longer. Once one Dao Yuan is over, the disaster will soon begin. Everyone in the 9 regions must compete for the chance to become a rulemaker. After Xuan's incredible walk through the streams of endless Tao, the guy's aura changed greatly. It became much brighter and stronger, and so his changed soul again rushed to his body, which had been resting peacefully all this time on a sun lounger in the courtyard of his estate. Xu Xuan woke up and stood up carefully. His soul had returned. The Tao crystal was swirling in his hand, and his greatly enlarged aura was shining golden. Xuan felt that his level was rapidly increasing. Now he was at the 5th step of the heavenly realm. Now he was already at the 6th step. Having absorbed the energy of the eternal Tao during the walk, the Tao crystal returned to its original place in the miniature world of Xuan. With the help of the powerful energy of the Tao, the transformation of the mini-world began. Trees grew. Many plants began to change dramatically. The Tao penetrated into every corner of the mini-world. Tao trees began to appear, all fruits became treasures, and a Tao forest began to grow. Under the influence of the change in the mini-world, Namo Buddha began to break through the heavenly realm into the next divine one. Xu Xuan's cultivation level also continued to rise, and soon he was already at the 8th stage of the heavenly realm, and then at the 9th. His spiritual power began to transform into divine power. Xu Xuan finally broke through to the divine realm of power. Moreover, he immediately flew through the 1st and 2nd steps of the kingdom, finding himself immediately on the 3rd step, which was surprising. Xuan clenched his fist and looked at the powerful energy blazing around him. He admired it. It was simply an invincible force. But we can't level up any further. We need to stabilize, and Chu is just one of the cultivators waiting for the path to open. Chu became the youngest cultivator in the divine realm. He received a box of divine pills and the law of Tao stability. The path of Tao stability is safe and calm. The rule of Tao is to be as firm as a mountain so that no attack can shake you. Xu Xuan happily accepted this law to become steadfast and unwavering, and a completely new feeling washed over him. The divine pills created by the cultivators in the divine realm were very useful. The previous ones were not effective. Xuan swallowed a few pills, his mini-world was improved, and first-class Tao fruit treasures appeared in the mountain forests. The mini-world expanded more than tenfold and began to fill with the energy of the Tao. The world had infinite potential. Xuan was confident that his world could rise above the other worlds, but Namo Buddha still could not break through to the next realm. Normally, it would take more than 10 years for such a breakthrough to occur. Xuan looked at his diligent student and the world's first Buddhist. He decided to help Namo. Appearing in the portal, Chu gave the student a divine pill, saying that it would help him break through. Namo politely thanked his Buddha. the great and all-powerful teacher, for his mercy and help in cultivating the disciple. With the help of the Mirror of 1,000 Heavens, Xuan found another of his disciples, Ren Changhe, who bowed and greeted his teacher. Xuan passed him a divine pill through the portal, saying that it would help him break through faster and train better. Nanzhu Law is recovering at an ever-increasing rate, but Luo Ying, despite Zun's efforts, has not yet reached the peak of the Emperor's realm. Seeing Xuan in the portal, she greeted the teacher. This is an opportunity to ask him if Zun's soul can return to a male body. Xu Xuan told the student that her progress was rather slow, and to speed it up, he would give her a couple of bottles of elixir. The girl happily thanked the teacher. She really wanted to ask how to return the male body, but Xuan closed the portal. Xuan felt that breaking into the Dao realm wouldn't take many years, but now he needed to focus on capturing the Black Moon's leader. The plan also needs to be accelerated and finished before the lands of the living dead are discovered, so he can control the northern lands. The accumulation of Dao energy into the crystal was completed earlier than Xuan had expected, so the two puppets gained intelligence. Xuan summoned the smarter puppets to him. Now they will be his servants and strong soldiers, but they still need to be trained. The puppets bowed in unison and greeted their master, a young man and woman created by Xuan for work. He looked at them appraisingly. These two puppets have the strength of the second stage of the divine realm. They will be strong soldiers. First, they needed to be given names. Xuan told them that the boy's name was Chu Yi and the girl's name was Chu Er. They replied that they would obey their master. After giving them names, Chu Xuan sent the puppets to train in the secret realm, allowing them to level up and gain strength there. In the circle of communication through the Dao crystal, there are two people. The first is a strong man outside the Dao realm, Hong Yuan Chu, and the other is Ying Kun. Perhaps we should start with Ying Kun. He introduced him to their fellow Taoist Hong Yuanchu. He is already in 2 Dao Yuans. Ying Kun was stunned. Could it really be that same Hong Yuanchu? Already 2 Dao Yuan? An open path? Wow, of course, who else but him? The cultivator immediately broke into a smile and fell to his knees, hurrying to greet the elder. Such a famous cultivator. Xuan was surprised. Ying Kun was so polite. He obviously knew who Hong Yuanchu was. He was banging his forehead on the cave floor. It was funny. Yuanchu returned the greeting, saying that Brother Ying was very nice and that he was glad to meet him. Ying Kong continued to bow to Hong. Hong thought about it. He had never heard of Ying Kun's name, but no matter the reason, he had entered into Chu Xuan's brother's circle of friends. Ying Kong decided that the highly respected Elder Chu was also on the open road. Even Hong Yuanchu treated him with respect. After thinking for a while, Ying Kun began to bow to Xuan and thank Senior Chu for introducing him to Senior Hong. The hermit kept telling himself that he needed to show modesty and respect because he was facing 2 incredibly strong people. He continued to hit his forehead on the cave floor, and his interlocutors smiled and remarked that Brother Ying was being overly polite and it was time to stop. Xuan said that Ying Kong was overdoing it, acting too respectfully. If Chu didn't know who he was, he would have thought he was a servant. To distract Ying Kun from bowing, Xuan asked how his cultivation was. Surely he had already raised his level higher. Ying Kong was at a loss. Could it be that his cultivation base was too low for them? Could he lie? But was it smart to lie to such people? The cultivator replied to Xuan, the process is quite slow. He only grew 1 level. Now he is at the 3rd stage of the Dao realm. Chu was surprised. Could it really be that in all this time there was only 1 stage? How many years does it take to cultivate 1 stage of the Dao realm? Hong praised Ying. This was not bad, and suggested Chu to attract more people here. Xuan suggested calling it a Dao communication group. Soon the crystal was filled with new flows of qi. Hong Yuanchu attracted his friends and students to communicate through the crystal Dao. Soon he introduced his friends to Xuan, Brother Kun He, 1 Dao Yuan, Sister Ruo Xian, as well as Hong Yuanchu, 2 Dao Yuan. Hong also attracted his best friend at the 30th level of the Dao and several of his students, both male and female, as well as his friends' students. Zhuojian, Piao Chuaxian, and Shi Quen are women. Ying Kun is so scared that he doesn't dare to say a word. He is the weakest in the group. Chu began to practice. His understanding of the Dao improved and his strength increased, but to break through to the realm of the Dao, he needed to accumulate energy. Xuan regularly used the mirror to search for dues or treasures, but everyone in the group knew each other, so there was no real point in it. If you want the group to be active, you need to be active yourself. This is the realm of the Tao of different races, so communication is interesting. Chu had an idea, taking the Dao crystal as a basis and the mini-world as a starting point, to open a new path that could surpass the one already opened. Suddenly, the system reported that Ding Yue had subdued the Earth Spirit and sharply increased his level, for which Xuan received a good luck talisman. Hearing the news from the system, Xuan immediately looked into the mirror to see what Ding Yue was doing there and how he had subdued the spirit of the earth. Chu Shen's disciple was at the border of Nanzhou. A small cute creature appeared right in front of him. It was the subdued spirit. Yu asked the spirit in surprise if he was a boy or a girl. He couldn't tell from his appearance. and for the first time, he couldn't determine his gender. The spirit replied, "He has no gender. If Yue thinks he is a boy, let him think he is a boy. If he thinks he is a girl, let him think he is a girl." The young man frowned. It was clear that it would be better if the spirit were a woman, then Yue could improve his cultivation next to her. He asked if a spirit could be a man for some time and a woman for some time, that is, when Yue needed to change her gender. The spirit looked at the guy in confusion, wondering why he had such strange demands. Had he really ended up with a crazy owner? The green-eyed spirit of the earth cautiously answered the young man who had conquered him that it would be better for him to continue to be asexual. Ding Yue rubbed his chin in confusion. This was certainly not exactly what he wanted, but it couldn't be helped. This would do. The young man carefully took the small green-eyed spirit of the earth, who was now supposed to accompany him everywhere, and lifted him up. He placed the asexual spirit on his shoulder. This little creature should now bring Ding Yue luck in all his affairs. Xuan's disciple continued on his way, returning to Nanzhou, and by all indications, the land of the living dead would soon open. Chu Shen sighed. Ding Yue is incorrigible. No matter what heights he reaches, he still continues to be afraid of the influence of beautiful women. The owner of the estate told the system that he wanted to immediately receive the reward due to him for the achievements of his disciple Ding Yue. In front of Zhuan, a lucky talisman glowed with the green light of life. It can change luck, and can also collect the aura of luck. Xuan continued his training, interrupted by an unexpected message from the system about the reward he was entitled to for his student's success. At the same time, the diligent Xiang Xing continued to work on implementing the plan of the heavenly Tao, devised by his master. Currently, the Black Moon has no owner, but the communication talismans are regularly sold to other regions, and every team has them. The spies have obtained copies of the methods for improving talismans, but they don't know that even the talismans they make will be under control. Zhuan wondered if it was possible to use a talisman to improve Su Xianer's luck, so that she would become the daughter of luck in Zhongzhou district. He sent a stream of lucky charm energy towards the girl to increase her chance of luck, and Xianer's aura began to change color. Chu felt a huge expenditure of energy, and the speed was very high, almost like a search mirror. It was too difficult to change fate. Who is Zhongzhou's son of luck? Maybe Xianer's fiancé. It was because of him that she ran away, because he was ugly and had a bad character. Zhuan smiled. If the son of luck is a monster, it will be much more interesting, and Xian is no worse than the child of luck. She is Chu's disciple. The Dao chat group is still quiet. The new people are all familiar to Hong Yuanchu, but Ying Kun must seem like a complete stranger among them. The system reported that his student Wang Luo had increased his luck in the alchemy competition, for which Xuan received a tripod of luck as a reward. During the competition, Wang Luo initially pretended to lose, but then suddenly rose strongly and became the winner. The young man told the head of the Wang family that he had nothing to do with them and that he had no right to tell him what to do. One of the judges of the competition supported the young man. He is right, they themselves kicked him out, so now he does not belong to the Wang family. The other cultivators all said at once that it was true. He was not from the Wang family, so there was no point in attributing this victory to their family. The head of the Wang family clenched his fists, rage boiling inside him. This boy had disgraced their family. Now they would become a laughingstock. The judge shouted at the head of Wang that this was not his family's home. He was not the master here, and that he should not dare to destroy the competition venue. Chief Wang frowned. Wang Luo's talent is amazing. He is in the emperor's realm. He will soon break through higher, and was able to create a heavenly pill. As long as this upstart Wang Luo is alive, the Wang family will have no future. The head of the family has definitely decided that this young man must die. Xuan saw everything he wanted. He closed the mirror portal. He needed to protect his student Wang Luo from the attack of mercenaries. Chu accepted the system's reward, and a tripod of luck shone before him. Any aspect of the Tao could be used to create pills. Now Xuan had two treasures of luck, a talisman and a tripod. The first can change fate, the second can create. One day, Chu Xuan's maid and faithful assistant, Su Xian approached him, and the girl was a little embarrassed and puzzled. She told the gentleman that lately she had been feeling strange, as if some strength was leaving her, and she was growing weaker. She begged her master and teacher to help her. Xuan reassured the girl there was no need to panic. He was here. He would figure it out now. Chu asked the girl how long ago this had all started. Xian said that it had been going on for several days, and she was getting worse. At first, she didn't pay attention to it, thinking it was related to cultivation, but recently, she began to feel despair. Xuan wondered if his qi had affected Xian because of what he had been doing for the past few days, but it was strange. If that was the case, then the consequences should have affected him. Chu Xuan, why did Xian suffer? She has no relation to him. To avoid guessing in vain, Zhuan decided to check what was happening to the girl using the technique of heavenly vision. It turned out that Zhuan was not to blame for Xianer's despair. Someone else was influencing his assistant, sucking energy and strength out of her. Apparently, they chose Su Xian as the target of their evil influence because of her very great and promising talents. Xuan had a feeling that this was being done by someone from her former Su family, since the girl had refused a profitable marriage. Or it is the Dagon Palace, from which she escaped and disgraced the evil and ugly groom and his relatives throughout their region. Xuan angrily clenched his teeth, but by and large he didn't care who attacked his student and servant, they would be destroyed. In Dagon Palace, Jian's ex-fiancé muttered that when he wanted to marry her, he was respected, but she ran away, she got involved with the wrong person. Using the QE sphere given to him by the Su family, the ex-fiancé took away the girl's key and destroyed everything she aspired to. He hoped that once he destroyed Xian'er's strength and life, she would return and beg her abandoned fiancé to marry her. Suddenly, the QE sphere in the hands of the insulted abandoned groom began to crack and behave very unusually. The guy was very surprised. But the next second the sphere burst into flames and began to disintegrate. The guy screamed in fear, asking what was happening, what was wrong with this sphere. The groom, abandoned by Xuan's assistant, didn't have time to understand anything before a deafening explosion resounded in the hall. It was the explosion of a chi sphere. The entire Dagon Palace shook from the explosion, and the elders rushed to find out what had happened and whether their young master was alive. At the same time, the elders of the Su family noticed that something was wrong with the head of the family. Blood began to ooze from his mouth for no apparent reason. Headmaster Su asked what happened. Was he going crazy? The elders were shocked. Was someone attacking their master? Seeing a group of elders come to see him, the head of the Su family, who had become weak for some unknown reason, asked them why they had come. They reported to the Lord that news had come from the Dagon Palace. The key sphere had been destroyed and the person using it had been seriously injured. The leader asked again what they were saying. The sphere was destroyed, which meant he wasn't going crazy after all, but was being affected by the QE from that very sphere. Dagon wanted to use the sphere to take Xian'er's key and bring her back, but their plans fell apart. The nasty girl needed to be brought back and punished. The leader shouted for them to forget about the girl, let them go to the Dagon Palace and demand compensation, but not say that he was injured. The head of the Su family barked at the elders to go to the Dagon Palace immediately and not to dare return empty-handed. Left alone, head Su thought, it seemed that since then the girl had become noticeably stronger, he could not allow himself to provoke her. Thus, Chu Xuan, without leaving his home, dealt with the enemies of his faithful assistant, discouraging them from harming her. He called Su Xian and asked how she was feeling now. The girl answered the master with a smile that she had become much better. Xuan explained to her that someone had tried to take away her qi, but not to worry, he had just taught them a lesson. They wouldn't try again. The girl laughed cheerfully and thanked her powerful master for the effective help he had given her. Chu smiled and said that as payment, Xian'er could feed him a delicious meal since she was an excellent cook. But first, Xuan decided to strengthen her qi better, just in case her enemies wanted to try to harm her again. She pointed the good luck charm at the girl's chest, saying that it would protect her from similar displays of aggression in the future. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. Could this really be for qi too? Qi is such a mysterious force, she just can't figure it out. Xian'er thanked the gentleman again, and said that she would cook his favorite dish today to improve his mood. Xuan smiled. We agreed. He would wait impatiently. The girl jumped for joy. She simply adored her master. Chu will return to her cultivation when he breaks through on his own. Qi and Dao are so mysterious, he still doesn't understand how the laws of this world work. Hearing Xuan's muttering, Xian asked what he said, but he asked her to hurry up with the preparations, otherwise he would die of hunger. The delighted Xian'er quickly prepared a stunningly delicious meal for Chu Xuan and fed her master to his fill. After eating his fill, Xuan sighed. Xian'er's food was so delicious that after it, even Chu's desire to train completely disappeared. But he had to do something, so he decided to use the search mirror in case he came across something interesting today. And indeed, the arrow pointed to a Taoist, but there were no people there, only a small tiger cub, and he was a cultivator of the Tao realm. The tiger cub perked up. For some reason he had the feeling that someone was watching him, but on the deserted cliff he was completely alone. Xuan laughed. First he had to take some of his qi and put it into the Tao crystal. Chu had an idea of how to play a trick on him. The tiger cub jumped up and growled angrily. Who dared to absorb his qi? Apparently, the impudent, uninvited guest was looking for death. Chu chuckled. What a hot-tempered kid. The atmosphere in the group became a little dull. He will be able to bring a new rhythm. Not bad. With the arrival of the tiger cub, the group will certainly come to life. First, you need to send him a welcome message from the administrator. The tiger cub stared at his paw in surprise. He couldn't understand what was wrong with it and where this unusual Tao energy had come from on his paw. Unexpectedly, he received a message. Xuan welcomed the little tiger cub into their friendly group of cultivator brothers. The tiger cub's eyes flashed angrily. He bared his teeth and growled menacingly. How dare this puppy call him that? What kind of tiger cub is he? In response, he shouted that he was warning the pathetic puppy that as soon as he caught him, nothing good would happen to him. Xuan boldly replied to the striped cultivator that when the tiger cub came, he would only see darkness in his own eyes. The tiger cub clenched his clawed paws in anger. He was incredibly angry. Someone dared to mock him, the great sky tiger. Chu was genuinely amused. By the way, first they need to arrange a welcoming ceremony for the tiger cub in their Dao communication group. He sent the tiger cub another message, wishing him luck in the communication group of the most powerful cultivators from different regions. At the same time, Xuan sent a message to the group to attract the attention of others. He said that he had news. Chu said that he was going to invite a new friend to the group. He was a tiger cub and suggested that the guys start communicating with him first. In-kun raised his head with interest. It seemed like a new person had appeared in the group. No, a tiger cub. I wonder what kingdom he was in. Xuan sent out a message to everyone, asking them to warmly welcome their new friend, the cute heavenly tiger, the 16th stage of the Dao. The tiger cub growled that he was a majestic sky tiger, and the puppy just called him cute, an unheard of insult. He is a proud sky tiger. He is not going to join them in some filthy group of weak, cowardly little puppies. He will tear them apart. Piao Ruoyun smiled. Oh, so it really is that tiger. That means that annoying, smelly tiger is still alive. Amazing. But the tiger cub continued to rage. He screamed that they were all just the ground under his paws. They didn't even dare talk to him as equals. The girl replied to the enraged tiger cub that he was so rude. Did he want her, Piao Ruoyun, to help him with self-education? The tiger cub growled, "What kind of Piao Ruoyun is this? Who is she? Apparently she is looking for a fight, so let her come. He is ready to meet her." The little animal grimaced contemptuously and said, "If she is Piao Ruoyun, then he is Xia Chenbao," and laughed mockingly at the girl. But suddenly the tiger fell silent. He scratched his ear in confusion. Wait, Piao Ruoyun, this name seems to sound surprisingly familiar. Ruoyun asked the tiger. It seemed he said something. She did not hear and asked him to repeat it again, but the beast did not answer. And then he remembered, oh, Piao Ruoyun. His eyes widened in surprise and his jaw dropped. How could he not recognize her right away? Pointing his finger at the Dao energy in confusion, he realized that Piao Ruoyun was there in that group of cultivators. She could hear him. The girl called the tiger again and asked why there was no sound. He seemed to be saying something. Let him continue. She was ready to listen to him. Ruoyun offered the tiger to chat about the past, but the frightened tiger cub silently jumped into the bushes, fearing the appearance of this girl. He grabbed his head. Piao Ruoyun. Could it really be Piao Ruoyun? Why her again? How could he hide from this terrible cultivator? The little animal closed his eyes, thinking that until that moment he had been a happy little sky tiger, a mighty ruler of the forest. He was happily playing, dancing, and singing in his own forest, and then this woman came, and from then on, his life turned into hell. Seeing Ruoyun then, the tiger cub screamed, "How dare this bitch enter his territory? Now he will give the impudent woman a couple of blows." The girl clenched her fist with a grin. Oh, is it really true? This kitten decided to show her his teeth, and even dares to be rude to a woman. As soon as the tiger cub jumped towards Ruoyun, he immediately received several painful blows, and his fighting spirit immediately disappeared. She lifted the tiger cub by the tail and asked him to repeat what he had just said, but in response, the animal only snorted and puffed resentfully. Piao Ruoyun shook the striped boar vigorously and asked what was wrong with the tiger cub, whether she needed to remind him how to behave. Tears streamed from the tiger cub's eyes, and he meowed pitifully, promising his sister that he would no longer swear and bully everyone. Piao Ruoyun asked Hutai what he said. The tiger cub mumbled some unintelligible answer in confusion. He was very scared. The girl said with a smile that it seemed she needed to visit him and talk to him again. Apparently, he had forgotten about his promise. In response, Hutai meowed pitifully. He had problems with his head. He was talking nonsense and asked his sister not to pay attention. Hong Wanchu asked Ruoyun if this was the tiger cub she had once caught and raised at home as her own. The girl answered the teacher, yes, he is the cutest but too irritable tiger cub. He is very talented, but his character. Hong said, then this cute and irritable tiger cub is lucky to have entered Brother Chu's group. He must have a lot of ki. Ruoyun asked. Apparently the teacher meant that if it weren't for his ki, with Hutai's character, he would have been beaten to death long ago. On Ruoyun Hutai's orders, he thanked teacher Hong. His student was upset with him, but he hoped the elder was not offended. Hong said he wouldn't quarrel with the tiger cub. Brother Chu brought him into the group. This is a great opportunity, thanks to Brother Chu for this. Chu replied, Brother Hong is too serious. The group is created for communication and exchange of experiences, and this tiger cub is still very young. A satisfied Hutai purred his thanks to the elder Chu and promised the younger Ruoyun that he would definitely correct his behavior. Junior Yingkun greeted Brother Hutai and asked him to take care of him in the future, if he had the opportunity. The tiger cub was confused. This man introduced himself as younger and called him brother, which means this human cultivator is weaker than him. He replied to Ying-kun with a smile that he would take care of him, and if there was anything he didn't understand, he could ask him at any convenient time. Chu Xuan was glad. This striped hutai had smoothly integrated into the team. Okay, now he can go and practice a little. And then the system reported that Wang Luo's disciple was being pursued by a powerful enemy. He escaped, and as a reward for this, Chu received the enlightenment of the Great Tao. Xuan was surprised. His disciple was being persecuted, and the system also rewarded Chu because of this. He remarked with a smile, "The children of Qi are amazing." Chu wondered if he could gather all the children of fortune together in the manner, what reward the system would give him for it. But there is no need to think about this now. Xuan will strive for this gradually, step by step. Let the students develop for now. The Great Tao's illumination can be used to obtain Tao energy, and it seems that the full power of Zhuan is just around the corner. Chu Xuan was eager to experience the new system gift, and he immediately decided to try to immerse himself in the enlightenment of the Great Tao. And now he found himself in an amazing space. It seems that this is the Great Tao. The whole space consists of Tao. How strange. Huan realized that in his current kingdom, it would be really difficult to understand all the secrets of the enlightenment of the Tao, but he would try. However, under the influence of Qi and Tao, Xuan realized how to better use some of the things he received from the system. If you develop your Tao, there will be no problems. Even killing an enemy will not be a problem. You will not have to do anything yourself. Xu Xuan blushed with pleasure. He was looking forward to this great and joyful day when he would become all-powerful. Spinning in the sparkling space of the great eternal Tao, Xuan exclaimed with inspiration that he is the Tao, and the Tao is him. Chu couldn't understand why the mirror kept showing the sea. Maybe it had expired and needed to be returned to the system. Xuan tried the universal repair technique used in his previous world, which was to say, he tapped the mirror hard with his hand. But perhaps the fact that the mirror constantly shows the sea means that there is something there, but due to a lack of strength, Chu cannot find out this secret. If this is indeed the case, then Zhuan will have to explore all the bodies of water in all 9 regions, and this is quite a long task. He demanded that the mirror show him what he needed, and a plateau appeared in front of him among the deserted wooded mountains. Xuan looked more closely. This landscape seemed quite familiar to him. He had obviously seen it quite recently, but here is where. Suddenly Chu saw a tiger. Could it really be Hutai again? The mirror connected Xuan with him twice. Could his qi really be so great and significant? Although if you look closely, this tiger doesn't look like him. He's twice as big as Hutai, and in his sleep he seems to be crying. Who is this? Chu didn't want to look at the fool Hutai again. This time in front of him was Hu Tianya, the former young master of the Heavenly Tiger clan. He was rejected by the clan due to his laziness and unwillingness to change form, and his fiancée, the princess of the Qingjiao clan, broke off their engagement with him. Xuan was surprised, so this is a heavenly tiger. Hutai is also a heavenly tiger. It seems these two striped fools are somehow related. He scratched his hair in confusion. Despite the nonsense that tigers talk, they can be useful. It was not for nothing that he saw them. Besides, even if Hu Tianya is not as strong as the others, he is still strong. But why is he still sleeping? What is he dreaming about? In his dream, Tianya begged the princess not to leave. His reluctance to change form was a rule of his ancestors. It was safer to be in the body of a tiger. The tiger's body is more powerful, and you can pretend to be dead in it. It's true. He's not deceiving her. Isn't he cute? This tiger seems to have inherited the true heritage of his race. The ability to survive is ingrained in his bones and mindset. With the help of the Thousand Heavens mirror, Chu Xuan's enormous figure appeared before the tiger and demanded that Hu Tianya wake up. The tiger trembled. Where did this super strong cultivator come from? Its power is so oppressive, it needs to save itself, make a cute face. The little animal meowed affably, greeting the elder. He didn't know that the elder had arrived, so he didn't greet him, but apologized. Xuan sighed heavily. What a striped flatterer. And Hu Tianya continued to dodge, asking with a smile what the elder's orders were. The heavenly tiger cub beat his tail and, with shining eyes, said, "The younger one will do everything that is necessary. Everything will be done in the best possible way." Xuan told the tiger that this was excellent and ordered him to turn into a human, warning that his cuteness tricks would not work on him. Hu Tianya obediently changed form. Xuan ordered the tiger to no longer follow Hutai's orders. Chu would now be its master. Chu promised that Tianya would be able to bring back his princess and surpass his ancestor, but Xuan would use him as a mount. The tiger cub immediately obediently answered the teacher that the disciple Hu Tianya was no longer cute. He was ready to learn the science of cultivating strength. In exchange for Xuan gaining the heavenly tiger as his disciple, he received the metal white tiger technique from the system. But he was still worried about whether this tiger would be useful in the future. He was clearly cunning and lazy, for which he was expelled from his clan. However, Hu Tianya is one of the sons of fortune, which means Xuan is one step closer to his goal. He must somehow gather them all. But even though it is good luck, one still has to hurry, Chu exclaimed, looking at the mirror so that the children of good luck from all over the world would come to him. Zhuan continued to call on the children of good fortune, and suddenly the mirror glowed with red golden fire energy. It seemed that Chu had found someone else. He looked questioningly into the mirror portal. What happened? It seems like today is his day of meeting demons. In front of Zhuan was the fiery Qingqing heir, a nine-tailed fox, a 17th level Dao, one of the strongest elders of the fox clan. Chu decided to be a little more serious. It's not good to deal with tigers all the time. First he needs to add her to the Dao chat group. He sent a message to the group that the fox Qingqing was invited. In response, Hutai grumbled, "This damn fox came too." Piao Ruoyun barked at Hutai. He must be looking for death. So many years have passed, and his filthy mouth still stinks. Another year of Zhuan's seclusion passed. He rose to the 5th stage of the divine realm. Chu even became a little bored. None of his disciples brought him any rewards. Only Pingfan rose to the 9th level of the true realm. He is very talented. Suddenly, Chu felt that Bao Hongyan had come to him. Apparently the Black Moon sect had discovered some new information. The girl bowed and asked the gentleman for an audience. He asked if they had learned anything new about the leader of the Black Moon sect. Yan shook her head. The search was ineffective. They still don't know who really runs the Black Moon sect. Suan wondered why she had come then, or if the sect's spies had found out something else that might interest or concern him. Bao Hongyan explained that she was here to inform the master about the demonic lands, and that hostilities would soon begin. Chu asked what was happening with the demonic lands. Were they planning something? But it seemed like the time had not yet come. The 3 sects and 2 countries and other forces in Nanzhou decided to fight for their own interests and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Of course, there were some cultivators who hadn't supported anyone yet. Chu thought that the higher-ups were being cautious. He invited Hun Yan to enter the courtyard. The work on his plan is progressing well. He wants to reward his spy. When they entered the courtyard, Chu asked if there was any information about the movement of forces in Nanzhou. What was going on? Bao sighed. Everything was kept secret, but one of the Qin family members had infiltrated the Daqian palace. Should I remind them of the Qin family? Zhuan replied negatively. Let the Qin family do whatever they wanted. He would not interfere for now, but he had to keep an eye on them. Chu asked Bao Hongyan about the situation with communication talismans in Beizhou and whether representatives from that region were purchasing them. The girl nodded her head affirmatively. Beizhou is completely covered. There is no information that could be hidden from the master. Chu Xuan smiled. Great. The plan in Beizhou was also completed successfully, which means this northern region is also under control. He told the girl that she had done a good job. These pills would help her break into the emperor's kingdom very quickly. The dumbfounded Bao Hongyan thanked the master in confusion. She could not even dream of such an incredible gift for a breakthrough. Zhuan told her to take these pills as soon as possible to break through. He has a more important and difficult task for her. The spy bowed and replied that the subordinate would live up to her master's expectations, and Chu Xuan allowed the girl to leave. The system reported that Ren Changhe had mastered the path of yin and yang and broken through to the divine realm, and Zhuan received 500 years of cultivation for this. Chu perked up. Oh, good news. Ren Changhe is a good man. This reward will allow Zhuan to move even closer to the realm of Dao. Don't look askance at Ren. He did bring good news, and it will probably make him put in even more effort. Ren Changhe, greatly changed, joyfully greeted the teacher and announced that he had finally broken through to the divine realm. Xuan congratulated him. Ren thanked the teacher for his help. In order to repay the kindness, he is ready to do everything possible for Chu. The teacher has an order. There will be unrest in the 9 regions, so in 10 years Ren Changhe will go to the north of Nanzhou. The student was stunned. Could the master really tell about what would happen in the future? This was simply unprecedented power. Shushin urged the student to be patient. In 10 years he would know everything. He bowed politely to the teacher in full agreement. The divine pills will help Changhe advance. The divine realm is not the end point. He must work hard. Pleased, Ren Changhe collected the pills given to him by the master and said that the student would remember his teacher's instructions. After giving all the instructions to the cultivator, Xuan said that he was satisfied with him, but the teacher had things to do, so he said goodbye to Ren Changhe. But the student asked the master to stay longer. The student had something that would bother the teacher. Xuan looked at Changhe in surprise. Shu chuckled. Some of this is apparently practice. Good. He will pick up something new for his student that will help him. Soon he contacted the recluse again and gave him practices suitable for cultivation at his level to study. From a deep cave in the dark ancient lands of demons, Buddhist prayers and wishes for light, goodness, and wisdom were heard. A confident voice spoke. The sinful lands of demons, greed and ignorance, blood and death, all this pollutes the souls of ancient demons. Molawantian preached to a crowd of demon believers. The merciful Buddha transforms demonic lands into blissful ones. By sacrificing himself, he will go to hell. But who, if not he, the disciple of Buddha, will spread Buddhism, they must spread their faith. Luantian's disciples responded unanimously, O Amitabha, they are ready to carry out the instructions of the great disciple of the Buddha and spread the faith. Moluantian's aura glowed golden, and a halo appeared around his head. He exclaimed, O Amitabha, good and benefactor. Seeing someone else enter the cave, Moluantian asked in a friendly manner, perhaps he came here for enlightenment. But the demon asked rudely, the bald one is deceiving people again. He brainwashed the villagers, and now he's taken on others. The guest said that now all their girls are bald. Where to look for a wife? The students recognized him. This is the eldest son of the gentleman from the neighboring village. The demon screamed, and last month the bald man destroyed his relative's city and beat him to death, calling it a memorial service. He clenched his fist, saying that he had broken through to the realm of truth and had come here to take revenge. Now all these bald idiots would die at once. Moluantian calmly extended his hands forward and said, O Amitabha, he must protect his faithful disciples from attack. A powerful golden stream of energy burst from the monk's palm and flew straight towards the raging, disgruntled, evil demon. The demon, who had decided to kill the Buddhists, did not even have time to attack his victims. Luantian's golden stream instantly knocked him off his feet. A powerful stream of energy carried the intruder out of the prayer cave, and a deafening explosion was heard outside. The newly enlightened demons were stunned. What horror! Nothing remained of that demon, apparently. This is the great power of Buddhism. Moluantian explained that this was kindness and grace. That demon was a sinner who defiled his holy teaching in front of his disciples. He asked his disciples to calm down. With his action, Luantian simply helped this sinner realize their superiority. But then another voice was heard from the street. The brother of the murdered man exclaimed that the lying bald ass had killed his brother, which meant he would die. Another demon entered the cave. These two guys from Mr. Lee's family are very stubborn, but they take turns going to the grave. The demon shouted that he was on the second level of the true kingdom. If they would beg him on their knees, he would give them a quick death. Moluantian once again extended his hand forward and calmly sent a stream of deadly golden dragon energy towards the demon. The second brother Lee was thrown out of the cave by a strong blow and exploded, shattering into small pieces. The new Buddhists became silent. Luantian folded his hands in prayer and asked the great Buddha to forgive the sins of the demons who had just died and to purify their souls. But before Xuan's disciple could finish his prayer, a voice came from the street again, the third brother scolding Luantian with the most vile words. Moluantian addressed his disciples. It seems he is not doing well enough. They cannot enlighten everyone with the teachings of Buddhism. They all have to work hard. They must make every effort to save the living. The disciples promised to carry out his instructions. Luantian blessed his disciples and followers with the holy mission of spreading Buddhism throughout the demon lands. Xuan stretched sweetly. After lunch he basked in the sun, and after resting he ate dinner. He whistled a song, Life is Good. And then a message came from the system. His students spread Buddhism, and Xuan received the technique of reincarnation as a gift. He was amazed. Wow, Moluantian already has 10,000 followers, and this disciple is not so bad, even though he is a former demon. Xuan decided to leave him alone for a while. It would be better to see the effect of this gifted transformation technique. Half a month later, Xuan received unexpected news from the Black Moon. A palace coup had taken place at the court of the Dark King. While the ruling family's forces were in chaos, the great evil palace seized power, and now it is Zizi from the palace who rules everything. The former king was banished to the kingdom of chaos, and no one knows where he is now or what is happening to him. There is no contact with him. Although at first glance it seems that Shou Yuan is still the king, he no longer has any rights. He is simply following orders. Prince Xiao Wang was the most unlucky of all. He was tortured for a long time in a variety of ways, trying to find out some of the family's secrets. In the end, his friend sacrificed himself to save the prince. He ran away like a coward into the mountains, not knowing where to go, but he was able to survive. All of the new ruler's subordinates returned safe and sound, but there is still no order in the evil king's palace. A month after this news, Xuan was busy with another training session in his cozy courtyard of a small family estate. Suddenly he sensed through his soul seal that Shou Yuan had been killed, the first of his secret servants to be killed in battle. It turned out that Shou Yuan had launched an open attack on Zizi, but the difference in cultivation was too great, and the Dark Overlord fell. Xuan didn't care much about his death. He was just a pawn. Maybe Xiao Wang would avenge him, but only if he gathered an army. Xuan remembered that it had been a long time since he had accepted the last member into his Heavenly Tao Fellowship group. He took the searching mirror and activated the magic item, the arrow quickly spinning, scanning the space in search of Taoists. And then the arrow stopped. Xuan was surprised at what kind of shadow was on the mirror. Apparently it was some kind of powerful cultivator hiding his name. Using another mirror, Chu found the mysterious shadow. It turned out to be a woman practicing in a remote mountain cave. Feeling someone's presence, the cultivator menacingly asked who dared to disturb her. She had been here for a long time. Chu explained that he was looking for people to join a group to share experiences, and he asked the woman what clan she was from and what her level was. This is a group of friends who are cultivators of the open path and the Dao realm. The girl was doubtful. It all sounds like it is some kind of trap. But still, the girl bowed and introduced herself to the elder. She is Yu Su from the Yu clan, currently at the 13th stage of the Dao realm. Xu Xuan was surprised at what kind of Yu clan this was. He had never heard of it. It was probably very small, but that wasn't that important. Xuan wrote a message. Sister Yu Su joins the Dao group and asked friends to welcome her. She is at the 13th step of Dao. Yu Su was shocked. Here is Hong Yuanchu, the ancestor of the Hong clan, and Shu Yan, Yuanchu's best friend. They are all stronger than her. They are all legends. She greeted the great Hong Yuanchu, who replied that the Yu clan had enormous power. The ability of possession alone was worth it. Yu Su knew that in ancient times, a very powerful member of the Yu clan died at the hands of this very Hong Yuanchu during a clan battle. She miraculously managed to escape then. Their clan had greatly diminished and was inactive for a long time. Many thought that they had disappeared completely. Hong said that Sister Yu Su didn't need to worry. The great Dao had taken care of her clan's survival. All the old grievances were in the past. In Kun was in a trance, a newcomer to the group, but he was still the weakest. Everyone was so strong, only he was out of place. He greeted his sister politely. Kun decided that they were all so strong that he needed to maintain good relations with them. Meanwhile, the prince who had escaped from the Dark Palace was wandering along the border of Nanzhou and Dongzhou through insurmountable mountains and dense forest. Xiao Wang was alone. His constant faithful companion died, sacrificing himself to save the young master and heir. Suddenly the prince felt a sharp pain. He realized that his father was dead. The king could only be killed by one person, the damned Xiezi. The prince shouted loudly that he would definitely kill Zizi and take revenge on him for the vile betrayal and murder of his father the king. Suddenly, Xiao Wang felt ill. Blood gushed from his mouth. Someone very strong was trying to influence him. He looked around. There was clearly someone in the forest not far from him, and this someone was watching the suffering prince of the evil kingdom. Suddenly, a black shadow flew out of the bushes and hovered over Xiao Wang. He wondered if it was someone's wandering spirit. The man looked at the boy with a smile and said, "Not bad. With the help of this boy, you can calmly explore the surroundings." Xiao Wang was a little confused. Where did this evil spirit come from, and what did it want from him? Did it really want to take over his body? The spirit rushed towards the dumbfounded prince with a laugh, clearly intending to take his young, strong body into his transparent hands. The guy attacked his opponent, angrily shouting for him to get out of here and leave him alone. He was in no mood at all right now. But the blow passed through the transparent spirit without causing him any harm, and the strange man became even more cheerful. He rushed towards the prince and instantly penetrated his body. Xiao Wang only had time to scream. Now the green freak was in his body. The prince felt very strange. He was perplexed by what technique his opponent was using. Was it really an obsession? If this is the case, then Xiao Wang has fallen into a trap. Something needs to be done, otherwise his soul may soon simply perish. The boy cut himself to draw blood, as part of a ritual to rid himself of an evil spirit that had taken possession of his body. The blood must be burned, then purified, changed and purified again, a procedure that is quite painful and extremely dangerous. Xiao Wang swallowed a pill that was supposed to help him get rid of the parasitic spirit in his young and strong body. He clenched his fist and began to purify the blood. His aura flared up. After purifying the blood, you need to purify the body and purify the soul. The spirit that had entered the prince's body screamed in pain and tried to jump out of the boy's body to escape the cleansing procedure. But Xiao Wang didn't let him go. Since he had occupied his body, he would have to answer for it. It was not worth attempting to kill the prince of the evil kingdom. The guy laughed. Now it was not he, but the spirit that was trapped. He would no longer be able to get out, but would burn inside while cleansing his body and soul. The spirit inside screamed at Xiao Wang to quickly let him out. Otherwise, this crazy boy might also die along with him. Wang felt that after the purification he had acquired the ability of the spirit, but he was seriously wounded. A third of his blood simply evaporated. How can he take revenge? And should he go to the state of Qin? It would be good to see Yun before he dies, but will he be able to do it? In addition to the wounds received by the Dark Prince, damage to the core has been added, reducing the possibility of breaking through to the Emperor's kingdom. Gathering all his strength, Xiao Wan pushed off the ground and headed to Nanzhou, the Chu family district, to see his beloved girl again. Energy bolts flared and the prince soared above the forest and impassable mountains, his heart leading him to where he could see Yun. The protective dome Chu Xuan erected over his native Nanzhou prevented anyone from entering the territory undetected. Taking off from the impassable mountains at the border of Nanzhou, the Dark Prince fell right into the trap set by Zhuan. Xiao Wan found himself in Chu Xuan's secret realm, unconscious from his wounds, blood loss, and incredible stress. The guy opened his eyes and looked around. He couldn't understand where he was and how he got here, whether he was safe. There was no one in the building, at least no one attacked Van. He decided to explore what was there and where he was. Approaching the table, the guy saw bottles of elixirs, tools, and descriptions of techniques with which he was not previously familiar. Xiaowen thought, maybe he had a chance. This looked like a place left by a strong cultivator for his disciples. But who is this mysterious master? The prince carefully approached the table with magical treasures, wondering what kind of pills these were. The guy burst into tears. These are pills for restoring the damaged foundation, and pills for increasing the level. That's what you need. What luck. The delighted prince fell to his knees and loudly thanked the unknown master for his timely and very valuable help. Shedding tears of joy, Xiaowang told the elder that the younger would definitely inherit his will and do everything that was necessary. As a sign of obedience to the will of the great master, the prince hit his forehead 3 times on the stone floor slabs and promised to obey the teacher. After this, Wang took the bottles of miraculous pills and took them, and the wounds he received during the purification instantly healed. He then took the level-up pills and immediately felt a surge of strength. He shouted to Zizi to wait for him. It doesn't matter that Zizi is in charge of the great evil palace. He, Xiaowang, who has received such a chance, will destroy the palace and avenge his father. The boy promised that he would never forget the elder's mercy. No matter what he wished, he would dedicate his life to this holy goal. Xiaowang picked up the book and was stunned. It was the Taoist canon of eliminating evil, a guide superior to divine techniques. The prince opened the treasured book with trembling hands. This was exactly what he needed most now to carry out his revenge. But after reading the first page, the prince was frozen with horror. It said that in order to practice, he had to do something. The inscription said that he should castrate himself with a knife, completely, to the root. Van's hands trembled. Tears ran down his face. The prince, who had fled the kingdom, was torn by conflicting feelings. He did not know what to do, take revenge, or love. He looked questioningly at the treatise. His lips trembled, and his eyes were full of tears. It was not so easy to decide on such a cruel act. Van read the entry again. He needed this technique to take revenge on the traitor for his father and for himself, but what a terrible price to pay for it. He was puzzled as to how he could cut off his most precious thing, but at the same time, how else could he take revenge on Zizi if he didn't cut it off? The prince understood perfectly well that if he did not have strength, then how could he survive in Nanju? How could he see his beloved Chu Yun? Taking the knife in his hands, Zhao Wan burst into tears, mentally telling his treasure that from now on he could only silently guard her. He promised his beloved that he would do everything for her, that he would go through fire and water, even if he became disabled. Tears streamed from his eyes. Wang howled in pain. He screamed. Even if he cut it off, he would still forever love the beautiful maiden Chu Yun more than life itself. The bloody dagger fell from the prince's trembling hand, his head spun, and his clothes turned the brown color of his blood. Clutching his wound, Wang fell to his knees, shouting that he would definitely tear Jiezi to pieces now, and that he had made a huge sacrifice for this. Shedding tears, Xiao Wang promised that he would not just kill Zizi, but cut off what was most precious to him. Oh, how it hurt, how he missed him. Taking the book back into his hands, he sighed heavily, but only in this way could he master this powerful secret technique of destroying evil. The prince immersed himself in studying the treatise, and finally, he reached a page where it was written that his sacrifice had been in vain. Tears welled up in Van's eyes again. Could this really have been just a cruel joke from the owner of this place? But why did he do it? Wang read, if he refused to cut, there was no need to worry. It would not interfere with the study of Taoist practice. He angrily threw the book on the floor and screamed, "Bastard! What kind of old freak created this terrible, immoral thing? It's terrible." Sobbing, the unfortunate prince asked why the teacher had created this book, and whether it was fun to so cruelly deceive his students. He exclaimed, how could they do such a thing? What would happen to his beautiful treasure, the unrivaled beauty Chu Yun? It's all Zizi's fault. That's right, it's all his fault. Blinded by hatred towards him, Wang behaved stupidly. This bastard needs to be killed. At the end, it was written that if you remain childless, you will be a coward and a fool, but if not, you will be healthy in all respects. Xiao Wang didn't understand anything. Is it really impossible to cultivate after circumcision? If that's the case, then isn't the teacher contradicting himself? At the end, the prince read that he must bow, 3 bows, as a tribute to the valuable science and practice of cultivation. Van burst into tears again. This monster had deprived him of his manhood, and he still had to bow to him. Where was the justice? What a misfortune. And yet the dark prince fell to his knees, for he had sworn to do everything his teacher commanded in gratitude for saving him. Shedding tears, Xiao Wang struck his forehead on the stone floor 3 times as a sign of respect and gratitude to the unknown teacher. From these recordings you can understand how to do the exercises and cultivate. The methodology exceeds expectations. The techniques are powerful. If they are practiced in the divine realm, then the 5th limb can be restored. Oh, that means not all is lost. Van was very happy. He would be able to restore his manhood. There were even all the necessary tools here. He picked up a needle, but it was an embroidery needle, and he thought that this Taoist canon was a little dishonest. What should he do? The system reported that Xiaowang entered the secret realm and castrated himself because of Chu's joke. Xuan received the blood rebirth technique. Xuan never thought that anyone would be stupid enough to commit castration because of the first page, but such an idiot did exist. Using the blood rebirth technique, one can be reborn from a single drop of blood while retaining all talents and abilities. Chu smiled. Even if you kill a person, a clone will appear. It's almost the secret of immortality. This secret technique appeared because of a joke. Xuan decided, just in case, to collect not only his own blood, but also the blood of other people close and dear to him, just in case something might happen. Xian'er looked at the drop of blood in surprise and asked what it was. She had a feeling that the body was inexplicably connected to this drop. Chu explained that this was a blood revival technique that could resurrect oneself if the body died. Xian'er was surprised. So, as long as there is a drop of blood, she will not die, Chu confirmed. Theoretically, yes, but you don't need to kill yourself to check. Chu Xuan took a drop of blood from Chu Pingfan, Chu Wen, and Xiangxing. As long as this technique existed, his disciples could not die. Mo Luantian, who was spreading Buddhism in the demon lands, was in real danger. He needed to be protected. Xuan took 2 drops of blood from the demon Buddha, gave one to him so that if he died, he could immediately be reborn, and transferred the other to the mini-world. A month later, Chu received news from the system. Hu Tianya's disciple had broken through to the emperor's realm, and Zhuan had received 100 years of cultivation. Xuan smiled. As expected from the Son of Fortune, he broke through in such a short time, and Chu, as a teacher, received a reward for this. Thanks to 100 years of cultivation, Xuan had already reached the 6th stage of the divine realm. His growth was astonishingly fast. The Chui in the Tao crystal grew larger and larger, meaning that the miniature world was regularly improving, becoming larger and stronger. Nama Buddha successfully broke through to the divine realm. The improvement of the mini-world helped the former demon cultivate. Xuan felt that there would be another transformation of the mini-world, and with the help of the Tao crystal, it would be possible to enter the path of the great Tao. It was even a little scary. Soon Chu would be able to enter the path of the Tao. His speed of improvement is simply outstanding. No one else has it. The crystal has acquired new abilities, and now members of the Tao group can transfer various items to each other through it. Although the number of people in the group is small, there are not many who can enter the Tao realm, so it is not worth opening this ability yet. Chu hasn't used the mirror for a long time. He needs to try his luck and find someone interesting and increase his chances of receiving rewards. The mirror showed Zhuan a secluded mountain valley. He gasped. There is time. This valley is connected to the secret realm of time. Those who were able to get into this valley are very lucky. Of course, they are mostly the children of luck. We need to study it as carefully as possible. Suddenly, Xuan saw Xiao Liang and Liu Piao Piao walking along the valley. Liu Piao Piao was now at the 5th stage of the heavenly kingdom and had grown up. And Xiao Liang is at the 5th stage of the emperor realm. He has a vine branch surrounded by an ancient atmosphere and a slow liana. The young man had indeed found the slow vine. He was lucky, although it had not yet recognized him as its master. This would take time. Xiao Liang seems to be the son of luck not only of Shizhu but also of the entire northern territory. He carries something very powerful, probably a vine. Appearing in the golden portal, Chu Xuan exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, it's those kids again." He is very happy to meet them again. The travelers fell to their knees and respectfully greeted the elder. His techniques greatly helped them advance in cultivation. Xiaoling convulsively squeezed the slow vine. The young man was very afraid that the elder would take this priceless magical treasure from him. She remarked that it must be fate that they met again, and the young man seemed to have a lucky chance to obtain the slow vine. Xiaoliang replied in fear that it was a complete accident and that he had not intended to look for this treasure on purpose. Suen laughed. No need to be nervous. The vine is not conspicuous, but since fate brought them together again, Chu will help Liang become the master of the vine. He sent a stream of his divine energy through the portal towards the youth, helping Xiaoliang become stronger and subdue the slow vine. Xiaoliang was amazed. This mysterious elder was terribly strong. After his influence, the vine immediately recognized the youth as its master. The genius, persecuted by the Xiao family, bowed low to the elder and thanked him for his extraordinary kindness and further help. Xuan said that since they met again, it was truly fate and asked if Xiaoliang was willing to accept him as his master. The young man fell to his knees and confirmed his readiness, asking Chu to testify that from that day on, he and Liu Piao were no longer master and disciple. Liu Piao admitted that she lacked the ability to guide Liang, and since he recognized the new master, she asked him to testify to it. Chu thought, if these two are no longer master and disciple, are they really going to become Dao partners? And Xiaoliang looks like the main character. Chu Shen agreed. He testified that from now on, Xiaoliang and Liu Piao are no longer student and teacher, but are now equal students on the eternal path of the Tao. Xiaoling bowed gratefully to his new teacher. It seemed that his relationship with his previous mentor had long since ceased to be that of a student. And indeed, they looked at each other very eloquently, and Piao's cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Xuan was right. Chu was perplexed. Liu Piao was much older than Xiao Liang, but the guy had such great talent that it would probably be difficult for him to be with a simple girl. Xuan asked Xiao Liang's companion if she realized how lucky she was that she would now be able to get her old body back and continue living a normal life. But Piao sheepishly admitted that she was apparently stupid and could not understand how she could do this, since she had already tried everything. Xuan sent her a book through the portal, explaining that it was the lesser technique of heaven and earth. Liu Piao thanked the elder for his wise instruction. After accepting Xiaoliang, the son of Northern Fortune, as his disciple, Chu was rewarded with the divine starlight and the boundless martial Dao. The fading light of the divine star is a pale blue spear, and at its tip a small star blooms. This is a divine weapon. Xiaoliang is the exiled son of the Xiao family in Xizhou. Born with a fighting spirit, among Xuan's disciples, he is the most talented and will become the strongest. The master told Liang that as a teacher, he would pass on several techniques to him, but Xiao Liang's current techniques were simply not suitable for his level. Xushen sent a stream of energy towards his new disciple, transmitting to him the martial Dao technique he had just received from the system. Xiao Liang was delighted. He felt an incredible surge of strength after receiving the powerful technique of the boundless martial Dao from the teacher. He realized that the boundless martial Dao was incredibly powerful, and if he developed this unrivaled technique, his fighting strength would increase many times over. Falling to his knees, the young man respectfully thanked his great, unrivaled master for imparting to him the most valuable knowledge of martial Dao. Xuan told his student to stand up. These were not all the gifts that he and Liu Piao had prepared for them. Chu handed over a spear, a potion, and a technique. The boy and girl looked at Chu Xuan with reverence, sincerely believing him to be a supreme deity, and did not dare to utter a word. The young man took the spear in his hands and was stunned. He had never seen such a powerful weapon before, and incredible strength emanated from it. This spear is so powerful, it must be a deity-level artifact or even higher. The teacher gave him an amazing gift. Xuan told Liang to cultivate diligently. Only strength would allow him to protect himself. He must not let the teacher down and miss the opportunity. Chu explained to Liu Piao that this was a secret treasure that could preserve the spirit. This technique of heaven and earth would help return the physical body. In response, she thanked the elder again. The girl's cheeks turned slightly red. For some time now, returning her body had become her main dream. After this, Chu Xuan said that Liang already had several Shixiangs. They would meet in the future, but they were forbidden to fight among themselves. The young man bowed obediently to the teacher and said that he understood everything and that he would not dare to go against his will and harm his older brothers. After that, Chu Xuan closed the portal and disappeared from the valley, leaving Xiaoliang and Liu Piao alone with each other and their troubled thoughts. The demon Buddha converted millions to Buddhism. Chu received as a reward from the wise and all-powerful system 2 servants of the Buddha like puppets. These assistants can read the thoughts of all beings, can develop, and are currently at the 5th level of the divine kingdom in terms of power. In the forest among the impassable mountains on the border of Nanzhou and Dongzhou, a barely noticeable movement appeared. Someone appeared, trying to remain unnoticed. A shadow rose above the forest, and someone appeared in the place where the evil spirit had recently tried to take possession of the body of the exiled Dark Prince Xiao Wang. The elders said that the trace disappeared right here. Did the obsession really fail, and now there is a risk that their family Yu will be revealed because of this? This era of Dao Yuan is about to end. There is no longer any time to wait, and action must begin from Nanzhou. The head of the family called upon the Yu elders. The leader said that the 9 regions in Nanzhou would soon change dramatically. This was the Yu clan's chance to survive and rise. They should lie low and wait. They found that the most suitable one was the Chu family. They would become the Chu family so that the Yu clan would not be exposed. Otherwise, they would be destroyed. Everyone confirmed they are now the Chu family. From this day on, the Yu clan does not exist. They will take over the bodies of the Chu clan members and wait. The leader said that there was almost nothing left of the Yu clan, but in the 9 regions, almost no one remembered their clan, so they had to lie low. Having received the instructions from the head of the family, all the elders of the Yu clan instantly scattered, as if no one had been there, only the forest was rustling. The Yu leader was confident that the Chu were humble and not strong. Their lands were advantageously located, the most suitable situation for the Yu clan's obsession. There are about 100 members in the Chu family, but the target of obsession is, of course, the most high-ranking descendants, head Yu headed towards them. While resting on the lounger, Zhuan sensed a cold and strange aura approaching the Chu clan's domain. The guest's strength was not weak at all. The approaching cultivator was close to the divine realm, but what did such a strong person need in the Chu clan again? This cold and gloomy aura is very unusual. and that figure is like a ghostly shadow. It seems like it has no physical body. Could it be a ghost? Meanwhile, the head of the Yu clan approached the Chu family's lands and looked down on their possessions, wondering where he should go. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, anticipating that he and his clan would finally get their bodies back and begin the journey to the rise of their great family. Xuan sighed. Why would someone target the Chu family again? Ever since the evil cult disbanded, no one had come to the clan's territory to kill them. Suddenly, the head of the Yu family saw with horror that a ghostly creature of enormous size was flying towards him with the clear intention of attacking him in the air. Chief Yu understood that it was all over, but why was there someone so powerful that could destroy a spirit hiding in this tiny Chu clan? Is the Chu family crazy? They are very strong but reserved. They only act in critical situations. The same people once destroyed Yu. All the elders of the Yu family, along with the clan head, stood in front of Chu Xuan, who was lounging on a lounger in the courtyard of his small estate. They were puzzled. Didn't the elders say that it would be easy? It was just a small Chu clan. What went wrong? Would their clan really perish? Xuan understood that the Yu clan had prospered for a long time, but then was almost destroyed. The head of the family ordered to take possession of the Chu family members and wait. Chu was surprised. Fate had brought him together with Yu again. First the mirror had found one of them. She had joined the Dao group. Now the head of the clan had come to him. There is no ghost clan in the 9 regions, so one can be created, but they need a cultivation technique that will allow them to improve. For the idea of creating a ghost clan from the Yu clan, the system rewarded Chu Xuan and gave him a great technique in the form of the scripture of the afterlife. This is the sacred scripture of ghosts. If the Yu clan practices according to this scripture, they can quickly become a ghost clan. The appearance of ghosts in 9 regions will cause panic. The Yu clan has about 100 members, so it is not difficult to become a ghost clan. Xuan smiled. Once they become ghosts, he will gain control of the 100 ghosts of the clan without doing anything, and will become more than just a Buddha. But the Yu clan members were afraid. The head of the family turned to Xuan, saying that he was a powerful person. They were just a clan passing by. Chu reassured them. He had no evil intentions. The Yu clan had no future no matter what they did, but they couldn't get life from the Dao. Chief Yu exclaimed that his clan also had strong cultivators. Wasn't Xuan afraid that their family would destroy all the people? Xuan calmly replied that he had no intention of destroying the Yu clan. Besides, he knew that they were strong. The leader could call him senior. The leader asked the elder that if he wanted to accuse him of something, he should kill him, but let the rest of the clan members go and allow them to survive. Chu repeated that he did not want to exterminate them. On the contrary, he wanted to give them a chance to survive, but they needed to forget Yu's name and turn into a ghost clan. By turning the Yu clan into ghosts, they will become stronger. Their ki will increase. This is their only chance to restore their own family. The head of the family was surprised that the power of the ghosts was similar to the power of the Yu clan. There were other abilities, but if only the ghosts remained, the Yu clan would disappear. Xuan explained that the Yu clan was destined to disappear, and the birth of the ghost clan would allow them to maintain their roots and not disappear into the Dao Yuan. The Yu clan leader asked the elder why he helped them, since they were planning to destroy his own Chu family and take their place in the world. The guy explained that he was related to one of the ancestors of the Yu clan, so it was fate that they were standing here, so he helped save their clan. One of the elders of the Yu clan, after listening to the head and Xuan, answered the elder for everyone else that they were ready to turn into a ghost clan. Xuan told the elders that he would teach them some techniques and methods so that they could improve and cultivate their strength. The guy turned all the Yu elders into ghosts and gave them the ghost scripture he received from the system to cultivate power. After this, Xuan moved the new clan of ghosts into his miniature world so that they could calmly settle in and recuperate. They all fell on their knees and thanked the elder for the mercy shown to them and the new knowledge, as well as for the opportunity to save their family. Since then, the Yu clan began to practice writing the afterlife in the dark valley of the mini-world, their strength growing stronger day by day. The head of the Yu family explained to his relatives that if their clan wanted to be strong, they would need to become ghosts. That was their destiny. Meanwhile, Yusu, who had entered Daoxuan's group, continued to cultivate in her secluded cave, hidden from the eyes of people. She couldn't understand what was happening, why her connection with her native Yu clan had changed. They were alive and only becoming stronger, but their strength was different. There shouldn't be anything wrong with this. The increase in chi means that the Yu clan has become stronger. But why is she so worried? This is very strange. Head Yu gathered everyone and ordered them to listen carefully. From this day on, they would all become part of the ghost clan. The Yu clan no longer existed. They will all revere Master Chu Xuan as a ghost ancestor, and those who disobey will face severe punishment. Everyone agreed with the leader. The Yu clan members were delighted. The Grand Master was the first to complete the transformation, and the ghost ki is very powerful. It is very cool. The relatives asked the head to tell them how he felt about becoming part of the ghost clan. Everyone was very curious to know. The leader said that he felt renewed. His body seemed to have become much lighter, and I entered the divine realm, all thanks to the master. Because Chu Xuan created the first ghost clan in the 9 regions, he received the Fengdu secret realm and the Ghost King's seal. The Fengdu secret realm is a small world where ghosts train twice as fast, and all their abilities are strengthened and developed faster. The seal of the Ghost King gives power over all the signs in the secret kingdom of Fengdu. No one dares to disobey the owner of the seal. Xuan decided to visit his ghost clan. The leader and the rest of the members respectfully greeted the respected ghost ancestor. Falling to his knees, the leader asked for forgiveness. They did not know that the Lord Ghostly Ancestor would visit them. The subordinates were still very rude. Chu said that he would make the leader the first Ghost King and give him the seal. When all the clan members completed the transformation, he would show them their kingdom. By the way, I see that there is a talented girl named Yu Su in their clan. When her transformation is complete, let her come to his estate. The clan leader and first Ghost King bowed and replied that he would carry out the sacred order of his great ghost ancestor. Yusu was very surprised that the ghostly ancestor wanted to see her. The girl could not understand how she had deserved such amazing attention. All her relatives congratulated her, saying that a brilliant future awaits you, wishing her good luck, and she sincerely thanked everyone for their kind words. Chu reminded Pingfan that there was always a higher mountain to climb, and he couldn't relax just because he had achieved a little success in his development. At this moment, Yusu appeared in the courtyard of the Chu estate, saying that she had come to pay her respects to the respected ghost ancestor. Chu Xuan was pleased, the girl was polite, and also very strong. He could finally start gathering a Dao group in person, and not through a crystal. Pingfan asked his uncle in surprise who this girl was. Xuan said it was Yusu from the ghost clan. She greeted the young master. The young man introduced himself. His name is Chu Pingfan. He is greeting Miss Yusu. So this young lady is a ghost. How unusual. The girl made a scary face and he exclaimed, yes, she was a ghost, and was about to scare the little boy who had decided to make fun of her. Pingfan chuckled in bewilderment. He didn't see any difference between the girl and himself. She looked like a completely ordinary person. Yusu asked in surprise, what? He wasn't scared of her at all. Usually people are afraid of ghosts and immediately run away as fast as they can, screaming loudly. Xuan's nephew said that he was a tough guy. He asked the lady to show him something really scary, ghostly. Xuan asked Yusu to show his nephew his true strength. Pingfan was indeed very strong. She looked at the young man with doubt. The girl's eyes flashed and warned that since the young master was really strong, she would not hold back and would show her strength. Yusu released a gloomy ghost aura, and terrifying shadows danced around her, capable of terrifying any living creature. The young man looked at Yusu with interest. This is the power of a ghost. She really has a very dark aura, but it doesn't seem particularly strong. Meanwhile, the girl attacked young Pingfan. A figure in a cloak attacked him, and instead of a head, there was a skull with overthrowing eye sockets. The young man looked at the monster that appeared in front of him with a smile. Well, this was certainly more interesting than the girl, but it still wasn't terrifying. Looking at the little skull in the cloak, Pingfan decided that he could easily deal with this monster. He didn't even need to strain himself too much. Clenching his fists, Zhuan's nephew let out a battle cry, releasing his furious aura that could destroy everything in its path. At that very moment, the figure of the skull in the cloak disappeared. Yusu was amazed at how this boy not only wasn't scared, but also attacked. The girl's face lengthened. How strong was the young master if her battle ghost disappeared from just one of his screams, even without a fight? Xuan stopped them. They were about the same age, so they could train together so they wouldn't be bored. Su and Pingfan obeyed. Yusu told Pingfan that she was older than him, so from now on he could call her big sister. It would be more fair. But the wayward Pingfan did not like this idea. He exclaimed that it was nonsense. His uncle said that they were the same age, therefore equal. Chushen showed Yusu the final pages of the sacred scripture of the afterlife. Now they need to train hard and not mess around. Su Xian'er informed the master that dinner was ready. She had prepared his favorite dish. She could go to the terrace and strengthen her strength with food. But Zhuan answered his assistant that now was not the time to eat. There was no time to be distracted, and asked the girl to leave the food in his room for now. The system informed Zhuan that all members of the Yu clan had become ghosts. He created a new type of clan and received the Yin path as a reward. The paths of Yin and Yang. If you cultivate these two paths simultaneously and allow them to complement each other, something truly valuable will come out. Xuan thought, so it turns out that one path is Yin, the other is Yang. It's great that now it's possible to cultivate these two methods at the same time. Chu spent 15 years in seclusion. His strength greatly increased, and as a reward, the searching mirror was upgraded to a chaos-spreading mirror. The improved version of the searching mirror is capable of revealing the secrets of the great Tao, investigating the cultivators of the open path and the ancients. Chu Xuan was very pleased. The improved version of the mirror now had everything he wanted and what the previous version of the search mirror lacked. However, the system mentioned ancient cultivators. I wonder how advanced they are compared to the open path. The guy decided to try out the updated mirror right away, in case he was lucky enough to meet an ancient Taoist. That would be very interesting. Zhuan ordered the chaos-spreading mirror to open and show him all its capabilities and the strongest ancient cultivators. At that very moment, the boy saw a projection of a powerful cultivator in the mirror. He was calmly meditating, sitting in a small stone cave. Xuan was shocked. It seems that this ancient cultivator belongs to the demon race. Unexpectedly, well, if it's a demon, then so be it. The mirror told Zhuan that before him was the ancestor of modern demons, and one of the most ancient Taoists, a cultivator of the open path. This version of the mirror is not bad. On the first try, Chu found the open path cultivator, and the mirror is invisible during use. This way, his Dao communication group would have another strong member, and the crystal would gain the strength Xuan needed faster. Noticing the alien aura, the demon ancestor asked in confusion what it was, and whether someone had really dared to appear in his sacred cave. The ancient demon gritted his teeth and angrily exclaimed, "Who dared to do something behind his back? Who dared to disturb the peace of the ancient Taoist?" Suddenly, the cultivator heard a message that he had joined a Dao communication group. The stranger wished the demon a great time. The ancient demon cursed, wondering what kind of piece of shit was capable of doing something without his knowledge, of joining him to some group. Clenching his fist menacingly, the demon ancestor angrily asked who it was that had appeared in his cave and what he had done. He understood nothing of his message. Suen decided not to answer anything. Let's see how this demon will act and what changes it will cause in the group. Maybe they will surprise him. The demon growled. Why was the respected one silent? Did he dare joke with him, Mo Tu, since it could end very badly for the joker? Hong Wanchu asked if this was the same Mo Tu, the demon tyrant, the ancient ruler of the demon race, who had not been heard from for a long time. Mo Tu frowned. This voice seemed very familiar to him. Could it be that he was hearing Hong Yuanchu himself, the strongest human cultivator? Hong Yuanchu chuckled. Yes, it was him. So the ancient demon shouldn't be presumptuous here. This group is the strongest. The ancient demon ancestor carefully asked Yuanchu if he was the one who had probably started this whole mess with a group of the strongest cultivators. Xuan chuckled to himself. So these two know each other. Maybe they are from the same era, and it looks like they are enemies, but it will be fun. Yuanchu asked Mo Tu what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He was still the same as before, but Hong had never played any underhanded games or been cruel. It seemed that the fight at the beginning had deeply wounded his heart. If Hong Yuanchu had been serious from the start, then Mo Tu would not have been his opponent. Mo Tu growled that Hong was lying. Had he really forgotten how his younger brother died at the hands of a demon warrior? Or was that not considered a serious reason? The demon shouted at Hong Yuanchu not to say what is and what is not. If he has the courage, the path goes, and they will fight for real, to the death. Mo Tu continued to rage. Yuanchu said that this group was the treasure of his friend Taoist Su, so stop spoiling the atmosphere here. Yingkun was terrified. Why was everyone who came so high level? When would someone small appear who wasn't at the very bottom? Xuan listened with a smile to the squabble between the two most powerful Taoists of the open path, Hong Yuanchu and the ancestor of modern demons, Mo Tu. The guy noticed that these two had more poison than a cobra. It was already midnight, and there was no end in sight to their arguments. It seemed like they hated each other fiercely. Wanchu asked, Taoist brother Chu, are you here? Mo Tu is too arrogant. Can he drive him out? Xuan understood. Hong has already lost his strength. Mo Tu was surprised, so this group was not Hong Yuanchu's. Then it turns out that some unknown great master drew the ancient demon into his game. The upset Hong didn't understand why brother Taoist Chu had brought such a fool as Mo Tu into the group. He was nothing but a headache and no benefit. Xuan decided that it was already too late for practice anyway, so it was worth restoring order in the group and stopping this useless squabbling. Mo Tu was needed. He turned to the Taoists. They all met here. It was fate. They were all familiar. Their threads were connected. They needed to learn to follow the invisible path. Mo Tu thought that the group leader was speaking too abstractly, but since he was able to drag him here, it meant that his strength must be higher than the demons. Hong remembered Chu had said that there were many things in the world that could improve cultivation and open up new paths. Perhaps enlightenment would come from a quarrel. Zhuan asked if they had ever wondered why this group had not existed for tens of thousands of years and why it had opened up now. The cultivators' mouths dropped open in surprise. It turns out that something is brewing in the world, and they are the chosen ones who will lead the renewed world. Xuan vaguely suggested to all his Taoist friends to think about this carefully. They know that nothing happens without a reason. The group members unanimously thanked the elder for his wise advice. Xuan grinned. He knows how to talk people into thinking. The 13th gentleman commanded all his household members that it was time to sleep. It was already deep night outside. They needed to rest a little. The next day the weather was wonderful. The occasional clouds softened the hot rays of the sun. It was warm, but at the same time not too hot. The system informed Xuan that without leaving home, he had trained the first 16-year-old Emperor Realm cultivator in history. As a reward, he received years of cultivation and began to read Taoist scriptures. Chu Xuan was surprised that his nephew Pingfan had really broken through so quickly. But this is natural. Pingfan's efforts were not in vain. Among his peers he has no equal, and the Tao that he cultivates is extremely rare. At this moment, Pingfan himself appeared and informed the 13th uncle that he was finally able to break through to the Emperor's realm. This is very cool. Xuan congratulated him. All these years of training were not in vain, and his uncle's training of the young man was not in vain. Pingfan did not disappoint him. But Pingfan shouldn't be complacent. The Emperor's reign is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go, and he has no real combat experience. Pingfan replied that he would immediately go to the secret realm to test his skills in real battles. Xuan praised him. 13th uncle advised Pingfan to take Yu Su along with him so that she could also train. It would be more beneficial for them to train together. Well, now it's time to look at the reward. What is this Taoist secret scripture of the beginning of the path, born in chaos and destroyed in complete silence? When it is perfected, it will be able to survive in chaos and reveal the true Tao, which is not afraid of destruction, immortal and eternal. Chu was delighted. Cool. If he comprehends the original scripture of the Tao, then he will be able to understand the Taoist kingdom, and not only it, but even higher. But first, one must gain 1,000 years of cultivation and strengthen the divine realm. Then one can comprehend the scriptures with less effort. Xuan exclaimed, "Let the experience quickly enter him, and he will become many times stronger than now. 1,000 years of cultivation, simply incredible." Streams of Tao energy poured into Chu Xuan. Knowledge, techniques, incredible experience filled his entire being, making him stronger and stronger. Now it was time to study the Taoist scripture of the beginning of the path. The scroll swirled around the cultivator, filling him with unique knowledge. Xuan felt wisdom permeating his soul and heart, revealing to his consciousness unprecedented depths of the endless great path of the Tao. An incredibly bright pillar of light shone above Chu Xuan's estate, indicating that the young man had once again broken through to a new level of power cultivation. The system reported that while in seclusion, Chu made a breakthrough, becoming the fastest cultivator in history to break through to the Tao realm. As a reward, Xuan received the Tao of Concealment and the Tao of Soul Travel technique. Chu was delighted at how much he received from the system as a gift. Chu Xuan was ready to dance, and his enthusiastic cries of gratitude to the system could be heard from outside the gates of his estate. He now has 5 rules of Tao. Ordinary martial artists can barely cultivate 1 Tao, but Xuan is just a rocket, soaring upward. Xuan smiled. The first youngest master of the Tao kingdom is already in the past. Now he will become the youngest dosa of the open path in history. I wonder what reward the system will bestow upon him then. I can't wait to find out. But first I need to become stronger. I need to experience the gifts without delay. I also need to take the primordial Tao crystal and the time boat with me. They might come in handy. With these words, Chu Xuan disappeared into the portal. Xuan was delighted. Wow, is this really the road of time? How beautiful. This road of the Tao of time is simply magnificent, as expected. It is like a boundless and eternal river of light, the end of which you will not see even after hundreds of millions of years spent on this journey. Not only are the landscapes magnificent here, but the feeling inside is even more mysterious and extraordinary. The Tao of time is constantly growing. By the way, has anyone from the Tao group been here before? I should ask them about it. It wouldn't hurt to learn more about the Tao Time Road. Shushan wrote to the group that he was currently traveling along the river of the Great Tao of Time, and would fellow Taoists like to join him. Hong Yuanchu was shocked that their friend Taoist Chu could really travel through the Great Tao of Time. It was simply unbelievable. Motu was at a loss. Is the master of this group really that cool? His friends are not even fit to hold a candle to him. He needs to be more careful with his words in the future. Tiger Cub Hutai scratched his shaggy head, wondering why he couldn't understand what was happening in this group anymore. Was he really going back? Ying Kun sighed heavily. Was he really like a small ant in the grass in his Tao realm compared to the other cultivation giants? Xuan was perplexed. He started the conversation first, and everyone suddenly became silent. No one even responded to his message, but then Yuan Chu responded. Hong asked his friend Chu if he understood him correctly, that he was really traveling along the road of the Great Tao of Time. This was incredibly cool. Xuan confirmed and asked Hong if he could join him. It was simply amazingly beautiful here. Words cannot describe how good it was. Yuan Chu apologized. He had never been aware of time, so he could not enter this path, and the group leader also cultivated the Tao of Time. Chu realized that they were silent because none of them had comprehended the Tao of Time, even though some were still cultivating it. Xuan replied to Hong that the path of time was only one of the roads he had traveled, so it must be different from the ones they were traveling. Hong Yuanchu bowed to Chu Xuan and exclaimed that he admired brother Taoist Chu's talent, as well as his wisdom and modesty. Mo Tu exclaimed that he, the devilish butcher and tyrant, would henceforth obey no one except the great and wise brother Chu, who had comprehended the times. But Hong Yuanchu immediately attacked Mo Tu, shouting that he was disgracing their high society, and the squabble between the two Taoists began with renewed vigor. Xuan looked around cautiously. It seemed like there was someone here, but it was simply incredible that someone could live permanently in the river of time. And indeed, some gigantic creature, resembling an incredibly huge fish, flashed around Zhuan's time boat. He wrote to the group that some creature had appeared on the river of the great Tao of time. They needed to take a look, and they would talk to the others later. Hong Yuanchu's face stretched out in surprise. No one knew what kind of incredible divine creature could live in the great river of time. Motu smiled wryly. The group master must have encountered an ancient time cultivator. I wonder how their meeting will end. Every hair on the tiger cub Hutai stood on end with fear, and this senior master Chu was so brave, he, Hutai, would definitely have run away from there immediately. Ying Kong was afraid to even think about what he would do if he were in brother Chu's place, how he would behave with the great and powerful river dweller. Zhuan turned his head from side to side. He had just clearly seen something huge flash past his boat, but where had it gone? Chu called loudly to his fellow Taoist and asked if he could show himself to him, since he had just seen him very close to his boat. In response to Chu Shan's call, the waters of the great river of time Dao began to roar and stir, and a human hand appeared from the depths. Zhuan's face twisted, wondering who it was. Was it some kind of unusual person who could live underwater? Maybe he called in vain. But suddenly the water surface calmed down and Zhuan saw a mythical creature. The ancient Taoist asked the guy. Apparently it was he who called him. Chu Shen hesitated a little. His interlocutor appeared so suddenly, as if from nowhere. The Taoist was surprised. It was he who was talking about him like that. The guy fell silent, embarrassed. He looked at the creature that had appeared and wondered how he should deal with it. It was probably incredibly strong. The other person confirmed that it was indeed a bit unexpected, but he was just a little uneasy due to Chu Xuan's sudden appearance here. Shen was surprised, which was probably as it should be, and invited the Taoist brother not to be shy and to come aboard his small time boat. Chu shook hands with the unusual brother and apologized if he had disturbed his training. He must have been living here in the Tao of time for a long time. Long Jun confirmed that he had been on this Tao time road for a long time and was very surprised when he saw someone here for the first time in a long time. Xuan said that friend Long is very kind. He just said that they saw Chu enter the Tao of time. Has no one entered here before? Long confirmed that it was so. Chu was the first person he had met here, and the fifth if one counted those who were beyond the Tao of time. So Brother Lun can go beyond the path. He nodded in agreement. It's easy to go out and in, but it's just as easy to go astray. In short, it's annoying. Lun feels that if he goes away for a long time, he won't find the right place, because there are no restrictions at all here. Xuan asked Lun why he didn't discuss the route with anyone. Was there really no one else here? It must be depressing. Long sighed. That's right. He's alone here, and he's not familiar with the spirits of the other great Taoist paths, and isn't sure if they're still around or if they've disappeared. Chu was surprised. Wasn't he bored? Long lowered his head. Yes, besides sleeping, he cultivates every day. It's very boring. Suen said that he had a treasure that could connect with the outside world, so Long would dispel his melancholy and touch the outside world. Lun was delighted. This was wonderful. He asked Brother Chu to quickly show him this precious treasure. What kind of wondrous miracle it was. Xuan said that Brother Long should first give him some of his qi so that Chu could connect him with this treasure. Long immediately allowed it. Long and Chu immediately shook hands, and Xuan added his new acquaintance to the Great Tao Communication Group, where the most powerful Taoists gathered. Xuan gave Lun a thread of Taoist charms. If in the future he meets other creatures, he will be able to attach them to the treasure and communicate with them. Chu introduced Long Jun, the Jade Dragon of Time, to the group. He never dies. If anyone has any questions about time, they can ask. Hong Wenchu was amazed. Master Chu was incredible. If he could attract a time Dao being into the group, and now they could communicate with him. Long was very pleased, and told Chu that he had some small treasures he wanted to give him as a token of his appreciation. Xuan replied cheerfully. In that case he would not refuse such an honor as a gift from Brother Long himself, the Jade Dragon of Time. The Jade Dragon laughed. Chu reminded Lun that people's hearts were complex, so there was no point in revealing all of your secrets to them. Long reassured Xuan, Brother Chu shouldn't worry. He's not the type to be easily deceived, so there won't be any problems at all. Chu said that it was time for him to return. When he found a way for Lung to break away from the path, he would contact him immediately. They would see each other again. The new acquaintances shook hands and said goodbye until they met again on the Great Road of Time, the Tao granted to Chu Xuan by the system. Xuan returned to his estate after an unusual journey along the Great River of Time and a surprising encounter with a dragon. He called Xian and told her to prepare 10 times more food than usual today. The girl was surprised why the master needed so much food. Xuan explained that they had an urgent matter, so she needed to start work immediately, and she would receive a reward for the work done. Seeing the large box of food, the jade dragon Long was very surprised at what it was. It was the first time he had seen such a wonderful structure. Chu explained that it was a small gift. He was sure there was nothing to eat on the road, so Zhuan ordered the people to prepare some food for Long. Long thanked Brother Chu for his kindness, and the Taoists were surprised. It turns out that it's possible to transfer items within a group, which is so amazing. Chu said that he had activated the transfer function. Now it was possible to exchange items in a group without revealing the aura of the owner and recipient. Motu told Elder Long that he had an item born from the essence of heaven and earth, and the others also began to turn to the dragon. Xuan chuckled. Ying Kun really knows how to flatter people, just like a true king of flattery. Chu decided that he would call him that from now on. It was evening. After a busy day, it was time to rest. Tomorrow he would call Bao Hong Yan. It was time to completely subjugate the Black Moon House. Towards the morning, the assistant informed the master that Bao Hong Yan had arrived. Xuan ordered Xian to let the spy into the house. Yin reported that there was no information about the real owner of the Black Moon House yet. Xuan was surprised that Bao couldn't find out. She confirmed that it was very difficult for her to penetrate the upper echelons of the Black Moon. She couldn't even find out whether it was a man or a woman who was in charge. Zhuan asked if this meant that only a 9-star master of the highest rank could contact or communicate with the owner of the Black Moon House. Bao Hongyan bowed and replied to the gentleman. It was possible, but she was not sure about it. Everything in their spy organization was highly classified. Well then, Chu Xuan ordered Yan to move on and dig deeper. The spy bowed to the master and said that it was time for her to go. Another day had arrived, and Zhuan was becoming increasingly concerned about the mysterious House of the Black Moon, about whose leadership he stubbornly could not find out anything. Suddenly a portal opened and a very pleased Pingfan appeared in the courtyard of the estate. He reported his successes to the 13th uncle. Well, Pingfan came out of the secret realm and immediately broke through to the 3rd level of the Emperor's realm. Xuan congratulated his nephew on his success. The young man thanked his uncle, but he actually wanted to tell him something. Chu saw that his nephew was hesitating and didn't know what to do. Jian asked Pingfan with a smile, since when did he become such a wimp? He needed to speak clearly and distinctly what could have happened to him. The young man told his uncle that he wanted to go to the eastern region. Pingfan wanted to find his parents and visit his relatives. Zhuan asked his nephew if he had already thought about it. Pingfan confirmed that he had thought about it, and no matter what, he had to go there. Shu asked the young man if he had really trained so hard for so many years to get rid of the anger that he had felt back then, in his childhood. Pingfan was silent for a moment and thanked his 13th uncle for his understanding and for training him so successfully at his home for so long. Suen reminded that no matter who was on the other side, he didn't have to do anything, he just had to always do the right thing. Suddenly the door opened and Yusu entered and told her grandfather that she also wanted to go with Pingfan to the eastern region to visit his relatives. Chu was surprised at how smart this Yusu child was. It was a good idea to call him, the founder of their ghost clan, grandfather. She would be useful. Juan sighed and magnanimously allowed the girl to go with his nephew. After all, they trained together, it was for the best. Su thanked her grandfather. If anyone came for Brother Pingfan, she would take care of him by scaring him to death with the ghost. Saisheng gave Pingfan and Yusu some formations and weapons he made. They can use them as much as they need. Shu Wen gave them some pills she had prepared herself for the journey. This was their first time going out of the city, and they had to be very careful on the way. Su Xian watched as the travelers were provided with pills, weapons, and secret treasures. She didn't know what she could give them for their journey. And then it dawned on the girl. This was a great idea. No one had given them such a gift, and they would definitely need it. They needed to go to the mini-world immediately. Meanwhile, the travelers said goodbye to their relatives and promised to return safe and sound, begging them not to worry in vain. Then Xian appeared and handed the travelers the treasure she had found in the mini-world so that they would definitely return safely. Pingfan and Yusu bowed respectfully to Aunt Su and thanked her for the wonderful gift and touching care she had given them. While handing the bundle to Pingfan, Su Xian asked him not to offend her on the way, and the young man reassured his aunt, telling her not to worry. Shu Yun, Su Xian and Shang Xing went out of the manor gate to see Pingfan and Su off, saying that they would look forward to seeing them home. Shu Xuan really didn't want Pingfan to go on this journey, but it was a necessary part of his growth, and it couldn't be avoided. Still, he was very sorry to see his nephew leaving for such a dangerous place like the eastern region, especially since he would not be welcome there. Just in case, Zhuan summoned one of his revived puppets, Chu who were constantly training and growing in strength. The girl immediately appeared at the call of her master and, dropping to one knee, humbly awaited orders, ready to do anything. She asked what the master would order her to do. She increased her cultivation level and gained rich combat experience in battles. Suen ordered her to follow Pingfan and Yusu. She must protect Pingfan in the shadows and under no circumstances let him die. Having sent Chuer for his nephew, Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that she would protect the young man, but his heart was still uneasy. Xuan instructed Shangxing that the divine realm was not the end, and he should continue to cultivate. The disciple obeyed. Chu was wondering if he could influence the eastern and southern regions. For some reason, Ding Yue and Wang Luo hadn't given out system rewards for a long time. At this time, the gate opened, and Xuan's graceful little sister Chu Yun appeared in the courtyard again, always dressed in emerald green. The girl informed the 13th brother that they had returned, having seen off Pingfan's nephew and Yusu on a long and dangerous journey. Xuan told his little sister that they had returned just in time. He threw her the enchanted bracelet and said that it was a gift especially for her. Yun adored her brother's gifts, and she immediately put the bracelet on her wrist and happily thanked Xuan for his extraordinary generosity to her. The girl told her brother that when she returned home, she began to teach the alchemists of the Chu family, and now they are already making great progress. It seems that the Chu family is doing well. Xuan hasn't heard Chu Tianming's roar for a long time. The guy didn't want to anger the old man and didn't want him to die. And then the system announced that Ding Yue had mistakenly entered the secret realm of the ancient earth spirits and was proclaimed as the holy son of the earth spirits. Xuan was surprised that Ding Yue had summoned the system reward. The message said that he had received some kind of great book of the earth. Shu decided to open the portal and see what his disciple, who had mistakenly wandered into the secret realm of the Earth Spirit clan, was doing there. The boy saw his student, with a small Earth Spirit sitting on his shoulder, lush vegetation, and very strange people all around. Zhuan was surprised. This is the clan of Earth Spirits. They look like they were born from some kind of plant. How did Ding Yue become one of them? The young man confessed that he had merely eaten a few fruits and had caused some strange magic. He himself did not understand how he had become a holy son of the earth. Ding Yue glanced sideways at his little earth spirit companion. It was all because of him. He brought Yue here and persuaded him to steal something and eat it. The little spirit lowered his pointed ears and blinked his eyes in confusion, whispering that his master was wrong to slander him. It wasn't his fault. It's good that there were no problems. The clan of earth spirits, although small, but their power is great. One of them is in the divine realm. Ding Yue asked the clan elder if they had a sword Dao inheritance, and he confirmed that they had a genius ancestor who left behind the sword Dao. The satisfied youth smiled and asked the elder to take Yue to where their great ancestor left behind the Tao of the Earth Spirit sword. The elder invited the holy son of the Earth Spirits to follow him. He will take him to the sacred place for their clan, where the Tao of the sword is sealed. Yue noticed that there were plenty of spiritual herbs and fruits here. He should take them with him. Then Wang Luo wouldn't have to worry about where to get herbs for potions. The more Ding Yue thought about it, the more he realized that his transformation into the son of the Earth Spirit was some kind of conspiracy, and this should not happen. And so they approached a huge tree, generously hung with amazingly bright and appetizing large and juicy scarlet fruits. Ding Yue silently looked at the clan's sacred tree. The fruits tempted him, as if he hadn't eaten for a long time and only they could satisfy his hunger. The young man thought, these fruits must be of very high quality and certainly very tasty. I wonder if he can eat one or two of them. The elder turned to the son of the earth spirit Yue, and pointing to the statue, said that this was the earth spirit, the very same genius swordsman ancestor of theirs. Ding Yue looked at the stone statue with a sword in his hands. The great ancestor of the clan stood next to the sacred tree, as if guarding it. The elder told Yue to sit 3 steps in front of the ancestor's statue and sincerely address him, and then he would be rewarded by the spirit of the land. The young man looked closely at the statue of the warlike spirit of the earth. Something stopped him from listening to the clan elder. The little spirit sitting on Ding Yue's shoulder whispered to his master to be careful. Something was wrong here. There was danger. But the young man still approached the majestic stone statue of the genius ancestor of the Earth Spirit clan, who possessed the great Tao of the sword. And then Ding Yue saw that a fire flashed in the stone eyes of the statue. With the appearance of the young man, it seemed that the ancient ancestor of the clan began to come to life. The young man exclaimed that something was wrong. A powerful aura swirled around him, drawing him ever closer to the stone statue of the spirit. Ding Yue quickly got his bearings. He finally understood how, why, and because of whom he ended up here, and with a quick jerk of his hand he grabbed the culprit. Streams of qi swirled around the stone statue with increasing intensity, turning into a powerful magical vortex capable of sweeping away everything around it. The clan elder was happy. This vision was revealed to him. This was the approval of their great ancestor. They would quickly return to all 9 kingdoms. Ding Yue snatched the little earth spirit from his shoulder and grabbed him by the throat, a little more, and the baby's fragile throat would not withstand his grip. The young man told the stone statue that if it threatened him again, he would immediately strangle the little wretch who had lured him. The little spirit of the earth shed tears and thought that he was blind, that he could not immediately see such a villain who was capable of raising a hand against him. The stone warrior asked the young man in surprise what was going on here, why he was attempting to kill a small spirit in the clan's domain. Ding Yue exclaimed, lest the spirit think that he could kill him quickly, even if he killed Yue, the little spirit would still die in his hand. The stone ancestor of the great clan looked closely at the young man standing in front of him with a sword on his belt. He realized that he was not joking. He said it was just a test. Why did he want to strangle him? Did Yue really think that he could really harm him? But the young man just clearly sensed the danger. Doesn't the spirit know that Yue is a human? Why would he recognize him as a holy child of the spirit? The ancestor warned Yue not to lie to him. The true son of the spirit is the spirit of the earth vein. He will be proclaimed as the holy child of the earth spirits. Holy children of the spirit are always representatives of the human race, but this year the son of the spirit does not look quite right. Something is not right. Ding Yue pointed to the little spirit and asked who it was, and the stone ancestor explained that it was the spiritual mentor of the holy son of the earth spirit. Yue was indignant. This won't do. This is a small holy teacher, and he is a holy child. Doesn't this mean that the small one is Yue's master? This had been the rule since time immemorial. But Ding Yue objected. How could his status be lower than that of a small one? Yue was the master and nothing else. The young man warned not to threaten him. Otherwise, if he killed the little one, the clan would no longer have a holy mentor for the children of the earth spirit. Ding Yue asked loudly what other conditions there were, how the earth spirit chose him, why he should become their earth spirit son. The young man proposed to now discuss all the conditions, if the great, brilliant, and warlike ancestor of the earth spirit clan still had them. He finally released the green-eyed little spirit master and he was able to breathe a sigh of relief, but Yue still held on to him. The kid sitting on Yue's shoulder told him that he had been choking him too hard, so 30% of the spoils was not enough for him. He wanted 40. The young man smiled. 35 and no more. The spirit of the earth is so small. Where can there be so many fruits? It simply cannot fit so much. Xuan looked in the mirror and said bitterly, his disciple Ding Yue is certainly a son of luck, but it turns out his heart is too evil. Chu closed the mirror portal. Now he knew for sure that Ding Yue would not die. He had already gotten out of another mess, even with the loot. Now we need to look at the reward, the Book of Land Restoration. 1 page is 1 border, and restoration of the power of the land in 1 territory. Moreover, this great book can open up the space of the earth on the Great Tao, where one can create one's own kingdom. Xuan was amazed. This is a treasure. If he can open the land on the Great Tao, then he will be able to directly gain a foothold on the Great Tao itself. Chu immediately opened the Earth Restoration book he had just received from the system and leafed through it, absorbing the wisdom in this treatise. In an instant, a new region appeared on the border of the small world, and each turned page was capable of expanding 1 border of the earth. When Chu is able to enter the Great Tao through the crystal in the future, he will be able to establish himself on the Great Tao with the help of the Earth Creation book. It's amazing. Xuan can now create a foothold directly on the Great Tao. Who else among the other Taoists is capable of this? One can even send a soul to dwell in the Great Tao, to comprehend it, to perfect its skills, as if he himself had come there. Wan practices the technique of Tao generation and the indestructible body of chaos. If he can remain in the Great Tao, his strength will increase many times over. This Ding Yue is really not bad. He summoned such a valuable reward. Indeed, the Son of Fortune should be free and wander outside. Xu Shen was looking forward to receiving rewards from Wang Luo, Demon Buddha, and Tiger Hu Tianya, and the newcomer Xiao Liang also needed to work harder. He decided to take up the searching mirror again. He should look for more Tao realm cultivators, or even ancient Taoists of the open path. There are still not enough members in the group. If there are more people, it will be more lively, and the Tao crystal will receive more aura. The system reported that Xiao Wang, who entered the secret realm, broke through to the Emperor's realm and received the Rhyme Tao Ball as a reward from Chu. This is great. With such a speed of cultivation, there is hope for revenge, and the system rewards him not with cultivation, but with Tao energy. Xuan smiled. He hoped that the little evil king, who was quite strong in both body and spirit, would pleasantly surprise him more than once. Since Chu still hasn't found a single Taoist, he'll have to use the improved search mirror more often, at least once a day, to find someone. Meanwhile, Chu Pingfan finally found the large estate of his influential relatives, who had once separated him from his beloved mother. The young man found himself in the central district of the eastern region, where he was born. This was his native land, but here no one was waiting for him at all. One of the hooligans noticed, looking at Pingfan, "This boy is both stupid and strong. It should be easy to deal with him." The young man thought bitterly that even though he kept a low profile, People still constantly picked on him. Did he really look like a punching bag? Yusu was indignant at how these impudent people dared to call Pingfin stupid. This was too much. Now she would show them the full horror of an angry ghost. In response to the insults, Pingfin growled at the goat to go to hell, and the bandits laughed merrily, and it turns out the boy is brave. Suddenly a whip whistled over the heads of the hooligans. A few blows of this metal-reinforced weapon were enough to drive the bandits away. A girl approached Pingfan and said with a sigh that the Ye gang had gone too far. They were already attacking ordinary people in broad daylight. One of the beaten hooligans shouted at Xuan's calm nephew to run faster and save his life from this madwoman. The girl approached Pingfan and said with a smile that she had saved his life. A fool. Shouldn't he thank her for this help? But looking again at the young man, she snorted so that he would forget. It seemed that she was asking too much from people like him. Apparently the guy was very stupid. Pingfan angrily shouted at her that she was a fool. If a person doesn't chatter like a magpie, it doesn't mean that he is stupid, just calm. The girl was indignant. What an impudent man. He even dared to call her names. At least he knew who was in front of him, but Pingfan said that he didn't care. It was time to go. But the girl was offended by this address. She grumbled that the young man would do better to learn manners, and where he was going to go, she did not finish. Seeing that Pingfan was leaving, the girl took up arms. One blow of the whip, and she would have cut the brute in two, but she wasted her time saving him. And then this ill-mannered boy who dared to call her a fool will be a fool. This is simply unheard of impudence in these parts. At this moment, Yusu shouted at the angry warrior to stop. How dare she raise her hand against young Master Chu? The warrior suddenly felt that something was wrong with her body, as if she could no longer control it, and someone else had entered it. Pingfan told Yusu to stop and let that woman go. She hadn't done anything bad to them. Why did she occupy her body? But Yusu cheerfully asked the young man if he wanted to examine her body. She could easily take off her clothes so that Pingfan could admire her. The girl thought with horror, no, not in public. What if someone sees her like this? What will they think of her, and what will her family say? Pingfan insisted that Su leave her body. She responded. She called him a fool. Su would punish her a little and borrow her body for 3 days. The girl was puzzled by what method they were keeping her body under control. It seemed like she was inside. This method was truly unusual. Yusu asked the captive what her name was. Otherwise, someone might actually recognize her and start calling her by that name. After all, they needed to know whose body it was. The girl replied that her name was Yu Bei Bei. She was from the powerful Yu family, the third young lady of this influential family. Pingfan asked, "This is the Yu family, one of the 3 great families of the eastern region. They must be very important people here." Su told Pingfan, "She is the young mistress of the Yu family. Why doesn't he sleep with her and become a member of this powerful Yu family?" The young man angrily asked what was going on in Yusu's head. She was an old woman to him. Why would he like her? How could she suggest this? Yu Bei Bei flared up. Who was he calling an old woman? Idiot. Half the region is running after her, and here some mangy puppy is turning up his nose. Pingfan said that she was about the same age as Auntie Yun and Auntie Su, and much older than him. If she wasn't an old maid, then who was? He suggested to Yu Er to let her go. What was the point of possessing the old woman's body? But Su was stubborn. She would let her go if he admitted that he was an idiot. Pingfan fell silent. Yusu was right in some ways. This Bei really did call him an idiot several times. Well, let the ghost have his fun. 3 days had already passed. The young man told his companion to let the old woman go. Bei was furious, shouting at the impudent man to shut up. Su gently took Pingfan and asked if he definitely didn't want to sleep with her. Even though she was a bit old, she was quite pretty and looked good. The young man angrily shouted at Yusu to stop. He would never touch such a body. It was simply incredibly disgusting and even vile. Suddenly, they heard a strange man in a cloak shouting at young Lady Yu to come with them immediately. On a hillock not far from them, 2 suspicious men appeared in long hooded cloaks, looking very much like hired killers. The strangers were approaching. Yusu asked Pingfan if they should save the girl. These men looked threatening. They clearly did not have good intentions. The young man replied that last time Bai helped them get rid of those annoying flies. This time they would save her and would no longer owe her anything. Yu Bai Bai screamed loudly for Granny Fan to save her quickly. Some bandits were attacking her and seemed to be going to finish her off. One of the men growled at Yu Bai Bai to stop yelling and be obedient. She just needed to quietly come with them. Pingfan remembered his uncle's words. All stupid villains die from talking too much. If you talk too much, you won't live long. The scarred bandit looked with disdain at the boy who dared to stand in his way and even called him a talkative fool. Bai shouted at Pingfan that he was truly a fool, because in front of him was a martial cultivator of the emperor's realm. He would swat him like a fly. The bandit angrily shouted that the boy should go to hell. Not a single little puppy had ever dared to bark at him. A mighty warrior. Instead of answering, Pingfan swung his favorite blade, given to him by his 13th uncle, and cut off the bandit's right hand. The amazed robber asked the young man in bewilderment who he was, who at such a young age was able to stand up to him and even inflict a wound. Ping Fan asked Su whether to kill the villain. If they kill him, will there be problems later? Su replied that if they do not kill him now, he will take revenge. If you destroy the body, you can avoid trouble, and Su will take control of his soul and cleanse it, so there will be no trace left. The wounded bandit realized that something was wrong here. He needed to run away immediately. These children turned out to be unusually powerful. They could finish him off. Meanwhile, Ping Fan took up his blade again. Su convinced him that this bandit could not be released, otherwise things would be much worse for them. The young man swung his blade decisively, and a shocking energy of incredible power flew after the fleeing assassin. The bandit himself did not have time to understand how his body was cut into several pieces, and his soul flew out of the powerful body destroyed by the young man. The spirit of the murdered mercenary looked at his hacked body in horror and did not believe that some kid could have done this, and with one blow at that. But then, Su flew up to the mercenary's spirit and asked with a smile if he really wanted to run away. Nothing of the sort. She would never let him leave. The soul of the hired killer screamed in horror as it was sucked into some strange object, preventing it from escaping and attempting to be reborn. A small ball flashed in Ping Fan's hands, one of the valuable items that Xuan's talented student Xiang Xing had given him for the journey. The young man tossed the ball, and everything that remained of the dead bandit's body instantly turned into energy and was absorbed by the ball. Young Yu Bei was puzzled. This bandit was from the Emperor's realm and was killed so easily. Then what level did this stupid-looking youth have? Su, while tossing the ball, asked Ping Fan if he wanted to feed on the energy he received from the bandit, but the young man flatly refused. Ping Fan's companion laughed and quickly swallowed the ball. She could easily recycle everything that had been collected, and now no one would find the bandit. Yu Bei asked Su if she was a divine soul, but she replied that she was a ghost, not a divine soul, and should not be confused. Young Mrs. Yu was dumbfounded. What do you mean a ghost? Do ghosts really exist in this world? She had never even heard of it. And then, Ping Fan told Yu Bei that her problem had already been solved, and that she could now leave peacefully. They no longer owed each other anything. But Yu was very curious about the young man's cultivation level, and how old he was, Ping Fan grumbled. It was none of her business. She was too curious. Bei asked Ping Fan why he was going to the Central District, since she grew up here and knew him well, so she could help the young man. Ping Fan said that he was going to challenge the K-clan and trample their faces into the ground. They had once greatly humiliated him and deprived him of his parents. The girl smiled and said to Brother Fan, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you." The young man was surprised, and how she was going to help him with this. Bei exclaimed she was going to openly challenge the young men of the K-clan, beat them up and trample them into the dirt, making the K-clan look bad. Ping Fan agreed. It was a good idea. They couldn't refuse an open challenge, otherwise they would all be disgraced. The entire Central District was talking about the open challenge to the K family, and on the very first day, all the geniuses of the K clan were routed. Yu Bei of the Yu clan is also helping. She is the fiancée of Lin Baiyun, the pride of the Eastern continent. The K clan will definitely lose face this time. The head of the K family was very concerned about the current situation. He did not want to quarrel with the great Yu family and secretly sent a messenger there. Soon, the secret messenger returned to the head of the K family and reported on the conversation he had with the patriarch of the Yu clan regarding what was happening. The head of the Yu clan replied that this matter had nothing to do with the family. His daughter was simply repaying her friend for saving her life. Since this is the case, the K clan has nothing to worry about. The young masters who are at the 6th level of the Emperor realm can take action. Xu Yuan, Xuan's brother and Ping Fan's father, had lived here all these years. He had long since abandoned his training and had become a man crushed by life. Sometimes he thought bitterly that he still hadn't seen his wife. Even though he had been in the eastern region for so long, Yuan had changed a lot. The K-clan gave him this shop. If he can manage it well and show outstanding talent in business, the K-clan will accept me as their son-in-law. The shop's business was just taking off, but then a competitor appeared, and the business, which had just begun to grow, immediately plunged into chaos again. Xu Yuan sighed. What a pity, but he couldn't do anything about it. From a promising cultivator, he turned into a pathetic merchant. He heard that some young man had come to challenge the K-clan. Maybe the boy could cause trouble for the arrogant K-clan. One decided to personally go and see the young man who challenged the K-clan. He must be a very brave young man. Ping Fan said contemptuously, "Is this really the pride of the K-clan? He is worse than trash, unable to stand for even a minute in the arena." The head of the K family ordered Tiancheng to go and defend the honor of their clan by fighting this young arrogant man who appeared out of nowhere. The boy smiled cheerfully and reassured his father that he would definitely be able to defeat this boy, who had already disgraced many relatives. So this is K Tiancheng, the strongest master of the K clan, entering the ring. He is 100 years old and is at the 9th stage of the Emperor realm. Of all the young masters, K Tiancheng has the greatest chance of breaking through to the heavenly realm, which means that Pingfan has angered the K clan. The youth asked Tiancheng, "It seems like he is going to fight through an entire cultivation realm. Well, Pingfan doesn't mind fighting him." Yu Beibei warned Pingfan that he had better admit defeat. K Tiancheng was really very strong. It was difficult to defeat him. Tiancheng was curious as to who had sent the boy to provoke his clan, and whether he really thought that the young man was invincible in the Emperor's realm. Pingfan asked his opponent if it was true that he was the strongest young master of the K clan. Tiancheng confirmed that yes, it was indeed so. The young man said, "Very well, today he will trample him and tell everyone that the masters of the K clan are nothing more than trash, that they are all weaklings." Xuan watched his nephew with interest through his mirror, lounging on a lounger in the middle of the courtyard of his beloved estate. Pingfan came to the door of the K family, who had humiliated him as a child, crushed their most powerful master, and trampled the pride of the great clan. Pingfan's cultivation level is lower, but he eats imperial pills as a snack, so there aren't many people who can compare to him. Su Jian going out into the courtyard, asked the master, "Is this little Pingfan? He is fighting in his native region in the eastern region with his enemies." K Tiancheng told the young man that he had a lot of courage, and if he told him his name, Tiancheng promised to leave his corpse safe and sound. The young man walked to the center of the arena so that everyone could see and hear him. He no longer intended to hide his name and the purpose of his coming here. He said, "His name is Chu Pingfan. From the Chu clan of the southern region, he is 16 years old, and he is at the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Today, he will show the world that the masters of the K clan are nothing more than trash." Everyone was shocked. At 16 years old, the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Pingfan said, "My father is Chu Yuan, my mother is K Chaowei, and I am the same piece of trash that you, the K clan, once despised." Everyone was saying, could it really be that this is the son of that worthless husband of young Mrs. K, who was rejected by the clan as such an incomparable master? Has the K clan gone blind? K Tiancheng gritted his teeth and growled. What the boy just said, there was no point in angering him. It simply couldn't be true. Was he their relative? The enraged son of the head of the K family swung at his young opponent and angrily shouted for him to die immediately and finally shut up. But Chu Pingfan was prepared for the attack and immediately counterattacked his maternal uncle because he had always considered him his worst enemy. The head of the K family was shocked to hear this. How could this be? Was it really the grandson they saw as a baby in the arena? He turned to one of the clan elders and quietly asked him if he was sure that it was really him. The elder confirmed that it was true. Xu Yuan, stunned by surprise, made his way to the front row of spectators and stared at the tall young man, wondering if this could really be his son. Unable to bear it, Chu Yuan called out his son's name, but the young man, in the heat of battle, did not hear his father's angry cry and continued to fight the enemy. Their blades crossed, causing a huge release of energy, each ready to go to the end and destroy the hated enemy of their family. Pingfan told Tiancheng that today the K family would experience torment, and they would finally understand what public humiliation was and would not be able to rise up. The young man swung his blade, and at that moment everyone saw with bewilderment that Pingfan had broken through to a higher level right in the middle of the battle. Tiancheng screamed. Pingfan's powerful blow seriously wounded him. The entire K family froze in surprise. Everyone thought the master was invincible. Chu Pingfan raised his weapon to deliver the decisive blow and finish off the most talented young master of the arrogant K family. K Tiancheng exclaimed, "This is bad. This boy is really strong and very determined. He is ready to kill him." Suddenly, one of the elders of the K clan shouted loudly, "Enough!" And the family mage came to the aid of the wounded young master and saved him. The mage, concentrating all his strength, blocked Pingfan's blows so that he could not finish off the son of the head of the K family while he left the arena. Pingfan's face twisted in anger. How dare this scoundrel interfere in the duel and prevent him from killing K Tiancheng? For this he will destroy the magician. The clan mage stood next to young Master K, who was no longer able to stand on his own feet after Pingfan's single attack. The young man asked the old man whether he was making fun of him, or whether he thought he was easy to intimidate, since he could easily deal with a magician, as well as a fighter. Pingfan took out a magical sphere made for him by Xiangxing, which was capable of absorbing anyone below the divine realm. The young man threw the sphere towards the magician, and before everyone's eyes he began to lose all his chi. The elder of the K clan managed to shout that things were bad. Everyone froze in amazement. One of the most powerful magicians in the region was dying in terrible agony at the hands of a 16-year-old teenager. Pingfan calmly summed up the battle, so it was proven that the renowned masters of the powerful K clan were worse than trash. The spectators were shocked. Both Tiancheng and the elders of the K family were defeated, although Chu Pingfan was only at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. Ping Fan looked around and asked loudly if there was anyone else from the K family who wanted to fight him and prove their strength. Xianer didn't think that Ping Fan's cultivation was so amazing that he could break through and cut down enemies like vegetables. The ultimate Dao that Ping Fan cultivates is extremely powerful. He is the pride of the ultimate Dao, so this result is not an exaggeration at all. Ping Fan demonstrated the power of the ultimate Dao, and Zhuan was rewarded with promotion to the second level of the Dao realm. Su Xian'er asked the master what he was laughing at. Xuan replied that he was just happy and suggested they wait and see what would happen next. The head of the K family told Ping Fan that he was such an arrogant young man. He had every right to be arrogant, but this was not the place to behave like that. If the boy continues to cause trouble, even if he has the blood of the K family, he, as the head of the family, will show no mercy. The young man declared that he didn't care about the K family, and why should the head care about him? He had no right to lecture him on where his parents were, the head should answer. The boy growled, if something happened to his parents, he, Chu Pingfan, would destroy the K family today, sparing no one. Headmaster K cursed. The boy at least understood how hard his words were. He was his grandfather. How dare the boy be so disobedient? Pingfan snorted. So the boss still remembers that he is his grandson, and then who said that he is a disgrace to the K family and useless trash. Today, Pingfan trampled the so-called pride of the K family and suddenly became your grandson again. Does the head even have a shred of conscience? The head of the K clan angrily clenched his fists and promised that he would teach the obstinate boy a lesson today, who had disgraced their K clan throughout the region. But then Chu Wen stepped forward and told the head of the K clan to stop immediately. He could see that the person in front of him was just a child. The young man turned around and opened his mouth in surprise. Could it really be his father? But why did he look like this? Not at all like Chu Xuan's 13th uncle. Yuan approached his son and asked Pingfan to do nothing for now and let him talk to his grandfather. The young man obediently agreed with his father. Xu Yuan told the head of the K family that Pingfan was still young. If the young man was guilty of anything, he, his father, would accept any punishment in his place. The leader chuckled. That's how Yuan raised his son. He doesn't respect his elders and is unbearably arrogant if he wants to be forgiven. But Pingfan interrupted him, telling his father that there was no need to be polite to him, and who did the K family think of themselves? They couldn't do any harm. Xu Wen reminded Pingfan of his mother, who was still imprisoned by her own family and could suffer from her son's actions. Pingfan reassured his father that he shouldn't worry. His mother would soon be released from confinement and would be here with them. He would soon see for himself. The leader thought, this arrogant boy is very self-confident, but judging by his cultivation, there is some master behind him who trained him. Chu Pingfan himself is not scary, but if the formidable force behind him interferes, it will certainly lead to a terrible disaster. If the K clan wants to resolve this situation today, then they must act only through K Qiaowei. She can influence the boy. Suddenly, K Qiaowei and K Tiancheng flew out of the house onto the square. Yuan joyfully greeted his wife and Pingfan, his beloved mother. The clan leader was puzzled as to what was going on here. Why was Tiancheng here? Hadn't he gone to treat his wounds after the unsuccessful fight with the boy? Mom said, Pingfan has become taller than his mother. He must have suffered a lot over the years, the young man noted. This is not the place for talking. Tears flowed from K Qiaowei's eyes. Her Pingfan had grown up, and she hadn't even been able to see him, teach him, raise him, talk to him, or pamper him all these years. The head of the clan was angry, he shouted. So they want to leave. Yes, they do not respect him at all, the head of the K family, but he will not tolerate such treatment. Fighting energy swirled around the old man's palm. He was ready to attack his rebellious relatives and kill them all in an instant. A menacing energy of death swirled over the square, and the head of the family shouted to his daughter to return home immediately. Pingfan was surprised. This old man had no sense of proportion at all, and it seemed he didn't know how to lose at all, but he had foreseen this option too. Suddenly, K Tiancheng stepped forward and raised his sword. The clan leader's hand froze in the air. Could it be that his beloved son had gone against him? The old man was stunned. What was going on? Had everyone here gone crazy? K Tiancheng couldn't betray him and side with the enemy. It was incredible. K Qiaowei covered her mouth with her hand in confusion. She knew how much her father loved K Tiancheng, and she felt sorry for the old man. She didn't understand what was wrong with her brother. Xu Yuan suspected that something was wrong here, but he was in no hurry to intervene. He began to understand that his son had truly become an adult. Pingfan smiled wryly. It was good that Yu Su went with him. Obsession turned out to be an incredibly useful skill. Indeed, K Tiancheng's body was completely under Su's control. The head of the family's favorite son did what the cheerful girl needed. The head of the family shouted at Tiancheng what the hell he was doing. He must have gone crazy. How dare he raise a sword against his own father? But young Master K responded by silently raising his sword and standing between his father and the rebellious relatives, his aura blazing menacingly. The head of the family understood. No, it was all because of this wild boy. It was he who drove Tiancheng to this. He himself would never have dared to do such a thing. Clenching his fists, the old man sternly asked Pingfan what he had done to make Tiancheng suddenly become like this, and why he was mocking his beloved son. Pingfan smiled and told Yusu to go out. They were leaving. Now she could let go of Kei Tiancheng, otherwise the old man would have a heart attack from anger. Yusu replied to the young man. Finally, she didn't like being in this body at all. She would happily leave it and let Kei Tiancheng go. And then everyone saw how a girl flew out of Kei Tiancheng's body and rushed upward. Everyone gasped. How was this possible? What just happened? How did this girl even come out of Kei Tiancheng? We're sure she's human, but if she's not human, then what the hell is she anyway? Scared half to death, Kei Tiancheng rushed towards his father. He was both ashamed and scared at the same time. At first he couldn't utter a word. The father asked Tiancheng what the hell was going on here. He stuttered and said, "It's that woman. She's the only one to blame for everything." Tiancheng said that he was treating his wounds in the courtyard, and suddenly that woman appeared, used magic to take control of his body, and released Xiao Wei. He added, "We can't let these villains get away. Otherwise the Kei family will never have peace." The head of the family exclaimed, "Death to all evil spirits." The head of Kei declared that not only did they disturb the peace of the Kei family, but they also dared to use their evil techniques here, and he would personally punish them all. Xu Pingfan chuckled. The old man must be delirious. Hasn't he yet realized that they are beyond his capabilities, neither for him personally, nor for his pathetic, shameful clan? Yusu supported, an old man like him is not capable of this, or he wants her to take possession of his body too, and even play with him to her heart's content. Pingfan and his companion took up fighting stances and released a powerful aura. Everyone in the square shied away, fearing a massacre. A giant ghost with flaming eye sockets, released by a bright representative of the ghost clan, soared above the square. And next to the ghosts, mighty fire-breathing dragons wriggled, each of them capable of swallowing not only the head, but also his house. Panic reigned all around. The head of the Kei family thought with horror. Their dark cultivation allows them to combine formations. This is very impressive. The old man asked Pingfan if he really thought that this evil formation could restrain him. He was much stronger than both of them. Yusu laughed. "Silly old man, the purpose is not to restrain you, only to lure you into a trap." Pingfan said that they were leaving. Old Kei was furious with helpless rage. His daughter had run away again. He had lost control of the situation, and their clan had been disgraced throughout the region. Pingfan shouted. The old man could come to him for revenge at any moment, but only if he was willing to watch the Kei family be destroyed. This Chu Pingfan and that ghost are simply terrifyingly scary. The head of the family is furious. Such a powerful family couldn't even stop the two younger ones. Xian'er asked the master if he didn't want to know what would happen next. Xuan snorted. He couldn't imagine that the Kei family would be so weak. He told his assistant that he didn't need to look further. She could see everything herself, however, she could watch to the end and then tell him. The system reported that the ghost Yusu was terrifying everyone around him with his power. For this, Chu Xuan received a reward. His yin path was leveled up. Bao reported that the master of the heavenly kingdom had arrived secretly and had not given any orders. Chu chuckled. Did the master really already know about the changes in the Black Moon? Chu ordered her to use her power and take control of him. No matter what the Black Moon Master's intentions were, they would make the first move. Xuan was delighted. Events around the Black Moon House were developing rapidly, and it seemed the story's denouement was already very close. Bao got in touch again, and told the master that the master who had secretly arrived was under control, and confessed why he had come to Nanzhou. He said that this time he came here to spy for the one who owned the Black Moon House, and he was already heading to the southern region. Xuan praised Bao Hongyan, and told her to work on the communication talisman first, and the girl obediently obeyed her master. Chu ordered Xian'er to prepare 2 more cups of tea. The girl asked if they had any guests. It seemed like no one was visible in the yard. But Xuan said that Su was wrong. They were already here. She just didn't see them or feel them, but for him, they didn't go unnoticed. He loudly told the guests to come in and sit down, because they had come to Nanzhou only to meet him, so there was no need to hide. At that very moment, a girl surrounded by a golden aura appeared above the gates of Xuan's estate, and immediately descended into the courtyard. Xu Xuan politely asked the lady what her name was. The girl simply replied that her name was Jihei Yue, which means Black Moon. She is the mistress of the sect. She is at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, suffering from a hidden illness, and yet controlling the Black Moon House. She is an extraordinary woman. Luna immediately asked why the powerful lord interfered in her Black Moon House. Xuan suggested drinking a cup of tea first. It was not bad. And that friend of the Black Moon, who is at the 5th level of the Divine Realm, should also show up and join the conversation. An old man appeared in the sky. He was perplexed. This young man looked so ordinary. How could he see through his excellent concealment technique? But upon closer inspection, the old man realized that the guy did not look like an ordinary person at all. It only seemed that way at first glance. Yuan immediately warned the old man that he did not like hostility, and he clenched his fists in anger and asked what the boy had said. But Yue stopped her grandfather with a sign, asking him not to get angry. They had not come here to quarrel with a powerful man. The grandfather protects his granddaughter, and she secretly runs the Black Moon House. What an interesting connection. It seems there is a very interesting story behind it. Ji Yue was born with a crippled soul. She is the illegitimate daughter of the Ji chief, the king of the central region, and she led the Black Moon to success. Shu smiled, which means He Wei has captured the Black Moon House. She is calculating and has good luck. The best executor of the Heavenly Tao plan. He Yue told Xuan that they came at his request. Now he must answer her question about what his plans are for the Black Moon House. Ke said that as far as he knew, the sect was not created by them. He Yue confirmed that this was true, but under her, he became stronger and more perfect. Xuan smiled again and asked if this was true. As far as he knew, it was not entirely true, although the girl could not be denied skillful management. The grandfather clenched his fists again, roaring, "Who is this boy to talk like that?" The granddaughter gently stopped the old man, asking him to calm down. Grandfather liked this visit less and less, but her intuition told her that here she could find answers to many of her questions. Shu told her that she was born with a crippled soul, causing her to be stuck at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, unable to break through. Because of her illness, the path of cultivation is difficult and painful for her, and if she were to forcefully break through to the divine realm, she might die, right? The grandfather and granddaughter were perplexed. In this world, only they knew about the incompleteness of her soul. Who was this mysterious young man, and how did he find out all this? He Yue thought, this man is too scary, as if he sees through everything. What is he even going to do? What is his goal? Shu told the guests that she had come to the north to take over the Black Moon House, and her ultimate goal was to find a treasure that could restore her soul. The girl shuddered and looked at the mysterious owner of this modest estate. She didn't understand what he was getting at. Could he really help? Chu asked how she knew there was something wrong with the Black Moon. He replied that she knew how the house was arranged, and she also had excellent intuition. Suen wondered if her intuition had told her that the Black Moon House was about to change and that someone had interfered with its affairs. The girl said that she doesn't care about the current Black Moon House, she can give it away. She just wants to know why he is doing all this. Chu Xuan invited his guests to the table again and offered them to drink this wonderful, valuable tea. They definitely will not regret it. Luna approached the table and reached out for the cup. Her grandfather warned her, but she objected, saying that nothing bad would happen. The mistress of the Black Moon House inhaled the steam coming from the tea, and suddenly felt light, wondering what kind of amazing drink this was. She raised the mug to her mouth and sipped the invigorating liquid with great pleasure, feeling strength and vigor flowing through her veins. The tea was hot and impossible to drink in one go, but every sip of the amazing drink gave her a feeling of bliss and strength. When the girl finished drinking her tea, she felt as if an explosion of power had occurred inside her. She had not felt so good for a long time. Putting the empty mug on the table, she thanked the gentleman with a smile for the tea. It is truly wonderful and gives real bliss. Xuan explained to his guest that this tea nourishes her soul, so it would be easy for him to restore her divine soul. The old man was shocked that one cup of tea could nourish the soul, and it could even restore her soul. How was that possible? They were looking for... Ji Heiyue bowed to Xuan and asked the master to help her restore her soul, and she would do her best to repay him. The owner of the estate offered the girl another cup of healing tea to nourish her soul and prepare her for recovery. After drinking another cup of tea, Heiyue realized that this man could indeed easily restore her soul, but what would he ask for in return? The girl smiled, that expression on the master's face, it couldn't be. Did he really like her so much at first sight that he... Chushen demanded that his future disciple bow to her master and formally greet him as a disciple. The girl immediately fell to her knees before the owner of the estate. She was ready to do anything to learn his skills and increase her strength. She bowed to the floor 3 times and said that she, Ji Heiyue, greeted the master and pledged to fulfill the requirements and be diligent. Heiyue's intuition had helped her avoid danger and find treasures more than once, and now she realized that her master was no mere mortal. The girl bowed so diligently to her master that she got a bruise on her forehead. But this did not upset her much. She smiled, cheerfully. Shu gave her his hands and said, "Okay, good, get up quickly. Now she needs to meet his other students. They will have to work together." Xuan called Shangxing, telling him to come out and meet his younger sister in training. And at that very moment, a portal opened. Seeing Xing appeared in a golden glow and smiled warmly at his master's guests, he was glad that another student had appeared. Grandfather was shocked. Where did this young man come from? And what was going on here anyway, even though it looked like an ordinary small estate? Like many others. Heiyue was surprised. It turns out she has brothers. How interesting. She and her grandfather certainly didn't go on this unusual journey in vain. Xiangxing bowed and said that he was her fourth elder brother, and the girl bowed back and greeted the fourth elder brother. The young man smiled. By the way, he had prepared a small welcome gift for his younger sister. It would definitely be very useful. Here's a small puppet that he made himself. Xiangxing asked the girl to take it for protection. In due time it will serve her well. He Yue thanked her fourth elder brother, but he replied, "You're welcome. It's nothing. Just a small gift for protection." The grandfather was amazed. It was amazing how talented this guy was. With such a mentor, his granddaughter would be able to break through to the new kingdom faster. Suen told Xiangxing to take care of his younger sister from now on, and Xiangxing happily confirmed that he understood everything, and there was no need to worry. The system congratulated Chu. He accepted a disciple born with a divine soul, and as a reward, he received a new technique of the heavenly Tao. Zhuan said to the girl, since she had become his disciple, as your teacher, he would naturally solve the problem of her incomplete divine soul. Chu reached into his miniature world through the portal to retrieve the precious fruit needed to treat his student. And then, in his hand, a wondrous fruit of the Tao shone from the precious forest of the Tao, which had grown under the influence of the crystal in the changed mini-world. The grandfather and granddaughter opened their mouths in surprise. This is the fruit of the Tao that nourishes the soul, He Yue thought. It seems she did everything right. Xuan told the girl to get ready. He sent a fresh, precious soul fruit that he had just picked in the Tao forest into her body. He Yue screamed, "This is the effect of the soul-nourishing Tao fruit. It feels like a powerful life force is pouring into the body. It's incredible." The girl thought that with this fruit, she was close to her revenge. Now she could take revenge on the Ji family, who had despised her for so long. Zhuan's new disciple suddenly soared into the air, trying to break through to the next realm as soon as she gained new powers. Grandfather asked with concern what was wrong with her, how this could happen, since she had not yet completely healed her soul and could die. Shan agreed with the old man. Yue was in too much of a hurry to break through. It could really be dangerous in her current state of health. She desperately tries to absorb the Tao fruit, but her soul has been crippled for a long time. It is too weak and cannot be properly replenished right away. The old man asked the gentleman in despair what to do. He loved his granddaughter madly and did not want to lose her or see her in pain. Xuan reassured him that he shouldn't worry so much. He would be able to bring his disciple back to life even if her body and soul were destroyed. Shu soared up after He Yue, seeing that she was hanging in the air, unable to cope with the fruit, and had no strength left to return. She confusedly told the master that something had happened to her. The effect of the precious Tao fruit had suddenly stopped, and she had become much worse. Xuan looked at the student and realized that her illness was returning. He frowned and said that they needed to go downstairs and continue the treatment. He told the girl with a smile that when the teacher was around, she didn't need to panic. Everything would be fine, and with these words he touched her forehead. At that very moment, He Yue's eyes sparkled again, and a light blush appeared on her cheeks. She smiled at the master. His touch was simply a miracle. The grandfather and granddaughter thanked the master unanimously for saving Ji He Yue's life, and the old man, who doted on her, was especially happy. Xu Shen replied sheepishly, "No need to be so polite." Yue was now his disciple, and as her master, it was his responsibility to protect her. He sternly told Yue not to try to chase a quick breakthrough at any cost from now on. It would not lead to anything good. The girl nodded her head with a smile in agreement and said that she would remember what the great and powerful master taught her. Okay, then she can go to his miniature world and cultivate diligently. He Yue bowed and obeyed her master. The old man thought, that guy, Xiangxing, must have come out of this secret miniature world created by this great master. Suen smiled and offered Grandpa He Yue Mr. Zhang a cup of tea as well, and Grandpa He Yue politely thanked Mr. Chu for his generosity. The old man sat down at the table and carefully took the tea offered to him by Xuan. He was curious about the effect of this amazing tea. This tea is strong. Zhang was stuck at the 5th level of the divine realm, and now there are signs of breaking through to the 6th level. The old man thought, just one cup of tea gives such a wonderful effect, then how high is Mr. Chu's cultivation level? Xuan politely asked Mr. Zhang how he liked the tea, whether he liked the drink, because he even tried to stop his granddaughter from drinking it. Old Zhang politely thanked Mr. Chu for the wonderful tea and expressed the hope that the owner of the estate would not be offended by his rude behavior. Zhuan said that Zhang was too polite, and that Black Moon currently lacked people who could maintain order in the sect. The old man promised to return to the sect and look after everything, and then hurriedly said goodbye to Chu Xuan and hurried out of his estate. Left alone again, Xuan stretched out with pleasure on his favorite lounger and thought about everything that had happened in the last few days. He Yue has achieved great success. Although her soul has not yet fully recovered, she is not inferior to others, a worthy descendant of kings. Suddenly, Xuan felt an incredibly strong aura. An unknown person appeared somewhere in the mountains, but his presence immediately became noticeable. Chu was surprised. It seemed like a new powerful figure had appeared on the scene. I wonder who it was. Maybe someone was trying to take over Nanzhou again. It seems that the laws of heaven and earth will soon be restored. A war between the major powers is coming, but this time Nanzhou will rule. Xuan decided that he had to test the disciples. After all, when the war started, Chu Xuan himself would not be able to go to battle. He reminded Du Yuan that he had to intensify his training. The decisive moment was approaching, and he must not let his teacher down. Demon Buddha had to be yelled at a little to stop him from wasting his time and remember his combat training. Xuan also visited Luo Ying and asked how she was doing, how her food was, how her sleep was, and whether Zun had managed to achieve what he had been striving for in terms of level. The system reported that Wang Luo received the legacy of the ancient king, and Chu received the Tao of Luck for this. Now he already has 6 rules of the Tao. Pleased, Chu Xuan decided to take a look at his disciple who had brought him such a huge heavenly reward from the system by increasing his strength. Wang Luo was in a fairly spacious cave, practicing alchemy, and a gray-haired cultivator stood next to him, watching him. The youth's aura flared. He was in the final stages of creating a high-level pill, influencing the ingredients with his powerful aura. Finally, the processing was completed, and the young alchemist ordered his magical instrument to give him the resulting pill. At that very moment, a shining sphere rose from the depths of the cauldron and began to slowly emerge beyond the alchemist's vessel, shimmering with gold. Wang Luo tensed up, and with the power of magic quickly pulled the precious item out. The iridescent sphere obeyed its creator. Xuan watched the young man with puzzlement. Wang Luo had created many different pills and potions here too, and quite effective ones in his opinion. The old man who was watching Wang Luo said with satisfaction that he was very pleased with the result of the young man's work. He really had great talent. The gray-haired alchemist told Wang Luo that he was not mistaken about him. The youth had created an emperor-level divine pill. Luo was truly a genius. The boy modestly replied that he was able to do this only thanks to the elder's instructions, but the old man, smiling, advised him not to be modest. The old man told Wang Luo that he was now one of the strongest alchemists in the 9 realms. There were few such masters at a young age. The guy couldn't believe it. He was really considered one of the most powerful alchemists. Wow, once he didn't even dare to dream about such a thing. The old man asked Wang Luo if he would become his disciple, but the young man replied that he already had a wonderful master, and he did not dare betray him. The alchemist was surprised, so that means someone is already mentoring this talented boy, but is his previous master strong enough? Wang Luo replied that his master was the most skilled in everything, and in the art of alchemy he had reached an unrivaled level. There was no one else like him. Xuan was indignant. This ancient king was still trying to fool his disciple. How dare he cause trouble for the son of fortune? The ancient king explained to the young man that he had passed on his heritage to him and fulfilled his wish in this life. He simply had nothing more to wish for. The old man also asked Wang Luo if he went to the central region in the future to deliver a letter to the master of the Heavenly Star Palace. If the Heavenly Star Palace no longer exists, then the young man can forget about it. Wang Luo bowed and thanked the elder. After saying goodbye to the ancient king, Wang Luo left the cave and moved on, becoming one of the most powerful alchemists in all the regions. Xu Xuan was puzzled. Judging from what that cunning old man said, it seemed like Wang Luo still had a side quest to complete. Xuan closed the mirror portal and smiled. Now he needed to comprehend the Tao of Luck that the generous system had just bestowed upon him. He turned to the system and said that he wanted to immediately comprehend the Tao of Luck that he had been promised for the achievements of his disciple Wang Luo. Xu settled comfortably in his room and asked for the path of good fortune to open before him, allowing him to comprehend the great infinite Tao. At that very moment, Xuan found himself in the space of Tao. He was surprised. This is the path of luck. As if walking on the clouds, he rises into the heavens. Suddenly, Xuan felt that the luck in his body was responding to the ancient treasure of luck. It was quite unusual, like a resonance. Chu clearly felt that the spoon of lucky key and the cauldron of lucky key in his body were resonating with the lucky key here on the great path of the Tao of Luck. Was this possible? Could this really be the Tao of Luck? It felt like treasures were actually coming out of his body to absorb more luck. Xuan saw that the treasures he had once received were glowing, as if they were being imbued with additional energy of Tao luck here. Chu thought, maybe the treasures here are automatically strengthened and updated, then they will become stronger, and the children of luck too. But for some reason the system did not answer his questions about whether he understood everything correctly. Everything seemed logical and clear. Luck is always good. Renewed and filled with energy, the treasures of luck returned to Xuan, ready to fly into his body and take their original places. Okay, it doesn't matter if the system didn't explain it outright. The fact that all these items have been updated and significantly strengthened speaks volumes. Xuan looked down, and it turned out that the clouds under his feet were transparent, and he could see quite clearly what was happening beneath them. He looked down. It was strange why this picture looked so familiar. What was that visible among the translucent clouds? He took a closer look. Chu noticed that the longer he looked down, the more and more clearly he saw what was happening below, the more clearly he distinguished movements and outlines. He frowned. This multicolored picture reminded him very much of a geographical map, which he often saw in his previous world. And then it dawned on him, yes, these were 9 regions, the entire territory of this world where events were unfolding. They all lay out in the palm of his hand. This path of good fortune is simply amazing. No wonder it seems to hang in the air. This path rises above all 9 regions. The luck of the 9 regions lies at the beginning of this path. If this path is not there, then luck will disappear. And if luck disappears, then everything will perish. Xuan said thoughtfully, if he mastered this path of the Tao, then he would truly become invincible, because luck decides almost everything. Suddenly, Xuan noticed a bright light coming from below. He was puzzled as to what it all meant. What kind of powerful release of energy was there? This bright light comes from the southern region. Perhaps it is the glow from the land of the living dead that is about to open in Nanzhou. Chu looked even more closely, and there wasn't just one beam of light, but 5. And they were all different shades, meaning different sources. Perhaps these 5 rays of light correspond to the 5 great treasures of Qi luck in the northern region, but the treasures are in different places. 5 great treasures have gathered in the land of the living dead. It seems that another big event will take place in the southern region this time. And this upcoming event is even greater and more serious than the upcoming brutal battle with powerful demons in the ancient land of the living dead. Returning to his estate, Chu Shen heard Su Shen-er's voice. The girl told her master that it was already time for dinner. He was surprised. It seemed like he had only been walking along the great path of the Tao of Luck for a short time, but in this world it was already dark, which meant that time moved differently there. You need to take a break and then look at the rest of the Tao that you have studied. If you can combine them, you can create your own unique Tao. Just thinking about this made Yuan a little excited. If he succeeded, he would become famous for centuries, or even millennia. The assistant told Juan that Ji Heiyue was asking for him. He became wary of what could have happened to the new student. Everything seemed to be going well. I wonder why she wants to see him. Her problem with restoring her soul should have been completely resolved by now. Chushin went out into the courtyard and asked the girl what had happened, whether something was wrong with her soul again, but everything seemed to be fine. The girl smiled and told the master that everything was fine. On the contrary, she had good news for him, and she was happy to share it. So the good news is, her divine soul should have been fully restored by now, meaning all the power should be back in balance. Heiyue confirmed, yes, that was true. Her soul had now been completely restored, and she had a vague feeling that she was about to break through. Xuan praised her. It was wonderful, and he, as her master, was afraid that trouble had happened to his student again. Chu congratulated her on her achievements. Now that Heiyue has recovered, it's time to give her the heavenly blueprint of the Tao Talisman. This will be the first important assignment from the master. The girl was surprised. What kind of heavenly plane is this Tao? Her new master is so mysterious, and at the same time surprisingly strong and great. This heavenly Tao talisman contains the heavenly Tao plan, so Heiyue first needs to understand it well, and then proceed with the plan. Xuan's new disciple took the heavenly Tao talisman and immediately began to study it closely in order to understand its design and plan. Yue was amazed. This plan of the heavenly Tao was grandiose. How strong was the master if he could come up with such an amazing work plan? Now, she must return to the Black Moon houses to carry out the Tao plan and deal with the coming changes in the 9 regions. Xuan said that he believed in Yue's abilities, but if there was anything she didn't understand, she could use the talisman to contact the master. Ji Heiyue bowed to her master once again. Now she could return to the Black Moon house to implement the grand plan of the Tao. Another year passed unnoticed in the ordinary daily routine, although Xuan had not yet completed the fusion of the principles of the Tao. But through the constant merging and dividing of the Tao, he touched the threshold of the 2nd level of the Tao realm, but a real breakthrough is still far away. Yingkun has half-entered the 4th level of the Tao realm, but he is still very far from breaking through, even with Brother Long's guidance. Xuan's pet white sky cat, Blackie, approached him and addressed his master and owner with an insistent meow, demanding help. The guy was surprised. The heavenly spirit cat was usually busy with himself or with his pets. Chu asked him what happened. Maybe he was hungry. The cat jumped onto the table and happily told his owner about his successes in cultivation, but now it was a decisive moment, and he needed help. Xuan stroked Blackie. The smart cat is going to break into the heavenly kingdom. This is just wonderful. All his pets are very strong. Chu praised the cat for diligently cultivating his strength and gave him pills that could help him break through as quickly and easily as possible. Blackie purred musically, thanking his caring owner for his understanding and support. Now, he would definitely break through quickly. And then a devouring flower appeared on the surface. It also clicked its huge teeth, trying to attract the attention of its owner. Xuan asked the flower what was wrong with him, and he, chattering his teeth, explained that he wanted to go to one of his master's secret kingdoms for training. The guy thought, His predatory pet wants to go to the secret kingdom of Fengdu, to the ghost clan to cultivate its power there. Chu agreed. He knew the flower liked the dark ghostly energy there, so he could go to Fengdu to cultivate. But there is one condition. The flower must not be devoured by the clan of ghosts. They are all their own people. As he left, the predatory pet confirmed that he understood. He Yue informed the master through the talisman that the main forces of the northern region had decided to hold a competition for places in Nanzhou in a month, but many famous and powerful wandering cultivators had already left for the southern region ahead of schedule so as not to miss the opening. Xuan perked up. It seemed the battle for the treasures of the land of the living dead had begun ahead of schedule. It was time to call all his disciples here. The laws of heaven and earth in Nanzhou have once again accelerated their restoration, and it is time for all those who will be involved in the battle for the ancient land to appear. Although all emperor-level cultivators can participate, the northern forces have set up barriers, and only those who can break through will be able to participate. Xuan took hold of the mirror to secretly see how his disciples were behaving, and one of the top disciples, a powerful cultivator, appeared there. Xuan smiled. Ren Changhe was also going to come to Nanzhou. He was finally able to leave his cave and return to the world. Chu didn't know how his students would perform, but he hoped that they would be able to trigger the system's rewards in this competition for places in Nanzhou. The battlefield was located on the plains far from settlements. 3 clans and 3 kingdoms of the south built this arena, and behind them stood the powers of the north. The road to Nanzhou is open, and the first test is to pass this road. If you can't even get there, how will you participate in the battle? All the major forces deployed strong people on the road to Nanzhou to stop the wandering cultivators heading there. Since these are checkpoints, there are rules here. No one below the Emperor's realm can enter the upcoming competition. The girl told Xiaoliang, a wandering cultivator must understand his place. Not everyone is allowed to participate. It is better for the young man to leave. He didn't leave, and the girl flared up. Did the boy still not understand? 12 such cultivators of the Emperor's realm had already fallen here. Liang asked how old she was and whether she was strong. She replied that she had broken through to the Emperor's kingdom at the age of 500 and was the pride of her generation. He smirked. It took her 500 years to break into the Emperor's realm, and 3,000 to reach the 9th level. She's trash. The enraged girl called the young man a vile creature and growled that she would kill him right now and then give his filthy tongue to the dogs. But she quickly fell silent because she was killed by an amazing spear given to Xiaoliang by a great and terrible master. The first representative of the strongest powers who stood in Xiaoliang's way to Nanzhou was killed. The young man was ready to fight with them all at once. He loudly asked if there were any others willing to fight him, and several armed fighters came forward and rushed towards Xiaoliang with a shout. Xuan's disciple dealt with all of his opponents almost instantly, the clash of such powerful cultivators causing an explosion. Xiaoliang declared that only the one who could withstand 3 of his blows was worthy of attention. Everyone else had better move away or run away. Lian heard that it was rare to see such a strong person among the wandering cultivators. If he could defeat him, he would pass this barrier. Xiaoliang recognized him. It was Xiaoping, one of the geniuses of the Xiao family. It looks like he will have to kill him. Xiaoping is cruel. If Xiaoliang loses, he will die. Xu Shen's disciple chuckled. Could it really be that Xiaoping from the Xiao family in front of him? He was just a smug, arrogant loser. Xiaoping frowned and asked the young man, "Is he looking for death? This is something that can be easily obtained here. Weaklings won't be able to walk this road." Xiaoling said to Xiaoping, "Didn't you come out here to kill me? Even if I beat you, you still won't let me pass peacefully." Xiaoping laughed. The boy was indeed right. Ping grabbed a spear and, cursing, attacked his runaway younger relative. In order to stop Xiaoping's lightning-fast spear strike, Xuan's disciple used the time power of the slow vine, and time suddenly froze. Xiaoliang wanted to hit Xiaoping as hard as he could to destroy his state of mind and trample his great pride. The power of the slow vine had no effect on Liang himself, and he could calmly parry Ping's attack and counterattack his elder relative himself. Xiaoping gritted his teeth. He felt that he was injured, and those around him were already saying that Xiaoping's strength was weak. Not just weak, but very weak. The fighters decided that Xiaoping's great fame was created by his families, who become weaker with each generation, and for the sake of their reputation, they inflated rumors of his talent. Xiaoping frowned and shouted for Xiaoliang to finally do it, kill him. He was really going to pass, so what was he waiting for? The young man replied that Ping was talking nonsense. Liang could easily kill him without even soiling his divine weapon on such a lowly scumbag. These battles for the treasures of fortune of the 5 continents, which are connected with the fortune of the ancient north, are the reason for the struggle between the major powers. If one collects all the fortune treasures of the 5 continents, one can ascend to the throne of the king of the north, which is the most important step in the heavenly Tao plan. The treasures of good fortune must go to one of Chu's disciples, and the first king of the northern region must also become a disciple of Xuan. The system reported that Xiaoliang fought against 100 masters of the emperor's realm. He turned into a battle god, and Chu received the battle path. Chu Xuan looked in the mirror. For one person to fight against 100 emperor realm cultivators was already something incredible in itself. This combat power is already stronger than Ding Yue's. It seems Xiaoliang is trying to pass this checkpoint to get to Nanzhou. Xuan saw that his student was facing almost an entire army of representatives from the strongest kingdoms and clans, but he still won. A hail of blows from a variety of weapons rained down on Xiaoliang, but it was all useless. No one could defeat the son of Northern Fortune and Chu's disciple. The youth laughed. Among the masters of the Western Region Emperor's realm, there was no one who could give him a fight, and the Xiao family members were all trash. The remaining cultivators were talking among themselves. This boy is too arrogant. He is crazy if he says so. Suddenly, Xiaoliang felt that someone was trying to attack him from the air, quietly, without challenging him to a fight or showing himself. This was very mean. The young man raised his head and saw the old man. He shouted that he was a shameless old trash. How dare he attack him so treacherously? Instead of an answer, a giant wave of fire flew at Xiaoliang. The guy blocked the fire attack with his divine spear. Xiaoliang fell to the ground. The attack was incredibly strong. He parried it, but he spent a lot of energy. He needed to recover a little. The old man was perplexed. The boy had fought alone against hundreds of enemies, had spent his strength, and even in that state was able to block his attack. The enraged old man growled, "Impudent puppy! He will not let him leave alive." Suddenly the old man heard Chu's voice. "What's the point of mocking the younger one?" The old man was stunned. It seemed that there were truly strong people here, with whom he would not be able to cope. He could not even catch them. He decided not to mess with the most powerful Taoists, and to quickly get away from the dangerous place. To hell with him, with this boy. Let him live. At each entrance, there was a heavenly realm cultivator stationed in case the barrier on the ground couldn't handle a strong fighter. One of them became wary. The one who had just struck was much stronger, and there were no traces left of the other side. Too creepy. The guardian decided that his life was more important, and those who died were neither from his sect nor even his juniors. They died, and that was it. It was time to run away. Xuan was looking forward to seeing how Xiaoliang would perform in the battle for the supreme treasure of fate in the ancient land of warring demons. In the meantime, Chu Xuan must obtain the principle of martial Dao so that later, as a master, he can pass on the Dao of war to his disciple Liang. The news that Xiaoliang had fought single-handedly against hundreds of enemies and managed to pass through spread throughout the northern region like wildfire. He Yue reported that the to-do list that the master spoke of was almost complete, and almost half of the cultivators in the northern region had talismans. The next step will be charging a fee for using the talismans. They have already developed a subscription fee system at Black Moon. It's not for nothing that she's called He Yue, a name that perfectly suits her methods, and she thinks like a true capitalist from Chu Xuan's past life. Xuan praised the girl. It was a good plan, but he would continue with a few more ideas so that a full-fledged system could be built right away. For example, breaking news might only show the headline and a short excerpt, but those who want to read the full story will have to pay. To make things more convenient, cultivators don't have to go to the Black Moon house every time. They can sign up for a VIP package and pay extra monthly. The sect can engage in advertising mailings. Anyone who wants fame can contact them. Payment can be taken based on the number of messages sent. The Black Moon mistress was shocked. Compared to the master, she turned out to be a very good person. Something like that had never occurred to her. He Yue always thought that her business was about increasing profits, but she never thought that the master was so good at it. She asked if perhaps she should reduce the salaries of the employees of the House of the Black Moon, increase their working hours and workload, or link pay to the work of departments. How many tasks need to be completed to receive rewards, and punish them if they fail to complete the task. Xuan chuckled to himself. Even capitalists would cry when they heard something like this. It was simply brutal cruelty, but it looked so cute. Chu said to He Yue, "Don't be so black-hearted. If you treat people like this, what kind of loyalty can we talk about after that? There must be a measure in everything. One cannot do without loyalty, compassion, and mercy in life. This is also part of the Great Tao." The master, smiling, told his youngest student to study, and then she would reach unprecedented depths and receive all the answers to her questions. He Yue thanked the teacher for the instruction. Now she knows what to do. Yes, indeed, everyone has a limit. That's true. Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was fortunate that he had managed to correct it in time. Otherwise, the Heavenly Dao plan might have failed. The Black Moon actively took up the implementation of the heavenly plan of the Dao prepared by Chu Xuan and improved by him, together with He Yue. All branches now offer promotional mailings for those wishing to make their name known in all 9 regions. A young man who dreamed of becoming famous joined one of the sect's branches. He really wanted to make a name for himself, literally, to the whole world. Having learned the prices for advertising, the guy burst into tears and said with a sigh that the owners of the Black Moon have no soul. It's simply awful how much fame costs. To send a message to 1,000,000 people, you need to spend 1,000,000 spirit crystals, one per message. It's outrageous. But the young man was confident that he could become famous. He only needed to fight with 10 masters of the Emperor's kingdom, and he would become famous. In addition to advertising messages, the Black Moon also sent clients regular breaking news from all 9 regions via talismans. One of the cultivators came to the Black Moon house extremely indignant. He wanted to know why there were no reports about him in the news. The pride of the 20 sect single-handedly broke through the southern regional boundary and fought against 10 Emperor-level masters. The guy said that he fought against 12 Emperor-level masters alone. But why is there no news about it at all? The manager explained that if it is not a fight of 1 man against 100, then it is not valuable, but if he wants to be known about him, he has to pay for it. The Black Moon Tower has always been famous for its reliable and truthful information, and since it is launching this business, it is doing it for the sake of others. Having become famous, the young man will reap sweet fruits. The elders will see talent in him, and will begin to cultivate him even more actively. Won't he benefit? The guy thought, the tower owner is right. Fame, demonstration of talent and strength inevitably increases your value. Offers immediately appear. The young man threw a bag filled with spiritual stones on the table. He decided to take advantage of the offer to send messages. He said with a smile. Then send 2,000,000 messages about his heroic breakthrough through the barrier at the Nanzhou border. The manager offered the guest an assessment service. He knows the reputation of the Black Moon. If a master passes their assessment, his value increases. You can activate the VIP package. Then as soon as they find the most accurate and insider information, you will be able to receive it first. The young man agreed, muttering that he was buying everything, and the persistent Black Moon employee almost completely emptied the client's pockets. As he left, the guy sighed. It seemed like he had just been robbed blind, and it looked like he had already spent all his crystals, but he had bought a subscription. Turning to the intern, the satisfied Black Moon employee asked if it was clear that he had to sell it to people exactly as he had shown. Ding Yue was also heading to Nanzhou. He remembered the master's order that he and Wang Luo must return before the opening of the land of the living dead. The young man read the message. Xiaoliang fought alone against 100 masters of the Emperor's realm. He is very strong, but Ding Yue can do it too. He, Ding Yue, doesn't hold women in his heart, so he can kill gods with a sword. So how can he lose to others? Han stood behind him. The beautiful Han Yingming lowered her head. This capricious young man had not changed at all during this time. He still hated and feared women. And yet she called out to him. Something incredibly drew her to this willful and ill-mannered swordsman. She could do nothing. She shouted to Ding Yue that she had finally found him. I wonder where he had been all this time. It seemed like the guy had become even stronger than before. The young man turned around and immediately recognized the beauty. It was Han Yingmeng from the Floating Flower Pavilion, the star of an all-female martial sect. Yue asked if Han could do him a favor. He wanted to see how close he was to breaking through the 3rd level. The girl thought that, again, but she was no longer the same as she was when she was simply thrown out. She would show this bastard the power of the Emperor's kingdom. Han said, well, what does he want her to do? Ding Yue smiled. The girl is so kind that he can consider her as his friend. He suggested that she try hanging on him again. Han responded with feigned indifference. No problem, but why would he need that? Approaching the offender, the amazing beauty Han Yingmeng was sure that today she would make this guy scream and beg her for mercy. Ding Yue looked at the gorgeous beauty with the perfect figure and expressive gaze and curled up into a ball to resist the temptation. The beautiful Han Yingmeng hugged him tightly, sparks of her charm shining around him. Ding Yue felt dizzy. A little more, and he would not be able to bear it. He saw right next to him the beautiful face of the girl, flushed with embarrassment, the sparkle of her eyes, and felt the aroma of her long hair. And her graceful leg touched his strong legs, and a sweet shudder ran through his whole body. Ah, what a terrifying test this was. Han suddenly realized that Ding Yue's body was too powerful. She couldn't do anything even though she was already using Emperor-level strength. The youth muttered, you can't kill a god if you have a woman in your heart. There's only half a step left until you complete the 3rd stage of the sword path. He exclaimed joyfully. After all, he, Ding Yue, was the one who would become the master who could kill even gods with his sword. Ding Yue promised the master that he would soon reach the point where he could draw his sword and slay a god, and in just a little while, there would be no woman in his heart. Han Yingmeng frowned and exclaimed indignantly, how dare he speak like that right in front of her? What unheard of impudence and rudeness. Instead of answering, he pushed the renowned beauty away from him, despite the fact that his legs were buckling under her gentle touches. Ding Yue thanked Han. He had made great progress in swordsmanship and was about to break through to the level where he could fight against hundreds of enemies. Having thanked the girl, he rushed to the barrier on the way to Nanzhou, and the insulted and humiliated beauty Han Yingmeng remained sitting on the grass. Realizing what had happened, she screamed at Ding Yue with all her might, telling him, the filthy bastard, to come back immediately. It was simply disgusting to leave like that. The cultivators guarding the road to Nanzhou laughed and pointed at Ding Yue. One of them said, "Look, another brat has appeared." The masters were having fun. At first glance, the boy looked like a wandering cultivator, and he was dressed like a street dog. Everyone was trying to break in here. Truly capable wandering cultivators usually receive support from some high-level, powerful master. The one who recently fought alone against 100 had a master of the heavenly realm behind him, so it was only a matter of time for him to pass. And this kid is so small, he won't even be able to break in. He'll get scared if they even start talking louder. The fighters laughed cheerfully. Ding Yue smiled wryly. How funny. The road is guarded by comedians, but are their swords as sharp as their tongues? Now he will check. The young man drew his sword and rushed at the stunned merrymakers, who did not expect such agility and aggression from the poorly dressed boy. Before they had time to come to their senses, Ding Yue had cut off the heads of several guards who had been too careless and had been particularly zealous in ridiculing his clothes. Some of the strong fighters were killed immediately, many were wounded, and now no one dared to make fun of the young, modestly dressed swordsman. The next level of security watched the battle in amazement. This young man had single-handedly destroyed an entire squad of elite fighters. Although those blocking the entrance from the front were ordinary cultivators, they were all at least 8th or 9th level Emperor realm. It looks like they've got another tough nut to crack, but they've been given strict orders not to let any of these guys into Nanzhou under any circumstances. Ding Yue exclaimed, "Is this really all you can do? Then the Black Moon House will spread the word everywhere that they are all a bunch of cowards." Seeing the fleeing cultivators, Ding Yue laughed and asked, "Where are they running to?" He could easily beat up 100 of them. The young man attacked another squad that stood in his way. An explosion was heard, and when the smoke cleared, everyone saw cultivators lying around. The fighters were furious. This kid is too arrogant. Does he think that they, the people of Zhengzhou, are worth nothing? No way. Lin Yan exclaimed, "What an impudent boy. Let's see what he's capable of. Does he really think he can kill their fighters with impunity?" Everyone started whispering, "This is Ling Yan from the Piaohua sect. They say she is at the 9th level in the Emperor's realm. This time the boy is definitely finished." Ding Yue suggested that the girl from Piaohua leave. Her sister Han helped him, and he would not beat up the people from their female beauty sect. Lin Yan, indignant, exclaimed, "What an impudent fellow. Take this blow with your palm," and a powerful high-level attack flew towards the youth. The guy grimaced. How troublesome it was with these women. Why was she bothering him? He told her not to bother him. No, she was asking for trouble. Ding Yue reluctantly swung his sword towards Lin Yan's attack and sent out a fiery cutting stream of his powerful combat weapon. The cutting energy instantly stopped the palm attack. Lin Yan gasped in horror when she saw the force of the strike from this inconspicuous young fighter. The girl screamed. She was unable to stop such a blow. She could only try to dodge and shamefully flee the battlefield. How could this happen? Everyone was stunned. The wounded Lin Yan, one of the strongest cultivators, fell to the ground with a scream, raising clouds of dust around her. The stunned cultivators couldn't believe it. The boy defeated her with just one blow. What kind of monster is this? He's still so young. But the squad leader said sullenly that it didn't matter at all. This guy couldn't go forward. That was the order they had been given. The soldiers clenched their fists. Well, if the order was given not to let them through, then they would form a wall and not let the young man through. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't get through. Another squad rushed towards the young man with a battle cry. The cultivators were sure that he would not be able to break through their ranks. The guy frowned, just in time. He felt uneasy after the fight with Lin Yan from Piaohua. After all, she was from the same sect as Han, and he considered her a friend. He exclaimed that today he, Ding Yue, would become their worst nightmare, the likes of which they had never seen in their lives and would never see again. The largest detachment rushed towards the young man, who was supposed to fight the most powerful cultivators who were breaking through this barrier. A huge pillar of energy shot up into the sky. Ding Yue used a high-level sword flow technique that literally mowed down the enemies. The system reported that Ding Yue had fought alone against 100 Emperor Realm cultivators. Chu had received the Tao of Splitting as a reward. Ding Yue also broke through the outpost and fought alone against hundreds of the Emperor's Realm's fighters. Not giving in to Xiao Liang, he mastered the flow of swords. It seemed that Xiao Liang could no longer suppress Ding Yue, but it couldn't be otherwise. After all, he was his elder brother in arms and Chu's eldest disciple. Shouldn't we send Xiangxing too? With his strength, it's no problem to fight 100 fighters from the Emperor's realm, but the system might not give out a reward. I wonder if Wang Lo can break through. His combat power is comparatively weak. After all, his talent is in alchemy, not combat. Ping Fan is a strong fighter, but his cultivation level is low. Xuan was afraid that he would not be able to break through the 100 fighters of the Emperor realm. Xiaoling saw the message in the talisman. He was surprised. Is there really someone whose strength is not weaker than him? It looks strange at the very least. He cultivates a boundless martial Dao. There is no one in his realm who can compare to him. Could it be one of his brothers? Wang Luo also read this message and realized that it seemed like his elder brother Ding Yue had distinguished himself by defeating 100 strong enemies on his way home. He decided that he also needed to break through the barrier. Although he was inferior to his brother Ding Yue in combat strength, he had his advantages. Wang Luo is quite strong, and the power of the void fire is enormous. In addition, he has made pills that have formations and restrictions fused into them. With these methods, it won't be difficult to break through the outpost. It's time to return, and it's time to put the formation pills and restriction pills into action. He wanted the entire Wang clan and the entire northern region to know that he, Wang Luo, was a true genius of the Tao of alchemy who had opened a new path in alchemy. Approaching the outpost on the border of Nanzhou, the alchemist scattered the pills he had invented himself, and the earth began to shake with explosions and fire. Wang Luo said with a smile, "Alchemy is not just making medicinal pills. Anyone who thinks that way doesn't understand anything about alchemy." Behind the young man, everything was shrouded in smoke. No one but him could pass, Luo thought. Look at my formation and restriction pills. One of the cultivators tried to chase after Wang Luo and was injured. She didn't understand how the pills could be so strong. The system reported that Wang Luo had shaken the north with his alchemical Dao. Xuan had received the fusion Dao as a reward. Chu was happy. His disciples had not let him down. Having obtained the principle of the fusion Dao, Chu Xuan is one step closer to creating a smaller version of the great Dao. The system helps him in this. By understanding the principles of fusion, Chu will be able to combine all the principles into a smaller version of the great Dao, and then dividing the Dao will also become easier. Among the disciples who passed were Xiaoliang, Ding Yue, and Wang Luo. If Ping Fan was at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, he would be able to break through this barrier. As the restoration of the laws of heaven and earth in Nanzhou accelerated, all forces had already begun to enter the game for the amazing ancient treasure. The land of the living dead is connected to the treasures of fortune of the 5 northern continents, and anyone who learns of this will certainly be tempted. Cultivators first need to break through the outpost to enter Nanzhou. Only then can they enter the ancient land of demons. Xiaoliang, Ding Yue, and Wang Luo will not participate in the qualifying round. They can enter the land of the living dead whenever they want. This stage will likely take several years before masters from the various major factions begin competing for spots in the final round. Ding Yue and Wang Luo returned to the manor and greeted the master. Xuan said that he wanted to introduce Xiangxing and Ji Heiwei to them. The younger students bowed to their elder brothers in study and arms, and everyone was already talking about their heroic breakthrough. Wang Luo introduced himself with a smile and said that he was very pleased to meet the younger students. All of the master's students were special. Ding Ye gave the juniors the treasures he discovered in the spirit realm of the earth, and Wang Luo gave them several bottles of his pills. The younger ones thanked them for the gifts, but Wang Luo, with a smile, advised them to be more simple, since they were like one family and very close-knit. Luna sighed. The brothers did not notice her, but if they could be easily seduced, they would be unworthy of being her teacher's students. Ding Yue said to the teacher, "There is a very strong person. It seems he is not weaker than him." Xuan smiled. "This is his younger brother, Xiaoliang." The young man opened his mouth in surprise, saying that this was their younger brother, which meant he was also the master's apprentice. But why had they never seen him? Zuan said that besides them, he had accepted several more disciples outside the courtyard. There were the named disciples and a servant. They would get to know them. Wang Luo thought, had the teacher ever left this courtyard? Since Luo became his disciple, he had never seen him leave the courtyard. Ding Yue smiled. Master is too strong and mysterious. He needs to cultivate hard and can't let the juniors catch up. Xu Xian gathered the disciples to teach them an important lesson. They need to grow, because soon there will be a major battle in the ancient land. He said that since they were all here, as a mentor, he would teach them ways to speed up the cultivation process today, but everything would depend on them. Xuan waved his hands, and a divine halo appeared near his head, helping to significantly speed up the cultivation process. The first lesson for the students since breaking through to the realm of Tao, and unlike the previous ones, it will be about the meaning of the realm of Tao. Later he will gather all the disciples again, but the story about the Tao can be postponed until this story with the land of the living dead ends. Xiaoliang has already reached Nanzhou. Let him meet Ding Yue and the others. The son of the northern region's fortune must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Suen ordered Chui to bring Xiaoliang here. There is also Du Yuan. He just broke through to the heavenly realm. It's time to meet him too. Since he has become a disciple, and his talent is quite good, we must help him in cultivation. At the very least, Xuan will lead him to the divine realm. Xiaoliang and Liu Piaopiao stopped on the rocky bank of a turbulent river among the forest thickets. The young man began his next training session. Piao looked at her former student with a smile. With the help of the practice of earth and sky, she had almost completely restored her body. Suddenly, a living puppet of Xuan Chu Yi appeared right in front of them. Liang and his companion opened their mouths in surprise and stared at the doll. Chu Yi told them that the master had ordered them both to be brought to him, so they should immediately go with her to the master's estate. Xiaoliang, stunned by surprise, asked who her mentor was. Looking at the living doll, the young man decided that it was a dark magician. The messenger enveloped the travelers with a special energy and explained to the guy that her mentor was his master, and he was waiting for them. There was no need to delay. Xiaoliang and Liu Piaopiao were startled when they heard this. Could the divine master really be so powerful that he could even bring puppets to life? Du Yuan sat in the room and thought, this venerable elder who became his master is really incredible. How many times he helped him out. Du Yuan only had to cultivate for a little while, and he had already reached the heavenly realm. It seemed like this wasn't the limit for him. What was next? And then Chu Yi appeared in front of the young man. Du Yuan asked in surprise who she was and why she came here. Was she even a person or what? Du Yuan was amazed at what kind of power this was. He had no strength to resist. This was definitely the legendary master of the divine realm. But why did she come? Chu Yi explained that the teacher wanted to see him. That's why he sent her to fetch him. There was no need to resist. Nothing bad would happen to Du Yuan. Finally, both disciples were brought to the courtyard of Chu Xuan's small, modest estate, where he had lived as a recluse for many years. Chu Yi reported to the master that she had brought both of his disciples, and they were waiting for permission to enter and greet their great master. Xuan ordered them to be let in, and both youths immediately fell to their knees and greeted their mentor, whom they were seeing in person for the first time. Chu Xuan greeted the disciples with a smile, told them to stand up, and said that he was very glad to finally see them in the courtyard of his estate. He said that their elder brothers and sisters were already training, but since the boys were here, Xuan would give them some guidance. Xiaoliang kept his eyes on Chu. Everyone thanked the teacher in unison. He told them to listen together. How much they could understand was entirely up to them. Because of Xuan's divine halo, a soft, amazingly beautiful glow rose above his estate and spread throughout the entire area. Du Yuan suddenly felt like he was about to break through to the next level. This was simply the incredible influence of the great master. Xuan smiled. Little Du Yuan had already woken up. We could calmly break through further. A breakthrough would definitely not bother anyone here. The young man was delighted. As expected from a great elder, after the very first lesson on the Tao, he immediately made a breakthrough of 1 level. Liu Piaopiao briefly regained her physical body, but that body was merely a condensation of the power of heaven and earth, and she continued to practice. Xiaoliang thanked the master for his wise guidance and for all the good he had done for him and Piao, and of course, for helping him with his strength. Having gathered the students, Chu Xuan told them that they should get to know each other better, because they were one team. Moreover, they were brothers in arms. Ding Yue immediately suggested that Xiaoliang fight, and Xiaoliang found the idea very cool and happily agreed to test his strength. Xuan opened a portal to a miniature world for his students and sent them all there, instructing the elders to tell and show everything to the new brothers. Chuan told her brother that she would probably return to the Chu ancestral home to teach the younger generation of the family cultivation. Xuan nodded. Having entered the miniature world, Xiaoliang and Du Yuan looked at everything with their mouths open in amazement. Was all this beauty really created by their master? But it's simply incredible. There is amazing energy in the mini world. It seems that even the air here fills everyone with strength, an amazing place. This is the elder brother Buddha. He is quite unusual. His cultivation is already in the divine realm, but it is not clear at what level exactly. To the north of here there is a gloomy valley. This is the valley of the Ghost King. The Ghost King Fengdu is also already in the divine realm. Xiaoliang was at a loss. Could it be that all of the teacher's disciples were in the divine realm? That meant that among all the disciples, he was the weakest. Du Yuan was shocked. If it weren't for fate, the master wouldn't have accepted him. He needed to practice hard and quickly break through to the divine realm. Liang asked who brought them here. Wang Luo replied that he was created by the master himself. His name is Chu Yi, and he is already at the 9th level of the divine realm. The young man was stunned. The mentor created him. How strong was the mentor if he was able to create such an incredibly powerful creature? Ding Yue reassured Xiaoliang that he would learn more over time, but for now, they could go to the secret realm of trials and fight without the risk of death. Chu Xuan watched through the mirror as his disciples went to the mini-world to train. So far, everything was going well. Xuan remembered that the 20th anniversary of his seclusion was approaching, and he wondered what kind of rewards the system would give him this time. And then he saw a message in the chat. Gui Jin, the great Taoist turtle, had joined them. He had been invited by the Jade Dragon King. The newcomer wrote that he would like to give each of the group members a small welcome gift as a sign of their new friendship. Although the aura of Tao that the crystal of the original Tao gives birth to is becoming more and more, there is still a whole abyss to the next level of the Tao realm. Xuan is still at the first level of the Dao realm. He has not yet accumulated enough, and his Dao has not yet been transformed, but he is not far from the second level. Xu Shenai is waiting for the right moment to use his heavenly Dao talisman to replace part of the original laws of heaven and earth. Then he will gradually destroy the laws of heaven and earth of Nanzhou, replacing them with his own, and take control of everything in the southern region. The system reported that Yusu led 100 ghosts through the outpost, frightening the cultivators and the entire north, for which Chu received the Tao of transformation. Xuan smiled. Did she really do this? It's not for nothing that he values her so much. He needs to see what's going on at the outpost of the eastern region now. He watched with a smile as the squads of powerful cultivators scattered in terror upon seeing ghosts in various guises nearby. A heavenly realm cultivator asked one of the squad members why he stopped him, why he didn't allow him to fight the ghosts. The young ghost of a beautiful woman, seeing her enemy, shouted that she had warned him that she would never let him go, even if she died. The guy retreated in horror. He saw his dead girlfriend, who had turned into a ghost, flying towards him. He didn't know what to do. The boy, closing his eyes in horror, screamed at the top of his lungs for someone to help him escape the mad ghost of his ex-girlfriend. A blow whistled right in front of the girl in red, and the older brother of the hysterically screaming young man asked the ghost how dare she do such a thing. Hiding behind his brother's back, the boy begged him to kill this girl, although he didn't know how since she was already dead. It was just awful. The ghost was indignant at why Lin Baiyun was protecting this villain, and he asked why she became a ghost. I wonder what kind of ghosts they were. The girl replied that she was just a powerful spirit who had come to take life, and that there was no point in interfering in this matter. Lin Baiyun noticed that the ghosts had already shaken the entire north. Strong people would soon arrive here. They were all very interested in ghosts. The guy asked, "The one who is opposing the master of the heavenly realm is from the Yu family. Their ghost clan is probably somehow related to Chu Ping Fan." Yusu suggested to her friend that she would restrain this talker, while she would kill her villain and carry out her sweet, long-awaited revenge. The girl waved her hand and surrounded Lin Baiyun with a restraining energy, and he asked his old acquaintance where she was headed. But Lin Baiyun was unable to follow the woman in red. Yusu's power held him in place, which greatly surprised the strong cultivator. The woman in red was chased by Ling Zhen. She blew up her body and escaped. Then she met Yusu, who turned her into a ghost. That night, Yusu brought the ghost to Nanzhou and helped the woman in red take revenge, and that's how the ghost story at the outpost happened. But judging by the situation, someone very powerful will arrive here soon, and this could end badly for Yusu and the other ghosts. Chu Xian summoned the first Ghost King and his most powerful warriors from the secret realm, and they immediately appeared at the call of the ancestor. He ordered the Ghost King to go to his squad and bring Yusu here immediately. She and the others could be in danger. Xuan thought for a moment, and decided that now that the Ghost Clan had already appeared in Nanzhou, it was time to show everyone their true strength. Yusu realized that things were bad. Their Ghost Clan was clearly starting to lose ground, and if they were hunted, things would get really terrible. The girl felt that the aura of a heavenly kingdom cultivator was approaching here. She couldn't delay any longer. It was time to ask for help. Lin Baiyun was terrified. This ghost girl not only restrained him, but also beat him, and he was considered invincible in his region. The king explained that they were a clan of ghosts, and anyone who had died unjustly and whose soul had not been destroyed could join them and take revenge. The cultivators were at a loss, and they were offered to turn into ghosts. As long as the soul was not destroyed, there was still a chance for revenge. The situation had stabilized, but even with all the noise, not a single divine realm cultivator had appeared. Could it be that there weren't any in the north? Or maybe it's because the Ghost Clan is made up entirely of human souls of very strong cultivators, so they didn't want to interfere. The king reported that this time the Ghost Clan had been replenished with more than 100 new members. Among them, there were several talented ones. Xuan praised the king and offered to take the newcomers back to the Fengdu secret kingdom and teach them ghost techniques and strengthen them. A smiling Yusu appeared in the courtyard of Chu Xuan's estate and told her grandfather that she had returned, as he had ordered her to come. Xuan praised the girl. She worked hard, brought new members to the Ghost Clan, but why did she leave Pingfan? Yusu said there was an old woman who pestered Pingfan every day. Maybe she should be turned into a ghost. Pingfan said that he didn't like her, but she still pestered him. And besides, she was engaged, and her fiancé was the greatest genius in the eastern region. Xuan realized that the relationship between them was somehow strange. Yusu asked if it was possible to carry out the possession without harming Yu Bei. Even if the ghost hadn't reached the Emperor realm and suppressed its ghostly aura, the influence on Bei would still be very strong. Xuan asked if Yusu had really returned just for this. The girl answered shyly, "Actually no, she had a request for her grandfather. She would very much like to take the elder with her to the eastern region to strengthen the Ghost Clan, but she does not want to be ordered around." Shu understood her. The elders of the heavenly kingdom were her seniors, If they went with her, Yusu would have to obey them, and she would not have freedom. Suen declared that from today onwards, Yusu is the saint of the Ghost Clan. Her status is no lower than that of the king, and she does not submit to his authority. This is the bell of the Holy Virgin. It can suppress, absorb, and control souls. No ghost dares to disobey her. Yusu was delighted. She jumped for joy and thanked the kind great-grandfather. Now she would definitely be able to turn around. The entire clan of ghosts joyfully welcomed the Holy Maiden, who would henceforth protect their small but rather powerful clan. The new saint of the clan approached the Ghost King and his advisors and suggested that they throw away formalities. They all work for the strength of the clan. Zuen told the Ghost King that for now they would follow Yusu and obey her orders. She was very talented and could strengthen the clan. The king bowed to his ancestor and said that he understood everything, and for now, on Xuan's orders, he returned to the small world and took care of the new members. Yusu asked Grandpa if there was a way to not harm Yubei. Xuan asked why she needed to possess that girl's body at all. Su sighed. She is obsessed with Pingfan. Besides, she is very beautiful. Su likes to control her body and play with Pingfan. It is interesting. And her fiancé is irritated. If Yusu takes over her body and does everything to Pingfan, then he will be able to get rid of the engagement and win over her fiancé. Chu didn't understand what Pingfan was thinking. But why was he resisting all this time? Xuan had been living at home for so many years and hardly ever went out. He thought sadly that he had completely stopped keeping up with the times. Apparently he was getting old, and today's youth really knew how to play. Xuan told Yusu that for her current status and plan, she was too weak. She at least needed to reach the Emperor realm. He handed her an iridescent pill and said that this pill and one technique would help her quickly break into the Emperor's realm. Thanks to this new technique, when Yusu takes over Yubei's body in the future, the girl will no longer experience any side effects. In addition, Xuan will also impart a secret technique from the ancient scripture of the Netherworld to the clan saint to enhance her ghostly power. Satisfied, Yusu thanked her grandfather and exclaimed that she was returning to the eastern region. Chu Xuan wished her good luck. Yubei's fiancé, Ling Baiyun, of the Ling family, is known as the greatest genius and is the son of luck of the eastern region. It is worth trying to transfer the luck of the eastern region to Chu Pingfan and make him the new son of luck of the eastern region. The clash between Pingfan and Lin Baiyun is inevitable. Lin Baiyun has an innate advantage, while Pingfan has the extreme Dao. But Pingfan had only recently broken through to the 6th level of the Emperor realm, so his level was naturally weaker than Lin Baiyun's. Even though the nephew has some trump cards to defend himself, if he wants to suppress the enemy, he still lacks one key thing, Yusu. In that case, everything must be done as it should be. Yes, everything will be so. Xuan took on the task of transferring the fate of the eastern region to Pingfan. Although Xuan does not have complete control over the fate of the state, a slight intervention is enough to cause Lin Baiyun trouble. The sky cat Blackie watched his chuckling master and scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. It seemed the master had gotten a taste of his power. Empress Qin Keiyun angrily shouted that they could not go to the Chu family. No one dared to disobey her, otherwise they would be in trouble later. The brothers wondered why she was still so afraid of them, the little fox, when they were no weaker, or were they like a bunch of pathetic scum? The Empress angrily told Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong that she was no longer a little fox, and the Chu family was very dangerous, and this was no joke. The brothers said that the little fox no longer needed to worry about their affairs, just calmly wait for good news. They will see each other soon. Qin Keiyun clenched her fists in anger. They were so stubborn. Well, that was good advice for the damned ghost. It seemed like they wanted to learn a lesson. Blackie meowed questioningly if he could play with those two impudent fellows who were walking towards their house. Zhuan allowed it. He had no time for them now. Xin said that this mysterious man lives here. Bai asked if the warriors that Chu sent to protect his elder brother all died. Yuanfeng responded to Brother Shaokun, who was then seriously wounded, and went to the Baisheng Mountains, and did not see how tragically they sacrificed themselves. And not only the Chu family fell in that terrible battle, but the He and Zhao families were also almost completely destroyed. Blood flowed like a river. Shaokun asked what happened to the elder brother. Yunfeng smiled. The elder brother is a great man. He will not make mistakes and will return to them soon. Yuanfeng was going to the Chu family to check if this person was a member of their family. There were too many enemies in Qin now. If this mysterious man is not from the Chu family, they will have to kill him on the spot. They don't need a breeding ground for enemies here in Nanzhou. Blackie jumped onto the gate of the estate and watched the approaching guests. He meowed loudly, attracting the attention of the boys. Shaokun said to the third brother, "There is a white cat sitting on the wall of that courtyard. It is very cute. Maybe we can catch it and give it to the little fox." Yuanfeng objected, "Not the fox. The 6th sister will definitely like this cat more. We should give it to her. She will be delighted. She loves cats." Suddenly they saw that the cat had disappeared somewhere. It was strange. They had been looking at him all the time during the conversation, and he was sitting on the gate. The brothers looked around in confusion, trying to figure out where the little animal had disappeared to. There was something mysterious and a little strange about it. Xin Yuanfeng shrugged. Why did the cat suddenly disappear? He was just right in front of us, wasn't he? Blackie was already sitting on his shoulder. Xiaokan told the third brother not to move. The white cat was sitting on his shoulder. Now he would quietly approach and catch this animal. Yuanfeng was puzzled. How could this happen? He was so strong, but he couldn't even catch the movement of some cat. Maybe it wasn't a cat. Xiaokun was also confused. What kind of cat was this? Was it moving too fast, or were they too careless and unprepared? Blackie jumped from one brother's shoulder to the other's, chuckling quietly at their puzzled faces as they tried to catch him. Finally, the brothers shouted to each other that they had to act faster and finally catch this beautiful but overly nimble white cat. Xiaokun shouted to his brother to grab the cat sitting on his shoulder, and he would grab the animal from behind so it would definitely not be able to escape from them. Seeing the Ruji reaching for him, Blackie meowed angrily. How dare these bastards even think about grabbing him, a heavenly spirit cat. He instantly inflicted wounds on the brothers and scattered them in different directions, releasing his terrifying aura of a demonic spirit beast. Bai Xiaokan woke up and felt streams of blood flowing from his mouth. He couldn't understand what had happened to him, whether he lived or died. The same thing happened to Xin Yuanfeng. He groaned quietly and opened one eye. The guy felt that he was wounded by this cat. Xu Shen didn't pay much attention to the explosions outside the gate. After all, sometimes even a cat needs to be allowed to play a little. He grinned. This time the cat had a good time. He should be properly treated for his vigilance. He greeted the guests well. After finishing working with the flowers, Zhuan told Su Xianer to take these flower pots to the small world so that they would grow faster. The explosions outside the gates grew louder and louder. Blackie really went wild this time, not giving the uninvited guests a moment to recover. Xu Xuan calmly sipped the fragrant tea and wondered 3 whole hours had already passed. Hadn't his little Blackie had played enough yet? Instead of an answer, another explosion sounded, but Zhuan was not too worried about it. He told the cat not to kill the guests, but he could beat them. Bai Xiaokong gritted his teeth. What was this? He, the heir to the great Baisheng Tower, couldn't defeat some lousy flea-eater. And Blackie took the form of a man, and grabbing the brothers by the legs, spun them around in circles at incredible speed, as if they were rag dolls. The cat spun Bai Xiaokong and Xin Yuanfeng around at such a furious speed that it caused a hurricane-like whirlwind near the gates of the manor. And Blackie was delighted. He meowed cheerfully that it was so cool to play with the uninvited guests of his great master. He would have to do it again. The cat dragged the shaking brothers into the courtyard. Xiaokun had already managed to see his deceased grandfather, and Yuanfeng noticed the light at the end of the tunnel of death. Taking the brothers by the heads, Tian Ling Mao, as Blackie was called in human form, asked how they were enjoying the game and whether they would still try to catch him. Tears welled up in Xiaokun and Yuanfeng's eyes, unable to understand what this fierce warrior wanted from them, and both suddenly longed for the little fox. But Xin Yuanfeng sobbed and said that Qin Qiyun was still young and couldn't help them. That heavenly beast was too strong for her. A magical comb and fan appeared in the smiling hands of Tianling Mao, and the brothers looked questioningly at their tormentor. Xiaokan got the fan. He timidly asked the master what he wanted. Was he really demanding that he and his brother please him together? Tianling Mao growled menacingly. Maybe they still want to fly if they don't like to please him, the heavenly spirit cat. Xin Yuanfeng exclaimed that he understood. Master Miao wanted them to comb and fan him. No problem. They would do it. Tianling Mao turned into Blackie again, and the 2 brothers combed his white fur and fanned him, asking if everything was to his liking. Yuanfeng asked the cat, squinting in the sun, whether he had combed its fur well and whether there was anything else that needed to be done. The contented cat replied that everything was fine, but it was time for his lunch, so they should wait for him and then continue. Bai Xiaokun was puzzled as to who this master was. Even his ordinary fan had its own realm of power, and it was not a small one. Blackie frowned and meowed questioningly, asking what was the matter. Why had the fan suddenly stopped working, or were they trying to provoke anger again? Yuanfeng warned his brother to be more careful, that he must serve the master faithfully and truly, and take good care of him and his fur. Xuan listened with a smile as Xiaokan apologized to the cat and said that he would do his best to make the master happy. He frowned. 3 days had already passed, and the cat was not letting anyone go, although in a past life, everyone, one way or another, was their slave. Empress Qin Keiyun was informed that 3 days had already passed, and Bai Xiaokong and Xin Yuanfeng still had not returned. Something was wrong. Keiyun cursed. She had warned these 2 stubborn people. She had ordered the elders to try to contact them. An urgent messenger arrived to the Empress and reported to Her Majesty that the army of the Daqian Empire was approaching the border of their country. Keiyun frowned. She needed to contact the guys through the talismans and tell them to quickly return home. She warned the elders not to send people to the Chu family to find the boys, otherwise they would be dealt with cruelly. Empress Qin Keyun thought, the country is in danger. Where is the reborn Emperor Qin Zong? He should have returned by now. A clear moonlit night had fallen on Nanzhou, and Blackie still hadn't released his two captives, enjoying his power over them. Xu Xuan called Xianer and told her to ask the cat to let the guests go. Stop playing with them, they had probably been lost at home a long time ago. Suddenly Zhuan felt a huge force approaching. He had never felt such an aura here before. It was something new. He also heard the message from the talismans that the army of the Daqian Empire was approaching the border of the Qin Empire, and the smell of war began to loom. Xuan looked at the mountains. Was it possible that the ancient land of the living dead was almost awakened, meaning that demons would soon appear here? In the morning, he contacted Ren Chang'e, asking if he had already entered Nanzhou, and that the events Chu had told him about were already beginning. Chang'e replied to the teacher that he had reached the northern territory and was heading to Nanzhou, and that he and his friends would be there very soon. After arriving, Xuan ordered him to go to the Black Moon House, where they would be received and they should not reveal their location. Qinzong will soon arrive in Nanzhou. In his previous life he was defeated. This time under Xuan's protection he will take revenge. At that moment, all of his students who were in the mini-world simultaneously approached the portal and addressed their master. Xian asked if they too seemed to sense changes in Nanzhou. Luna confirmed that the region's energy was changing greatly. The master explained that the ancient land of demons was about to open. This was our opportunity, and also the beginning of great changes in the 9 regions. There are treasures of fortune from the 5 continents of the Northern Territory, and whoever owns the treasure will have a chance to become the king of those lands. Luna was at a loss. If she could become the queen of the North, what would happen to her Ji family in the Central Territory where she came from? Xiaoliang was delighted. Wow, the ancient land is so magical. Ding Yue was also happy. Now he knows where to direct his efforts. Xuan said that this is a continuation of the ancient story, when one man lured demons here to become the king of the people. However, the great emperor Qinzong learned of the conspiracy and united with the northern forces, echoes of which still linger today. They all have to take part in the battle. The first goal is to train themselves. The second is to make sure that the treasure does not fall into the wrong hands. Xuan warned his students that they did not need a title, especially since soon the whole world would shake and many things would change in the regions. Dingyu assured the master that he definitely didn't need a title. Only steel swords reigned in his heart, and a title would hinder his path of the sword. Chu Xuan was amazed. This guy's obsession with swords and swordsmanship was truly astounding at times. Wang Liu told the teacher that he too was not fit to be king. Alchemy was dearer to his heart, and the knowledge of this science was simply endless. Xiaoliang sighed and said that he only followed his destiny. If it was her will to elevate him, then so be it. If not, then not. Xuan looked at the students with a serious look and praised them. He is very glad that they all have this understanding. It is important for their growth. Ji Heiyue, nicknamed Luna, pursed her lips. As a descendant of the royal family, she couldn't help but think about becoming a queen. Xu Xuan told her that as a teacher, he knew what she was thinking, but she shouldn't be upset. Everything has its time. Her dreams will still come true. Luna was taken aback. The master read her thoughts so easily, but the great teacher was certainly right. She did not need a title, because the path of heaven awaited her. The girl asked the master to forgive her for her bad thoughts. He was absolutely right. She should not think first of all about the title. The teacher informed his students that the great emperor Qinzong had been reincarnated in a new body and would soon return to Nanzhou. The guys were shocked. How did the master find out that the great emperor had been reincarnated, and did he really know what body he was in now? Xuan smiled. Now she was his student, and he promised her that her wish would come true, but she would not participate in this battle. Wang Lo asked the master that since Qinzong's incarnation was one of their fellow disciples, they should probably help her fulfill her wish. Chu praised the student, but Qinzong has his own plan, and it doesn't matter whether the guys help or not, they will have to take part in the battle. In addition, Qinzong is very strong. He is not weaker than any of the students. He has an incredibly strong will. He is a talented commander. Ding Yue couldn't help but smile and thought that he would really like to meet this warrior, even if he was a girl now. Xuan smiled. All his disciples are supreme beings in the emperor's realm. They guarantee that the treasures will not fall into the wrong hands. When the time comes, they will all show their abilities, and let those arrogant celebrities of the northern region see their strength. Xuan's disciples smiled. Each of them had once been persecuted, and they all really wanted to show the whole world how they had changed. Moreover, they all strove to live up to the expectations of their teacher, who, unlike the others, saw talent in each of them. Su Xianer asked Chu Yun in surprise what they were talking about so animatedly, and Sister Xuan explained that it was about the upcoming military campaign. Assistant Chu realized that it was no wonder that Ding Yue and the others were so happy. They could finally go out and show off their skills. Turning to Chu Yun, the girl was surprised to find that she was no longer there. Xianer was stunned, wondering where Sister Yun should go, and Zhuan's sister ran as fast as she could towards her brother, shouting that she also wanted to go with them to war in the land of the living dead. She took the 13th brother by the hand and asked him to let her in too. Xuan agreed, but on one condition: she would take Blackie with her. Xu Yun happily agreed and went to look for her beloved brother's pet, the heavenly spirit cat, who was wandering around the estate. She peered into every corner and called loudly for Blackie, begging him to come out of his hiding place and come to her at once. But for some reason the cat didn't respond. Yun was puzzled as to where this wayward furry brat had gone. He definitely should be here. Meanwhile, Xiao Kun carefully asked Blackie if he would let them go. Yuan Feng said fearfully it was still too early. He still had to please the master. Blackie frowned. Who was calling him? He was having such a good time. These two idiots had become his real slaves. It was just a miracle. The cat recognized the voice of his master's sister. It was Chu Yun calling him. Well, he had to end this pleasant game. He jumped down and ran towards the call. The magical tools that the celestial spirit cat Blackie had given to his captives also instantly disappeared from their hands. Xin Wanfeng asked in surprise. Master Miao left, but why? Perhaps something happened. Does this mean they are free now? Bai Shaokan noticed that the master had taken away his sacred things, which probably meant that they had worked off their guilt and he had let them go. Yuan Feng glanced at the talisman and told his brother that their little fox was in trouble and they needed to quickly return back to the Qin Empire. Xu Wen was running around looking for the cat. She had already walked around almost the entire estate shouting to Blackie to make the shaggy rascal come to her faster. The white cat climbed onto the roof and meowed loudly, attracting the attention of the owner's beloved sister. The girl became wary. Finally, she saw a cat sitting on the roof of the fence and exclaimed, "Ah, there you are. Come here quickly. It's time to go." Blackie jumped into Yun's arms. She stroked the heavenly pet and said that her brother would not let her go on a military campaign without Blackie. After stroking the cat's white fluffy fur, Yun invited him to go with her and have some fun. Blackie was very happy. He meowed happily, expressing his agreement to go with Yun and the master's disciples. He really wanted to stretch his legs and fight. Waving her hand to her brother, Chu Yun said that she had found Blackie, so they left. If anything, they would pass the news to Xuan through the talisman. Xu Shen asked his assistant if she would go with them. Shanner shook her head. No, she wants to stay here with Master. The system congratulated Xuan, who stayed at home for 20 years and was rewarded with an all-powerful cloud of chaos Qi. A satisfied Xuan immediately began to look at the characteristics and capabilities of the new reward. They should be excellent. It turned out that Chaos Qi can merge with other Dao, transform it and refine it, which is exactly what Xuan needed. He exclaimed, "Cool, this Qi will be perfect for his current unstable and rather weak human body. The Qi of the Chaos Cloud will not only speed up his development, but also make his body more powerful. Isn't that great? Just a dream." In addition, the Qi of the Chaos Cloud will help Chu Xuan experiment more, isolating and creating completely new rules of the Dao. Xuan exclaimed in delight that he loved the system to death. It always gave him exactly the gifts he needed at the time. Su Shenner set the table and shouted to the master that the food was ready. She did not dare to enter his room during his long studies. But Xuan didn't answer. The assistant was surprised. It seemed he ignored her message. But he hadn't eaten yet today. At that time, Xuan was busy studying the Chaos Cloud Qi, and this tool turned out to be surprisingly useful for him. The Chaos Cloud Qi glowed golden in Xuan's hands, echoing the other chaos tools the system had previously gifted him. Chu was confident that if he could refine part of his Dao with Chaos Qi, he would break through to the second level of the Dao realm. But at the same time, his body will become much stronger, and he needs to figure out as quickly as possible how to direct all this towards his path of Dao. While studying, Xuan didn't notice how evening had come. He began to wonder how much more he needed to become invincible. In the morning, passing by the owner's room, Xian Er heard his joyful laughter, an exclamation. It finally worked. The girl was surprised. The master's assistant stared at Chu Xuan's door and quietly asked what he was talking about. What had been happening there for the past 24 hours? Xuan exclaimed, "It's done. The Chaos Qi is subdued, and he is already at the second level of the Dao realm. Even the fusion of the Dao rules has been completed. After such fruitful and long work, it's definitely time to go out into the sun and have some delicious Su food." But then the improved talisman vibrated, and Xuan received an urgent message from one of his talented students. It turned out that it was reported from the Black Moon that an unknown strongman from the Dagon Palace had invaded the border of the Qin Empire, and that this was dangerous. Chu Shen had long been suspicious of the Dagon Palace, but it seemed his suspicions were correct. That was where the strongman was hiding. The villain broke into a predatory smile. Finally, his moment had come. Now he could take revenge and complete his plan. The cultivator stood on the stone that marked the state border of the Qin Empire and loudly asked where Qinzun was now. Empress Qin Keiyun asked her advisors if they had found out who he was, but they replied that it was still unknown. Keiyun frowned. The overlord was still not there. It seemed she would have to deal with this man herself, who clearly came from ancient times. She flew up to the troublemaker and sternly asked who he was. Let him first state his name, and then they would continue. The cultivator chuckled. This is the great Empress Qin herself. Let her tell Qinzong to come out and meet him. Kaiyun exclaimed that it was too much of an honor for a stranger to be met personally by the great Emperor Qinzong himself. The troublemaker at the border frowned and called the Empress a small fry who only got in the way. In anger, he threw a powerful bolt of electrical energy at Kaiyun, intending to kill the impudent ruler of the Qin Empire. The girl was surprised by the attack. This guy seemed to be really strong, but who was he? Who was the first of the Lord's enemies to show up here? Qin Kaiyun chuckled to herself. How fast. It seemed like he had been waiting and training for a long time to finally show his anger here. The fox demon who had been reborn as Qin Kaiyun easily defended her from this attack, blocking the rather powerful blow with his tails. The cultivator frowned. Surprisingly, this weak girl managed to block his attack. Apparently she is not so simple. Kaiyun thought, this guy is strong. Just when he made her use the guard, she felt that he did not use his full strength. Empress Qin Kaiyun once again asked the unfamiliar cultivator why he needed the great Emperor Qinzong. The cultivator laughed loudly, a powerful energy blazing in his hand, and he exclaimed that he simply had to meet Qinzong. Kaiyun frowned. This pose was too familiar to her. It couldn't be that the main traitor and enemy of the Overlord was already here. The cultivator flew off the rock and rushed towards Qin Kaiyun, shouting that he, Chao Tianyi, was following his destiny to the very end and believed in success. The Empress was horrified, which meant she was not mistaken. This was indeed the reborn Cao Tianyi, the Emperor's main enemy. She immediately activated her nine-tailed guardian form to protect herself from this monstrous man who had betrayed everyone back then. Tianyi smiled wryly. Now she probably understood everything. Yes, he had come, and there would be no mercy for anyone, least of all for Qinzong. He flew up to Kaiyun and noticed that she had put up a defense too late, and this form was no longer scary to him. He had become stronger. The Empress suddenly felt that she could not resist this enemy. Was she really going to die now without ever seeing Zun? The laughing Cao Tianyi picked up Qin Kaiyun and dealt her several powerful blows despite the nine-tailed guard's defense. This beating brought the villain real pleasure. His face broke into a smile, and he finally began to destroy his enemies. Blood gushed out from Qin Kaiyun's mouth and she screamed piercingly. The Empress was already very seriously injured, but still alive. Chao Tianyi dealt her another blow and let go, and the barely alive Kaiyun screamed and began to fall to the ground not far from her subjects. She fell to the ground and, losing consciousness, thought sadly, Lord, where are you? The faithful little fox might not be able to withstand this. Emperor Qinzong's ancient enemy landed near the fallen Empress and laughed loudly. Everything was going well. The Empress's close associates rushed to Her Majesty, hurrying to lift her up, provide the necessary assistance, and also protect her. The bloodied Qin Kaiyun lay in the hole formed by the impact of her fall, unable to get up on her own due to the wounds she had received. Chao Tianyi laughed loudly as he looked at the prostrate Empress Qin, waiting for his true ancient enemies to show up. Looking at the crowd of Kaiyun's confidants, he remarked with a smirk that the Qin Empire had always been full of stupid bugs like these. The Empress's defenders angrily asked what this boar had said. He was probably looking for death, so they would easily provide it for him now. Tianyi laughed and waved his hand at these foolish daredevils. He really wanted to stretch his legs and have some fun after hundreds of years of waiting. The Qin cultivators clenched their fists and called Chao Tianyi a fool for asking for trouble on the border of their empire. They rushed at him, shouting for him to die immediately, but he calmly watched him with a grin, waiting for them to approach. Tianyi contemptuously called the brave cultivators bugs who didn't even understand where they were going, stupid little creatures. He twisted his fingers and directed a powerful, devouring flame that could not be extinguished at the entire attacking squad. The cultivators screamed and burst into flames. Some of the weaker ones died immediately. Others tried to put out the fire, but were unable to. Soon they disappeared one after another. In the clearing near the border of the empire, none of them remained. Only the echo repeated their cries. The bloodied Empress Qin Kaiyun watched in horror as her brave subjects perished at the hands of the ancient villain Tianyi. Kaiyun quietly called out to her great lord, asking why he didn't appear when the main traitor to humans and demons was here. Tears began to flow from the Empress's eyes. She did not want to die without meeting her beloved Lord Qinzong. The Empress was losing consciousness, and Chao Tianyi was approaching her step by step, wanting to finish off the little fox emperor. The cruel eyes of the traitor of humans and demons turned bloodshot. He extended his hand towards the wounded Qin Kaiyun, enjoying this moment. The Empress clenched her teeth. She had no strength left to resist. All her defenders were killed. Was there really no one to save her? The Overlord's main enemy said with a smile that he was already here, and Qinzong and the others should find out about it and come here. He raised his hand over the defenseless fox of the ancient great emperor. There was grief and horror in her eyes, and this made Chao Tianyi laugh. The villain's cruel hand slowly moved lower and lower towards Qin Kaiyun's face. A little more, and he would touch her beautiful, huge eyes. But suddenly Chao Tianyi became wary. He sensed that someone was approaching the border of the Qin Empire, and that someone was very strong. He looked around questioningly, wondering where the unexpected enemy was. Perhaps Qin Zong himself had come to protect his little fox. A portal flashed in the sky and a familiar voice shouted for Cao Tianyi to stop. The villain looked at the sky with interest. How interesting it all was. Xin Yuanfeng rushed straight at the traitor, shouting at the villain that he was his opponent, not the wounded empress, and that he should stop fighting with the girl. Tianyi removed his hands from Qin Keiyun's face, and the sword blade of Xin Yuanfeng, who had just appeared, was pointed straight at him. Chao Tianyi recognized Emperor Qinzong's younger brother. What a meeting. Well, he might as well warm up by killing this impudent boy. Yuanfeng landed with a bang on the clearing where the wounded fox lay, and the scoundrel, schemer, and traitor to the people, Chao Tianyi, stood. The empress's close associates were surprised to see Xin Yuanfeng, who had disappeared 3 days ago, and how could he suddenly appear here? Chao Tianyi raised his hand and stopped Yuanfeng's sword strike with his bare hand, the force of which caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. Xin Yuanfeng looked at the traitor with hatred, gritting his teeth as he tried to break through his defense and reach the villain with his powerful sword. Chao Tianyi chuckled. It seemed that brother Yuanfeng did not think that after so many centuries he could become much stronger than before. Yuanfeng continued to press forward. A powerful whirlwind of raging martial qi arose around him, but Tianyi's palm did not give in. Suddenly the traitor's hands burst into flames, and he grabbed the blade of Xin Yuanfeng's sword and pulled it towards himself. The latter was stunned at how this was possible. Chao Tianyi smiled evilly. He had prepared well, but his enemies had clearly underestimated him, thinking that his strength would remain the same. He cheerfully told Yuanfeng that this time he could not run away, because this time he had to win and become king. Xin Yuanfeng didn't understand what was happening, why he couldn't even move, or what new techniques the villain had. Chao Tianyi laughed. The once very strong Xin Yuanfeng was now hanging helplessly in the air, unable to even move. The traitor made a powerful jerk, and Yuanfeng's weapon disappeared, and he himself lost his balance and fell down. He was unable to resist. The guy cried out helplessly. How could this villain become so powerful? Did they really miscalculate? How could it be? He wasn't talented. There was a powerful explosion, and the mighty brother of the great ancient ruler of Qin fell to the ground, losing most of his strength. Zhuan's disciples watched the battle from the top of a high cliff. Ding Yue said thoughtfully, "Whoever has his sword will always win." Xin Yuanfeng stood in front of his old enemy and looked sadly at the revived Cao Tianyi. It seemed like he hadn't wasted any time. The traitor of humans and demons said contemptuously to Yuanfeng, "Trash is trash. He was always a weakling," and hid behind his brother's back. Yuanfeng replied irritably, since he was defeated, there was no reason to pity him, so let Tianyi quickly do it and stop chatting. Chao laughed and replied that he was ready to kill the hated Yuanfeng, and a fiery charge of enormous power blazed in the villain's hand. The boy frowned and mentally told the little fox that he might have to go first, so that she could live a little longer. Suddenly, Bai Shaokun's voice was heard. He shouted to the third brother to hold on. He would also come to their aid now. Xin Yuanfeng turned to the forest thicket in surprise. What's going on? It means his brother has also arrived to help, but will he be able to handle it? Chao Tianyi tensed up. This voice seemed very familiar to him. It was clearly also someone from that bloody era, someone from his old enemies. Shaokun shouted to Chao that Bai would greet him with all the honors he deserved for unleashing demons on the people of this world. The young master of Mount Baisheng landed next to Chao Tianyi, standing between him and his defeated brother and shielding Yuanfeng with his body. Bai Shaokong grabbed the scoundrel by the neck and squeezed his throat hard, but for some reason he didn't resist at all, and this was very strange. The guy shouted at the traitor, so that's where he had dug in, sat quietly for so long and didn't stick his head out, waiting for the ground to open up. And suddenly Shaokun noticed that a few meters away from him, there was another Chao Tianyi standing and grinning maliciously. The guy was confused. The man Bai had just been holding by the throat suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke and dust, and Tianyi burst into laughter. Bai realized that he had just been trying to fight an illusion, but he never expected to fall for this simple magical trick so easily. Chao stated that at first he thought the boys would be able to surprise him, but now it seems that the word cringe is just a compliment addressed to them. Bai Shaokong quietly asked the third brother if he could fight this scumbag, but Yuanfeng replied that he didn't have the strength. Suddenly, 2 more cultivators emerged from the forest thicket and shouted to Shaokun and Yuanfeng that they were coming to help them. Chao Tianyi frowned. It was Peng Xinghai from the Xinghai sect, and Peng Qiguang from the Qishan League. The last thing we needed here was them, damn it. The brothers apologized to the boys for being a little late to the start, but Xin Yuanfeng said that they arrived just in time. Xinhai told Yuanfeng that he was glad to meet him, but Qiguang cut his brother off, saying that there were more important things to do than reminisce about the past. Chao Tianyi growled that today he would still achieve his long-awaited goal, and no one, not even they, could stop him. Shao Kun asked the villain if his goal today was apparently to die here, on the border of the Qin Empire, at the hands of his longtime enemies. But Tianyi smiled and suggested that they all fight, then they would see who would die today on the approaches to the great Qin Empire. The battlefield was filled with smoke. The implacable enemies rushed into battle. Ding Yue noticed that this villain Chao Tianyi was indeed very strong. Shou Liang supported him, saying that even when fighting alone against 4 opponents, he still had some trump cards up his sleeve. Wang Luo said thoughtfully that he would probably lose to Cao Tianyi. This opponent was very strong and he needed to prepare well. Xiang Xing guessed that he wouldn't be able to stand up to such an enemy either, even though he had battle puppets as assistants. Ding Yu decided that his brothers were too modest. They had enough strength and tools to deal with this Chao Tianyi. Luna thought, of course, the elder brothers are strong. The master taught her the heavenly Tao. With its help, she will quickly suppress Chao Tianyi. Shu Yun shuddered. There was such a strong tension. The air smelled of hopelessness. Why did this suddenly happen? It was even strange. Blackie meowed sheepishly, telling the lady that it was him. He was just bored with it all. He would have figured it out much faster. Another fighter appeared on the battlefield. Landing, he asked Brother Shao Kun to wait for him. He would also help in the battle. But an unknown cultivator blocked the guy's path, building a barrier in front of him. The guy looked around in confusion. A stranger stood near the tree and philosophically remarked that this fight was a dead end, and there was no point in joining it right now. The fighter asked who he was and why he was suddenly stopping him. The stranger replied that his family had made a choice. It was time for Lin to answer. The guy took out his sword and asked permission to learn about the fighting skills of his arrogant and very calm interlocutor. The cultivators clashed in a fierce battle. Ding Yue was surprised. It seemed another fight had begun. It was unclear why. Rumors have been circulating that the Yu family's daughter, Yue Bei, intends to break off her engagement for the K family's abandoned grandson, Chu Pingfan. Chao Tianyi persistently attacked his old enemies, but he could not defeat them, just as they could not defeat him even with 4 of them. Chu Xuan's disciples watched everything carefully from the cliff, surprised that so much was happening in Nanzhou. At one of the outposts on the border of Nanzhou, an unusual cultivator appeared. He was from the western region, and his name was Mo Hongliu. Seeing him, the other cultivators snorted with disdain. They didn't like half-breeds, Mo Hongliu asked. Were they not happy to see him? One of the outpost guards asked with a grin where this freak came from. It seemed like no one had invited him here for lunch or dinner. The half-human, half-demon's eyes flashed, and he angrily asked the guy who he called a freak, had he even seen himself in the mirror? Caesar asked who he was, if not a freak. A cultivator of the Beizhou sect of the western region, a half-breed, a mixture of human and demon. The enraged cultivator Mo Hongliu drew his curved saber and rushed at the offender, shouting at him to die right now. Xuan noticed that the eldest son of the demon clan, a half-breed, had appeared. He must be the son of luck of his western region. Su Shenner noticed how strong this half-breed was, Xuan confirmed. But for him, this is normal, because demons are stronger than humans. Unlike others, demons can reincarnate, so Mo Hongliu is a kind of reincarnation of the very first demon ancestor. There is a part of the soul within him that must merge with the divine principle in order to break through to the next kingdom. Xuan was glad that the heir to the western demon kingdom had appeared. Now he would be sure of who he was really looking for. Qinzong is not in the best position now, but he has supporters with whom he once fought against Cao Tianyi. While watching the battle on the border of the Qin Empire, Ding Yue asked if that villain wanted to fight Emperor Qinzong. Xiaoliang answered thoughtfully, I don't even know. After all, the great emperor was reincarnated in a woman's body. This is all very unusual. As far as Luna knows, when Qinzong was at his peak, he was not in the divine realm. He may not be as strong as the enemy. Shangxing asked if he should help, but Wang Luo suggested waiting. In any case, the treasure could only belong to them. Ding Yue supported, the teacher will find a use for the treasures of luck, and they should not fall into the wrong hands. This is their main task. Wang Luo asked if there were any divine realm cultivators among the enemy. Shangxing was surprised, but isn't there? There probably are. But whether they exist or not, they certainly won't affect them, and who could compete with his divine power? The other students fell silent. They had not yet reached the divine realm, unlike the guy with the fiery bones. After finishing the battle, Chao Tianyi told his old enemies that they had 3 days. If Qinzong did not appear, then Tianyi would take action. After saying this, the ancient trader of humans and demons turned around and flew away. Ding Yue asked, everything will be fine, right? The wounded Empress Qin Keiyun returned to her palace. Everyone was in a depressed mood, and many people died. Everyone asked the mistress, because Qinzun will come here to save them, then everything will be fine. But who knows where he is now? The appearance of Chao Tianyi frightened many, and the warriors were perplexed as to how they could fight such an incredibly strong and ancient enemy. A longtime supporter of the emperor said that Qinzong would not disappoint them, and the ruler's old friends would also join forces. Thief Cao cannot be allowed to seize the treasures of Nanju. The Qixin League will also do everything in their power, as will the Xinhai sect. One of the fighters asked Shiguang if they had found any traitors, and he replied that most of them had fallen, leaving only small insects. Ping Shanghai said, "Then we should get rid of them, because it was only because of them that rumors began to spread that the great emperor had been reborn." An old comrade reported that the swordmaster had returned. How about letting the old man kill the villain Qiao Tianyi himself? But the old man who entered objected. The old ghost from the Dagon Palace had also returned, so this, unfortunately, had become impossible for now. The cultivators bowed respectfully, welcoming the old swordmaster who entered Empress Qin Keiyun's throne room. The old man bowed in response and said that there was no need to exaggerate his merits so much. There were masters in the world who were stronger than him. 3 days had passed, the time appointed by the traitor Qiao Tianyi for his enemy, the great emperor Qin Zong, to appear for battle. On the appointed day, Tianyi came to the palace of Empress Qin Keiyun to ask for an answer as to where the reborn Emperor Zun was hiding. Seeing the elongated faces of his enemies, Cao laughed. Yes, he had returned, and if his enemy Qin Zong did not appear, they would have only themselves to blame. Wounded in the previous battle, Xin Yuanfeng understood that they were too vulnerable. But what should they do? No one knew where Qin Zong was. Qin Keiyun was about to burst into tears. She quietly asked the master where he was and why he hadn't returned to them, his friends. A slender, beautiful girl quietly entered the throne room. It was Luo Ying, the third young mistress of the very influential Luo family. She quietly walked straight up to Empress Qin Keiyun, who stared at the girl in surprise and asked who she was. Leaning towards the empress, the guest noticed that Xiao Huli had grown up. Keiyun was taken aback. Was it really the emperor in front of her? The little fox was happy. The great ruler had come. Now everything would be fine. They would definitely cope with all the enemies. Luo Ying sighed and replied that she couldn't leave them, even though she was reborn in such a strange form, but apparently it was necessary. The little fox rushed to the emperor and sobbing said that the ruler must avenge her on that villain Cao Tianyi. Huli was shocked. Where is the emperor's wide and strong chest? Why is it soft? Oh damn, the majestic emperor cannot be brought back. The little fox asked the emperor how he would cope in this state. Zun sighed heavily and said that fate had played a cruel joke on him. Qin Keiyun asked Luo Ying with a smile whether she should address the great lord as Sister Empress or something else in the future. Zun in Luo Ying's body was indignant. There was no way Huli could call her sister. From now on she had to call her mistress, and nothing else. The fox obediently said, "Okay, mistress." She stretched out her hand to Luo Ying's chest. What big breasts. They can't compare with Keiyun's breasts. Indignant Zun exclaimed that little Huli should not raise her hands. He already felt uneasy in this woman's body, and she did too. Keiyun reported that Xin Yuanfeng and the others were unable to stop the bandit Qiao. She also lost to him. He is looking for Zun. Luo Ying stroked the fox cub and said that the news of her return should not leak out. She would act secretly. Qin Keiyun breathed a sigh of relief, as expected of the great Emperor Zun. Even as a woman, he was still just as determined. Foxy told the owner that the current situation in Nanzhou and Beiyue is related to a person from the Chu family, Chu Xuan. He is very strong. Qin Keiyun asked the owner if Chu Zong was dead or not. Luo Ying was surprised. Why was the fox asking about this, or if there were any suspicions? Huli explained that Chu Xuan was incredibly strong, and she suspected that it had something to do with Chu Zong. Perhaps he had also been reborn. The emperor objected. Chu. He and Zhao sacrificed themselves trying to block Tao's attack. They all died, but they had to meet him. Xin Yuanfeng and Bai Shaokong have already been there, but the result is unclear. They refuse to say maybe they got into trouble there. Luo Ying calmed her fox down, telling her not to worry. She had her own connections, and she would find out everything about this man. Zhuan noticed that Emperor Qin Zong, who had reincarnated as a girl, was heading towards his estate, which was not part of his plans. Xuan doesn't really want to see Zun yet, because if he finds a way to become a man again, then it's unknown how he can be deceived. He summoned Chu Yi and ordered him to go to negotiate with the great Emperor Qinzong in the guise of Luo Ying in his place, Chu Xuan. The puppet met Luo Ying and told her that this place was related to the master, and there was no need to disturb him now. He was very busy. Luo Ying was a little confused, but could it be that his lordship lives here among mere mortals? It was simply unbelievable. Chu Yi confirmed that if the master made a promise, he would fulfill it, and he also had other disciples who were in Nanzhou. The reborn Emperor Qinzong in the body of a girl bowed respectfully to the great master's envoy and said that he understood everything. The ancestor of the Luo family was puzzled as to who this woman Chu Yi was. He had seen all the members of the Chu family and did not notice anything unusual. Who was she? Qinzong's identity is already known to all the ancestors of the Luo family. Now their blood flows in him, and he belongs to the main branch of the great family. Once Zun rises, not only will the Luo family's prestige rise, but it will also take a step forward, and Zun even has a mysterious master. Xuan chuckled. He was only at the 5th level of the divine realm, but he already thought he could do whatever he wanted. The land of the living dead will soon open. More efforts must be made to implement the plan of the heavenly Tao and the new rules. A year passed. Cao Tianyi periodically attacked his old enemies. They had a very hard time. No one knew anything about Zun. Wanfeng told his friends that Cao had attacked Xiezi and Mo Hongliu twice, and Qiguang felt insulted by each blow. Xin Wanfeng suggested that perhaps something irreparable had happened to the elder, which is why he still hadn't returned to them and helped. Xuan once again took up the search for the great Taoists with the help of his mirror, given to him by the all-powerful and wise assistant system. Soon the arrow stopped and Xuan saw a beautiful couple. He thought that this was probably love, but who did he find? Luo Xinbai, the second king of the people of the eastern region, at the 15th level of the Dao realm, he paved the unique path of the Dao. Xu Xuan was surprised, so Luo turned out to be the king of the people and the ancestor of Luo Ying, in whose body the great emperor Qinzong was reborn. This is fate. Moreover, Luo Xinbai was Kunhe's disciple and the second king of the east, which means he was once the first king. We need to look at the information about the beauties. The king had 4 Taoist partners. The empress had the highest level. One of the partners has reached the realm of Dao. The other 2 are half a step away from the realm of Dao. A vague stream of Dao emotions emanates from their beautiful bodies. Xuan connected Luo Xinbai to the great Dao communication group through the crystal, and the second king of the eastern region was surprised. It happened completely unexpectedly, and he became wary, not immediately understanding what had happened and who could have done this to him. Xinbai's wife asked him what had happened and why he had suddenly become so tense. He answered his beloved with a smile. Everything is fine. He is calm. Chu introduced the newcomer Luo Xinbai and his teacher Kun. He welcomed his former student to the great Dao group. Xinbai was stunned. Teacher Kun, hey, what a meeting. It is an unprecedented honor to meet such a great Taoist after so many years. The second king respectfully greeted the teacher, but he replied, it's not worth it. This group is absolutely full of great Taoists. The Jade Dragon King also welcomed the newcomer and promised him a gift, and the Righteous Turtle also sent greetings. Xinbai realized that since the teacher didn't object, it would be very useful to earn the respect of such strong Dao practitioners. The former king was delighted. He got into the group and was even able to get gifts, one treasure of time, another of protection. Chu laughed, as expected of the human king Luo Xinbai, a smart guy who started to fawn as soon as he got the treasure. The ancient ancestor of the demons, Mo Tu, suggested that the little Luo should come quickly and say hello to his grandfather, but Kunhe stopped Mo. Xinbai smiled. All the people in the group were great Taoists. Some were legendary figures. The leader of the group was an even more mysterious character. Xuan thought that as the mysterious and unpredictable leader of the group, he must come up with something to unite the group members. But what should it be? Some kind of entertainment not for the too strong, but not for the too weak, like the same in Kun. It is necessary to find out where all these strong Taoists are practicing. For some reason, they are not particularly active in the 9 regions. Shanner told the master, the guys from the Chu family don't even know what's going on outside the county. They have no contact with the outside world. It dawned on Xuan that he really needed to do a quest with a senior locked away somewhere who had never seen the world and with great support. Shanner asked what idea the gentleman was talking about, but he waved it off. It didn't matter, and there was no need to pay attention to the people from Chu. Xuan decided to adjust the difficulty of the quest to the 6th level of the Dao realm. Let the quest be called Heaven Destroying Handsome. It's just that Luo Xinbai joined the chat group today and hasn't had time to get used to it yet, so we need to give him some time. And this is the ancestor of the Luo family of the divine realm and the descendant of Luo Xinbai, who plays the fool and runs around on various errands. Looking at the estate, Luo Shi noticed that the woman came from this place, but it is normal to visit, who lives in this estate. Suddenly, Luo Shi felt as if some very powerful force had transported him straight to the courtyard of Chu Xuan's estate. Shai was scared. What a horror. How could such a powerful cultivator exist in the world? He transferred him here in an instant. Shushan greeted the guest with a smile, and told him not to be nervous about which generation he came from after King Luo Xinbai. The frightened guest reported to the elder that he was Luo Xinbai's 4th-generation great-grandson. His name was Luo Shi, and he was one of the elders of the Luo family. Xuan chuckled. So Luo Shi is the great-grandson of little Xinbai, but his cultivation is somehow low compared to his great-grandfather. Luo Shi was terrified. His great-grandfather was just a baby in his eyes. He was definitely a very scary person, since he knew his strong great-grandfather. The guest bowed and apologized for his behavior. Chu noticed that it was immediately obvious that Luo Shi was too different from his great-grandfather. The confused elder of the royal Luo family was perplexed. This elder was speaking too bluntly, but what did he want? Chu remembered the times when Xinbai was smart, sweet-talking, and hard-working. It's a pity that his descendants didn't follow in his footsteps. She thought, could this be a possibility? All the couple of favors and kind words should be enough to break through to the 7th level. Xuan asked what level of cultivation Luo Xinbai's descendants had reached, and whether they had even managed to break through to the divine realm. Luo Shi reported that his father and brothers were at the 7th level of the divine realm. Chu asked, so he is now one of the elders in this realm? The elder objected, not quite. One of the juniors reaches the 8th level of the divine realm. He is one of the strongest. Xuan smiled, worthy of the human king's family. Their strength is beyond imagination. This is Luo Xinbai's legacy. Chu said that Luo Xinbai had lived a wonderful life, even having 3 children. Luo Shi was amazed that this elder had really not lied. Xuan asked his guest with a smile whether he should convey Luo Shi's greetings to little Luo Xinbai when they met. In exchange for his goodwill, Chu gave his guest a couple of pieces of advice. Changes are coming to 9 regions, so it's worth preparing for them in advance. Luo Shi asked the elder to kindly clarify some points, but Xuan replied that knowing this secret would only bring harm. Qingzong is Xuan's disciple and is connected to the little Luo Xinbai, who can lead the Luo family through great changes. All that is important to know, Luo Shi, when great changes occur, the death of the ancestors of the divine realm will become a common occurrence. The guest bowed and said to Su, only those with great luck can survive this disaster. Qingzong is an extraordinary person. Xuan gave Luo Shi a talisman, saying that if anyone contacted him, that person would do everything to help Luo Shi and his family. The elder of the Luo family once again politely thanked the elder for his immeasurable mercy and wise advice to the younger Luo Shi. Finally, Chu Xuan gave the guest some pills, saying that they would help him cultivate his strength more successfully. He shouted after the departing elder to train hard, as only the strongest would survive during the changes. Luo Shi understood that the Luo family was destined to ascend. It was decided, after this meeting, it was obvious that Qinzong was determined to become the patriarch. Xuan was pleased. Now the Black Moon would be able to expand its influence in the eastern region. The Luo family had enough strength for this. This will lay the foundation for the implementation of the Heavenly Tao plan in the eastern region, and over time, the eastern region can also be changed. In the demon region, there is Mo Luantian, his demon Buddha, who is quite capable of realizing his plans in the best possible way and form. And in the monster region, there is a tiger who also became Zhuan's disciple, and therefore no longer poses any threat to him. But the key moment is in Nanzhou. So far, everything is going smoothly. The plan for the future of the South is being carried out without any problems. The cultivators were discussing the fact that the land of the living dead would soon open, and it would be interesting to see who would be lucky enough to get the main treasure. Xizi, seeing Xu Yun, invited the beauty to join the evil palace and have a good time with him, the new king of evil. The smug villain insisted that the girl not leave. It was a great honor for the force behind her to become part of the evil palace. Blackie frowned. He was already starting to get tired of this impudent puppy. The sky cat released his claws. A little more, and he would plunge them into Zizi. But Xiaoliang got ahead of him. He threateningly threw his spear and noticed that there were, however, too many people here who were not afraid of losing their lives. The young man asked, since this was Ziezi, the new ruler of evil, so it would be better for him to get out of here, otherwise the palace would be left without a king. Enraged, Zizi swung at Xiaoliang, asking how he dared to speak to the ruler like that, as if he was dying. But the young man easily repelled Zizi's attack. The cultivators were taken aback. Who dared to fight the ruler of the evil palace himself? He is terrible. One of the fighters recognized Xiaoliang, the spear-wielding cultivator who single-handedly broke through the barrier of 100 guards of the emperor's realm. Someone said, "This is Xiaoliang from the Xiao family. Is he really that strong? It seems like there was no such powerful master in the Xiao family." Xiaolong remarked dismissively that there was nothing special about Xiezi. It was no wonder everyone was so afraid of him. He was just impudent but weak. Xizi chuckled. Just because Liang broke through the barrier alone, it doesn't mean he can win in the ancient lands. Zhuan watched this skirmish. Xiaoliang fought back against Xiezi. This boy loves to play with death. This is very good. The power of the evil prince Xiaowang has increased. He is already at the 9th level of the emperor realm. It is time for him to leave the secret realm. Shiji has taken a liking to Chu Yun, so he will be doubly Xiaowang's enemy. Whether the prince spares Shiji will be a good show. The land of the living dead began to open up. Everyone saw the amazing glow of the treasures of fortune. The cultivators came to life. Xiao Tianyi thought, even if I couldn't take the throne of the human king, I could break free from the shackles with this powerful fortune treasure. And after that, Xiao Tianyi hoped to touch the mysterious higher realm that he had not been able to reach in his previous life. Qiao obtained an ancient document, which stated that there was a more powerful kingdom above the divine realm. At that time, he had not yet reached the divine realm and was able to understand that with the treasure of good fortune, one could reach an even higher realm. For this reason, Xiao brought the demons. He intended to turn the tide when the human race would be in danger in the northern region. By pacifying the demon clan, Cao hoped to become the king of the humans in the northern region, obtain the treasure, and reach the highest realm. Everything was going well. Cao destroyed the formation, reducing the cultivation speed so that strong people could not come to the aid of the north. Chao Tianyi was confident that everything would go smoothly according to his plan until this man, one of the great rulers of the people, appeared. It was Emperor Qingzong who had ruined all of Cao's plans. Even if he was dead, Tianyi wanted to find his bones and grind them into powder. Mo Hongliu noticed Chao Tianyi's angry expression and thought it would be better not to bother this scoundrel any further. Hongliu understood that it would be difficult for him, a half-demon, to fight for the king's throne, but he had to take possession of the treasure of luck. Mo frowned. He felt that the time would soon come to clear away all the rubbish standing in his way. That's when he would show his full strength. Bai Shaoqin said to his third brother with concern, the lucky treasure was about to appear, but their elder brother still hadn't arrived. Yuan Feng replied, in any case, if it was destined to die, they must not let Chao Tianyi get the fortune treasure. Shao Kong said, okay, then they will fight to the death with the traitor Cao Tianyi, but will not allow him to carry out his plan. Tianyi chuckled, funny, now that Qinzong is dead, it's time to overcome the obstacles that stood in his way in his past life. The brothers of the great Emperor Qinzong stood in the way of Chao Tianyi and his current supporters, all of them full of determination. The great masters of the past have returned to once again battle the traitor to the human race, who pitted them against the demons. Xiao told Mo Hongliu that he should also contribute. Now that Qinzong was dead, it was time to get rid of his people as well. The half-man, half-demon took out his curved dagger and said that it was getting interesting here. It was not for nothing that he came here. It was fun here. Wan Feng asked Sheza if he was sure that Chao Tianyi would not later join forces with the others to kill him, the Dark Lord. The new evil king chuckled. There was no point in sowing discord among them. Finishing off Emperor Qinzong would be much more exciting. Two girls appeared in the sky. They headed towards Jie. Since he is a member of the evil sect palace, it means he is an enemy of their great Jiang family. Having fallen before the new Dark Lord, the sisters told Zizi that they would be his opponents before all other enemies. Chao Tianyi chuckled. These are the twins of the Zhang family. Did they really want to stand in line to wait for their death? The girls replied that they were only targeting the evil palace, and that they were not interested in Chao Tianyi. The traitor chuckled. Good if that was the case. Chao Tianyi's aura flared up as he prepared to fight, eager to kill those who had prevented him from achieving his goal centuries ago. He angrily exclaimed that now was the time to get rid of the unnecessary human trash that was getting in the way. Emperor Qinzong's comrades prepared for a mortal battle. One of them shouted at Cao not to make a fool of himself. Tianyi challenged his followers to show these weaklings what they, true warriors, were capable of, unlike everyone else. Chao Tianyi frowned and shouted the command to begin the attack. All of his supporters immediately rushed into battle against the comrades of the great emperor. A fierce battle began. Tianyi once again clashed with Yuan Feng. The rest of the cultivators watched the battle of the implacable enemies. Chao Tianyi was very surprised. It turns out Xin Yuanfeng can apply much more force, which means his level is higher. Yuan Feng was still trying to reason with the traitor, suggesting that he not be an idiot but repent and surrender before it was too late. One of Qinzong's team's cultivators received a crushing blow from Mo Hongliu and was sent flying away from the battlefield. Xin Yuanfeng turned around and worriedly asked Yu Lao how he was, what happened, and whether the western half-human had seriously injured him. He, bleeding profusely, quietly replied that he was fine and that at least he definitely wouldn't die today from such a wound. A satisfied Mo Hongliu, with his clothes in tatters, noticed that Lao Yu was still the same, but fighting with him was still very fun. Having received another blow, the half-demon, half-human was surprised that this was probably some kind of secret move, an interesting technique. Suddenly, Mo Hongliu heard a female voice, a girl descending from the sky and warning him not to make a terrible mistake. Xin Yuanfeng exclaimed joyfully. Finally, the sixth sister was joining them, which meant things would be much easier for them. She said that even if senior brother Qinzong was dead, she, Hua Ganzi, would do her best to complete his good deed. The girl quickly descended onto the battlefield to help her strong brothers fight the representatives of the evil forces. Chao Tianyi shuddered. If this continues, everyone who once stood in his way and prevented him from achieving his goal will gather here. The fierce battle continued between ancient enemies, those who had already crossed weapons with each other on this land. Chu Xuan watched the battle in his mirror. He noticed that the battle looked fierce. These people hated each other so much. Su Xian suddenly asked the master to let her go. She wants to finally take revenge on the Su family for all the evil done to her. Xuan was surprised that Xianer was no longer going to stay with him in the manor and watch what was happening from the sidelines. The girl confirmed and asked to send her the bird Peng for protection. She couldn't cope on her own now, but she would have an escape route. An old man was watching the battle and said that it seemed like it was time to go down there and have some fun with the young people too. He was sure that such an event without him, Dan Sanzi, would be too boring and incomplete. It was time to make his contribution. The old man rushed down, cutting through the clouds with his powerful aura. He quickly headed towards the battlefield. Xin Yuanfeng became wary. He felt that someone strong was approaching them, but who was it? A supporter or an enemy? Xinzun's brother frowned. It seemed that this aura belonged to Dan Sanzi, which meant that another strong fighter would soon appear on their side. Chao Tianyi also sensed the old man's aura and grinned maliciously, knowing something that Xin Yuanfeng didn't even suspect. The old man shouted to Yuanfeng that he, Dan Sanzi, had come to the rescue, and the emperor's third brother replied that he had helped in the battle. Peng Shenhai heard the explosion. Yuanfeng was there. What happened? Did someone interfere in their fight with Chao Tianyi and attack Yuanfeng? Xin Yuanfeng winced in pain and turned around in confusion to look at old man Sanzi, who had treacherously stabbed him in the back. The old man ironically apologized to the wounded Xin Yuanfeng, saying that he only had one older brother and his name was Chao Tianyi. Yuanfeng grimaced with disdain, so that meant old Dan Sanzi was a traitor, and they had always considered him a loyal ally. Chao Tianyi burst out laughing. Yes, Dan Sanzi had always been his man, and had helped him greatly by informing him of the Righteous Brotherhood's plans. Ding Yue, who was watching all this, was surprised at how complicated their relationship was, not like that among their master's disciples. Suddenly, Ding Yue heard someone calling his name. He recognized the voice. It was the famous beauty from Piaohua who had flown up. Turning to the girl, he asked Miss Han Yingmeng what was the matter, why she was so agitated, although she was usually so restrained. She asked the swordsman if he could help her stop the traitor Cao Tianyi from getting the fortune treasure. Ding Yue smiled. No problem. Han had already helped him level up twice. They were friends. He was willing to help her. Besides, the young man himself hasn't liked this Chao Tianyi for a long time, so he will gladly deal with this scoundrel and villain. Han Yingmeng asked, but if Ding Yue interfered, wouldn't it displease his master? She heard that he was very strong. The swordsman reassured her that there was no need to worry. He, Ding Yue, was not afraid of offending anyone, and it was enough to simply watch the fight. The youth shouted, besides, this Chao Tianyi is just an ancient scum who has lingered on Earth for too long. It's time to fix that. Having fallen to the ground, Ding Yue asked what was wrong with them, 2 against 1, and the old man attacked like the last cowardly rat. Dan Sanzi called the young man a crazy idiot and asked if he dared to repeat what he had said again and die. Ding Yue chuckled. The owner hadn't even said a word yet, but his little dog had already started barking. The old man was trying too hard. The old man clenched his fists, ready to pounce on the impudent youth, but Chao Tianyi stopped Sanzi with a gesture, his interest in the boy. Tianyi said that he liked the young man's arrogance, but he was not good enough to help these pathetic losers. He did not have enough skill. In response, Ding Yue advised the traitor to eat some rusty nails for now, and he would, well, fight his old vile dog. Chao Tianyi flared up. The boy seemed to want to die, but the old man assumed that this was just a diversionary tactic by the enemies. Tianyi didn't understand what the old man was talking about. What kind of distraction? Who was distracting from what? What kind of wild nonsense was he talking about? Dan Sanzi explained that this young man was clearly trying to provoke them into attacking him so that the others could save their own at that time. Chao Tianyi chuckled. Well, in that case, we should first kill Xin Yuanfeng and then this little impudent idiot since he came. The old man asked Xin Yuanfeng. He probably didn't think that he would die like this, at the hands of someone he had always considered his ally. The wounded Yuanfeng raised his head and answered the traitor, but he would die with honor, something the scoundrel Dan Sanzi would never see again. Dan Sanzi's hand burned, and he replied with a grin that there was no need to worry about him, but it was time for Yuanfeng to say goodbye to his life. The old man told the great emperor's brother to die in peace. He had always been a good man and a strong warrior. But at that moment, Luo Ying appeared behind Dan Sanzi and stabbed the traitor in the heart with her spear, causing him to hiccup and begin to fall. Xin Yuanfeng looked at the girl in surprise. He recognized the aura of his older brother, but why did he end up in this strange female body? As he was dying, the old man recognized the aura of the great emperor Qinzong, whom everyone thought was dead and no longer expected to appear here. Dan Sanzi whispered, so Qinzong was here after all. How could he have miscalculated by revealing himself ahead of time and getting hit? Tears welled up in the eyes of the emperor's third brother. They already believed that he had died and would never return to his faithful friends. He looked at the slender girl, but he felt the aura of his older brother. Luo Ying clenched her fists, as if she wanted Zun to return to his appearance. Almost losing consciousness, Yuanfeng asked if this was a dream, or if he was just delirious because of the wound, and it seemed to him that his brother had returned. The younger brother continued to sob, thanking the holy heavens for returning their hope to them all, the great lord of Zun. Finally, Xin Yuanfeng came to his senses a little, and looking at the beauty standing in front of him, asked in confusion if this was his brother. Qinzong cursed silently. His face darkened and became sad. He realized how ridiculous he looked in Luo's body now. Xiao Tianyi's jaw dropped in surprise, staring at Luo Ying. He asked in confusion, "Is this really the emperor? Is he alive?" Ding Yue was also stunned. He knew that Qin Zong was their fellow disciple and comrade in arms, but this brother looked somehow very strange. Xuan's disciple quietly asked if the emperor was a girl. Luo Ying yelled at Xiao Tianyi to make the vile traitor stop laughing. Grabbing the enemy by the throat, sixth sister Hua Ganzi turned around in surprise and asked, "So it really is Brother Qin. The aura is definitely his." Luo Ying couldn't stand it and rushed at the laughing scoundrel Tianyi, who was laughing so hard that Sister Qin's voice became so sweet. The old enemies clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Luo Ying asked what else Tianyi would say, and he grinned. The emperor's breasts are now really cool. Xinzong was sure that he was in this state because of the villain Chao Tianyi. He would never become a man again until he killed him. Hua Ganzi rushed towards the enemy with all her might, shouting to her brother Qin that he had finally returned to them. She had missed him so much. Chao Tianyi was stunned by this reaction, but despite Zun turning into a girl, he became even stronger than in his previous life. Ganzi threw aside the confused Tianyi and rushed to her brother, sobbing. She thought that he was no longer there. She was heartbroken. Hua Ganzi's eyes were streaming with tears, reminding Zun that they had once promised to grow old together. He should have. Sixth sister's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? This is somehow wrong. Why are Brother Qin's chest muscles so strange? Why did Zun's breasts become bigger than hers, Ganzi? What happened? Where was her beloved majestic Emperor Qin? Realizing that Qinzong had been reincarnated in a female body, Hua Ganzi cried even harder, wondering how this could happen and what they should do about it now. With tears in Luo Ying's eyes and a blush of shame on his face, the great emperor quietly asked Sister Hua to forgive him. There was a commotion on the battlefield. Everyone was trying to get to their ruler and elder brother Qinzong, who had finally returned to them. Xuan's disciples were also surprised. It couldn't be that Emperor Qin had become a woman, although this body did look pretty good. Xiangsheng was perplexed. It turns out that their younger brother was reborn as a younger sister, but this, in fact, does not change anything in their relationship. Ji Heiyue frowned. What was going on here? No one could have predicted that the emperor would appear like this. All the emperor's supporters gathered and joyfully shouted that this was very sweet, but Hua Ganzi continued to whine. Qinzong cursed silently. What a bunch of idiots. What are they even talking about? They are like a pain in the ass. They are just annoying. Peng Xinghai asked Luo Ying if she was really their elder brother. Most of the brothers had tears of joy in their eyes at this meeting. Luo Ying greeted Lao Pan, Lao Peng, Bai Long, Xiaokong, and the others. Ganzi whispered, "She really is an elder brother." Tears flowed from the brothers' eyes. This really was their older brother. He had finally returned to them. What happiness. Now everything would be fine. Qinzong also had tears running down his eyes and said with a smile that it was indeed him, even though he was in such an unusual form. The emperor exclaimed that he had returned and apologized for making them all suffer by not revealing himself for the time being. Everyone rushed to hug their brother. Their joy knew no bounds. They even forgot about their enemies and the wounds they had received for a while. Qinzong was also incredibly happy to see his family, hug them and talk to them since they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. Peng Qiguang asked the emperor whether he would now remain in this body forever or whether he would be able to regain his previous form. Otherwise, somehow... The great emperor gritted his teeth. This was all because of the traitor Cao Tianyi, the mad idiot. Zun would not become a man until he killed him. Luo Ying shouted for Cao Tianyi to come out and die. Zunu was eager to deal with his old enemy and traitor to the people. But Tianyi managed to escape from the battlefield in the confusion, and the enraged Qinzong shouted, "Where is that scoundrel? Why isn't he coming out to fight?" Everyone scattered in search of the escaped villain, leaving only the traitor old man Dan Sanzi, killed by the Emperor of Qin, in the clearing. Xiao decided that today's incident was dangerous. He needed to get used to it. Otherwise, he would be distracted by Qin in the girl's body. Lin Baiyun said, "It's time to slow down. Qinzong's strength is too strong now." Hong Liu was surprised. The emperor has become a beauty. Zhizi burst out laughing. This was all very interesting, extremely exciting, and most importantly, a completely unexpected turn of events. The comrades called the new evil ruler a pervert. How could he think of the great Emperor Zun as a girl? It was terrible. In all the establishments of Nanzhou, people asked each other whether they had heard that the former great Emperor Qin had returned. Of course, everyone heard about this, but not everyone knew that Qin Zun became a woman. This news shocked most ordinary people. Their faces lengthened in surprise. Could this really be true? But how could the majestic emperor turn into a fragile woman? Because Qinzong became a woman, many major powers did not know what to do or who to rely on in this battle. Most of the cultivators didn't understand what difference it made what kind of body Qinzun was in. He was strong and determined in any case. Even in his new body, Zun has become even stronger. He has already managed to kill one of the traitors. Now it is the turn of the scoundrel Cao Tianyi. Yet the clans and states were in confusion, wondering whether to place their bets on Emperor Qinzong or Chao Tianyi. Xuan expected that Qinzong's return would be a sensation, but he didn't expect it to be so big that everyone was talking about it. Chao Tianyi might be having a hard time right now, but Qinzong, on the contrary, won't worry, because Chu Xuan promised him his support. It seems that Luo Ying, aka Qinzong, is currently worried most about how to become a man again, especially around Hua. Sixth sister Hua Ganzi shed streams of bitter tears and asked how brother Qin became like this and whether it was possible to turn everything back. Luo Ying asked her little sister to calm down and said that she could become a man again, but she would have to do something to do it. Hua Ganzi wiped away her tears and asked if this was true. That would be great. She really wanted to see the old Qinzong. Xiao Kong asked Ganzi not to dwell on this. The main thing was to unite the forces of those dissatisfied with Cao Tianyi and strengthen his position. The sixth sister snorted discontentedly. What does it mean not to get hung up on it? But what about her happiness for the rest of her life? No, for her this is very important. The argument between Xiao Kun and Ganzi quickly turned into a brawl, which had happened before. Luo Ying watched them sadly. She sighed heavily. Oh my god, what a nightmare. And these are her closest comrades, fighting like little children in a sandbox. Pingfan and Yusu returned to Nanzhou. The boy reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm and decided to settle scores with Lin Baiyun. Yusu warned the young man that he might not be able to defeat Baiyun now, as his strength was far superior to many. Chu Pingfan asked with a smile, so what's wrong with that? After all, he has Yusu. She will definitely help him defeat this enemy. The ghost girl was at a loss, so Pingfan was counting on her help in the fight with this strong fighter, an interesting matter. Pingfan asked his companion if she was really afraid. Yusu replied, what's the matter? Let's go look for Lin Baiyun. Why would she suddenly be afraid of him? In the Shu family's home, there was a heated discussion about which side they should choose in the fierce struggle for the throne between Qinzong and Chao Tianyi. The returned Qinzong is indeed very strong, but Chao Tianyi has the support of the powerful divine palace Daqian. One of the family elders objected, but from the point of view of reason and justice, the advantage was still on the side of Emperor Qin. Another elder supported, that's all they have to do, support the great emperor, the glorious Qinzong. The head of the family said that they needed to stop arguing pointlessly, they would remain neutral for now, and then they would see who to support. The elders objected that if they remained neutral, they would not gain any benefit from this competition for the fortune treasure. Nanzhou shook, the mountains shook, the leaves in the forest rustled anxiously. Something was clearly happening in the southern region. Xuan's disciples, who were located on the cliff, noticed that it seemed that the ancient land of the living dead would soon be discovered. Xianer chuckled. She didn't care about the ancient land of the living dead. She only cared about the Su family. They would definitely come here. Xiangxing asked the girl, but isn't she a member of the Su family? Why is she attacking her own family? This is very strange. Su Xianer advised Xiangxing to ask brother Wang Luo why he was attacking the Wang family and bringing shame to the region. The young man smiled. Everything was clear. He too, when he became stronger, would return and try to get his own great Xiang family. Wang Luo noticed that they all had one thing in common. He was expelled from the clan. Ding Yue was expelled from the sect, and Su Xian was forced into marriage. Xiaoliang was surprised. It was true. His relatives were also persecuting him. They even ordered his murder. How strange. There is something special about the teacher. He teaches the outcasts so that later they can beat the crap out of those who beat them before. That's how it works. Wang Luo doubted it. It was too far-fetched. There must be some other reason. The teacher saw a special gift in each of them. Luna said that it was luck, great luck, that they all came together, and thanks to the master, were able to gain enormous power. Indeed, they were expelled, disliked, but the main thing is that they all have a special gift, and they turn into children of luck of a certain region. The teacher said more than once that 9 regions were awaiting change, and they had to appear to cope with these changes. Xiaoliang asked, in other words, they, the children of fortune, are the main characters of this great change, and the teacher, it turns out, is their guide. Luna answered thoughtfully, yes, their teacher must also be somehow involved in the coming changes in all 9 regions. The vibration in the mountains grew stronger, and it was already clear to everyone that the seal on the ancient land was being removed and would soon open. A smiling Chao Tianyi shouted from the cliff for Qinzong to come out and meet him in his new, luscious body. Xiao Kong said, it's Chao Tianyi and his henchman. He's back again. He definitely needs to get the great fortune treasure. The emperor chuckled, just in time. Tianyi, as always, appears when there is an opportunity to profit from something valuable for himself. Qinzong roared, how dare Cao come here? He betrayed the human race for his selfish desires last time. He lured demons to the border and killed many innocent people. Such a heinous act is unforgivable either in heaven or on earth. The great emperor declared that today he would fulfill his mission and kill the evil sycophants to console the bright souls of the past. Chao replied to Zun, "There is no need to be so grandiose. They have been struggling for so many years to reach a higher level of strength." The traitor asked what would happen if they continued to fight, and he himself answered that they would both lose. Qinzong knew this. The emperor asked what Cao meant by this. He, as always, was going around in circles and creating confusion with his cunning statements. Cao Tianyi replied with a smile. He wanted to say that we should join forces and stop fighting. That was the most reasonable thing to do. Qinzong was taken aback by what this idiot was saying. How could anyone even suggest such a thing? He would never agree to a truce with a traitor. Xuan also didn't understand what kind of cooperation they were talking about. What the hell was going on in Cao's head? Even he couldn't understand it. The cultivators were buzzing. Cao Tianyi wanted to cooperate with Qin. This would definitely be the headline of the latest issue of Black Moon. Xin Yunfeng asked Cao Tianyi if he was crazy. Why would his brother cooperate with such an evil person like him? This was nonsense. Qinzong told Cao Tianyi not to try to deceive them. They would not rest until one of them died. That was for sure. Mo Honglu noticed that Qinzong was very cute in this body, especially when he was angry. His beautiful eyes sparkled like diamonds. Cizi supported the half-human, half-demon. It's hard to disagree with this. The emperor turned into a seductive beauty. Cao Tianyi continued to insist, suggesting that Qinzong should not be so willful. There was always another solution besides fighting. If Zun is now a virgin, then why don't they become a couple and work together to achieve the greatest power and the great Tao? This proposal stumped absolutely everyone present, even the passing Black Moon spies, for a couple of seconds. Xu Xuan's disciples were also shocked that this idiot would say that Qin Zun should become his partner. This was simply unheard of rudeness. Cao Tianyi's supporters were amazed. This guy really has balls of steel to offer such a thing to the greatest emperor of Qin himself. But Shizi doubted whether this was logical. Even though Qinzong was in a woman's body, in essence he had not become a woman, he was still the same ruler. Emperor Qin shook with anger. He had never been humiliated like this before, and his brothers behind him did not even know what to say to this. Luo Ying's beautiful face was distorted by the anger that was suffocating her. This traitor had already crossed all boundaries, and this could no longer be tolerated. The emperor's spear flared and flew towards the impudent Cao Tianyi, who dared to publicly insult him, Qinzong himself. But the attack was unexpectedly stopped by an unknown cultivator who appeared in the sky above the battlefield. A stream of enormous energy neutralized the emperor's ki, which filled Qinzong's spear flying towards Cao Tianyi. The cultivator frowned and turned to the angry great emperor, suggesting that he moderate his anger. It was unnecessary. Everyone looked up in surprise at the new character who appeared in the sky. He was clearly stronger than all the participants in the conflict. Cao grinned smugly. He had also provided such a backup option in case the great emperor turned out to be alive. Bai Shaokun gritted his teeth. Oh no, why are Divine Realm cultivators interfering? This is too much. Yuanfeng realized that this cultivator had the power of the Divine Realm from the Daqian Palace. They would definitely not be able to deal with him. Peng Xinhai was perplexed. The lands of the living dead had not yet opened, but people with the power of the Divine Realm had already appeared. And Qiguang was sure that Cao Tianyi would definitely die this time. He had done too much and had also raised a lot of strength. And only Hua Ganzi quietly asked Brother Qin how he was. It was necessary to quickly decide what to do in this difficult situation. The emperor understood perfectly well that the warrior who had appeared was a supporter of Cao Tianyi, but behind him stood a more powerful master. Cao exclaimed that since Qinzong did not want to go with him to the Great Tao, he should finally disappear from this beautiful world forever. The cultivators became worried. They needed to find shelter. If the Divine Realm warrior attacked, they would either die or be injured. An old swordmaster appeared in the clearing and asked if the residents of the Daqian Palace were really so shameless and why they had appeared. In the competition for the fortune treasure, the warriors of the Divine Realm cannot interfere. Do they really want to break the rules? Cao Tianyi chuckled smugly. Who cares about these rules? They are only made for obedient stupid fools. Several people landed in front of the traitor. Cao asked what the old man could do to them, even if they broke these rules. The swordmaster said, "Trouble. These are the first and third levels of the Divine Realm and the heavenly sage from the Great Shen Palace." Xuan was surprised that these chickens could start a war against the Divine Realm in Nanzhou, but Cao was better prepared. Two of those who arrived are at the third level of the Divine Realm, and one is at the first. This villain Cao has good support. On Qinzong's side, only the old swordmaster from the mountain was at the third level of the Divine Realm, while Piaohua and the Yu clan were at the first level. Chusen wondered who else could use Qinzong in his plan. This was very interesting. He needed to find out everything. Qinzong exclaimed, "Some of you, as expected from the traitor of the human race, are very treacherous, but this will not help." Cao Tianyi frowned. He suggested that Emperor Qinzong should not be so overconfident. What could he do to him now? The emperor snorted contemptuously. Tianyi is simply ignorant. He doesn't know the laws of the world he lives in, and tries to do whatever he wants. Qinzong asked. The god of the mighty demon race from the past that Cao had lured here by trickery was that Mo, wasn't he? Honglu confirmed, of course, it was in his past life, and in this life he is the holy son of the Western region Heavenly Sage Sect. Nodding towards Yezi, the great Emperor Qin asked, that red-haired man, apparently the evil son from Nanzhou, came from the evil sect. Caesar replied with a smile. Yes and no, he is indeed in charge of the evil palace in Nanzhou now, but he is from a different region. The new evil ruler told Emperor Qin that he admired him in those distant times, but an insult is an insult, nothing can be done. Zun asked whether he had once driven Z out of the northern region, and now, centuries later, his power had reached the divine level. But since Zizi was strong enough to fight for the treasure, he must have used some kind of secret technique. People think that Zizi has reincarnated, but in fact he has been reincarnated with a split soul, which is just a branch of his self. Cao Tianyi noticed that Qinzong had said so much to ridicule and condemn them all from the perspective of unrighteousness and great malice. But all this cannot change the fact that today will be the day of the great Emperor Qinzong's death, this time forever. Even if he, the famous emperor, gathers around him several so-called righteous people, he will not be able to stop him. Cao Tianyi was looking forward to the moment of long-awaited revenge, and he told the emperor with a smile that he would not succeed this time. The beautiful Luo Ying, into whom Zun was reborn, smiled. Cao was not the only one who was cautious and prudent. The young mistress of the Luo family loudly called out to Grandpa, one of the elders of the Luo family, to appear over the battlefield on their side. The heavens burst into flames and everyone saw Luo Shi appear in the flames. He replied to his granddaughter that he had been here for a long time and was watching them. The cultivators whispered, "The elder of the Luo family is here. He will be able to protect them from the willfulness of cruel villains and traitors." The elder told Cao that he lured the demons here. He came to kill the villains. Cao's supporters are considered traitors to the people. The villain chuckled. The old man was only at the 5th level of the divine realm, and he wanted to control him, Cao Tianyi himself. Cao exclaimed, "In my past life, Emperor Qinzong destroyed my grand plans, but now I won't be able to do the same. This is a world of power, and he, Cao Tianyi, does not lack strength." The villain's figure glowed, and a powerful clot of energy appeared in his hands. The transformation of the traitor's body began, he screamed. What could the human king's family do to him if he had such power? The gigantic figure of Cao Tianyi towered over the forest, holding in her hand the tortured body of the main villain of the human world. Luo Shi lowered his head. He was shocked. This traitor was already at the 8th level of the divine realm. He had become incredibly strong. Xin Yuanfeng noticed that Cao Tianyi's body was from the divine realm, and what secret technique he used to create it. The great emperor. Qinzong frowned and asked his enemy if this was his real plan, hiding his power for the time being. A satisfied Mo Honglu exclaimed, "Yes, what if they didn't like the plan? Now they don't care about all the rules and all the human kings." The half-demon, half-human figure immediately grew to the size of Cao Tianyi, and he had the same level of cultivation power. Luo Ying was shocked. Even Mo Honglu had reached such a high level of cultivation. Things were bad. Now the only hope was the teacher. Towering above all the cultivators, Cao Tianyi declared that he was determined to get his hands on the treasure of good fortune. Lo Shi warned that if they did not come to their senses, he would issue an order from the human king, and uniting with other families, kill the villains. Cao Tianyi snorted contemptuously. What meaning does this pathetic decree of some human king have? The king is too weak. The villain frowned and declared that he, Cao Tianyi, was now the god of the southern Nanzhou region, and that they were all mere insects compared to him. From now on, anyone who dares to stand in his way will die in terrible agony that very second. Let everyone remember this well. The traitor's eyes flashed with the anger he had been holding back for so long, and everyone saw Chao's true face, anger boiling within him. The human king's family survived for so long not only because of the blessing, but also because of the understanding between all the families. If the royal family has not lost righteousness, has not committed injustice, their destruction from great external forces can be avoided. The Luo family had no wrongdoing, but Cao led the demon invasion, betrayed the people, and attacked the Luo family, and they can issue a decree. Cao asked what the human king's order would be if he had the most precious treasure of fortune and was already in the divine realm. Lo Shi understood that it was difficult to restrain a person in the divine realm, especially when the kings themselves were not in that realm. The half-demon told Cao that if he was hesitant to take action against the Luo royal family, then he, Mo Honglu, could easily do so. Luo Shi thought, even their family couldn't intimidate Cao Tianyi. Even if they united, the difference in strength between them and him was too great. Xu Xuan watched the situation closely and said that it was time for his disciples to intervene and correct the situation. Since he had promised Qinzong victory, he had to fulfill his promise, and besides, he had a great advantage in the battle for the throne. The plan of the heavenly Tao can be implemented faster. In order to quickly change the rules of heaven and earth, the treasure of good fortune is very important. Xuan knew he needed to control the entire northern region. He ordered no fighters above the emperor's realm. Shu took up his divine soul bow. In order to make Cao Tianyi and the other villains obey, he would have to do something. The herald announced to everyone that by order of the supreme sage, no one above the emperor's realm was allowed to fight for the treasure of luck. Anyone who disobeys the master's order and enters the land of the living dead will be killed on the spot without any mercy. Cao Tianyi was puzzled by what kind of order the supreme sage had issued. This was too much. He had never heard of such a thing in Nanzhou. One of the villains exclaimed, "They can talk all they want about a higher power, but why drag some lousy creature into this?" Xu Xuan flared up. It seemed that this impudent man was looking for death. Well, that could be arranged, and at the same time show everyone else what awaits them. Xuan thought that Cao Tianyi or Mo Hongliu would jump out first, but since the people from the Heavenly Sage sect had jumped out, so be it. He placed an arrow on the string of the divine bow and took aim at the impudent person who dared to call him Xuan, some kind of fig creature. At that very moment, everyone saw a bright flash in the sky. It was the arrow from the divine bow that Xu Xuan had fired. The insolent man from the Mo Hongliu sect only managed to scream before he was killed by an arrow that flew out of nowhere, killing his soul. Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu's mouths dropped open in surprise. The villains were frightened, which meant that this supreme sage really did exist. The herald thought, as befits a master, that the slightest encroachment on his name would lead the insolent man to instant death. He declared that whoever dared to insult the powerful sage or violate his order would immediately perish from the calamities of the great Tao. The messenger addressed Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu and said that their bodies must not interfere with the battle, otherwise they would be destroyed. Cao was shocked. This is terrible. Is this sage really above the divine realm? It's good that he didn't give preference to anyone. The villain guessed that Qinzong had a plan, and they did too. It was time to join forces and get the fortune treasure together. The Dark Lord thought, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They can join forces. But who is this mysterious sage and where is he?" The sage's messenger clarified that those above the emperor's realm could neither participate nor interfere, and whether anyone had any objections. The head of the human royal family, Luo Shi, said that he understood everything, and the villain standing opposite him, Cao Tianyi, obediently repeated the same thing. The messenger said that if everything is clear to everyone, then everyone who is in the divine realm should leave and leave the rest alone. This is especially true for Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu. If they dare to cheat and take the power of the god body, they will be immediately killed without mercy. Chu Yi appeared next to the envoy and warned the fighters from Daqian Palace that if they dared to interfere, they would be killed. The cultivators whispered among themselves, this strange creature was at the pinnacle of the divine realm, and perhaps even higher. In the distance, the sage's messengers appeared, who were supposed to ensure that the master's orders were carried out without question. Chu Yi said that people above the emperor realm cannot come within 1,000 miles of the land of the living dead, or they will die. As he disappeared, the representative of the supreme sage reminded everyone that the master's word is firm, and that everyone should remember this and not risk their lives. Before leaving, Lo Shi asked his granddaughter not to let the master down, and she confirmed that she would not let her master down. Cao Tianyi asked the emperor and Luo Shi if they really thought they could win the battle for the throne of the people of the northern region. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanbai appeared in the clearing and shouted to his beautiful cousin Luo Ying that his cousin had rushed to help her in the battle. The emperor thought irritably, "Why is this idiot here?" But Zhu Yuanbai is very strong, so he can help them. More people began to appear around Qinzong's supporters, and powerful cultivators from different regions came to help him. Feng Shaoqing greeted everyone and bowed to young lady Luo, saying that he had come to help the royal family in their fight. Luo Ying asked, "So this is the Feng family from the north and south?" He smiled and apologized for coming without an invitation. They recently heard the news. Chao asked if the Feng family wanted to help Qinzong win. Shaoqing replied that he had no intention of getting involved in personal feuds. Tianyi thought that he could easily take advantage of this fool to weaken his dangerous opponent, Qinzong. One of the cultivators snorted. Again the king's family, now in the fight for the most valuable treasure of luck of the ancient land. The main thing is strength. The guy said that he was not very strong, but would like to learn the skill from the descendants of the human king. Feng objected. He was not a descendant. The interlocutor was surprised. So the Feng family only pretends to be masters. But how can a family be royal if it has no strength? Feng Shaoqing smiled. It seems that the cultivator is too old for this, but he can let him try Master Li's family. He activated an amazing purple flame of enormous power. It gathered around the cultivator's body and could take shape. Soon, at the command of its master, the flame turned into a giant bird of prey and headed towards his daring opponent. Feng Shaoqing's companion swung his sword, cutting through the qi attacking him, but the bird continued to circle above him, threatening to kill him. The cultivator screamed, feeling like he might die from the Feng family master's powerful purple fire, and begged for mercy. Xiao King extinguished the flames, leaving the insolent man alive. It was enough that he clearly demonstrated his strength to everyone else. He smiled and said that he didn't like killing people, but still, he shouldn't speak so harshly about human royal families. Mo Hongliu was amazed. This enemy was as strong as himself. This Feng Xiaoqing was the pride of the human king family, and he also came here. Wang Lo said that this man, Feng Xiaoqing, was very strong. His purple fire was as strong as his heavenly void fire. Shangxing supported his elder brother. That guy was really strong, but he, Xing, would not lose to him in the least in playing with fire. Feng Xiaoqing sat down peacefully at the edge of the forest and calmly said that he would wait here for the opening of the land of the living dead. Qinzong asked Chao if he dared to fight. Didn't he want to avenge the past? The great emperor would be waiting for him. A war hammer appeared in Chao Tianyi's hand, and he said that he wanted to see what the renowned emperor Qinzong was now worth. Luo Ying's aura flared up, and everyone instantly felt the former fighting power of the great warrior who protected people from demons. Chao Tianyi shuddered. The emperor's flesh was so terrible, it was no weaker than his golden body. Even stronger, the Lord of Time did not waste. Feng Xiaoqing was puzzled. This wasn't a technique of the Luo family. It was so powerful. Maybe it was something Qinzong practiced in his past life. Ding Yue asked what kind of technique Brother Qin practiced. Wang Luo smiled. It seemed Luo Ying had found something that suited her perfectly. The swordsman smiled. Great Brother Qin, he even feels proud that he, the great emperor, is their fellow disciple and sworn brother in arms. Wang Luo objected. Qin was now a girl, so he became their sister. But Ding Yue disagreed. Cultivators don't have maidens in their hearts. Brother Qin was a man in his previous life, so even if he became a woman, they should treat him as a man. The alchemist agreed with his elder brother. Ding Yue was right. It was just that Wang Luo had not yet reached the required level in his heart. Luna silently listened to her older brother's conversation, so that's why they don't pay any attention to her. They cool their hearts. The bored Zizi said that if he had no one to fight, he would join forces with Chao Tianyi against the great Emperor Qinzong. Xin Yanfeng chuckled. Yes, it would be a worthy couple, the Dark Lord who killed his predecessor and the traitor to the human race. And suddenly Zizi heard a familiar voice, the fugitive prince of evil shouting that the vile traitor deserved the most terrible death. Zizi turned around. Perhaps it seemed to him that everyone thought that Xiao Wang had died long ago, just like his loser father. But before the new ruler of the evil palace in Nanju, there indeed stood Prince Xiao Wang, safe and sound, and strong. The exiled prince's eyes flashed with anger, and he shouted that he was not dead yet. He had returned to take revenge on Ziezi for killing his father. Shizi couldn't believe his eyes. This was indeed the heir to the throne, the missing evil prince Xiao Wang. But where had he been all this time? Xiao Wang smiled evilly. Yes, it was really him. The prince snapped his fingers, using a mysterious and very strange technique. He instantly created an amazing web around his enemy, shouting that this creature would now come to an end. He would die. Shiza didn't know what to do. What kind of technique was this? This bastard prince moved at such a speed that he barely noticed him. The new Lord of Evil did not understand why the power of the young evil king increased so quickly, where and from whom he could have learned this. Not only is this technique strange, it is difficult to say whether it is real or just an illusion, how to escape from this bloody web. But as soon as Seizi took a step, one of the threads slashed his hand, and blood immediately gushed out. The ruler of the evil palace cursed. Another thread slashed across his face, causing a wound. Z couldn't understand. He was the reincarnation of a divine soul, but he was being suppressed. One of the arriving cultivators was surprised at why there was such a big difference in strength and the techniques they used between people. It's not fair. How can they honestly fight for the treasure of luck if some of them possess secret techniques? Shuwen stood on the cliff with her brother's disciples and watched what was happening below, in the forest clearing near the cliff. She was puzzled that after the mysterious disappearance of her longtime admirer, the evil Prince Xiao Wang, she suddenly became so powerful. But there was another oddity. The prince looked somehow wrong. Something was clearly out of place, but Chu Yun couldn't figure out what. Especially when Xiao Wan is dressed in colorful clothes and looks like either a man or a woman. It is too strange for him. The girl suggested that the prince was practicing some unusual technique that made him such a strange person. At the same time, the battle continued between the villain Xiao Tianyi and the great emperor Qinzong in the body of the beautiful Luo Ying. Explosions of energy roared across the battlefield. Both opponents were incredibly strong and had hated each other fiercely for many centuries. Xiao Tianyi cursed. The golden fist of destruction was especially dangerous. The villain felt that he was injured. He was vulnerable to attacks. The great emperor lowered his spear and looked at his wounded enemy. He understood that now he did not have enough strength to defeat him. Zhu Yunbei was delighted with his warrior cousin Luo Ying. He exclaimed that his cousin was so beautiful, he loved her so much. Qingzong's brothers looked questioningly at Luo Ying's relative, and the great emperor snorted angrily at his cousin's loving outpourings. Without thinking twice, Peng Chiguang punched the amorous cultivator in the jaw and knocked him down in order to protect his older brother. The others joined Qi Guang. They insisted that Yuanbei could not speak like that because a man's soul was sitting in a woman's body. While Qinzong's brothers were battering their cousin Luo Ying, the battle between the great emperor and the traitor Cao Tianyi resumed. The implacable enemies rose above the forest and once again clashed in a brutal duel, blow after blow, but there was no winner. Peng Qiguang frowned. After all, Cao Tianyi was already in the divine realm in his previous life, so he was very strong. Suddenly, Xiao Wang's needle whistled past Cao Tianyi, and the prince noticed that this scoundrel was an ally of his sworn enemy. Cao Tianyi cursed, "This needle is as fast as a ghost, and its attacks are terrifying and insidious." In 1 second it was able to slash through the body. But despite the nasty scratches, the traitor to the people screamed and again rushed into battle with his mortal enemy, Qinzong. Caesar and Xiao Wang also continued to fight. The new ruler of the evil palace was finally able to extricate himself from the bloody web of the fugitive prince. Peng Qiguang noticed that this strange man could be used as an enemy of their enemy, at least against the evil palace. Xin Yuanfeng agreed. This guy with needles is an excellent fighter, but isn't he too crazy? His eyes are burning with hatred. Yuanfeng asked Qi Guang if he didn't need to help his older brother, and he chuckled with a smile. That's exactly what he was doing now. Emperor Qinzong let out a war cry and made a sharp lunge, attacking the enemy with his spear in the hope of wounding the traitor. But Cao Tianyi was able to dodge, although the sharp spear flew very close, another couple of millimeters, and Zun would have pierced the villain's neck. Qinzong continued to attack, forcing the enemy to wriggle and retreat further and further, but he still could not touch him. The fights continued, and Qinzong and Cao Tianyi and Jiezi and Xiao Wang were not inferior to each other in strength and raging hatred. Qi Guang philosophically remarked that it seemed like these two would be unable to figure out for a long time who won and who lost. They were almost equal in strength. Yuan Feng suggested that maybe while they were here, they could win by secretly helping their elder brother. Peng suggested looking at the guy. Xin glanced questioningly in the direction his brother pointed, where a half-demon, half-human stood, and also watched the battle. Yuan Feng explained that he was a cultivator from the western region, and he possessed unfathomable strength despite being a half-breed. Mo Hongliu has been watching the battle between the emperor and Cao Tianyi from the very beginning. He is in cahoots with the villain and is looking for an opportunity to interfere. Therefore, now they can only cover their older brother's back and allow him to finish the fight with the villain Cao himself. And then Tao Zun's younger brothers saw that another powerful cultivator, no weaker than Feng, had landed in the forest clearing. The new person landed, raising clouds of dust, and laughed cheerfully. It was another representative of the human royal family. Chu Xuan asked if another descendant of the human king had arrived, but this was to be expected when the ancient land was opened. Besides the half-demon Mo Honglu, there is another powerful, extraterritorial force involved in the fight, and this is also the family of human kings. The Black Moon House's power has not yet spread to the eastern region, but Xiang is from there and should know something. Chu Xuan decided that there was no need to worry about the details any longer, and to begin implementing his long-standing plan of the Heavenly Tao. He summoned the Heavenly Tao talismans that were now in the possession of almost every cultivator in the north and Nanzhou. Increasing the number of Tao rules for Heavenly Tao talismans is the key to winning the entire game of controlling all regions. Everyone was so caught up in the fighting that they didn't even notice how the region's energy began to slowly change, obeying the new rules of the Tao. Xinzong told Cao that he would let him go today, but he would make sure that his head would soon fall to the ground forever. Cao chuckled. It was still unknown who was sparing whom. They just needed to conserve their strength for the trip to the ancient land of the living dead. Caesar told the young evil lord that he was a little familiar with his Fei Zhengding technique. I wonder who taught him this. Although Xiaowang doesn't have the ability to use all of her power yet, even later he won't be able to defeat him with her help. The exiled prince of evil cursed. How did this traitor know the secret technique of needles? He would have to use something else. Xiaowang waved his hand, and the bloody threads immediately disappeared. Oh well, he will become even stronger and will definitely take revenge for all of Jizi. As he left, he told his father's killer not to think that it was all over. He would keep an eye on him and would definitely find his chance. Suddenly, the upset prince of evil heard someone calling out to him. Standing behind him was one of Emperor Qin's brothers, Xin Yuanfeng. He told Xiaowang that he had come here at his own risk and asked the exiled prince if he could talk to him. The prince frowned, chuckled discontentedly, and silently walked on. He was in no mood to communicate with the other guys. Qi Guang asked brother Yuanfeng how it went, whether the guy with the needles agreed to cooperate with them against the evil palace or not. With his current strength, he can't kill Zizi, so there should be no reason to refuse outside help from others. Xin Yuanfeng tried to calm Qiguang down, saying that they would definitely protect their elder brother. Peng cursed. He was nervous. At this time, everyone saw a multicolored glow among the impassable mountains, which spread throughout the entire area for many leagues around. Qiguang exclaimed they were getting closer to the land of the living dead. Yuanfeng suggested taking a good place before it was too late. But they were not the only ones who laid claim to the ancient treasure of fortune. Other powerful forces had already arrived. The genius of the eastern region, Lin Baiyun, emerged from the thicket of the forest into the clearing. He was a strong but rather vicious and wayward guy. He looked around cautiously, trying to figure out whose side was currently in power and which family would be best to join temporarily. Seeing Yulao nearby, Lin Baiyun quickly threw a dagger at the guy, trying to kill the relative of the rebellious bride. The insulted groom realized that his attack had failed. One of Emperor Qinzong's supporters, Yu Lao, sensed the enemy. An angry Lin Baiyun shouted at Lao to come out and fight. They hadn't finished their conversation about Bei Bei last time. Yu Lao chuckled. Lin Baiyun is worthy of being called the pride of the eastern continent. He threw the dagger through the bushes like a traitor. Lin Baiyun yelled at Lao to stop talking nonsense. At his level, he couldn't fight him, the genius of the great Ling family. Suddenly, Pingfan's voice was heard from the thicket. The young man asked Baiyun if it were him, and not Yu Lao, whether he would be ready to fight. Baiyun became wary and asked who else was there. He didn't see anyone nearby. If it was the enemy, he should show himself. Chu Pingfan walked out into the clearing and told Lin Baiyun that he was his opponent. Was he willing to cross his glorious blade with him? Yu Lao asked if it was true that the boy was the abandoned grandson of the K family. He was 16 years old, but he was already in the emperor's realm. Lin Baiyun smiled. This was good. He had long wanted to fight this impudent brat who had caused his fiancée Bei Bei to abandon him. Seeing her nephew, Chu Yun was stunned. Why was Pingfan here, and why was he going to fight with that powerful cultivator from the east? The girl was perplexed. Was Pingfan offended by the Lin family? But this was very bad. How could that family living so far away offend him? Sanner reassured Yun that nothing would happen to Pingfan, but Sister Chu wanted to know why her nephew was upset with Lin Baiyun. Luna explained. Yu Bei Bei of the Yu family has some relation to Mr. Chu Pingfan's nephew. That's the reason for everything. Black Moon Chief said sheepishly, this is a very delicate matter between Bei Bei, Baiyun, and Pingfan. There is a love triangle. Bei Bei was previously Lin Baiyun's fiancée, so Chu Yun was terrified, but Pingfan was still young, practically a child. Yun asked if it meant that Pingfan loved this girl. Luna muttered something, not daring to answer the angry aunt. The Black Moon leader admitted that she doesn't know. Their relationship is a bit awkward. She doesn't understand it. Who can figure it out? Shu Wen was shocked. Could this really be the same cute little boy she had known all her life? Could it really be that he had grown up? And Pingfan clutched the blade in his hand and rushed to attack his new enemy, the former fiancée of the girl he called the old woman. The blades of Pingfan and Baiyun clashed with a clang, and the genius of the Ling family was finally able to vent his anger on the main culprit of the humiliation. But contrary to Baiyun's expectations, the nimble boy Pingfan persistently pressed him, constantly attacking and attacking from all sides. Xiao Tianyi, who was watching the fight, was surprised. This kid was so strong, he wasn't afraid of the experienced fighter Lin Baiyun at all. Mo Hongliu added that what was even more frightening was the technique this boy was practicing. No one had heard of it for a long time. Shizi asked if this was the legendary Great Dao, a technique of astonishing power that made the cultivator an invincible fighter. But how can there still be a Dao cultivator in the 9 regions in this day and age, and one so young is simply impossible? The half-demon, half-human answered thoughtfully that he did not know the answer to this question. The boy must have a master. Mo Hongliu remembered that in the realm of chaos there was once a disciple of the extreme Dao, but that was in ancient times. Caesar asked with interest what happened to this student. He had never heard anything like this, only about this technique. The half-demon replied that this student disappeared along with his master. No one can say for sure what their fate was. There are many rumors, but this happened after the appearance of the killer of the gods. Those were violent and terrible times, filled with blood. Xiao Tianyi asked, so is that disciple dead or not? Can anyone say for sure? He couldn't just disappear. That's not possible. Mo Hongliu replied, it's hard to say. He was strong, but there is always someone even stronger. No matter how strong you are, that's the law. Chao asked, doesn't Hongliu know? There are rumors that after passing to the demon realm, there was no trace left of that guy. The half-demon said that he was just a newcomer to the heavenly kingdom at that time, so how could he know such important secrets? Ziza asked who exactly Mo Hongliu was talking about. He must have left some mark on human history. He would like to know that. But the cultivator from the western region remained silent. He didn't want to talk about a person from such a distant past as if he were here. Cizi exclaimed impatiently. They were allies now. Did Mo Hongliu not trust him? Besides, it was a long time ago. Xiao Tianyi answered for the half-demon. He said that he was the last madman who practiced the path of the supreme martial Tao. The Dark Lord did not understand anything and asked his allies to finally explain to him what all these vague riddles of theirs meant. Mo Hongliu remained silent. Xiao Tianyi cleared his throat, wondering how best to tell this story to the curious lord. Finally, Xiao Tianyi said that this happened 500,000 years ago, in ancient times when people were strong. Shizi was stunned. Could it really be that long ago? But then how old were his interlocutors if they could remember this ancient story? Mo Hongliu sighed. There is no exact answer. Shizi just needs to know that much more than 500,000 years have passed since then. The traitor to the people reluctantly said that this is only what they know, but no one lives that long, at least in one body for sure. The half-demon added that that was all they could say. The story was shrouded in darkness, and it had happened a very long time ago. Chao and Mo walked forward, but Zizi stopped them, asking where they were going. Did they not care about this, and who was that boy over there? Mo Hongliu said that the madman who practiced the extreme martial Tao was a famous king-killer throughout the ancient world. Zizi was stunned, like the killer of kings. And who did he kill, and why did he do it? Did he himself want to become the king of all people? Xiao Tianyi said quietly without turning around. This was a sensation in all 9 regions. No one expected this from a cultivator. Mo Hongliu continued the story. That same madman hacked to death 3 kings, but the guards and elders were unable to save them, and they died. Shizi couldn't believe it. The kings of the 3 strongest clans of the 9 kingdoms. This is the same as insulting all the powers that be. But who could dare to do such a thing? How strong and confident do you have to be to commit such a crime? Chao said there was nothing wrong with offending all the powers that be, but this incident had dire consequences. Jiza asked, apparently after this, that Cultivator was declared insane in all 9 regions, since he was able to do such a thing. Mo confirmed that the people of that time joined forces to kill that man, and that guy's techniques have been banned ever since. And then a young man appeared who practices the same technique, and despite his youth, this boy is incredibly strong. The Lord of Evil asked, so that boy practices a forbidden art, but why doesn't anyone persecute him for it, doesn't punish him? Cao snorted. Who cares about a ban that was 1,000,000 years ago, or about the murder of some particularly distant ancestors? Who remembers that today? Then it dawned on Zizi that this was why Cao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu had joined forces to obtain the crown of all the people in the regions. Chao lowered his head silently. It wasn't quite true, but it was still a good idea. In his past life, he had wanted to do exactly that. Tianyi looked at the battle again and said, now let's see if this guy will become a new madman who can kill human kings. The battle between Pingfan and Baiyan continued. Their blades clanged fiercely, striking out bright sparks. No one wanted to surrender. Lin Baiyun cursed. He was perplexed. He felt like he couldn't use his strength, but what had suddenly happened to him? It seemed to have something to do with the woman behind that impudent brat Chu Pingfan attacking him now. And then Lin Baiyun remembered, she is a ghost. He saw her at the outpost before, which means she is helping the boy with her spirit, or ghost powers. How could this brat even fight him, Lin Baiyun, despite the difference in realms? Damn it, this needs to end. Xuan watched his daring nephew's duel with interest. Pingfan did not disappoint his 13th uncle and teacher. He thoughtfully noted, well, a draw is not scary for anyone. It is only inconvenient for someone who is at a higher level of cultivation. Taking one of his lucky treasures, Xuan commanded the spoon to do its work and bestow the power of good fortune upon his nephew. He asked the treasure to do what he wanted and show its power by transferring the luck of the eastern region from Lin Baiyun to Pingfan. A golden stream flowed across the sky. Chu realized that luck was quietly passing from one to another, making Pingfan the son of luck. Xuan yawned sweetly. He was already ready to sleep. That was enough entertainment for today. He needed to rest, get down to business. We would continue tomorrow. Having closed the mirror portal, Xuan wished himself and everyone else sweet dreams. There would be nothing interesting today. Chu Pingfan easily twirled the blade in his hand and stopped the fight with Yu Beibei's ex-fiancée. They had already warmed up well. Pingfan told the enemy that they would soon face a tough battle in the ancient land, so he was letting Lin Baiyun go today. The enraged genius of the eastern region exclaimed that it was not for him, a small freak, to decide when to stop the battle. But Pingfan turned around and walked away, and Baiyun shouted after him that next time he would make sure Chu didn't go anywhere. Xin Yuanfeng called out to the young man, asking him to stop, saying that it seemed they had one common goal. The young man brushed off the younger brother of the great Emperor Qin, saying that he was a loner and solved all his problems on his own. Yuanfeng was surprised. Did he really not even want to listen to the terms? This was a great deal. He could gain a lot from it. Chao Tianyi, who was watching this scene, was very surprised at how arrogant this boy was and didn't even talk to anyone. Mo Hongliu added, he's crazy, but if he's not here to stop them from taking the throne, it's hard to imagine what he's after. The half-demon suggested, to be on the safe side, that it would be better to first concentrate all his power on the treasures of fortune and only then on the throne. Chao remained silent. He agreed with his ally, but he had a strange feeling that something around him was gradually changing, unnoticed. Chao Teni and Mo Hongliu took a rest in a secluded cave near the supposed site of the ancient land's discovery. The villain frowned and asked the half-demon half-human if he felt any obvious changes happening. Mo Hongliu confirmed, "Yes, it all started 2 days ago, and today it is becoming more and more obvious. Everyone can already feel it." Chao asked why luck was weakening. Mo suggested that maybe it had something to do with that ancient land of the living dead. Tianyi objected. It was unlikely. If this was the action of the ancient land, it shouldn't affect only him. Then it would affect everyone here. The half-demon noticed, which means there is only one explanation for all this. At least he doesn't see anything else. Chao Tianyi asked, "So he thinks that this is related to the highest Dao, the very extreme path of Dao that the boy practices." That's right. Lin Baiyun has been doing nothing but fighting Chu Pingfan, and his luck has been weakening in recent days, although this has never happened before. The allies recalled the endless fights. Was their allies' luck slowly leaking through his blade to that boy? Chao Teni asked if it was possible to deprive someone of their luck, but he had never heard of anything like that. It was something completely secret. Mo Hongliu shrugged. He had never heard of such a thing, but if it was possible, then fighting such an opponent would mean losing. Tianyi frowned. If such a technique exists, then it explains a lot, apparently. This is the work of that very same supreme sage. There is no more direct way to get what you want than to kill someone, but this is not always possible because the opponent may be strong. Mo said, "The ancient land of the living dead is opening up, but it's still a pity that the supreme sage and his people are not on their side." Suddenly, everyone heard deafening peals of thunder. The sky was cut by dozens of lightning bolts. Everything around began to hum and shake. Chao Tianyi frowned. This is the seals being released from the ancient land. It is awakening and returning to this world after disappearing. The mountains and surrounding forests vibrated. The ground beneath the cultivator's feet began to shake. Everyone realized, here it is, it's beginning. Chu Pingfan jumped to the ground, pausing another battle with Lin Baiyun. The young man realized that a completely different battle would soon begin. The guy said that the ancient land was opening up. He was in a great mood, so he was ready to let the enemy go for a while. Lin Baiyun cursed. Damn it, they were fighting 2 against 1, and Chu Pingfan still had the nerve to say that he was letting him go. But the young man had already soared into the air, shouting that he would, all right, leave Lin Baiyun's head on his body for a few more days. And Chu Xuan, having rested, took up an observation post in front of the mirror, comfortably settling down on a lounger in the middle of his yard. He laughed contentedly. He was one step closer to successfully implementing his heavenly Dao plan, which was approved by the system. With the perfected Tiandao talisman, he will be able to control the entire southern region of Nanzhou, and soon all the others. Very soon, the heavenly Dao will replace the rules of heaven and earth in the south, and then the time will come for the unnoticeable but unconditional power of Xuan. And then it will no longer matter what level of cultivation a person has, he will still be subject to the Dao Xuan, and nothing can be done about it. Chu Xuan smiled cheerfully. Why not try the modifier right now? The results of its action will be immediately visible. He directed his chi at the talisman, and the difficulty was reduced by 1.5%, and the speed was increased by 0.3%. This change in rules will allow treasures to mature faster and overcome growth barriers more easily. Now it's easier for martial artists to reach new levels. Their strength cultivation grows faster. Isn't that great? But more importantly, the flow of luck of the entire region is now under the exclusive control of Chu Xuan, and no one knows it. Xin Yuanfeng looked at his hands in surprise and laughed. It was his aura. His aura level had suddenly increased so much in just one day. The guy joyfully exclaimed that he had done it. He had done everything right, and he had thought that he would never make it through to the end of his life. Great. The other cultivators also felt that their aura was becoming stronger and larger, their strength increasing much faster. Luo Shi suggested that this phenomenon was most likely somehow related to the recent restoration of the rules of heaven and earth in Nanzhou. But this is strange, because the 9 regions are united. How can Nanzhou develop in some special way? It should not be like this. There have been many flashes of light and tremors here recently, perhaps due to the reappearance of ancient land here. Perhaps the rules of the southern lands were incomplete until recently, so changes in luck only occur in Nanzhou. It was a surprisingly fine day, as if the weather was enjoying the flow of good fortune along with the mysterious homebody Chu Xuan. He laughed and suggested that the mirror should see what else it could find here. There was surely something interesting. Suddenly Xuan saw an unusual glow among the mountains. What is it? Why is it so red? This is clearly not the glow of the treasures of luck. Shushen realized that it was a glowing crimson lake of blood. On the one hand it seemed normal, but at the same time it was not very good. It's normal that there is a lake of blood in the land of the living dead, but why, after thousands of years, has it not yet dried up or evaporated? Zhuan had an idea of what to do with this creepy place, but more on that later, and then he saw something terrible. A skeleton emerged from the bloody lake. These were clearly the demon's machines. The skeleton moved away, and the further it went, the more confidently it moved. Xuan realized that these were the corpses of demons, which meant that the dead in the ancient land had begun to come back to life, and she was returning to Nanzhou again. The aura of the blood lake can make corpses move on their own. It looks terrible, but there will be more. But in the end, this corpse, even if it inherited the same level of cultivation as the host, a corpse is still a corpse. There are 7 lakes of blood in the land of the living dead, and apparently the fight for the treasure will unfold right here, near the lakes. And then Zhuan saw that here it was, the main treasure of luck, but getting it would be very difficult. The students would have to try hard. But he believed in his students. Each of them had unique talents, and besides, they were accompanied by luck, because they were children of luck. The cultivators exclaimed in delight. The sunlight returned, the terrible thunderstorm passed, and a clear, sunny day arrived again. Clan Chief Chu Tianming shouted to the strongest members of the family to act on his command. They must prove themselves. The glow began to appear more frequently, which means the treasure is about to appear. All members of the Chu family must train hard. The Chu cultivators unanimously responded to the clan leader that they were ready to fight for their family, for honor and courage, and to gain glory for centuries to come. Many understood that the southern lands were about to change, but no one knew exactly which way these changes would go. Empress Qin Keiyun was rushing around the palace, not knowing what was happening to the great emperor Qinzong and his brothers. Damn it, imperial power is not only freedom and influence, but also a prison. She is forced to sit in this throne room. Meanwhile, the sun shone over the land of the living dead, and nothing foreshadowed a difficult and bloody battle for treasures. Xuan smiled. The sun is shining, what a beautiful day today, as if nature itself is pushing for the coming changes. Shu thought, why not? He had prepared for this for so long. He had so carefully implemented his plan of the heavenly Tao, so it was time. And Zhuan decided, yes, let's do it, and let's start right now. What's the point of putting it off for a long time? We need to take a step. Suddenly, a wind blew over Nanzhou. The sky became covered with clouds. A strange whirlwind appeared in the sky, and the sun hid. The cultivators looked up warily to see if it would rain again, or if the opening up of the earth was having such an effect on the weather. And then everyone saw that the sky seemed to begin to crack, and a passage began to open into the ancient land of the living dead. Xuan realized that here was his chance to quickly and quietly make the changes he needed, replacing the existing rules of heaven and earth. He activated his powerful ki energy and sent it into the sky to cause a thunderstorm, which everyone would mistake for the discovery of an ancient land. A stream of energy from Zhuan's estate rushed upward, causing a squall of wind and dark rain clouds to form in the recently clear sky. Then thunder crashed and bright lightning cut through the darkened sky. A terrifying thunderstorm broke out, as if someone was throwing lightning bolts. And these raging streams entwined the talisman of the heavenly Tao, turning it into new rules of heaven and earth in the land of Nanzhou. While the terrifying thunderstorm rumbled, the passage to the ancient lands grew wider and wider, and no one doubted that this was what caused the storm. Shushen smiled. Today they will find out what is really happening in the ancient land of the living dead and demon warriors. The cultivators kept their eyes on the sky, and then the earth began to appear from the crack. There was very little time left before the opening. Luo Ying looked at this with her mouth slightly open. Chao Tianyi was completely calm. The earth is finally opening up. This is good. Zhuan launched the talisman of heavenly Tao into the energy flow and ordered the rules to be changed, and a golden stream flowed across the sky. Now it's time for the primordial Tao crystal to work and change the energy in the real world, just as it once did in the mini-world. Under the influence of the Tao energy flows, the plants were the first to begin to change. The air seemed to become more favorable and cleaner. Xuan exclaimed, "Wow, the sun is shining brightly again. Everything has finally calmed down. It seems like the decisive step has already been taken. This is great. All that remains is to wait for the discovery of the ancient land of the living dead. I wonder what reward the system will give him this time." Everyone saw an island appear in the sky. It was the long-lost land, the ancient battlefield of humans and demons. The great emperor in Luo Ying's body said, "It's time to go." "Is Chao Tianyi ready?" He snapped back, suggesting that Qinzong think better of himself. The ancient land was slowly sinking in the midst of forests and impassable mountains. Just a little more, and it would return to its place. One of the revived demons roared deafeningly. Everything was returning. People again had to fight a horde of demons. A scarlet glow flowed over the revealed ancient land, hinting at its location, or rather, where the bloody lakes lay. The great emperor Qinzong said, "And now they have met again with the ancient land where thousands of people and demons once perished." Chao Tianyi frowned. Was it really that far away? He didn't know what awaited him in the ancient land. After centuries, everything had changed, and so had he. Meanwhile, Zhuan was changing the 108th heavenly path. He had already replaced half of them. Chu didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. He looked around. The implementation of his plan was proceeding by leaps and bounds. Now he needed to monitor what was happening on the ancient land. Looking at the heavenly Tao talisman, Xuan noticed that their power was incredibly great, and with their help, he began to change Nanzhou. But he is still far from having complete control over the nature of energy, and control over the southern region has not yet been established. After all, Xuan collected only part of the rules of heaven and earth of Nanzhou and replaced them with his rules of heavenly Tao, and yet the process continues. The owner of the estate decided to return the crystal of the original Tao to its original place in the miniature world. The system praised him. During his time in seclusion, he was able to discover the rules of heaven and earth of Nanzhou, for which he received a creative pen. Dumbfounded, Xuan picked up this amazing item. He couldn't believe that the system had awarded him such power. After all, this pen was once used to create the rules of heaven and earth, but is it true? Can he really do this too? He asked the system if it was true that this pen could create new rules, create and build a new living entity in this world. The system responded that indeed it was. Xuan had gotten his hands on an object of amazing power, capable of creating almost anything. The creative pen is the first thing in the world. It created the book, the rules, the laws, and the ways of the universe. It is the beginning of the beginnings of this whole world. Xuan joyfully exclaimed that with this feather, he would be able to carry out his plan, which meant that the system supported him in this intention. But in order to maintain the new order he has created, must he not first overcome the realm of Tao and enter the open way? The system replied that the sky is the door to chaos, but chaos is the creation of the sky. Xuan wondered if this meant that there was chaos beyond the sky. Xuan assumed that even the elders, the dragon and the tortoise, could not know that they knew anything about the world outside the Tao. To know this, one must go much further beyond the open path of the Tao, but Xuan cannot speed up any of the Taoists. He suddenly felt that the ancient land of the living dead was opening up, and it was time for his disciples to begin their important mission. Although, perhaps, he will be able to speed up at least what concerns the ancient land, since it is located within the southern region. Besides Yuan's disciples, only Tao Tianyi, Mo Hongliu, and Feng Shaoqing are the strongest players in the upcoming treasure battle. Shiza has become the target of the young evil king, so he has little chance. He will be constantly distracted from his main goal by Xiaowan. The villain Chao Tianyi and Emperor Qinzong are up to something, and the outcome of these strange agreements is very difficult to predict. But Ding Yue is the son of luck of this very region, so he has every chance of getting his hands on the treasure. Although the same statement will be true for Wang Luo and Xiao Liang, although they are children of luck from other regions, but still. Chu Pingfan recently received half of the power of the eastern region's Son of Fortune, which definitely has its advantages. The talented granddaughter of Yu Su, the holy maiden of the Ghost Clan, also has her own trump cards. Her power can influence both humans and demons. Xuan laughed. The chances of him taking all 5 fortune treasures in the land of the living dead were 99 out of 100. He clenched his fist joyfully, exclaiming that the main treasure would definitely be his. Then he would surely be able to pass through the realm of Tao faster. Meanwhile, in the newly discovered land of the living dead, events were taking place that were not entirely expected by most cultivators. Xuan stared at the landscape of the ancient land, which had practically merged with Nanzhou, but still retained its own dangers. He was a little confused. What does it mean that the land of the living dead has its own rules of heaven and earth? Why is that? It is here, in the southern region. Chao Tianyi and Mo Hongliu looked at each other silently. The allies had already learned to understand everything without words, especially in a dangerous situation. They soared high above the forest thickets, ready for battle. Their old enemy, Emperor Qin, should be nearby. Luo Ying turned around, seeing the enemies who suddenly appeared above her. It was clear that the villains would not give up their attempts to attack. Chao Tianyi smiled and proposed to the reborn emperor that they meet again on the battlefield to resolve their ancient conflict. A spear appeared in Qinzong's hand, and he readily replied that he was ready to kill the villain at any moment, even now, if he was ready. The emperor commanded his brothers to go with him. It seemed the enemies had prepared something for them. Most likely there would be an ambush. Among those who entered the newly opened ancient land of the living dead was Xiao Wang, who constantly followed his enemy. He noted that the treasure had to be obtained at any cost. Sizi tensed up. The proximity of the vengeful prince made him very wary. Dingyok told his younger brothers in arms that now their time had come to prove that their great master's faith in them was worth it. Feng Shaoqing watched this campaign closely. He couldn't figure out which clan or sect they belonged to, or how strong they were. One of the king's descendants chuckled, deciding that it would still be better to get rid of them so that they wouldn't get in the way. You never know. The open land was full of cultivators, divided into small groups, all ready to claw at each other for the treasure. Xiao Wang couldn't stand it any longer and attacked his sworn enemy Zizi again. The evil cultivators flew up above the forest. The new ruler repelled the attack. Zizi cursed. He thought that they would get the treasure together, but the exiled prince seemed to have decided to act differently. The Prince of Evil suggested to his father's killer that he simply attack silently and not waste time. It was time to end their fight with someone's death. Chu Xuan's disciples conferred on how best to proceed in order to more effectively search for the 5 treasures of good fortune hidden in these lands. Ding Yue asked if it wouldn't be better if they split up so they could explore more of the area and be more likely to get all the treasures. Luna supported her older brother and suggested that they find a place where they could meet later so as not to lose each other here. However, the Black Moon leader warned that such a move could result in their defeat, as the strongest fighters had gathered here. Shang Xing reminded that one should not underestimate the puppets of the Heavenly Kingdom, Yun said. Of course, the Chu family was not strong before, but this stage of Nanzhou's development has come to an end. Now everything has changed, and first of all, Master Chu's family itself has changed. Pingfan supported his aunt. There was no trace left of the Chu clan's ordinariness. They were now strong, calm, and confident in their own abilities. Ding Yue concluded the short meeting by saying that it was time for them to get to work, and that if necessary, they had talismans to communicate with each other. The boys went their separate ways, focusing on searching for the 5 treasures of luck from different continents of the world hidden here. Luna put her hand on Ding Yue's shoulder and asked him to stay a little longer. She had something to tell her elder brother. The head of the spy sect warned the young man to beware of the Feng family. They were very strong, dangerous, and would definitely try to kill him. Feng Shaoqing, sitting on a tree, heard Luna's words. She told her brother that they once managed to defeat the descendants of the emperor and all the enemies. Ding Yue thanked the girl for the warning and said that he knew what he was doing. They had to go. There was no point in staying here for long. Shu Wen suddenly heard someone calling her name from behind the trees. The girl turned around and became wary of who it could be. Su Xian emerged from the thicket. Yuni breathed a sigh of relief. This was her brother's assistant. She was very worried about Yun and went to her. Shan'er asked Yun why she went alone, since she didn't have enough strength. Maybe they should go searching together. Yuna reassured Sister Zhen'er that she would be fine because she was with Blackie, and the heavenly spirit cat was incredibly strong. Su Xian'er looked at the owner's sister again and said, "Okay, then they will meet later, and she will go look for the Su family." The girl took off and rushed away, leaving Yun standing calmly in the pine forest. Zhuan's sister was calm next to the cat. Finally, Shan'er disappeared from sight, and Chu Yun leisurely continued on her way, stroking Blackie's silky fur. As an alchemist, Yun knew very well that the forest does not like noise, and reveals its secrets only to those who know how to quietly observe. Suddenly she felt a light rustling and the movement of unusual ki. Something powerful and mysterious appeared very close to the girl. Turning around, she saw that an unusual weapon had appeared right next to her. A light and thin sword was sticking out of the forest floor. Shu Yun was stunned. This was an air sword, one of the most valuable ancient treasures. It appeared next to her, which meant it chose her. Reaching out for the valuable item, the girl thanked her ancestors for such an incredible gift. She had never had a weapon before. Someone from the bushes shouted for the cultivators to come here. Chu Yun realized that someone was going to attack her and take away her sword. The Feng family cultivators rushed out into the clearing. Yun said that the selection was complete. She was chosen by the ancestors and would continue her path. But the leader of the squad replied that the girl could only choose death. How could such a weakling resist them, the Fens? Yun warned them to watch their language, otherwise they might pay dearly for their rudeness and disrespect. One of the fighters frowned, and this girl was even being rude to them, and suggested that the brothers kill her and take the valuable weapon she had found. But before the cultivators could even rush at Yun, the small, furry Blackie grew in size and inflicted terrible wounds on them. The Feng family fighters were shocked at what kind of white monster this was. He beat them all in a second, but for the first time, he left everyone alive. Blackie became a cute little cat again, squinting in the sun and licking his paws, licking off the dirt from the cultivator's wounds. Shu Wen told the Sky Cat that these idiots were no threat anyway, and suggested that Blackie continue on his way. Feng Shaoqing laughed softly. Not bad, this girl should be left alone for now and watched. She is full of surprises. He bowed to the young lady of the Chu family and wished her and her little companion a safe journey. They would not delay her. The younger brother asked Shaoqing if they were just going to let this girl go, but the elder brother ordered him to shut his mouth and be silent. They underestimated the power of that cat. Now they need to focus on the main thing, namely on finding the treasures of luck and not get distracted. Feng Shaoqing commanded everyone to move forward. It was time. Otherwise they might be late. With the treasures of good fortune they would retake the throne. Chu Xuan, at home, continued to watch his disciples and the other participants in the treasure competition. A fragrant healing tea steamed on the table, and events in Nanzhou unfolded ever faster and became more and more interesting. One of the cultivators inhaled the amazing qi of the ancient land and exclaimed, "What power is concentrated in this place?" He was confident that he should obtain everything and become invincible, the greatest cultivator in the history of the human race of the world. But the next second he fell dead. The wind blowing from the land of the living dead brings not only strength, but also death. Zhuan, who was calmly observing the cultivators, sipped his favorite tea and was surprised at how many fools had gathered there. However, this could not be left unattended, so Chu Xuan kept a close eye on everything that was happening many miles away from him. Suddenly, Xuan noticed some very strange people. Their eyes were empty, they moved randomly, and seemed to not understand anything. Chu looked at them in surprise. Maybe they were crazy, but how did they get there? No, they were cultivators. They approached the lake of blood. The essence of this lake must have absorbed their souls, so they turned crazy. Xuan smiled. Sounds good, these lakes are very powerful. I wonder what else could be hidden in them. Deciding that he needed some of this lake's power, Zhuan took the soul-devouring flower in his hand and commanded it to act. Through the portal, Chu threw the flower into the lake, absorbing the evil energy of this bloody lake. The flower will break through to the divine realm. The soul-devouring flower eagerly absorbed the power of the blood lake, and Zhuan began to have his own secret plans for it. Commands were heard in the thicket to immediately kill the young man who was alone in the forest, and the cultivators attacked Xiangxing. A variety of weapons were used. The fighters tried to kill the guy with the fiery bones, but for some reason they couldn't destroy him. A powerful explosion rang out, and the cultivator squad dealt the strongest blow they could to kill the enemy. But when the clouds of smoke and dust began to clear, everyone saw that the young man was still safe and not even wounded, and everyone shuddered in horror. No one could understand anything. Was he not even in pain? What was his body made of? Or maybe the person in front of them was not a human at all. One of the attackers suggested that the guy had some incredible weapon from the Emperor's kingdom that was protecting him. Raising his head, the cultivator from the squad noticed that a very beautiful girl was flying towards them, but the fighter did not have time to say anything. Luna landed right in the middle of the squad, attacking Xiangxing and cut them down with lightning speed, slitting their throats. Blood dripped from the girl's dagger. The heavenly Dao technique the master had taught her was flawless and deadly. Xiangxing was indignant. Why did Luna interfere? This was not her battle. He himself could have dealt with these weaklings, but she ruined everything. Luna advised her elder brother-in-arms not to waste time and to be more careful, as there were some very strong enemies here. The young man chuckled. She was worried for nothing. No one would be able to break through his defense. She knew his strength very well. As she flew away, Luna shouted to her brother to take care of himself and stop pretending to be immortal, because that was not true at all. The bright sun was shining over the ancient land of the living dead. It was already at its zenith, and the forest had become very hot. There were battles everywhere. Xu Pingfan told Lin Baiyun that as long as he was here, the Lin family would not be able to get the treasure. He would not allow them to, because they were not worthy. Baiyun chuckled. The treasure will go to the strongest. It will never end up in the hands of someone like the ragged Pingfan. Suddenly, Lin Baiyun saw a vile monster approaching him, a living corpse that could devour his soul. The pride of the Luo family shook. Pingfan frowned and cursed. He felt that this was not Yusu's aura. Could it really be a living corpse? A huge corpse with glowing eyes rose from a dark puddle. Judging by the remains, the skeleton had once been a powerful demon. Lin Baiyun was overcome with panic, thinking that this was some kind of madness, that the treasures of fortune were really guarded by such terrible monsters. The former son of fortune of the eastern region immediately fled. Pingfan contemptuously called the fugitive an idiot and a pathetic coward. However, the living dead man opened his huge toothy mouth and rushed at Pingfan, who was standing calmly in the forest clearing. But then a melodic ringing sounded, and the monster immediately calmed down, as if it had heard the call of its all-powerful master. Xu Pingfan listened closely. A bell was ringing somewhere very close, and it was this sound that made the monster suddenly calm down. Yusu emerged from behind the trees, holding the clan's holy maiden bell in her hands, and with a smile, she told the lonely soul that it was time for her to go. Another living dead man jumped out of the forest and with a wild cry rushed at Pingfan, trying to sink his teeth into his throat. Yusu quietly rang her bell, and the dead man immediately calmed down. His rage subsided. He immediately became quiet and submissive. The holy maiden of the ghost clan placed her hand on the head of the restless soul and began to quietly and calmly say something to him. Pingfan listened. His friend said, "Forget about everything, renounce your past life and become a ghost, and you will know peace." The young man opened his mouth in surprise. He had no idea that she could do this. He asked Yusu if everything was okay and how to understand all this. The girl explained that this was the lost soul of a cultivator. It had crossed the threshold of their world, and now Yusu would return everything to its place. She smiled, but sometimes the dead can be used as scarecrows for people, piercing their souls with violent memories. In such cases, these lost souls can turn into demons or devils, and then no person can cope with them. Pingfan didn't like all this at all. He reluctantly said okay, and reminded them that it was time for them to move on. The treasures of good fortune were waiting for them. Xuxian watched the frightened Lin Baiyun. Beibei's ex-fiancée was in no hurry to come down after meeting the dead man. He was surprised that Baiyun was heading in that direction. His intuition was clearly starting to fail him, because he was heading towards a dead end. Xuan understood that it seemed that Lin Baiyun's power as a son of fortune was losing its power, and it was increasingly flowing to Chu Pingfan, but the process was not yet complete. Well, I need to help him a little. In Xuan's hand, the lucky talisman, one of the precious treasures of luck that he had, appeared again. The owner of the talisman ordered luck to speed up the flow from one son of luck to another. They no longer had time to wait. The closer to the ancient land, the more fierce the battles between cultivators became. No one wanted to let other people go ahead. Having received a fatal blow, one of the treasure hunters flew back, drenching everything around with his blood. Now he too is dead. Brother Su Xian chuckled contentedly. The main treasure of luck will definitely belong to him. He will not give up this value to anyone. In the heat of battle, the guy declared that the treasures would not go to others, only to their Su family, though not to Xian. She could go to hell. The young man reached for the sword. After his sister's escape, the Su family had lost everything. Their time was running out, so they needed the treasure. Suddenly, a powerful battle whip whistled over the head of the winner of the fight, causing the young master of the Su family to flinch. He looked around in surprise, wondering if he had missed one of his enemies, and was being attacked again by competitors for the treasures of fortune. A huge whip lashed the guy painfully, knocking him off his feet. Who was mocking him like that, lashing him as if he were a disobedient animal? Unable to bear it, Xiani shouted, "Who dared to attack him again? Let the cowards show themselves and fight like real men." Su Xian'er came out into the clearing, holding a whip in her hands, which had once been given to her by the master. Her brother was stunned. He did not expect to see her. Gritting his teeth, the young master of the Su family asked her what the hell she was doing, the bitch, who had set up their family, and now was even attacking them. The girl replied that she hadn't noticed Xianhe, but it didn't matter. He wasn't worthy of talking to her anyway, because he was a scoundrel and a traitor. Xian'er waved her whip and said that she would teach her brother a lesson today, and the girl's whip whistled around the frightened boy. He barely had time to defend himself from the blows. Xianhe was amazed at what skills, and when did this little bitch become so strong? He looked at his younger sister and couldn't believe it, because in the family she was valued solely for her pretty face and figure. Xian'er's blows became stronger and more violent, and the young master of the Su family was afraid that she was going to kill him. He shouted at the girl to whip more quietly, because he was still her brother. Despite all the differences, they belonged to the same clan. Xian'er asked him in surprise, what kind of brother was he to her? For as long as she could remember, he had always pestered her, and then decided to sell her. She added that no one from the Su family had ever been on her side. Xianhe objected. Xian'er was wrong. No one wanted to offend her. Besides, she should have told her family about her incredible talent earlier. None of them could have even imagined it. He convinced her that the treasures of luck were very important for the family. If she brought something to the family, she would be loved more than before. Su Xianhe suggested that she return home. Everyone would be happy to see her. All old grievances would be forgiven and forgotten by everyone. In response, the girl lashed her brother with the whip again, and his right hand became partially covered in a crust of ice, restricting all movement. Xian'er declared that from now on she was on her own and not part of the Su family, and the fortune treasures would go to her, not Xianhe. The brother asked the girl why she thought he needed the treasure, so that all the family members, including her, could use it. Seeing that his sister was about to leave, Xian'e exclaimed that if she didn't care about family ties, then let her kill him. Her older brother. Su Xian'er stopped. Her face darkened. She said quietly, "Okay, she is willing to do it since he wants to die so much now." She lashed out at her brother, a very sensitive spot for men, and Xianhe screamed and fell to the ground, writhing in pain and humiliation. Suddenly he felt the ice spreading through his body. He was horrified. His little sister could really kill him. But now the whip in Xian'er's hand was blazing with fire, and now she could easily incinerate her wayward and evil older brother. She struck Su Xianhe again, and the other side of his body burst into flames, causing the young master of the Su family to become contorted in fear. The girl's older brother didn't know what to do. He himself offered to kill him, but he didn't think that she would agree. Today was definitely not his day. And Xian'er kept whipping and whipping. The boy howled in pain and begged his mother to help him. The younger sister knew no mercy. In the thicket of the forest, only the ringing blows of the whip could be heard. Xianhe no longer had the strength to scream, but the girl continued to beat him. Finally, she stopped and looked at her brother, who was considered the pride of the Su family, lying helplessly on the ground. He reached out with a trembling hand to the weapon, muttering that the sword of his ancestors should help him deal with this merciless fury. But Xianer took the sword herself and casually told her beaten brother that they would see each other again, and he realized that she was going to leave with the sword. The boy, his face twisted with rage, shouted after his sister that she, a lying creature, was not worthy of the name Su, and that her family would never forgive her. Xianer chuckled. Did her brother really want to get the sword back? But she was sure that the Su family owed her compensation for everything. Zhuan periodically glanced into the mirror, watching the progress of the battle, but so far nothing particularly interesting was happening there. In Xuxian's small estate, everything was as before. Peace and tranquility reigned there, as if there had been no battle. And then the system reported that Xuxian defeated the genius of the Su family, harnessing flame and ice, and as a reward, Xuan received the Tao of flame and ice. Xuan was perplexed. It seemed like he had missed something, and since when could his assistant act like this? This was news. But on the other hand, it turns out that he took the genius of the Su family as his disciple, and this is not bad at all, and most importantly, unexpected. Shen stretched out his hand and tongues of flame and blue streams of ice danced on it. He received amazing rewards from the system. He decided to conduct an experiment and connect the incompatible fire and ice with the help of the Tao of connection, but the experiment turned out to be successful. Suen was surprised. Now it was much easier to control two Taos at once. An incredible flow of elements swirled under his hand. Chushan smiled and wished all his disciples in the land of the living dead good luck. And Zhuan's students, each of them, truly showed themselves in their own way in the mysterious lands, full of dangers and various traps. A whole squad of living dead, who had once been powerful cultivators in ancient times, marched through the forest thicket. The dead carried the palanquin on which Yusu and Pingfan were sitting. He was delighted. Su is an incredible girl. This place was made for her. The young man said that he had seen many masters, but never one like Yusu. She must take care of her skills. The girl was pleased. Chao Tianyi quickly flew to a pre-designated location, trying to lure his enemies there as well in order to kill them all. It was a small fortified building built here in ancient times, when Cao unleashed a bloody war between humans and demons. The great emperor, Qinzong, and his younger brothers pursued the villain, all eager to finish him off as quickly as possible. Stopping in front of the gate, Zun said that for some reason Cao was stalling for time and luring them here. The traitor must definitely be here. Xiao Tinyi jumped onto the roof and looked down. His trick worked. The entire squad of hated enemies came running after him. Luo Ying's eyes flashed. Zun's anger spilled out through his huge, beautiful eyes. He cursed. The damn coward is dodging like a hare. Tianyi smiled contentedly and replied that the emperor should not have come here, as this was not his territory, but Chao's. But the villain knew very well that Qinzong would come. He does this all the time. Does he really think that his strength is higher than Xiao Tianyi's? Luo Ying's mouth dropped open in surprise. Did Chao still have any trump cards left? No, that couldn't be right. He had never been a particularly skilled fighter. Chao chuckled. Of course there was. And then Mo Hongliu appeared next to him. Now it became completely clear that the two were getting along well. The great emperor was indignant. Could it be that the demon had decided to break his own agreement and go over to the enemy's side? What a traitor. Qinzong was seething with anger. He hoped that the half-demon would at least remain neutral and focus on the fortune treasure. Chao Tianyi enjoyed the impression he had made, but this anger seemed simply ridiculous, as it was completely useless. He asked Zun, well yes, they are in cahoots with the demon, and what can the emperor do, since his and Hongliu's power is capable of killing even gods? Luo Ying growled, what gods is the traitor talking about? They are both connected with the human race, and Tao brought disasters to people. Chao Tianyi asked the beauty standing below why she thought that. They could easily be related to any other race. Luo Ying was taken aback. That is, Chao apparently wants to say that he is part of the battle of great heroes against demons, or something. But this is ridiculous. The traitor to humans reminded us that this world is home not only to humans and demons, but that there are other creatures here that are no less powerful. Young Mrs. Luo's mouth dropped open in surprise. She paused and said, this is impossible. Could Tianyi really be talking about the spirits of the earth? Chao burst out laughing. After all, the great emperor had a rather limited imagination, unlike him, Tianyi, who thought broadly. Although it seems that Chao is weaker than Luo Ying, she will always be limited by her body, while he, Tianyi, will be on par with the gods. Chao declared that no matter how many plans she made, no matter how much she tried to block his path, she would never be able to defeat him. Tianyi was confident that the treasures would be his. He would become a human king, and then he would begin the life of a true immortal, just like that. Could it be that the great emperor, reborn in the body of a young beauty, wants to hinder the bright future of humanity? Emperor Qin exclaimed that he had many enemies. He had killed heroes with his own hands, but Cao had irritated him the most. In the eyes of the emperor, in the eyes of all the people, even if Cao Tianyi wins, he will still remain ordinary trash, dirt from under his fingernails. Zhao Tianyi laughed loudly. The defeated emperor decided to play with him after all. Well, that means there will be a bloody show now. The villain's eyes sparkled, and he began a magical ritual, saying that the holy blood would help him defeat all his enemies. The soil around the building began to crack and split apart, and Cao Tianyi cried out, "Holy blood, lead me, may good fortune be with me." From the cracks that appeared in the ground, glowing clots of blood rose and hovered in the air, growing larger and higher. Peng Qiguang asked in surprise, "Is this really holy blood?" But where did the scoundrel and traitor Cao Tianyi get such powerful strength from? The traitor laughed smugly. The boys knew little about him. They probably thought that they could easily finish him off, and that would be it. Mo Hongliu came down to the ground and asked Chao to let him start the fight against those annoying and self-righteous people. Cao Tianyi laughed, looking forward to the brutal slaughter of his sworn enemies, something he had been looking forward to for centuries. The half-demon, half-human beckoned the holy blood with his fingers and commanded it to begin a bloody attack on the people present here. A drop obediently flew out from the nearest crack and rushed towards Luo Ying, in whose body was Qinzong's soul. But after flying part of the way, the drop of holy blood vibrated and stopped. It suddenly stopped obeying Mo Hongliu's orders. Cao Tianyi was taken aback. How could this be? Why did the secret technique suddenly stop working? Neither Qinzong nor Luo Ying knew this technique. The great emperor chuckled. It seemed that the smug Cao had not foreseen everything. I wonder what he will do now. And then everyone saw that one of the 5 treasures of luck, which hundreds of cultivators from all lands had been hunting for, flew out of the drop. Chao's face lengthened. This is a Taoist mark. It turns out that there is a treasure seal on Luo Ying's body. But how did she manage to get it? Qinzong chuckled. Well, Cao Tianyi has learned to think quickly. Maybe in a few centuries he will start to draw conclusions. Luo Ying extended her hand and said that treasures with a Taoist mark always help their owners and protect them from enemies. But Chao had no intention of giving up the treasure of fortune to the emperor. He rushed to intercept it, shouting that Luo Ying was a creature who had deceived him and Hong Liu. Chao shouted, "The Taoist realms are many years old. He is not a child to believe in a power that no longer exists." The emperor replied that Cao is a fool. Mo Hongliu also rushed towards Luo Ying, eager to snatch this treasure of good fortune, because he came here from the west precisely because of it. Seeing the half-demon attacking, the great emperor cursed. He knew very well how strong this Mo Hongliu was. And then a flash suddenly flashed in front of Chao's ally, blinding him for a second. It was the younger brother who rushed to the aid of the ruler. Xin Yuanfeng attacked Mo and forced him to retreat a little and distract himself from Luo Ying. Now the treasure was in the hands of the emperor. Hongliu chuckled. What a fool Yuanfeng is. This is a huge power, and he really is a child, ready to rush anywhere for his brother. Yuanfeng winked cheerfully at his opponent and replied that it was not for him to say such things, of course, but he, Xin, was not so useless. Peng Qiguang quietly appeared behind Yuanfeng and immediately attacked the unsuspecting cultivator. Mo Hongliu was taken aback. These boys were really fast. They attacked with some kind of incomprehensible projectiles. He only managed to dodge. There was a deafening explosion. Everything around the half-demon was covered in clouds of smoke and dust. The older brother got time. The smoke cleared. Hongliu came out and asked what kind of trick this was. They had already done it twice, and he still didn't understand it. Taking up his beloved curved sabers again, the half-demon said to the great emperor Qinzong, "Well, it's time for you to finally die." But that wasn't all the surprises. The demon looked at the sky in surprise and frowned. What was this? Some kind of tricks again. Above Luo Ying's head, delicate pink petals were quietly swirling, falling from the sky as if some beautiful flower had fallen apart. The great emperor's younger sister flew in to protect her beloved ruler, and a powerful shield appeared above her and Luo Ying. The other brothers appeared among the trees, telling them to wait for them, as it would be unfair to fight for the treasure without them. Mo Hongliu chuckled. It seemed like it was time to show a more serious side of himself. Young people don't understand that in a good way. Flying above the shield, the half-demon released his terrifying aura, preparing to deal a crushing blow to the emperor's defense. Qinzong's younger brothers were terrified. This cultivator from the western region was truly incredibly strong and dangerous. Hongliu clenched his fist and struck the shield Qinzong's sister had put out, trying to break it and neutralize the defender. Cracks ran across the powerful shield, and then it began to crumble into small pieces. Now Luo Ying was open to attack. Hua Ganzi screamed. The destruction of the shield had greatly affected her condition, and she was temporarily unable to put it up again. Chao's fist flared. He noted with a grin. It was pointless resistance. They themselves knew what a gap there was between them. The great emperor's spear flew towards the villain. Qinzong was determined to stop the vile traitor of all people. He shouted to Chao that they had finally decided everything today. The scoundrel would not be able to bring any more troubles to the human race. The implacable enemies flew up above the forest and clashed, both knowing they would not rest until one of them was dead forever. While Luo Ying and Chao Tianyi were fighting, the great treasure of good fortune hung in the air and vibrated invitingly, attracting attention. From the thicket, the greedy eyes of the cultivators watched the treasure. Several people had already gathered around the clearing. They were talking. There was definitely treasure there. Something had to be done to take it while those two were fighting among themselves. But everyone was stopped by the fact that the place was teeming with first-class cultivators. They had to wait until they killed each other. The wounded Hua Ganzi cursed. She understood that she was useless here, but she needed to help somewhere else, gathering her last strength. A fierce battle was raging in the air, with the great Emperor Qinzong constantly attacking the enemy with his favorite weapon, the spear. Xin Yuanfeng watched the fight closely. He said, "Come on, brother, I just need one chance, and I will kill this villain." In the bushes, the observers were discussing whether it was time to attack from behind. The senior one frowned and ordered the others to keep their heads down for now. Mo Hongliu fired a powerful bolt of lightning at the secret observers, capable of killing even an emperor-level fighter. The enormous force of the blow sent several people flying out of their ambush and falling dead among the tall trees of the forest thicket. The demon vented his anger. Frowning, he said that the area needed to be cleared of all unnecessary small items so that they wouldn't get in the way. Someone gasped when they saw the two cultivators floating in pools of blood. Mo Hongliu reassured them, saying that they would be next. After killing a few weaklings, the demon took out a dagger and said, "The warm-up is over. It's time for the main course of the day." Peng Qiguang chuckled. This was the rare occasion when they all agreed on at least something. It really was time. Bai Shaoqun released his powerful aura, and behind him appeared his ghost warrior, possessing the same strength as himself. Pershinhai's huge white bear came to his aid. The ruler's younger brother was ready to rush into battle with the enemies. Shao Kun closed his eyes and concentrated. He summoned all his strength because they were about to fight an incredibly strong master. Hua Ganzi created a battle flower that could defeat many cultivators. It wouldn't kill Mo, of course, but it could at least injure him. Peng Qiguang shouted to his friends to charge at the villainous and traitorous Cao Tianyi's supporter, the demon Mo Hongliu. The half-demon, gritting his teeth, also rushed to attack. These small brothers of the emperor strenuously distracted him from attacking Qinzong. Peng Qiguang was the first to rush into battle. He understood that the most important thing now was to cover his older brother's back and distract the half-demon. All of the overlord's younger brothers and sister rushed towards Hongliu in unison, even though each of them was several times weaker than the Western cultivator. There was a deafening explosion as both sides exchanged attacking blows, and all the other fighters retreated away from the battle. But the flames died down, the smoke cleared, and the battle between Mo Hongliu and Qingzun's younger brothers was very short but fierce. After the battle, the strongest demon was wounded. A trickle of blood ran down his face, and his entire face and body were covered in abrasions and bruises. He couldn't believe that the youth's attack had left him bleeding, and he told his opponents that their efforts were commendable. But the younger lords were much more seriously injured, all of them having expended too much energy to attack Mo Hongliu. He reminded the little ones that he was still a divine realm-level master, so even together, they couldn't handle him. And their eldest is now fighting with the same master as him, Mo Hongliu, so she has practically no chance of winning. But Qinzong hated the traitor Cao Tianyi so much that it gave him strength. He fought fiercely, trying to finish off the villain. Cao had huge hammers in his hands and asked the emperor if that was enough. They wouldn't achieve anything anyway. The fight had been going on for quite a long time, but it hadn't led to anything. The opponents were strong and didn't want to give in to each other. They clashed again, and suddenly the sun reflected for a second in the blade of a spear, blinding the enemy with a bright beam. Xin Yuanfeng realized that he had to act now. He definitely wouldn't have another chance to help his brother. Chao gritted his teeth. He felt that an enemy had suddenly appeared next to him. One of the emperor's younger brothers had decided to attack. The emperor looked at the brave Yuanfeng in surprise. The boy had taken a great risk by striking such a strong master with his sword. There was an explosion, and Yuanfeng quickly struck the traitor with his sword, but unfortunately he was unable to kill him. Xin Yuanfeng landed. Despite his exhaustion, he was happy because he was able to wound the enemy, weaken him, and help his brother. Blood trickled down Cao Tianyi's shoulder, and he gritted his teeth to hold back a cry of pain, as this insolent boy had managed to wound him. He told Yuanfeng, it was not bad. If he hadn't dodged, he would have already been on his way to hell. It's even a pity that Xin didn't hit the target. However, after this technique, it will be difficult for Xin Yuanfeng to use another one, but Cao Tianyi still has infinite strength. The wounded traitor attacked the brave Yuanfeng, striking him in the chest with his huge hammer, causing a stream of blood to gush from the boy's mouth. The great emperor turned around in horror and saw his wounded younger brother. He called out to him to make sure he was still alive. Qinzong stopped the second blow of the hammer with his spear, which Cao Tianyi wanted to finish off the daredevil with. The elder brother could not allow this. The enraged ruler knocked the weapon out of Cao's hands with a spear, and his rage gave the great emperor additional strength. He realized that he had to at least temporarily knock out the enraged Cao Tianyi. otherwise he would kill all of his younger brothers and sister. The emperor threw his spear and pierced the villain through and through. Chao Tianyi staggered. He did not expect such a decisive attack from Luo Ying. The overlord asked Yuan Feng how he was feeling. The villain's attack was powerful. He clearly wanted to kill the impudent young enemy. The third brother fell to his knees. There was a huge wound on his chest. He was silent, but he was alive. It was necessary to heal him urgently. Luo Ying ran to the wounded man. Tears flowed from the big, beautiful eyes of the young Mrs. Luo. Were they really going to lose this guy? Unexpectedly, the great emperor discovered that despite the mighty blow, their ancient enemy was still alive. Qinzong glanced at Cao. The body pierced by the spear began to crack, as if it were a clay figurine, and for some reason no blood came out of the wound. The emperor heard laughter. Cao explained that this secret technique blocked the emperor's attack, but Tianyi didn't think he would have to use it so early. He told Qinzong that it was for the best. The sooner they started fighting seriously, the sooner they would finish, and the emperor agreed. The Lord of Qin took up his spear again and stubbornly assured the enemy that this time he would definitely shed blood for the blood of his brother. The treasure, meanwhile, continued to hang in the air as long as it belonged to Zun and helped him with luck, but he did not take it in his hands. Cao wanted to start quickly and kill the emperor, then the treasure would be his. He would stop at nothing to get it. The villain looked with a smile at the beautiful body in which the emperor found himself, but since he did not want to be an ally, Cao was ready to kill him. And then everyone was surprised to see that a very powerful cultivator was flying quickly towards the first treasure of the Tao of Luck. Xiao Tianyi frowned. What kind of impudent person would appear and encroach on the valuable thing that the villain almost considered his own? And the nimble cultivator had already extended his hand. Another second, and the first treasure of luck would end up in someone else's hands. Everyone became wary. Xiao Tianyi shouted at the stranger not to even think about taking the treasure, and attacked the impudent man with a divine soul strike. The nimble cultivator turned out to be Luo Ying's cousin, Zhu Yuanbei. He rushed towards the treasure, trying to grab the glowing object. Having received the blow, Yuanbei fell and shouted to his cousin to deal with Cao, and he would take care of the treasure. They would capture it. Luo Ying shouted at her cousin to run away now. He wouldn't be able to handle an attack of such power. He might die from this blow. An angry Cao Tianyi declared that it was too late for the insolent man to escape, and attacked with the divine soul strike technique. There was a flash, but cousin Luo Ying remained alive. The powerful blow was reflected, although before any cultivator would die from it. Xiao Tianyi couldn't believe his eyes. How could this attack be blocked? But that person clearly wasn't that high of a level. And then the villain was surprised to see that an immovable mountain had appeared in the path of his attack. Some boy had used this technique. Cao exclaimed, "What a surprise! What a powerful technique," Ding Yue said calmly. "Now they are entering the battle for the treasure." Luna shouted forward, and she and Xiaoliang flew into the clearing where their fellow disciple Qingzong was fighting the villain Xiao Tianyi for the treasure. The head of the Black Moon House took the treasure of luck in her hand and said, "It's ready. The first item is already with her. Now she needs to protect it." Xiao Tianyi frowned. How dare this impudent girl take away the most valuable treasure of luck in this land right from under his nose? Ding Ye noticed that it seemed like the villain had been trying to pocket this little thing for a long time, but it was running away from him. This treasure was still intended for them. The enemy of the great emperor told Mo Hongliu through gritted teeth that these impudent young men had stolen from them the main treasure of fortune of the ancient land. Neither Cao Tianyi nor Mo Hongliu could understand where these children came from or why they were so confident that they dared to challenge them. The villain cursed. He understood that now the treasure of luck would help these youths in the fight against him and Mo Hongliu. The great emperor, Qinzong, reminded the scoundrel Cao Tianyi that he was his opponent, not these children, and it was time for them to continue the fight. He was very surprised at what Zun was talking about. Was he ready to give these impudent young men the main treasure of the land of the living dead? The emperor laughed. As long as the treasure of good fortune is not with Tianyi, he, Qinzong, does not care who takes it. Let the children take it for themselves. Chao cursed foully. Why was everyone against him? He was feverishly thinking about how best to act in order to win back the first treasure. Clenching his fists, the villain exclaimed that if the youths wanted a fight, then go ahead. He would kill them here, but he would still take his treasure. Ding Yue asked if the ancient old villain really thought they were afraid. The young man took out his favorite sword and prepared to fight. The opponents rushed towards each other. The young man was the first to attack Chao. His sword flashed with a cold gleam and struck. The elder took the support of Luna. She rushed to intercept the villain Chao, but he did not immediately realize what was happening here, what kind of girl she was. Luna struck the villain with a heavenly Dao technique, and Tianyi suddenly realized with horror that he had lost his strength and was falling down. Mo Hongliu gritted his teeth. What kind of strange people were these, and what kind of terrifying technique was this? He hadn't seen anything like this since ancient times. Tianyi asked the girl what kind of technique it was. He instantly lost his powers. Even he, a recognized villain, does not know such a thing. Luna chuckled, which was very curious. This was one of the laws of the heavenly Tao technique. He could not master such a technique. Mo Hongliu told Chao that he would deal with that smug girl and that Tianyi would deal with the youth who had attacked him with a sword. The half-demon, armed with 2 curved sabers, attacked Luna, but she easily repelled his attacks with her technique. Chao stood in front of Ding Yue. The young man exclaimed, "Finally, it's time to try out his new treasure of ancient land's luck." Tianyi growled, "What kind of child is Yue? Does he even know who is in front of him?" Chao in his time killed hundreds and thousands of such youths. But then, Emperor Qinzong attacked Cao from behind, shouting at the old thief that he had forgotten about him, that they had not finished their battle yet. Mo Hongliu cursed. Despite all his attacks, the girl was still alive and uninjured. What amazing techniques did she possess? Dingyue looked at the heated battle between Cao Tianyi and Qinzong. It seemed like he had no place here, and what use was this treasure to him? The half-demon ordered the beautiful Luna to give him the treasure quickly, otherwise he would kill her right then and there and take it himself. The girl threw the treasure she had obtained to Xiao Liang, shouting at him to catch the prey while she dealt with the half-demon. The young man caught the treasure thrown by his younger sister in arms on the fly, and now all the villains turned their attention to him. Suddenly, Xiaoliang fell, the treasure of luck knocked out of his hands by a purple firebird sent from an ambush by Feng Xiaoqing. The royal heir laughed. "It seems like everyone wants to get their hands on this thing, so he, Feng Xiaoqing, wants it too." But Xiaoliang slowed down the flight of the fortune treasure with a slow vine and returned it to himself again, intercepting it in flight. He threw the shining object onto a dry branch of a nearby tree and headed towards the would-be thief of royal birth. Xiaoliang asked Xiaoqing where he came from. Feng replied that the guy had just joined this treasure mess. Competitions for the treasures of fate depend on the abilities of each person. There is no such thing as whoever takes it first gets the slippers. The young man took the spear in his hands and said, "It looks like it's his turn to fight in the battle for the treasure of luck. Well, he needs to warm up a little." Feng Xiaoqing replied, "That's right, there's no way around it without a fight," and a scarlet combat pill, like the ones Wang Luo made, shone in his hand. Xiaoliang was amazed at what this was. This power was comparable to the peak of the heavenly realm. This was a boost. It would be difficult to deal with. He noticed that, as expected of a member of the royal family, Feng Xiaoqing also had such powerful items, but it wouldn't help. The young master of the Feng family laughed, saying that the boy was scared, and that was not all he was capable of in the fight for the main treasure. Xiaoliang chuckled. If he was afraid of something like that, he definitely wouldn't be here, so the heir shouldn't delude himself. Suddenly, the living dead appeared in the forest clearing, their eye sockets sparkling. They came out into the clearing where the battle for the treasure was taking place. Feng Xiaoqing was stunned. What was this? Where did this whole squad of dead people come from, and what did they want? Did he really have to fight them again? Meanwhile, the number of dead people grew. They walked, their eye sockets gleaming, and their dead, toothy mouths snapping. Xiaoliang heard Master Chu Pingfan's little nephew calling him, and he appeared in the clearing along with a squad of the dead. Luna glanced sideways at the young man. She knew about him only from information. These terrible living dead inspired horror even in her. Dingyue asked Pingfan what this all meant, how he was able to subjugate these terrifying skeletons of deceased cultivators. Chu Pingfan shouted to his friends to retreat. Their squad would quickly deal with all the enemies now, and they would watch it. Feng Xiaoqing smiled widely. Here comes another one from their group. Well, he will slap them all in one blow. Great. Suddenly, the young heir of the royal family saw that his precious treasure of power had cracked and fallen into pieces. Xiaoqing exclaimed in horror, "What happened to his treasure that gave him unprecedented strength? How could he win now?" Pingfan smiled. Now he had the treasure of good fortune, so Xiaoqing need not be surprised that good fortune was on Chu's side. Yu Su rode into the clearing on one of the corpses. The girl added that in addition to the treasure, Pingfan also had an army of ghosts. Feng Xiaoqing cursed. He had missed his chance to seize the main treasure of fortune of the land of the living dead, as well as the throne. Chu Pingfan asked if anyone had any objections to this outcome in the hunt for the fortune treasure. Cao smiled bitterly. At that moment, 2 more of Chu Xuan's disciples rushed out into the clearing, the alchemist Wang Luo and the master of weapons and mechanisms Xiang Xing. Wang Luo, seeing the treasure he had found, was delighted. Wow, this is divine blood, the main treasure of the land of the living dead. There was a bloodstain in the air. It was not so easy to control this object. It was not enough to simply get it. Wang Luo sent a restricting pill towards the treasure, and Xiang Xing immediately cast a refining seal. The clot of divine blood immediately appeared in a container specially prepared by Xiang Xing for storing treasures of fortune. Xiao Tianyi growled in anger. Do they want to grab all the treasures of good fortune for themselves? Aren't these kids taking on too much? Dingyue was surprised. Cao was talking as if they were stealing them from him. These treasures belonged to them, so there was no need to be so indignant here. Tianyi clenched his fist and cursed. He was not going to give up the treasures of fortune to some incomprehensible kids, no matter how strong they were. He grinned maliciously. In that case, let there be no winners in this battle. A clot of some dark blood appeared in his hand. Chao Tianyi threw the blood clot into the lucky treasure, covering the item in dark blood that contained concentrated hatred. Chu Pingfan was surprised and asked what kind of thing had arrived that this old goat had decided to do with their treasure. Wang Lo frowned. It seemed that the villain cow had infected the treasure with tainted blood. Luna frowned. This is bad. The treasure will perish. Pingfan asked the alchemist what it was. It was growing. What should they do now? The young man had never heard of such blood before. Chao Tianyi chuckled. It seems that guy, the alchemist, knows about the tainted blood. He probably already understood everything. They all lost. Luna read about it. According to legends, it is an essence of blood and grievances, collected from the corpses of the most powerful people in this world who did not want to die. But the treasure would become useless. Chao Tianyi himself would not be able to use it, so he said that there would be no winners. The villain laughed. Yes, they were all right. So for now they would settle for a draw, but he would still take revenge on them for this loss of his. Luna suggested leaving. The infection was growing, but then Xian Er jumped out into the clearing and shouted that it was too early to make a decision. Ding Yue asked the girl in surprise where Xian Er came from. Almost the entire squad had already gathered in this forest clearing. She replied that she had been here from the very beginning. But it didn't matter. She knew how to cure the treasure of luck from the infection of tainted blood. Ding Yue asked. It was probably the master who gave her the idea. Everyone here says that there is no such method if the infection has already begun. Su Sener shook her head. There was no need to bother Master with such nonsense. She had come up with a way herself. The girl suggested that everyone look at the sky. Something sparkled there. A portal had opened between the mini-world and the ancient Earth. And then everyone saw something flying straight towards them. It was one of the great Master's pets, a creepy, toothy, flower-devouring creature. He instantly took root and grew to enormous size. He looked around and recognized the Master among the students present. Chao didn't know what this strange thing was, but he had never heard of anything in the world that could heal something infected with tainted blood. Seeing the tainted blood, the flower began to drool. Xian Er explained that it was a devouring flower and had a terrible appetite. The girl turned to Chao Tianyi, who was shaking with anger, and answered that he had not heard of this flower because he was ignorant. At Su Xian Er's command, the flower opened its huge, toothy mouth and bent over the greatly enlarged treasure. The flower swallowed the valuable item with gusto. Chao Tianyi's mouth dropped open in surprise. How could this be, this monster? The villain asked if this horrible toothy plant had simply gobbled up the most valuable treasure of luck in the world. How insulting that was. But as soon as all the tainted blood was absorbed by the flower, it immediately spat out the treasure of luck, cleansed of contamination. The shiny, valuable object lay on the ground again. As if there had never been any infection, all the tainted blood had disappeared. Chao Tianyi couldn't believe that this unusual plant really had such incredible cleansing powers. But this is absolutely impossible. This is tainted blood from ancient devastated lands. Nothing in the world can defeat it. Feng Shaoqing was delighted. If he got this flower, he would become completely immune to poison. He had to take it from the brats. The heir of one of the human kingdoms rushed to the flower shouting, "Come with me, flower. Obey your new master." Xuan's pet grabbed the cultivator who ran up to him with his powerful appendage. For the first time, someone was climbing into his mouth. The flower lifted Shaoqing off the ground and licked its lips. It really wanted to eat him, but it was already full, and there was no such command. The devouring flower threw the annoying cultivator away so that he would no longer bother him or his master's disciples. Chao Tianyi admitted that he and Mo Hongliu could not face them all, so the treasure went to them, and they left. The great Emperor Qinzong shouted at the scoundrel cow not to even think about running away. They were not finished fighting yet. Mo Hongliu silently sent a stream of dark energy towards the Qin Lord, capable of temporarily blinding and clouding his mind. Luo Ying closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. The demonic qi was very aggressive, as if she had suddenly inhaled poisonous, acrid smoke. Meanwhile, Cao and Mo had disappeared, and Peng Shinhai exclaimed that they needed to begin the pursuit while the villains were weakened and finish them off. But Luo Ying objected. They achieved their goals when they prevented Chao from taking the treasure. Now they were going home to rest. Ding Yue, looking after Qinzong's departing brothers and the emperor himself, said, "So they all left, but what should they do now?" Pingfan suggested that they find the remaining treasures of luck, and then they would all return to the master together, since that was what they came here for. Several days passed, and the students appeared again at the master's small estate. Zhuan was delighted. They did everything quickly. Ding Yue handed over to the master all the treasures of luck of the 5 continents that were hidden in the ancient land of the living dead. Zhuan exclaimed, "This is excellent. Now he will be able to help the northern lands. His students are great. They did not let their master down." After praising all his disciples, Chu Xuan said that they had all worked well in the ancient land of the dead and could now rest. The satisfied students bowed to the master. Without his instructions, they certainly would not have been able to cope with such a task. Chu Pingfan turned to his 13th uncle with embarrassment, not knowing how to tell him that he wanted to leave him for a while. Xuan smiled at his nephew and said that if Pingfan wanted to go to the eastern region, he was free to do so now. The young man was stunned. It turns out that his uncle knows everything. What a relief. And he was racking his brains about what to say, how to explain. Xuan said that Pingfan had no future in the Chu family, and the nephew promised his 13th uncle that he would visit him. Qinzong went to the luxurious palace. He asked the master's envoy whether he should be called elder brother. He was clearly stronger than her. Ren Chang'e shook his head, saying that he didn't deserve it, because he was only the master's named disciple. The former ruler of the Qin Empire told his interlocutor not to belittle himself because he, Qinzong, was also only a named disciple. The great emperor in Luo Ying's body asked what the name of the envoy and the named disciple of their common great sage and teacher was. The interlocutor of the young lady of the Luo family replied that his surname was Ren and his first name was Chang'e. He was already very old. He was an ancient old man. Qinzong jumped in surprise. Was this the same heavenly master Ren Chang'e? He confirmed. Yes, he was the same master. The great emperor did not understand why Chang'e was so modest. He sighed. Before meeting the master, he was proud of his talent. When Ren Chang'e was young, he went alone into the desert lands, but if he had not met the master, he would have certainly already been dead. Qinzong asked his elder brother if he had received any news from the master in recent days, but for some reason the master did not respond to the talisman. Ren Chang'e replied that the master rarely showed up. They just had to wait for his further instructions and practice diligently. Xuan was busy all this time, and an amazing golden glow of all the treasures of luck was constantly shining above his mansion. He collected all the treasures he had obtained from the land of the living dead and tried to unite all their power in one heavenly talisman of the Tao. In this complex and painstaking work, a whole month flew by unnoticed, Chu Xuan combining all the luck with the help of the Tao of connection. Completely exhausted, he opened one eye and asked in surprise if it was really already light. The whole night had flown by so quickly. Xuan stood up and looked at the result of his work. Excellent. All the treasures of luck were connected with the heavenly talisman. And then the system reported that the demon Buddha had converted more than 10 million demons to Buddhism, and Xuan had been awarded the Atlas of Myriad Races. The astonished Xuan ordered the Mirror of 10,000 Heavens to urgently connect him with his disciple and the second Buddhist, the demon Buddha. At the same time, Hong Yuanchu from the Great Tao Communication Group suddenly wanted to talk to him. He had been worried lately. Xuan asked Brother Yuanchu what was the matter. Hong asked what Brother Taoist Chu thought about the upcoming great disaster of the Tao Yuan world. Xuan had never heard of such a thing, but he told Hong Yuanchu that he would just sit back and watch it pass by. Yuanchu agreed. That's right, the great Daoyuan disaster won't affect them, so there's no need to pay too much attention to it. The demon Buddha intervened in the conversation and remarked that during this great calamity, his demonic clan would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Hong Yuanchu said that now was not the time for demons to rise. Mo Luantian asked how a human Taoist knew this. Chu Xuan was fed up with this argument and ordered the system to turn off all messages. This bazaar made it impossible to even concentrate. He cursed how annoying it was. Why were they asking him such questions? Maybe he should create an additional channel of his own. The system reminded Xuan of his reward, the Atlas of the Myriad Races, which contained records of all the races that existed in the 9 lands. A heavy, thick book fell onto the table in front of Chu. It seemed that for some reason the system really wanted Xuan to study it very carefully. Xuan took the thick book, very curious about what was written there, that the system mentioned it twice and put it on the table. Well, I need to read it. Over the past 20 years, Chu has long understood that the system does nothing for no reason. There is a meaning to everything. The treasure hunt has just ended, and there doesn't seem to be anything important happening yet, so this book will help pass the time. Chu read, 9 Tao Yuan form one great Tao. Each era of Tao exists for an indefinite amount of time. Every 9 great Tao Yuan disasters, some great Tao disaster occurs, which also marks the end of a great Tao era. Xuan wondered what would happen after the 9 great Tao eras, whether there would be a 10th or a completely new era of great chaos would begin. And does everything written in this book mean that the great Tao revives all living things after the beginning of the next new era of Tao? Suddenly it dawned on Xuan that the chaos indestructible body and the chaos spell were needed for the upcoming great calamity of the Tao. In such a case, one must work harder to become stronger and not worry about the great disaster of the Tao that will soon come. On the next page, Xuan read that the first race of this world was the celestial race, the most powerful and famous race of this world. The celestial Asa flourished during the 3rd great Tao era. They became famous for their power and were revered by all living beings. At the end of the 8th Great Tao era, the representatives of the Great Race disappeared from all 9 regions of the world and have not been seen since. Xuan thought, heavenly race. But why does the atlas of the myriad races begin from the end of the last era of the Tao and not from the very first? So, now, it turns out, the 9th Great Era of the Tao is underway. Something is suddenly somehow unsettled. Maybe it's not for nothing that Hong Yuanchu is so worried. So, this coming great calamity of the Tao will be the one that ends the 9th Great Era of the Tao, if Xuan understood everything correctly. But even though this is almost the end of the Great Era of Tao, the Great Disaster of Tao is still quite far away, and we can prepare. Chu was confident that he still had enough time to become stronger and survive this disaster together with his disciples. It is necessary to refine the crystal of the original Tao as soon as possible. After all, it is the resource of the great Tao that gives life to everything. It seems that Yuanchu knows little about the great calamity of the Tao. Hong invited 2 more Taoists from the younger generation to join the group. The race of immortals always remained exalted and powerful. All living beings revered them, but at the end of the 8th era, they disappeared. The demon race flourished in the 3rd Tao era. They went through many battles, and at the end of the 8th Tao era, pure-blooded demons disappeared from all lands. Xuan was perplexed. They all disappeared from the 9 lands at the end of the 8th Great Tao era. In the 9th era, only half-breeds remained. But they did disappear, and were not destroyed, which means that these 3 races still live somewhere, but not in the 9 regions of this world. This book turned out to be much more interesting than it seemed at first glance. The system definitely didn't throw it at me for nothing right now. The monster race was active in the 3rd Tao era. There are many monster tribes. There were also overlord tribes, dragons, phoenixes, and Kellans. All the overlord tribes disappeared from the 9 regions at the end of the 8th Great Tao era. Chu was surprised, disappeared again at the same time. Xuan leafed through the book, wondering if there were probably many more different races here, how long would he have to study them, and whether it was even necessary. And then Chu froze. He saw a very familiar name among the many races. Xuan himself was amazed why this surprised him so much. He stopped at one of the pages and ran his eyes over what we have here. In the book there is, among other things, a description of the human race. The human race appeared in the middle of the 3rd Great Era of Tao. They occupied the very bottom of the hierarchy and were oppressed by other races. Humans began their ascent at the end of the 8th era and became the main power in the 9 lands at the end of the 9th Tao era, occupying 5 regions. Xuan noted that this was where the record of the human race ended, although the other races had their downfalls described in detail. So, the future of humanity was not yet determined. However, Xuan felt that he needed to prepare for the disaster of the Tao. Let's look at what other races have to say. The Yu clan achieved power in the 5th era, using people as puppets, taking over their bodies. At the end of the 7th era, they were defeated by humans, their fate was changed, they became lost, and are now transformed into a new race of ghosts. Chu was stunned. The Atlas also had this. Even though it said that the Yu clan was in danger of extinction, it meant that they were not exterminated. It seemed like it was time to contact Yu Su, the ancestor of the Yu clan who had reached the Tao realm. In the group, as always, Mo Tu was bickering with the others. Xuan chuckled, and the group was lively. Wonderful, this filled the crystal of the original Tao with the energy of the arguing Taoists. Chu smiled. It's time to get a twink and ask about the great disaster. If Xuan himself asks questions, it will damage the reputation. The group leader interrupted Mo Tu's squabble with Hong Yuanchu and introduced everyone to a new Taoist friend named Shuai Potian. Yingkun perked up. He was still a newbie. Maybe he was completely green, so he could get out of the last place in the group. Hutai lazily turned to the message. An interesting name, Shuai Potian. I wonder how cute he is. Is he really cuter than a tiger cub? Demon ancestor Mo Tu decided that this newcomer was obviously not so simple. Since Chu Xuan himself was introducing him, he should take a closer look at him. Chu introduced himself as a newcomer, saying that he was 3,000 years old and at the 6th level of the Tao realm, which was mediocre for the family. Demon Mo Tu was shocked. He was only 3,000 years old and already in the Tao realm, and for his family this was mediocre. What kind of family was this? The group perked up. No one believed that one could reach the realm of Tao at such a young age. Yuanchu suggested not to talk nonsense. Xuan laughed to himself. All the cultivators were completely shocked. Well, great. At least they were definitely interested in the new character. But there is no other way. If Xuan cannot deceive them, then how else will he be able to know everything about the upcoming great disaster of the Tao? As far as Chu remembered, the races of celestials, demons, and immortals had disappeared from the 9 lands, but they were not destroyed. Xuan clapped his hands silently with satisfaction. He was using the new character to fool everyone and find out everything. Hong asked the newcomer to tell the truth. He replied, "It is true, there are many in the kingdom of Tao. Haven't they seen Taoists of this age?" Piao Ruyun was dumbfounded. How did this strange newcomer know that there were Tao realm cultivators in the Heavenly Tao communication group? They didn't say that anyone here had achieved something like this, and the cultivation level of their power is not displayed in the group, so how did he know? Motu guessed that Shuai had used a secret technique, but he had never heard of a technique that could recognize a Taoist. Tiger Cub Hutai thought, so it turns out that this young newcomer is telling the truth, but then he is incredibly talented. Hong Yuanchu frowned. It was amazing how quickly some people had grown in cultivation. It was alarming at times. Ying Kun's jaw dropped. It can't be. He really is 3,000 years old. Then he should call him Elder Shuai. The newbie added that it is normal to achieve the Tao at such an age. My father achieved the realm of the Tao when he was only 1,000. Chu Shen laughed softly. I need to tell you one more thing. Then everyone will be completely discouraged. How funny this is. The demon's face lengthened. It seemed like this little brat was teasing them. How could one say after that at what age you were able to break into the realm of Tao? Hong had ignored the newcomer's mention of the family before, but if they were so terrible, why hadn't Yuan Chu heard of them before? Jade Dragon Longjun thoughtfully said, could it be that this guy is the messenger of the Tao itself and the hope of all people? Hong Yuanchu told his young friend Shuai that such a strong family could not be found in all the 9 regions, and it was very bad to lie. The rest of the group supported Yuanchu, suggesting that the newcomer stop fooling them and finally tell the truth about himself. Zhan, disguised as Shuai, answered the group that he never said that he was from the 9 lands, so why did they all assume that he was from there? Hong Yuanchu was stunned by surprise, so who was this? Could it really be that among them was someone from the once extinct races? Motu asked what Shuai said. He is not from the 9 regions, but then where is he from? Because their entire world is located there. Tiger Cub Hutai gasped, wondering if the great leader of the group could have found someone not from their world, but he had to be careful. Yingkun was horrified. It was all over. This newcomer was called Cutie. He was absolutely incredible, and he, Yingkun, would be left behind again. Finally, Yuanchu came to his senses and carefully asked if there really was another world besides the 9 lands. No one here knew about it. Zhuan, on behalf of the newcomer, asked in surprise, didn't they know about this, and that there were other worlds inhabited by powerful beings? All the members of the group fell silent in confusion. None of them knew about this. The ancestor of the demons was very interested in whether there were strong demons there. Ying Kun and Hong Yuanchu didn't dare ask whether there were people in those worlds, and what race the newcomer Shuai Potian belonged to. And then the mysterious Shuai said, that's right, they weren't supposed to know this. He asked the Taoists to tell him what the 9 lands were like. If it weren't for the old man who forbade Shuai from leaving until he broke into the Tao realm, he would have come to play in the 9 lands long ago. Ying Kun was in a panic. How terrible. Not only the newcomer himself was incredible, but his entire family was incredible. Was this really possible? To be completely sure, Ying Kun asked Shuai if his entire family had really reached the Tao realm. That was simply incredible power. Shuai confirmed that everyone except him had already advanced further, and he was the youngest, and his abilities were very average. Hong muttered in confusion, so other worlds really do exist. It's incredible, but why haven't they encountered them? Lun said that a long time ago he met a man with incredible skills. He said that he came and did not belong to the 9 regions. Mo replied that if Longjun himself said so, then it was all true. And this newcomer, Shuai Potian's family, was simply incredibly strong. Chu thought about it. It seemed his guess was correct. Although some races disappeared from the 9 lands, they simply ended up in another world. But then the question arises as to why these powerful races do not come here, even though they have flourished in this world for several eras of Tao. Hong Yuanchu asked his young friend Shuai why he couldn't enter the 9 lands. His strength was so great, nothing threatened him. Xuan replied that he himself did not know. The elders forbade it. Everything he knew about the 9 lands he learned from family records. Xuan was laughing to himself. He deserved an A for his skillful lie, but the newcomer really caught everyone's attention. Yuanchu remarked that this was rather strange. Hong was curious if Shuai knew the route from the 9 lands to his homeworld. The newcomer replied that he didn't know, but could ask the elders. Hong Yuanchu asked his friend to find out about it. It was very interesting. Shu, on behalf of Shuai, asked where they, the Taoists, cultivated in the 9 lands. He almost forgot why he started all this, to ask questions. Hong said that they are usually found in the center of the desert lands, and high-level beings like Long cultivate in the Tao. Xuan asked what these primeval ancient desert lands were, and how they differed from other regions of this world. Hong explained that this place was surrounded by a mysterious barrier. Only Taoists were allowed to pass through it. Others could not. The Great Tao itself attracts strong Taoists. Many secrets of the earth and heaven are hidden in this land, and no one fully understands them. Here one can perfect the body and soul, and here one can find more rare and powerful treasures than in other parts of the world. Shu asked if it was possible to leave and enter these lands freely. Hong confirmed, but it was not so simple. It was harmful for the Taoists. After leaving this earth, the Taoists will become polluted with muddy energy and the great Tao will repel them until they purify their energy. In the worst case, they will never again be able to enter the primeval ancient desert lands and comprehend their power and wisdom. That is why there are no Tao realm masters in the 9 lands. The great Tao attracts them and does not allow them to leave, and they cannot cause harm. In this way, balance is maintained, and the reason why Chu Xuan is not affected by the great Tao is most likely due to the system. This means that Xuan can cultivate peacefully in his manner without worrying about anything and follow his great plan. Chu laughed heartily at how interesting and fun this world is, and what a wonderful and wise system of cultivation it is. Hong Wanchu added that there is a period when Tao masters can enter other lands without being contaminated by spiritual energy. Xuan, on behalf of Shuai, asked in surprise, "Oh, and what kind of period is this, and why is the energy becoming cleaner in other regions?" Hong said that it comes during the Great Daoyuan disaster. When it begins, the Great Tao pours out throughout the 9 lands. Those chosen by fate will rise up, break through the shackles. The Tao will be kind to them. They can become the strongest of the strongest. In the final stages of the great disaster, rays of fate and perfect treasures will appear, luring Taoists straight into the disaster. Xuan understood. So this is what the great calamity of Dao Yuan is. It is not dangerous at all compared to the great calamity of Dao. The great Tao controls the behavior of people. When it fills the lands, it tries to achieve balance, elevating some and killing others. But for Xuan, this is not important. The most important thing is the great disaster of the Tao. Unfortunately, Hong's cultivation is too low for him to know this. Chu decided that he needed to open a private chat and ask Master Lun about everything, although he didn't have much hope for the dragon. Jade Dragon received a talisman message that Chu Xuan was inviting him to a private chat. Long Jun was very surprised. What a convenient treasure Brother Chu has. It turns out they can even communicate privately with it. It's simply incredible. Jade Dragon asked Brother Chu what happened. He invited such an interesting newcomer today. All the Taoists of the group are shocked. Xuan asked Brother Long if he knew anything about the great calamity of the Tao that ends every great era of the Tao world. Long Jun was stunned. What kind of great disaster of the Tao is this? Does such a thing really exist? But when will it happen? And what is it like? Is it dangerous? The Jade Dragon honestly admitted that he was hearing about something like this for the first time and asked Chu to tell him what it was and when it would happen. As Xuan expected, Long knows nothing. He was born in the 9th era and has not heard of the great calamity of the Tao. It is a pity that this is so. Chu told Long that he himself did not know for sure, but he would appear after this great Dao Yuan disaster. Long was amazed, even Chu did not know. The Jade Dragon was saddened. It turns out that the great calamity of the Tao will affect him too. I would like to know what it is. Chu asked Lun to pay more attention to the changes in the Tao. Some anomalies must occur before the disaster begins. A delighted Long thanked Chu for the information and promised to let him know if he noticed anything strange or unusual in the Tao. At this point, Xuan said goodbye to the Jade Dragon, promising to tell him the news if he learned more about the great calamity of the Tao. Su Xian informed the master that it was time for dinner. Xuan asked to leave the food outside the door. He would eat a little later. The Daoyuan disaster will affect Xuan's disciples. If they can obtain the treasure, they will overcome the heavenly realm in 100 years. Xuan decided that for the sake of the disciples, he should use the heavenly mirror to determine exactly where the Daoyuan disaster would appear. He launched an advanced search mirror to determine what and where his talented students could find. Xu saw in the mirror a giant bloody lake among the dense forest thickets, its crimson waters inspiring real horror. Soon realized that this was a lake made of the blood of countless fallen cultivators, but it was not the same lake he had seen before in the portal. Compared to this lake, the lakes from the ancient land of the living dead are not even worth mentioning. They are much smaller. And this crimson reservoir didn't even look like a lake, more like a sea. Suddenly Chu saw that something was happening in the center of the bloody reservoir. Xuan frowned. It was hard to even imagine what kind of battle had taken place there that left behind such a lake of blood from the dead. Looking in the mirror again, Chu saw strange people emerging from the crimson waters. He didn't immediately understand what it was, some kind of devilry. It turned out that these were the creatures born from the hatred and regrets of the 9 Dao Yuans that emerged from the Blood Sea in the 9th Tribulation. They were reborn on the battlefield where they died. Their bloodlust is eternal. They are the bearers of disaster, a clan of bloodthirsty fiends. Xuan thought about it. He, of course, expected something like this, but these bloody monsters look too terrible. He should think about it. Looking into the empty eyes of the dead monsters, he said, "It seems that this time it will be a little more difficult than in the land of the dead." A clan of blood fiends, a race that never died as long as there was blood around, they were usually found on ancient battlefields of blood. But these battlefields stretch across all 9 lands, meaning that during a disaster, there will be no safe place. Xu Xuan sighed. It seemed that even the peaceful days of this small courtyard would come to an end. He really didn't want that to happen. The Great Daoyuan calamity will officially begin within the next 10 years, and we must prepare for it during this period. But 10 years is too little. Xuan understood that he would not be able to break through the realm of Dao in 10 years. It was unrealistic. However, this time will be enough to fulfill the plan of the heavenly Dao, replace the laws of earth and heaven, and secure your southern region. It is necessary to increase the level of cultivation, although it is not possible to break through to the next realm, but the strength is needed to crush the disaster itself. But first, I need to talk to Ren Changhe and Qin Zong. The heavenly Dao Plane talisman still needs the power and influence of the Luo family. The said disciples arrived at Xuan's estate and greeted the master. He stopped them. Enough. No need to be so polite. Xu Xuan said that he had important tasks for them, and their future would largely depend on how they worked. The students immediately confirmed that they were ready to carry out any order from their master, sparing no time or effort to do so. He explained that the 9 lands would soon be hit by the Dao Yuan disaster, and they needed to accelerate their growth in order to fight for the treasure during the disaster. Those who possess the treasure will be able to quickly raise their level, and reaching the heavenly realm within 100 years will not be a problem. Chang'e's soul is compatible with the yin-yang Dao. He can achieve a lot in times of adversity, and with treasure, he can even break through to the realm of the Dao. The dumbfounded Ren Chenghe asked the teacher how he could obtain this great valuable treasure of the great calamity, the Dao Yuan. Chu said, "Kill the enemies and the bearers of disaster, the Blood Fiend clan, defeat the Chosen Ones. When the time comes, you will understand everything." Chang'e can team up with other Divine Realm Masters to prepare for the fight against the Blood Fiends. Particular attention should be paid to the barren ancient lands, and now Chang'e can be free. There is another task for Qin Zong. Qin Zong has incarnated as Luo Ying. She must return to the eastern region and take control of it, with the help of her senior martial sister. Just at this moment, Ji Heiyue came in and greeted the master. Xuan said that she was just in time. There was a task for her. Luo Ying greeted her elder sister, and the head of the Black Moon House smiled and told her younger sister that there was no need for ceremony. Suen told them to leave a drop of blood each, so he could create a drop of rebirth. If something happened, they could be resurrected. Luo Ying asked how strong Master really was. Even if he could resurrect them, it meant they could do anything. Xu Xuan ordered the disciples not to become arrogant or let down their guard just because they had another life to live. The girls bowed and replied that the master was right. They would remember this and try to strictly follow all his wise instructions. The Black Moon should pay more attention to unusual phenomena in all 9 lands and report everything immediately. Ji Heiyue also needs to hurry to prepare the Great Dao Plan talisman for the upcoming Great Dao Yuan disaster. Chu explained that this disaster marks the end of an era. Some races will rise or perish, but many treasures of fate will also appear. If Luna can get one, it will transform her body and take her to the top, the girl asked. What does the death of the race mean? Zhuan smiled. No need to panic. Their master has his own plans. You just need to fight for the treasures of fate and not worry. The girls bowed and promised the master that they would obtain the treasures of fate and would certainly live up to the teacher's expectations. The master told his disciples that he had prepared Dao artifacts for them to help them accelerate the cultivation of their power. Luna's mouth opened in surprise at the value of these artifacts, kindly given to them by the great master. Luo Ying asked, "These artifacts must be even more advanced than the divine one. What a great favor for them." The girls thanked the master for the gifts and set off for the eastern region, which had been ruled by the Luo family since ancient times. Zhuan also has the huge Demonland Buddha clan and the growing new Ghost clan as trump cards. The Buddha clan's abilities can restrain the blood fiends, purifying their souls and bloodlines so that they cannot rise again. And the Ghost clan can support the forces of Zhuan and the disciples by turning fallen cultivators into new clan ghosts. It seems that the 2 races that Chu Xuan accidentally created will be able to demonstrate their strength during this disaster. Suen wondered if it was possible that all of this was manipulation by the system, but for now it was worth putting this question aside. It couldn't be influenced. For now, I need to sleep and recharge, and in the morning I need to meet with the Ghost clan and give them the appropriate task. The next morning, Chu Xuan summoned the Ghost King, who instantly appeared in the courtyard of the manor at the call of the great ancestor. Chu asked the Ghost King if he had any contact with the Spirit clan, and he bowed and replied that he would figure out how to contact them. Suen ordered to do it quickly. The Daoyuan disaster is approaching, and this will be the perfect time to elevate their clan. They will make the Spirit clan disappear, and the ghosts will receive their luck. Becoming stronger, the king admired, they follow the faithful man. The head of the Ghost clan bowed respectfully to his ancestor and assured him that he would do everything he could to fulfill the order. Xuan released the king, who after bowing many times, flew away, anticipating the rise of his almost extinct family. Now we need to deal with the Buddhists. It's time for the first and second Buddhas to meet and work together. After all, they were both demons. Shu told Namo Buddha that he had given him the last doctrines, now he needed to go to the lands of demons to the demon Buddha. Together they will have to convert all the demons to Buddhism. The first Buddha obediently answered the master, "Yes, my Buddha, I will do everything." Namo Buddha has already achieved enlightenment. I wonder what kind of conflicts will flare up between him and the demonic Buddha. That will be funny. Chu Xuan appeared in the portal and told the 13th uncle that he wanted to go on a journey to test himself together with Yusu. Xuan smiled happily. It seems that our little Pingfan has grown up and can now go on trips on his own. This makes me very happy. Yusu asked Grandfather Ancestor if she could also go on a journey with Pingfan. She would always protect him. Chu laughed. Oh yes, they are two little devils, inseparable until the very end, but when they met, they growled at each other. Yusu lowered her head and replied shyly that she was just worried that Pingfan would be bullied and that she wanted to protect him. Xuan patted his nephew on the shoulder good-naturedly and agreed, telling them both to have a good time there, but to be careful. He reminded him that Pifan's Dao could give him a lot in the imminent disaster of the Dao Yuan, so he could just go with the flow. The head of the Black Moon House ordered Shaoli to summon the 10 strongest lords and send them to the border of the eastern lands. The subordinate bowed respectfully and replied that he understood everything and would immediately send secret messages to the powerful lords. Luna also ordered that 2 more lords of the Heavenly Kingdom be selected and sent to keep an eye on the eastern border, just in case. The subordinate hesitantly tried to object. Luna barked, "No buts, we need to focus on supporting the Qin and Luo families." In addition, they need to establish a branch of the Black Moon House in the eastern lands and actively develop it in this new region. The sect elder bowed deeply to the mistress and said that everything would be done as Lady Ji ordered. Xuan was very pleased. The Black Moon Masters were located on the border of the eastern territories and were just waiting for Luo Ying's order. The House of the Black Moon is truly fast and decisive, so there's no need to worry about the eastern lands for now. The students will take care of everything. While sipping his tea, Chu thought that if only he could leave the house, he could surely be considered invulnerable in this world. And then he heard a message from the main talisman of the Heavenly Tao that the implementation of his grandiose plan was going very successfully. The laws of heaven and earth in the northern territories would soon be replaced by his Heavenly Tao plan, the 5 fortune treasures accelerating the process. It seems that this will happen within the next year. I wonder what the system reward will be this time, what it will tell me. The great Emperor Qinzong informed his comrades that he was leaving for the eastern region, where Luo Ying, in whose body his soul was located, was from. All his companions, brothers and sisters gathered near the imperial palace and looked sadly at their master. The embarrassed Qinzong urged them not to behave like that. After all, he was not going to the eastern region just for a stroll. In their previous life, they followed the emperor through fire and water. They did not retreat even when they were threatened with death. In this life, they stood together again to fight Cao Tianyi. And he, Qinzong, would not forget the friendship that had lasted through 2 lives. And even though he, Qinzong, now needs to go to the eastern lands, this does not mean that he will not return, so why are they all crying? The assembled friends were silent. They could not understand why and how the ruler was going to the east and leaving them here alone. The great emperor approached Bai Shaokun and asked what had happened. Why were they all silent? Let them tell him at least something. Huaganzi sobbed and said through her tears that they just didn't want their brother Qin to leave, and the others looked down sadly. Yulao asked his brother why he was in such a hurry to go to the eastern lands. They had finally all gathered together and could try to find Chao. Everyone began to talk in unison about how they no longer wanted to part with their elder brother and begged him not to leave their native Qin Empire. Qinzong explained to them that the 9 lands were on the verge of the great Dao Yuan disaster, and they all had to prepare for the disaster. The brothers' eyes widened in surprise. No one could have imagined that their world was already on the brink of a great catastrophe. Everyone became wary, which meant that their ruler was preparing to overcome the disaster, and they should support him in this. Soon this Daywan will end and a disaster will come. Everyone must be prepared for it if people want to continue to rule the world. The return of Emperor Qinzong in the body of Luo Ying to the eastern lands is necessary precisely to prepare for this great disaster. Zun admitted that his master had not allowed him to tell this, but since they were all brothers, he had to explain to them what the stakes were. If they are not prepared for this catastrophe, not only they, but the entire human race will be wiped off the face of the 9 lands of this world. Bai Shaokun frowned. He had heard something similar from the elders in the sect, but he thought that all of these were fairy tales, legends of bygone centuries. Xin Yuanfeng was puzzled as to why the overlord didn't want to take them with him to the eastern region, since together they were definitely stronger. Peng Xinhai waited for his elder brother to instruct them on what they should do while he was busy with affairs in the east. Peng Qiguang thought that it would be better for the entire sect to prepare for such a large-scale disaster, so they would have a better chance of winning. Huaganzi was ready to follow her heroic older brother to the ends of the earth and survive any catastrophe. Yulao was stunned. How could the master of the great emperor know about the impending disaster? What kind of strength this man had? Empress Qin Keiyun sighed. The little fox would once again be left without her great emperor. Now she too was sitting on the throne. Qinzong said that they must choose between being together for the short time they had left or enjoying the future together. The brothers replied that they would return to the sects and cultivate, and when disaster came, they would not disappoint their brother. The great emperor was pleased. These were his brothers. He promised that he would return again when the great disaster came. The ruler was confident that their battle with the villain Cao Tianyi would certainly be over then, but everyone needed to gather more strength. Xiao Kan answered for everyone. The elder brother can rest easy. Now they know why he is leaving and what they all need to do for now. Zun told Keiyun that he was leaving Qin to her. With the unification of the southern region with the support of the brothers, she would have nothing to worry about. Qin Keiyun, formerly the emperor's favorite fox, assured the master that everything would be fine and there was no need to worry. As he left, the great Emperor Qin suggested that the brothers and sisters say goodbye to each other today and meet again one day. Everyone wished their elder brother and each other good luck and went off to their own sects and clans to begin preparations. All forces in Nanzhou somehow learned of the impending disaster and began working in hopes of overcoming the challenge. Only a few people did not prepare for the coming great disaster of the Daoyuan, ignoring the coming danger. Xuan discovered the first blood sea among impassable mountains in a completely deserted area. Even the forest there had dried up. Now the crimson bloody pond was calm. The bloody fiends were not visible. It seemed that they had not yet awakened here. One of Zhuan's flower-eating pets drank the blood lake and all its contents with great pleasure. The flower was happy. He was full. He liked this kind of food, and he was ready to swallow at least 100 of these delicious bloody lakes. Having absorbed the blood lake, the flower reached the divine realm, and along with the lake, the flower also absorbed the members of the Blood Fiend clan. However, there are still battlefields in Nanzhou, and therefore other blood lakes, so the threat of the Blood Fiend clan remains. The Atlas of Myriad Races lists a clan of blood fiends, meaning they have appeared in the past, but nothing has been heard of them yet. They must be gathering strength to attack, in which case there is still time to prepare, and we must use it very wisely. The heavenly Tao talisman, having absorbed the treasures, will completely replace the laws of earth and heaven in the southern region in a maximum of 3 days. Chu Xuan really hoped that it wouldn't be too late, because he didn't know how much strength the evil Blood Fiend clan had already accumulated. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting near the gate of his estate, loudly asking if Chu Xuan was home now and if he could come in. The owner of the estate was perplexed as to who had come to visit him at such a time. It seemed he had not invited anyone to visit and was not expecting anyone. He loudly asked who was making the noise outside and what the uninvited guests wanted in his modest estate of an old hermit. The great Empress Qin replied to Chu Xuan that it was she, Qin Keiyun, who had come specially to visit the great master. Xuan was puzzled. Qin Keiyun, what did she want here? She must have come to ask for help. Everyone already knows about the disaster. He shouted to Keiyun to come into the courtyard. He, as always, was basking in the sun in the courtyard of the estate and drinking tea. Chu asked what the wind was that brought Empress Qin to such a humble abode, but don't beat around the bush, he doesn't have much time. Keiyun said that she missed Chu Xuan day and night. If it weren't for trivial matters, she would happily always be by his side. Chu Xuan chuckled. Oh, trivial matters. So it was precisely because of these trivial matters that Qin Keiyun came to this manor today. The Empress laughed. It's true that nothing can be hidden from the great master. Yes, he's right. She really needs his help and support. She buried her face in his shoulder and sobbed. Even though she was in the emperor's realm, she was still weak, and Emperor Qinzong was gone. Now the Qin state is facing internal and external troubles, and she is too weak. What should she do next? Zhuan grumbled. Okay, enough sniffling. He already understood everything. She lacked strength. This time he would definitely help her. He called her over and placed his palm on her head. Keiyun froze. She was drawn to Xuan, but at the same time she was terribly afraid of him. Chu closed his eyes and concentrated. He passed on to the great empress some of the techniques of the emperor's realm that he considered necessary. A glow erupted over the small, humble manor, caused by the enormous release of energy that Xuan was transmitting to his guest. Pressed down by the energy, Keiyun fell to her knees. Xuan casually told her to get up. It was already over. He gave her strength. Stunned by such power, Keiyun thanked the master. She still did not understand how much stronger she had become. And then Xuan remembered, by the way, she needed to do something for him, since she herself came to his estate. A favor for a favor. An ancient battlefield is about to reappear in Nanzhou, and Grand Empress Qin Keiyun needs to prepare candidates to participate. Keiyun wondered if there were other ancient battlefields in Nanzhou, besides the recently discovered ancient land of the living dead. Xuan confirmed that when the time comes, he will send someone to her to deliver you the entry token, but she must prepare. Empress Qin's eyes sparkled. Wow, now the Qin state is truly in for a real rise in prosperity. What a great success. She fell to her knees and respectfully thanked the great and wise master. Of course, she would do everything. She would prepare the best fighters. A pleased Juan told her to return to the palace, prepare the strongest soldiers and wait for news from him. They will appear soon. The great Empress of Qin bowed and replied that she was ready to carry out the orders of the wise and powerful master, and was leaving. Shu sighed with relief. She was finally gone. He should also hurry. The bloody clan could become active very soon. He summoned the heavenly Tao talisman, and it was time to complete the transformation of the laws of heaven and earth in Nanzhou according to his plan. Xuan gathered all his strength and directed it towards the talisman. Now he must complete the grand plan of the heavenly Tao in the southern region. Night fell. The moon shone in the sky and the stars came out, but Xuan still continued to work on replacing the laws through the talisman. 3 days of Chu's persistent, continuous work with the heavenly Tao talisman had passed, and the laws in Nanzhou had still not been changed. Xuan's clothes were in tatters, and his body was covered in bruises. He was incredibly tense, but he stubbornly moved towards his goal. And suddenly he felt that everything was as it should be. The flows of qi were ordered and reached the necessary concentration and direction. Xuan smiled. This moment had finally arrived. The plan of the heavenly Tao had been realized in one of the 9 regions of this world. Now he has become the true master of the laws of the southern region, thanks to the talisman of the heavenly Tao, which has replaced the previous laws. A stream of enormous energy rushed into the sky from Chu Xuan's estate. Everything around began to spin. The wind rose, and the sky was covered with clouds. Everything around darkened, and a thunderstorm of incredible force erupted over Nanzhou, with lightning bolts illuminating the entire southern region. On the first day, a torrential rain began to fall from low-hanging clouds and did not stop for a minute, driving people into their homes. On the third day, all the reservoirs were filled with rain and a squally wind raised waves of unprecedented height and crashed them onto the banks. On the 5th day, the frightened inhabitants of the southern lands felt underground points, the earth cracked, and an earthquake occurred. On the 7th day, the forests caught fire, and although the sky was still overcast, there was no rain, and the fire spread quickly. And only a week later the sky over the region cleared and the sun came out. Nature finally calmed down, and everything returned to normal. The residents of Nanzhou breathed a sigh of relief as the sun finally rose and life began to improve and return to normal. Xuan exhaled. He was finally finished. Now everything was ready. It took him a whole week and a lot of effort to completely transform the region. Due to changes in laws, the southern region experienced a week of unusual weather. Fortunately, it did not harm anyone. From now on, all the destinies of Nanzhou are under Chu Xuan's complete control. I wonder how Qin Keiyun's preparations are progressing. And the great Empress Qin Keiyun did not waste any time. She selected the strongest people she could find in the empire. The overlord turned to her knights and told them that they had all been personally chosen by her as the strongest cultivators. The upcoming mission will be decisive for the fate of Qin for the next several decades, if not hundreds of years. After the competition for the 5 treasures of fortune ended, the eerie ancient land of the living dead became rather deserted. But in one of the small mountain caves a man was hiding. He looked around and, making sure that no one was around, went outside. Xu Xuan was very surprised that there was still someone left here, even after the battle for the fortune treasures had already ended. It looks like it's someone from the evil palace. Did they stay here to help the evil lord? It looks like they have their own plans. Judging from the aura, the cultivation is probably around the 2nd stage of the divine realm, which is no longer a low level. Xu Xuan chuckled. Since he came here, perhaps this evil cultivator should use them as nourishment for the heavenly Tao. Once he becomes food for the heavenly Tao, it will slowly suck the life force of that person's body and soul dry. Evil cultivators deserve it, however. How could this person not harm Xuan at all, and attacking without reason somehow? The system congratulated Xuan. Without leaving home, he became the ruler of Nanzhou, and as a reward he was given an improvement in cultivation. Xuan laughed. How long he had waited for this, but better late than never. Finally he could rise to another level. Xuan's aura flared up. He felt that he was ascending to the 3rd stage of the Tao realm. Perhaps he would be able to pass this realm too. The great Qin Empire was actively searching for strong cultivators to prepare for the approaching Great Daoyuan calamity. The young man cursed. Another failure, although in the last few days he had made a breakthrough and risen to the realm of the emperor. But he still couldn't improve his cultivation any further. It seemed like he needed the help of an influential family, and he was just a commoner. Suddenly the guy's attention was drawn to a strange sound, as if someone was calling him. He looked around questioningly. Maybe it seemed so. And then a large piece of paper stuck right to his face, as if fate itself was suggesting to him the direction of solving his problem. He read that Empress Qin personally recruits troops regardless of origin and social status. Only ability is important. The boy exclaimed that this was his chance. He jumped up and immediately went to the state of Qin to enlist in the army. Soon the young man arrived at the royal palace of the great Empress Qin Keyun and passed the selection. He was very pleased. The Empress addressed her soldiers. Today is the day of their departure. She is grateful to everyone for their hard work and preparation. She exclaimed, "This expedition of the Qin state belongs to all of them. She wishes each of them victory in this secret expedition." Keyun didn't expect that the southern region could produce so many high-level cultivators and powerful warriors. It was amazing. Has cultivation really become easier? Something has definitely changed in Nanzhou, and these changes are continuing. The young man laughed contentedly. He was so lucky. He had barely arrived and already found himself in such a major operation. It seemed like he was just lucky. Empress Qin Keyun couldn't understand what was happening in the region, and it didn't really matter. It was good for her anyway. The head of the House of the Black Moon was informed of the latest news and analytical conclusions about the situation in different regions of the world. Recently, there have been reports that Nanzhou cultivators are experiencing rapid growth in their cultivation levels. Luna said it's normal. Nanzhou's laws were incomplete before, but now the laws have returned and cultivation has become easier. The speaker was surprised why the master was so indifferent. Wouldn't the increase in powerful people be a threat to the sect? Jiheyue objected. The House of the Black Moon does not rely solely on strength to establish itself in this world. We should not forget about that. The advisor insisted that they still had to do something. Luna agreed. He was absolutely right, and she came up with an idea. Under such favorable circumstances, it is necessary to publish books. It is necessary to print some secret manuals of their sect. A week later, cultivators lined up in every branch of the Black Moon, and books were literally flying off the shelves. Everywhere I heard, "I'll take Eastern Geometry, 30 Days of Qi Cultivation, and Secrets of the Black Moon from you. Thank you." The advisor couldn't believe his eyes. The entrance was teeming with people. It had become so lively, and there was no end in sight to those wanting to buy. How much money was that? He exclaimed. The Grandmaster is simply a genius. She is amazing at running business. Their sect is probably the richest in the Nine Lands. Heiyue said that their goal in the Black Moon House is to make money, which means seizing good opportunities rather than fighting. The sect elder bowed to Luna and said that he was very impressed. He had learned a lot from her and would follow her wise advice. But the elder was worried that these books were written by incompetent scientists, and what if buyers realized that these techniques did not work? Luna hoped that these people would have enough patience to at least finish reading the books, just as those who immediately lose interest can achieve success. The wounded Zizi cursed. His opponent did not lag behind him even a step. He practically became his shadow, a murderous shadow. The former king's killer received another blow and coughed up blood. He had already been wounded several times. Xiaowang was literally tormenting him. Zizi cursed and asked the exiled Prince of Evil if he hadn't finished yet. How long could they persecute him? Maybe that was enough. Xiaowang reminded his enemy that he had warned him that he would not let him go, or he thought it was a joke. The prince had not forgotten anything. Zizi asked the prince why he came here. He didn't even care about the fight for the treasures of fortune, so what did he need? Xiaowang chuckled. He could deal with Shizi without any treasures. What good were these treasures of luck for? What good were they? Shizi realized that this place was not suitable for a long delay. He had to leave. Those who were supposed to meet him were probably still nearby. The new ruler of the evil palace seized the moment, took off, and ran away, trying to escape from the crazy but strong prince. Xiaowang chuckled. How stubborn. And most importantly, there was no remorse for what he had done. Well, it was necessary to inflict additional wounds. The prince released his favorite needles with bloody threads after the fugitive, capable of catching up with and striking any enemy. Numerous sharp and fast needles rushed towards the fleeing Ziezi. They flew so fast that they were barely noticeable. And so they dug into the legs of the evil lord of Nanzhou. Ziezi cried out in pain. Streams of blood gushed from the wounds on his legs. Xiaowang laughed and headed towards the fugitive caught by his needles. Now the prince wanted to take revenge for all his suffering. Shizi groaned. His legs were incredibly painful. They were all stuck with needles, like instruments of torture, and did not allow him to move. The exiled prince asked his captive if he really thought he could escape from him. He had been preparing for revenge for too long. The Lord of Evil laughed and said that the prince had better first take a good look around and figure out where they were now. Xiaowang knew that this was the outskirts of the ancient land of the living dead and that the worthless Zizi really did still have any trump cards left. The evil lord shouted at the top of his lungs at his accomplice to immediately kill the little exiled evil king who had attacked him. The prince saw a powerful cultivator approaching him. He didn't expect that idiot Zizi to have an ambush here. The cultivator from the royal Feng family received a crushing blow and, gritting his teeth, flew far away. His opponent laughed and asked, "Well, Brother Feng, are you now convinced that you are ready to admit your defeat in this fight?" Feng didn't understand how this was possible. Just a month ago, his cultivation was 2 levels higher. Could the bastard really be cheating? The guy smiled and asked Brother Feng not to be angry. He just went to Nanzhou and trained hard there, that's all. Feng didn't understand what was so special about Nanju. This place had always been considered the most dangerous for cultivating power. Brother Feng just doesn't know. After the treasure battle, the laws of Nanju have been restored, and the cultivators there are advancing faster. It's incredible. The cultivation speed in Nanju is now about 3 times faster than in other regions. The QE there is incredible. Xuan didn't know what to do. The cultivation speed increased, but it was still too slow. Is there another way to speed it up? How about feeding the Tao to that evil divine realm cultivator from the evil palace? He has a lot of strength and energy. Xuan convinced himself that the people from the evil palace did not deserve sympathy. His hands were stained with blood. There was no need to show mercy. But actually, if he didn't do anything bad to him, Xuan, why would he harm him? Maybe he's not that bad. It all makes me so angry. The inner doubts are simply tearing me apart. Truly, the hardest thing is to come to an agreement with yourself. And then Xuan's gaze fell on a familiar face. What luck. Now everything falls into place and looks quite logical. There is also the little evil king Xiaowang, and he is attacked by this evil cultivator, who is much stronger than the young prince. Xiaowang has become famous in the secret kingdom that Xuan created. He can already be considered one of our own. Now there is definitely a reason. Chu Xuan snapped his fingers, ordering the evil cultivator to be shackled and turned into fodder for the great Tao. At that very moment, in the forest on the outskirts of the ancient land of the living dead, extremely strong magical chains began to jingle. These unbreakable shackles wrapped around the body of the evil divine realm cultivator who had attacked the little evil king. The cultivator's hands were also wrapped in chains. Now he couldn't even move. An unknown powerful force had bound him. Xiao Wang recoiled in fear, not understanding what was happening. He was afraid that these chains would capture him along with this cultivator. Seeing that his opponent was bound hand and foot, the prince was stunned. Who could have done this? Because there was no one like that here. And suddenly Xiao Wang laughed. Could this really be divine punishment? Heavenly retribution had finally caught up with his enemy, Xiezi's accomplice. But the cultivator exclaimed, "Nonsense! I have already reached the divine realm. How could this heavenly punishment befall me?" Shi Wang realized that it seemed he had spent too much time in the ancient lands, and in the meantime, the laws of Nanju had changed. Suddenly, just a second ago, the clear sky was cut by bright flashes of lightning. Thunder rumbled. Something clearly unusual was happening. Caesar asked in fear what was going on. Where did this lightning come from? Such a commotion, not a cloud in the sky, and suddenly a thunderstorm broke out. But in reality, the evil ruler had no time for this storm now. First he needed to take care of himself and run away as quickly as possible. The other evil cultivators cursed loudly. No one could understand what was going on here, what kind of bright lightning was flashing. The cultivators entered the clearing and saw the divine realm master bound in chains, dying before their eyes. What power! It is capable of burning even a divine realm cultivator, and it is completely impossible to defend against. Those present were shocked by what kind of power. In the blink of an eye, a strong man turned to ashes and was not even able to do anything. Good. After the heavenly Tao absorbed the divine realm cultivator's power, the cultivation speed in the region increased. Suddenly Xuan heard that someone else had joined his heavenly Tao communication group chat. I wonder who it was. It turned out that the newcomer, Soaring Dragon Teng Jiao from the Dragon Clan monster race, was in the realm of the Open Tao Path. Xuan was surprised. The Dragon Clan Taoist in the realm of the Open Tao Path. Quite unexpectedly, the group is becoming more and more interesting. It seems there are still many things worth exploring in this world, and representatives of the ruling tribes can still be found. A year later, a fierce battle was raging in the secret kingdom of the southern region, and finally it was over. Qin Keiyun's squad was victorious. The Empress whistled loudly and shouted to her brave soldiers that they had brought a glorious victory to the great Qin Empire. Qin Keiyun raised her sword and exclaimed, "Now this secret kingdom belongs to us, and all the treasures are also ours." Inspired by the Empress's words, the soldiers shouted, "Great Qin, no matter what we do, we always succeed." Keiyun thought, if things continued like this, at this rate, Great Qin would definitely be able to unite the 9 regions. The head of the family's main house rang out with joyful laughter. Old Tianming was in an excellent mood today. The old man exclaimed that he had finally broken through to the emperor's realm. He, Chu Tianming, was truly the most gifted genius. Xuan said quietly, "Please, elder brother, grandfather, this is only the emperor's kingdom. What is there to be happy about?" Old Tianming immediately sighed, only my beloved third son never saw this, if only he were alive. Well, I must go and see my precious grandson, whom my third son left behind. They look so much alike." But at the next meeting with his grandson, Tianming was again overcome with anger. He shouted that Xuan did not respect him, the head of the family, at all. The grandfather was indignant that his grandson's attitude had not changed at all, so he could remain in this hovel for the rest of his life. Chu Tianming angrily declared that no one dared to contradict him. It was useless. This would not do. He was returning to the family mansion. Yun asked the 13th brother, "What's wrong with you? Why is he doing this to grandfather? You should have just promised him to come back and that's all." But Xuan was sure that he shouldn't meet his grandfather. He said that he wasn't going back because he was afraid of making him even angrier. Shu Yun smiled and advised the 13th brother to take care of himself, and she would go to her grandfather. She needed to at least calm him down a little. She shouted to her grandfather to wait for her, and she was going to return to the main mansion with him, which made Qianming very happy. Xuan sighed with relief. Everyone had finally left. None of the residents of the estate except Yun knew how strong Xuan was. After making sure that the old man and his companions had left, Xuan told the boys to come out of their temporary shelter in the house. They are all already one step away from the heavenly kingdom. It will be difficult to break through, but because of the coming disaster, the laws will change. This is their chance. Ping Fan and the other disciples unanimously replied that they would follow the master's orders and try to live up to all his expectations. Xuan chuckled. Once upon a time, all these children were of no use to anyone, but now they have all become truly outstanding masters. Now it was time for them to come out into the world and show themselves. Only then would he, as their teacher, be able to activate the rewards from the system. A little boy, pointing his finger at the sky, told his mother that someone was flying there, and when would he be able to fly in the sky like a bird? The woman told the baby that when her baby Bao grows up, he too will be able to fly, but the child insisted that there really was someone flying there. Meanwhile, Xiangxing was flying in the sky above the woman and child, and the young man began to think, remembering his last conversation with his teacher. Sin still couldn't understand what the master meant when he told him all this. He should have asked him more in detail. Recently, the master invited Xiangxing and asked him how well he knew his mother, a question that somewhat discouraged the young man. Sin sheepishly replied that his mother abandoned him when he was very little, and he knows practically nothing, as rumors have it. Xuan said to ignore the rumors. After checking Xinchu's physique, he found that he had an innate firebone. It's probably related to his mother. His father is from a noble family, so it's unlikely to come from him, which means it must be his mother. There must be some secret hidden behind Xiangxing's mother's identity, and it would be worth investigating further when he returned to his family. The firebone is truly exceptional. Its meaning is broader than it seems. Here's a drop of blood for rebirth if something happens. Xiangxing flew towards home and wondered if his mother was really an ordinary woman, not a commoner, as he had always been told. The young man clenched his fists. This time he would definitely clear his mother's name and prove her innocence, even if he had to fight. The system reported that Hu Tianya's disciple had defeated one of the Sons of Fortune in the monster region and had become a Son of Fortune himself, changing his fate. For this, Chu was awarded the Chariot of the 4 Spiritual Stars. Xuan's mouth opened in surprise. What was going on? Could it really be Hu Tianya? Xuan completely forgot about him, and the tiger is great. Chu was so surprised that even his face mask flew off. What a tiger cub! He asked the Mirror of 1,000 Heavens to show him the tiger cub Hu Tianya. He needed to see what was going on there now. It was interesting. Xuan saw a forested mountain range, and it was there that he once found a crying, unfortunate tiger cub with the help of a search mirror. A deafening, thunderous roar of a tiger was heard, marking the end of another round, in which Hu Tianya had won. Tiger Cub Hu Tianya asked menacingly, "Well, is there anyone in the Water Dragon clan who dares to fight him?" The Dragon clan fighters cursed at how it could have happened that some tabby cat had become so terrifyingly strong. The tribe elder laughed. "Tianya, you are truly an outstanding young talent of our heavenly tiger clan. You have no equal." Once exiled from the clan, the tiger cub answered the elder, "Luck changes with time, and one should not underestimate the young." A girl from the Water Dragon clan quietly approached the battle arena, clearly intending to challenge the winner of the tournament. Xuan laughed. This kid still holds a grudge. He still hasn't forgotten how the princess of the Dragon clan called off the engagement. Hu Tianya asked again if there was anyone else willing to join the fight and compete for the title of champion of this tournament. The Water Dragon clan princess replied that she was willing to challenge him to a duel in the ring against Hu Tianya. The tiger cub was surprised. "Cypher, it's you." He warned his ex-bride that he would not show mercy because she was a girl. The princess replied that there was no need. They were both fighting for their people, and if they gave in, how would they be able to look the clan's people in the eyes? Cypher warned. She was attacking. The sharp claws of the Princess of Water Dragons flashed. She was an incredibly strong fighter. Tianya blocked the blow. Each of the opponents tried to give it their all and show each other what they had achieved. A fierce battle began. The tiger cub, as promised, did not hold back his fighting rage and constantly attacked the princess. She responded by slashing him with her long razor-sharp claws. Tianya snapped back but was not seriously harmed. He decided that there was no point in dragging out the fight too long, since it was just a competition for the title of champion, not a fight to the death. Tiger Cub dealt Cypher a crushing blow with his fist, sending the Water Dragon princess flying far out of the competition ring. He suggested that she give up. She had already done everything she could. She had no chance in this fight. It was time to admit it and just calm down. Instead of answering, the princess soared into the air, taking the form of a beast rather than a human. Hu Tianya watched his former lover with a smile. He chuckled. Interesting, of course. The dragon in its true form is much stronger, but that still won't bring Cypher victory. Tianya roared and also assumed his true form as a formidable heavenly tiger, his strength now also greatly increased. The princess told Tianya that she was very sorry that she had treated him like that once, but she had to consider the interests of her clan. The tiger snorted contemptuously, since she herself decided to fight him. Let their fists speak for them, let the past remain in the past. Deafening explosions were heard, and the opponents once again clashed in a fierce battle, inflicting powerful blows on each other. Tianya dealt a powerful blow. The water dragon princess fell to the ground, raising thick clouds of dust around her. Everyone froze in anticipation. Hu Tianya stood calmly and waited for the dust to clear. He assumed that this time the fight would be over. The blow was strong. And indeed soon everyone saw that Cypher was lying on the ground and could no longer get up. And in this fight the tiger cub Hu Tianya won. He chuckled, never having thought that the last honor of the Water Dragon clan would be defended by a female co-ruler. Tianya sighed, how boring, and headed away from the tournament venue. He finally got his revenge on the Water Dragon clan. The elder of the Heavenly Tiger clan looked after the tiger cub attentively, and finally he said thoughtfully, "This guy is special. He has a faint trace of the blood of the immortal divine white tiger, so he is much stronger than the rest of the clan members." Xuan was delighted. This striped guy was impressive. No wonder even the system paid special attention to him. Shu activated the mirror portal and called out to the tiger Tianya, who immediately stopped, recognizing the voice of his great teacher. The tiger cub fell to his knees. "O immortal master, I bow to you as a disciple," but Xuan stopped him. No need for formalities. Tianya smiled. If the immortal master personally came here, he must have something very important to entrust to Hu Tianye. Xuan smiled broadly. What a capable young man. Yes, that's exactly it. The tiger cub has achieved a lot and was able to show himself with dignity. This time, the master came here to give Hu Tianya the communication talisman and also to teach him how to revive the monster clan. For 3 hours, Chu Xuan explained to his disciple about the coming disaster, the treasures of fate, and the opportunities for his ancient clan. After listening, the tiger bowed before the master, saying that he would practice diligently and try to fulfill the master's order. Xuan praised the student and said that he was leaving. There was little time left before the disaster, and they all needed to prepare well. The mirror portal closed, leaving behind only a golden flash. Tianya scratched his shaggy head in confusion. Xuan sighed with relief. Great, with Hu Tianya, the monster race would sooner or later be under his control. The tiger cub is very smart. Now we need to look at the new reward, the chariot of the 4 spiritual stars. I wonder what it is and what power it can give him. Meanwhile, the spread of Buddhism continued in the demon lands, although it caused fierce resistance. In honor of the opening of the great temple of the victorious Buddha, during the first 3 days, those who accept the request will receive sandalwood beads. The demon king was furious. What kind of temple of the victorious Buddha is there in the territory of demons? Has the cult of the bald ones really reached here too? The general reassured the ruler. It's okay, your majesty. Give me 3,000 elite warriors, and I will destroy the temple. The king laughed. How could demon people join the cult? When the bald ones realized that there was no place for them here, they would leave themselves. The abbot noticed that the evil aura here was so heavy that it had colored the sky purple. He should have paid attention to this earlier. He began to recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, trying to cleanse the place, as well as the bodies and minds of the local residents, from strong evil. Hearing someone approaching the temple doors, the Lama stopped, wondering if the pious seeker of enlightenment and peace had already arrived. The Lama bowed in greeting and said to the 2 demons, "Dear guests, feel free to come inside and let's talk." In response, the demons laughed. One of the demons suggested to his friend Dazhuang, "Why shouldn't he go? With such a hairstyle he looks just like a monk," he snapped. And then a young man appeared behind the laughing demons. He asked the merry fellows to move aside and let him into the Buddhist temple. The young demon bowed to the Lama and asked to be accepted. The demons could not believe their eyes. It couldn't be. This was the general's son. The fact that the son of the great demon general Mo Li was the first to go to the new temple of the bald cult became instantly known in the palace.